Upon awakening, I find myself affixed to a crucifix, the gentle breeze fanning flames that are already licking at the hem of my skirt. What experience could be more surreal than sharing a body with a demon inadvertently witnessed in a quarrel with my other self, and being forced into a narrative that I suffer from a split personality? Welcome to the segment titled Forced to Become a Witch Due to the World's Uncleanliness, ultimately ascending to the status of the world's wealthiest. Now, allow me to introduce our heart-wrenching protagonist, Lilith. In a world so devoid of scientific rationale, why is there no cleansing magic? Hexes, potions, and the study of magical artifacts even in this otherworldly realm, one must grapple with the grotesque distortion of humanity and the decay of morality. The study of potions could yield a remarkable shampoo. Such knowledge is imperative. The science of magic could facilitate the creation of tools. Why, in this wretched world, is even a simple pair of scissors a scarce commodity? It appears that the potency of spells and sorcery hinges on the sheer might of one's fist as the foundation upon which all else is built. Take, for instance, the current predicament. I must engage in a private conversation with that merchant from Florence, who harbors intentions of slaughtering me like a lamb. Chapter 1. The Crucifix at the Execution Site. Upon awakening, I find myself nailed to a crucifix, the scorching flames already singeing my hair. What experience could be more harrowing than this? In a remote border town of the Ottoman Empire, the beleaguered townsfolk momentarily set aside their burdens to gather in the largest square. Ordinarily, this time of day would see a few vendors setting up stalls, offering minor goods for sale. Though such commodities, which necessitate additional expenditure, are not easily sold in this backward, sparsely populated town, the presence of an adventurers' guild affords some advantage, attracting wealthy patrons who occasionally pass through. Vendors often endure years without customers, yet remain undeterred, setting up their stalls whenever they find a moment of respite. Today, however, the square is thronged with onlookers, devoid of any vendors, for they are witnessing the execution of a witch. This is a cliché plot one might only encounter in literature, yet when you find yourself bound to the pyre, the gravity of the situation renders laughter impossible. The searing flames scorch my skin, the unburned firewood smoldering and producing acrid smoke that stings my eyes. Are you suggesting that, according to your contract with her, you must assume a new name? You choose to adopt mine. Though I appear to be speaking to myself, the towering pyre conceals my voice from the crowd, who remain blissfully unaware of my bizarre circumstance. Indeed, I struggle to comprehend why the disparate names and you and Lilith have become synonymous in the mouth of this self-proclaimed demon. Yet this is not the time for such musings. The flames have begun to singe my hair, and I can now detect the acrid scent of burning flesh in the already fetid air. Lilith it is, I consent. Proceed swiftly. After all, the former name was of my own choosing. Adapting to local customs is hardly a burden. Upon uttering my agreement, as Lilith, the surrounding crimson flames abruptly transformed into a deep purple hue, and a tempest swept across the square, lifting unknown refuse from the ground. The gathered townsfolk, there to witness the execution, along with the hooded executioner, were tossed about like leaves in the wind, their cries of alarm, curses, and terrified screams echoing from afar. The gale persisted for what felt like an eternity. Meanwhile, liberated, I rubbed my bruised wrists, standing expressionless in the center of a relatively clean carpet. The edges of the carpet, along with a section of the wooden floor, were stained with blood and grime. To my left stood a rickety wooden bed, its patched linens failing to conceal the decrepit state beneath. Across from it was a large wooden wardrobe, bearing the marks of insect damage, the pockmarks and uneven colors creating an oddly harmonious blend. To my right stood a vanity devoid of a mirror, featuring 2 drawers, one of which was left ajar, its contents scattered across the floor. There lay some charming stones collected from the riverbank, a few broken dried flowers, vibrant scraps of fabric, and a large tangle of thread, none of which held significant value. Above, on the vanity, rested an oiled wooden box, one of the primary reasons for my presence here. This is the room of Ruby Rose, the original owner of the body I now inhabit. An overwhelming stench assaulted my senses from all directions. Despite the previous owner being falsely accused of witchcraft due to her obsession with cleanliness, this room is intolerable by modern standards. The floor, though polished, bore evidence of a hasty wash, with minimal dust accumulation. However, such lackluster cleaning was evidently futile. The walls were stained with an inexplicable yellow liquid. I could only glance before extracting from her memories how it had come to be. I felt nauseated. Yet I could not bend down, for that would bring me closer to the greasy, filthy carpet. The environment was intolerable, but the condition of this body drove me to madness. Singed hair, should I be grateful that the oiliness and weight of my hair prevented it from igniting entirely on the pyre? I feared that it might harbor lice or fleas. My nails were unkempt and lengthy, but thankfully devoid of any unsightly debris, the only drawback being that achieving this level of cleanliness had resulted in my skin peeling from prolonged exposure to water, leaving patches of white that could be scraped off. As for the odor, my very garment reeked. This dress, once relatively clean, had been sullied during my time in the dungeon, an environment that could only be likened to hell. I yearned to gather my belongings and escape, for those who had apprehended me could return at any moment. Thus, I suppressed my disgust and began rummaging through the room, placing any valuables onto a prearranged cloth. To be precise, this was the pillow from the bed. I tore out its filling, for it was quite spacious. I also stuffed in 2 simple, clean dresses. Regrettably, I found no long-sleeved shirts or trousers. In truth, I possessed little wealth. While my family could be considered affluent in this small town, Ruby's inheritance was meager. The scattered, jewel-encrusted trinkets were purchased by Ruby's mother during her lifetime. The last addition to the collection of jewelry had occurred many years prior. These old trinkets held little real worth. Are we not sharing this body? Would it be too much to ask for you to let me in? The adult's frustration stemmed solely from witnessing someone defile the corridor, nearly stepping into. I scarcely noticed that my speech was a peculiar blend of cultures. Moments ago, the individual in the corridor had not detected me and retreated at lightning speed back into their room. I extracted a modest gemstone necklace from the patched pillowcase, contemplating the possibility of meeting death once more. That is your brother, the voice of the demon articulated, as the gaunt hand grasped the edges of the gemstone, reflecting a blurred image. You know full well I am not her. I paused after uttering those words. What is happening to me? Lilith felt that her speech was somewhat pretentious. However, please believe that this was not her intention. She simply felt awkward. It is normal for language to be chaotic right after the soul and body merge. Listening to the demon's words, Lilith suddenly became aware of a grave concern. She wouldn't have to relearn the language here, would she? Illiteracy was already terrifying, and being unable to communicate was even worse. She voiced this concern. No, you have acquired her memories. After pondering for a moment, she estimated that those people wouldn't arrive too soon, so. I am very wealthy. I am super. Lilith began practicing on her own, rummaging through the room again and finding several small denomination turas that had fallen into the crevices of the cabinet. Tura, the universal currency of the Ottoman Empire. One eats grapes without spitting out the skins, yet one who does not eat grapes spits out the skins. Then she repeated it in the local language. Fortunately, with the aid of the memories from the other, language was not a troublesome issue. In just 10 minutes, Lilith had mastered the seamless switching between 2 languages. Lilith, who understands, my friends? A time-traveling experience with a complementary local language. Pack, how delightful. Your language seems different from hers? Although she could still understand, it was evident that the most fundamental pronunciation was dissimilar. To avoid revealing her identity when she ventured out, Lilith decided to communicate solely in the local language henceforth. I am a demon. Can I speak your language? Lilith inquired curiously. If you are not afraid of death, you may attempt it, but not now. Lilith shifted the conversation. Did your contract with her not stipulate the extermination of her entire family? Does her brother not count as a person? She had wanted to say this for a long time, but the mixture of Eastern and Western accents made her feel uncomfortable, so she chose to correct her speech first. In her memories, this brother was no saint. Though young, he was cunning. It was he who had framed the original owner as a witch, even torturing a black kitten and leaving it in the original owner's room to solidify this accusation. Though he was only 12 years old. You are correct. With that statement, a gem shattered with a crack. Their dialogue required a reflective surface, such as a mirror, water, or glass. Although demons had a notorious reputation, this one seemed somewhat different. It candidly informed Lilith that their previous seamless communication was due to the contract being active while her soul had yet to fully integrate with her body. If it were to communicate directly with her mind now, her fragile brain would shatter like this gem. The body of an ordinary person lacks the magical power to accommodate a demon. This is one of the reasons why individuals possessed by demons after sacrificial summoning often become grotesque and distorted, although some of it is also due to the demon's malicious whims. After all, the screams of humans are truly melodious. The latter part was the demon's own words. After the explanation, the small metallic piece on the cabinet that barely reflected a shadow exploded, along with a small section of the wooden structure behind it. Lilith did not wish to waste another gem, as this was their fare for future escape. After waiting for a brief moment, her vision flashed, and she found herself back in her consciousness. Within her consciousness, there was a room conjured by the demon, approximately 10 square meters in size, featuring a black and red chair with a distinctly demonic design and incomprehensible patterns. Surrounding her were the current situations of her body, though she could choose not to look. Lilith tentatively sat in the chair, and though she had lost control of her physical body, the space was clean. If possible, she wished to remain here indefinitely. Is it this hard? As soon as she spoke, a layer of soft cushioning from her memories suddenly appeared on the chair's surface, and she realized. She then incessantly fashioned a comfy sofa for herself, one that could envelop her. Creating such items was quite convenient here with imagination. Anything could be crafted. Once she laid down in utter lethargy, she discovered that the demon had already exited. "Bring our jewels and money," she called out urgently. The demon waved its hand, and the pillow containing their travel funds flew out of the room. If Lilith had looked closely, she would have noticed that the demon's feet were slightly elevated off the ground, not directly touching it. The process of slaughter was somewhat bloody, and it seemed that the demon's methods were quite brutal. The primary reason Lilith was not afraid, despite being new to this, was that she had already died in the modern world, having succumbed to exhaustion and witnessed her own cremation after a month in the morgue. To be fair, the morgue was far more frightening than the crematorium. Many of the bodies there were incomplete, and there were even instances of bodies being transported under cover of night, dissected before being taken away. At first, she felt she would be driven insane by fear, but soon realized her soul was far more resilient than she had imagined. Unfortunately, she was but a poor wretch, unable to stray too far from her corpse, unlike the sister whose belly had been hollowed out and skin flayed, who could cling to the backs of those people. With the sofa, Lilith looked down to change her hairstyle, trimmed her nails, and donned a simple white tank dress befitting home comfort. She then crafted a coffee table to complement her sofa. Outside, a child who had been deprived of their vocal cords lay gasping on the filthy floor, and the demon reached down to twist the child's head off, ensuring their demise. Lilith was not particularly focused on the situation outside, thus she did not notice that the demon had consumed a filthy thing, using this body that was someone's soul. Upon hearing a noise, in the blink of an eye, Lilith, who was reveling in her repose, was summoned once more. Her first sensation upon emerging was the heat radiating from her face, but she did not check immediately. Instead, she hurried to rummage through the memories of her father's room, searching through drawers and cabinets, packing up all the valuable items inside. Of course, she left behind the larger items, as they were impossible to carry. Regrettably, she could not find the place where money was stored in her memories and could only take some items that appeared valuable, intending to exchange them for currency once outside. Having prepared adequately, Lilith jogged to the kitchen, gathering the few silver spoons, knives, and forks available. She took one of the spoons, rubbed it on her clothing, and held it up like a mirror. Just as in her memories, she had sky-blue pupils, golden hair that was singed at the ends, and a face that epitomized Western beauty. She was undoubtedly attractive as a person from the Flower Kingdom. Lilith was somewhat face-blind to such features, but knew that with time spent among the locals, she would become accustomed to it. In addition to her normal features, there was a crimson crack on the right side of her face resembling a spider's silk, with a light flowing like molten lava within it. Strangely, it did lend her an air of witchcraft. Clearly, she was more suited to inhabit this body than the demon. It had marred her appearance upon its arrival. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. "I am ready, we can leave now." She held the fork merely to communicate with the demon. Outside, the sounds of chaos began to grow louder, and Lilith understood that if she did not leave soon, it would spell trouble. These individuals arrived with remarkable swiftness, primarily due to the fact that the demon conveniently eliminated Ruby's father and stepmother upon its departure. Among such a multitude, it is only natural that a few astute individuals deduced that she would return to take vengeance on their offspring. Although their original intention was merely to procure some travel funds, Lilith was acutely aware of this circumstance, and thus meticulously calculated the time. Ruby's home was quite distant from the square in this age devoid of automobiles. By the time they comprehended the situation and made their way there, it would likely coincide with this very moment. Before her materialized a swirling mass of purple and black, and without hesitation, Lilith advanced towards it. Just a few steps in, a sudden brightness enveloped her, revealing verdant trees and lush grass, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds. It seemed she had been transported to a remote wilderness. Before she could savor the freshness of the outdoor air, a loud crash echoed as the object she was carrying slipped from her grasp, and she promptly bent over, pressing one hand firmly against her chest. Following a bout of coughing, She expelled a small pool of blood. Chapter 2. The Power of Sorcery. The utilization of powers not one's own invariably incurs a price. After several violent expulsions of blood filled her mouth with a metallic taste, Lilith felt her head spin, and she collapsed onto the ground. "Now I understand why you didn't simply transport us directly to our destination," she remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. If the demon continued to exert its powers, it would not require anyone else's assistance. She could very well bleed to death herself. No one responded to her, as the utensil meant for communication had been tucked into the pocket of her pillow bag during her brief foray. After a moment of sitting idly, feeling somewhat less distressed, Lilith brushed off the dust from her attire and hoisted her meager belongings. Inside were merely a few tulums, enough to sustain her with dark bread for a week. A gilded frame and a pair of earrings adorned with inferior gems, although small, were riddled with cotton and cracks, rendering them nearly worthless. The only items of significant value among Ruba's possessions were a pure silver comb and an exquisitely thin golden bracelet, both bequeathed to her by her biological mother. Thus, despite the incessant demands from those few individuals over the years, she steadfastly refused to part with them. These treasures had been discovered in the drawer of Ruby's father and stepmother's room, alongside a few pieces of her stepmother's jewelry, 2 large denomination tulums, and a gentleman's ring encrusted with small diamonds. Lilith impaled a fork into the earth beside her, contemplating, and decided to place the golden bracelet and comb into the pocket at the side of her skirt. Feeling somewhat burdened, she retrieved the comb once more. She possessed only 9 silver utensils suitable for communication. It was evident that Ruby had not enjoyed such privileges, as they belonged to her father, stepmother, and brother. "What about this?" Lilith inquired of the demon while holding up an object resembling an ornamental trinket. She could not ascertain its value from Ruby's memories, but it appeared rather valuable, with its vivid color and metallic sheen, albeit somewhat aged. "Junk. And this?" She held up a feather quill embedded with low-quality gems, which she had taken from the table, its nib still coated with congealed black ink, exuding a rather unpleasant aroma. What attracted her was primarily the gemstones, which surpassed her other necklaces and earrings in allure. "Junk. All right, what about this?" Lilith rummaged through the pillow and retrieved several items that resembled mineral artifacts. "Junk. Is there anything other than junk that you can identify?" Lilith pinched her brow in frustration. If all these were worthless, it would indeed be disastrous. "Indeed junk." Crack. The utensil lodged in the earth could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered into tiny fragments, mingling with the soil, rendering it impossible to collect. She regretted not having laid down some fabric beneath it. With a resigned sigh, Lilith repacked her belongings. The reason for her inquiries was that her journey ahead would rely on her legs. If the items were of no worth, she could discard them, thereby lightening her load. Alas, she would have to carry everything. Their destination was said to be the region of the continent rich in sorcery, located at the far western edge. It was rumored to be a gathering place for witches. Witches, clean and free from foul odors. Having initially contemplated a lackadaisical approach, Lilith, upon witnessing the appalling sanitary conditions of this world, resolutely declared, "I love witches, and witches love me. No one can deter my pursuit of knowledge." She felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Yet first, she needed to find a place to exchange her possessions for currency circulating in this area, lest she perish from hunger along the way. Fortunately, she had the demon, this humanoid, radar by her side. Surrounded by trees, with no mountains nearby and no sound of flowing water, she had yet to glimpse any sign of a city. Lilith retrieved a fork once more. "Which direction shall we take?" "Proceed westward. You must realize we need to find a place to sell these items first, correct?" Lilith shook the pillow bag skeptically. "Head southwest. A human city can be reached in approximately 2 days. To avoid any unfortunate circumstances, I must inquire, how far is this location from the small town we departed?" The answer to this question would determine the urgency of her escape. As far as possible. That implied there was no immediate need to flee in haste. Lilith selected a direction and proceeded, occasionally picking up a slender branch from the ground to clean her attire, using it as a hairpin. With great reluctance, she twisted up her greasy hair, revealing her neck, which made her feel significantly refreshed. "By the way, what is your name?" "Demon is merely your species, is it not?" None of your concern. If Lilith could discern its expression at that moment, she would find it quite sheepish. However, the fork only revealed a vague silhouette. "I cannot simply refer to you as hey you." The path through the forest was treacherous, riddled with ditches and uneven ground, and she was bound to suffer a few scrapes along the way. Lilith endeavored to avoid entanglement with branches and blades of grass. Seeing the demon remain silent, Lilith continued, "You know, Being a ghost has its perks. Being human is such a hassle. Why don't you come out and take my place? She genuinely found it troublesome, but if one were to ask her why she didn't consider ending her life, she would admit she had never pondered that question. After all, she had not reached a point of desperation. It seemed unworthy to perish over trivial matters. Moreover, she had only recently regained her freedom, something she intended to cherish, preferably with eternal life arranged for her. During her time as a ghost, she had endured enough confinement in a small space. Her remarks were merely an attempt to avoid exertion, especially since the grass and leaves were quite painful against her skin. The demon did not engage with her words nor disclose its name, but instead brought up another topic. Your body has awakened. Would you like to learn sorcery? I can teach you. This piqued Lilith's interest. First, sense the sorcery within you. How do I sense it? It resides within your body. Do you not feel anything different from usual? I feel nothing. If she had felt anything, she would have mentioned it, especially given the filthy environment that made her anxious about contracting an illness. Revealing such could prompt the demon to offer her treatment. Of course, she would not pay any price, seeking only to reap benefits without cost. Worthless. Who are you calling worthless? Lilith retorted instinctively. This quip was one that few modern individuals could resist responding to. Of course, I am referring to you. The utterance of O was laced with a pronounced sarcasm, rendering the sentiment unmistakable. Even a fool would grasp the implication. You. Honestly, why are you reluctant to reveal your name to me? Lilith speculated that perhaps knowing a demon's true name would grant one the power to command it, yet it was common for such entities to employ false names in public. I've stated it is none of your concern. Are you truly willing to learn? Yes. It was only much later that Lilith would comprehend that the demon's hesitation to divulge its true name stemmed not from her fanciful notions, but from a fear of ridicule from other demons. Ridicule for its so-called blunders. After all, engaging in trade with humans while compromising its own essence was indeed a disreputable affair. The journey, intertwined with learning, transformed what would otherwise be a monotonous passage of time into something more bearable. The unorthodox material kept Lilith's adrenaline surging, effectively numbing the aches of her weary legs. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Lilith possessed a certain aptitude. Within merely half a day, she had begun to sense the magical energy coursing within her. Should other witches become aware of this, they would surely be astonished. However, to a demon that was innately endowed with power, her progress was still deemed woefully slow. It spared no effort in berating Lilith, claiming that even the most rudimentary demon born in the depths of hell would surpass her in learning speed, and asserted that at her current rate, she would require a century or two to reach the level of an ordinary demon. This led Lilith to question whether she truly lacked any talent. She could discern a certain essence distributed throughout her being. This essence was tenuous, yet according to the demon's descriptions, magical energy should flow like a river, whereas she perceived it more akin to a stream. When she voiced her inquiry, the demon reinforced its assertions, insisting that due to Lilith's lack of aptitude, the magical energy within her was scarcely detectable. It remains uncertain how Lilith would feel knowing that others experienced their first awareness of magical energy, without even a droplet, only a mist. However, she now held unwavering faith in the demon's words. Is it truly that inadequate? For a human, it is passable now. I shall teach you the most fundamental spell. At this juncture, the demon paused. It was contemplating what knowledge could be imparted to a human. Chapter 3 Serendipity in the Town. The first spell that Lilith learned was an offensive incantation that affected living beings, capable of distorting a creature's body and causing its victim to perish in a grotesquely twisted posture. Under the influence of her magical prowess, the afflicted being could be transformed into a mere sphere. This skill proved quite practical, as it had provided her sustenance for the past 2 days. Although the fish had become rather unmanageable due to its distortion, Lilith harbored no disdain for it. The sole drawback of this spell lay in its verbosity. Her magical reserves were insufficient to recite an entire incantation in one breath. The phrases were as convoluted and incomprehensible as the Sanskrit chants of monks, so lengthy that in a confrontation, she would be swiftly dispatched. The demon explained that it had elongated the spell for her benefit, as she would not otherwise be able to utter it. Once her magical capacity expanded, simplification would be feasible. Moreover, there was another piece of good news. While fishing by the water's edge that morning, she noticed her reflection revealed that the spider's silk-like mark on her face had vanished. The delectable roasted fish came at the cost of a mouthful of blood. After struggling for half an hour to create fire by friction, she realized it was an endeavor beyond her capabilities. She had even sharpened a dry twig with a dining knife and gathered some dry grass for tinder. Yet her palms bore bloody abrasions from her futile efforts. Initially intending to consume the fish raw, she found the taste utterly repulsive, a flavor that no ordinary human could endure. Having not eaten anything, she was nearly driven to vomit bile. Reluctantly, she called upon the demon to ignite a flame for her. Fortunately, this was merely a minor issue. She had been clandestinely learning the demon's tongue, contemplating that igniting a fire on her own would be a far more significant challenge. However, upon uttering the first word, she immediately expelled half a liter of blood and felt utterly drained. Thankfully, she was careful not to stain her garments, as the nearby stream provided a means for cleansing. The demon, upon hearing her voice, unexpectedly praised her talent, leading her to ponder whether anyone truly cared about this body she inhabited. The demon remarked, "After all, you won't die." Lilith, appearing pale and feeble from excessive blood loss, conceded, "You are right. The demon language is beyond my current grasp. As for learning it in the future, that will depend on my ability to procure healing potions and food." It was highly probable that she would pursue this knowledge. Despite her circumstances, she firmly believed that power must reside in her own hands, even if she shared her body with a formidable demon. Its strength could only be considered a temporary advantage for Lilith. She sensed that this delicate balance would eventually shatter, thus rendering her pursuit of greater power imperative. "How can you not even master the basic spell of igniting fire?" The demon corrected her. Lilith, with a face ashen as the moon, felt it was indeed necessary for her to visit the coven of witches, believing that learning in earnest alongside humans would be far more beneficial. Excessive blood loss rendered the subsequent journey rather tumultuous. Along the way, a brown bear, drawn by the scent of blood, appeared. Strangely, upon encountering the creature, both human and beast seemed stricken with palpable fear, causing the bear to flee, howling in terror. At that moment, Lilith's incantation had only just begun. Had there been another creature present, they would have noticed a crimson eye partially opening upon Lilith's smooth forehead, only to close again once the beast had retreated. As evening descended, standing upon a tree branch, the distant outline of a small town finally came into view. This was no small feat. It had taken a full day longer than anticipated to arrive. The instant she spotted the town, Lilith swiftly changed into a fresh dress, believing that appearing tidy would lessen the likelihood of becoming a victim, as the locals harbored disdain for the impoverished. Thanks to the era's inadequate information exchange, news of a witch's escape had likely not yet reached this place. Indeed, information traveled far less swiftly than her desperate flight. However, even if they were aware, it might not be of much consequence. According to Ruby's memories, the attitude toward witches in this world was rather ambiguous. They were not immediately condemned to death upon discovery. Instead, the fate of a witch depended on their actions. This was also the rationale behind her brother's heinous act of slaughtering a kitten to frame Ruby. It was akin to how former convicts are often met with suspicion by those around them. At least in Ruby's recollections, several witches had passed through the dilapidated Adventurers Guild. Though the townsfolk remained vigilant, they did not engage in any extreme actions. In fact, fearing retaliation, they often conducted transactions with witches at relatively low prices. Lilith found this perplexing. Did those who had harmed Ruby not feel fear? How could they dare to place her upon the pyre? Or perhaps these individuals were aware that she was a false witch, an unsettling thought. Lilith pondered briefly, recalling the elder who had stood at the forefront. He appeared to be affiliated with the church. This brings to mind the organization known as the Temple, distinct from mere charlatans, as they wielded genuine divine power, referred to as holy power, a term that evokes a sense of righteousness. Witchcraft is predominantly an innate gift, although a small fraction, like Lilith, may awaken their powers later in life due to unforeseen circumstances. Yet, this gift cannot be attained through sheer effort. Holy power, conversely, is different. Commoners and nobles alike can enhance their physical strength through rigorous training, thus increasing their chances of awakening holy power. According to Ruby's memories, she believed that sincere devotion to a particular deity, coupled with physical exertion, would inevitably lead to such an awakening. Ruby, in her naivety, equated a lack of awakening with insufficient piety, leading her to treat cleaning as a form of physical training. Each morning, she would carve out half an hour for prayer, only to repeat the ritual before bedtime. Yet, from Lilith's perspective as an observer, there surely existed special conditions or hidden agendas at play. If these were the only two pathways, How could it be that the renowned paladins were predominantly of noble birth? The commoners, who have long been entrenched in the Adventurers Guild, cannot possibly compare to the pampered nobility in terms of rigorous training. From a faith perspective, those with lesser education are more inclined to believe in such doctrines, and it is evident that commoners display greater piety than the aristocrats, exemplified by individuals like Ruby. The temple's assertion that physical cleanliness is tantamount to a desecration of the soul has resulted in an appallingly unsanitary environment. Absurd rumors circulate, claiming that bathing diminishes one's constitution, and that it expands pores, making it easier for illness to infiltrate the body. Consequently, the belief that abstaining from bathing promotes health, advocating even for the avoidance of washing one's face, has taken root. A layer of grime is considered a safeguard against maladies. Such notions are readily accepted, suggesting that the common folk are far more susceptible to manipulation than the nobility. Lilith is fortunate that Ruby is a devotee of the moon goddess, for compared to adherents of other sects, she maintains a relatively clean disposition. Otherwise, had Lilith been compelled to inhabit the body of a beggar upon her arrival, she would have contemplated immediate demise. In summary, the prevalence of nobility among the paladins seems inherently discordant. It is reasonable to speculate that this reflects a distorted version of the belief that only the enlightened shall be saved. This, however, remains merely Lilith's conjecture. The town resembles medieval Europe, complete with horse-drawn carriages traversing the streets. Lilith blends in, though her attire appears excessively pristine compared to those around her. "Excuse me, is there a pawn shop nearby?" Lilith hesitates over her choice of words, pondering if she should refer to it as a second-hand goods exchange. "Oh dear, are you inquiring about me?" The well-groomed lady before her was not a random choice for assistance. Lilith approached her due to her neat appearance. "Yes, beautiful lady. I would like to inquire if there is a place nearby that sells second-hand items." Although she can comprehend and converse in the local language, cultural differences hinder Lilith's ability to fully adapt to the local speech patterns and intonations. "Before that, may I ask you to step closer, my dear?" The lady reached out, grasping Lilith's arm. Startled by this sudden gesture, Lilith instinctively attempted to pull away. "Do not be afraid, dear. I am also a witch. Let me see. You appear to be quite the novice. It is rare to awaken at such a young age, and somehow you escape detection. Damn it. The crystal ball at the witch's tower must be due for a replacement. I sense something amiss on this route. It all makes sense now," the woman mused to herself. Lilith was uncertain whether to continue her inquiry about the pawn shop or to delve into the matter of the witch. Good heavens, she merely sought some travel expenses. And who would have thought she'd encounter a genuine witch? What a remarkable coincidence. Chapter 4. An unusual entrance. Every coincidence is a manifestation of destiny. I wish to wish you a happy birthday, dear. How does it feel to be free from humanity? Oh, what are you looking at? Relax. You need not concern yourself with these ordinary folk. I employed a minor shielding spell, quite simple, and I believe you will master it in no time. Lilith deftly retracted her wandering gaze, and, to be honest, the conversation between two witches in such an open space felt rather awkward. Fortunately, she realized there were indeed no onlookers. Nodding, Lilith found herself at a loss for words. "Oh, have I not introduced myself yet? My wretched memory. I'm Leisha Va, and as you can see, I am a forest witch." The woman spoke, producing a relatively clean, yet somewhat worn stone vial, which she handed to Lilith. "This is a welcoming gift for newcomers. It's merely a tonic for strengthening the body, harmless and safe for use." Lilith hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the health supplement, as she currently perceived it. "I suppose I should introduce myself as well. My name is Lilith." Oh, there is no need to speak, my dear. I already know all about you. Damn the church. Tonight, I shall pour 2 vials of itching potion into their well." The woman exclaimed, bending down to reach for the hem of Lilith's skirt. A black spider, no larger than a fingernail, crawled from the ample folds of her skirt onto the woman's hand. The green nail polish was not the main concern. Upon seeing the spider, Lilith turned pale. When had this creature crawled onto her? The spider continued its journey up the woman's arm to her collar. "Let me see, self-taught in witchcraft, Quite the talent. Time waits for no one. Young girl, I shall take you back at once." "Ah, so sudden?" Lilith felt a bit dazed. Yet sensing the flow of magical energy around her, she quickly called for a pause. Although she was unsure how the woman had discerned what had transpired within her in mere minutes, it did not hinder her from remembering her purpose for being there. I need to exchange some currency first, Lilith stated, shaking the pillow she was carrying. Is this the latest trend among humans? A pillow-shaped bag? No, it's just practical for a hasty exit. Very well, I respect your wishes. I shall take you there. Admittedly, the economy in that town is rather bleak. But fret not. Newcomers to the Witch's Tower are provided with food and lodging for an entire year, a very generous arrangement. Food and lodging? Why does that sound increasingly like human trafficking? She left behind the bracelet and comb, as well as the utensils used for contacting demons, selling the rest, including the rather filthy dress, to a grocer, accumulating a total of 125 tulums. Ruby's stepmother's jewelry was the most valuable of the lot, followed closely by those two unidentifiable mineral objects unearthed from the wardrobe. Among them, Ruby's earrings fetched a mere 5 tulums. She had known they were substandard. What about this other dress? And this silver comb? I could offer you 100 tulums. Perhaps recognizing the witch accompanying Lilith. The bearded grocer offered a price that was quite fair, at least exceeding Lilith's expectations. If not for the watchful eyes of others, she would have seized the demon by the throat, for it had nearly cost them 50 coins. The price for a common serf servitude is merely 30 turums. And that too, only for a robust youth of 16 or 17, possessing fair features. For an ordinary family of 5, annual expenses seldom exceed 20 turums. Take, for instance, the elderly servant employed by Lilith's household, earning a mere 15 turums a year, which is considered a respectable wage in their town. The reason Ruby's father expended such a sum on this aged individual was solely due to his literacy. Fortunately, she did not disdain the trouble of discarding a portion of it. No, thank you, Lilith politely nodded and stepped back. Is everything ready? Well, there is one final matter. However, I believe I can manage it myself later. We may depart now. Thank you, Lei Sha. Oh dear, there is no need for such formalities. You may simply call me Lei Sha. Very well, Lei Sha. Lilith gracefully adjusted her form of address. From beneath Lei Sha, the witch's flowing skirt, emerged green wisps of smoke. Just as Lilith contemplated how this color quite aligned with the stereotype of a forest witch, the latter spoke unexpectedly. The green is merely my preference. In truth, it is a rather ordinary witch's potion. Should you find it unappealing, we can certainly substitute it with another after you have attended the potion class. I do not dislike it. I am merely taken aback, as the green seems quite befitting of a forest witch. By the way, can you read minds? Lilith asked, somewhat astonished. Mind reading? I possess some ability in that regard, though I rarely employ this spell. Oh, and of course, I have not used it on you. It is exceedingly impolite to invoke such a spell without consent, yet your thoughts are plainly evident upon your face. The green smoke enveloped the two of them entirely. The reason I know so much is that the leaves upon your skirt have divulged it to me. Every witch has her own specialties, and you shall come to understand this in due course. In the next moment of complete obscurity, her feet felt lighter, followed by a sensation of weightlessness. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a different location. Instinctively, Lilith clutched her chest, fearing that a drop of blood might stain her skirt. But upon seeing Lei Sha standing beside her, she realized this was not the demon's teleportation. Feigning nonchalance, she brushed off her garments, crafting the illusion of merely dusting herself off. Upon raising her gaze, she was struck by the spectacle before her. They stood at the edge of a precipice, where 2 immense white bone doors loomed, towering to an estimated 15 or 16 stories high, entwined with purple tendrils. There were no walls, only the doors. The presence of a door at the cliff's edge was already peculiar enough, and the doors themselves appeared rather unorthodox. Behind them lay a mist composed of white, purple, and black hues, a color scheme that seemed to scream, I am toxic, I am toxic. Despite the eerie atmosphere, a soothing aura permeated the surroundings, prompting Lilith to take a deep breath. Very well, let us proceed inside. Witches, a race that is particularly susceptible to persecution upon awakening, find themselves in a world where attitudes towards them are ambiguous. Although society does not overtly seek their annihilation, most witches prefer to distance themselves from human civilization, giving rise to a town that serves as a sanctuary, isolating them from humanity. The original inhabitants sought refuge from relentless pursuits, a tradition that later witches have upheld. Naturally, the majority of witches are disinclined to reside in bustling locales. This inclination stems not only from their nature, but also from practical considerations, as witches, to a certain extent, embody scholarly pursuits, engaging in various scientific or unscientific experiments that carry inherent risks. As a result, some of the more powerful witches choose to relocate to secluded areas, such as certain forests or canyons, which are often perilous and sparsely populated. Whether these places are inherently dangerous or have become so due to the presence of witches is a matter of perspective. Several tentacles, as thick as Lilith's thighs and adorned with purple suction cups, emerged from the door, brushing through the air above the heads of the two individuals. Nothing occurred. The tentacles retracted, pressing against the door, which then creaked open slightly. Although it was merely a crack for the door, it was ample enough for Lilith and her companion to pass through side by side. Reza led the way, perhaps out of consideration for Lilith, a fledgling witch, as she gently patted her shoulder before they entered. Do not be anxious. This is Halakmosii, affectionately referred to as Lala by us. Lilith felt a twinge of fear. The transformation of such entities from paper to reality was indeed unsettling, akin to discovering a half-human-sized spider perched on the ceiling above your bed just as you had settled in, clad in your pajamas, ready to scroll through your phone. Lala? What delightful name. Is it the name of the entire door, or does it refer solely to those tentacles? Lilith was ever eager to clarify matters. Indeed, it encompasses the whole. Those bones are also part of Lala's being. In fact, the entire door constitutes Lala's body, including the mist over there. Reza exhibited remarkable patience with newcomers. Everyone has traversed this path, though Lilith's situation was somewhat unique. Most newcomers are merely young children, around 7 or 8 years old, and even the most patient of individuals might struggle to communicate with them. Typically, new witches are intimidated by Lala, and few, like Lilith, possess the courage to follow along from the outset. Upon passing through the door, the previously barren precipice revealed an eerie purple sigil, perfectly positioned to catch the two as they stepped out, followed by a flash of violet light. A teleportation array? Lilith mused, identifying the phenomenon with the most fitting term from her vocabulary. Yes, indeed, quite apt. It is a form of witchcraft array. Instead of being transported to the town, Lilith found herself directly delivered to a chamber within the tower, reminiscent of an office space. As they had yet to find their footing, a pure gold object on the table emitted a series of crisp sounds, followed by a somewhat hoarse voice emanating from a small door on the side of the office desk. Oh, what's going on? A newcomer? Has that damned clock malfunctioned? Hard, go take a look. Wait, what are you doing? No, you can't eat that. Give it back. The small door was flung open, and a brown squirrel with a bushy tail darted out, closely followed by a lady clad in a deep green gown, wielding a small branch. A faint blue light emanated from the branch, and a beam ensnared the squirrel as it jumped onto the table, lifting it into the air. Just a little bit, Maria. I beg you. The voice was sweet and playful, as the tiny squirrel clutched a shimmering bud with its delicate front paws. Wait, this squirrel can talk. Lilith's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the mouth of the fluffy creature. This is for my experiment. Be obedient, heart. I promise the next one grown will be yours. The woman in the green gown, with white hair, attempted to retrieve the item, but the squirrel was evidently quicker. In a flash, it devoured the entire bud, its mouth unable to fully encompass the size, causing drool to trickle down its chin and dampen its fur. No! A sharp cry from the woman, slightly hoarse, abruptly ceased as Lisa coughed. Maria, in a state of fright, realized that she was not alone. There were 2 other individuals present, one of whom appeared to be a newcomer. How did she know this without further investigation? Quite simply, it was not yet the day for trade, and any unfamiliar face appearing at this hour had undoubtedly passed through the witch's gate. Ordinary folk could not survive to stand here. Corpses, however, were a different matter, as human remains qualify as materials frequently utilized in their work. Maria, this is a newborn I encountered during my outing. Her name is Lilith. Lisa recounted Lilith's origin and experiences. Oh, my poor child. Maria's previously fierce expression softened, and the squirrel, now named Heart, was gently set down. Heart peered around, sensing that the atmosphere no longer involved it, and promptly hopped aside to nibble on some food. This is Maria Jane, the mistress of the Witch Tower and the mayor of the town. Lilith hesitated for a moment before performing a curtsy towards Maria Jane. Hello, Maria. Unsure of how to address her, she decided to follow Lisa's lead and refer to her as teacher, feeling that Madame lacked respect, while Mayer seemed somewhat rustic. Good child, here you needn't fear. It is indeed rare for someone to awaken at this age, but worry not. Witch Town welcomes every witch. Maria gracefully approached and patted Lilith's shoulder before turning her attention back to Lisa regarding the crystal clock. The golden clock on the desk had ceased its incessant clamor, though I could not recall when it had done so. Indeed, I had not heard the chime of the crystal clock, and I surmised it was high time to replace the crystal. Alas, what a considerable expense it would be. A source of great vexation, my dear, but fret not. Since you have learned to read, there is no need for you to return to the kindergarten group. You may directly enroll in the foundational theory class and embark on a year of fundamental studies. Maria waved her hand, and the quill upon the pen stand rose as if animated by its own volition. Almost immediately, the drawer opened of its own accord, and the various sheets of parchment fluttered as though possessed of life. In a short while, one sheet leaped forth, and the quill flew into a small inkwell to moisten itself, soon producing vibrant text that danced across the page. After completing its writing, the quill fanned the air with its larger feather, seemingly eager for the ink to dry. A green ribbon soared from a cabinet behind the stool. Maria shook her head. This color will not suffice. This one is worse. Ah, this is quite lovely. A black ribbon emerged triumphantly from the depths of the drawer, spiraling around the neatly rolled parchment twice before tying itself into an exquisite bow. Take this, your enrollment certificate. Present it to Lisa. Do you have a moment? Please escort our newcomer to find Candace and arrange a room for her. Maria considered that Lilith had just arrived and was unfamiliar with both the surroundings and the people, thus making this arrangement. I would be delighted to guide her. Lisa nodded in agreement. I could take her as well. Heart, in a flurry, darted out from beneath the table, but before the words fully escaped its lips, Maria seized its head. Are you planning to pilfer Candace's experimental materials again? Do you have any idea how many bone coins I had to compensate for that piece of red crystal last time? Maria gave a slight tug, shaking its small head side to side. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lilith accepted the rolled parchment with both hands, giving it a gentle shake, as if to ascertain that it was no different from ordinary paper. Lisa led Lilith out of the room. This time, they opted to exit through the main door rather than using a teleportation spell. Maria's office is located on the top floor. Generally, we refrain from visiting unless necessary. And should you encounter Maria's familiar, a squirrel, outside the top floor, be cautious with your materials. If fortune smiles upon you, you may receive compensation. Do remember to retain evidence. Lilith nodded eagerly. The witch's tower was not vertical. Its angle defied Newton's laws, slanting at approximately 40 degrees from the ground. Although the entire tower leaned precariously, the rooms within were perfectly level, so much so that one standing inside would feel remarkably comfortable. At the end of the corridor outside the office door stood a wall. Lilith had initially thought it concealed some mechanism, only to discover it was yet another teleportation array. In this unscientific world, the architecture surpasses Lilith's imagination. Descending from the uppermost level, she encounters a staircase that seemingly halts mid-air. However, it is not truly severed but rather features a transparent segment. What, then, is the significance of such a design? It is currently class time, hence the absence of people. What? You inquire about the staircase? Oh, I have heard that this is merely a whimsical quirk of the designer. You know, we have an affinity for things that are distinct and unconventional. Are you a student here as well? I once was. Professor Maria was my mentor, but I have since graduated. I chose not to relocate, but to reside in the town, occasionally returning to the witch's tower to lend a hand. Lilith, engrossed in Laisha's words, failed to notice her footing, mistakenly believing the transparent staircase to be empty. The sudden sensation of weightlessness startled her, resulting in an involuntary scream. I knew this would happen. As Laisha's words faded, Lilith felt a gust of wind rising from below, enveloping both the composed Laisha and the frantically flailing Lilith, akin to a cat suddenly scooped up in someone's arms. This breeze gently placed them onto a solid segment of the staircase. Still shaken, Lilith took a moment to collect herself before rising from the ground. Chapter 6. The roommate Laisha laughed briefly before stating that every newcomer experiences a scare here. One simply grows accustomed to it. Lilith replied, I already have a psychological shadow from it. For the remainder of their journey, Lilith adamantly refused to walk shoulder to shoulder with Laisha, insisting on lagging half a step behind, only daring to follow when she saw Laisha's feet firmly planted on solid ground. Candace serves as the dormitory supervisor of the Witch's Tower. Oh, I forgot to mention. The original name of the tower was the Knowledge Tower, but visitors grew accustomed to calling it the Witch's Tower, and thus the name stuck. Initially, this designation felt somewhat awkward for the witches, akin to a building in a mundane neighborhood being referred to as the Human Tower. It seems peculiar to label a structure with a racial name. The Witch Town was originally named so to distinguish it from ordinary human settlements, as entry was once restricted to beings other than witches. Candace adjusted the white lace-trimmed triangular scarf adorning her head, tucking her slightly curled hair behind her. She retrieved a parchment-bound booklet from a drawer. "Let me see," she said. "The literacy class has ample vacancies. If you choose to reside there, you may select your own room. However, you might not prefer to share space with witches of a significantly younger age. Oh, there is one vacancy in the basic class dormitory, though your roommate might present some challenges." Candace waved her hand, and several envelopes protruded from a shelf. "Take a look at these complaint letters. Oh my goodness, what a troublesome student." Lilith casually extracted one of the fluttering envelopes. "May I take a look?" she inquired, waving the letter in her hand. "Certainly. It is quite reasonable to decide upon your accommodation after careful consideration. The rooms in the foundational class are private, although the washroom and study areas are shared. Each suite accommodates 2 witches. In contrast, the kindergarten class lacks separate washrooms and study rooms, which are collectively shared. Yet they do provide individual sleeping quarters. While this may seem somewhat confined for you, it remains livable." As Lilith perused the letter, Candace, the dormitory supervisor, elucidated the circumstances, even touching upon the rooms of the upper grades. However, Lilith, being unacquainted with witchcraft at this juncture, would find residing there quite troublesome, as many facilities necessitate magical activation. The content of the complaint letter was succinct and devoid of any pretentiousness. Its title was simply inscribed as complaint letter. The letter commenced with a cordial salutation to Dear Candace, candidly detailing the myriad troubles posed by her roommate, even indicating instances of overstepping boundaries, which incited considerable ire in the letter's author. It recounted a day when she was compelled to wash her hands 6 times and had her clothing unceremoniously appropriated for cleaning. Even the mere shedding of a single hair on the floor warranted scrutiny from a roommate, who would pick it up and stare at her, leading her to deem her roommate an utter oddity. The letter also expressed sentiments of impending madness should the current living arrangement persist, with phrases indicating a fear of sleep, as her roommate would even cleanse the drool that she was unaware had pooled on her pillow in the dead of night. While witches are indeed fastidious, they do not reach the extremes of obsessive cleanliness. In Lilith's perspective, their level of hygiene mirrors that of rural households in the 21st century, where baths are taken monthly, hair is tidied, and clothing is laundered during this time. The floors may be free of foreign objects, yet remnants of hair and dust can still be found. What pleased Lilith most was the established rule that any physiological needs must be addressed in the restroom. Other complaint letters echoed similar grievances, such as being monitored for bathing and hair washing at the month's end, lest the space haunt them like a specter, or the roommate's habit of rummaging through pantry supplies without consent, extracting some to air dry. Witches are a race that values personal space, and such behavior would be sufficient to incite a duel among upperclassmen. Candace had addressed this matter with the student multiple times, yet no rectification had occurred. Upon reading this, Lilith could only exclaim, "What a remarkable roommate! She handles all matters of cleanliness." Eagerly, she resolved to secure this dormitory arrangement. "Are you certain?" "Yes, Candace. I share certain affinities with Miss Nelisa. We both have a penchant for cleanliness." The roommate's name had indeed been mentioned in those letters. "Really? My dear, this is splendid. I've been fretting over how to accommodate her in the upper grades. As you know, the upper division also features double occupancy dormitories, yet the expenses are considerably higher. It seems wasteful for one to occupy an entire suite." Candace, elated, promptly grasped her quill and inscribed Lilith's name into the records. As the final punctuation fell, a copper key adorned with intricate patterns flew forth from Lilith's name. This was the key to her dormitory. Oh, and there were also daily necessities. Wait a moment. Candace turned to rummage for items. At that moment, Reza, who had remained silent nearby, suddenly spoke. "I brought you here. I have some matters to attend to. See you tomorrow morning?" "See you tomorrow morning." "Wait, what do you mean by tomorrow morning?" Reza had already graduated, and there was no need for her to attend school with her. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to refer to her as senior. However, It seemed that those in the witch tower addressed each other by their names directly. Shortly after Reza departed, Professor Candace approached, carrying a wooden box. Inside are sheets, blankets, pillows, 3 knives of varying sizes, a wooden fork, a comb, and a set of clothes suitable for you. Oh, I almost forgot to bring you books and pens. Additionally, the first-year quills and ink are complimentary. You can come to replenish them when needed. Starting next year, you'll have to purchase your own, as per the rules of the witch tower. To be precise, this regulation applied to all witches over the age of 5. Those under 5 were raised elsewhere until they reached that age, as the awakening of witches could occur at different times. Lilith gazed at the contents of the box and recalled that memory herb was a type of plant. Why were scissors considered a luxury item in this era? And there was no soap, no shampoo, just plain water for washing. Lilith felt suffocated. Oily hair was already unpleasant, and now it would meet only water. Well, that's all. The key will guide you to your dormitory. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. Professor Candace tucked a bottle of ink into the bottom of the basket and handed the entire box to Lilith. Having resolved a significant issue, Candace was in high spirits. She even added an extra sheet to Lilith's basket, knowing well that such fabric was not inexpensive, and a large piece would be convenient for future use. Lilith managed a faint smile at the dormitory supervisor. Thank you, Professor. Upon exiting the office, a small white arrow emerged from the relatively sizable key, bobbing slightly. Lilith sensed it was condensed witchcraft. Following the arrow, she walked towards the dormitory area. Candace's office was not far from the dorms, but Lilith's room was situated at the very end. She opened the door without using the key, for another roommate was already present. Upon pushing the door open, she beheld her legendary roommate. Noticing the key in Lilith's hand as she entered, the other seemed to understand, setting down a basin in a small adjoining room, followed by the sound of water being poured. They arranged a new roommate for me. It's quite rare for someone your age to still be in the foundation class. Have you been held back? But you appear to be more of a newcomer. After entering, Lilith glanced around and, upon locating her room, set down the wooden box she had been holding. She then heard her roommate speak and turned back to the common area. It is essential to establish a good rapport with one's roommate. Hello, I am Lilith, just arrived here. Narlisa, I know. Lilith smiled. It seems that Professor Candace has spoken of me. Indeed, I do not mind, Lilith continued to smile. But do you mind taking off your clothes right now? Oh, I can wash them. They're so dirty. My goodness, did you go to the human city? And your shoes. As Narlisa spoke, her emotions surged, and she stepped forward to assist Lilith in removing her garments. In less than 3 minutes of their meeting, Lilith finally understood the reasons behind so many complaint letters. Chapter 7. Baldness. Narlisa, despite her Western appearance that suggested maturity, was merely 13 years old. Yes, you heard correctly, 3 years younger than Lilith's current form. Most of the students in the basic class range from 12 to 14 years of age, with those under 12 typically in the kindergarten class. The advancement examination proved challenging for witches who had not attended school during their human years, as they were generally more adept at farming and sewing. Ultimately, Lilith could not resist Narlisa's insistence, and changed into the new attire she had just received. Although referred to as clothing, to Lilith, it resembled more of a robe with oversized sleeves. Narlisa explained that this outfit was meant for outings, allowing her to change out of the nightgown she had been wearing in the dormitory. Lilith received a total of 3 sets of clothing, all in black, 1 robe accompanied by a pointed hat, 1 regular long-sleeve dress slightly smaller than the one she had worn, and a nightgown made of much softer material than the previous 2. After changing, Lilith noticed Narlisa vigorously scrubbing a dress in a wooden basin. Considering Narlisa's age, Lilith hurried over. Let me wash it myself. I can manage. 13 is still a child in their world. How could she accept such help? I wash quite well. Narlisa continued scrubbing without looking back. Are you angry? No, just uncomfortable seeing dirty things. Oh, in fact, I quite like you. You're the first person from whom I took clothes without a fight. I believe we can get along splendidly. So you understand that it is wrong to take someone else's clothes, do you? Lilith contemplated reclaiming her garments to wash them herself, but deemed it unnecessary, settling instead on one of the 2 wooden stools in the room to accompany Narlisa in her task. Do you know where I can find scissors in the witch's tower? Scissors? Oh, are you of noble descent? Narlisa glanced back while washing. No, but I wish to cut my hair. To be honest, I can no longer tolerate this greasy hair. I might as well shave it all off. You wish to shave all your hair? Narlisa finally paused her laundry, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, Ideally, I would like to be bald. Lilith nodded resolutely. Oh, you are even more intriguing than I imagined. If you do not mind, I could assist you. I possess excellent skills with a blade, Narlisa added, casting a quick glance at Lilith's head and promptly clarifying. However, it must be done with your knife. Lilith has already discovered fleas in her hair. No wonder her counterpart is so disdainful. She herself is on the verge of madness. Ignoring the grumbling of her stomach, she hurried to resolve the issue. Initially, she intended to borrow scissors to do it herself, for she feared that using a knife would lead to a shaky hand. Have you ever cut someone's hair? Although she found it unlikely, Lilith still asked with a glimmer of hope. Of course not. There are few witches with the audacity you possess. You won't harm me, will you? That is impossible. I secretly attended an anatomy class, and the instructor praised my steady hands. Narlisa initially enrolled in the anatomy class to gather scraps to cleanse and sell afterward. Having been in Witchtown for many years, she had long surpassed the days of relying on free meals. Not only her, but her classmates also engaged in various money-making ventures. Since they had yet to formally delve into witchcraft, they could only take on ordinary jobs, such as washing dishes in restaurants. If their academic progression goes smoothly, earning money should not be so arduous by the second half of next year. Those excelling in witchcraft can venture out to hunt. Magical beasts are in high demand both here and in ordinary towns. Crafting and selling potions can also yield substantial profits. Very well, though I harbor doubts about your age. According to the witch's calculations, this newcomer is indeed younger than they are. Then, I shall trouble you. Lilith returned to her room to retrieve 3 knives. Wait for me to finish washing and hanging my clothes. Narlisa huffed, soon emerging with her clothes, vigorously wringing them out before hanging them on the balcony connected to the study room. Lilith sat on a stool, contemplated for a moment, and returned to fetch a bedsheet to drape around her neck. She possessed 3 sheets. One was gifted by Professor Candace, while the other 2 were sufficient for changing. Oddly enough, this sheet was quite soft, slightly inferior to her pajamas, yet she sensed its sturdiness. It was neither silk nor cotton linen, nor did it seem leather. Its material was indefinable. Upon Narlisa's return and seeing this scene, she pondered for a moment before rushing back to her room to retrieve an old, faded cloth from beneath her bed. This was my bedsheet from childhood. It will serve well to lay on the ground. Thus, she would not need to pick up the fallen hair by hand. Lilith nodded, handing over all 3 knives. This smallest one is for eating. I'll use this one. You keep the largest for making money. If it's not needed, selling it is also acceptable. In truth, all 3 knives appeared identical, the most ordinary style, with a square head and a slightly curved handle, made entirely of metal and incapable of folding. Shall I begin? Yes, please be cautious. Lilith's heart raced with trepidation. As her hair fell in a cascade, a cool sensation gradually brushed across her scalp. Fortunately, Nalish's craftsmanship is truly exceptional, allowing Lilith to emerge with an unblemished bald head. Perhaps due to her obsessive tendencies or a penchant for cleanliness, Lilith felt compelled to wash her head after the shave. Upon exiting, Nalisha handed her a palm-sized metal mirror, of course, merely on loan. How does it look? Lilith inquired, gazing into the somewhat blurred reflection. The shine of her freshly shorn scalp was so dazzling that she was about to exclaim how wonderful it appeared when she suddenly noticed that the color of her irises was amiss. Why were they green? She distinctly remembered Ruby's eyes being blue. Suppressing her bewilderment, Lilith smiled at Nalisha. It would be a pity for someone with your skills to not work as a barber. Really? Nalisha's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming. Never mind. I fear I might be unable to resist shaving all my customers bald. Should you require my services again, do not hesitate to call upon me. She added after a brief pause. I'll fix it for you free of charge. Thank you. However, I may let my hair grow back. This time it was simply too filthy, and I feel it cannot be cleansed adequately. I'll wait until I have shampoo to grow it out again. Nalisha expressed her understanding, feeling a sense of regret that her roommate was not as eccentric as she was. Nevertheless, she was content that this single shave would last her friend quite some time, sparing her the need to chase after stray hairs. As Nalisha and Lilith tidied up, an embarrassing grumble emanated from Lilith's stomach. After everything was put in order, Nalisha offered to take Lilith to the dining hall. I am immensely grateful. The dining hall was located 1 floor beneath their dormitory. Although, following her recollections of Ruby, Lilith had little expectation for the culinary offerings of this world. After 2 days of subsisting solely on a roasted fish, she found herself quite eager. Today's menu featured smoked duck, or perhaps some other meat, but definitely smoked, dark bread, berries, and a limited serving of cheese for each person. Perhaps in consideration of the potential for choking on such fare, the dining hall also provided complimentary hot soup, which was essentially indistinguishable from hot water. In a tub as tall as her knees, the soup brimmed, containing only a pinch of salt and a handful of green leafy vegetables, 6 leaves, to be precise. The leaves bore a resemblance to oil cabbage in shape and size. You are fortunate. We have cheese today. You may have my portion. For a cleanliness enthusiast, cheese was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Ordinarily, she would sell any cheese acquired at a premium price. Nailisha retrieved 2 trays. You brought a fork, right? I did. Excellent. Nailisha handed one of the trays to Lilith. Take as much as you wish, but waste not, for this is free, yet wastage will incur a charge. Understood. Lilith nodded obediently, already aware that the currency in Witchtown was a peculiar form known as bone coins, making outside gold coins utterly useless. Thus, she found herself without a single coin to her name. The dining hall had no staff. Instead, payments were collected by a golden bell tied to a wooden post. Yes, you heard correctly. This bell served as the cashier. Chapter 8. The cafeteria and the color of eyes the young witches are required to serve themselves before bringing their trays to the bell. The bell will inform them of the amount due, and they are to place their coins upon the table, whereupon it will also calculate and provide change. Of course, one would not wish to discover the consequences of dining and dashing. Lilith stood beside a pungent cheese, holding a wooden plate, quietly inquiring of her roommate whether she could forego the cheese. Narlissa, quick and adept, promptly arranged the cheese for the two of them. It's fine. You may take the limited portions without eating them, and even take them away. Then, casting a furtive glance at the bell, she whispered if you don't want it. I could trade it for bone coins. Lilith nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed. The checkout process was remarkably smooth. This bell not only handled transactions, but also engaged in idle chatter. Rational, very rational. Keep working hard, little bald head. You have but a year to enjoy my food for free, ha ha ha. Narlissa tugged at Lilith, urging her to leave. Pay no heed to it. This bell was modeled after Professor Abassy's loquacious parrot, which has always looked down upon us younger students. Narlissa herself had often been the target of the bell's mockery. The cafeteria of the Witch Tower was entirely under this bell's dominion. It was still before class hours, and only 2 or 3 other individuals occupied the cafeteria, bringing the total to 5 when including the 2 of them. Lilith suspected the brevity of the mealtime was a contributing factor. The school here does not observe summer or winter breaks. Even if there were such vacations for the young witches, there would be nowhere to go. Typically, there are 3 days off each month, 2 at the end and 1 in the middle, when most young witches leave the Witch Tower to wander the town. Lilith's prominent bald head was quite conspicuous, drawing the gaze of even the boy seated in the far corner, who was dipping dark bread into soup. Wait, a boy. Unable to resist the urge to glance again, Lilith contemplated asking, yet hesitated, fearing it might be offensive to inquire if he were a girl with boyish features. You've arrived a bit late. The courses have been in session for 3 months already. Would you like me to assist you with supplementary lessons? My fees are quite reasonable. Narlissa guided Lilith to a spot well away from the others and beckoned her to sit. Lilith regained her focus. Upon learning about the advancement system at the Witch Tower, the existence of supplementary lessons no longer seemed so peculiar. Attending the Witch Tower incurs costs. If one were to progress normally, tuition fees are modest. However, should one fail an examination and be required to repeat a year, the fees would double upon the first instance and again upon the second. Thus, if the initial tuition were 3, the fee for repeating would be 6, and if one were to fail once more, it would escalate to 12. Some might suggest abandoning their studies, yet no one here would dare to do so. For the witches, their power is synonymous with their lifespan, and wandering outside exposes one to persecution. Those who wish to forfeit their path have but one avenue available, that is, to take their own life. Most witches are quite welcoming of such actions. The corpses of witches themselves are valuable alchemical materials. The regulations of Witchtown clearly stipulate that corpses resulting from suicide are automatically classified as materials. However, if you had close friends in life who are willing to redeem your body for a proper burial, that is also permissible. In a certain sense, this place is genuinely open and free, respecting the wishes of those who seek to end their lives while providing avenues for those who wish to live to enhance their powers. But what if someone was murdered and disguised as a suicide, or was forced into such a situation? Lilith is not one to argue for the sake of argument. Yet such scenarios are indeed plausible. Nalisa chuckled as if she had heard a joke, breaking the remaining pieces of black bread into the soup. You may not understand this yet, but we are witches. It is impossible to deceive Teacher Maria regarding the former scenario. Whenever a witch is discovered to have committed suicide, Teacher Maria personally investigates. Nalisa unfolded a handkerchief, retrieving a metal spoon from within, stirring it in the bowl for a moment before continuing. Regarding the latter scenario, witches without family or friends are also witches. There is nothing that can be used to threaten us. If there were, why wouldn't we find a way to inform the older witches? If all else fails, we can simply wait for the other party to break their promise and then seek revenge. How can you be certain that the other party will relinquish whatever they are holding hostage after your death? Do not easily trust others' words. This is a lesson I learned at the age of 6. Witches do have classes on critical thinking, and Lilith noticed it on her timetable, which is inscribed on the cover of her parchment book. Lilith expressed her agreement with Nalisa's words. I need to review the textbooks and attend the classes before making a decision. If the course pertains to witchcraft, Lilith would unhesitatingly agree to the proposal, but currently, she is penniless, and the course content consists of various fundamental theories. She still wishes to attempt self-study. Money must be earned somehow, but there is no rush. Of course, no problem. The black bread is dry and hard, leaving a raspy sensation, while the soup lacks flavor. The only side dish, smoked duck, presents only a hint of saltiness and smokiness, devoid of any meaty taste. The berries, however, are delightful, offering a sweet and sour flavor. Those may not yet be ripe, causing a sharpness that nearly makes one's teeth ache. Observing Lilith grimacing through her meal, Nalisa couldn't help but laugh again. The berries are a senior-level course, and the quality one receives is entirely dependent on luck. Selling the berries cultivated in class to the cafeteria is also a way to earn bone coins. Didn't you get any particularly sour ones? Yes, but I'm accustomed to it, and you may not have noticed I eat several berries at once, which mitigates the acidity. Why not wait until she has finished her meal to inform her? She has already eaten, Lilith accused, casting a reproachful glance at Nalisa. Nalisa shrugged her shoulders. You didn't ask me. It has been proven that some individuals, even when traversing realms, cannot assume the role of a protagonist. Take her, for instance. Who could possibly be a more lackluster heroine? The dining hall provides a designated area for cleaning utensils. Nalisha wrapped 2 pieces of cheese in a clean cloth and then led Lilith over. The two proceeded to wash their dining utensils, and after Lilith had rinsed hers, Nalisha took them to wash again. Lilith believed her cleaning was quite satisfactory, yet she felt it unnecessary to argue over it since it was not her labor, and besides, a second wash could only enhance cleanliness. Thus, she chose to remain silent and observe from the side. As for why Nalisha, a cleanliness enthusiast, would use the dining hall's plates and bowls, she would soon discover the reason. On the parchment above the water outlet, the dining hall's regulations were inscribed, clearly stating that only the provided plates and bowls were permissible. Are the prices at the town's restaurants exorbitant? To us, they are indeed quite steep. On their way back, they coincidentally encountered the end of class, as a throng of students surged towards the dining hall. Nalisha, who was not fond of crowded places, wished to return to the dormitory swiftly, while Lilith, having just shaved her head, felt somewhat self-conscious amidst the crowd and also desired to hasten back. Their thoughts aligned perfectly, and soon they were walking faster, eventually breaking into a run. Upon reaching the dormitory, they exchanged glances and could not help but laugh. Lilith intended to tidy up her belongings in her room. As she opened the door, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to ask, "Are there any males in the witch tower?" Of course. Lilith was taken aback and turned around. Observing her astonishment, Nalisha was equally surprised. Did you not know that witches can be both male and female? It is merely that male witches are quite rare. This is indeed the first I have heard of it. Once back in her room, Lilith immediately retrieved a silver dining knife. What is happening to my eyes? She was certain that upon her arrival, and in Ruby's memories, this body possessed blue irises. You have merged with this body. Although it was the demon speaking, it was still this body that had voiced the words. Thus, if an outsider were to witness, they might think Lilith was engaging in self-dialogue. But I am not a green-eyed one. Could it be your hue? A green-eyed demon sounds quite plausible. Chapter 9. Bathing? No, I usually possess red irises. If I recall correctly, your original eye color was a dark brown, perhaps? The demon spoke with a rare hint of uncertainty. It is brown. Could it be that blue mixed with brown results in green? Lilith pondered, yet she only wished to ascertain that her eyes would not change color again. For quite some time thereafter, Lilith would check her irises each night, until she self-studied a portion of the foundational courses and discovered that changes to eye color, hair color, and even physique were common after awakening. After all, they had truly transformed into a different race. Crack! Another silver utensil met its demise. Before arriving here, she had already used this item twice. Thus its destruction was anticipated by Lilith. She fell helplessly onto the rigid wooden floor, her elbows aching from the impact. And she spoke to herself through tear-filled eyes. In a place so unfamiliar, having acquired a fortunate advantage only to find it so costly, she sighed deeply. Once you find the abyssal stone, we can create an indestructible mirror for communication. Or would you prefer to engage in a trade with me? I can immediately provide you with a piece of abyssal stone sufficient for crafting a mirror. The seductive voice of the demon emanated from the side of her pillow, where other silver utensils lay. Of course, it was essentially Lilith's body that was speaking. She merely felt as though the voice was coming from that direction. Lilith turned over. Can't you just give it to me directly? Honestly, wouldn't smooth communication benefit the demon as well? Biologically speaking, we are one at this moment. That might not be feasible, but would you like to hear about the price you must pay? It is a very small price, merely helping me dig a grave. No need for combat or sacrificing a life. What do you think? Any grave will do? She inquired. If that's the case, sneaking out at midnight to dig one isn't impossible. Certainly not. I wish for the grave of the late Pope. Lilith pondered for a moment, and within 2 seconds, information about this individual surfaced in her mind. Is it the saint that I am thinking of? It should be. Although they were sharing a mind, it was evident that the demon could not directly discern what the other was thinking. Lilith sat upright. This is your idea of a trivial price, and I don't even need to engage in combat. Are you out of your mind, or am I? For a mere stone. You want me to excavate the grave of the former pope? Do you realize that all past popes are interred in the central sanctum? The very sanctum where the Holy Son and Holy Daughter reside, not to mention the elite paladins guarding the area. I will be pierced through before I even reach the entrance. Witches and paladins can easily end each other in the wild over a mere disagreement. Approaching their stronghold is tantamount to courting death. Fear not, I am quite powerful, came the unwavering response. Lilith rolled her eyes. As if you could come and go as you please. I haven't even asked you about the cost of failure. I do not believe that if I cannot meet your demands, you would simply let me go. You wouldn't have your eye on my soul, would you? Lilith harbored serious doubts about this creature's hunger. The stereotype of demons collecting souls was deeply ingrained. How could you think that of me? Although your soul is indeed quite enticing, I assure you that was not my intention. Huh? Do I appear to be a fool? Indeed, demons are rarely benevolent beings. This isn't a romantic drama. Knock, knock, knock. Lilith, have you just arrived at the witch's tower? Do you need a bath? Came the voice of Nalissa from outside the door. Perhaps because it was their first meeting, the other party felt a bit shy, transforming her declarative statement into a question with several inflections to convey her inquiry. However, Lilith did not mind this at all. Do you know where I might procure some grease and wood ash? The original owner, Ruby, was a devoted follower of the moon goddess, and her faith mandated a ritual bath in sacred water every 2 months. A practice far more hygienic compared to other sects that partake in baptism only once in a lifetime. It has been over half a month since her last sacred bath. Lilith rose and opened the door. Narlissa, with polite restraint, refrained from peering inside, yet her gaze could not help but wander around the room. Lilith inwardly lamented the situation. Shall we take a bath now? She inquired, while retrieving a clean dress. I must have misheard. I thought you were conversing with someone, Narlissa replied, feigning astonishment. How could that be? I am alone in this room. Perhaps my reading aloud led you to misinterpret? Lilith waved the book she had temporarily opened. Narlissa surveyed the empty bedroom and the wide-open wardrobe door, nodding in acquiescence. Perhaps I did mishear. By the way, what do you need the grease and ash for? Well, the anatomy class has concluded, and the kitchen is the only place where these can be found. They are for bathing. In truth, Lilith only knew that soap was made using these 2 ingredients, something she had never attempted before. Narlissa wrinkled her nose in distaste. But those substances are so greasy. And ash? It's dirty and black. Do not use those. I have a new scrubbing cloth for you, she offered, After some insistence from Lilith, they ventured to the kitchen for some ash, but the grease remained unattainable, as it required payment. Narlissa was adamant about not spending money on such things for bathing, and Lilith found herself rather impoverished, possessing merely the 2 bone coins Narlissa had given her on the way. While the stinky cheese from their last meal had already been sold, a spoonful of ordinary grease cost 5 bone coins, and there was no room for negotiation. Bathing was free, but hot water was not. Each bath cost 1 bone coin, with unlimited hot water provided, and the duration in the bathing area could not exceed 2 hours. Lilith signaled her intent to enter, waving her hand without the small bucket, and Narlissa reassured her that she would be next door, ready to assist if needed. Thank you, but that one tea be necessary. She could already imagine the outcome of having a cleanliness-obsessed individual assist her with bathing. The wood ash was challenging to use, yet was indeed preferable to dry scrubbing. Lilith coated herself in the wood ash from the bucket, transforming into a figure resembling charred coal, then vigorously scrubbed away. Strips of white grime were being removed, prompting her to quicken her pace even further. Soon, her arms and abdomen were flushed red. Be gentle, a voice admonished her, causing Lilith to pause. The bathing compartment resembled a small hot spring, albeit with a stone floor. The space was modest, with one half featuring a water spout while the other consisted of a basin deep enough to submerge one's neck. One must admit, witches were remarkably advanced in the realm of cleanliness compared to ordinary folk. Of course, this was not running water. The bamboo pipes embedded in the wall lacked a control mechanism, yet they dispensed water when approached. As the water flowed, Lilith could sense subtle waves of magical energy, indicating that this object was likely a product of the arcane rather than the scientific. I seem to have neglected to inquire about your gender, did I not? Lilith instinctively placed a hand over her chest. Demons possess no gender, transcending the binary of male and female. However, they are capable of transforming into more advantageous forms when it comes to hunting. The demon regarded Lilith's caution with disdain, asserting its superiority in size. Upon hearing this, Lilith felt a sense of relief and continued her cleansing ritual. After thoroughly scrubbing her entire body, even between her toes, she emerged feeling utterly rejuvenated. In a few swift strides, she approached the stone basin and submerged herself completely. Lilith relaxed and then, as if casually, inquired, "The transaction you made with Ruby seems to have little to do with me. Why am I here? Wouldn't it be inconvenient for 2 individuals to share a single form?" Once settled, she realized the absurdity of the situation. It appeared entirely superfluous. The demon replied, "If it weren't for that damned incantation being so difficult to pronounce." The truth was that the demon was not adept at reciting spells. In hell, hand-to-hand combat was the norm. Yet, to cross over into the human realm, it was compelled to use that incantation. It was both unfortunate and fortunate. It mispronounced the spell, perhaps merely a matter of enunciation, but somehow succeeded. However, the success was tinged with embarrassment, as a demon mispronouncing the language of demons was bound to create this predicament. Should the great demons of hell learn of this, it would surely be the subject of ridicule for eons. Ahem, such is the effect of the incantation. Your sorcery is rather peculiar. What if you summon a madman? Would we not both perish at the stake? I am a demon, after all. Lilith was about to articulate further thoughts when the surface of the hot spring suddenly erupted, splashing her face with water. Chapter 10, Potion Class. Thud, thud, thud. Lilith? I hear quite the commotion. Are you all right? Narlissa knocked vigorously on the door. Lilith hastily wiped her face. Cough. I'm fine. I merely slipped and fell into the water, hence the noise. Very well, but you haven't injured yourself, I hope? I'm unharmed, but I wish to soak a little longer. All right. Lilith remained in the water for the final 2 minutes, until the attending which knocked on the door. Upon hearing the urgent rapping, she rose to dry off and change into fresh attire. This sound served as a reminder that time was up. Should she wish to stay longer, additional payment would be required, along with a refresh of the hot spring water. As a busy day drew to a close, Lilith took a moment to familiarize herself with her upcoming classes. She had been assigned 3 books, one of which, affixed with the course syllabus, was a biological atlas. This volume contained rudimentary sketches of various creatures' anatomies, complete with specific annotations for certain parts. The first page depicted a plant resembling the fine grass commonly found on football fields, though most such fields utilize artificial turf. The entire page showcased a sketch of this grass, bordered by dashed lines with accompanying text annotations. For instance, the tip of the leaf reads, "Gather in the early morning, only collecting the sections adorned with hanging dewdrops, and the harvesting location must not exceed 1/3 of the entirety." The gathered portion is referred to as the morning green. The root position is indicated as needing to be plucked by hand. Below the illustration lies an extensive passage. Lilith glanced through it, which describes the appearance of this herb and its general growing environment, specifying that it flourishes more abundantly in a particular direction of a certain forest. Naturally, it encompasses not only plants but also insects and animals. However, the artist's skill in this book is somewhat limited. Thankfully, the essential characteristics are still represented. Noteworthy is the fact that the text on the parchment is handwritten rather than printed. In fact, all 3 books are entirely handwritten. It appears that this place has yet to embrace the art of printing. Among the other 2 books, one surprisingly contains mathematical content. It also intermingles some principles of physics, such as guidelines for avoiding laboratory explosion crises, essentially discussing the safest and least dangerous positions. Yet, there is no concept of gravity, and much of the content remains rather vague. For instance, the book states, when a potion bottle is thrown, it does not immediately cease upon landing, but will roll forward for several more turns, ultimately allowing one to determine the optimal distance for throwing the potion. To Lilith, this seems akin to the concept of inertia, yet the mathematics here appears rather imprecise. Shockingly, the answers provided are merely ranges categorized by the force applied: strong, moderate, and light. There is even a supplementary explanation for the light force, detailing that the witch throwing the potion is in a weakened state. Lilith feels an absurdity in this book, resembling a child's play. Yet in this era, it genuinely serves as a textbook. However, she perceives this only because she stands upon the shoulders of giants, akin to how, before the advent of television, who could have imagined that a small screen could encompass so much content? The final book consists of only a few thin pages. Upon examining it closely, Lilith discovered it contains several recipes. There are remedies for coughs, treatments for fevers, and even one that purportedly strengthens the body. In total, there are 6 recipes. Lilith recognized familiar ingredients. The morning green she had previously seen is, in fact, the primary component in the cough remedy, and the required quantity is quite substantial. After reviewing all the books, Lilith felt she did not need any supplementary lessons and could save a considerable sum. She then glanced at her schedule for the next day. Basic potion studies in the morning, with no classes in the afternoon. This indicated a rather relaxed academic workload. No wonder literacy takes several years to master. Having graduated from a rigorous education system, Lilith felt no pressure. With this thought, she peacefully drifted into slumber. The next morning, just after finishing breakfast in the dining hall, Lilith received an unexpected gift. "What is this?" Lilith gazed at the dripping head, somewhat bewildered. "It is the head of the old man who sought to burn you. Our customary treatment for those who intend to hang us on the pyre follows the rule: the body belongs to me, and the head belongs to you. The witch is a species that can easily be condemned to the stake during an awakening. Lysava once endured the same fate, though she was merely 8 years old at the time. This urgency is precisely why she is so eager and impatient, as this matter typically concludes within a fortnight. She had rushed there through the night. I have no use for it, so it's all yours." Lilith stepped back to avoid any splatter of blood, mindful that her funds would only suffice for one more hot bath. She feared cold water would not cleanse adequately. "Really? Oh, well, you may not need it now. You will certainly find it useful later. Are you quite certain you do not want it?" Lilith shook her head vigorously. No. Very well. I shall respect your wishes. Yet I cannot take advantage of you. Just a moment." Lysava placed the collected item into her waist pouch. Lilith's eyes widened, for the pouch was no larger than a fist. This indicated that it belonged to the realm of spatial artifacts. "Here are 1,000 bone coins. Consider it my purchase of the item. The holy power contained within this acolyte is rather limited, hence I can offer you no more." Lilith hastily accepted the pouch. It was a brown drawstring bag with gray cords, and as she cautiously opened it, she was astonished by its capacity. "This bag? I crafted it myself. It serves no real purpose, and I dislike the fabric's color, so I am gifting it to you. Spatial items are quite unique. Even ordinary individuals devoid of witchcraft can utilize hand-sewn pouches like this one. Thus, some witches, when in need of funds, create such items to sell to human nobility. Naturally, Such things are non-existent in remote towns like Lilith's, where the impoverished cannot afford them. This pouch in Lilith's possession could hold approximately 5 square meters, with 1,000 bone coins nestled within. Thank you. No need for such formality. I shall take my leave now. Lysava yawned as she spoke. Lilith nodded, watching her depart before returning to her dormitory. She intended to hide a portion of the bone coins in her wardrobe, for why not to place all their eggs in one basket. 1,000 bone coins. We've struck it rich. What does it feel like for the poor to suddenly gain wealth? This is enough to cover several years of bathing. What is all the fuss over such a trifling amount? The demon scoffed. How dare one who cannot even spare a single bone coin speak so? Everything they possess has been earned through their own efforts. Those who merely know how to chatter have the audacity to complain it is insufficient. Referring to those true lamb coins, I could easily gather a collection. All right, I must attend my class. She was aware that the demon likely possessed considerable riches in hell, yet could not procure them for their use. What good is an abundance if it cannot be accessed? It only serves to induce discontent. Lilith had already discerned that the demon's possessions reside in hell, and to retrieve them would necessitate a contract. The demon proposed to deceive others into signing agreements, then have her eliminate the humans who acquire the items, allowing them to obtain the goods for free. Lilith's assessment was that even if it were a demon, she hoped it would exhibit some semblance of decency. Do not speak hastily when it comes to matters of betrayal and deceit. This is Lilith, who begins her studies in the foundational class today. The number of witches is rather limited, thus unlike human schools where each grade is divided into numerous classes. Here there is but one class for each stage of learning. Upon passing the examination, one progresses to the next level. Failure results in repeating the current stage. The instructor for the potion course is a slender witch, her large black pointed hat concealing both her hair and eyes. She is not one to engage in idle chatter. That is your seat, she states. Very well, Miss Nightingale. Yesterday, Narlisa had shared with her some of the peculiarities of the instructors, particularly the expectation that students refer to their potion teacher as Mississippi. Aside from that, there was little else of note. The laboratory is separate, with each student assigned a small cauldron, knee-high in stature. Lilith received her own cauldron from Miss Nightingale. It is rather weighty. Once seated, the class commenced in earnest. Today, we shall discuss the potion for treating fevers. Chapter 11. Potion class and earning bone coins witches tend to be quite unconventional, and Lilith's bald head failed to disrupt the class, much like Lys's earlier reaction of surprise. Lilith was quite content with this cultural environment. She had briefly contemplated wearing a hat before stepping out today, but ultimately decided against it, as the hat's size obscured her vision. Though it was her first encounter with potion making, Lilith remained composed. Unsure of the herbs? No matter, she could find them in the illustrations, with precise measurements indicated in the recipe. She suspected that the balance used for weighing ingredients was somewhat inaccurate, but since everyone else utilized it, she refrained from voicing her concerns. Following Miss Nightingale's explanation, Lilith diligently noted the experimental process and important precautions in the margins of her book, a habit of hers. To be candid, the quill pen proved rather cumbersome. She found herself needing to re-dip it in ink after just a few words. She resolved to ponder the mechanics of fountain pens upon her return. Before commencing the experiment, Lilith took the initiative to clean her newly acquired cauldron, despite its newness. It still bore a layer of dust. She possessed a notable aptitude for potion making. After Miss Nightingale demonstrated the procedure, Lilith flawlessly replicated it on her first attempt. The ingredients for this potion predominantly consisted of common herbs, 1 gram of ephedra, a pinch of wild barley, and 2 pieces of moss. Well done. You may leave class early, she was told. The witch's lessons were not as rigid as one might imagine. It seemed customary to conclude early upon meeting the requirements. Lilith glanced at Narlisa, who was busy cleaning her cauldron and re-boiling the ingredients, hesitating for a moment. Miss Nightingale, may I remain in the classroom? Miss Nightingale paused momentarily, her hand suspended in the air. You may, but do not assist your classmates. I promise. Though she wouldn't be using her hands, her words could still be put to good use. Lilith meticulously tidied her desk, using a small cloth provided by the classroom to wipe both the interior and exterior, rendering her workspace significantly brighter than those of her 2 neighboring classmates. As for the potion she had brewed, she would have to wait for it to cool before taking it away. The potion-making class offered 2 substantial stone jugs, each the length of Lilith's arm. One belonged to the witch's tower, while the other was available solely for student use, a temporary vessel for those without their own containers. Naturally, students were free to use their own containers should they bring them. Half of the potions successfully concocted by the young witches were considered property of the witch's tower, which would sell them to procure new herbs, compensating for the cost of the freely provided supplies. Lilith speculated that this arrangement encouraged students to be more diligent in their potion making, thereby reducing waste. Additionally, it seemed that the witch's tower held a degree of respect for the students, acknowledging that what belonged to students did not inherently belong to the tower. Given that even 6-year-olds were required to pay tuition, the tower evidently prioritized fostering a sense of independence among the young witches. This course also provided students with an opportunity to earn some tuition money. If Lilith were indeed a teenage girl, the earnings from a pot of potion would instill in her the belief that through effort, she could earn enough money, imparting a sense of hope for a brighter future. While waiting for the potion to cool, Lilith stealthily approached her roommate. She remained silent, and when Nailisha glanced at her, she too chose not to speak. One worked while the other observed. Nailisha's desk was notably cleaner than those of her peers, with every nook and cranny scrubbed to a pristine whiteness, devoid of any dust. Lilith watched intently. Wait, the wild barley must be added before the water. Just as Nailisha was about to pour in 2 tablespoons of moon water, Lilith quickly intervened. Nailisha picked up her textbook and reviewed it carefully. The text indicated that these 2 ingredients should be added after boiling, without specifying an order. Recalling Miss Nightingale's demonstration, it seemed that the wild barley indeed had to be added first. She quickly leaned over and whispered a thank you. Miss Nightingale had been observing the pair, and upon noticing that Lilith merely spoke without approaching Nailisha's potion pot, she chose not to intervene. Most witches displayed little interest in mutual assistance in such matters, adhering instead to a philosophy of equitable exchange. Both the instructor and the student preferred to achieve their goals through mutual contributions. This, of course, was merely the way witches interacted with one another. When it came to beings of different races, the principle of taking advantage of any opportunity was embraced. Lilith, being new to this world, had yet to acclimate to such rules, or perhaps she simply had not realized them, especially since just yesterday, Nailisha had offered her assistance free of charge, and she had been informed early in the morning that she had been repaid, having gained 1,000 bone coins without cost. She had assumed that the prevailing ethos here was one of mutual aid. As for the teacher forbidding her from lending a hand, the brewing of potions ultimately remains a survival skill for witches. When it comes to survival, her direct assistance in concocting potions would not be considered helpful, but rather harmful. Thus, she comprehends this regulation thoroughly. With Lilith's assistance, Nailisha swiftly completed her assignments, and after Lady Nightingale inspected her work and nodded in satisfaction, signaling that she could leave. Lilith sensed that Lady Nightingale had cast a few glances in her direction, yet due to the obscuring nature of her attire, she was uncertain. Upon returning to her station, Lilith meticulously packaged 2 jars of herbs and proceeded to clean the cauldron, placing it into the cabinet beneath the table. Upon opening the cabinet, a thick layer of dust greeted her, suggesting it had lain unused for quite some time. Resigned, Lilith diligently swept and wiped both the interior and exterior of the cabinet before stowing the cauldron away. During this process, 3 young witches had already passed Lady Nightingale's inspection, swiftly bottling the scalding potions and departing. Nailisha approached, intending to assist Lilith in tidying the cabinet, primarily due to her aversion to untidiness. Lilith graciously declined, feeling it improper to continually burden her companion. "Do you have a channel for selling potions?" Nailisha inquired, her gaze fixed on Lilith as she cleaned, her hands resting at her sides, curling and then unfurling, betraying her urge to help, although she restrained herself, aware of their public surroundings. "Not yet. Is there a designated collection point at the Witch's Tower?" "Yes, on the 1st floor, but I have a more advantageous channel that offers a 10% higher return than the Witch's Tower. Spending an extended period at the Witch's Tower often leads to unconventional selling avenues. And given Nailisha's own proclivity for cleanliness, a rather costly habit, she undoubtedly consumed more water annually than her peers." Lilith paused her cleaning. "Would you be willing to assist me in selling? Or at least introduce me to the channel? I could compensate you with bone coins." Lilith was indeed more inclined towards the latter option. Nailisha shook her head. "It's not a secret. I can take you there directly. If it were anyone else, she would charge a referral fee of 5 to 10 bone coins, a common practice among her peers for making extra income." 5 bone coins, teach me. The desks in the classroom were interconnected, with considerable gaps between each student, and each desk featured a small individual water basin to prevent interference during potion brewing. To Lilith's right, closer to the podium, sat a short-haired witch, her hair adorned with a fishbone hairpin, the pointed tip resembling a needle. Lilith worried that it might inadvertently cause injury should the witch stumble. Upon hearing the mention of bone coins, Lilith swiftly turned her head, her words escaping her lips eagerly. Sounds good. Seeing this, Nalisa lifted her potion bottle. I'll wait for you in the dormitory. All right, I'll return as soon as I finish here. Nalisa nodded and exited the classroom. Her proficiency in potion making was rather mediocre, typically requiring her until the afternoon to complete her assignments. This time, however, she was fortunate to have Lilith's assistance. She intended to revisit the brewing steps twice more. Out of politeness and the fact that they had never conversed before, Lilith introduced herself, despite the teacher having already mentioned her name during class. I am Mealy. Let's commence. Mealy had poured the failed concoction into the designated large barrel, preparing to start anew. The price of 5 bone coins was not insignificant, and the urgency with which Mealy sought Lilith's help, rather than waiting until the afternoon as she usually did, was primarily due to her efficiency. In Chapter 12, titled The Town, the notion of spending money to save time allowed her to engage in other activities by the afternoon. Lilith found it rather peculiar that Mealy did not simply ask the teacher, considering there were just over 20 students in the class, and the teacher could surely manage. Mealy explained that once the teacher had completed the lesson and demonstrated the practical application, the actual class was over. Madame Nightingale remained merely to assess the quality of the potions produced. The teaching method of the witchcraft course was straightforward and somewhat harsh, promoting a philosophy of study if you wish, or leave if you do not. Of course, if students had questions, the teacher would patiently respond. However, it was impossible for someone like Lilith to monitor another's progress throughout the entire process, at least not within the current curriculum, since the potions they were working with posed no significant danger. At worst, a spill might cause some discomfort, but it was not fatal. This environment starkly contrasted with Lilith's previous experience of school, where teachers would chase after students, feeding them whether they wanted to eat or not. In the Witch Tower, it was the students who pursued the teachers for knowledge. Once the teacher had taught, they would answer any questions like squeezing toothpaste without engaging in unnecessary actions. It was not that the young witches were particularly eager to learn. Rather, it was due to the fact that only they could ensure their own survival. If one chose not to study, that was their prerogative, but those who could not even afford tuition fees would be expelled from the Witch Tower, leaving them to perish from hunger or cold, their remains contributing to the materials needed. Although, in a certain sense, this approach lacked humanitarianism, witches were not human, so what need had they for such ideals? Yet, despite this, Lilith found the Witch Tower to possess a certain humanity, perhaps stemming from an adult perspective. She believed that with effort, even a 6-year-old could sustain themselves, which she found quite admirable. It seemed harsh, yet undeniably provided a means of survival. In Ruby's memories, there were many children in this world who could not afford food, and this was precisely why Ruby felt trapped at home, despite her grievances. Families unable to feed their children would indeed sell off those deemed unnecessary, retaining only those capable of performing more labor. In the outside world, not only children, but also adult vagrants were plentiful, most of whom had been evicted from their homes due to an inability to pay rent. Compared to the world she remembered, the Witch Tower was akin to paradise. As long as one studied diligently, they could ensure their sustenance. It is somewhat excessive. Perhaps it could be reduced by a third. Lilith remarked that the weighing tools here are truly inadequate. The scales have become tarnished. Moreover, the witches are not particularly precise in their measurements when adding ingredients, yet they can still concoct successful potions. With the exception of the adept Miss Nightingale, most novice witches merely imitate one another, often falling short in various aspects, resulting in a significant discrepancy when it comes to the final product, leading to failed brews. Lilith's success on her first attempt can be attributed to her background in the sciences, where she frequently engaged in various experiments and developed a keen sensitivity to weight and volume. For instance, today's potion included a black beetle, measured in units of individual specimens. However, since these creatures grow naturally, how could one expect them to be of uniform size? The quantity to be added relies on the judgment of the brewing witch. Lilith determined the amount based on Miss Nightingale's demonstration. She used 1.5 beetles, whereas the recipe called for 2, which is one reason for her success. Frankly, she feels no guilt for earning those 5 bone coins. She guided Millie 3 times before successfully producing a potion with a bright, clear hue. Lilith is nearly exasperated, having explicitly instructed against adding more. Yet in the brief moment she turned her head, this person managed to sneak in an extra half spoonful, claiming it was far too little compared to the proportions indicated. Where was it lacking? Where? The paste was overflowing the edges of the spoon. When Miss Nightingale demonstrated, it was precisely 3 level spoonfuls. Having never given birth, she suddenly empathizes with parents who become exasperated while helping their elementary school children with homework. She is being paid for her services and cannot afford to lose her temper. After Miss Nightingale completed her inspection, Millie paid Lilith 5 bone coins. Upon receiving them, Lilith nodded and departed with her potion, during which 2 classmates attempted to offer bone coins for her tutoring assistance, but she graciously declined with a smile. It is no matter if she does not earn these coins. She tucked around white bone coins bearing only numerical designs into the magical pouch gifted by the Forest Witch. These exclusive coins of Witch Town serve as an alchemical material. There is no such thing as counterfeit bone coins in Witch Town. Should one possess the materials, Lilith could easily create these flat, round bone coins herself, as every witch has the capability to do so. However, the majority of bone coins originate from the Witch Tower. Private coin production, if not professionally undertaken, would likely lead to significant losses, as the value of the coins closely aligns with their face value. In other words, producing them in such a form, even if one could sell scraps, would still result in a loss after accounting for labor costs. Naturally, this currency circulates solely within the town and is not particularly useful outside, though it can be sold as material. There is only one shop in town where bone coins can be exchanged for foreign currency. Over there, some merchants who visit only accept their own country's currency. However, there is no need for concern, as most merchants are able to accept various currencies, albeit with a rather cumbersome exchange rate. Nalisa led Lilith into the town. Lilith was astonished at the sights before her. Unlike the square houses of human society, most of the dwellings here were oddly shaped spheres, pillars, and even pentagonal structures. Although these houses appeared modest in size from the outside, they housed intricate secrets within. Most contained witch circles, or what could also be referred to as magical arrays, as the local witches were indeed called sorceresses. Once I graduate, I too wish to acquire a piece of land for myself here, Nalisa remarked to Lilith, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she surveyed the surrounding residences. Lilith nodded, though she remained non-committal, having only been there for 2 days. She had yet to fully grasp this world. As for her future living arrangements, she decided to defer that discussion until she had familiarized herself more with her surroundings. Nalisa led Lilith through a maze of alleys until they arrived at a quaint courtyard, where she knocked on a wooden door. Coming. A young witch adorned with a grand floral hat opened the door. Oh, Nalisa, you've come quite early today. Is this another potion for your cough? No, this time it's for a fever. It has already passed Lady Nightingale's inspection, Nalisa replied, handing over the jar she was holding. Very well, this will suffice. And who might this be? This is my new classmate and roommate. We managed to concoct this potion quickly thanks to her assistance. Oh, my goodness. You have a new roommate? I hope this one lasts longer than the last. I recall you only have a year before you move up to the higher department. The woman's expression was exaggerated, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief at the news of Nalisa's new living companion. Lilith felt somewhat awkward standing at the doorway, but Nalisa, being a regular customer, appeared unfazed by the situation. Lilith assumed it was customary. In reality, Nalisa had grown weary of the untidy and unkempt state of her home, and over time had become accustomed to conducting business at the door. Greetings, I am Lilith. Nalisa and I get along quite well, she introduced herself, as the woman's gaze briefly flickered over Lilith's shiny bald head reflecting the sunlight. Ah, she is fortunate indeed. I am Berlin, a potion merchant. Let me see the concoction you've made. Certainly, Lilith replied, presenting the large bottle with both hands. Berlin uncorked it, swirled its contents, and leaned down to inhale the aroma. Quite impressive. I can offer you 15 bone coins. What do you think? Lilith glanced at Nalisa, who subtly nodded, prompting her to agree. Berlin then inspected Nalisa's potion, finding it of similar quantity, yet valuing it at only 12 bone coins. Nalisa hesitated for just a moment before accepting the offer. Shortly thereafter, Berlin returned from her room, carrying 2 identical metal flasks and an empty stone jar. To achieve such quality on your first attempt, dear, you possess remarkable talent. I hope we can collaborate often in the future. This is a gift for you. A token of my sincerity, as carrying that stone jar all the way here was quite a burden. Chapter 13, Acquiring Some Items as Berlin spoke. He winked playfully at Lilith. Do you say this to every vendor who comes here to sell potions? The bottle looked rather familiar. 5 or 6 classmates, including Nailisha, used the same kind. Ha ha. Lilith took the 2 bottles and placed them into her enchanted bag. I shall return, for the sake of the bone coins, she replied. Matching his jest, she was not being deceitful. The purchase point on the first floor of the Witch's Tower offered a mere 10 bone coins for a bottle of potion. Coming here could yield several extra coins. Even if it meant taking a longer route, it was worth it. The shops in this alley were hardly a secret. As Lilith and her companions departed, they encountered other classmates carrying potion bottles to sell. I wish to procure some daily necessities. Upon exiting the alley, Lilith stuffed both bottles into her magical cloth bag and calculated her wealth, a total of 1,016 bone coins. The dormitory felt rather empty. If possible, she desired to purchase a mattress and perhaps 2 blankets, as she truly struggled to adapt to the hard wooden bed. What is a mattress? If you intend to buy everyday items, I know of an affordable shop nearby that sells quality goods at reasonable prices. It is quite popular among the young witches in the Witch's Tower, Nailisha offered. With no other plans for the morning, she had originally intended to focus on potion class until the afternoon, so she decided to take Lilith to the shop. Wonderful. Lilith had initially thought that Nailisha might lead her to a second-hand market, for in this world, the items sold in such places were indeed very inexpensive. It was said that one could purchase a somewhat used thick quilt for merely 20 bone coins, filled to the brim with cotton fluff. She had overheard this information on her way to class, where someone boasted to their companion about not having to endure the cold in winter. The good news, this world has cotton. The bad news, what on earth is cotton fluff? Surely they don't just dry cotton and stuff into the quilt cover? She possessed only 1 quilt, which made her hesitant to dismantle it for investigation, so she opted to directly inquire with Nailisha. After receiving a positive confirmation, she felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. If you wish to visit the second-hand shop, I can show you. Look, it's just over there. That little red-roofed cottage. Following Nailisha's direction, Lilith could sense the lively atmosphere from afar, with witches entering and exiting the open doors, suggesting a plethora of goods within. Let's take a look here first. To be honest, given the option, she preferred to buy new items, even if the second-hand goods were cheaper. If the price difference was not substantial, she would still opt for new ones. Unlike the other shops surrounding it, this little store had a neatly paved entrance. Upon entering, she was greeted by an astonishingly clean environment. The milky white crystal floors sparkled without a speck of dust, reflecting their images perfectly. The shelves inside were meticulously arranged, and an abundance of goods adorned even the ceiling. Is the owner your relative? Lilith inquired softly. Although we share similar interests, we are not relatives. Oh, Nailisha, you have brought a friend along. I am truly delighted. Nailisha responded with a cold nod. Do not be so aloof. Nailisha tilted her head. Refrain from excessive chatter. It may lead to trouble. Lilith, who initially intended to introduce herself, abruptly closed her mouth and solemnly nodded at Nailisha. Had it not been for the ambience of this place, Nailisha would have been reluctant to bring Lilith along. However, the items here are undeniably clean and of high quality. She hoped that the goods appearing in their dormitory would be those sold by this store rather than the filthy, second-hand wares. Most of the products available in this shop could be found in Ruby's Memories. This place sold only ordinary daily necessities, while magical supplies were available in other shops. Nonetheless, Lilith was still quite excited. She had actually found scissors here. A pair of intricately designed large scissors caught her eye. Lilith tested them, and their size was comparable to modern household scissors, feeling quite suitable for cutting fabric or slightly tougher cardboard materials. 600 bone coins. Would you like them? The shopkeeper, standing behind the cash register, inquired upon noticing Lilith's interest. Lilith's eyes widened in disbelief. 600 bone coins? That's robbery. Yesterday, Nailisha's meal cost less than 4 bone coins. She glanced at Nailisha, who nodded in affirmation. Leaning closer to Lilith, she whispered, "Scissor prices are generally like this." Reluctantly, Lilith set aside the seemingly impeccable scissors and turned to pick up a silver long-handled spoon from the same shelf. The spoon's end was not as large as that of a typical eating spoon. Rather, it was about the size of the first joint of a pinky finger. Nobles usually employ such spoons to add sugar to their coffee. Of course, Lilith was not merely interested in its minuscule sugar-adding function. She selected the longest style, measuring it against the back of her head, and found it to be just right. Excellent. Her little twig hairpin could now retire. In truth, since she had shaved her head yesterday, the twig had already been temporarily retired. Lilith chose 2 long-handled spoons of different designs, each costing 3 bone coins. Being made of silver, they were somewhat pricier, but purchasing 2 would only require 5 bone coins. For her personal hygiene, Lilith selected a towel made of linen, reputed to be treated with a special potion, making it exceptionally soft and absorbent. She intended to use it for washing her face. Heaven knows how inconvenient it is to wash directly with water, as it soaked half of her sleeves this morning. There were no toothbrushes available, but there was some mildly salty salt, which served as the toothpaste here. One could simply apply it to their teeth with a finger and rinse afterward. As for what other ingredients might be included, the shopkeeper was unaware. That information belonged to the supplier's commercial secrets. After confirming that no one had suffered ill effects from its use, Lilith purchased a small jar. Truly, it is a matter of commercial secrecy. A small jar, hardly larger than a palm, cost her a staggering 10 bone coins. Fortunately, the shell is a reusable glass container, which offers her a modicum of solace. Shall we consider purchasing a hat? Nalisa inquired, standing beside the hat rack and beckoning Lilith to come take a look. After a moment of hesitation, Lilith stepped forward. The variety of hats was abundant, with the most common being an array of pointed witch hats, followed closely by those within large brims adorned with various embellishments. Lilith selected an oversized straw hat, embellished with ribbon flowers, while also eyeing 2 plush fur hats, one in black and the other in gold, the latter adorned with pearls. Seeing Lilith's choice, Nalisa could not resist selecting a pure white hat decorated with a delicate scarf. "Let's have a discount," she exclaimed. All right, I assure you. I am quite fair. How could you accuse me of deceiving you?" The shopkeeper murmured in response. "Oh, then I can return the olive stone I purchased earlier?" Lilith interjected. "Enough of that. I promise to grant you a discount." "I swear, the olive stone was indeed an unforeseen incident." Nalisa rolled her eyes in exasperation. Lilith's decision to purchase a hat stemmed purely from practical considerations for outings. During summer, the sun would scorch her scalp, and in winter, the cold would chill her head. She had no intention of wearing it while in the tower. At merely 16 years of age, she believed there was still room for growth. Firmly convinced that wearing a hat indoors would hinder her height, she harbored hopes of reaching 170 centimeters. In addition to the hat, Lilith acquired a large thermos, with an iron interior encased in wood, capable of retaining heat due to the magical array inscribed within. Both terms were acceptable, though she preferred the familiar term magical array over the more traditional witch array, which she found cumbersome. Finally, she purchased 5 meters of exceptionally soft white fabric along with needles and thread. Who could have imagined that this world lacked undergarments? Were it not for her adeptness at handiwork, she would have been utterly dismayed. For days, she had been in a state of limbo, caught in a void. "What about this one?" "Too rigid," she replied. "And this? This is the softest available. I wouldn't recommend using it for garments," the shopkeeper remarked, tugging at the fabric to demonstrate. As they selected elastic bands, intended for use as waistbands, Lilith assessed their suitability for crafting shorts. Anything too heavy would not suffice. She ran her fingers over the material, concluding that it would do for her purposes. "I'll take this, 10 meters, please." Suddenly, she recalled that the straps for her undergarments could also be fashioned from this material. Chapter 14. Is she the villain? All right. Do you require anything else? As a newcomer, do you need a water cup? Lilith paused, about to affirm her need, when Nalisa nudged her arm. "No need. She purchased a water cup yesterday." Nalisa interjected, turning to wink at Lilith. "Ah, yes, indeed. Very well. Is there anything else you might need?" 2 mattresses, 2 spoons, needle and thread, a hat, fabric, a thermos, elastic bands, toothpaste, a small jar of lard, a large empty glass jar, and an empty long stone flower pot. That is all. A comb could be purchased later when my hair grows. Do we not need fertilizer? Our concoction, made with the powder of mystical beasts, is remarkably effective. It boasts a probability of enhancing germination rates and can be acquired for merely 2 bone coins for a substantial bag. Is it truly effective? Indeed, those who have tried it speak highly of its efficacy. The shopkeeper removed a bag from the shelf and showed Lilith the contents, which were approximately the size of a school backpack. "That is not an insignificant quantity. I shall take a bag then, as it is not costly. Do you require tools for watering and tilling the soil? They are quite useful, clean, and convenient. The shopkeeper produced a miniature shovel and a plump black watering can that supposedly dispenses water automatically when tilted. How many bone coins? I shall offer you a discount. How does a total of 4 bone coins for both sound? Very well, I shall take them. Would you like to purchase some flower seeds as well? We have a variety. Lilith, who intended to decline for the purpose of growing vegetables in that pot, was preempted by Nalisa's quick interjection. I possess some beautiful flower seeds that, once grown, can be sold for a profit. You need not purchase any yourself. I lack the talent for cultivation, so you may have mine. As she spoke, she rapped the table, instructing the shopkeeper, no more talking, let us expedite the checkout. She then leaned in and whispered to Lilith, the seeds sold here are merely gaudy and impractical. Do not buy them. Lilith nodded in agreement. Let us settle the bill. Very well, very well. Stuffing the packaged items into her small bag, she glanced at her remaining bone coins. Splendid. It only cost 170 bone coins in total, with the 2 mattresses comprising the majority. Nalisa took Lilith by the arm, eager to leave, but Lilith paused and turned to the shopkeeper. What about scissors for 400 bone coins? The shopkeeper, momentarily halting his arrangement of fabrics, turned to ponder. 550. It cannot be any cheaper. Noticing that the scissors have been on display for quite some time, Lilith proposed, consider it a clearance sale. How about 430? This assessment was based on the slightly faded fabric she had observed in the box. Naturally, even without that observation, she would have made a similar offer. Bargaining is merely a tug of war. Fine, I can offer you 530, but do not expect too much of a reduction. 450, Lilith countered, biting her lip. The shopkeeper sighed. The scissors had indeed lingered in the shop for an extended period, and their design appeared somewhat dated. 500, and I will include a sharpening stone. Take it if you wish. Lilith gazed steadily at the shopkeeper for 2 seconds, noticing the slight furrow in his brow and the downturn of his smile. She recognized that this was his psychological bottom line. Deal. Nalisa's eyes widened in disbelief. She wanted to exclaim that the scissors were perfectly usable and that there was no need to spend so many bone coins on such an item. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Firstly, they had only known each other for 2 days, not reaching a level of intimacy where they could share everything. Secondly, one ought not to meddle in affairs that do not concern them. The whetstone was rectangular, resembling the ancient wooden stands used in court trials, rather heavy. If one were to prepare pickled vegetables, it could humorously serve as a weight to press down on jars. In this era, where cutlery is ubiquitous, a whetstone is considered a common household item, typically found in every 3 or 4 households in a village. Counting 500 bone coins took a full 5 minutes. Is this what it means to count money until one's hands ache? If only it were not money owed to others. The shopkeeper retrieved a piece of parchment from the cabinet, intending to package the scissors along with the somewhat worn box beneath them. Could you possibly provide me with a larger box? Lilith inquired. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, glancing at her. Very well. He turned and rummaged below for a moment. How about this? He said, holding up a wooden box lined with short-haired animal hide, approximately twice the size of the original. Lilith nodded. That works, thank you. It was only after purchasing several items that Lilith felt justified in haggling and requesting a box exchange. She would not have done so for merely a few coins. Despite her poverty, her short time here still left her with a sense of propriety. The shopkeeper smiled as he neatly packaged the items and handed them to Lilith. You are always welcome to return, Narisa, and your roommate Lilith. After her encounter with the forest, which Lilith was startled to hear her name, hastily lowering her gaze to ensure no little creatures had crawled onto her. We shall return, Narisa said, pulling Lilith away swiftly, fearing the shopkeeper might recommend something else to Lilith or that Lilith might impulsively purchase something extravagant yet impractical. She believed Lilith's choice of scissors stemmed from mere curiosity. A novice which visiting the witch's tower for the first time, especially one with considerable wealth, was a rare occurrence, and everyone understood this, leading to a mixture of envy and sympathy. After all, if one were to arrive too late and encounter a recruiting mentor, they might end up as ashes. Their robes designed to be voluminous enough to conceal their entire body, for some young witches had already suffered burns when rescued from the pyre. The sight of their ghastly wounds and the nauseating scent of charred flesh was a stark reminder. Lilith felt grateful that her roommate had been saved in time. At least the visible parts of her body bore no scars. Why not buy a mirror? The demon suggested. What would you do with it? Break it for fun? Lilith instinctively retorted. Only then, noticing Nerissa had dragged her to the entrance of a shop, the demon communicating with her through the small glass panes embedded in the door. What? Nerissa, walking ahead, heard Lilith speak, but did not catch what she said. It's nothing, just curious about what we're doing here, Lilith replied with an awkward smile. I came to buy some flower shells and silkworms. Would you like some? Lilith politely declined, expressing her intention to purchase only when necessary. You may leave first, she said. Narlissa strode directly inside. Lilith muttered a quiet shut up and hurried to catch up with Narlissa. I'll return with you, she offered. That's fine. The shop was permeated by an unusual aroma, a strong scent of traditional herbs mingling with various fishy odors, yet overshadowed by a more dominant floral fragrance. Rows of glass jars were filled with an assortment of illicit items. Are those human eyeballs? The shopkeeper was a witch with round, bulging eyes that gave her a rather vacuous appearance. Indeed, Narlissa skillfully retrieved her own jar and requested the shopkeeper to fill it with 2 jars of what resembled dried insects. She then inhaled deeply. Goodness, has the white toad flower arrived? It wasn't tea here yesterday. I'll take one, no, too. Lilith, do you want some? This dried flower was quite popular and frequently sold out. Noticing Lilith's keen interest in the jar of eyeballs, Narlissa reassured her, do not worry, we are not indiscriminate killers. These were harvested from corpses that perished in recent human conflicts. Demons? Lilith stammered, feeling a sudden affinity with the villains in a novel, but realizing that as a ghost cohabiting with a demon, she might be more villainous than these witches. Would she eventually face a hero who would sever her head? Perhaps this demon was a villain as well, given its apparent purpose was to desecrate the grave of a pope. The reality of her identity struck her, and she began to panic. Oh, a newcomer? We warmly welcome newcomers. The shopkeeper's round, bulging eyes barely managed to move. Yes, my roommate just arrived yesterday. What is the price of the flowers? Lilith asked, nervously clapping her trembling hands behind her back until they tingled. 5 bone coins per set, dear, the shopkeeper replied, appearing somewhat stiff, yet remarkably, her hands remained steady as she filled the jars without spilling a single flower. Lilith leaned in to sniff and examine the flower's shape. This gardenia? The scent is indeed quite potent. Chapter 15. The Marvelous Witch's Potion. What is this used for? 5 bone coins was not a trivial sum, and if it were merely for its pleasant aroma, there was no pressing need to buy it now. Perhaps when she became wealthy, she could purchase a whole bag. It has numerous uses. Once processed, it can be kept in your pocket to mask unpleasant odors, and placing a bit in your wardrobe can deter pests. Have you seen the potion recipes in the back of your textbook? This is one of the ingredients for deodorants. Narlissa desperately tried to persuade her, not for her own benefit, but because she knew her roommate would struggle in tomorrow's field gathering class without it. Upon hearing Narlissa's initial comment, Lilith was ready to make a purchase. I'll buy it. I'll take 2 sets, thank you. The stench of sweat was already suffocating. Yet this was a quasi-Western world where many suffered from body odor. Bathing once a month and possessing a body odor is quite the predicament. This morning's class was characterized by the peculiar arrangement of the desks, which placed each individual at a considerable distance from one another. However, tomorrow's biology class will likely not be as pleasant. She certainly does not wish to be assaulted by the offensive odor emanating from all directions during the lesson. Shall we utilize 1 portion of the herbal concoction for processing the dried flowers? Each portion of the potion costs 20 bone coins and can effectively handle approximately 6 portions of dried flowers. You need only provide me with 3 bone coins. I shall sell the excess to another party. Lilith nodded in agreement. It seems I must trouble you once more. No need to be so formal with me. But let it be known in advance that the glass jar for the potion remains my property. 6 multiplied by 3 equals 18. Thus, Nailisha incurs a loss of 2 bone coins. It is only natural that she retains ownership of the jar. As for the glass container, it may well be valued at 3 or even 4 bone coins. After all, the efforts expended in arranging and sharing it warrant some profit, do they not? The processing of dried flowers is remarkably simple, almost rudimentary in Lilith's eyes. Nailisha extracted a square glass tank, reminiscent of an aquarium, from her dormitory. She proceeded to lay 3 portions of dried flowers at the bottom of the tank, followed by pouring in a bottle of the herbal potion, and then adding approximately 4 fingers' width of cold water. The quantity of dried flowers was modest, numbering merely a few dozen. Nailisha retrieved 3 pristine, unembellished silver plates and arranged them neatly on the table. She then produced a wire-like object with a loop at one end. With a gentle tap, she struck each side of the glass tank, and, after a couple of minutes, something miraculous occurred. To Lilith's astonishment, a dried flower detached from the bottom of the tank and began to float upwards, gradually enveloped by a translucent gelatinous substance. Just as the orb emerged from the water surface, Nailisha, quick-witted, scooped it up with the looped end of the wire. With a plop, the orb landed on the first plate. Following this, she continued to retrieve the second and third orbs in sequential order, without prioritizing the filling of any single plate. Perhaps due to the special method employed in harvesting and preserving these dried flowers. Remarkably, no individual petals fell away during the process. How scientifically intriguing. In the end, each plate received precisely 26 orbs. Nailisha tilted her head, glancing at the girl with reddish-brown hair who had been standing at the dormitory entrance. According to our agreement, Lilith shall choose first, you second, and I shall take the last. The girl with reddish-brown hair nodded in acknowledgement. Now, a dilemma arises. Lilith perceived all three plates to be identical, leaving her uncertain about her choice. After a moment of contemplation, she looked at Nailisha and then at the girl outside the dormitory. Well, I shall select this plate. Lilith chose the one that appeared the least appealing, likely due to the fact that it had been squished more during the retrieval process compared to the others. The girl with auburn hair chose the middle dish. Nailisha poured the contents of the middle dish onto the parchment, wrapped it up, and handed it to the girl at the door. After receiving it with a nod, the auburn-haired girl departed. Nailisha returned to the table, tucked away her portion, and promptly began to tidy up, eager to wipe away the splattered mixture of water and medicinal broth. Lilith extracted a piece from her own portion and observed it for a moment. I feel like all three dishes are the same. Why bother choosing separately? Nailisha, pouring out the liquid from the glass jar, explained without turning her head. The differences are minimal. One side is simply flatter, making it easier to place. So, this ugly dish is actually the best among them. Lilith hastily stowed her items and approached Nailisha to help clean. She took a damp cloth and wiped the table, then followed it with a dry cloth. Upon returning from washing the dishes, Nailisha saw this scene and promptly took the dry cloth from Lilith's hands. Let me handle the cleaning. You can catch up on the lessons you missed. I've already cleaned it. Although my roommate loves cleanliness, I shouldn't let her do everything, right? What would that make me? Nailisha glanced at the table, then looked at Lilith. I must clean it again. Otherwise, it just doesn't feel right. Not that I'm saying you didn't clean well, dear. We all have our quirks, and you understand me, don't you? In fact, Lilith found her roommate's obsessive cleanliness peculiar, especially in contrast to her own baldness. Or at least that's what she thought. I completely understand, Lilith nodded, stepping aside to give Nailisha space at the table. Nailisha could hardly contain her eagerness as she grabbed the damp cloth, scrubbing the table vigorously, as if she intended to peel its surface away. I can't handle this. I'm out, Lilith exclaimed. Back in her room, instead of studying, she immediately grabbed the silver knife from her bed. Have you lost your mind? Or do you just want to expose us and invite danger? If you want to end it, don't drag me down with you. Lilith's anger flared. Today, this person had startled her in front of everyone by suddenly speaking, almost giving her a fright. What if they thought she was mentally unstable? Wait, mentally unstable? The demon failed to notice Lilith's contemplative expression. Today, I acted thoughtlessly. So where's the apology? The demon fell silent for a moment before suddenly declaring, I believe I have rights over this body too. The tone shifted from hesitant to defiant. Are you suggesting that your rights mean I do the work while you enjoy the benefits? Are we even discussing the same issue? What if you speak up and get discovered? You could just return to your hell, but what about me? Lilith, whose anger had subsided, felt it rising anew due to the demon's refusal to apologize and its evasiveness. Why don't you just take this body and do whatever you want? Lilith declared, collapsing onto her bed in a manner that suggested she was ready to give up. Of course, she was certain the demon would emerge. Chapter 16. The pursuit of knowledge. Lilith lay still for quite some time. Though not much time had actually passed, she was overwhelmed with tasks. Studying was merely one of them. She also needed to concoct shampoo and soap, for she didn't wish to emerge from her next bath with her skin ruthlessly scrubbed and only half clean. It felt as though an eternity had elapsed, long enough for her to resign herself to the bitter consequences of her procrastination, when suddenly, the faint buzz of a mosquito pierced her ear. What? I have already spoken my mind. Your whisper is hardly audible. The demon remained silent. Lilith, in a fit of frustration, shielded her eyes with her hand. If this time I let it slide, then in the future you are forbidden to appear in public, at least not while anyone else is present. You shall not utter a word. I possess the right to govern my own body. Lilith turned over. How about this? We shall each control the body for half a day, but you must ensure no one discovers you are a demon. She pondered for a moment before adding, and refrain from actions that would lead to social disgrace. What is social disgrace? Embarrassment, shame, awkwardness, inhumane conduct. For instance, if you were to run naked in this body, we would both suffer social demise. Do you understand? I comprehend. No, running naked. Humans are so sensitive. You take the day, I shall take the night. The demon swiftly assigned roles, stating them with an assertive tone that left Lilith no room for rebuttal. What I meant was morning and afternoon, but upon reflection, she realized there might be classes during the day, and she needed to study diligently. Once she became a formidable witch, she would expel the demon from this body. A wicked smile crept across Lilith's face. Very well. Thus, they reached an accord on the times the demon could emerge for a breath of fresh air. What if someone attempts to harm us? The demon queried, puzzled. Without the use of powers, this frail body is no different from a lamb destined for slaughter. Have you forgotten that the moment you exert any power, this body will bleed? That is not even the most troubling aspect. The real issue is the fissure that manifests on the face. Through their deliberations, they discovered that the demon could indeed stroll about, engaging in mundane activities like taking a walk or drinking water, which would only minimally affect the body. However, should it require the use of supernatural powers, that would be unacceptable. Then what shall we do? Must you always resort to fighting when you emerge? Yet if someone truly comes to harm us, then you may use your powers. It would be a slower demise than having our throats slit. No initiating conflict. Lilith sternly insisted. Well then, I suppose I could simply bask in the moonlight. That would be preferable. Do not blame Lilith for her assertiveness. In the face of danger, allowing the demon some liberty was already a generous concession. Of course, if their daytime and nighttime behaviors were to clash, she had devised a suitable excuse, a case of dissociative identity disorder. However, it seems that the concept of dissociative identity disorder does not exist in this world. She must contemplate how to fabricate rumors about herself more appropriately. Lilith turned over, adjusted her robe, and perused the first formula in her book of herbalism. The ingredients were few, though some were rather sinister, such as the entrails of a certain insect. Nalisa had finished tidying up and was now resting. Lilith hurried over to inquire about the key points regarding the preparation of the first potion. She resolved to undertake this task in the afternoon. Once she succeeded in concocting the cough remedy, she would be on track with her studies. In private study, there existed a dedicated herbalism room, equipped with pre-measured ingredient packets according to the textbook. There were two payment options. The first was a full purchase, which was relatively expensive, but allowed one to take home the entire potion brewed. The alternative was to initially pay 13 coins. If successful, one could offset 23 coins worth of herbal materials with half of the potion. If unsuccessful, they would need to cover the full 23 coins. May I observe the process of brewing the cough remedy? What should I do to achieve this? The managing witch set down her book and stepped outside. Would 5 bone coins suffice? Yes, Lilith nodded eagerly. Someone come forth. Demonstrate the process of making the cough remedy for the newcomer in exchange for 5 bone coins. No sooner had the words left her lips than several witches rushed in from all directions. Me, select me. I scored 80 in basic herbalism. I achieved 85. Choose me. I guarantee success on the first attempt. So do I. The manager scanned the crowd and pointed to a somewhat disheveled witch. You, the rest disperse. In truth, if this were any other place, it is unlikely that so many would be willing to work so eagerly for just 5 bone coins. However, this was the entrance to the self-study herbalism room. The higher the level of the potion, the greater the failure rate. This resulted in witches, especially those majoring in herbalism, being exceedingly impoverished, with some having sold even the sheets and blankets provided by the witch tower, sleeping on wooden boards at night. The meager earnings from herbalism were entirely spent on materials. It was truly disheartening. Before the manager, Lilith placed 5 bone coins into the hands of the senior witch, who appeared to be on the verge of fainting from exhaustion. The moment her fiery red pupils caught sight of the coins, they sparkled with renewed vigor. Lilith vowed to earn well. She could not allow her future to be so bleak. How frightening that prospect was. Due to the senior's poverty, the herbal packets used for demonstration were naturally purchased by Lilith. Although she could have concocted them herself, she was well aware of her limitations. She was no prodigy, merely someone with a modicum of cleverness. Having never witnessed the authentic brewing process, while she could attempt it directly, it would likely lead to failure and waste even more money. The two entered the study room that Lilith had rented. Even the Witch Tower study room was not free, but it was reasonably priced at just 1 bone coin for 2 hours. I shall begin the demonstration now. Very well. Lilith retrieved her book and quill. The teaching process proceeded exceptionally smoothly. She succeeded on her first attempt. However, having purchased 5 sets of materials, she decided to reinforce her learning by completing all 5. During this time, she also renewed her access to the study room. Did everything turn out well? The witch managing the study room inspected each potion jar individually. Although the results were rather average, the potions were perfectly suitable for sale, with 1 jar of particularly high quality among them. Fortune favored her. Lilith chuckled softly. It wouldn't be quite modest to claim she had experience, would it? Would half of it suffice? The price on the first floor? The price on the first floor. Well, that settles it. The rate offered there was quite economical. A potion for treating coughs cost a mere 8 bone coins for a standard bottle. Chapter 17. A BC and the Green Parrot. Although selling outside would yield only a few extra coins, that could very well translate to a meal in the future. As the saying goes, one should save when possible and spend when necessary. Having left the witch's potion study room, the sky had already darkened. The ceiling of the Witch Tower's corridor and the surrounding walls began to mimic a starry night sky. Lilith cautiously navigated through the corridor and the deceptive staircases, occasionally encountering curious gazes from passers-by, all of which she chose to disregard. After all, she couldn't possibly explain to each person that she had shaved her head because she felt her hair was too dirty to wash clean. Could she? Lilith had arrived a bit late. Those who wished to dine for free had to be present in person. The cafeteria in the Witch Tower served food 24 hours a day, though the offerings were more sumptuous during the designated meal times, lunch and dinner. It seemed that the inhabitants here rarely consumed breakfast. Food during the main meal times was warm. When Lilith went for breakfast that morning, she discovered the black bread was cold and as hard as a stone, accompanied only by a cup of ice water. Tonight, in the cafeteria, a considerable amount of black bread remained in the basket, while the milk was nearly depleted. And the basket containing what seemed to be some kind of fruit was entirely empty. Lilith approached and took a piece of black bread along with a small cup of milk. She sniffed the milk and immediately frowned. How peculiar. It was raw. Oh, it's you, little bald one. The milk is limited to 1 cup. No extra payment will suffice. Perhaps Lilith had lingered too long in front of the barrel. As a bell chimed nearby. All right, I understand. May I take this cup of milk with me to savor? Of course, little bald one, of course. And the bread? Not allowed. If you wish to take it, please pay me in bone coins. Pay in bone coins. Lilith shrugged. Fine, enough with the noise. I'll eat here. The price for a piece of black bread was half a bone coin, usually sold in pairs. However, if one combined it with something else, they could purchase just one as long as the final price was a whole number. This method of payment was quite inconvenient. If it were outside, the shopkeepers would typically offer a small item as change. Bone coins did not come in 0. 5 denominations, though particularly meticulous witches would sometimes split a coin in half with their bare hands. Such bone coins can be used for purchases, yet they seldom circulate for long before being repurposed as materials. Only half of them are quite inconvenient to store. Lilith was fortunate, as there remained some complimentary soup, although devoid of any vegetables. Still, it was preferable to gnawing on dry bread. After resolving her dinner, Lilith returned the cup of milk to her dormitory, presenting it to her roommate, Narlisa, who had assisted her that day. Milk? Thank you. I happen to have something for you as well. This water cup, though somewhat plain in design, is a gift, and rest assured it will not leak. Narlisa retrieved a gleaming metal cup from her room, which was certainly not silver, merely the most ordinary type of metal. The cup measured approximately 20 centimeters in height, with an opening as wide as 2 wrists, lacking a handle, and adorned with no ornamentation. Thank you, but I feel a bit uncomfortable accepting your cup for free. How many bone coins? I would gladly pay for it. Though it shouldn't be too expensive, Lilith quipped as she accepted the cup. Hey, no, that is unnecessary. This was crafted by a senior witch. It is complimentary. However, should you require metal items in other sizes, I hope you will consider purchasing from her first, as she supports custom orders. Lilith was taken aback. Do we still have a blacksmithing course? Your speech is quite, well, one could say it's akin to blacksmithing. as certain special magical prayer tools cannot be found in the mundane human world. I see. Purchasing a cup from the Witch's Tower would be more affordable than at today's little shop. Indeed, it might be over half the cost. If you wish to buy, I can assist, or I can introduce you to her. Lilith nodded, contemplating. Not at the moment, but I may need to customize some other items later. Does she only craft cups, or can she create other things like plates or bowls? She could do both. Not just metal, but wooden items as well. However, the witch who gifted the water cup isn't particularly skilled in woodworking, so if you need something more intricate, you should consult others. Lilith nodded, indicating she had taken note. Upon returning to her room, she produced the lard she had purchased earlier that day, along with the wood ash she had acquired for the dining hall. The dormitory allowed for fires, as safety concerns were less stringent here. Yet, she had forgotten to buy wood and igniting tools. Indeed, creating her concoction would also require a container. She realized she had underestimated the complexity of her task. Sitting on her bed, she used a book as a cushion and began to write and sketch on a piece of parchment, listing all the necessary items. What are you up to? Making soap. What is soap? A cleansing product. All right, but I must remind you, it's time for me to bask in the moonlight. All right, I understand. Lilith drew the final period, then gathered her belongings, setting aside 10 bone coins. Listen, do not touch any other property. This is your pocket money. Remember to sell the potion as well, keeping the bottle to return tomorrow. No troublemaking. I understand. Upon hearing the final sound, Lilith shifted her gaze back to the small room within her mental realm. The core elements she had established remained unchanged, yet the space had been adorned with several new pieces of furniture, all embracing a dark aesthetic. Her small bed bore evident creases. Could this creature not even make a bed for itself? Lilith frowned and waved her hand, causing the bed to vanish entirely. She then envisioned a bunk bed, labeling it boldly with the words Demon Lilith in prominent lettering. Sleeping separately would certainly grant her greater comfort. Glancing outside, she noted that the demon had left the Witch Tower and ventured into the alley. Everything seemed in order, and there were unlikely to be any immediate revelations. After observing for a while, Lilith yawned, finding the demon surprisingly reliable, and decided to succumb to sleep. The night passed without dreams. The following morning, Lilith awoke to find her robe transformed into sleepwear, presumably changed by the demon. Yawning, she made her way to the washroom to freshen up, where she found Narlisa, her neighbor, already awake and regarding her with an odd expression. Lilith instantly became alert. What is it? Narlisa exhaled sharply. What happened to you last night? You went out and returned without uttering a word. When I greeted you, it was as if you didn't see me at all. Your expression was truly terrifying. Perhaps I was simply too tired. Sometimes I act a bit crazy at night. Please don't take it to heart. She needed to quickly dismiss any notion of a split personality. Really? I called out to you several times. Lilith offered an awkward smile, hastily pretending to brush her teeth to avoid further conversation. After completing her morning routine, she invited Narlisa to join her for breakfast. Since they were both in the foundational class, their schedules aligned, and they had only one class that day. All right, I'll go with you. We might not have time for lunch, so it would be wise to bring along some dark bread. It was not until they began their class that Lilith understood the implications of potentially missing lunch. The location for the illustrated guide course was not the indoor setting she had envisioned, nor was it akin to the biology class she anticipated. Instead, the instructor led the students to an ecological garden to observe the living specimens they were to study. Despite being called an ecological garden, it was essentially a small forest located to the west of Witch Town, enclosed by walls of varying heights, within which various creatures of relatively low aggression were cultivated. The task for their course was to locate the corresponding creatures based on the provided hints. As Ms. Abbasi, their teacher, stated, everyone can read, so I shall not reiterate the contents of the textbook. She emphasized the dangers posed by the golden-winged bird they were to seek, noting that the text provided no methods of evasion. Yet, she did not elaborate much further. After all, it was unlikely anyone would deliberately offer their eyes to a bird for pecking, was it? Ms. Abbasi was a serious witch, yet her companion, a raucous green parrot, served as their bodyguard. Lilith found that the most challenging aspect of this course was not the search for creatures, but rather maintaining her hearing amidst the parrot's cacophonous squawking. Hurry, hurry! What are you dawdling for? Over there, you five? Are you akin to slugs, so fond of clustering together? Move aside. Scatter, all of you. The little short legs run so slowly. Are you afraid those beasts will not catch up to you? The voice of this green parrot is as unpleasant as if Niwa had forgotten to smooth its throat with sandpaper while crafting it. Lilith, accompanied by Nalisa, dashed about, solely to evade the range of each other's sonic assault. In contrast, the bell-ringing cashier in the cafeteria suddenly seemed rather endearing. Once the students dispersed, the large parrot began to circle above the ecological garden. Lilith felt that Mr. Abisi resembled more of a bodyguard than a mentor. This was evident when, the moment she was flung by a massive rhinoceros, he unexpectedly appeared from nowhere and administered a bottle of pale blue potion to her. "Iem mifine, kuf kuf," said the golden-horned rhinoceros. Because they found this creature, they had become careless. The golden-winged bird cohabited with it, subsisting on its fur and the insects that dwelled upon it. "That's good. Patricia has already located its nest, just over there." Then let us proceed. There were no shortcuts in this lesson. It relied solely on luck and attentiveness. Today, 3 items needed to be selected, and 2 of them must be found before nightfall to be considered adequate. Besides the relatively easy-to-find golden-winged bird, the other 2 were a plant measuring merely 3 centimeters in length and a fist-sized snail. Both posed significant challenges, the former due to its diminutive size, and the latter because the shell of this snail was green, allowing it to blend seamlessly into its surroundings when motionless. By noon, only one student had managed to find both species. Yet, enticed by the prospect of passing, Lilith remembered to ingratiate herself, inquiring where the other had encountered them. Before she could even rise, it was as if the demon anticipated her intentions. She was struck by a silencing spell. Nalisa turned back in confusion. "We know. But how do you know? Isn't this your first time taking this course?" Patricia, the girl with chestnut hair, was among those processing the gardenias with them, also one of Nalisa's former roommates. Although she had developed a psychological barrier from sharing a dorm with Nalisa, it hardly hindered their potential friendship, as long as they didn't live together. Upon hearing this, Nalisa also glanced over. Lilith quietly lowered her slightly raised backside. "I guessed otherwise. It would be too easy for everyone to complete their assignments. Ha." Lilith raised her hand and downed the water in her cup, promptly shoving the reflective metal cup into her magic pouch with force. Patricia nodded in agreement. Her back ached, yet the search had to continue. To avoid missing even the slightest trace, the 3 of them began a thorough search shoulder to shoulder in the moist area described in the textbook, where the diminutive leaf plant would be found. "Not here. This side has nothing either. Is this it?" Patricia's voice sounded. Lilith and Nalisha simultaneously gazed into the past. Lilith perused the book twice, and the plant, in both size and leaf structure, was an exact match to the description within its pages. However, their objective was the snail, wasn't it? Regardless, the trio managed to pass thanks to this plant. As for the snail, perhaps the creature's ability to conceal itself was indeed formidable, for even during the evening break, they could not locate it. "Well, classmates, congratulations. This time, an astounding half of you have passed. Those who did not, as usual, please stay after class. Quack, worthless quack. Now, let us observe what these 3 creatures look like. Bride, please fetch the cage. Quack. It's all this bunch of incompetence that has increased my workload. Quack, worthless quack. I shall do so at once." The green-feathered parrot, named Bride, squawked as it flew to a nearby tree and soon returned, clutching 3 glass jars bound with grass twine. Professor Abisi opened one of the jars, releasing a golden-winged bird that floated in mid-air, striking various poses as he elaborated on its features from head to claw, emphasizing its valuable attributes. It appeared that the creatures in the ecological garden had grown accustomed to captivity, as the restrained golden-winged bird showed no signs of fright, curiously observing Lilith and her companions with its round, glistening eyes. It likely remained unaware that the person explaining its feathers, each worth several coins, was detailing such a dreadful reality. Once Professor Abisi concluded his explanation, he set the golden-winged bird free. He then opened the other jars to explain the remaining 2 species, one of which had been specially matured with a potion to collect seeds. These seeds were among the tasks assigned to those who had not passed. They were required to plant them in designated spots within the ecological garden as stipulated by the witch. When Professor Abisi presented the snail, Lilith finally understood why it was so elusive. The snail. It moved with remarkable speed, darting from Professor Abisi's left hand to his right in a mere second. The book merely stated its speed was relatively fast. She had been pondering how swift a snail could truly be. Chapter 18. Snails and crafting. As for locating such a snail, it was quite simple, aside from keen eyesight and an understanding of its habits. One could also ignite the Brazilian grass leaves. Professor Abisi placed the snail on the ground, and in no time, it blended seamlessly with the nearby foliage. He then produced a slender, approximately 5 centimeter long dry leaf. When selecting grass leaves, it was advisable to opt for the narrower varieties, as they yielded better results than the wider ones. As Professor Abisi spoke, he retreated to a distance of about 5 or 6 meters from where he had placed the snail. He then rubbed his thumb and forefinger together below the grass leaf, and a small flame erupted, accompanied by the sound of searing air. Since smoke was the desired outcome, the flame did not last long, extinguishing in an instant, followed by a steady stream of smoke rising. The art of pyromancy will soon be accessible to most of you in the upcoming academic year. It is one of the fundamental forms of magic, provided, of course, that you successfully graduate from my class. Ha ha ha. Repeating a year. How amusing, how pitiful. Those witches who have fulfilled their requirements today are fortunate, while those who have not seem rather anxious. As the smoke billowed, a sudden thud emanated from the bushes to Lilith's right, and upon closer inspection, a green object had toppled to the ground. It was the green snail that had been released, landing approximately 2 meters from where it was set down. Professor Abisi extinguished the remaining half of the leaf. Did you see that? This creature is indeed quite useful, but I advise you to practice your observational skills. After all, a single Brazilian grass leaf is worth 10 bone coins, which is rather extravagant for a witch with scarcely 100 coins to her name. Professor Abisi tucked away the remaining half of the grass. Penny pincher, he chuckled, penny pincher. All right, darling, grant my students a modicum of dignity, he continued. Ha ha, Abisi is charming. The parrot surprisingly uttered flattering remarks. Lilith widened her eyes in astonishment, having presumed the parrot was naturally cantankerous. Yet, it spoke only kind words to Professor Abisi. Patricia discreetly patted Lilith's arm and whispered, All right, class dismissed. Do not forget that the promotion exam includes a written portion, entirely based on textbook material. There is nothing more to add. I reiterate this because of our new classmate, Lilith. Now, class is over. The 3 of them passed, just in time to catch the cafeteria's warm meal. Today's dinner was quite lavish, boasting fresh roasted meat, albeit seasoned with only a pinch of salt and some unknown spices, which was a luxury in itself. It appeared that the upperclassmen spell class had yielded an abundance, enough to sell excess to the cafeteria. Patricia adeptly speared the largest piece of meat from the large barrel, selecting generous portions for both Nalisa and Lilith. Nalisa nodded in agreement. Lilith accepted the fact that the cafeteria's ingredients came from students without objection. As usual, there was black bread as the staple, along with complimentary soup. And today's fruit consisted of berries. Though the meals were extremely simple, one could not deny that they were rather nutritionally balanced. Is black bread the only staple in which town? Lilith inquired as she dipped her bread into the tasteless soup. Not at all. There is also mashed potatoes. But they are not as easy to store as black bread, and they taste worse when cold. Hence, they are only sold in the town's restaurants, Nalisa explained, wiping her utensils before beginning her meal. Patricia, on the other hand, boldly gnawed on the hard black bread. Were her teeth made of steel? What does the mashed potatoes taste like? Aside from being expensive, it has no drawbacks. I heard it is made with butter and sugar, Nalisa replied. Patricia's reddish-brown hair often fell into her face, hindering her from drinking her soup, prompting her to occasionally sweep it aside with her hand, sometimes inadvertently shoving strands and bread into her mouth. Nalisa felt a shiver run down her spine as she set down her spoon. Patricia, dear, why not try a hairstyle like Lilith's? Though she addressed her as dear, her tone was menacing, as if she were ready to commit murder. Lilith replied nonchalantly, That's none of my concern. Just eat. No, that's the sinner's head, Patricia muttered, not lifting her gaze as she gulped down the soup in one go, subsequently tugging at the strands of hair that clung to her lips. Hearing this, Lilith raised her head. I thought being a witch in the human realm was already considered a grave sin. You are a witch, yet you still abide by human rules? According to their laws, we would all be crucified. Of course, her shaved head was merely for cleanliness. Patricia fell silent for a moment after Lilith's remark, abruptly placing her bowl down. I don't think a bald head looks good. Perhaps you could buy a floral fabric to tie your hair up? That stuff is too cumbersome and tends to fall out. Earlier, Nalisa bought me one, but I lost it during class. Well, do you have any money? What? 5 bone coins for a convenient hair accessory. What do you say? What accessory? Melissa and Patricia asked in unison. I will have it ready for you tomorrow. The price is high because I will make it myself, but of course, there's no obligation to buy. As for Melissa, I can make one for her as well. After all, she's a good roommate who keeps everything tidy. In the dormitory, Lilith first took out her mathematics book and self-studied. The content was mostly elementary, so she could easily catch up with the curriculum without much effort. Afterward, she even had some time left for crafts. She retrieved the fabric she had prepared for making undergarments and took out parchment to write and sketch. Lacking a measuring tape, she used a piece of elastic to gauge the necessary length. Lilith quickly sketched the patterns for the fabric she required and then brought forth the scissors she had purchased at a steep price. Although they were expensive, they were far more efficient than a knife. With a series of snips, the patterns were cut out. Lilith held the pieces against her body to check the fit, removing any overlapping sections. The dimensions were just right. Creating garments was a small hobby from her previous life, though she was not at a professional level. Making everyday clothing was well within her capabilities, especially undergarments, which, when crafted by herself, were akin to custom-made items, fitting better and providing greater comfort than ready-made products available on the market. Occasionally, she also made hair accessories, the sewing machine whirring away, completing one in under 10 minutes. Hand sewing was equally feasible. Initially uncertain of her talent, she refrained from purchasing a sewing machine and hand-sewed clothes for half a year. She began by cutting the necessary pieces for the undergarments, noting that 2 pieces of fabric were required for the lower garment. Then came the hand sewing, which took a bit of time, but fortunately, she had several hours before the lights in the witch tower would extinguish, ample time to finish her work. Chapter 19. Trouble. The creation of the hair tie is remarkably straightforward, requiring only scraps from the edges of the fabric. The elastic available in Witchtown is crafted from animal tendons, and upon examining its cross-section, Lilith lamented that it was not rubber. She cut a length of tendon elastic that could wrap around her wrist 1.5 times. The tendon was considerably stiffer than rubber. After a moment of hesitation, Lilith resolved to create one to assess its efficacy. She tied a small knot with the tendon elastic, and since it would quickly return to its original shape when released, she secured both ends of the tendon to form a loop. Thus, a simple circle was completed. To prevent the thread from loosening and to facilitate cleaning, an additional layer of elongated fabric was required to envelop the exterior. The dimensions of this fabric were not strictly defined. A longer piece would yield more aesthetically pleasing pleats, while a wider one would present a more grandiose appearance. However, she found herself limited to this particular material, which was merely remnants and in scant supply, necessitating a smaller creation. Lilith held the finished product and tested its stretch. It was somewhat more challenging to expand than a typical hair tie, yet overall, it was quite satisfactory. I'll make 4 more, she declared, glancing at the remaining materials and calculating the time. It is time for me to bask in the moonlight. Oh, then you can handle your own work, she said with an impassive expression, preparing to set down her needle, only to suddenly recall, if you hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have remembered. Do we not agree to refrain from speaking in public? Thankfully, I reacted quickly today. Lilith referred to the instance in class when this entity had unexpectedly called out to remind her. I did it for your benefit. Thank you, but next time, do feel free to shout a little louder, perhaps so that the entire world can hear. Had it not been for the reminder, she would have walked past without embarrassment, especially since it was her first class. The loud admonition was presumably intended to prevent her from losing her train of thought. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that she had received a reminder, so she did not dwell on it. Next time, I shall speak more softly. I need to step outside for some fresh air. Let me finish these first. Otherwise, you can come out and work. We share a body, after all. Why should you do nothing? Lilith's frustration grew as she spoke. She had been walking incessantly throughout the day and had been knocked over by a large rhinoceros, leaving her legs feeling weak. The demon remained silent. Lilith, undeterred, violently grabbed the scraps to measure, cut, and sew. The hair ties came together swiftly. Within an hour, all 4 were completed, bringing her total to 5, including the one she had made earlier. She stuffed the leftover fabric scraps and needle and thread into the large box for scissors. She had insisted on having a large box precisely for this purpose. As it was convenient for storage, she believed that a separate box for the scissors was unnecessary. Lilith then took out the large, elongated flower pot and drew a line inside with her quill. When you go bask in the moonlight, please fill this with soil. I intend to plant something. Just fill it up to this line. Originally, she had planned to accomplish this task tonight. However, as plans often do, circumstances changed. Since she needed to create hair ties anyway, she decided to start by crafting her undergarments. Once she washed and dried them, she could wear them, thus avoiding any further delay. Silence ensued. The demon? Lilith rolled her eyes. After all, as long as the two of them shared this body, the demon was obliged to contribute. Sustaining this body was not solely her responsibility. Of course, once she managed to expel the demon, it would no longer have to toil. The demon was indeed somewhat irked, but the contract stipulated that it could not directly harm her. Since they were currently inhabiting the same body, any indirect harm to Lilith would also adversely affect it, leaving it with no choice but to endure. Moreover, Lilith would retaliate with her own form of defiance. That insufferable human, once it unearthed the remains of Saint Da, it would promptly obliterate this body. It was merely biding its time for the sake of utilitarian purposes. The following morning, once again met with Nalisa's peculiar gaze. Lilith had grown accustomed to such scrutiny, yet she felt compelled to inquire, lest the demon had committed some outrageous act that she would have to rectify. What is it? Last night, you ventured to the ecological park and dug in the soil, even killing a golden-horned rhinoceros. Are your hands all right? Rhinoceros? Yes, the very one that collided with you during the day. On the third day at the Witch Tower, she found herself invited to the principal's office for tea. Please take a seat, Lilith. There's no need to be so formal. Maria, with a gentle demeanor, sat on one side of the sofa, while her beloved pet served tea to the three of them. The other individual was Leisawa, the kind-hearted senior who had gifted her a magical pouch and brought her to Witchtown. She was a forest witch, one of the staff responsible for the botanical aspects of the ecological park, and due to her connection with Lilith, had been appointed as a representative for this occasion. Ahem. Lilith cautiously perched on the edge of the sofa. I've already heard about last night's events. Do not be alarmed. We simply wish to understand the situation. It is said that two witches could not restrain you, and you insisted on slaying that rhinoceros, subsequently returning to the dormitory despite their objections. Is that correct? Help! Help! Lilith internally panicked, yet managed to display a hint of surprise on her face. I recall going to bed immediately after finishing my crafts. Could it be that she had already summoned the demon during her journey here? That fiend seemed aware of its own culpability, refusing to show itself. Lilith gazed at the reflection in her tea, wishing for the demon to resolve this matter. Yet, the demon, usually prompt to emerge at her call, was now as silent as the grave. The water's surface mirrored only her own reflection. Was it possible? Lilith sighed, deciding to employ the mental illness she had prepared for days. Perhaps you have heard of a psychological condition known as dissociative identity disorder? Lilith elaborated on the predominant causes of this affliction and the state of being during its onset, fabricating reasons for her condition, attributing it to the passing of Ruby's mother and the subsequent maltreatment by Ruby's father. Over time, this turmoil culminated in the emergence of an alternate persona, devised as a means of self-protection. Of course, she refrained from claiming sole responsibility for this diagnosis, stating instead that she had enlisted the assistance of a venerable old man with a white beard to interpret her ailment, and she was merely relaying his insights. As for the identity and appearance of this figure, Lilith described him simply as an ordinary elderly gentleman with white hair and a beard, attributing any further details to the deceased Ruby's father, asserting that her young age at the time rendered her unaware of the specifics. To her astonishment, upon hearing Lilith's account, Maria and Lesa revealed their familiarity with such a condition. Their explanation was that this phenomenon arises from the presence of two souls within the body. Lilith, feeling a surge of anxiety, inquired if there existed a method to verify the existence of these two souls. Chapter 20. The Crystal Ball Indeed. The human soul is relatively easy to detect. As you have only recently become a witch, determining the number of souls should not prove difficult. Heart, please retrieve the crystal ball from the room. Very well, Maria. Moments later, a crystal ball, twice the size of Heart, was brought forth. Do not be anxious. Simply place your hand upon it. All right. While these words were not uttered by Lilith, the voice undoubtedly emanated from her lips, and she immediately realized that the demon was reassuring her that all was well, alleviating some of her trepidation. Lilith placed her right hand upon the crystal ball. After a brief interlude, Maria withdrew the crystal ball, her eyes now wide open. Your soul presents no issues. It appears you were indeed correct. This is a novel discovery, and I must document this occurrence. Maria hastily procured a quill, ink, and a hefty tome crafted from parchment. Why did you not question my apparent madness last night? Surely that should have been the primary suspicion. Maria lifted her gaze and shared a knowing look with Lisa. Regarding this matter, I believe a review of the circumstances at the time will elucidate why. Review? Lilith queried, perplexed. Is there surveillance in that forest? Surprisingly, there is indeed surveillance. Lisa produced a crystal ball, a kaleidoscope of colors intermingled with black, and Lilith discovered for the first time that witches possess crystal balls of various designs and hues. The color selection often reflects the witch's affinity, with financial capability also playing a role. Lisa cradled the ornate crystal ball, channeling her magical energy as beams of light emanated from it, and soon the scene began to swirl, revealing the forest, the path, and Lilith herself within the frame. That is the demon. When this entity inhabits the body, the eyes transform into a ghastly shade of blood red. The most fearsome aspect is yet to be revealed. At this moment, the demon forcefully shook off the restraints of the two attending witches, delivering a single punch that pierced through the skull of the charging golden-horned rhinoceros. What? It penetrated the rhinoceros's cranium with mere hand? Lilith was utterly astonished, and her first reaction was to think, it's exposed. Which normal human could accomplish such a feat? No, wait, shouldn't she first be concerned about her own hand? How could it be that there were no shattering fractures? There were no peculiar markings on her face. It stands to reason that the demon hadn't utilized its own powers. What on earth is happening? Lilith felt an overwhelming urge to rush back to her room, seize the demon by its collar, and shake it furiously until it provided an explanation. However, that was not an option, as both Teacher Maria and Lisa were observing her. Well, even though it was hard to believe, she wanted to inquire whether the images from the crystal ball could be altered. That was what she initially intended to say. But upon reflection, it seemed there were no cameras in this era. Currently, it was impossible. Lisa put away the crystal ball. I believe I lack the ability to slay that rhinoceros with a single punch. Regardless of the truth, she simply did not know, and thus she felt it necessary to express her thoughts in order. Regarding this matter, Lilith, you may have a misunderstanding about your own powers. Maria closed the sheepskin book, and the book along with the quill floated gracefully back to the shelf. What misunderstanding? That was the demoness doing. It was certainly not her. Lilith felt that this unfair blame was excessively large and round. Although your witchcraft is limited, your exquisite control over it surpasses that of many witches who have already graduated. Do you comprehend the nature of such talent? Perhaps you could transition to the formal year of witch studies at this very moment. Maria elucidated to Lilith how she managed to slay the rhinoceros with a single punch. It turned out that she had entirely concentrated her magical energy within her arm and hand, thereby reinforcing and protecting herself. Teacher Maria, the skills possessed by the other persona, I do not have. I believe it is best for me to remain in the beginner class. She was quite satisfied with the current curriculum, as it allowed her to explore this world while also freeing time for side ventures. According to your explanation, you are essentially one and the same, correct? Thus, it stands to reason that what one can accomplish, the other should be able to as well. Lilith thought, how am I to rectify my falsehoods? Maria assumed Lilith's silence was her contemplating how to proceed, whereas in truth, she was engaged in a frantic brainstorming session, pondering how to fabricate a lie. The demoness abilities were innate to it and unrelated to this body. Surely she could not achieve that. Wait a moment. She could perhaps learn from the demon. She was truly suffering from dissociative identity disorder. She could simply ask the demon to teach her. Thus, Lilith nodded earnestly. I shall strive to attempt it, giving it my utmost effort. Good child, and of course, if possible, we still hope your ailment can be cured. From what we can see currently, she has siphoned off a portion of your innate talent, which is not a favorable situation. Lilith was at a loss for words and could only feebly state that she had tried but failed. Surely she could not genuinely request the demon to merge with her, right? Setting aside whether the demon would agree, she herself was unwilling. In her own way, she preferred to remain true to herself. Very well, we have grasped the situation. You may return to prepare for your class. And what of the punishment? She had been anxiously awaiting this moment. Upholding the principle that it is better to inquire directly than to fret in silence, Lilith cautiously broached the subject of the penalty. This incident cannot be entirely attributed to your fault, and fortunately, No one was harmed. We shall let it pass this time. However, if possible, I hope you can exercise more control in the future." Maria gently patted Lilith's head. Compared to the troubles caused by other witches, Lilith's predicament was merely a trifling matter. The golden-horned rhinoceros is relatively easy to capture, and this minor loss is inconsequential to the ecological park. With the absence of punishment, Lilith's taut nerves finally relaxed. The morning arithmetic lesson was a standard theoretical class, presenting no challenge for Lilith. When the bell rang for class dismissal, Narlisa and Patricia finally had the opportunity to inquire about Lilith's experiences from the previous night. Lilith recounted her tale of schizophrenia verbatim, leaving both of them astonished that such an affliction existed in the world. Patricia jokingly asked Lilith if her second personality would take the opportunity while she slept to harm Narlisa, her dorm mate. "Why would you speak of such matters in that tone? What are you thinking? Of course not. Otherwise, I would already be a wanted murderer. She does not indiscriminately slay the innocent." At this moment, Lilith remained unaware that in the town where Ruby was born, she indeed was a wanted criminal. Lilith observed Narlisa, who had secretly exhaled in relief. Fearful yet bold enough to approach her early in the morning, her roommate possessed a certain courage. Lilith reiterated that her other personality emerged solely to protect her and would not harm the innocent. If Narlisa felt uncomfortable, she could request a single dormitory through the Witch Tower. Chapter 21. Making tools of others. There's always some risk in cohabitation. I do not mind. What risk? Do not tell her is the risk of being killed. Are you unaware? Witches often experience emotional instability before reaching adulthood. And there have been instances in the past where dorm mates suffered unfortunate fates. It is only in recent years that fatalities have ceased to occur. Suddenly, she found the attitudes of ordinary humans upon discovering witches to be remarkably understandable. The witches of this world seemed entirely unlike the ones she had imagined. She had envisioned them as clean, knowledgeable in medicine, and inherently kind-hearted individuals. The reality, however, was that they were merely a different race, intermittently inclined towards malevolence. She began to suspect that the reason witches had not been eradicated was that those humans were simply incapable of overpowering them in a fit of madness. They could even harm their own roommates. She started to feel a twinge of fear. "You and T come to kill me in the middle of the night, would you?" Patricia could not help but chuckle. At this moment, Lilith could easily defeat a rhinoceros with a single punch, and Narlisa had yet to begin her studies in witchcraft. She was quite curious about what Lilith thought Narlisa would use to harm her. "For now, I will not. I rather like you," Narlisa replied earnestly. Upon hearing this response, Lilith instinctively inquired, "What about the things you dislike?" Patricia eagerly interjected, "I have been attacked 3 times, haha, but they couldn't kill me. On one occasion, there was so much blood that she was fined." Lilith was astonished by the rough camaraderie between these two individuals. What could possibly forge a friendship between those who nearly brought each other to ruin? Furthermore, the consequence for harming a classmate was merely a monetary penalty. The absurdity of this world never ceased to astonish her. After a moment of calm, Lilith decided to lighten the mood by producing the hair tie she had crafted the previous night. At that moment, only the 3 of them remained in the classroom. The mathematics lesson had been quite taxing, spanning half the day, and with the afternoon designated for respite, they were in no rush to head to the cafeteria. "You really made it." Of course, a hair tie, after all, is something easily understood by even those who have never used one. "My goodness, Lilith, are you a genius?" Patricia exclaimed as she deftly tied her hair with a white hair tie. The hair of the people here was rather thick, and the tie was just sufficient to wrap around twice. Patricia, inexperienced in tying hair for the first time, managed to keep it low, avoiding any unsightly bumps. She tossed her head a few times, clearly pleased with the tie. "It won't fall out." As for Narlisa, Lilith personally styled her hair into a high ponytail, demonstrating, since she was currently bald and unable to show how it should be done herself. "My goodness, this style is indeed more attractive. I want one too." Patricia imitated Lilith's technique and retied her hair. Although Lilith thought it might be a bit haphazard, with a large section sticking out at the back, Patricia appeared quite satisfied. She remarked that her neck felt pleasantly cool. Narlisa nodded in agreement, clearly pleased with the innovative hair tie as well. In the end, Patricia purchased 2, and Narlisa requested 2 as well. Lilith glanced at Patricia, then at Narlisa, and handed the extra one to Narlisa. "Consider it a thank you for your regular cleaning duties. You two really get along well. This is worth a thank you," Patricia remarked with a hint of envy. Lilith chuckled. Thus, the three of them leisurely began their stroll towards the cafeteria. One bald head and two high ponytails naturally attracted the attention of the other young witches in the corridor. Some bolder ones had already begun to approach. Lilith unconsciously quickened her pace, and Nelisa and Patricia had no choice but to walk faster to keep up. In truth, Patricia would have preferred to saunter along at a snail's pace. I think you can make money from this. I have no time for that. Does soap just materialize out of thin air? Or does shampoo simply appear when she falls and picks it up? There isn't even toilet paper here. Many people don't wipe at all after using the restroom. Lilith had been relying on leaves for the past few days. She felt that if she didn't procure toilet paper soon, she would inevitably suffer from hemorrhoids. Is it difficult to make? It is rather simple. Would you care to learn? Patricia quickly waved her hand. I cannot, though I could manage a hoe. Using a needle is beyond my capabilities. However, Nerissa excels in handicrafts. She once stitched a little squirrel for me, crafted according to the heart's desire of Teacher Maria. After finishing her statement, Patricia rummaged through her belongings and produced a somewhat worn short robe, pointing to the pattern on the collar for Lilith to see. Have you brought all your possessions with you? This garment is clearly meant for a much younger child. Lilith took the garment, inspecting it closely. Indeed, the stitching was quite commendable. Well then, Nerissa, would you like to learn? What price must I pay? Truth be told, there is little technical skill involved. Once she obtains the soap, she will undoubtedly amass a fortune. She wouldn't mind using a few trifles to bribe her roommate. If it were Patricia needing assistance, she might demand some tuition. After all, sisters must keep accounts clear. I wish to learn. What price must I pay? Nerissa paused. Lilith, compelled to halt as well, observed Nerissa's serious expression and pondered. How about you pay me a small tuition fee? 5 or 10 bone coins would suffice. I wouldn't be averse. 200 bone coins. Would that be acceptable? That is quite excessive. This truly is easy to learn. You can approximate the method simply by disassembling what you have. The only tricky part might be turning the fabric inside out. Very well, 200 bone coins it is. If you're more later, you may compensate me further. Nerissa firmly settled the matter. All right then. Others were eager to part with their money. To refuse would be somewhat pretentious. In the afternoon, after instructing Nerissa, Lilith requested her assistance in contacting an upperclassman who made water cups. Nerissa briefly introduced the two and then swiftly departed the restaurant, heading to the grocery store. During her time there, many approached her inquiring about hair ties. She showcased them thoroughly and hinted that a new batch would soon be available for sale, indicating that the prices would be reasonable. As for Lilith, she outlined her requirements. Can this be accomplished? I need 2 elongated wooden molds, a wooden cutting board, as well as a large basin for mixing, a large barrel, a thin medicinal pot, a long-handled stirring spoon, a funnel, a non-bladed spatula, and a wider-handled knife. Essentially a kitchen knife. The wooden tools you desire are not particularly challenging to create. I can craft them for you. I would recommend adding a ring of metal reinforcement around the bottom for stability. Selena was uncertain what liquid would be added, thus the sealing needed to be impeccable. Chapter 22. Shells. Lilith considered briefly before acquiescing. Very well. She ordered 2 servings of mashed potatoes and asked someone for assistance. It was customary to treat others for this modest meal, though there was little more to spare. The total comes to 300 bone coins. The knife you seek is rather difficult to make, particularly the kitchen knife. Selena elaborated on the reasons behind the elevated price. In this world and era, cooking is performed with knives akin to modern fruit knives, thus not everyone can become a chef. The foremost requirement is strength. I can accept 300, but won't my senior sister send me a little gift? Lilith jested as she sampled the mashed potatoes, which indeed tasted quite delightful. In light of the mashed potatoes, how about I offer you a water cup? Lilith raised an eyebrow, surprised that the other party genuinely agreed to her proposal. After a moment's contemplation, she added, I am in need of a water bottle. Very well, you are quite greedy. I require you to pay 2/3 of the bone currency up front. Normally, one would pay half in advance. I can pay the full amount directly. After all, you wouldn't abscond with my money, would you? However, we must agree on a delivery date. I appreciate your straightforwardness. That works for me. This is only acceptable within the confines of the Witch Tower. Outside, she would never pay the entire sum at once. Once the issue of the mold was settled, there remained concerns regarding gauze and raw materials. Initially, she had only prepared wood ash, but today, while teaching and conversing with Nalisa, she fortuitously learned that there is indeed a scene near Witch Town. The nearest human settlement lies in a small fishing village over there. Fish, of course, is one of the ingredients for brewing witch's broth, but that is a topic for another time. The presence of the sea indicates the availability of shellfish. In Witch Town, there are shops selling seafood. Though they predominantly offer crafts and dried goods, fresh fish are procured by witches only at the beginning of each month. Lilith does not require freshness, so she intends to try her luck. Seafood is not particularly favored in Witch Town, and the witch running the shop chose a somewhat remote location in the town. The geography of Witch Town is such that it is enveloped in dense fog, forming a circular barrier around the entire settlement. Naturally, the natural formations are not so orderly. The edges are rather irregular, but generally, it appears as a circle. Surrounding it are small hills and woods, with the ecological garden enclosed within a wall. It is essential to note that the wall's uneven height resembles something gnawed by a dog because it serves as a witch's array, designed to protect the internal environment and prevent creatures from escaping into the town. Beyond the wall lies an open space and houses, along with basic infrastructure such as a square, where statues of the first-generation witches are displayed. Further inward, at the very heart of Witch Town, stands the Witch Tower. Here, there is no commercial street. In this era, where health permits and business licenses are unnecessary, establishing a shop is quite informal, requiring merely a house and goods. Thus, there is no so-called commercial street, and the architecture of the town is largely unplanned, apart from specific facilities. The proximity of restaurants and general stores stems merely from the initial establishment of a small shop, after which other witches opened their businesses nearby. However, most of the witches are rather independent and do not enjoy congregating. Take, for instance, the purveyor of seafood, whose shop is situated on the opposite side of the witch's tower. Lilith spent an hour traversing the path to the entrance of her establishment. She managed to avoid getting lost, thanks to the clear directions provided by Nalisa, and once in the vicinity, locating the shop was quite effortless. This was not solely due to its aroma. The regulations of Witch Town mandated that all vendors must display a sign at their entrance. Ding dong, ding dong. As Lilith pushed open the door, it emitted a resonant sound. The interior was brighter than she had anticipated. The shelves in Witch Town appeared to be uniformly crafted. Yet in this shop, the wooden bases meant for displaying items have been intricately carved with grooves, perfectly accommodating the large conch shells arranged atop them. Many of the conchs were adorned with gemstones, pearls, or small bones, which, from an artistic perspective, conveyed a somewhat ostentatious flair. To her surprise, there were even wind chimes constructed from strings of shells. However, it seemed the creator had been rather greedy, as the excessive shells made Lilith wonder if a tempest of level 10 would be required to set them in motion. The wind chimes hung above a pile of dried starfish ensconced in burlap. Welcome. Ah, a little guest from the Witch Tower. It's rare to see someone come by at this hour. The red-tailed fish for brewing, which stew 1 tea arrive until next week. Hello. I'm not interested in that fish, Lilith clarified, explaining her intention to purchase other items. Are you seeking my discarded failures and scrap materials? Indeed. Well, I could certainly give them to you. May I inquire what you intend to do with them? I'm conducting a small experiment, which I must keep confidential. The quantity I require may be somewhat substantial, but I am willing to pay. How much do you need? 10. Oh no, let us start with 20 kilograms. After all, they are merely refuse awaiting disposal. Follow me. Take as much as you can carry. Oh, would you like me to provide you with a shovel? As the shopkeeper spoke, she opened a door leading to a basement, and a distinct scent unique to marine life wafted out. The entire basement was heaped with an assortment of shells, some shattered, others whole, piling up from the floor to the ceiling like a small mountain. Lilith gazed at the shells and expressed her need for a shovel, swiftly organizing her magical pouch and stacking her previous belongings in a small corner. The shopkeeper handed her an exceptionally large shovel. Lilith confirmed with the owner one last time. Am I permitted to take all of this? The basement spanned several square meters, and in truth, her magical pouch could not accommodate everything. Of course, all of this is to be disposed of. Taking it off my hands saves me the trouble of discarding it myself. Thank you. With that, Lilith eagerly commenced her labor, or rather, her delightful endeavor. Although the absence of gloves posed a slight inconvenience, she was relieved that the shells had been cleaned prior to the shopkeeper's use, rendering them relatively unsoiled. Lilith was fully engaged in her task, with the boss not having left and even bringing over a stool to observe her work. The shells were being scraped with a clattering sound. Do you need assistance? Oh, how could I accept that? Lilith felt a twinge of guilt. It seemed inappropriate to have the boss help her while she was enjoying such a fortunate situation. After a moment's thought, she resolutely declined once more. No need. I can manage it myself. Chapter 23. Crafting soap. Alright then, you mentioned that you would require a substantial amount of these shell-like waste materials in the future. If the experiment proves successful, I will indeed need a great deal, and perhaps I might even have to procure some from outside. Lilith continued to scrape as she spoke. It sounds as though you intend to create something that will sell remarkably well, and you seem quite confident in the final product. I do possess some confidence. If it succeeds, I can bring you a finished piece. It's genuinely quite useful. Is that so? I look forward to it. If your claims hold true, I shall reserve all future waste materials for you. The owner of the seafood shop was a loquacious witch. When Lilith inquired why she did not open her shop near the restaurant, the owner candidly explained that she had a past grievance with the restaurant's proprietor during her school days and wished to avoid the area, feeling it would bring her bad luck. A week later, Lilith had gathered all the necessary materials. Choosing the end of the month when she had no classes, she prepared to embark on her grand endeavor in the potion study room, where a ready source of fire was available. After paying for a full day's use, Lilith entered the room with her supplies. The first step in making soap was to burn the shells. This step posed little difficulty, although the grinding process was somewhat laborious. Fortunately, Lilith's body was accustomed to household chores, and her stamina was fairly adequate. Next, she combined the wood ash collected from the cafeteria kitchen with water, adhering to a ratio of 3:7, a figure she recalled from her previous Life S readings. The reason she remembered so clearly was that she had once been eager to experiment with various crafts, but had ultimately found it daunting due to the need for numerous tools and containers, which led her to abandon the idea. The wood-ash mixture needed to be filtered through cheesecloth, but lacking that, Lilith purchased a piece of burlap. Having tested it with clean water beforehand, she found its permeability satisfactory. After filtering the water from the wood ash, she obtained the alkali water. Mixing the alkali water with the shell powder required a ratio of approximately 9:1. Lilith diligently stirred the mixture for 5 minutes, ensuring it was well combined before removing the burlap, filtering the entire batch 3 times to yield a large basin of murky liquid. Phew! Who would have thought this would require such physical effort? Lilith pondered as she rested, wishing she had chosen to do less. She then retrieved 3 jars of lard. Relieved that the inhabitants of this world also consumed pork. Otherwise, rendering the lard herself would have been quite a burden. The alkali water still needed to settle, so there was no rush to heat the lard just yet. Lilith pondered for a moment, realizing she could not squander the precious time allotted in the study room. Thus, she ventured outside to procure several packets of herbal remedies for her cough. After purchasing these items, she found her supply of bone coins dwindled. Despite the seemingly trivial nature of each item, the costs accumulated significantly. Were it not for the luxury of dining at the cafeteria for an entire year without charge, she would not dare to spend so liberally. From the late morning until evening, with a brief interlude for lunch, Lilith observed the water in her basin, noting that the sediment had settled sufficiently. She then ignited the stove and heated the oil. The solid pork lard swiftly melted within the metallic pot, and after extinguishing the flame, she allowed it to cool slightly. Lilith then brought the basin to the table, using a spoon to scoop the upper layer of alkaline water. She remembered to add a pinch of salt, albeit sparingly, as it was somewhat costly. With a stirring spoon, she mixed the contents in a clockwise motion. Before long, the mixture in the pot transformed into a sticky consistency, signaling the onset of the saponification reaction. Hastily, Lilith retrieved a wooden rectangular mold and poured the soap liquid into it. The yield was not as abundant as she had envisioned. She had brought 3 molds, yet the last one remained only partially filled. At this juncture, the soap was nearly complete, and it was time to relinquish it to the passage of time. Lilith carefully transported the soap back to her quarters, placing it beneath her bed. According to her sources, it required 3 days of shadow drying, followed by exposure to sunlight. Initially, Lilith intended to produce a smaller batch, but her collection of seashells was rather extensive. Unable to store anything else in her magical bag, she decided to undertake a larger quantity. As for the possibility of failure, truth be told, the worst outcome might be a slight deviation in consistency. But anyone with a modicum of craftsmanship would not falter in their endeavor. She held steadfast confidence, even in the event of a mishap. The loss would be limited to the cost of lard and salt, while the remaining materials could be repurposed. Life resumed its quotidian rhythm, attending classes, dining, and studying. During this period, Nailish's business flourished, drawing others to seek Lilith's permission to sell hair ties. Eventually, even the local grocery store expressed interest in obtaining stock for sale. Initially, Lilith intended to delegate this responsibility entirely to Nailisha, but the latter politely declined, citing concerns over the potential mess caused by the influx of customers in their dormitory. Thus, Lilith reluctantly faced the influx of aspiring young witches eager to profit, until Patricia introduced her to a prospective client. Neve, a noblewoman, more precisely, a noble who had abandoned her surname, was also a witch, a year senior to Lilith and in the same class as Celine. "You wish to take over the management of the hair ties?" Lilith inquired, her intent already conveyed clearly. The girl before her, with hands neatly clasped upon her lap, smiled as she answered. The girl with squinting eyes could indeed be quite intimidating, perhaps due to Lilith's own perceptual biases. After careful consideration, she remarked, "The creation of hair ties is not particularly arduous. In time, others may very well imitate the process. Is your proposed partnership a tad too grandiose?" Naife proposed two modes of collaboration. The first option involves her purchasing the rights for 3,000 bone coins, after which Lilith and those she has previously taught would be prohibited from teaching others. Furthermore, any headbands produced each month must be submitted to her for sale. The second option is a partnership, whereby Lilith provides the production methods while Naife handles sales, with profits split evenly. Regardless of a choice made, a witch's contract must be signed. Lilith felt as though the situation resembled a street vendor being approached by someone wanting to purchase a 5 yuan headband and insisting on a contract, an underestimation of the craft involved. "So, which option do you wish for me to sign?" she mused, hoping to remain a hands-off partner. "The first." "Very well, I choose the second." Lilith decisively determined the transaction method. Naife was momentarily taken aback by her response, but quickly regained her composure and retrieved the pre-prepared witch's contract. Lilith picked up the parchment contract, glancing over the legible text, feeling reassured by the absence of linguistic traps. "Just a moment, I need to get a drink." As she fabricated an excuse to leave, she inadvertently took the contract with her, as if forgetting to set it down. Devil. Please show me if there are any issues with this contract." Chapter 24. Commercial collaboration. Could you refrain from calling me Devil? Didn't you say I could call you whatever I wanted? Perhaps you could give me a name. The sensation of being called Devil was akin to someone shouting your name on the street. It was undeniably awkward. "Dumpling? What? Cake, bun, chocolate. Choose one." She acknowledged her dismissiveness. But the fact that the other party had a name and chose not to disclose it irked her, leading her to deliberately pick a name reminiscent of a pet dog. Do these names hold any significance? None whatsoever. So which will you choose? It was evident that the era had yet to see chocolate cake. However, she had heard that nobles indulged in desserts. Lilith endeavored to sift through Ruby's memories and recalled something akin to apple pie. Although Ruby had never tasted it, merely heard it was widely known. "Chocolate, then. You may call me Chocolate." Lilith suspected the choice stemmed from the fact that the word was longer than the others, though she lacked proof. "Very well, Chocolate. Now, let us review the contract." She stifled a laugh. "There are no issues with this contract, but you could potentially earn more by working independently. Are you certain you wish to collaborate with her? Independent work? Huh. When I called upon you to help deal with those little witches, why did you remain silent? You left all the work to me." Chocolate stammered, finally managing to articulate, "I am not skilled at this. You have a myriad of tasks you do not permit me to undertake, so how can I excel?" Lilith rolled her eyes decisively, holding a low opinion of the devil's excuse-making tendencies. Once Lilith confirmed that there were no issues with the contract, she exited the washroom. Of course, before leaving, she did not forget to tuck the dining knife back in her bag and casually adjusted the water flow, performing the charade in its entirety, even though the other party might well be aware that she was not there for a drink. As long as neither side exposed the pretense, their collaboration could persist. Lilith placed the contract upon the table. "I have reviewed the agreement and found it satisfactory. However, I wish to consult with Nalisa and others who have been instructed. These matters have been discussed prior to her visit." Lilith cast an inquiring glance at Nalisa, who had been standing at the doorway. Upon receiving a nod from Nalisa, Lilith inscribed her name on the parchment and then slid it across the table. "Thank you for your assistance. I can also provide several trendy styles. Shall I teach you now? No rush. I will arrange for someone to come by this afternoon for the lesson. Thus, I wish you a pleasant collaboration, Miss Lilith. As Nave signed her name, the parchment emitted a brief glow. A small surge of magical energy split in two. One half entered Lilith's body, while the other merged with Nave's. Although the witching world lacked formal laws, it was governed by binding agreements, and breaching them would incur penalties. The nature of the punishment could be explicitly stated in the contract or, as in this case, unspecified. In such instances, the consequences of a breach would be randomly generated based on the level of the witch's contract at the time of signing. Lilith, after crafting some soap, had taken the time to understand this concept thoroughly. The contract presented by Nave was of the lowest tier, with penalties for breaches typically resulting in several weeks of physical weakness, misfortune, and the loss of non-vital organs. In contrast, a high-level contract might result in the immediate loss of a heart or a permanent inability to wield magical power, with severe repercussions. In summary, one should never violate an agreement unless absolutely necessary. Having resolved one matter, Lilith had anticipated a couple of leisurely days, only to be interrupted while teaching how to sew lace on a hair ties when someone noticed the undergarments hanging on the balcony. One of the students expressed curiosity about their purpose, and Elisa, being one of the learners, was also intrigued. Consequently, Lilith decisively demonstrated the proper way to wear the undergarments and the necessity of doing so. Upon explaining the benefits of maintaining hygiene for reproductive health, preventing dust accumulation, and reducing the probability of illness, it was no surprise that she received a request for a visit from Nave the following day. At that very moment, Lilith found herself engaged in a tug-of-war with her boundaryless roommate, Elisa, over a soiled pair of underwear. I can wash this myself. Truly. Lilith grasped the edges of the garment, refusing to let go. You do not clean it properly. I have rewashed the ones you hung out to dry, Elisa replied, her expression impassive as she tugged on the other end with concealed force. What? Lilith could scarcely believe her ears. Indeed, Elisa calmly seized the moment of Lilith's astonishment to snatch the small piece of clothing and swiftly retreated several steps. Elisa, Lilith exclaimed in a frenzy. Knock, knock, knock. In a tumult of emotions, crushing despair, acute embarrassment, and an irritable desire to vanish into the earth, Lilith's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Her mind, having short-circuited, rebooted. Who is it? I am Neve. I apologize for intruding without prior notice. I wish to discuss a new business proposition with you. Lilith surmised the purpose of this visitor's arrival. The sounds of running water and the rustling of fabric from the washroom made her pallid face resemble that of a ghost. After all, the numerous complaints against Elisa were not without justification. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming urge to change not just her dormitory, but perhaps even her town altogether. The door opened, revealing Lilith, who appeared utterly lost. Perhaps I am not the best time for this? She mused, lightly tapping her head with her hand. No, it's fine, please. Come in. The same setting, the same person, the same contract, but this time the stakes felt different. The previous hair tie was a trivial matter, and thus the 50-50 split did not bother her. However, this time, should the division remain the same, she could not acquiesce. With an impassive expression, Lilith returned the contract. You only provide technical support. Frankly, I find this distribution method quite reasonable. I must source materials and hire seamstresses, which incurs substantial time costs. Yet, I believe you also require my assistance in promotion, as no one understands the value of this product better than I do. Lilith intended to market this item to countless households, anticipating significant profit. To forego a larger share now would be folly. In the marketplace, kindness does not equate to goodwill, but rather, it renders one vulnerable. This was evident in the current negotiation. Having tasted success previously, Neve dared to propose the same division. Despite the stark disparity between the two products, a fact Lilith was certain Neve recognized, or else she would not have arrived so swiftly. Subsequently, other witches approached Lilith, expressing a desire to collaborate on hair ties, yet she had to decline them all due to the existing contract, even when some offer a lucrative 80-20 split. Chapter 25. The soap succeeds among the students at the Witch Tower. Apart from myself, it is challenging to find anyone willing to collaborate on this matter. Underwear and intimate apparel are not hair ties. The initial investment is considerably higher, and it requires numerous skilled seamstresses, a challenge in the sparsely populated witch town. However, Is the labor cost truly so high? The upper-class witches possess magical abilities, and they can hire adult witches as well. Can the speed of a witch, empowered by non-scientific forces, be matched by a mere mortal seamstress? I can accept a 60-40 split at most. Neve hesitated for a moment before reluctantly stating her final offer. Lilith pressed her fingers upon the firm gardenia ball, rolling it back and forth on the table as its fragrance wafted through the air. Very well, it's a deal. But I hope to employ a more advanced witch's contract this time. Neve rose from her seat. Tomorrow, I shall bring the new contract. After Lilith bid farewell to her guests, she turned around and beheld Nerissa hanging her delicate undergarments to dry. The Witch's Tower is a marvel of architecture. Though it appears devoid of windows from the outside, it surprisingly boasts balconies within. Moreover, each dormitory-esque balcony is isolated from the others, making it impossible to glimpse another-esque balcony from one's own. It is indeed peculiar, perhaps employing some arcane spatial magic. Nerissa, I believe we need to converse. If this pertains to hygiene, I find little to discuss. However, if it concerns dignity, I request you come forth to negotiate. Very well. Thus, Lilith spent half an hour articulating her feelings regarding this intimate matter, expressing her discomfort with the thought of someone else attending to it, as it would evoke feelings of shame and embarrassment. Yet, the response she received was merely that of a noble woman having a designated maid to manage such tasks, suggesting that Lilith should not take it to heart and should regard herself as merely a cleaning maid. Lilith was taken aback by such eagerness to take on the work, rendered speechless, especially considering that the arrangement would indeed benefit her in terms of hygiene. Ultimately, this dialogue concluded in failure. Dejected, Lilith returned to her room and collapsed onto her bed, layered with 2 quilts. Should I intervene on your behalf? With your current reservoir of magical power, a mere act of elimination would not reveal us. Crack! The demon uttered this line, and the newly acquired dinner knife, which had stood firm for several days, finally shattered. Lilith retrieved a fork instead. No need. That would be repaying kindness with malice, would it not? But are you not exceedingly unhappy? It is a mixed bag. Were all aspects favorable, this dormitory would not have been assigned to me, alas. In truth, if one disregards the issue of shame, I am indeed at an advantage. The production of undergarments is a lucrative enterprise, and Lilith had been bustling about with Neve for quite some time. Both were students with academic obligations. Thus, they could only spare time for such endeavors. Fortunate that the witch's curriculum was rather lenient. Naivia was majoring in spellcraft, and under her tutelage, Lilith had also learned the coveted fire spell, enabling her to ignite flames effortlessly without the aid of flint, unlike the aggressive incantations taught by the demon. When the tiny flame leapt from her palm, Lilith's first thought was how the fire could materialize without any combustible materials. Regrettably, Neve was equally perplexed and found it odd that Lilith would pose such a question. The 3 essential components of spellcasting are magical power, incantation, and the subject being enchanted, with no requirement for combustible materials. Most spells adhere to these 3 elements, yet some exceptional spells may succeed with only 2 conditions met, such as the common summoning of demons, which does not necessitate magical power. Moreover, certain more potent or backlash-prone spells require the enhancement of magical implements. For instance, the divination spell cast by Professor Maria to discern the number of souls necessitated a crystal ball. The crystal ball serves as a common auxiliary tool for the release of spells. By the way, Neve's crystal ball is crafted from yellow citron. Its resplendent golden hue exudes an air of opulence. After 3 bustling months, the time has finally arrived for the soap to be molded. To ensure complete saponification, Lilith patiently waited several additional days. As she removed the wooden boards from the mold, she was relieved to find that there was no deformation. This marked a significant success. Lilith gently touched the surface of the soap, finding it firm to the touch. She took a chef's knife and sliced off a piece about the width of a finger, holding it in her hand for a closer inspection. The soap was a milky white, devoid of any peculiar scent. Eagerly, Lilith rushed to the washroom. Wetting the soap and quickly lathering it, bubbles began to emerge. It was a success. Lilith felt exhilarated, especially upon seeing her hands, now more than twice as clean. Tonight, she would indulge in a bath with this very soap. After cutting the remaining soap into pieces, she placed them back into the mold. Lacking more suitable packaging, she decided this would suffice for now. That evening, Lilith and Nailisha made their way to the bathhouse once again. Nailisha, A person who might decline an invitation to dine out would never refuse an offer to clean or bathe, even if she had just washed the day before. Lilith suspected that this relentless pursuit of wealth was merely a means for Nailisha to enjoy 3 baths a day. "What is this?" Nailisha inquired, pinching a piece of the soap that felt somewhat sticky to her, causing a slight discomfort. "It's soap, a cleansing product. You should give it a try. It cleans remarkably well for bathing." "Is this the same item you left on the balcony a while ago?" Nailisha asked, to which Lilith nodded. "All right, I'll give it a shot." Truth be told, she held little faith in such a small object, feeling it appeared rather unclean. Those unfamiliar with soap often harbor such impressions. Lilith explained the usage and precautions to Nailisha, even demonstrating how to wash her hands. Nailisha had already noticed that Lilith's hands looked exceptionally clean today, mistakenly believing she had spent the entire morning washing them. To her surprise, it was the soap responsible for this cleanliness. Nailisha's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly pushed Lilith aside, beginning to undress for her bath and hair wash. Meanwhile, Lilith prepared for her own bath. After 3 months, fine strands of hair had begun to sprout from her bald head. Though she couldn't shake the feeling that the newly grown hair was not the golden hue she had anticipated. Regardless, she would soon discover the truth once it fully grew in, and she chose not to dwell on it further. Enjoying a delightful wash with the soap, she lathered from the crown of her head all the way to her toes. "I love bathing. Hee hee hee." Not having hair was a blessing. She didn't have to worry about it sticking to her back while washing from head to toe. Emerging from the bathhouse, Lilith felt invigorated. And she was not alone in this sentiment. Chapter 26. 1 bone coin and 20 tulum coins. Lilith. This product is simply marvelous. Nailisha's long hair was still steaming. Droplets of water trickling down, and upon hearing Lilith's movements, she eagerly stepped out. Lilith nodded, satisfied with the results of her creation. However, she felt that the lard was slightly insufficient. Although she had adhered to the standard measurements, it lacked the desired richness, leaving her feeling parched after using the soap. It was that uncomfortable sensation of tight skin all over. "I am confident that this product will become a bestseller." It was rare to see her usually serious roommate so exhilarated, and I shared her sentiment. "Oh, Lilith, is this bar called soap? May I purchase it from you? You know I can't live without it now," Nailisha exclaimed, holding up the soap wrapped in a handkerchief, indicating to Lilith. That was the very piece Lilith had intended to gift her, but it seemed that Nailisha had interpreted it as a trial. "That was meant for you. Not only can it be used for bathing and shampooing, but it can also be employed for laundry. Perhaps I should give you a new one specifically for washing clothes." Lilith mused, considering it a splendid idea, especially since Nailisha had a habit of stealthily washing clothes that others had already cleaned. Nailisha was a peculiar person. While one could argue that she lacked respect for others, she certainly took the effort to wash clothes behind their backs. Yet, the moment she returned to the dormitory from practical classes, her first instinct was to rummage through others' belongings. "What? You intend to use such a precious item for laundry?" While it sounds appealing, if you were to sell these, you could earn hundreds or even thousands of bone coins. After learning about the soap's cleaning efficacy, Nailisha was tempted by the proposition, though she found her roommate's suggestion rather foolish. "Do not worry about that. If I can manage it once, I can surely do it again. Soon, we shall have an abundance of soap. The current issue is that I wish to formally employ you for laundry and cleaning duties. What do you think?" She feared that constantly taking advantage of her roommate might shorten her lifespan. Nailisha's previous mention of hiring a maid inspired Lilith, particularly as her lingerie and hair tie business had recently flourished, yielding a substantial profit. Although the hair tie sales were only booming for the first 2 months before more crafty witches discerned the crafting secrets and began competing, Lilith stood on the shoulders of giants. She possessed a plethora of creative ideas. Lace trims and pearl embellishments were merely the beginning, allowing her and Neve to earn a handsome fortune. However, the sales of lingerie did not meet her expectations, remaining lukewarm at best. As changing perceptions takes time, 3 months was still too brief. Yet, she was capable of influencing those around her. For instance, Nailisha had begun wearing them, along with Patricia and several classmates. Patricia particularly praised the garments, claiming that wearing them improved her speed. During the past month of extracurricular practical classes, she had led both Nailisha and Lilith to consistently receive outstanding evaluations. The reason was clear. The garments provided an exceptional fit, enhancing their performance. The issue of sizing for undergarments is rather troublesome. Currently, we have adopted a custom selling approach, as the standard sizes from Lilith's previous life do not apply to the people of this world. The dimensions of both tops and bottoms are ill-fitting, especially considering that the average height of minors here is around 1.7 meters. So, do you wish to employ me as your maid? What salary do you intend to offer me for a month? If possible, I would prefer to be compensated in soap, dear. What a splendid idea. How about you provide me with a bar of soap? Oh no, half a bar, as my wage each month. As she spoke, Nerissa became increasingly animated. Lilith could hardly fathom how dismal it would be for her employees to receive half a bar of soap as payment. If I directly hire you as a maid, I ought to at least cover your meals. And of course, there will be soap as well, but truly, that amount is excessive. One bar of soap can last several months, as you have observed. A single bath hardly consumes any. Lard soap does deplete faster than pure chemical soap, yet not to such an extent. Half a bar per month. Are you treating soap as a vegetable, taking a bite each day? Oh, Lilith, your generosity never ceases to astonish me. Nerissa held the bar of soap, attempting to regain her composure, at least on the surface. Whether she yearned to dash back to the dormitory and wash all her clothes again, or to clean the furniture with soapy water, only she knew. How about I give you 300 bone coins a month, and I will also cover all the soap used in the dormitory. As long as you do not waste it, I can ensure we will never run short of soap. A meal at the Witch's Tower costs about 4 bone coins. Although modest, the nutrition is satisfactory. Over the course of a month, calculated by 31 days, with 2 meals a day, that totals 248 bone coins, leaving some extra for other purchases. Lilith was uncertain if the salary was substantial. She still did not know the exchange rate between bone coins and other currencies. Perhaps she would inquire in town in the upcoming days. My goodness, 300, Nerissa exclaimed, but then felt it was inappropriate and hastily covered her mouth. Let's discuss this back at the dormitory. Following Nerissa's pull, Lilith returned to the dormitory with her. Upon entering, Nerissa eagerly searched for a metal box to store the used bar of soap. You'd best use a soap dish. Just leave it on the table. This item needs to be ventilated to dry. Lilith realized that without soap, there would be no soap dish here, which meant she would need to seek out Senior Celine again in the coming days. Very well, I understand. I will do that. I still need to use it later, so I'll set it here for now. After tying her hair up, Nerissa sat across from Lilith at the newly purchased table and chairs in the living room. However, the simplicity of the furniture gave her a sense of playing house when discussing business, and she vowed to replace it as soon as she earned some money. Although the current furnishings were not particularly lavish, at least both parties could sit comfortably without having to fold their legs. 300 bone coins is quite a sum. That could pay for 10 maids. Nerissa's mood had stabilized once more. Lilith looked on in confusion. Is the bone coin truly so valuable? It seems that slaves hold little worth. However, according to Ruby's recollections, the wages of maids in noble households are quite substantial. She has heard that even the maids performing menial tasks in the kitchens possess greater wealth than those of her standing. After some contemplation, Nerissa affirmed this. Indeed, the prices in Witchtown are relatively high. I recall you mentioning your origins from the Ottoman Empire, where the currency used is the tulurm. 1 bone coin is equivalent to 20 tulurm coins. Yet bone coins circulate solely within Witchtown, holding little value for outsiders. Nevertheless, merchants venture to Witchtown to sell and procure goods, thus utilizing this exchange rate. Chapter 27. Winnie, the seafood shop owner. Lilith was astonished by this exchange rate. She remembered that in her previous life, the rates of several major currencies were single-digit figures. The exchange rates of other countries' currencies with the bone coin are similarly structured. Nerissa added, it is essential to impart some knowledge about the continent. After spending a few months here, Lilith has grasped the fundamental aspects of this land. Firstly, the name of this continent is Ansoropus, inhabited by humans, witches, and a temple of beings whose classification remains uncertain. For now, let us consider them as 2 races. The Witch's stronghold is not merely their home, but is, in fact, Witchtown, regarded as the homeland by all witches. The remaining habitable territories for humans on the continent are divided into 4 regions, constituting 4 kingdoms. The town where the original Ruby resided belongs to the Ottoman Empire, while the other 3 are the duchies of Florence, Milan, and Helsinki. These nations are not entirely contiguous. They're separated by natural landscapes. For instance, between the Ottoman Empire and Florence lies a vast expanse of primordial forest, several times larger than the combined areas of both nations, inhabited by magical beasts and ordinary animals, serving as a primary source of materials for the witches. In addition to humans and witches, this world indeed hosts some extraordinary species, such as demons. Ordinarily, demons, akin to deities, cannot descend upon the mortal realm, yet they do engage in clandestine crossings, much like chocolate. Additionally, there are dragons, beastmen, elves, dwarves, and goblins, among others. While they do not dwell on this continent, they undeniably exist. Lilith yearns to encounter these legendary creatures, but traversing to another continent is no simple feat. One must possess either considerable wealth or sufficient strength, for otherwise, the teleportation array in Witchtown will not permit passage. Indeed, Witchtown boasts a teleportation array that allows travel to other continents, accessible to every officially graduated witch at their discretion. Some witches, having been rescued from the cross, harbor resentment yet remain averse to the human race, thus opting to dwell on other continents, albeit for various reasons. In any case, Lilith is aware of the existence of such a teleportation array in the town. As for why those formidable beings do not seize this land, firstly, this continent is remarkably barren compared to the land they inhabit. A dry, worthless piece of bread hardly seems worth the effort to seize. Moreover, humanity is not devoid of merit. At the very least, the individuals residing in the temple are quite formidable. Furthermore, there is ample land available, more than sufficient for habitation. And with a low population density, seizing additional territory proves to be of little consequence. I digress. Let us return to the main point. Upon reflection, a month's worth of sustenance indeed requires a considerable amount of bone coins. 300 is hardly excessive, although it may seem substantial when converted. Living here renders it insufficient. I tend to utilize a considerable amount of soap, around 150 bone coins, perhaps. Naligia actually believes that even 150 is somewhat excessive, as she has other avenues for earning income. Lilith feels that Naligia is overly accommodating. She would not hesitate to demand an additional 300 coins if it were her. After much negotiation, Naligia agreed to a compensation of 260 bone coins for the month. As for why it is not 250, Lilith steadfastly refused to accept that figure. Lilith produced a bar of soap, slicing off a fresh piece to hand to Naligia, advising against mixing laundry soap with bathing soap. Tomorrow, I shall order several new wooden boxes specifically for storing soap. For now, let's place it anywhere. All right. Mississippi Lilith was momentarily taken aback by Naligia's unexpected address. Naligia, are you jesting with me? No. I have heard that maids address their mistresses in such a manner. Is there anything wrong with that? You may continue to refer to me as you always have. The awkwardness of the address left her wishing to retreat into a sanctuary of solitude. Very well, Lilith. That felt more comfortable. How do you plan to sell the soap? With the formalities concluded, Naligia turned to retrieve an oversized basin, bringing forth all the clothing that was drying, as well as those stored in her wardrobe. I have yet to decide. Will you be collaborating with Naive again? That unscrupulous merchant? Absolutely not. Lilith had previously partnered with Naive solely for convenience. She intended to establish a lasting enterprise for the soap and planned to undertake it herself. Naligia spent the entire evening washing clothes. Even upon the demoness return from her stroll, Naligia was still at it. Her perseverance was commendable. The following day was a day of rest, and Naligia expressed her desire to thoroughly clean the entire dormitory. Lilith affirmed her agreement, as she was about to head out and could create space for Naligia. Today, Lilith's destination was the seafood shop, where she had promised to bring a piece of soap to the proprietor once it was ready. She would not go back on her word. In Witchtown, it is best to avoid making empty promises, lest one be subjected to curses, not the whimsical kind, but genuine curses from witches. Ding, ding, ding. Boss, I'm here. It was the beginning of the month, and the shop had just received a new shipment of seafood, displayed in glass cases set farthest from the dry goods. Numerous witches had come to purchase items. Although she had only seen them once, Lilith's distinctive bald head was highly recognizable. Is it you? Have you returned to collect those scraps again? Lilith shook her head. The last batch is still in use, so I shall return in a few days. This time, I come to present you with the finished product. Oh, Winnie gathered her hair into a light gray scrunchie and rose from her seat. Allow me to see what you have. The customers shopping nearby instinctively glanced over upon hearing their conversation. Lilith looked around. I require a basin of clean water for the demonstration. This is quite simple. With a few gestures, a wooden basin reinforced with a metal ring soared into the air. followed by a snap of her fingers that filled it with water. Lilith gazed at this spectacle, her eyes sparkling in wonder. No matter how many times she witnessed it, the magic remained utterly enchanting. She produced a piece of soap wrapped in parchment, dampened it, and lathered it before the proprietor, despite having bathed just yesterday. Her hands remained pristine. This would be used for washing hands, hair, and bathing, ensuring cleanliness. Winnie stepped forward. "May I give it a try?" "Certainly," Lilith replied as she stepped back, granting the owner space. As Winnie completed her washing and gazed at her smooth, fair hands in awe, Lilith beamed with a broad smile. "How is it?" "It's indeed quite remarkable. I mean splendid. Do you have any more of these?" "I shall take them all." Chapter 28. Aspiring to open my own shop, a bar of soap lasts quite a while. I plan to open a store for selling them. Feel free to visit any time you need. Yes, a shop. Upon re-entering the store, Lilith was inspired to establish her own shop upon seeing the vibrant handcrafted items on the shelves. "May I also give it a try?" A little witch with curly hair observed the cleanliness of Winnie's hands, which were particularly fair. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward to inquire. Her question ignited interest among others, who expressed a desire to try it as well. Recognizing a splendid opportunity for promotion, Lilith retrieved another fresh bar of soap from her magical bag. Winnie swiftly snatched the new soap, only to realize her impulse, and quickly covered her lips with her hand in embarrassment. "Ahem, do try this one, but may I purchase this new one?" Lilith hesitated, as she had yet to determine a price. Thus, she candidly replied, "I shall gift this one to you, and I hope for your continued patronage." Naturally, I seem to have neglected to introduce myself. "I am Winnie Faith. I am Lilith." Wow, this is truly effective. Oh dear. The potion from last month's class stained my hand, and I thought it would remain with me for a lifetime. It washed away. So white. The girls exclaimed in delight, one after another, while Lilith observed the promotional impact with satisfaction. Before long, she found herself surrounded, the witches chattering animatedly, each vying to speak, and she suddenly felt her ears might burst. It seems the effect has exceeded expectations. Is there more? I wish to buy. I want some too. Lilith urged everyone to remain calm. Currently, she had only produced a few samples sufficient for her own use, but soon she would officially commence sales. "Which dormitory are you from, classmate?" The curly-haired witch was the first to request a trial, and at that moment, she broached the question Lilith preferred not to answer. "Could you sell us just one? I am willing to pay any price." "Me too." Lilith's explanation about the samples was drowned out by a chorus of eager voices clamoring for desires. Frankly, she was not adept at managing such a boisterous crowd and ultimately managed to escape with the assistance of Manager Winnie. This group of witches was utterly fervent. Wiping away the non-existent perspiration from her brow, Lilith resolved to indulge in a bowl of mashed potatoes to calm her nerves. Perhaps today, she would treat herself to a plate of pickled beef as well. In the afternoon, Lilith arranged to meet Senior Celine. She accorded sufficient respect and dignity to her major client, even proactively ordering Lilith a cup of honey water. "I wish to create some boxes, but not metallic ones. The packaging for sales can be metallic, yet I require exquisite boxes for individual items. Can you assist? They must feature patterns." Lilith lifted her cup and took a sip. "What kind of patterns? If they are too intricate, the labor costs will be substantial. Despite being a major client, certain realities must still be addressed." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lilith sketched a simple drawing of a sailboat on parchment with her quill. "Can this design be executed? I envision it in gold." The Golden Ship was the name she had envisioned for her future store, echoing in her mind ever since the idea of opening a shop had taken root. In this era, even a solid gold vessel could navigate the waters under the enchantment of magic. Though somewhat kitsch, she felt compelled to express it, gathering gold from all corners to forge a vessel of dreams. Who could resist such romance? Of course, this was merely a metaphor. She did not intend to create an actual gold ship. Celine accepted the parchment. "Yes, this design is not overly complex. What dimensions do you require for the boxes?" Lilith produced a piece of cut soap. "This is what I plan to sell. It needs suitable packaging. Of course, there will be other styles, but for now, we shall proceed with this one." With soap in hand, how far could scented soap be? Moreover, there were abundant materials readily available in Witchtown, and now that she had funds, she could easily head to the study room today to craft the scented soaps. The first would naturally be infused with the fragrance of gardenia, as the scented Balnar Lysa had made for her dissipated remarkably quickly. The previous creation had vanished in less than 2 months. What is this? A cleansing product. You can use it to wash your hands. Saying this, Lilith glanced towards the kitchen, indicating to Celine that she could try it out now. All right, I will give it a go. If it proves suitable for direct skin application. The boxes need not be crafted from special metals. After a brief moment, a startled exclamation from Celine in the kitchen drew the gaze of most of the witches dining in the establishment. Celine hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, and her first words upon sitting were, "It truly deserves a more exquisite box." No. This is merely the standard version. The deluxe version is meant for something more refined, but I have yet to create it. What about this soap? Lilith interjected. What kind of box would you like for it? A wooden box, perhaps, or with this design. Ideally, it should be in gold. Lilith hesitated for a moment. If gold is too costly, yellow will suffice, but I do hope for gold. I trust you can offer a discount. Oh, of course I will. However, wood carving is not my forte. My sister excels in woodworking. Shall I call her over? She is nearby. While from an artistic perspective, ironwork and wood carving share similarities in design, the practical execution presents significant differences. A skilled blacksmith may not necessarily excel in carpentry. What a coincidence. Certainly, just a moment, sister. Lilith was utterly astonished. As far as she knew, witches reproduced through awakening rather than through bloodlines. For their kind, desiring children simply meant adopting from the town's nursery. And when the time came, the children were sent to the witch tower for their education. Few witches had mothers, and while they held certain advantages over their peers, these did not pertain to financial support, as adult witches would not provide such assistance to minors. Earning money was one of the trials of adulthood. Their true advantage lay in their networks. Neve was a little witch with a mother. It was said that she was noticed during her first year at the nursery, at the age of 9, due to her noble background and prior knowledge. Initially, she was to be sent directly to the witch tower, but for various reasons, Principal Maria decided to have her nurtured at the nursery for a while before entering the tower. Yes, I am the sister from my human days. We awakened together. Celine rose, asking Lilith to wait a moment as she stepped away. Chapter 29. The twins. As Lilith prepared to order another cup of honey water, Celine walked in. Oh, my goodness, it seems 2 Celines have entered. The 2 were clad in the complimentary robes issued by the witch tower. Although they had to pay for them, they were still cheaper than other garments. Their identical high ponytails were secured with hair ties that were currently trending, adorned with a black pattern of small flowers, which Neve had recently been selling. They were not only identical ties, but even the positioning of the flowers had been meticulously adjusted to be exactly the same. Celine? The Celine in front nodded, and the other Celine promptly took a seat beside her. You wouldn't use any witchcraft to prank your clients, would you? Lilith inquired hesitantly. At that moment, the other Celine spoke up. Hello, I am Sina, Celine's sister. Lilith glanced at this and that. Even twins need not have identical voices, do they? Just as Lilith was about to set this question aside and delve into serious matters, her eyes suddenly felt a slight warmth. Rubbing them gently, she wondered what was amiss. Are you not feeling well? Celine inquired, concerned. I'm fine. Let us discuss the matter at hand, Lilith replied. However, when she lifted her gaze, she was nearly startled into dropping her empty cup at the sight before her, only to be saved by Celine's swift use of magic. Ha, we know twins are rare, but you needn't be so agitated. Lilith chuckled awkwardly at the talking ball of fiery red. Next to it, a yellow-green flame flickered, surprisingly charming. She hasn't consumed any poisonous mushrooms today, has she? Lilith mused. Then, Lilith's lips betrayed her as she uttered these 2 words, aware that chocolate was to blame. Yet the moment was not right to dwell on such matters. She decided to follow the demon's lead. Celine, do you have confidence in the design I requested? The pattern is quite simple. I have no issues with it. The question is, which type of wood do you wish to use? It is well known that there are many kinds of wood suitable for making wooden boxes. Without hesitation, Lilith replied, the cheapest will suffice. She wouldn't price the soap too high, as it was aimed at the general public, necessitating cost minimization to maximize her profits. The prices for these 2 types of wood are identical. You may choose either. Celine stated as she retrieved 2 palm-sized blocks from her magical pouch, one a pale yellow, the other a deep black. Lilith hesitated, pondering if the black-gold combination might resemble luxury items too closely, not aligning with her product's positioning. Yet, the white-yellow with gold did not appeal to her either. Closing her eyes, she resorted to a method of chance, invoking a game of pointing to decide which to choose. Ultimately, her finger landed on the pale yellow block. Very well, I choose the black one. Not a problem. How many do you wish to create? Let us start with 300. The response today has been quite positive. I feel we can produce more. Initially, considering the small population of which town, I had only intended to make 150 as a trial. 300? I can offer you a discount on the labor costs. Lilith nodded. Once these are crafted well, there will be further orders. However, before that, could you make an additional 40 of these? It's rather urgent. She produced the previous wooden mold. Ah, is this your craftsmanship, Celine? Oh, my wretchedly foolish sister. Have you once again forgotten to apply tongue oil to the edges? Celine immediately detected the flaw. As a witch who excelled in woodworking, she could not tolerate her twins committing such a basic and foolish error. You listen to me. In the next moment, chaos erupted, and seated on her stool, Lilith was left astonished by the sudden upheaval. From her perspective, it appeared as though two flames were playfully brushing against one another, their flickers oscillating between restraint and exuberance. Overall, the yellow-green flame was noticeably more prominent. Suddenly, the clattering from the kitchen disrupted the ambience, causing the surrounding small flames to scatter from the establishment. Should she also retreat? Yet, she had arrived with these two individuals. Would it be inappropriate to leave on her own? Lilith pondered for a moment, then rose to her feet, narrowly avoiding a flying stool, determined to intervene. At that moment, a large crimson flame tugged at her witch's robe. What are you doing? Have you come here to wreak havoc? The fiery entity released its grip on Lilith as she hesitated to advance. She swiftly retreated to a corner, noticing that no one was paying attention to her, and hurriedly addressed her reflection in the glass window. What have you done? Change me back at once. Can't you discern between them? Isn't this quite advantageous? Am I supposed to conduct business while speaking seriously to a mere flame? My inability to laugh earlier was merely a testament to my composure. All right, I shall adjust it for you. In the blink of an eye, Lilith found the small fireballs beginning to fade in and out of view. Before long, her normal vision returned, allowing her to see their human forms once more, albeit with the distinction of flames emanating from their hearts. Lilith rubbed her eyes, confirming that the flames persisted. After some contemplation, she recognized that this indeed facilitated better differentiation between the two, and thus she ceased to oppose. Thank you. What did you say? The demon inquired deliberately. Lilith turned her gaze away from the glass, primarily concerned that it might shatter and injure her. Meanwhile, under the proprietor's pressure, Sina gradually calmed down. I apologize, she murmured. Her head bowed, yet she did not seem to believe she had erred, only feeling slightly embarrassed for causing trouble for the owner. In contrast, another individual lay on the ground, groaning. Her leg had been broken by Sina. Yes, you heard correctly, it was broken. The proprietor sighed in exasperation. You minors, he said, stepping forward to grasp Celine's chin, administering a green concoction while manually realigning her bones. Celine cried out in pain. Before long, a drenched in sweat Celine stood up from the floor. Out. I need clean up. Remember to come back tomorrow to pay the fine. Understood. Lilith hurried to the forefront. Are you both all right? I'm fine. I'll make you a new set of molds, Sina readily proposed. Lilith's molds had unfortunately perished due to her delayed intervention. These are mere trifles. Let us sit down and discuss matters calmly, rather than resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement. Lilith could hardly believe she would utter such words one day. It was her first encounter with a witch's unrestrained fury. When provoked, they truly showed no mercy. Lilith realized that her roommate and those classmates were akin to volatile explosives, causing a sudden wave of suffocation to wash over her. Chapter 30. Scissors. Patterns. I'm quite curious. Are scissors difficult to make? Lilith glanced at Celine, who was stretching her limbs. In truth, Sina had shown some semblance of sisterly affection. Otherwise, the severed limb would not have been a leg, but rather a hand. Scissors? They are somewhat more challenging than ordinary tools, though not exceedingly difficult. Do you wish to have a custom pair made? No, I purchased a pair from the general store. I don't require a new one at the moment. What? You bought that pair of scissors? Lilith looked at Celine, who had suddenly raised her voice in surprise. Ahem. I understand your confusion. You think the price of the scissors was excessive, do you? You noticed the patterns on the handle, did you not? Lilith recalled seeing some designs, though she could not quite remember their specifics, so she simply retrieved the scissors from her magical pocket. Yes, this is the one. You might try infusing it with some magical energy. You must have learned a few spells by now, right? Celine said, somewhat uncertainly. Celine had previously seen her cast a flame spell from a distance, yet Lilith was still a novice in the foundational class, making her hesitant to confirm. Lilith nodded. Following Celine's instructions, she channeled her magical energy into the scissors. Upon contact, the energy seemed to be drawn in, causing the patterns on the handle to shimmer and flow. Immediately, the scissors began to expand before Lilith's eyes, once a staunch materialist. As Lilith varied the flow of her energy, the scissors grew at an uneven pace until she grasped the rhythm. Suddenly, she released a substantial surge of energy. The scissors shot up to a height of a person, nearly puncturing Sina, who was watching nearby. My apologies, my apologies. Lilith quickly adjusted the scissors' direction and ceased the flow of energy. Celine raised an eyebrow. This is the reason for its high price. It had been on sale at a magical tool shop for some time, likely sent to the general store 2 years ago because it failed to sell. I never expected you would purchase it. Expensive and impractical. Celine took note of it because her major was in magical artifacts. Thus, this pair of scissors held considerable reference value, prompting her to visit the shop periodically. Lilith, feeling the weight was unchanged, knew that if placed on the ground, it could create a significant dent, the scissors now a chaotic sight in the wind. Had she truly obtained a bargain? While they appeared to lack utility, they were nonetheless a magical tool. With some exploration, wielding such a large item as a weapon would pose no issue. So, ordinary scissors are not overly expensive, then? They are indeed pricier than knives, though. A knife of this size, with intricate designs, will be priced around 15 bone coins, while a standard pair of scissors, devoid of embellishments, would typically cost about 50 bone coins. It is said that purchasing from human craftsmen outside may be slightly cheaper. Sina gestured with her hand to indicate a length of approximately 20 centimeters. According to the exchange rate, approximately 1,000 units of human currency is quite a sum, even when considering a slight discount for the average individual. It is no wonder that only the nobility would acquire such items. In Ruby's recollection, ordinary knives in that small town were priced around 10 Torum coins, with silver ones fetching a higher price. So why do you charge me such an exorbitant amount for my kitchen knife? Lilith furrowed her brows. Customization naturally differs from the ordinary. If the final product does not align with your expectations and requires modification, the cost will inevitably rise. Lilith found this reasoning irrefutable. Very well, my apologies for questioning you. How do I revert this? This large piece takes up too much space. Simply place your hand here and draw back the remaining magical energy. Celine pointed to the intersection of the two blades. How do I retrieve the magical energy? Lilith exchanged puzzled glances with Celine. Sina sighed, explaining, it's akin to drinking water. You must first release a bit of magical energy as a conduit, like this. Upon observing Sina's manipulation of magical energy, Lilith experienced a moment of clarity. It was merely a reverse operation. She quickly mastered the technique and successfully retrieved all her magical energy. Sina was taken aback by this display. Although it seemed simple, executing was far from easy, or else they would not have spent several weeks in lessons. Has your sorceress ever remarked on your remarkable talent? Lilith pondered for a moment, recalling that neither Chocolate nor Neve had mentioned it. Chocolate often claimed that she lacked talent and learned slowly. Was Sina's inquiry an attempt to flatter a significant client? To expose such awkwardness was challenging. After contemplating, Lilith reluctantly admitted, yes, they have mentioned it, haha. She had exhausted her inquiries, and after the two parties agreed upon a delivery date, Lilith bid farewell after paying with bone coins to procure the necessary materials. During these 3 months, she had not been idle. Every evening, whenever she could, she would visit the cafeteria to collect the ash from that day. She was grateful that the cafeteria used wood for fuel, ensuring she never ran short of plant ash. Over 3 months, she amassed several large bags of plant ash, filling her magical bag to capacity, with some stored beneath her bed, much to the dismay of Nayli, who was tasked with cleaning. Lilith assured her that she would soon purchase a larger magical bag to contain it all, resolving the matter. Indeed, it was time to make the purchase. There was no better day than today. Magical bags were available at the town's clothing store, owned by a skilled artisan in crafting such implements. As long as one had the means, any size of magical bag could be sewn. I find bags somewhat inconvenient. Could they be fashioned into rings or bracelets instead? Who would desire spatial rings or bracelets? Such spatial equipment does exist, albeit rarely, as the witch capable of crafting such items has not returned to the town for a century. The shopkeeper stated that he only specialized in sewing magical bags. Very well. I would like a larger one. Ultimately, Lilith spent 3,000 bone coins on a magical bag measuring 500 square meters. The value of objects often escalates with their size. Take, for instance, the 5 square meter magical bag previously utilized by Lilith. The shopkeeper remarked that even she could not fashion something so diminutive if it were to be sold. It would scarcely fetch a mere 10 or 20 bone coins. Only children from kindergartens would consider purchasing such a magical pouch. Layla mentioned that it was merely a casual creation of hers. And this time, Lilith genuinely believed her, having previously thought Layla's words were mere pleasantries. With a spacious area of 500 square meters at her disposal, Lilith was the first to visit Winnie's shop, where she meticulously packed all of her scrap materials. She then proceeded to a grocery store, this time opting for a more modest, somewhat dilapidated establishment rather than the pricier one. Here, many items were secondhand. Hello, what can I assist you with? Do you have animal fats? Preferably lard. Chapter 31. The Heist. The proprietor of this grocery store was a rather youthful witch. As Lilith inquired, the shopkeeper was busy ringing up another young witch. Without lifting her head, she replied, "It's on the second shelf of the third row. Feel free to choose." Thank you. Following the directions, Lilith arrived at the indicated shelf, which was brimming with jars filled with fat. The entire shelf, from bottom to top, was stocked with these containers. Why does this grocery store offer such an abundance of animal fat? This commonplace biological material finds utility in various fields, such as in potions that bolster health, where one of the key ingredients is indeed fat. Lilith calculated the quantity she would require and soon realized that the lard on the shelf was woefully insufficient. Upon inquiring with the owner and learning that only these jars were available today, she began selecting other kinds of oils. This density seems excessively high. This color appears rather peculiar, though the texture is satisfactory. I can choose this. This one seems somewhat unsolidified. That one tea do. After considerable deliberation, Lilith finally gathered the necessary amount, though her heart sank at the register when she discovered that 2 of the jars she had chosen contained monster oil, which was particularly costly. That should suffice. I must purchase fresh flowers. Let us play it conservatively and prepare 2 types of soap for now, with 2 molds. If they don't turn out well, I can always use them myself or sell them off. The loss wouldn't be substantial. The adult mindset, contemplating every situation in terms of its worst possible outcome. If one can bear the consequences, then the endeavor is worth pursuing. If not, then one is simply a gambler with nothing to show for it. Given that the molds would not arrive until evening at the earliest, Lilith returned to her dormitory, where an unexpected guest awaited her. Miss Lilith, Naif, I thought the profit-sharing period wasn't until later this month. They had scheduled the profit distribution for the middle of the month, and it was still the beginning. I have other matters to discuss with you. I heard you created something new. She had just announced it that morning, and by afternoon, this individual was already aware. It was unclear whether the promotion had been particularly effective or if this person was simply well-informed. Upon entering, Lilith closed the door behind her. Indeed, such matters do exist. Might we discuss a potential collaboration? Who claimed that I sought a partner? Is it not more delightful for her to monopolize this endeavor? Neve appeared taken aback by Lilith's response. After all, she was merely a teenage girl. If she were a seasoned businesswoman, she would not falter so easily. However, the other party evidently possessed considerable talent, and she quickly regained her usual cheerful demeanor. You must understand that collaborating with me would be more advantageous. Relying solely on yourself cannot possibly expand the business. This statement seemed somewhat absolute. Lilith remained speechless, although her counterpart indeed had a network advantage. Such a remark felt rather condescending. Perhaps my prior actions have led you to some misunderstandings, Ms. Neve. With an impassive expression, Lilith took a seat across from Neve. My willingness to earn money alongside you stemmed solely from the trivial profits involved, and my concessions were merely to mitigate inconvenience. The items I bring are unparalleled in this world. If I do not utilize them to enrich myself, but rather to enrich others, then I would be a fool indeed. My previous willingness to settle for a 50-50 or 60-40 split was because I had greater aspirations and did not wish to squander time on matters that suffice for my needs. Neve was merely a fortuitous partner who happened to appear. I firmly believe that among the underage witches in the Witch Tower, I am your optimal choice. Neve exuded confidence in herself. Her business acumen was evident, as demonstrated by the nearly 10,000 bone coins she had generated for Lilith over the past 3 months. As for the soap business, I currently have no intention of collaborating with any underage witches. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into a stalemate. Neve was unwilling to relinquish her coveted opportunity, as her upbringing did not permit such surrender. Meanwhile, Lilith was merely perplexed, having spoken so plainly. Why did this person not take their leave? At that moment, a loud bang echoed from the washroom, followed by the sound of a wooden basin hitting the floor. Nalisa's startled exclamation soon followed. "That is inedible." This phrase sounded somewhat familiar. A brown blur dashed out, and Nalisa followed suit, her usually pristine attire now damp and disheveled. Observing this, Lilith hastily rose. Thud! The creature's head collided with the door, producing a dull thud. It swayed dizzily for a moment, but soon charged towards the door again, this time vanishing upon impact. It had consumed an entire block of soap. What? Lilith quickly lifted her leg to pursue. In an instant, the corridor erupted into chaos, with countless little witches scattering about, while Lilith and Nalisa shouted at the top of their lungs, urging it not to eat and to spit it out. The scene was utterly tumultuous. At last, Principal Maria's appearance brought an end to this farce. She seized the head of the little creature, heart and soul, on the transparent staircase, her tone as menacing as one preparing to dispatch a rodent. "Whose possessions have you pilfered this time?" In the principal's office. The freshly attired and neatly groomed Nalisha and Lilith sat side by side on the old green leather sofa. "Naive, since this does not concern you, you may take your leave." "Very well, Principal Maria." Once Naive departed, Maria continued. "So you were saying that the little heart ran to your dormitory, found it too filthy, suggested a bath, and upon agreeing, stole your soap?" "Indeed, Teacher Maria, its fluffy fur is the evidence." Nalisha nodded gravely. Meanwhile, Lilith was more concerned about whether the little one would gag. "Teacher Maria, you must find a way to make it regurgitate that item. It is meant for external use, and poses a risk of fatality if ingested. If news spreads that the principal's pet has met its demise due to a newly released product, what will become of her shop? You need not worry about that. Heart is no ordinary animal and cannot be poisoned," Maria reassured, tightening the magical binding rope that restrained the squirrel. "Oh, Maria, Maria, I was wrong. Please let go. I've already digested it." It whimpered. A cute, big-eyed squirrel pleaded pitifully, evoking a sense of compassion. "You know, I could easily slice open your fluffy belly and retrieve the item from your tiny space pouch." As its owner, Maria was well aware of the creature's nature. Chapter 32. The patron doll heart shrank back, instantly transforming from heart to anxiety, for Maria genuinely might consider such an act. Reluctantly, it plunged its tiny paws into its mouth and extracted the used soap. Lilith cast a skeptical glance at the creature's small mouth, wondering how such a sizable bar of soap had been stuffed inside and then retrieved intact. Maria picked up the damp, saliva-dripping soap and rinsed it under clean water. "This is neither a magical tool nor a rare material," she mused, observing Heart's fluffy fur, and concluded that this item was indeed quite useful. Heart typically did not steal such mundane objects. "Yes, Teacher Maria, merely an ordinary household item." Maria fixated on the milky substance. "May I try it out?" "What? Of course." Lilith, pondering how to open her shop, found this turn of events fortuitous. Just as she prepared to fetch a new bar of soap, she saw Maria take the soap and heart into the inner room, where the sound of running water echoed. Lilith and Nalisha exchanged glances, waiting for about 10 minutes. When a waterlogged Maria emerged from the inner chamber, she used her magical powers to dry her hair. "Darling, this indeed works wonders for washing hair." Then, Maria posed the question that every witch asked after trying it. "Is the formula for this product for sale? The town of witches is in dire need of such a creation. I can offer you a piece of land measuring 100 square meters, and you may choose the location at your discretion. The witching folk are renowned for their cleanliness." Although Lilith wished to decline with a touch of delicacy, she ultimately deemed it unnecessary. "Teacher Maria, the formula is not for sale. It is akin to a hen that lays golden eggs. Selling it at any price would be far too detrimental for me. Were she a human with a lifespan of a century, she might have considered selling it at an exorbitant price, but there are countless ways to earn a living. However, she is a witch, one who does not even know when her life will conclude. She requires a sustainable pillar of industry to continually provide her with financial support. Oh, very well. You are indeed correct. I have lost my senses. Would you consider opening a shop in the town of Witches to sell this product? Given your academic commitments, perhaps selling it in a shop upon your graduation would be a commendable option. I will endeavor to secure a favorable contract for you. What do you think? Jean, the name of the proprietor of the grocery store where Lilith purchased her scissors. It was evident that Teacher Maria genuinely wished for the witches of the town to benefit from the soap. Establishing a grocery store could indeed be a prudent choice. Yet, Teacher Maria, the quantity of soap I can produce alone is inherently limited. Lilith had initially sought a mature which to collaborate with, and Maria was the perfect candidate. Of course, had it not been for this unexpected turn of events, she would have adequately prepared herself beforehand. A mere 10 minutes was insufficient to formulate a suitably refined discourse. She had not even contemplated the type of collaborative model she desired. Perhaps this was not the opportune moment to broach the subject. Life is full of surprises. When opportunities arise, regardless of their nature, one must seize them. However, Lilith felt no overwhelming pressure, as she had a list of potential collaborators, such as Winnie, the proprietor of the fish market. I can sponsor you with 2 puppets. Once you have mastered the use of witchcraft next year, or perhaps even this year, you could transition over. Maria had once again suggested that she skip a grade. Yet, Lilith was not inclined to advance to a higher grade so swiftly. Thus, she politely declined, showcasing her mastery of flame witchcraft instead. You are correct. Perhaps I do possess some talent. Consequently, I have sought the guidance of older witches to learn various spells. However, I believe that theoretical knowledge is equally significant, particularly foundational potion courses, which are vital for me. Maria first praised Lilith's precision in witchcraft before concurring with her sentiments. I recall that your curriculum should progress towards the potion for strengthening the body, which is indeed important. The manipulation of puppets is not overly difficult. Perhaps I could utilize our break time to teach you? Lilith nodded. Though she had yet to ascertain what these puppets were, they sounded akin to wooden automatons. Suddenly, 2 palm-sized jointed puppets flew from the room. Lilith felt a sharp sting at her fingertip as 2 droplets of blood flew onto the puppets' heads, subsequently merging with them. Take them. Lilith had initially anticipated a life-sized object. Could this little trinket possibly lift the cauldron? She did not observe any patterns akin to those on scissors, suggesting it was unlikely to expand. Nevertheless, being a novice, Lilith placed her complete trust in Teacher Maria. You shall come here every evening. Your talent is commendable, and perhaps within a fortnight, you shall master it. All right, Teacher Maria. The real estate in which town was rather exorbitant, with land priced at 50,000 bone coins per square meter. Do not be deceived by the steep price. A witch of exceptional abilities could purchase merely 1 square meter and expand it internally into hundreds of square meters. Which town, aside from its bizarre architecture, was predominantly filled with boxes, enclosures that completely enveloped a square meter, resembling a rectangular box with a grand entrance on one side. The most simplistic had plain wooden doors, while the more ornate featured a variety of designs, some even boldly displaying witch runes, such as those proclaiming "Do not touch." It was advisable not to casually touch a witch's door without an appointment, lest one find themselves cursed upon turning away. Lilith had originally envisioned opening her own shop, but after conversing with Boss Winnie, she hesitated. She currently lacked the ability to expand and would need to hire someone, which would incur significant costs. Lilith blew on her now-healed fingers, exiting Teacher Maria's office when it suddenly dawned on her. They had come to address the matter of the stolen heart and liver, hadn't they? Why had the soap not been returned to them? Lilith felt a moment of confusion. Perhaps Teacher Maria had merely forgotten. So, are these 2 dolls a form of compensation for me? Nalisa nodded in affirmation. It seems so. Very well, Nalisa. I shall provide you with another piece of soap. Fortunately, I had made quite a few, though the next batch will not be ready for 3 months. She planned to retrieve the molds and commence work tirelessly through the night. The thought of having declined an exorbitantly priced plot of land pained her greatly. She must earn money indeed. She yearned to purchase her own piece of land. The following morning, bearing the weight of 2 pronounced dark circles under her eyes, Lilith extinguished the flames. She had potion-making class that morning and needed to hurry back to freshen up. Chapter 33. The Liver, the Liver, the Liver. Thankfully, she was still quite young. Having pulled an all-nighter, she remained energetic, albeit with a slightly pallid complexion. Chocolate was still mulling over the fact that it could not roam free the previous night. But when Lilith suggested it take her place in class during the day, it wilted. After a few months of companionship, she had discovered that this creature harbored an intense aversion to learning, particularly theoretical courses. Whenever Lilith opened a book, Chocolate dozed off instantly. To be honest, the name Demon made her feel out of character. Had she known, she would have insisted on naming it Bean Bun at the outset. In hindsight, it was a misstep. After the name was conferred, it forbade her from calling it Demon, and on occasions when she inadvertently referred to it as such, it would feign ignorance. Lilith tidied up her belongings and returned to her dormitory to wash up briefly before heading to the cafeteria to nibble on a piece of dark bread. Unfortunately, the bread today was poorly made, possessing a slightly sour taste, not spoiled, but likely the result of an excessive ingredient. However, to her surprise, the cafeteria offered unlimited corn porridge this morning, and Lilith indulged in 2 large bowls. Interestingly, the bell that usually teased her merely encouraged her to drink more. Did it seem to imply that the bell had changed its nature? In truth, corn porridge held a status in the witch's cafeteria that paled in comparison to the free soups. By the time Lilith and her peers arrived, the soup was nearly depleted, while the porridge was only missing a thin layer. Accompanying Lilith to the cafeteria, Nailisha expressed her disdain for the corn porridge, unwilling to come near it. When Lilith inquired about her aversion, Nailisha explained, if you had to eat this every day of the week before turning 13, you would feel nauseated at the mere sight of it. The variety of food in the literacy class was far less than that in the basic class. In kindergarten, the staple was also corn porridge due to its nutritional value, satiety, and affordability. If one awakened their powers right after birth, congratulations, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The first 14 years of life would likely revolve around corn porridge. Children aged 1 to 5 could eat it for free, while those over 5 would have to earn money to buy it. Of course, if one were adept at making money or excelled academically, like a certain 9-year-old, which in Lilith's class who completed her literacy course early, they could enjoy a more varied menu after advancing to the basic class. Those who earned well could dine at external restaurants, but the vast majority lacked such financial means, with individuals like Lilith rarely eating out more than once a week. To put it in perspective, a meal at the cafeteria costs around 4 bone coins, while a satisfying meal at a restaurant would set one back at least 70 bone coins, and even a single serving of mashed potatoes would cost a pretty penny. Today's lesson focused on the potion for strengthening the body, an essential recipe that would be a key examination topic at the end of the term. As you may know, it is one of the most significant commodities in Witchtown. Mastering this skill could sustain one even without graduating. Miss Nightingale, typically reticent, unusually spoke at length before the lesson, underscoring the potion's importance. Logically, this potion should have been taught next year, as one ingredient required the enhancement of witch power to be roasted over flames before use. During this roasting process, no tangible object could touch the herb's surface, otherwise it would turn pitch black and lose its potency. Those of them still unacquainted with witchcraft were incapable of achieving this. Miss Nightingale provided them with the finished product, already prepared. Some expressed dissent over this matter, noting that the finished product could be purchased at the witch herb shop, albeit at 5 or 6 times the price of the unroasted version. Once it became apparent that no further objections would be raised, Miss Nightingale began the brewing process, adding ingredients while eloquently explaining the precautions involved. Lilith diligently took notes, her pen flying across the page. As the moment for hands-on practice arrived, the potion proved to be considerably more challenging than its predecessors. Even she completed it only after 2 attempts. Miss Nightingale expressed her satisfaction with this new student, who spoke little but excelled in her coursework, showing great diligence in her theoretical studies of herbal identification. Which teacher does not cherish a top student? Upon completing the course, Lilith habitually inquired of the person beside her, "Miri, do you require my assistance?" After months of companionship, Lilith and the short-haired girl had grown increasingly familiar. Miri was not particularly adept at potion brewing, often thanking the heavens if she succeeded even once in 10 attempts. Miri pressed her lips together. "Could you come by again in the afternoon?" She wished to attempt it on her own first. Lilith hesitated for a moment, then called out, "Narlisa, do you need help?" "Of course, it's free." "No, I can manage," Miri replied. Lilith nodded in understanding. "I apologize, Miri, but I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. Since you do not require my assistance at present, I shall take my leave." "Very well. See you tomorrow." There were other gifted individuals in the class besides Lilith. Miri could certainly enlist others, or perhaps With enough effort, she could devise a solution herself. See you tomorrow, Lilith smiled and nodded. Should Narlisa require her aid, she might return in the afternoon. Being a busy individual, she entrusted her portion of the potion to Narlisa for sale and hurried off to the herbal room to continue her soap making. The downside of an all-nighter was a particularly overwhelming fatigue by mid-afternoon, knowing she would meet with Professor Maria in the evening. Lilith filled the molds with soap mixture and tidied up before returning to her dormitory, preparing for a nap. The area before the dormitory was bustling with people. Narlisa, a somewhat gifted candidate, had just returned, surrounded not only by classmates but also by unfamiliar faces. It's Lilith. Lilith, could you sell me a bar of soap? Yes, yes. The difference between bathing with soap and merely washing with water was indeed significant. Lilith and Narlisa had attended class for so long that they naturally attracted attention. As for the others, it seemed the promotional efforts had proven quite effective. Make way, please. There is currently no stock of soap, and it is being produced urgently. Lilith squeezed through to the door, feeling hands tugging at her clothes and others attempting to grasp her hand. She hurriedly produced her key and swiftly entered, shutting the door behind her. Phew, that was terrifying. Fortunately, the dormitory door was quite sturdy. Generally, witches could not enter without permission. Fatigued beyond measure, Lilith set aside her other concerns, reminding Narlisa not to open the door for anyone before succumbing to sleep. Lilith, aren't you supposed to be sleeping? A few minutes after Lilith returned to her room, Narlisa heard movement in the living room. She set down the clothes she had been washing and hurried out to investigate. At this moment, Lilith stood expressionless at the door of the living room, her silence immediately raising alarm in Narlisa. Chapter 34. Warnings in Neff. Lilith gazed at the door for a full 5 minutes, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Narlisa, noticing Lilith's unusually blood-red eyes, swallowed nervously and quietly retreated to the washroom. 3 months had been sufficient for those who had interacted with Lilith to discern her split personality, one of which was notably malevolent. Causing trouble would be unwise, so she thought better of it. Ignoring Narlisa, Lilith wandered around the room, eventually standing on the balcony for a moment before seemingly remembering something and slowly returning to her room. She retrieved several elongated molds from her magical pouch and tucked them beneath the bed. Subsequently, she stuffed all the bags of plant ash in the room into the magical pouch. The pouch channeled her witchcraft, alleviating her physical discomfort. And then she fetched a chair to the balcony, sitting down with her eyes closed, facing the sunlight. The chair, however, was far less comfortable than the recliner Lilith had crafted, and thus, the demon returned indoors after only a brief sunbathing session. As evening approached, Lilith awoke on her own. She rose from the bed and stretched her body, suddenly feeling inexplicably light, as if she hadn't merely slept for a few hours. Buy me a recliner, she mused, glancing at the newly acquired metal strip beside her, approximately 2 fingers wide and 5 centimeters tall, remarkably inexpensive, costing only a few dozen bone coins for 2 kilograms. Why the sudden desire for a recliner? The living room chair was uncomfortable. Lilith frowned. Did you come out while I was asleep? You monopolized my time last night. In this matter, Lilith indeed felt guilty. I helped you with your tasks, so buy me a recliner, chocolate pressed on, seizing the moment. Lilith surveyed the scene and realized that the demon's notion of helping involved merely retrieving soap and collecting the plant ash. Perhaps this was progress. At least it had taken the initiative to assist. Lilith felt a sense of relief. What do you want? Considering your help, I suppose I can buy one. Though mischievous, the demon adhered to certain principles. Even though it could claim the money Lilith earned while awake, it understood that those resources were rightfully hers. It could steal, deceive, but would never resort to thievery, as only the most base of demons engaged in such acts, while respectable demons held disdain for such behavior. I want you to make one like this. Very well. I shall draft a blueprint and pay a visit to Sina. I'll also order some additional molds. Given today's circumstances, it seems that producing 1,000 units for the first batch would not be excessive. Previously, I had been too frugal. After arrest, the number of individuals at the door had only increased, prompting Lilith to sense an undercurrent of unease, but she was pressed for time. Thus, she stood inside the door, raising her left wrist adorned with metallic trinkets. Chocolate, assist me in blending in. The demon, upon seeing Lilith clutching the blueprints, swiftly acquiesced to her request, seamlessly taking control of the body. Within the realm of consciousness, Lilith added a stipulation: no killing and no excessive force, as they were all potential clients. merely needing to blend in. Understood, the demon replied, unwavering in the face of this challenging demand. It stretched its limbs, slightly bending its form, channeling the residual magical energy within Lilith's body into its legs, then leapt through the doorway in one fluid motion. As Lilith regained control, they found themselves on a staircase that would soon vanish. To be honest, there were times when the demon proved quite useful, which explained why it frequently created chaos, leaving Lilith to clean up the mess, and why she had opted against a mutual demise. At that moment, Senna was busy in the dormitory, which was notably spacious for upperclassmen. After selecting a major, there was an opportunity to alter the dorm's configuration during a session with Professor Candace. Simply put, those majoring in potion making could request an additional side room for material storage, complete with a magical array to prevent combustion and explosion safeguards. Conversely, students specializing in carpentry could request larger rooms or have designated spaces for tools embedded within the walls. For those like Celine, who focused on blacksmithing, their rooms might even include a forge with reinforced floors and walls. Each major had its own specific requirements. For instance, those practicing witchcraft needed specialized targets. The first modification was complementary, limited to basic facilities, with any expensive additions needing to be purchased separately. This was a benefit of the Witch's Tower. Upperclassmen dormitories were shared by two. Can you make it? Is it urgent? Quite urgent. I need these 2 items expedited. Add 20 bone coins, and I'll deliver them to you by tomorrow morning. Deal. I've already crafted several boxes. Would you like to take a look? Lilith nodded. The dark boxes, adorned with golden patterns, exuded an air of mystery and luxury. They felt slightly rough to the touch and were somewhat lightweight, but they were intended for selling inexpensive soap, making them just right. I'm very satisfied. I'd like to place an additional order for the boxes. I currently have 2 small orders on hand. I can specifically craft for you afterward. How many do you need? Can I order an additional 1,000? That's feasible, but with such a large quantity, I may not be able to deliver until the end of the month. It was the beginning of the month. Could the first 300 be sent to my dorm once completed? Of course. Lilith handed over the 5 square meter magical bag, having transferred its contents into a larger one. You can use this to carry them. Leaving Senna's dormitory, Lilith hurriedly made her way to Neve's door. She'd get to knock on the door when it swung open automatically. I knew you would come to find me, Naive said with a smile, inviting Lilith inside for a discussion. As for how she knew Lilith was coming, it was simply that someone had seen her approaching and had come to relay the message. No, I merely came to express my admiration for your relentless ambition and to thank you for your promotion. But I hope you understand that when a minor witch goes mad, it does not come without consequences, right? At that moment, Lilith did not glance in the mirror. Yet Naif across from her clearly noticed the brief flash of red in Lilith's eyes. Naif was acutely aware of her partner's mental instability and even knew about the incident that occurred just 2 days after Lilith's arrival, when she had struck down a rhinoceros in the ecological garden. A competent business person should always investigate the background of their associates. She was even aware that Lilith's original name was Ruby Rose. Thus, upon receiving the warning, Naif reacted swiftly, nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 35, The Puppet Well. You're quite quick to respond, but I hope you can seriously consider the prospect of collaborating with me. Naif's usually narrowed eyes widened. For the first time, Lilith saw that Naif's irises were a striking blue. Though it slightly disrupted the atmosphere, Lilith suddenly realized that Naif's squinting was not an act of pretension. It was simply the natural shape of her eyes, which did not open much wider, even when fully opened. If Lilith had such eyes, she would undoubtedly utter the famous line, "I will compete with you, big-eyed people." Ahem, collaboration is out of the question. However, if you're willing to join my guild, I will be quite welcoming. Lilith did not harbor any disdain for those who employed cunning strategies. On the contrary, she held a certain admiration for those who would go to great lengths to achieve their goals. Wait a minute. Oh my, she actually used the word admiration, making herself sound like some sort of magnate. She couldn't dwell on that thought, for it would make her feel awkward. A guild? As far as I know, the Golden Ship, the name of my guild, is still in its infancy, but I can assure you, it will one day be among the most reputable guilds on this continent. Nay, the entire world. Lilith possessed that confidence. This dream would surely materialize. She was a potential magnate, a rising star. With this realization, her awkwardness dissipated. Naif remained silent, her gaze lowered, unsure whether she was mocking Lilith's naivety internally or genuinely recognizing her potential. Join your guild and become your subordinate? Naif's voice rose slightly. Lilith waved her hand, dismissively. Yes, only in this manner can you partake in my new venture. Of course, even if you do not join, our previous collaboration will remain unchanged. What I came to convey today is simply this. Naif was indeed a talent, which piqued Lilith's interest in recruitment. However, given her current circumstances, the likelihood of Naif agreeing was slim. She was merely probing, for whether or not the other party joined was inconsequential. At this stage, she could manage everything on her own. It is evident that the conditions of joining at this particular moment differ significantly compared to joining after the development has taken place. Of course, Lilith does not arrogantly presume that others will inevitably join. If someone were to present her with such grandiose promises, she would undoubtedly consider them to be delusional. Nonetheless, out of respect for the new technology, she would refrain from being overly critical and would maintain the possibility of collaboration. Ultimately, it is up to Neve to make her own choice. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Upon my return, I hope to find fewer individuals lingering at my dormitory door. The busy Lilith hurried to reach Professor Maria's office before dusk. Knocking at the door, it was Xiangan who answered. Who is it? Oh, it's you. Maria asked you to wait for a moment. You may take a seat on the sofa and peruse that book. The Crafting and Utilization of Puppets. The titles of books in the Witch Town predominantly follow this straightforward naming style, devoid of any ambiguity, which starkly contrasts with Lilith's preconceived notions of witches. Aside from foundational education, books in the Witch Town require payment, and while there exists a bookstore, novice witches and those in foundational classes are not permitted entry. The rationale is that some of the books sold are inherently dangerous, while others contain perilous content. Young witches who have yet to engage with sorcery lack the means to protect themselves, thus are prohibited from purchasing or reading literature outside of their textbooks. However, some young witches do have mothers who can shield them, allowing for selective reading, yet the majority of witches are motherless, making the selection process cumbersome, leading to a blanket prohibition instead. Lilith, receiving special treatment from Maria, is indeed one step ahead. The principles behind puppet crafting are not overly complex and are divided into three main components. The first part involves carving. Witches with lesser skills can either purchase finished products or seek assistance from others. Wooden carvings can range from humanoid figures to small animals, birds, and insects, each type requiring different materials for filling during the later stages. The second component, which presents a higher level of difficulty, entails the engraving of witch formations. The more sensitive the type of puppet, the more intricate the formation must be. For flying creatures, a separate flight formation must be intricately carved. This aspect is particularly challenging, as the patterns can be quite dizzying to behold. The third component involves infusing the completed puppet body with spirits. According to the descriptions in the texts, spirits are special entities devoid of independent thought, yet they naturally gather unique energies from the surrounding air. Once the spirits are embedded within the puppet, the collected energy circulates through the witch formation and continues to automatically accumulate special energy. Spirits can be captured or purchased with prices dictated by their energy-gathering speed. The faster they collect, the more expensive they are. Lilith took out the two puppets that Maria had gifted her and began to manipulate them for a moment. These puppets were exquisitely crafted, with the witch formations entirely concealed within, exhibiting almost no flaws aside from their diminutive size. The utilization of puppets is neither excessively difficult nor exceedingly simple. First, the manipulator must establish a connection with the puppet, signifying allegiance, which can be accomplished by simply applying blood to the spirit. This task was completed yesterday with the assistance of Teacher Maria. Next, it is essential to learn two incantations, both of which are relatively brief, one to activate and the other to deactivate. The challenge lies within the incantations themselves. Lilith found herself struggling to pronounce them correctly. In the realm of witchcraft, even a slight mispronunciation can lead to dire consequences. At best, the spell may fail to take effect, while at worst, an incorrectly uttered incantation could yield unintended and possibly malevolent results. After Lilith's initial attempt, Maria entered from the office doorway. How does it sound? The incantations are rather difficult to pronounce. Indeed, they are challenging, but assistance from the puppet will prove invaluable. While puppets cannot aid in crafting potions that require magical energy, they can perform tasks that ordinary individuals can accomplish. Thus, if Lilith masters the control of her puppets, her soap-making endeavors could multiply exponentially, potentially allowing her to brew 3 cauldrons simultaneously, or even more. She began to envision a bustling assembly of puppets laboring for her. This book can be taken for 25 bone coins, though perusal here is complimentary. Maria had no inclination to coddle her students. The guiding principle of the Richest Tower was that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Lilith nodded, aware that her opportunity for additional learning was indeed a stroke of fortune, thanks to her soap-making prowess. She was determined to take the book with her, for the sake of her burgeoning army of puppets. Chapter 36. Unforeseen popularity. After 3 nights of diligent practice, Lilith finally mastered the activation incantation, enduring explosions, levitations, near-fatal falls, and suffocating curses that left her in a persistent cough. She now comprehended how gentle the demon's teachings had once been. Fortunately, her bald head spared her the embarrassment of attending class with a singed hairstyle. A simple wash with soap restored her appearance. On the 10th day of her studies in puppetry, Lilith received her first shipment of boxes. The situation had escalated. The young witches, struggling with emotional control, were becoming increasingly irritable. Even her roommate, Narlisa, faced assaults when venturing outside, and Lilith herself felt as though she was being pursued everywhere, disrupting her normal life. She finally grasped an important truth. Sometimes, speaking out was futile. Her words did not prevent others from being unreasonable or unyielding. Though she could have resorted to a blacklist as a threat, she refrained, as those trailing her were, in fact, offering her money. After all, a harmonious approach fosters prosperity. The thought of pricing a palm-sized bar of soap at 100 bone coins, with eager buyers lining up, rendered her minor inconveniences entirely forgivable. Thus, upon receiving the boxes, Lilith swiftly sliced the remaining soap and, with teacher Maria's assistance, forged a partnership with the grocer, Jean. Lilith has placed her soap for sale in Jean's shop, with Jean responsible for sales while Lilith ensures the supply chain. The profit distribution is such that Jean receives 20%, while Lilith retains 80%, with a contract duration of 1 year. The initial batch of soap produced by Lilith was modest, leaving her with a total of 265 bars after setting aside some for personal use. Currently, whenever she has a spare moment, she busily works alongside her puppets to create more soap, having placed several orders for molds. Though the puppets may be small in stature, they possess remarkable strength, able to lift the cauldron filled with soap liquid with a single hand. As the production of soap escalates, her dormitory balcony can no longer accommodate the volume, prompting Lilith to request a larger terrace from Professor Maria, which, of course, is not without cost. Even though it requires payment, obtaining this space is no easy task. After all, this is the Richest Tower, a place dedicated to the training of witches, where even the foundational class lacks the authority to alter dormitory arrangements. Lilith is an exception in this case, as Maria is eager for an increase in soap production. The expansive terrace was personally constructed by Maria, adjacent to the original balcony, now featuring a floating door that leads to a sunlit, spacious area. After all the arrangements, Lilith has nearly exhausted her previously distributed bone coins. Fortunately, the terrace only necessitates ample space and sunlight, avoiding exorbitant costs. With 2 days remaining until the next distribution of profits, she finally finds herself at ease without the immediate need to purchase materials. Lilith has become quite adept at utilizing the puppets, discovering a surprising talent within herself as she mastered 2 spells in just a week. This prompted her to have a conversation with Chocolate. The exchange unfolded as follows. "I learned it in just a week. You must be joking. You once claimed I lacked talent." The demon dismissed her with disdain. Learning 2 phrases in a week is hardly a feat worth boasting about. Lilith hesitated upon hearing this. "How long did it take you to learn that spell? Why would I bother with such trivial matters? Are you feeling insecure? I do not engage with foolish humans." In truth, Chocolate is indeed not proficient in spell casting. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mistakenly summoned Lilith due to mispronouncing a spell. After a 2-day respite, Naive arrived at Lilith's dormitory with the distributed bone coins. For some reason, Lilith sensed an extraordinary joy emanating from Naive today, even though her expression appeared unchanged, merely sporting a constant smile. 30,094 coins. And consider the magic bag as a gift from me. Wow. Lilith realized the reason for Naive's elation. So much. The sales of hair ties in the outside world are thriving, and the sales of undergarments have also seen an uptick, with expectations for continued growth. Naive's tone, usually calm, now bore hints of excitement, which she quickly suppressed. Undeterred, she pressed Lilith, "I've already tried the soap, and if sold externally, earning hundreds of thousands monthly is not merely a dream. Will you truly not collaborate with me?" Naive soap was snatched from the grocery store. Yes, you heard it correctly. It was indeed a scramble. On the day of its release, the shelves in the store were shattered by excited witches. Naive managed to procure some amidst the chaos, while reservations for the bathhouse are now booked out for the next 2 weeks. The grocery store owner and I have only signed a 1-year sales contract. She is quite impoverished and lacks initial capital. Otherwise, she would not have entered into this partnership. Naive delicately inquired about the benefits of joining the guild. This time, it was Lilith who hesitated. "In truth, I do not recommend that you join my guild. It is evident that you have the resources to operate independently, and I fear that having you as a subordinate might lead to rebellion." The last remark was made in jest, yet both parties understood the underlying seriousness. Whether I will benefit from this remains to be seen. Naive's words carried a profound significance. At present, I am utterly destitute, and the only asset I possess is my shareholdings. Should you choose to join now, I can allocate to you a 5 share. A person of your connections and abilities is worth such an investment. Do not underestimate its value. A 5 stake implies that Lilith will own Naive 5 of whatever she undertakes in the future. The potential wealth from her endeavors will be immeasurable. While 5 of 100 may seem modest, what about 1,000? 10 million? 100 million? Or even billions? Currently, these 2 small enterprises have already yielded tens of thousands in profits, not to mention the potential once soap production scales up. Recently, Lilith has been contemplating the formulation of contracts. In earlier times, the risk of information leaks was a concern, but now, simply establishing a contract suffices. There are even provisions that could be included in advanced contracts, such as the possibility of amnesia for those who attempt to breach them. Once she finalizes the contract, she need not worry about lacking manpower for soap production. As for the initially envisioned puppet army, through her deepening studies with Maria, Lilith has learned that puppets cannot be controlled indefinitely. The number of puppets a witch can command correlates with her innate talent and mental fortitude. Her desire to recruit Naive is merely due to Naive's access to ordinary people and her existing pool of usable resources. However, in a few years, once she graduates, she will be able to engage with them herself. Having Naive merely expedites the process. It is well known that witches have an abundance of time. Chapter 37. Papermaking. With the dividend she receives, she can afford to leisurely await graduation before embarking on her business ventures, though beginning sooner would undoubtedly be preferable. Could you elaborate on the guild's development prospects? Lilith pondered for a moment before speaking. The price of soap will not remain elevated indefinitely. Currently, it is primarily a matter of production capacity. Eventually, soap will likely be sold in the lower market, but I will not abandon the high-end market either. I plan to create some scented soaps to cater to those who can afford them. Scented soaps? After using them, one can enjoy lingering fragrances for half a day to a full day. Essential oil soaps can maintain their scent even longer and offer various benefits, such as acne reduction and skin whitening. Can it truly be accomplished? Neve felt that Lilith was somewhat exaggerating, yet recalling Lilith's previous successful endeavors instilled a sense of possibility within her. Indeed, I have already commenced the process. In 2.5 months, the finished product will be unveiled. Neve was already aware of the materials required for soap making, as the witch's town was small, and discovering what someone was engaged in or purchasing was rather simple. Regrettably, after several days of attempts, she had been unable to uncover the secrets of the craft. The prospect of even better products stirred her interest. However, with the hair ties and undergarments being nearly evenly split, the sudden offer of a mere 5% left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. "If I provide you with funding and manpower, could you grant me 50%? In reality, should Lilith join Neve's enterprise, her technical contribution would likely earn her less than 20% under modern distribution methods. Yet Lilith had no intention of working for anyone else. Impossible. The golden vessel can have but one master, and that is I, she declared, despite not yet possessing even a single storefront. Neve took a step back. 40% will suffice. You may remain uninvolved as before, merely providing the funds, while I shall manage everything else. Lilith propped her arm on the chair's armrest, her fist resting against her cheek, sensing a hint of Neve's sincerity. However, 40% far exceeded her acceptable range. I am preparing to create something new in the coming days. I hope you will consider our discussion after you have seen it. In truth, this was an idea she had long contemplated, yet the incessant reminders from the grocery store had caused her considerable anxiety, compelling her to focus solely on soap making. Coincidentally, the dividends had just arrived, making it the perfect moment to procure materials for her new creation. Why is it that others who traverse into this world encounter powerful benefactors who selflessly aid the protagonists, while she is yet to encounter anything of the sort? Frustration washed over her. Indeed, the disparity between reality and fiction was vast. After Neve's departure, Lilith collapsed despondently onto her bed. The sole blessing she could find was her status as a witch residing in the witch's town. Had she been mingling within human society, she might not have matured sufficiently, and wealthy nobles could have seized her, subjecting her to brutal interrogations for the formula. After perusing Ruby's memories spanning over a decade, Lilith discerned that the lower classes here endured considerable hardships. A minor offense against a noble could lead to immediate enslavement, with no recourse for redress. Such minor grievances included, but were not limited to, failing to yield to an oncoming carriage or speaking disrespectfully to a noble servant. Her arrival here, with a status indistinguishable from that of the common folk, was akin to a hellish beginning in this era. Reflecting on this, she realized she was indeed fortunate. Lilith rose to wash her face with cold water, shaking off her lethargy, and stepped outside with the freshly acquired bone coin in hand. The item she aimed to create was paper. It may not serve the purpose of writing, but she was determined to manufacture hygiene paper first. The exorbitant cost of parchment weighed heavily on her mind. If she could produce writing paper, the potential for profit was beyond imagination. In this era, the prevalence of hemp is remarkable, and it is indeed a blessing that she does not have to commence her quest for flax seeds, as she can conveniently purchase them ready-made. The process of paper production is somewhat intricate, more so than soap making, encompassing the steps of cutting, washing, soaking, boiling, pounding, pulping, and drying the paper. Initially, a basin would be required. However, residing in a dormitory poses challenges for Lilith. Thus, she opts to customize a metal basin to be placed on the terrace for her endeavors. Paper making is a labor-intensive task that cannot be accomplished in haste. Together, Nailisha and Lilith toiled for 3 days before reaching the step of soaking in alkaline water. Exhausted, they decided to let it soak for a while and take a brief respite. On the terrace, Lilith's planting pot has entered a phase of vigorous growth, with the plants striving to flourish under the warm embrace of sunlight. Specifically, this pot is designated for chocolate, and Lilith initially dedicated some time to bury the seeds and water them. Thereafter, the care was primarily undertaken by the demon. Initially, the demon was somewhat reluctant, expressing disdain for engaging in such tasks befitting a mighty demon, insisting that the servant, Nailisha, should handle it. However, after Lilith praised the demon's efforts, stating that each leaf grew with remarkable speed and vibrancy, surpassing Nailisha as contributions, the demon became enamored with the praise. Now, there is no need for Lilith to prompt or remind. After every stroll, the chocolate demon eagerly checks on the little plants on the terrace, akin to tending to a pet. As night falls, the classes have concluded, and there is no need for her to return. Lilith has completed her puppetry course, which not only involved manipulating puppets, but also discerning materials and crafting joints. Today, she successfully created her very first masterpiece, a plump little pig with nimble limbs. For beginners, a 4-legged creature serves as the ideal subject. Even if the carving is not perfect, it remains functional. The enchantment circle was completed with the assistance of Teacher Maria, as her current abilities do not suffice to construct a complete circle on her own. The spirit was prepared in advance by Teacher Maria. "Thank you, Teacher Maria," Lilith expressed. "Do not mention it, dear. Remember your promise to me," Maria replied. Lilith nodded. 2 months later, the terrace is adorned with molds of the same size, arranged according to their creation timeline. As the quantity increased, space became limited, prompting Lilith to craft some metal racks to optimize the area. Fortunately, the terrace enjoys ample sunlight and remains unaffected by weather changes, making this space-saving strategy entirely feasible. A small section of the terrace has been designated specifically for papermaking. The papermaking project has now advanced to its final step. Lilith meticulously inspected the sheets of paper on the rack and deemed them nearly ready. Chapter 38. Acquiring 500 square meters of land revealing the paper is a skillful task, and Lilith resolved to undertake it alone. Richest stood by, holding a wooden tray, as Lilith carefully placed each sheet onto the tray. "Lilith, my dear, I am utterly fascinated to pry open your mind and discover the source of your boundless imagination." The invention of paper brought joy to everyone, save for Lilith. This newly crafted paper, capable of being written upon without smudging, produces a delightful crisp sound when crumpled in one's hands, making it an exceptional alternative to parchment. In the words of Professor Maria, this invention is destined for the annals of history. Upon hearing this, Lilith hastily clarified that she merely restored the content from a book, not that she was its original inventor. Naturally, this prompted Professor Maria to inquire about the title of the book. Lilith responded, "I don't know. I lost it during my childhood." This matter was left unresolved, yet what truly disheartened Lilith was the rigidity of the paper. She sought to crush the newly created sheets to reform them into pulp, intending to craft toilet paper through an alternative method, but met with unanimous opposition. There was, however, one supporter, Naligia, her delightful roommate from Witchdown, for Lilith had previously explained the utility of toilet paper to her. Despite the collective dissent, Lilith resolutely pursued her endeavor, meticulously documenting the entire process. By mid-September, a considerable quantity of soap had been sliced and packaged. Given the current population of Witchdown, it was feasible for each resident to purchase a bar, and the grocer could finally relent. This grocer, in a fit of madness, had spread the news of the contract, causing the witches who had blocked the door to disperse. In his eagerness to acquire the goods, he somehow obtained her class schedule and would wait for her after lessons, insisting on witnessing her enter the study room. This man, Gold, would even reserve the study room for her before her classes concluded, leading Lilith to feel as though she was working for the grocery store. After the ordeal, the sisters Celine and Sana treated Lilith to a lavish meal, affirming their eternal friendship and expressing their hope to be considered first for any future tasks. In truth, the packaging boxes were not solely crafted by the two of them. The quantity was overwhelmingly large, and Lilith was continually producing more, while the sisters had their own classes to attend. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. Celine and Sana would oversee the quality, distributing the orders among their fellow witches in the same class. "Lilith, thank you for your willingness to sell the formula for paper-making to the Witch Tower. Your name will be inscribed in the annals of history during the Witch Festival. This is the highest honor for a witch. The annals in question are not an abstract concept, but a tangible tome. A special slate book in which the significant events from the era of the first witches to the present day in Witchdown are meticulously recorded." No need for that. I'm not making a donation for free. Initially, she intended to undertake the task herself. However, after attempting to manually produce toilet paper, she realized the endeavor was exceedingly laborious, requiring her to shave the semi-dry pulp into thin strips with a knife. For an entire week, every spare moment was consumed by this task, yet she managed to produce only 2 rolls. The heart-rending tale evokes tears from listeners, prompting a moment of contemplation. In pursuit of future paper supplies, Lilith resolves to strike a deal with Maria, opting to sell the formula to the Witch's Tower. Presently, the primary industry of the Witch's Tower revolves around a health potion, which may superficially resemble a dietary supplement. However, those acquainted with potion-making understand that it is anything but ordinary. It is a magical elixir, commonly referred to as witch medicine in this era. This health potion is designed to enhance physical strength, and to elaborate further, one must mention the Adventurers Guild, a well-known organization dedicated to hunting the many scientifically unexplainable creatures that inhabit this world. Their responsibilities include safeguarding villages and fulfilling bounties for specific creature parts, as well as gathering rare plants. Human physical endurance pales in comparison to these creatures, and even with tools such as bows and knives, only a select few exceptionally gifted individuals can engage in combat with them. The health potion serves to elevate the human physical threshold, fortifying bones and skin while increasing muscle density. In simpler terms, it acts as a body-toning elixir. Individuals with resolute determination can, through diligent training after consuming this potion, gradually become stronger. Currently, only witches or those from the temple possess the ability to concoct this potion, which the temple refers to as a divine remedy and does not sell publicly. Consequently, the genuine versions of this potion on the continent originate solely from the witch's town. One of the factors contributing to the precarious economic state of the Witch's Tower is the limited availability of raw materials and the intricate production process. Yet, due to their near monopoly in this industry, they manage to sustain the town and the Witch's Tower financially each year. However, after the recent replacement of the crystal clock, their funds have become strained, making Lilith's sale of the formula akin to a timely blessing. Lilith does not seek bone coins in exchange for the formula. Rather, she desires land. Specifically, she requests a parcel of land measuring 500 square meters near the Witch's Tower, along with 10% of the revenue for paper sales. This 10% share is a product of her careful deliberation, deemed a quasi-charitable collaboration, an acknowledgement of her sudden malady. The paper-making process is exceedingly complex, yet it is an essential need. Thus, she chooses to entrust the affluent and resourceful Witch's Tower with its production. This decision ensures a steady supply of paper in the future. For Lilith, the ability to access paper ranks as her utmost priority, with the acquisition of bone coins following closely thereafter. The daily struggle of using leaves, which are prone to tearing, would drive any rational traveler to the brink of madness. Truly. As for why she does not collaborate with Neve, she harbors a fear that Neve might inflate the price of this commodity to exorbitant levels. Thousands of coins per roll. A situation that is no jest, as she is entirely capable of such actions. Previously, the contract was hastily arranged, and Lilith had not inquired about sales until a recent profit-sharing occasion, where she discovered that Neve had sold custom lingerie for an astounding 15,000 Turum coins per piece. She was utterly astounded. One extravagant luxury. Naturally, she received a considerable share, so there is little default but toilet paper. An exceptional hygiene product that significantly improves the environment. Lilith is willing to make a modest financial concession to ensure that the streets are no longer plagued by foul odors. To be candid, the mere thought of engaging with any random individual without having freshened up first sends her into a state of distress. She simply cannot bear it. The plot of land Lilith has acquired is conveniently located near the Witch's Tower, spanning 500 square meters, a considerable size indeed. She intends to establish the headquarters of the Golden Ship here. Chapter 39, Major and Minor, Final Examinations, however. She plans to consult a professional to design the specific style of the building. Although she possesses considerable skills in crafts, constructing a house remains beyond her capabilities. There was a period when she dabbled in drafting, having deconstructed some factory layout blueprints. Yet in this age devoid of computers, her knowledge proves to be of little utility. With the introduction of paper and soap, Lilith has garnered fame. Fortunately, most witches possess a strong sense of boundaries. Lilith is not particularly adept at social maneuvering, but under Neve's guidance, she presented each mentor with a bar of soap made from superior oils. Initially, Lilith hesitated to give gifts, feeling that secretly presenting gifts to her mentors would be unfair to her peers, reminiscent of those sycophantic colleagues in the workplace. However, Neve explained that every witch has her own inequities. According to your logic, if some individuals are exceptionally gifted, is it not unfair to those of average talent? Should we then behead the gifted to ensure fairness? I believe you ought to attend some ideological education courses. You are deeply poisoned by human thought. They teach you this to prevent you from using your strengths against their weaknesses, while they can openly transcend you with their ostentatious virtues. Witches are considerably more formidable than humans. Shall we forego our magic in the name of so-called fairness? Why do wealthy nobles not distribute their riches equitably among the impoverished? Oh, how utterly absurd! Neve's tone dripped with sarcasm and sharpness. From that moment on, Lilith grasped a crucial truth. A witch is indeed a witch, and here, intrigue and deception are integral to one's strength, provided one can endure the repercussions of being discovered. If one achieves victory through unscrupulous means, witches will only acknowledge your might, regardless of how vile or ruthless your tactics may be. Conversely, the vanquished will receive nothing but a perfunctory expression of sympathy, with some even earning disdainful glances from their peers. In this realm, weakness is the original sin, while complacency is the most insidious curse. Compared to witches who resort to assassination over overlapping projects, Lilith's act of gifting her mentors could be regarded as an act of kindness. Hearing these theories for the first time shattered Lilith's worldview. No wonder the witches in storybooks are often depicted as recluses dwelling in deep forests, who would dare to cohabit. If one is sufficiently powerful, any scheme becomes futile. This is precisely why I have chosen to major in spellcraft. Naive's words resonated with an uncommon gravity. The foundational course was nearing its conclusion, with merely a month remaining until the year's end. Should they graduate successfully, these aspiring witches would ascend to the advanced division at the dawn of the new year. The young witches are not required to determine their majors from the outset. They are afforded a half-year grace period. During this interval, they are free from a fixed curriculum and can attend any classes that pique their interest. Each evening, the dormitory corridor displays a schedule of classrooms hosting lectures, facilitating students' choices. Attendance has but one stipulation. While presence is not mandatory, tardiness is unacceptable. The competition officially commences at this juncture, as the unique nature of advanced courses limits the number of students each mentor can accommodate. After all, mentors also serve as part-time guardians and healthcare providers, among other roles. For certain subjects, each additional student incurs extra costs. For example, in potion making, an increase in students does not merely equate to a surplus of herbs. If students could successfully craft potions on their first attempt, there would be no need for mentors at all. The subsequent expenses arising from potion mishaps, herb losses, and medical treatments for students are considerable. Thus, aspiring to excel in this field demands a significant personal investment. Take, for instance, the woodworking major pursued by Senior Sina, which may not initially strike one as a typical witch's discipline. In reality, Lilith's engagement with Senior Sina's curriculum encompasses only the sculpting segment. It also includes magical plant cultivation, the crafting of wooden magical artifacts, and inlay techniques, all of which carry inherent dangers, particularly in the creation of magical instruments. A moment's lapse in control can lead to curses or explosive catastrophes, resulting in high probabilities of disfigurement. However, as long as one possesses the financial means to procure restorative potions, concerns about permanent disfigurement are alleviated, which is one reason this major remains relatively popular. Among all courses, the most attended is likely the study of incantations. Many witches lacking in self-confidence tend to gravitate towards this subject, as the consequences of failure typically entail minor discomfort rather than significant financial loss. Other available subjects include divination, magical formations, mathematics, summoning, and more. With an eclectic array of disciplines, including elective courses like spatial expansion magic, it is noteworthy that there exists a mandatory course for all witches, the study of familiars. Lilith has yet to formally engage with this subject, but based on her current understanding, she suspects it may be a means to mitigate feelings of melancholy by compelling everyone to care for a pet as a combat companion. Generally, witches abhor burdens. However, familiars derive sustenance from the witch's magical energy, requiring no cleaning, feeding, or bathing, though some familiars can perform these tasks, much like Miss Maria's cherished companion. Typically, witches opt to allow their familiars to dissipate and then reconstitute them, resulting in entirely new appearances. Each witch's familiar is unique in race, appearance, and personality, with some capable of human speech while others communicate solely with their masters. For instance, Liza's familiar spider can only communicate with her, rendering its words inaudible to others. Lilith eagerly anticipates this course, hoping her familiar will be a conventional, aesthetically pleasing creature such as a fluffy kitten or an adorable puppy, and fervently wishing to avoid any bizarre or unattractive beings. Of course, these considerations are for next year. Lilith's immediate priority is the graduation examination for her foundational class. There are 3 subjects she must be tested on. Courses like ideological education are of little concern to the Witch's Tower, as attendance is deemed irrelevant. Once taught, there is no final assessment for such classes. Among the subjects requiring evaluation, mathematics poses no significant worries for her, and she feels quite confident in potionology. Having thoroughly mastered several potions from the textbook and practiced them countless times, whenever she makes soap and waits for it to settle, she seizes the opportunity to craft herbal remedies, determined to make the most of her self-study time that she has invested in. Her greatest anxiety lies with the examination in the bestiary course. While the written portion is relatively easy to pass, her memorization skills are commendable. The practical component is where her apprehension resides. The final examination will not take place in the ecological garden of Witch Town, but rather in the wild. And having not ventured beyond the town for over half a year, Lilith would be lying if she claimed not to feel nervous. Chapter 40. Strengthening Potion. Searching for a specific creature in an unfamiliar environment proves to be quite challenging. requiring not only keen judgment, but also the ability to navigate unknown risks, such as anticipating the creature she might encounter, thereby avoiding potential attacks based on their behaviors. However, this is not the most daunting aspect of the examination. The true difficulty lies in the randomized selection of the creature to be sought. Should she draw an unfortunate lot for a creature that is either exceedingly distant or diminutive in size, with an expansive migratory range, her predicament would be dire. After a week, the examinations for mathematics and potionology concluded, and for the first time, Miss Nightingale remarked to Lilith that she possessed great talent and suggested she consider majoring in potionology. Lilith politely nodded, indicating she would contemplate the suggestion. The final examination for the bestiary course spans 2 weeks, with the intervening week serving as preparation time for the young witches. As they have yet to begin their studies in witchcraft, most will utilize this time to earn money through investments in various tools, some of which are accessible to ordinary people, with prices varying widely. The Witch's Tower tacitly acknowledges that financial resources, much like talent and luck, constitute a facet of one's strength, and thus imposes no restrictions in this regard. Nevertheless, Lilith believes that while external assistance is beneficial, one must often rely on their own capabilities. After much deliberation, she ultimately made her decision. Nalissa, I have decided to use the strengthening potion. There is no need to concoct a new one. She already possesses a vial that Liza had gifted her as a token of their meeting. Are you mentally prepared? This was Nalissa's countless inquiry of the same nature. Previously, Lilith's slow replies had led Nalissa to perceive her as hesitant. However, this time Lilith resolutely nodded. Very well. Follow me. From a young age, little witches like Nalisha, who have frequented the Witch's Tower, have at least experimented with a strengthening potion once, albeit in a diluted form due to their tender years. Now, Lilith's body, having matured to 16, necessitates the use of the standard version of the potion, as the diluted variant fails to permeate her flesh effectively. Nalisha guided Lilith to the floor where she typically concocted her herbal remedies, and the well-acquainted manager greeted Lilith with warmth upon her arrival. Are you here for a full day today? Nalisha inquired, stepping forward. She wished to procure the strength-enhancing elixir and requested a room for her endeavor. What? Oh, brave little one, I commend your courage. I shall arrange a suitable chamber for you. How does room 031 sound? It features the finest soundproofing materials. Upon hearing the manager's suggestion, Nalisha glanced at Lilith, who returned her gaze, suddenly realizing, I'm not quite familiar with this room. How does it fare? Quite well. Nalisha offered a candid assessment. Then we shall take it. Typically, how long is the rental period? Lilith, unfamiliar with the rates for a room equipped with a pool, sought clarity on the pricing. The usage of the strength-enhancing potion is charged per session, at 200 bone coins per use. Thank you for your patronage. For Lilith, 200 bone coins was a trivial sum, and she swiftly produced the necessary payment. Here are the guidelines. Please read them carefully before entering. The manager handed Lilith a piece of aged, yellowed parchment. The contents were few. 1. Refrain from eating within 2 hours prior to using the potion. 2. Ensure the pool water temperature is appropriate. 3. It is advisable to remove all clothing before consuming the strength-enhancing potion. 4. Maintain full consciousness throughout the process. 5. Please return this document upon completion. Failure to do so will incur a fine of 5,000 bone coins for each week overdue, compounding. If there is anything remarkable about this study room, it is its stark simplicity, a spacious area divided by a wall into 2 smaller rooms, devoid of furnishings. Upon entering, the parchment in Lilith's hands suddenly glowed and levitated around her. The outer wall bore several hooks resembling pirate prosthetics, and following the instructions, Lilith disrobed. The hooks that had been nearly touching the ceiling lowered automatically. Once she hung her clothes, they swiftly ascended back to the ceiling. At this height, even if Lilith leaped, she could not reach the hem of her garments. It dawned on her that this room was indeed taller than the typical ones. Barefoot on the cold stone floor, she stepped into the inner chamber, which housed a shallow pool resembling that of a bathhouse. Following the guidance of the parchment, she cautiously tested the water temperature. The temperature of the bathwater was reminiscent of a gentle warmth, slightly heated but not scalding. Taking a deep breath, she unscrewed the small stone bottle in her grip. Adhering to the principle that a brief pain is preferable to a prolonged one, and with a swift and decisive motion, she downed the potion in one go. The tonic meant to bolster her vitality was excruciatingly spicy. Indeed, you heard correctly. This concoction was fiery. Incredibly so. If one were to attempt a description, it would be akin to mixing the heat of bird's eye chili with that of ghost pepper, then extracting the essence in a press, yielding a concentrated oil of unparalleled spiciness. With a soft thud, the drop bottle was swallowed by the parchment. However, Lilith was beyond caring for such matters. Her lips swelled as if they had willingly embraced a wasp's nest, and a burning sensation coursed from her lips, along the delicate mucous membranes of her mouth, and down her esophagus. Her stomach felt as if it had ingested a ball of molten lava. Tears welled in her eyes, but she dared not let them fall. The very act of breathing through her mouth was too spicy, reddening the corners of her eyes and causing a stinging discomfort. Even the warmth of her tears was a burden she could not bear at this moment. Quickly, get into the pool, unless you wish to drink another bottle. The malicious prompt escaped her lips, and Lilith yearned to shatter the reflection upon the water's surface. Indeed, she did just that. Ah! Lilith's uncontrollable scream erupted as the fiery sensation in her stomach began to spread to every cell in her body. The temperature of the pool merged with that of her skin, akin to having consumed something extraordinarily spicy, followed by a cup of scalding water. The pain was unbearable. In this moment, Lilith could fully comprehend why Naligia had repeatedly inquired whether she was mentally prepared for the effects of the vitality tonic. Previously, she had silently mocked Naligia for her incessant questioning, akin to a broken record. Now, all she wished to convey was that she was utterly unprepared. Woe is me. The 5 deities of Dubu were against her ascending. Descending was easy, but rising? One could only say there were neither doors nor windows, not even a doggy door. As Lilith struggled to pull herself above the water surface, a brown shadow darted past, soon followed by a splash that disrupted the previously calm water. Chapter 41. The garment infused with growth hormone ahem. Guy's thick lips and long tongue altered the timbre of her speech. The pool was shallow. Drowning was not a concern, but being shoved in would undoubtedly lead to a few spluttering sips of water. Lilith felt her entire body swell, struggling to lift her head, which had grown as puffy as a steamed bun, and attempted to raise her heavy eyelids to discern what had kicked her. She suspected a demon was at play. If it were true, she would meet her demise. There was no way she would assist in digging that cursed grave, not even in death. Straining to wipe the water from her face, she focused her gaze, only to see the parchment morphing into the shapes of feet and fists, circling the pool, occasionally assuming an aggressive posture like a boxer poised to strike. The parchment caught Lilith's attention, curling provocatively into the shape of a foot and waving teasingly. An unbridled fury surged within her, and she roared with a desire to destroy. Oh no, to annihilate the parchment. Yet, each time she lunged forward, it would deftly kick her down in various angles, particularly relishing in striking her face. Its diminutive size made it easy for it to land blows, while for Lilith, hitting it proved to be a formidable challenge. Not to mention, she now resembled a swollen giant. After a tumultuous struggle, water splattered everywhere, yet the pool remained stubbornly full, its temperature unchanged. The heat and sting persisted, and the latter half of the potion's effects brought an unbearable itch that enveloped her entire being. The mingling of pain and itchiness caused her to alternate between agonizing screams and fits of laughter. It was no wonder she sought a soundproof room. An outsider might think she was possessed. The demon, seizing the opportunity for mischief, proposed a deal. It would bear her suffering in exchange for her assistance in digging graves. Its voice dripped with seduction, akin to a lover's whisper. Promise me. Promise me. For a fleeting moment, Lilith's mind wavered. But the name of the demon, Chocolate, brought her back to clarity. How absurd it was to have a demon with such a pet-like name. The image of an adorable dog wagging its tail and circling her, begging for a million, was utterly ridiculous. Of course, the owner would laugh and deny it, offering instead a piece of freeze-dried treat. Ugh, how infuriating, she muttered, sensing the demon's displeasure at her refusal. Reclining in the hot water, she assumed the posture of a languid fish. What was that sound you made earlier? It feels oddly familiar, like something I heard in a Risku program from my past life. Naturally, the demon's voice was not typically like this. It mirrored Lilith's own, as they shared the same vocal cords. Oh, not achieving my goal makes me less inclined to converse, it replied. Do share, I am genuinely curious. Lilith floated in the pool, her arms drifting. It's merely the demon's ability. What's so strange about that? The surface of the water rippled, reflecting an eye roll, as if expressing exasperation. What did your original voice sound like? Lilith's curiosity piqued. Having heard the demon's masculine tone, she felt oddly self-conscious, especially in her current state of undress. There is no original voice, though I often use this one, it replied, adopting a sultry tone that suggested a commanding presence. One that evoked images of a formidable woman capable of delivering a concussion with a mere punch. Wow, Lilith exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Enough, hurry and leave, Chocolate replied, growing impatient. After the effects of the potion wore off, the parchment unfurled anew, floating around Lilith. Yet, every time she reached out to grasp it, it eluded her grasp. Her hair, now grown to the length of 2 fingers, was a fiery red. Among witches, this hue was prevalent, and the likelihood of mutation to this color upon becoming a witch was notably high. Thus, Lilith was not overly surprised. Having donned the clean garments prepared by Nelisa, Lilith felt an odd sensation at her feet. Looking down, she noticed that her once well-fitted witch's robe had inexplicably lengthened, as though it had been infused with growth hormones during the past few hours. What once reached her ankles now dragged upon the ground, its folds piling up like a heap of socks. Observing the hooks on the wall, she mused that this was indeed a witch's tower. Even the hooks bore special purposes. Her magical pouch contained no additional clothing, but she did have 2 pieces of fabric meant for soap making, compared to wrapping herself in those. It was far better to simply wear the robe she had on, parched and perhaps somewhat dehydrated from soaking too long in the bath. She was grateful for Nelisa's foresight in bringing water. She gulped down a large kettle of cool boiled water, a generous gift from Celine, notable for its size and dual-layer design to prevent burns, adorned with a golden ship motif on its surface. It was truly a thoughtful gift. Lilith grasped her robe and stumbled out of the room. The moment she stepped outside, the parchment seemed to lose its soul and fell into her hands. Staring at it for 3 seconds, she wiped her sleeves and, with a forceful motion, crumpled the parchment into a ball before carelessly tossing it to the ground and stomping on it a few times. The passing young witches regarded this with indifference. The excessively long robe hampered Lilith's movements. As she leapt, the fabric tripped her, causing her to fall face first onto the ground. Ouch! Tears welled in Lilith's eyes as she stood up, her frustration growing. She retrieved the parchment from the floor, resigned to return it, and shook it off, darting towards a sink to rinse it. Would it be damaged? If it survived a battle with the sink, it was impossible for a simple wash to ruin it. Hello? Lilith looked quizzically at the administrator who greeted her. Though she found the greeting puzzling, it did not deter her from knowing she was there to return the parchment. I succeeded, here, to return this. The administrator took the somewhat damp parchment and, only then realizing its significance, tentatively inquired, Lilith? Why are you suddenly calling me by name? Lilith awkwardly withdrew her hand, fearing she might be held accountable for damaging property. Surely, there was no need to address her by name in such a situation. Oh, my goodness. Lilith? How? You shrunk. Chapter 42. The Niflheim forest. She had unexpectedly undergone a reverse growth in this otherworldly realm. Once standing at nearly 1.70 meters, her height has now dwindled to a mere 1.50 meters. Not 1.55 meters, but 1.50 meters. 1.50 meters. That height would scarcely allow her to occupy the last row in a modern elementary school classroom. Lilith exclaimed, I shall sue my height. Following a thorough examination arranged by teacher Maria, Lilith received news even more disheartening. She would forever remain this height. Miss Nightingale, serving as Lilith's potion class instructor, was the unfortunate bearer of this grim tidings. In a world where elongated legs are the norm, being this short is akin to a second-class disability, posing the risk of not even reaching the ground when seated on a stool. Teacher, are you saying that because I have reached a certain age, my bones have already set? Lilith questioned. If they are set, then how could they possibly shorten? Bones cannot just vanish into thin air, can they? The truth is that during the awakening of a witch, there exists a probability of physical change. The absence of such change prior was due to her awakening at an advanced age, which delayed the process. This time, the potion had inadvertently triggered the transformation. Reluctantly, Miss Nightingale revealed this reason, as the potion Lilith consumed had been provided by Lisa. Consequently, Lisa was summoned once Lilith arrived at Maria's. Though somewhat unkind, Lisa felt a wave of relief upon learning that the potion was not at fault, as she was confident in her brewing skills. Miss Nightingale nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. Is there any way to remedy this? Lilith gazed at Lisa with hope. Lisa turned her head away, unable to meet Lilith's pleading eyes. Lilith then redirected her gaze to Miss Nightingale, who gently shook her head. With the dust settled, a weary Lilith returned to her dormitory, donning her newly acquired witch's robe. The situation had escalated significantly, as several instructors specializing in potion making and curse studies had been called upon, and Alyssa was already aware of it. With sympathy, Melissa placed a comforting hand on Lilith's shoulder. Standing over 1.70 meters, Melissa towered over Lilith, whose gaze was now level with her chest. They had once been of similar height. Lilith found it disconcerting to speak from this angle, requiring her to look up at everyone. She simply nodded absent-mindedly before retreating to her room. Once the door was closed, Lilith hurried to her bedside, retrieving a metallic shard from beneath her pillow. Do you have any solutions? I can promise to dig graves for you in the future. While I would love to oblige, according to our contract, I currently cannot manipulate this body in any manner. Otherwise, it would have already claimed Lilith's soul for itself. Is there truly nothing that can be done? Perhaps I could summon another demon to negotiate with. What do you think? This body is shared between us. Surely, you do not wish to venture outside with such a diminutive stature, do you? I can disclose the method to summon another demon. Not a chance. Summoning another demon would unveil its secrets, wouldn't it? Even in the face of death, it would rather not succumb. For others remain oblivious to its existence within this corporeal form. If it must be short, so be it. You need only prepare 50,000 souls of the living as offerings. In light of our shared vessel, I shall inscribe the sacrificial circle, and you may retain a few souls as recompense. What do you say? The demon, having spent a year in the company of Lilith, had thoroughly discerned her nature. It boldly wagered its position as a great demon, confident that Lilith would not acquiesce. Indeed, she promptly declined without a moment's hesitation. Is it not possible to utilize the souls of ordinary beasts? Slaughtering 50,000 livestock would suffice. She could easily apply at a slaughterhouse. With some effort, she could surely gather enough souls over the span of a few years. For the sake of height, she could endure this. Should there be no slaughterhouse, she could establish one herself. Such coarse offerings would be unworthy even of lower demons. While Lilith did not consider herself a paragon of virtue, she was not so deranged as to raise a city merely to gain stature. After grappling with the demon and realizing there were no other options, she begrudgingly resigned herself to her fate. She reclined upon her bed, heaving a heavy sigh, only to be choked by her own saliva, prompting her to sit upright. Once composed, she observed her short legs dangling above the floor. She resolved to saw off the legs of her bed. 6 days later, in the clearing before the witch's tower. Today marks the day of the bestiary assessment, and the classmates gathered early. Ah, will I truly not grow taller? How endearing. Patricia reached out to pat Lilith's head, tousling her freshly sprouted red hair into a disheveled mess. Lilith forcefully swatted Patricia's hand away and brandished an enlarged pair of scissors, resting them against Patricia's shoulder, threatening her neck with a menacing tilt of her head. Shall I assist you in becoming more adorable? My strength has increased significantly. I can help you sever that unnecessary head. Although she had become shorter, the effects of the strength-enhancing potion were undeniable. Frustrated by her predicament, Lilith had fervently exercised for a week and could now break a thick log with her bare hands. Ha, that won't be necessary. Patricia recoiled slightly, pushing the scissors aside. Caw, Professor Abbassy has arrived. Nalis's reminder brought an end to the ruckus. Lilith returned her magical power, causing the scissors to shrink, and she conveniently tucked them away. Excellent. No one is late. Now everyone gather around. Professor Abbassy clapped his hands, and the bride circled above. Caw, move quickly, you fools, Caw. Cheer up. I apologize. As Patricia approached Professor Abbassy, she elbowed Lilith playfully, surrendering with a gesture. Lilith rolled her eyes in response. Next time you touch my head, I shall sever your hand. Once they had settled, Nalis produced a comb and tidied Lilith's hair. Seeing that they were ready, Professor Abbassy snapped his fingers, and with a flash of light, the ground unfurled into a magical circle, causing the figure at the entrance along with the circling green parrot to vanish. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the southern expanse of the Niflheim forest, at the forest's outermost edge, a small, Unremarkable pile of stones lay by an open patch of ground where a group of individuals appeared rather abruptly. Lily's was retching violently, while Melissa stood beside her, one hand holding a water pouch and the other gently patting her back, swearing that she would diligently master the art of teleportation in the future. Lily's lamented the inadequacy of Professor Abisi's teleportation technique. It wasn't just Lily's. 5 or 6 other young witches in the class were similarly afflicted, with the youngest, Farah, fainting immediately upon landing, her eyes rolling back in her head. Chapter 43. Horned Fish and Lake's Professor Abisi skillfully retrieved a vial of potion from beneath his robes and administered it to Farah, indicating that such occurrences were not uncommon in previous years. "Rinse your mouth," Melissa urged, bringing the water pouch closer to Lily's lips. After rinsing, Lily's felt somewhat better, and Patricia supported her arm, helping her to her feet. Meanwhile, upon seeing that Farah had regained consciousness, Professor Abisi clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. "All right, come over and draw lots." A thick, swirling mist of deep purple gathered before him. The young witches lined up, extending their hands into the mist. What they saw was inscribed on a long piece of parchment tied with a knot. As in class, each young witch was required to find 3 distinct creatures. The deadline for the examination was set for the evening 2 weeks hence. During this period, they would be responsible for their own sustenance and safety. Once a creature was located, there was no need to bring it back. They merely had to declare, "I have found it," and if the creature was correct, the text on the parchment would turn green. By the end, if there were 2 green markings, they would pass. Finding all 3 would signify excellence. Of course, the final grade would also depend on the written exam scores. Lily's unfurled her parchment. Moonlight flower, horned fish, green snail. Her heart eased slightly. She had procured ample Brazilian grass leaves, making the last item a manageable task. The challenge lay in the first 2. The moonlight flower was a plant that only emerged at night, while the horned fish, as its name suggests, was a fish predominantly inhabiting larger lakes. At this time of year, aquatic creatures were the last thing Lily's wished to encounter for her examination. Each witch's quest was unique, and with the thick compendium of illustrated creatures, it would be no issue for each young witch to seek out 10 different species. Melissa and Patricia briefly discussed their respective targets. "It seems we shall have to separate for this endeavor," Patricia remarked, stretching her limbs, to which Melissa nodded in agreement. Patricia had 2 objectives located in the marsh, while Melissa needed to venture eastward in search of caves. Lily's, on the other hand, had to delve deeper into the forest, where larger lakes could be found. The green snail favored humid environments, so perhaps she could accomplish both objectives simultaneously. Some of the other young witches in the class paired off, while others set off on their own. Lily's and her companions marked their current location on the parchment map before dispersing. The distant sounds of creatures grew louder as they moved away from Professor Abisi. Birds flitted among the verdant leaves, while the chirping of insects echoed in Lily's ears. The earthy scent of damp soil, unique to the forest, filled her nostrils, revealing that this woodland was far more saturated with magical energy than the one she had traversed upon her arrival. As she navigated through the areas of sparse branches, Lily's found her witch's robe somewhat cumbersome in this environment. After some effort, she decided to change into long sleeves and trousers, despite it being somewhat out of place. Currently, her repertoire of spells was limited, and wearing ordinary fabric posed no issue, as it was something she had specifically brought along. She wrapped her legs in cloth strips, tightening them to prevent any small insects from creeping inside, and then secured her sleeves. Once dressed, Lily's moved her limbs to ensure comfort. Her appearance now resembled that of a laborer hauling packages at the dock. From her magical satchel, Lily's retrieved a green leather hat that fully covered her head. Although she had preferred a sandy-colored variant, she chose the green for its inconspicuousness in the forest. Why bother being so cautious? "It looks dreadful," she mused. "Then why not take the exam?" Chocolate, her familiar, fell silent. Lily's knew this creature had a penchant for laziness. After walking for some time, the sun reached its zenith, prompting Lily's to pause for a rest and a bite to eat. Consuming strongly flavored food in the forest could attract wild beasts. Thus, she had only packed black bread and smoked jerky, staples for most young witches. Once satisfied, she consulted her map and realized her trajectory was slightly off. After correcting her angle, she estimated that she would reach the first lake in approximately 3 hours. Given the lack of significant clearings along her path, which were unsuitable for moonlight flowers to thrive, she decided against backtracking and resolved to search around the lake in the evening. Having determined her plan to rest by the lakeside that night, Lilies brushed off the clinging weeds from her attire and pressed onward. Whenever she came upon damp areas that seemed likely to harbor green snails, she would pause to utilize Brazilian grass leaves, grateful for her mastery of fire magic, which made igniting them effortless. Regrettably, her luck appeared to be waning, as she had used 8 or 9 leaves without spotting a single green snail. Thus, she continued her journey, alternating between walking and pausing, until she reached the lakeshore just before dusk. However, she refrained from approaching immediately, as the creatures arriving for a drink were still abundant. The lake, not particularly vast, could be circumnavigated in half an hour. It resembled more of a pond than a true lake. In truth, the likelihood of encountering horned fish in such a small area was minimal. Yet Lilies was determined not to miss the opportunity. As the saying goes, now that she was here, if she could find a horned fish, it would spare her the perilous trek deeper into the forest, where danger only intensified. As the sun descended, the creatures that quenched their thirst gradually departed from the water's edge. Lilith made a concerted effort to avoid an encounter with these beings and carefully surveyed the surroundings of the lake. She noted 2 relatively large clearings where moonlight flowers were likely to bloom in the evening. She committed these locations to memory, intending to return when the moon reached its zenith. Upon reaching the lakeshore, Lilith retrieved the enchanted artifact she had acquired at great expense from her magical pouch. Although she was a proficient swimmer, the absence of diving equipment rendered exploring the deeper waters perilous. This artifact possessed the ability to store a limited quantity of air, releasing a steady supply as long as it was held in her mouth. She inhaled through her mouth and exhaled through her nose, mindful to regulate her breath to avoid accidentally swallowing the artifact. After ensuring that the surroundings were clear, Lilith shed her clothing and performed a series of warm-up exercises before leaping into the lake, anticipating the presence of aquatic creatures. She had not forgotten to bring her waterproof lantern. These items were not hastily acquired, as they were regularly utilized in her studies. Even during daylight, the depths of the water could become dim, and the simulated lake in the ecological park of Witchtown was deeper than most could fathom. This small pond was not particularly deep. Lilith spent 2 hours exploring its bottom, only to return with a sense of disappointment. The absence of brown algae indicated a lack of horned fish, as without food, even if fry were introduced, they would soon perish from starvation. As she approached the surface, she suddenly noticed flickering lights on the shore, prompting Lilith to cautiously extinguish her lantern. However, it was evident that the figures on the bank had already perceived her presence, for the darkness of night made the glow of her lantern conspicuous. Lilith felt emboldened to enter the water at this outer edge, as venturing further inward would invite encounters with more aggressive creatures. Illuminating the water was akin to scattering fragrant bait, signaling to nearby beings that a feast awaited them. Observing 3 flickering torches along the shore, Lilith exhaled a few small bubbles, ultimately deciding to surface and assess the situation. She retrieved a pair of scissors from a spatial pouch at her waist, mentally reciting the twisted incantation and the flame spell several times to ensure she could articulate them swiftly when needed. Taking a deep breath, she placed the artifact aside and, holding her breath, swam to a spot some distance from the shore. Breaking the water's surface, Lilith quickly wiped her face with her unoccupied hand. On the bank stood 5 individuals, tightly wrapped in layers, comprising 3 men and 2 women. 3 of them brandished torches, while another held a shield and the last drew a bow. Not far off was the campfire Lilith had glimpsed underwater, judging by the wood's burning intensity. It was clear these individuals had only just arrived. For a moment, neither side made a move, with Lilith still lingering in the water. Although the weather is not particularly cold for her, prolonged exposure still raises concerns about falling ill. The Nibelheim Great Forest remains verdant throughout the year, with snowfall occurring only in February, typically blanketing the area for an entire month. Consequently, February serves as a respite for human adventurers. The absence of snow does not imply warmth. Unlike the perennial spring of Witchtown, the temperature in the Nibelheim Great Forest begins to drop in October, though it has not reached the point of freezing the lakes. However, the chill here penetrates clothing, a damp cold evident from the sight of the humans nearby, who seem eager to wrap themselves up like bears. Of course, Lilith remains unaffected, being a witch rather than a mere mortal. This temperature is trivial compared to her former self before consuming fortifying potions, let alone her current state. Initially, during her first half year at the Witch Tower, she was not so impervious. She recalls feeling a shiver from consuming very cold soup, though she cannot pinpoint precisely when she became accustomed to such temperatures. Akin to how an ordinary person might notice they have grown 2 centimeters taller by year end, but cannot recall the exact day it happened. Hello, is anyone there? Lilith, unwilling to stay submerged, took the initiative. Her friendly greeting did not disarm the others. Rather, they grew more vigilant, and she feared the archer's hand might tremble. Had it not been for him, she would have already swum ashore. Are you all mute? Lilith, growing impatient at the silence, spoke again. Are you humans? The woman in the center, holding a torch, leaned it closer to the water's edge. Lilith decided to illuminate her surroundings with her lantern. Are you members of the church? Not at all, the woman quickly denied. Well then, I am a witch. Are you affiliated with the Adventurers Guild? Upon hearing the mention of the guild, the tension among the group eased slightly, and the archer relaxed his bowstring. Their caution was understandable. This was the Nibelheim Great Forest, a place where adults could easily disappear without a trace, and the sudden appearance of a child, especially one emerging from the water, was decidedly unsettling, particularly in the depths of winter. The relationship between the Adventurers Guild and witches is far more amicable than that with the temple, as they are the primary consumers of fortifying potions. We are. May I come ashore first? Staying in this cold water is quite uncomfortable. Very well, come up. Lilith, understanding the unspoken rules, chose a spot farther from the group to emerge. Upon seeing that Lilith's lower half resembled that of a human, the group finally relaxed their weapons. However, had they been deeper within the forest, they would have fled at the sight of her human appearance. This time, Lilith did not wear her long sleeves and pants, but opted for a robe instead. Utilizing the ample fabric of her witch's attire, she swiftly removed her damp swimsuit, dried herself, and donned clean undergarments. Naturally, her attention remained predominantly on the humans. Should they dare to make any sudden movements, Lilith would promptly recite a distorted incantation. Are you taking an examination? Upon seeing Lilith's switch robe, several individuals felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Lilith, while drying her hair, nodded in confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden excitement of these individuals. You must possess remarkable talent. Oh, my apologies. We did not expect such a young witch to partake in the examination at this time. It took us a moment to process. Every year around this time, a cohort of witches gathers nearby for their assessments. Anyone familiar with the Great Forest is well aware of this. Lilith set down her towel and instinctively touched her cheek. Her once normal visage had noticeably shrunk along with her stature. I'm not small. I have reached adulthood. What? One of the teenagers holding a torch blurted out, unable to contain himself, only to be swiftly silenced by the woman behind him. Lilith remained unfazed and tucked away her towel. Would you care to warm yourselves by the fire? We have built a bonfire. Lilith's appearance was deceptively innocent, coupled with her height of merely 1.50 meters, her damp, short hair made her appear somewhat pitiable. But do keep in mind that appearances can be misleading. In truth, Lilith possessed the strength to snap a wooden stake with her bare hands. Thank you? Lilith sensed no malice. Her damp hair, clinging to her scalp, was indeed uncomfortable. Weighing the combat prowess of both parties, she concluded that her spellcasting speed would certainly surpass their reaction times, and they might not even be able to best her in a physical confrontation. Thus, she acquiesced, primarily out of reluctance to fumble about in the dark gathering firewood. Considering the abundance of timber in the Great Forest, she had not brought any kindling with her. Lilith retrieved her animal hide mat from her spatial pocket and approached. The mat was stuffed with cotton, featuring a waterproof crocodile skin on the side that touched the ground, while the seating side was covered in plush fur. The flames radiated warmth, casting a glow upon Lilith's delicate face, which appeared almost luminescent in the firelight, though this was merely a comparative illusion. The others seated themselves around the bonfire, each finding a place where they could assist one another if necessary. One individual produced several fish strung together with grass twine, some white and some black, representing the most common edible fish found in the stream. Given their freshness, they were likely caught nearby. In contrast to the lake, this area provided a much easier hunting ground. Lilith's eyes flickered with interest. These individuals, utilizing spatial bags, were evidently not impoverished. They took turns gutting the fish and skewering them on branches, placing them at the edge of the fire. The fish cooked slowly, and by the time they were nearly ready, Lilith's hair had dried. The woman who had previously retrieved the fish produced a gray glass jar and extracted some white crystals, presumably salt, along with cumin. When the fish was finally ready, none of them partook immediately. The woman who had initiated conversation with Lilith approached her with the largest fish. "Have you had dinner? Would you care for some grilled fish? We have added spices." Due to the necessity of hunting in the wild during daylight hours, adventurers often forego lunch in favor of dinner. Lilith gazed at the woman with a hint of confusion. Did she appear to be the sort who would indiscriminately consume the belongings of others in such a setting? Noting Lilith's silence, the woman seemed to grasp the nature of their surroundings. Who, aside from small team, would dare to partake in food offered by another? One could easily fall victim to poisoning, and while one might escape with their life, they would likely suffer significant financial loss. More often than not, one might pay the ultimate price. Awkwardly, she withdrew her hand and coughed discreetly, placing her fingers against her lips. "Ahem, though it may be somewhat presumptuous. May I inquire about your performance in the potion-making course?" The woman endeavored to employ respectful language to avoid causing offense. Lilith sensed a peculiar grammatical misstep in the woman's speech, but fortunately, this did not hinder her understanding of the intent. Chapter 45. Good fortune, fairly well, Lilith responded, observing the glint of excitement in the woman's eyes. It was evident that, despite knowing the witches would be conducting examinations at this time and place, the majority of the humans present, at least 80%, harbored the same ulterior motive of acquiring potions. "Excuse me, do you happen to know about the strengthening elixir?" Lilith nodded, realizing the intentions of these individuals. However, she was here for the examination and had not brought such a potion with her. She did carry several vials for healing wounds and common ailments, though. "Wonderful. Might you assist us in concocting the potions?" "Oh dear, I mean to say, we will offer compensation." The 5 individuals were exceptionally well prepared. They even brought a gleaming potion cauldron and a designated source of fire, along with pre-prepared materials, including a special herb that had been meticulously processed. Clearly, they had come well equipped. Lilith regarded the items they presented with a look of incredulity. "Is it possible that I still have an examination to attend?" She had yet to locate a single creature. How could she possibly spare time for this side endeavor? Moreover, she was not in dire need of money. She possessed several thousand bone coins on her person. "Please, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Might you first consider our offer?" Lilith raised an eyebrow in skepticism. She did not perceive these individuals as capable of presenting anything that would truly entice her. If they were wealthy, they would not be traversing the forest at this time of year. The thickness of their clothing indicated they were not dressed in magical materials. The woman produced a slender, 3-finger-wide box crafted from a dark black, jade-like material. Lilith's pupils constricted. While the average person might overlook it, Lilith could clearly discern that the moment the box was extracted from the spatial pouch, the surrounding magical energy began to swirl in an unusually dynamic manner. The contents of the box were so extraordinary that even a novice could sense their significance, let alone Lilith herself. The woman opened the black box, revealing several exquisitely carved, porcelain-white mini-tools within. There was a square spatula the size of a spoon, a pair of delicate tweezers, 10 oval-shaped pieces of varying sizes, a small cone, and 2 objects resembling knitting needles, albeit slightly shorter. As the box was opened, the aura of witchcraft surrounding the woman's hand dissipated, akin to the sensation of air creating a bubble underwater. Although the nature of these tools remained unclear to Lilith, she instinctively recognized their value. Undoubtedly precious items. Some materials necessitate the suppression of magical energy for harvesting, typically requiring the witch to meticulously create a small vacuum around them. Yet this tool astonishingly possessed a built-in vacuum. With such a remarkable asset at their disposal, why not sell it directly? Surely it would yield greater and quicker profits than concocting potions, without the risk of freezing. The group exchanged glances, and the woman absent-mindedly touched her nose with her unoccupied hand. "We prefer not to attract the ire of the temple's clergy," she remarked. "The archbishop's ribs." Lilith's voice unexpectedly interjected. "What? You deduced it?" Both Lilith and the woman exclaimed simultaneously. The woman was taken aback that a young reserve witch like Lilith could discern the artifact's origin from the archbishop, while Lilith herself was merely startled, as it had been the chocolate that had spoken earlier. Regaining her composure, Lilith feigned nonchalance, grasping the metallic bracelet on her wrist and said, "It's nothing. I merely wish to confirm." "And what do you think of this transaction?" The woman looked at Lilith with anticipation. Lilith was genuinely curious as to why these individuals, unperturbed by grave robbing, would fear selling their crafted goods. Yet, she pondered that it might be an accidental acquisition. "I would love to agree, but I must prioritize my examination. I have no desire to repeat a year." "That is not a problem. We can assist you in locating what you seek." Lilith hesitated, contemplating whether seeking help constituted cheating. However, in the practical examinations at the Witch's Tower, cheating seemed irrelevant, as the mentors valued results above all. "I'm looking for a green snail, a horned fish, and moonlight flowers." "Are you confident in your ability to find them?" "Absolutely. We can lead you to the moonlight flowers tonight. There's a vast expanse in the direction we came from, not far from here. We are well acquainted with the forest and know precisely where to find what you seek." Before witches learn their craft, the items they search for are primarily located on the forest's outskirts. Venturing deeper often leads to peril. The Witch's Tower is renowned for its stringent assessments regarding safety. Though this does not guarantee absolute security, misfortune can strike unexpectedly. Every year, there are always a few who, in their quest for target creatures, end up losing their lives. Thus, even in the foundational classes, there are designated slots for fatalities prepared for those who encounter ill fate. Overall, Lilith could be considered one of the fortunate few. Having undergone final examinations in this realm for numerous years, the Witch's Tower is certainly aware of the annual arrival of humans and their intentions. Their silence on the matter implies an unspoken acceptance that such occurrences fall within the bounds of established norms and are thus deemed reasonable. Both good fortune and misfortune are merely facets of luck, integral to one's capabilities. Well, it certainly sounds like a fair exchange. Chapter 46. Unique Pollen, the Moonlight Flower. Besides its peculiar trait of only emerging from the earth on nights illuminated by the moon, possesses a most striking characteristic. Its floral heart emits a gentle glow under the moonlight. These plants tend to grow in clusters, their pollen floating above like stars in the night sky. Although the ecological garden of Witch Town does feature these flowers, the limited space prevents it from showcasing them in the vast, breathtaking expanses found within the forest. Lilith stood there, entranced, unable to regain her composure. This was a spectacle of beauty she had never encountered in the modern world, an exhilarating novelty akin to magic. Though the scenery was enchanting, it also harbored dangers. She remained at the periphery, refraining from venturing closer to the blossoms. Despite her curiosity about their fragrance, the pollen, while luminescent, also attracted insects and had a far-reaching impact. One could frolic freely in this area, provided they did not mind waking up the next day covered in beetles. Most of the insects drawn to the moonlight pollen were herbivorous. As long as one safeguarded their ears, nose, and eyes, there would be no harm done. There was a certain risk, yet it was not fatal. After all, this was merely the periphery of the Niffle forest. However, it was prudent to refrain from bringing the pollen deeper into the forest, for doing so would make it exceedingly difficult to exit unscathed. Lilith retrieved the parchment, clearing her throat. "I have found the moonlight flower." As her words echoed, a sticky eye abruptly emerged from the back of the parchment, with long, slender black eyelashes. It was immediately evident that this eye did not belong to an ordinary human. The eye on the parchment suddenly opened wide, its round, dark pupil, tinged with crimson veins, spun erratically before finally fixing its gaze intently to the right. As Lilith held the parchment, her body instinctively shifted, aligning with the direction in which the eye was fixated, precisely on the cluster of moonlight flowers. She quickly adjusted her posture. Carefully, she grasped either end of the parchment, attempting to provide the eye with a clearer view. Although she was uncertain of the efficacy of this action, it seemed the appropriate course to take. The eye lingered for over a minute before vanishing, and simultaneously, the words moonlight flower on the parchment transformed into a vibrant green, signifying that Lilith had successfully completed a task. She touched the spot on the parchment where the eye had appeared, finding it surprisingly dry, an expected yet curious outcome. After all, it was a product of the arcane. In such an unscientific realm, it seemed only fitting. Lilith felt like the true anomaly in a world that paradoxically emphasized the scientific. The value of the herbs on the outskirts is rather limited, with the moonlight flower being one of the more expensive varieties, priced at 1 bone coin for 20 plants. This explains why Lilith has collected nothing during her journey. To obtain rare materials, one must venture deeper into the forest. The 5 individuals assisted Lilith in locating a particular creature, and naturally, she felt compelled to demonstrate her sincerity. She recalled a long-desired task that she had yet to accomplish. The scenery here was quite lovely, making it an appropriate spot to rest for the night. Before settling down, she utilized the herbs provided by her companions to brew a substantial pot of health-enhancing elixir. Given the inherent risks of potion making, her companions were astonished when Lilith succeeded on her first attempt, producing such a large quantity. While she retired for the night, the 5 remained busy with the task of portioning the brew. The presence of so many unfamiliar faces did not deter Lilith from her slumber, for the night belonged to Chocolate. Before drifting into sleep, however, Lilith stealthily engaged in a minor quarrel behind a nearby tree. Vexed by Chocolate's persistent inability to remember to avoid speaking in the presence of others, she was weary of being rumored to possess mental instability. In response, Chocolate brazenly suggested that if she was bothered, she could simply eliminate the offending parties, referring to them as mere human nuisances. Lilith retorted, questioning the advantages of making enemies for their plans, to which Chocolate replied that it would help maintain a cheerful disposition. Lilith warned that if innocent lives were harmed, she would ensure Chocolate received a swift ticket back home. Though this was an empty threat, it clearly resonated deeply with Chocolate, a demon who had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Reluctantly, it acquiesced with a subdued acknowledgement before retreating. Lilith often found herself rolling her eyes at such discussions with demons. Indiscriminate killing would only draw unwanted attention, especially if they intended to desecrate the Pope's grave. Awakening naturally after a refreshing slumber, despite having rested on stiff branches, Lilith was greeted with the question, "Miss Lilith, are you ready for breakfast? I have freshly washed berries." She looked on in confusion. She recalled that people in this world seldom ate breakfast. How did these individuals know her desire for it? One man presented her with a handful of vibrant red berries, each the size of a ping-pong ball and glistening with moisture, clearly a far cry from the failed concoctions crafted by some seniors at the Witch's Tower. Since they had only known each other for less than a day, Lilith refrained from inquiring immediately and instead descended from the tree to wash up, armed with ample water. She was unperturbed by waste, finding that she could bathe daily with ease. As she tended to her hygiene, she was reluctantly subjected to the whispers of her companions. "What's she doing?" they murmured quietly. "Is she rinsing her mouth? How can she do that while eating? What has she applied to her teeth? I wonder if she has a toothache? Wow, witches really wash their faces every day. Isn't that risky for their health? They are adept at brewing herbal concoctions. So what is there to fear?" Thanks to a tonic that fortifies the body, her senses have significantly sharpened compared to before. She has heard every whispered word without missing a beat. She longs to exclaim, "Only cleanliness can stave off illness." If it weren't for the winter chill, she would never choose to linger among this group. Even in the biting cold, one can detect a foul odor emanating from them. They mistakenly believe that witches shy away from close company. In reality, Lilith merely fears being overwhelmed by the stench. This aversion is precisely why she has refrained from exploring Witchtown despite her prolonged stay. This world is replete with unpleasant odors. Outside, people indiscriminately relieve themselves, and the household's waste is carelessly dumped from the second-floor windows. Lilith often hesitates to delve into Ruby's memories, fearing she might succumb to nausea. After freshening up, Lilith notices that the group is roasting what appears to be a large piece of beef leg over their fire. "As per your instructions, we have prepared this leg for you, seasoned with some spices. Would you care to try?" she is asked. Chapter 47, The New Grave. Well, she is well aware of where this came from. Lilith nods impassively, retrieving her silver utensils, which she purchased later on. Wooden forks are quite impractical for her, and she even crafted a proper pair of silver chopsticks, though they are seldom needed in the Witch Tower. Lilith pierces a piece of meat, carefully slicing it with her knife before toasting the cut over the fire. She cannot tolerate meat that bears even a hint of blood. She is quite particular, relishing only well-cooked fare. Perhaps due to the exorbitant cost of spices, they have skimped on the seasoning, leaving the cumin flavor rather faint. However, the overall taste is still quite satisfactory. "Thank you. You're welcome. It's the least we could do," they cheerfully reply, watching Lilith eat with amused expressions. Even while dining, a beautiful person like her remains captivating. Yet even if she appears of age, they dare not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Yesterday, Lilith had abruptly risen in the dead of night and left without a word, returning with a bloodied trophy that nearly terrified them, particularly Jack, who was on watch at the time. Jenny, who had accompanied her, was equally pale, recounting the scene to the others while producing the berries Lilith had instructed her to collect, reiterating Lilith's demands. The essence of her message was clear. She wished to have breakfast tomorrow, reserving the leg for herself while permitting them to dispose of the rest as they saw fit. And the berries must be thoroughly cleaned. Chocolate had allowed this human to accompany them for this reason. Otherwise, they would have severed the head of anyone who dared to follow them at the first opportunity. As for Lilith's admonition against indiscriminately slaying the innocent, that is solely the work of wild beasts in the forest. It has nothing to do with a demon. Lilith avoids making eye contact when conversing. She was not always this way. After her height diminished, she felt an overwhelming irritation whenever she had to look up to meet others' gazes, prompting her to simply avert her eyes. Jenny and her companions were quite accustomed to the presence of witches, who often exuded an air of arrogance. Such behavior was to be expected. It would be far more alarming if Lilith were to display excessive warmth. After finishing breakfast, Lilith gracefully wiped her mouth. "Please wait for me here. I have a matter to attend to." As she walked, she engaged in conversation with Chocolate, saying, "Thank you for the breakfast. Is there any curse that can be attached to objects? One that ensures misfortune for anything unearthed?" "There are many," came the reply. "Teach me the simplest one." Although Chocolate had limited knowledge of curses, her extensive lifespan had endowed her with considerable wisdom. "You will need a sacrifice. That long-haired woman would do nicely. Her soul is well suited for such offering." "Jenny?" No. Is there an option without a sacrifice?" The demon sighed silently. "There is. I shall teach you now. You may be pleased that I no longer need to break the incantation into several parts." "That is truly splendid." Lilith made her way to the center of an open glade, a sunlit clearing in the woods, warm and inviting. Pleased with the location, she transformed her scissors into a makeshift shovel, digging a deep hole to avoid disturbing any small creatures. She then produced a black wooden box, plain and unadorned, containing the old dress she had taken from Ruby's home, which she had already cleaned. Inside the box lay a delicate gold bracelet and a silver comb. After inspecting the contents one last time to ensure everything was intact, she closed the box once more. Next, she cut a long strip of fabric from a new garment and inscribed the incantation upon it with a quill, reciting the words as she infused it with magical energy. Remarkably, she succeeded on her first attempt. Silently, Lilith gazed at the fabric strip, then without hesitation, wrapped it around the box and buried it, erecting a marker. The marker, carved from ordinary stone by Winnie, the owner of the seafood shop, had drawn playful comments from Winnie about Lilith's artistic endeavor of crafting her own tombstone. What did Lilith say back then? One must leave some trace of existence. One cannot simply depart without a word. With a satisfied exhale, Lilith brushed off the dust from her hands. Although it was unlikely anyone would disturb graves in the vast forest, she still took an extra precaution. "You truly are a peculiar human. Perhaps you should refer to me as a good person? Are you?" "Not really, haha." Lilith retrieved a handful of berries from her magical pouch and placed them before the gravestone. She also filled a bamboo tube with water. Initially, she had considered making paper money but decided against it, as such customs did not exist in this region. "Ruby Rose, I owe you a thank you, and here I offer it, then farewell." Lilith crouched before the grave and, after uttering a few words, gently touched the tombstone that had lain in her magical pouch for half a year. Rising without a backward glance, she departed, with her heart unburdened. Lilith felt a surge of joy as the group of 6 began their journey towards the lake. The green snails depended on luck, but the horned fish were a different matter. Jenny and the others listed the lakes where horned fish had previously been hunted, suggesting a high probability that they still resided there, thus alleviating the aimlessness of their search. The cumbersome attire seemed not to hinder their movements. They were slightly more capable than Lilith had anticipated. Remarkably, after several hours of travel, none had fallen behind, a testament to the courage of those who dared to venture into the great forest. The 5 were more familiar with the surroundings than Lilith, employing swifter and simpler methods to evade the forest's wild beasts compared to her theoretical knowledge gleaned from books. Though she maintained a composed exterior, her mind was fervently taking notes. These were invaluable insights forged through countless experiences. Arriving at the water's edge, as the 5 debated who should venture into the depths, Lilith pondered and declared, "I shall go down myself." However, she continued, "You cannot breathe underwater, and it would be a waste of time for you to search repeatedly." With that, Lilith began to disrobe, retrieving her magical artifact before leaping into the water. This lake was considerably larger than the previous one. Lilith spent 5 hours exploring the lake bed, during which she dispatched 2 overconfident little fish, though regrettably, she found no horned fish. Nevertheless, she discovered a fist-sized water droplet at the center of the lake, worth a substantial number of bone coins. The previously purchased infinite water sprayer could only function in moisture-rich environments, but with this droplet, she would not lack for water even in the desert until it was fully consumed. Such large water sources typically yielded such treasures, and finding them often depended on luck. After all, if the water was flowing, the droplet might be swept away. Breaking the surface of the water, Lilith prepared to conclude her search. "Miss Lilith, we found this nearby," she heard. Chapter 48, The Temple System. Lilith instinctively sensed what it might be. Looking up, she confirmed that Jack was holding one of her assessment items, the green snail. Astonishingly, she had managed to locate 2 items within the first 2 days of her assessment. This indicated that even if she failed to find the horned fish in the following days, she was assured of passing. Her advancement was secure. Lilith swiftly made her way ashore, lighting a blade of Brazilian grass to sedate the captured green snail before leisurely drying herself and donning her robe. She then retrieved the parchment. Before reciting the incantation, Lilith thoughtfully pressed her thumb against the spot where the eye had previously appeared, curious if it would emerge from that very location again. It proved to be far more intelligent than she had anticipated, as it adeptly determined its own exit point, not manifesting directly beneath her finger. Although there were no horned fish in the lake, having already found one type today, she decided it was time to rest. "By the way, I forgot to ask how many materials you brought." She intended to assess the appropriate quantity of potions to produce based on the materials brought by the other party, a detail that should have been clarified from the outset. However, her urgency to seek the moonlight flower had overshadowed such inquiries. It was primarily to avoid the risk of prepayment followed by indifference. Although she believed they would not dare to take advantage of her, the world is not devoid of those who harbor misguided notions of superiority. It is wiser to ask questions and devise a plan rather than sully one's hands over trivial matters. As this thought crossed her mind, Lilith suddenly became contemplative. Should she accompany Nailisha to audit the anatomy class? While she harbored no fear of corpses, she had never taken a life. What if, in a crucial moment, her resolve faltered? It seemed prudent to practice, especially given the high-risk nature of her current profession. "We have brought 30 portions. Could you provide us with 15 finished batches? The rest is yours." The success rate for apprentice witches in potion making is generally low, approximately 60%, which also constitutes the passing mark for potion making examinations. Lilith had 14 days to complete her 30 batches, with each brew taking around 2 hours. If she devoted an entire day to brewing, excluding sleep, she could produce about 6 batches daily, meaning she could finish within 5 days if she were not pressed for time. This realization felt like a significant opportunity. Some may argue that such a small quantity does not justify 5 days of labor from Lilith. Thus, a brief exposition on the hierarchy within the temple is in order. The lowest rank is that of the preacher, akin to a reserve clergy member. Individuals in this category possess minimal divine power and, as a result, are often of little value. Typically, a body of slightly above average talent might fetch 2 to 3,000 bone coins. The old man who nearly set Ruby's lantern alight was of moderate standing. The head is the most valuable part, making Lesha's price of 1,000 bone coins quite reasonable. The next tier comprises priests and priestesses, representing the 2 primary career paths for preachers. Generally, priests affiliated with a church are valued more than wandering priests. Yet the former tend to be more principled, making it difficult to procure their remains. It is said that some of these priests even tolerate witches auditing classes at the temple, which is akin to attending a monastery to partake in meat, a morally dubious act in many respects. It is astonishing that such leniency exists. Ascending another level are the bishops and high priests. Unlike the numerous ranks below, this echelon resembles the true management of a corporation. Not only is the number of individuals scarce, but they're also accompanied by paladins, and should a bishop or high priest be slain, an investigation by the paladin order is commissioned. Consequently, the remains of such clergy command a high price. Yet, due to the temple's esteemed reputation, Few dare to engage in these dealings openly. Clandestine transactions are inevitable, given the substantial profits involved. A complete, uncorrupted high priest body could yield between 100,000 to 1 million bone coins, depending on the quality of the remains. Naturally, those who can provide intact bodies are rarely motivated by financial gain. After all, the witch's potion is renowned as a miraculous remedy. And given the perilous nature of this world, one might speculate whether the powerful, upon suffering grievous injuries without the temple's aid, would not consider seeking refuge in the witch's town. Over the years, many have approached with corpses in search of various requests, akin to making wishes in a hollow tree. However, at times, the bodies of bishops prove insufficient. Only those of archbishops or even cardinals are deemed worthy. Ascending further, we find the bodies of saints and the Pope himself. It is noteworthy that, while all positions aside from saints are ranked according to their divine power, the corpses of saints remain the most valuable, second only to that of the Pope. The precise rationale eludes Lilith, though she suspects it pertains to some form of affinity. In summary, the offerings they bring are indeed of significant worth. And the reason for not selling them in the witch's town likely lies in their inability to procure tickets or integrate into merchant caravans. Ordinary folk lack such avenues. She fully comprehends their plight. Carrying such a ticking time bomb daily must be quite distressing. While concocting her potion, Lilith unexpectedly encounters another witch, a familiar face, Mealy. Mealy appears somewhat disheveled, her short hair tousled and adorned with fish bones, her robes soiled with dust, and she seems to be in a hurried flight. Lilith glances toward Mealy's direction of arrival. Is something pursuing you? Mealy turns back, a look of lingering fear washing over her as she collapses onto the ground. It's the quietus. It's all right now. The quietus, a beast that strikes only when its prey is isolated, is known for its stealthy ambushes and remarkable agility, making it a rather formidable predator in the outer forest. However, avoiding its attack is quite feasible, for they are timid creatures. As long as one travels in the company of others, they dare not strike. It is only the apprentice who possesses no familiar. Otherwise, she would not have been pursued. Mealy had approached upon sensing the presence of others here. Even if those around her were unfriendly, she could still take to the water. In truth, she had initially been drawn to this area because of a nearby lake. Yet, she had intended to head straight to another side, but, upon discovering the presence of humans, altered her course. Who are they? They engaged in a minor transaction with me. Lilith, unhurried, tosses herbs into the potion pot. Mealy observes for a while, until the distinctive scent of a particular herb prompts her realization that Lilith is preparing a tonic for strength and vitality. As expected of you. Seizing every moment to learn, Mealy remarks as she settles beside Lilith, close to the warmth of the fire. Do you mind if I rest here for a while? Lilith ponders the meaning behind her previous statement, firmly believing she does not partake in excessive competition. Whenever she has free time, she is engrossed in her own side ventures. Of course I don't mind. Jenny, nearby, appears hesitant to speak. Chapter 49. The wild boar Lilith stirs the potion pot. If there is something to discuss, please speak candidly. Lilith withdraws the long ladle, taps it against the pot twice, and then extinguishes the flame. May I inquire if this individual is your classmate? Isn't it quite evident? At this very moment, Mealy is adorned in a witch's robe. How fortunate we are to have encountered two witches. Jenny, in her excitement, instinctively clapped her hands. Meanwhile, as she conversed with Lilith, the others hurried to bottle the freshly brewed potions. Given the frigid weather, it was prudent to act swiftly. Lilith appeared puzzled by their expressions. May we summon others? She inquired. Jenny, you ought to first inquire about the potion class. Jack interjected. Noticing Jenny's exuberance led her to air. Oh, yes, indeed, esteemed apprentice witch. I am not adept at potion crafting. Perhaps seek someone else. Mealy stated with an impassive demeanor, falling silent thereafter, leaving Jenny and Jack exchanging glances. Lilith, however, became intrigued. Are there many companions accompanying you? From other teams? Jenny replied, retrieving a small pouch from her belongings, from which a buzzing sound emanated. The number of witches was inherently limited, and the vastness of the forest made encounters rare. Even if one were fortunate enough to cross paths, time constraints often hindered them. Thus, teams specifically venturing to seek witches would communicate through message bees. These bees, unlike telephones, did not facilitate true long-distance communication. Once released, they would merely guide the nearest target back to the person who set them free, serving primarily as a guiding mechanism. Do you know what rewards the other teams are carrying? Lilith inquired, her hope evident. Jenny shook her head. Most carry money. Those with items typically do not disclose them to others. For instance, what we possess would cause quite the trouble if known. Instantly, Lilith's interest waned. If it were merely a matter of gold, she would prefer to return to her tower for rest. After half an hour of respite, Mealy expressed her desire to take her leave. Lilith suggested she could rest here for the night, but Mealy replied that it was difficult for her to sleep with humans present. This rationale was sufficient, and Lilith ceased her attempts to persuade her to stay. Following Mealy's departure, Lilith diligently continued brewing potions until dusk, completing the final batch before entrusting the remaining tasks to Jenny and her companions and subsequently retiring for the evening. The next day began as usual with travel. The distance to the next lake was considerable, and thus there was little opportunity for rest during daylight hours. As afternoon approached, the group tread cautiously, for the vicinity of the lake was perilous, rumored to house a den of magical beasts known for their ferocity. Adine, is it a cave? No, merely a common lair. Very well, let us proceed with caution. Yet, some encounters cannot be avoided through mere vigilance. Despite choosing a relatively distant path and trying to minimize noise, the inevitable transpired. A wild boar, monstrous in proportion, resembled a small cargo truck. Its long, sharp tusks glimmered with a faint purplish-green hue, and the ribs protruding from its abdomen indicated its hunger. It is well known that the great forest retains its verdant hue even in winter. The plight of this famished pig can only be attributed to one reason. It is carnivorous. The wild boar, bellowing ferociously, charged towards the group, while Lilith, upon her first glimpse of the beast, had already taken flight. "Wait for me," she called out. The incantation had been prolonged, and just as the boar clamped its jaws around the boy's head, Lilith finally completed her spell. Magic flourishes in areas rich with mystical energy. The boar, its leg grotesquely twisted, let out a pained howl, providing Jack with the opportunity to rescue the boy and carry him away. It was injured, clearly. Those who ventured into the forest for profit were no innocents. The shield-bearer managed to withstand the boar's assault, while the archers skillfully blinded the creature with 2 swift arrows. "With such skills, why flee?" Lilith remarked. "Jack, here it comes." Jenny unsheathed her imposing sword and charged at the boar, with Jack following closely behind, wielding a similar blade. The boar, of course, would not stand idly by to be struck. It thrashed its head violently, crashing into the surrounding foliage and bellowing a thunderous roar. Assessing the situation, Lilith deemed it unnecessary to cast a second spell. For the first time, she realized that this enchantment required targeting specific parts of larger creatures. Her initial aim had mistakenly landed on its leg when it should have struck its head. Once the dust settled, the 4 of them efficiently stowed the carcass of their prey into a magical bag and tended to the boy's wounds, administering some detoxifying herbs. They then turned to Lilith and said, "The scent of blood will soon attract other predators. We must depart swiftly." Lilith concurred with this sentiment. A week later, by a small lake, Lilith was warming up to enter the water, this time equipped with a net to catch horned fish. Over the past week, they had scoured 3 lakes before finally discovering brown algae in this one. Indeed, a promising sign. If not for her inability to speak underwater, she would have brought parchment with her into the depths. The challenge of aquatic creatures was quite troublesome. Moreover, the proximity to the forest had rendered the waters increasingly perilous. Therefore, both Jenny and Jack accompanied Lilith into the water, ensuring that her efforts in concocting numerous potions were not in vain. The horned fish were not particularly small, yet locating them proved to be no easy task. The trio spent 2 hours submerged before they stumbled upon half a carcass lodged within the belly of a predatory fish that had approached to attack them. Lilith grasped the fish's stomach and gestured upwards, signaling the others to return. Upon reaching the shore, Jenny and Jack hesitated to ascend, their expressions revealing the chill they had endured. "Is this feasible?" one inquired. Lilith shrugged. "I am uncertain, but let us give it a try. After all, it was never stipulated that the creature must be alive." Lilith meticulously cut open the rupture in the stomach, suppressing her nausea as she extracted the half-digested horned fish, laying it flat upon the ground. Subsequently, she retrieved a piece of parchment, revealing its surface. "I found the horned fish." Its eye emerged, the inky orb fixating on the corpse for a full 2 minutes before finally closing. Chapter 50. striving as the text on the parchment transformed into a verdant green. Relief washed over Lilith. It worked. Marvelous. Jenny emerged from the water, shivering as she quickly donned her garments. Lilith nodded. I shall now concoct the final 2 potions. Lunch is entrusted to you. The cold weather does possess its advantages. At least the pork does not spoil so swiftly. No problem, I got it covered. The youth was the novice responsible for menial tasks within the group, having endured a rather harsh few days due to previous shortcomings. Yet, the elders refrained from overexerting him during training, mindful of preserving his stamina, for they were deep within the vast forest. Since Millet's departure, Lilith had not encountered any other young witches undertaking the examination. Occasionally, upon awakening in a daze, she pondered whether others had completed their courses and returned home. The 2 potions simmered for 4 hours, during which some time was wasted on bottling. By the time everything was finished, 5 hours had passed. Her success rate with these potions was notably high. Initially, she had prepared an extra batch of herbs, but it now seemed unnecessary. While Jack and the others busied themselves with bottling, Jenny handed Lilith her payment. Before Jenny, Lilith opened the box, inspecting its contents one by one, confirming everything was in order before nodding in satisfaction. A pleasant collaboration. However, Jenny did not reciprocate with a sentiment of cooperation. Instead, she inquired about Lilith's future plans, eager to discover if she had any other arrangements. If all goes as expected, I should return directly. Remaining here merely invites further peril. Or perhaps seek out Nelisa? Nelisa might currently be in the cavern, but the forest is vast, and the likelihood of finding her is slim. It may be best to abandon the endeavor. Are you interested in earning a little extra? Jenny rubbed her hands together, breathing warmth into them. No need for that. I'm not particularly in want of money. To be precise, the amount she requires exceeds what this group can provide. She truly needed funds. Land comes at a price for construction. Hiring a designer necessitates money. Materials. Engaging specialized witches to expand the space incurs significant expenses. As this location is intended to serve as the headquarters for the Golden Ship, she aimed to render it as luxurious as possible. Jenny sought to negotiate further, but Lilith was disinclined to listen. She did not wish to refuse a third time. After tidying up, Lilith produced a map to ascertain their position. Where mountains and waters converge, may they meet again. As for the nature of that opportunity, they would only meet again should they possess something of worth. Otherwise, it would be a permanent farewell. Wait, how about this? Since you would merely be bored lingering there, and the return journey typically coincides with the final day of assessments, would you consider staying to hear about the rewards of other teams? Lilith pondered for a moment, realizing that she had indeed forgotten to inquire about the possibility of returning early after completing the exam. Suddenly, she recalled the rather ineffective teleportation spell taught by Professor Abisi, which she believed might very well align with what Jenny had mentioned. Well, let us hope my wait will not be in vain. However, we must proceed in that direction, as this place is fraught with danger. Certainly, it poses no issue, given the uncertainty of encountering a witch each year, coupled with the high cost of potion ingredients. They had refrained from bringing in excess, calculating that the quantity they possessed would suffice even if they were to meet a witch in the coming days. Of course, one cannot predict the future. Lamenting over missed opportunities serves no purpose. The communication bee, plump and fuzzy, fluttered its tiny wings awkwardly as it departed on its errand. The adventurers appeared to be quite disciplined. During Lilith's potion brewing sessions, these individuals had not remained idle, practicing archery and frog jumps. This likely explained why they were able to move with agility despite their heavy attire. The communication bee, slow to depart and equally slow to return, journeyed tirelessly day and night, finally reuniting with them around 4 or 5 in the morning. Chocolate lay sprawled on a branch, basking in the moonlight, paying no attention to the newcomers. Tonight's watch was manned by Jenny, who promptly rose to greet the arrivals. "Who is that?" she inquired. "Chill. Let us discuss matters in the morning. For now, you should rest. By the way, what have you brought as exchange items?" This apprentice, which was notably powerful, yet she did not desire monetary compensation. What? As dawn broke, the sun barely peeking over the horizon, a still sleepy Lilith nearly tumbled from her branch. But her quick reflexes allowed her to grasp another branch and steady herself. Stifling a yawn, she decided against returning to sleep, only to discover that 2 teams had arrived at the camp overnight. Lilith recalled that Jenny's group had only 1 communication bee. With curiosity, Lilith inquired, "Are they all from one team? Could it be that a single team has split into two factions due to a poor atmosphere?" "No, there are two small teams," Jenny clarified. She explained that the correct use of the communication bee involved the individual who found the witch releasing the bee to locate the first team. Subsequently, the first team would also release their bees. If no other teams were nearby, both bees would fly in the same direction. However, if other teams were present, the bee would guide the members of that team to them. The forest was vast, and it was uncommon for three teams to converge in one location. Lilith nodded in understanding. "Have you inquired about their rewards?" "I have. Their team did not bring coins." Jenny indicated toward the team on the right. Yet, she did not reveal what it was, only stating that she would discuss it with the witch the following day. Instead of initially looking at the team on the right, Lilith turned her attention to the left and remarked, "I have no need for money. If you were to request my assistance in brewing potions for a fee, that would be another matter. I have heard that your success rate in concocting potions is remarkably high. We can offer 2/3 of the materials as compensation. What do you think?" Lilith rested her chin on her hand, contemplating the proposal. She regarded the ingredients for enhancing physical well-being as rather common, easily acquired with a bit of coin, ultimately deciding against engaging in this transaction. "My apologies. Shall we not reconsider?" The man, presumably the captain of the team, stepped forward. "In truth, relinquishing 2/3 of the materials would not benefit you either. Were I in your position, I would seek out a witch in greater need of funds instead of lingering here in vain." No. If it were her, upon realizing that a monetary exchange was off the table, she would likely turn on her heel and depart without a second thought. "Very well, you speak the truth." Observing the stability of his demeanor, Lilith cast a longer glance at him, though it was merely a fleeting moment before her attention returned to the 5 individuals on her right. A party of 5 adventurers seems to be the standard configuration. After all, every team Lilith had encountered thus far consisted of 5 members. Noticing that Lilith was about to inquire about the transaction, the team on the left instinctively withdrew, while Ginny and Jack led the others in bidding farewell. Chapter 51. The Golden Nugget. Having secured the potions, Ginny and her companions were eager to return post-haste, wishing to avoid any complications that might arise from lingering too long. After all, they primarily sought favors rather than a significant reward, which was rather meager. Observing that both parties had exchanged introductions, they deemed their presence unnecessary. Before leaving, a young boy from their crew earnestly expressed his gratitude to Lilith, who waved dismissively, uninterested. A token of appreciation in the form of a pouch of bone coins would have captured her attention far more. Mere verbal thanks lacked sincerity and bore her. Once the two teams had distanced themselves, a man, his features obscured by fur hat and scarf, approached and presented their prepared compensation. It was a sizable lump of gold. 2 fist-sized nuggets of gold. The weight was impressive, though it was evident that the gold had been meticulously cleaned. It was inevitable that some residual fragments from the ore remained in the crevices. Lilith let out a wolf whistle at the sight of the gold. To her knowledge, most gold mines accessible to humans are owned, and displaying such a substantial raw nugget at a legitimate market would instantly attract scrutiny. Regardless of whether this gold was procured from an unknown mine or otherwise, its possessor would likely face dire consequences, as most nobles possess little conscience. Surely, there must be a black market for humans? Why not approach a fence? This large chunk of gold, if sold outright, would suffice to make an ordinary person wealthy beyond imagination. For us, it is far too perilous. Lilith raised an eyebrow. I had assumed that those daring to venture into the forest were unafraid of death. More accurately, they seek wealth over life. In Lilith's eyes, the members of the Adventurers Guild are nothing more than gamblers. After all, we humans have families to consider. Are you insinuating something about me? Lilith feigned disbelief. Certainly not my intention, merely stating the circumstances. Lilith fixed her gaze upon the emerald irises of her counterpart for a considerable moment before speaking. Very well. How many potions do you intend to produce? Lilith weighed the gold in her hand, already contemplating what splendid creation she could construct with such resources. Would crafting a pestle for potion making be deemed excessively extravagant? She pondered deeply. With 30 portions of ingredients, we shall yield 18 cauldrons of finished products. This aligns with the threshold for a novice witch. May I inquire if the provision of 30 herbs was an agreed-upon arrangement among your group of adventurers? There was no formal agreement, yet this quantity is indeed the most suitable. Well then, might I receive the surplus herbs as a complimentary gift? Has anyone ever remarked upon your insatiable greed? Thank you for the compliment, Lilith replied with a smirk. In her estimation, this lump of gold paled in comparison to what Jenny and her companions had offered. Yet, it was a fortunate windfall, thus not meriting such a comparison. Nevertheless, it was still significantly above the standard price. Ultimately, the group exchanged a lump of gold and the remaining herbs for Lilith's expertise, for should they refuse, she might inadvertently mishandle the potion-making process, thereby wasting the herbs. It was more prudent to grant them to her. The adult world is fraught with complexities. Anticipating the worst in every situation is the prudent approach. Without the pressure of rushing to meet the end-of-term biology exam, Lilith completed the potion brewing within 4 days. With only 2 cauldrons resulting in failure, Lilith could distinctly sense animosity emanating from someone within the group, likely due to their displeasure at her taking the surplus herbs. However, they were wise enough to refrain from any overt actions, even avoiding gazes directed towards Lilith. She scoffed, contemplating whether to utter the word coward, yet ultimately refrained. The remaining days were spent journeying, and she fortuitously arrived back at her starting point just as midday approached on the final day. From a distance, she could hear the obnoxious cawing of the bride and an array of expletives. Caw, worthless, caw, the worst cohort, caw, Lilith. Farah? Although they were classmates, the interaction was not akin to that in a typical human school, aside from a few close acquaintances. Lilith had never conversed with Farah and was perplexed as to why she would approach her. Have you found all 3 items? Farah approached with a few brisk strides. Inquiring naturally, Lilith nodded in confusion. As Farah reached her, Lilith was taken aback. This 9-year-old, which was nearly of equal height to her, Farah's head nearly aligned with Lilith's nose. I have found all of them as well. Farah beamed a friendly smile, seemingly wishing to engage in casual conversation like ordinary individuals. Lilith responded, quite well, no need to worry about repeating the year. Indeed, Nailisha returned early, arriving in the morning, but she only encountered 2 creatures, positioned at a distance. She approached after Farah had finished speaking. Oh dear, how'd you get so dirty? Nailisha fussed over Lilith's skirt, as if she were eager to wash it on the spot. Lilith discreetly pressed down on her robe, aware that traversing the wilderness and frequenting the water's edge inevitably left her shoes muddied. Navigating through the forest, she had also likely brushed against several fragile blades of grass, their juices staining her clothing, a perfectly ordinary occurrence. In all honesty, her robe was hardly filthy. She had only worn it for 2 days. Of course, it could not compare to Nailisha's immaculate appearance, who was the type to prepare 30 outfits for a mere 14 days out. I have clean clothes. Would you like a change now? However, my shoes won't fit you. Perhaps you could sit on that stone over there while I wash them for you? Exclaimed Nailisha, her expression one of exasperation. Oh my goodness, I'm going to lose my mind. But Lilith remained unfazed. After all, the gathering was nearly complete, and she had no inclination to change clothes in front of everyone. I'll change when I get back, just bear with it, she thought. Though she considered giving Nailisha a comforting pat on the shoulder, she refrained, having touched numerous plants without washing her hands. She felt relatively clean. It was best to avoid physical contact with Nailisha. Nailisha paced anxiously around Lilith, and while not a psychologist, Lilith could discern her friend's overwhelming anxiety. In a normal world, she would have considered helping Nailisha with her obsessive cleanliness. However, as witches, she feared that any attempt on her part might result in dire consequences. Compared to her life, Nailisha's fastidiousness seemed trivial. Gather round, you lot. Time to assemble, came the call, the bride hovering above. How is it that we are already gathering? Lilith glanced around, noticing several people were still absent. Patricia had yet to return, and her pace was rather slow. Chapter 52. Fashionably late, Nailisha remained silent, while Farah stayed quietly beside Lilith. The palpable silence in the air left Lilith feeling uneasy. Professor Abasi collected the parchment, and since Lilith and her companions stood at the outskirts, they were the last to submit theirs. Well done. All 3 of you found your creatures. I look forward to your written exam results. Nailisha, you still need to put in some effort, or perhaps a bit of luck. Nevertheless, it's a far better outcome than those who have unfortunately perished, he remarked. Gagaga, poor souls, echoed in the air. Upon hearing that several had died, Lilith's heart sank as she thought of Patricia, who had not returned. She wished to inquire but found herself tongue-tied, fearing the response might bear grim news. Teacher Abisi, Patricia rushed over from a distance, her entire body caked in mud. She pushed past Farah and handed the parchment to Teacher Abisi. Lilith, on the other hand, was being held by Nalisa, who carried her to the other side to prevent a collision. However, Nalisa's grip was somewhat forceful, distorting Lilith's intended words. Indeed, although she returned a bit late, Teacher Abisi accepted the parchment and closed her record book. Her demeanor suggested that she was aware the last person was nearing, prompting her to have the bride announce the gathering. Well, the final little which has returned. We can prepare to leave. Oh, by the way, I must summarize this examination. Gagaga, the worst batch yet. This examination witnessed the demise of 3 little witches, marking the highest fatality count in the past 5 years. I hope you can learn from this lesson. Upon our return, I will compile the causes of their deaths and post them in the dormitory corridor before tomorrow's written test. Now, let us depart. Lilith was still grappling with the teacher's nonchalance regarding the deaths of 3 classmates when a magical circle flickered and a flash of light passed. Ugh! Teacher Abisi administered a vial of medicine to Farah, who had collapsed beside Lilith, and then elegantly departed, cursing under her breath alongside the bride. Just as Lilith began to feel slightly better, she found herself hoisted onto someone's shoulder. Lilith, Nalisa was the last to return, not even having greeted her companions. She quickly spoke upon seeing Lilith looking somewhat better. In the next moment, Nalisa urged Patricia to get lost and swiftly carried Lilith upstairs. Patricia, genuinely innocent, had merely intended to go to the swamp, and it was only natural that she ended up with some mud on her. Observing that Nalisa and Lilith had vanished from sight, she shrugged, opting not to return to the dormitory and headed directly to the bathhouse instead. Lilith's stomach was uncomfortable from being jostled, and she desperately tapped Nalisa's shoulder, wishing to be set down. Nalisa executed a swift sequence of actions, opening the door, closing it, shedding clothes and shoes, and promptly dressing Lilith in clean garments before tossing her outside. The process was so smooth it felt as though it had been rehearsed countless times in her mind. I haven't been back for half a month. I need to clean my room. You go ahead and take a shower. Also, wear this set only after your bath. Don't leave yet. Empty your dirty clothes from your space bag for me. At the bathhouse, the planting box needs watering. Do not speak to me through the water surface. If it explodes, the noise will be hard to explain. Lilith was speechless. Chocolate, a little demon, seemed more invested in those matters than she was. Had her farming bloodline awakened? Watering ensued. Chocolate had transferred to speak through Lilith's bracelet. We can water later. Half a day, 1 tea matter. Lilith changed her position in the water. The metal plates need restocking. I must pay a visit to Celine. Recently, the small town had profited significantly from selling toilet paper, greatly improving the living conditions at the Witch Tower. This was notably reflected in the increased availability of cheese and milk in the cafeteria, with a complimentary soup featuring an abundance of leafy greens for several consecutive weeks. In terms of facilities, while there have been no significant changes, numerous small improvements have been made. For instance, in the bathing area, each room is now equipped with a new floor-length mirror, which is quite a luxury. Lilith stood before the mirror, drying her hair, while the reflection displayed a figure lounging nonchalantly on an imaginary stool, striking a pose that was intended to appear cool, but came off as rather absurd. Lilith rolled her eyes, remarking, "Be mindful. One might think this place is haunted." Lilith had certainly made strides since her arrival in this otherworldly realm. She could now engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors with her own reflection. Had she not experienced being a ghost herself for a time, she might have found it genuinely unnerving. Lilith typically took a considerable amount of time in the shower, and by the time she returned to her dormitory, Nalisa had already left. The room was spotless, with even Lilith's bed linen smoothed out perfectly, indicating that Nalisa had likely finished cleaning and gone to bathe herself. Not enough water. It's not thoroughly soaked, Lilith noted, having watered the plant pots before hastily making her way to Celine's dormitory. Unfortunately, Celine was absent. However, her roommate, who was in the same class and shared a good rapport with Lilith, was present. "I'm looking to purchase some metal sheets. Do you happen to have any?" Lilith inquired, producing the ones she had previously crafted for her roommate. The latter shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, but I don't have any at the moment. My schedule is quite full lately." Though she was eager to accommodate Lilith's request, honesty prevailed. Lilith nodded in understanding. "Could you please inform her to come find me when she returns?" Of course. Having found no success, Lilith meandered back to her dormitory at a leisurely pace. "Tonight, I plan to study. I have a written exam tomorrow." Her intention was clear. She needed to utilize chocolate as free time. However, she certainly would not stay up too late, as burning the midnight oil could adversely affect her performance. I could assist you with some cheating. That wouldn't be appropriate. This body is mine as well. What is wrong with that? Chocolate retorted confidently. Lilith had always regarded this body as her own private possession, and at that moment, a hint of unease crept in. Yet, recalling that one of her goals was to become powerful enough to claim this body for herself, she feigned a cough to mask her discomfort. The exam is not the end goal. I need to truly remember the material. I don't need your help. If I fail to grasp anything, you'll just call me useless later. Fair point. The written exam was scheduled for 11 in the morning, and the Witch Tower's policies were largely humane, with classes not starting too early. For Lilith, who had endured the intense pressure of a highly competitive entrance examination, this atmosphere felt remarkably relaxed. Whenever such thoughts crossed her mind, she would slap herself and mutter, "A wild boar cannot thrive on fine grains. Must I suffer through early mornings to feel comfortable?" Over time, Lilith had grown accustomed to the rhythms of this place. The exam content was not difficult. Mere memorization of the entire textbook would suffice, and achieving full marks was certainly within reach. Notably, this year's examination paper was crafted from plant fiber rather than parchment, which intrigued the young witches. Chapter 53. The festival. Given the passage of time, one would expect that paper for writing would have long since been available for sale. However, at the local grocery store, only toilet paper could be purchased. Although the production of paper was satisfactory, it was ultimately a consumable item, universally required. Lilith proposed that the paper-making endeavor should initially focus on toilet paper for the sake of environmental hygiene, suggesting that once the witches, including Maria, became proficient and production increased, both types could be produced concurrently. If this were a typical capitalist scenario, Lilith's proposition might not have garnered approval. Yet, in Witch Town, a quaint locale renowned for its inhabitants' obsession with cleanliness, Maria readily acquiesced to the suggestion without much contemplation. Upon the introduction of toilet paper, Lilith felt as though the very air of the town had become significantly more refreshing. The results of the final exams were released the day following the written assessments. As anticipated, Lilith graduated from the foundational class with commendable marks, while Nailisha and Patricia also progressed to the next level. Among the surviving classmates, only two failed to pass their exams. One faltered in mathematics, while the other encountered difficulties in the potion course. Regarding the three classmates who perished during the bestiary class, their tragic fates were disclosed. One succumbed to the venom of insects while traversing the swamp, her demise annotated with the remark, "Preferring wealth over life." Venturing without healing or antidote potions, she met her just end. The other two included one who was hunted down by a beast near the Midwood Forest, with commentary reflecting a lack of knowledge and a misguided self-assessment, concluding that her foolishness led to her death. The final demise was rather dramatic. Like Lilith, this individual sought a creature dwelling beneath the water, only to drown in the process. Her evaluation was succinct, unfortunate in luck. It is advisable for such individuals to adorn themselves with accessories that enhance their fortune, complete with examples of crystal bracelets. In addition to these details, information regarding the post-mortem treatment of the three was also provided. The body of the drowned student remained relatively intact, available for redemption within a week at Professor Beese's office for a fee of bone currency. The remains of the one devoured by beasts had been partially digested and were priced slightly lower than those of the drowned. The body of the student who died from poisoning had already been reclaimed, and redemption would necessitate a separate purchase of a detoxification service, primarily due to concerns regarding potential secondary contamination from the toxins. Lilith felt a pang of melancholy. Just half a month prior, they had shared the classroom, and now they had been reduced to mere materials. The thought of her own mortality and the prospect of her body meeting a similar fate sent shivers down her spine. Yet, she recognized the importance of maintaining her composure. After all, she was a witch. Today, she would attend the anatomy class. With the academic year concluded, those who cherished the subject would have to wait until next year to elect it as an elective. Nailisha was in high spirits. She had amassed a considerable amount of bone coins from her recent final examinations. Unable to locate the last elusive creature, she resorted to foraging herbs for several days. Upon her return, selling the herbs had yielded a modest fortune. With newfound courage, she embraced the onset of the month-end holiday. which was unusually extended to 15 days this time. The festival was approaching. Each year, on the 10th of January, the witches celebrated their grandest festival, commonly referred to as the Witches' Festival by outsiders. This occasion commemorated the founding of Witchtown and celebrated the establishment of a haven for all witches. Witches from far and wide would converge upon Witchtown. Preparations for the festival had actually commenced in early December, but this held little relevance for the younger witches. With final examinations looming, many had abandoned their jobs. Though a number of young witches had volunteered during the week prior to the exam to earn bone coins for purchasing various supplies. The streets of the town were cleaner and more orderly than usual, with designated witches tidying up both morning and night. The influx of visitors brought a multitude of unfamiliar faces. Clusters of vibrant flowers sprang forth from around the houses, stretching along the roads, forming a seamless tapestry of blossoms. Small creatures frolicked among the flowers, playing with the little witches from the nursery. Among them was Lilith, accompanied by Jacqueline, an esteemed architectural designer who had spent recent years learning in human society. Many of the town's structures bore her designs. Lilith, a promising young witch and a student at the Tower of Knowledge, owned a plot of land measuring 500 square meters, conveniently located near the tower. Winnie introduced Lilith to the architectural designer, as Maria, their teacher, had recently inquired if Lilith needed assistance in finding a designer, given that the witches had returned, making an opportune time. Coincidentally, the individual proposed by Maria was the same as Winnie's suggestion. Since Maria was preoccupied with festival preparations, Lilith opted to seek Winnie's assistance. Trusting Maria's recommendation, Lilith believed in the designer's capabilities, despite the fact that Jacqueline's appearance did not conform to typical designer stereotypes. The most striking feature of Jacqueline was her face, adorned with a rosy hue reminiscent of the Highland blush that Lilith had come to know. Is she a student, yet possesses 500 square meters of land? Did her adoptive mother pass away? Who is she? Lilith's expressions were animated, oscillating between surprise and sorrow, as if she had been endowed with an additional pair of facial nerves. No. Are you familiar with soap and tissues? She invented them. She earned that land herself. Oh my goodness, how remarkable. I've heard of you these past few days, but I did not expect you to be so young. Lilith, having recently experienced a growth spurt, was particularly sensitive to remarks about her age. I am of age, Ms. Jacqueline. Oh, please just call me by my name. You have already reached adulthood? You appear so youthful. Now, Jacqueline, let us not dwell on matters that distress Lilith. I have come to you with a serious request. Oh, my dear, I have indeed heard, but what are your expectations regarding architecture? With a graceful gesture, Jacqueline conjured a myriad of luminous points in the air, forming intricate patterns of various houses. There were the conventional square abodes of the human realm, alongside the peculiar, whimsical structures characteristic of Witchtown, defying Newtonian principles. Among them were also edifices akin to bird nests, tree houses, and burrows. The latter few bore little resemblance to human architecture, prompting Lilith to contemplate another continent. Noticing Lilith's fascination with the tree house, Jacqueline assumed her interest and eagerly introduced it. This is modeled after the dwellings of the elves. This tree is of a special variety, and I happen to possess a few seeds. However, I have heard from Winnie that you wish to construct a guild building. I would not recommend this style for that purpose. At that moment, Lilith found herself more curious about another matter. Are the elves truly as striking as the legend suggests? Chapter 54. Design of the Golden Ship Headquarters. Oh, from a human aesthetic perspective, they are indeed so, yet I find myself more enamored with dragons. Each dragon embodies strength and wildness. If only they could be a tad more hygienic. Jacqueline appeared to recall something, her expression shifting to one of distress, as her somewhat coarse brows knitted together, and the flush on her cheeks intensified. Dragons, too, were creatures Lilith had yet to encounter. Were they grand and imposing, or long and serpentine? Upon hearing Lilith's inquiry, Jacqueline grew animated. I possess a portrait created by a bard depicting a dragon. Allow me a moment to retrieve it. With that, she began rummaging through her belongings. Is there still humanity on that continent? Lilith inquired, astonished, for she believed that the other land was inhabited solely by legendary creatures. Be it humans, witches, or elves, anyone sufficiently powerful can traverse between the two continents. Winnie interjected, clarifying for the flustered Jacqueline. Oh, I found it. My goodness, I must indeed clear out my belongings. Jacqueline exclaimed, producing a half-length oil painting framed in gold. The background depicted a blue sky adorned with a small patch of clouds, showcasing a black western dragon at the center of the canvas, with one claw entwined in golden lightning. This dragon perfectly matched Lilith's preconceived notions of western dragons. Its scales gleamed with a striking luster, its tail reminiscent of a lizard, its foreclaws akin to those of a tyrannosaurus, with scythe-like horns and massive black leathery wings, its expression more akin to a bloodthirsty beast than a sentient being, as if it might leap from the canvas and rend everything asunder. Isn't it magnificent? Lilith nodded fervently, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. I knew it. This creature represents the pinnacle of martial prowess in the world. Jacqueline exclaimed, her excitement causing her to inadvertently pound the table. Winnie, exasperated, rubbed her forehead, cautioning Jacqueline, "Do be mindful. You might damage the table. Try not to become overly agitated at the mere mention of dragons. Consider their filthy lairs." Jacqueline fell silent, momentarily regaining her composure. Do dragons reside solely in caves, filled to the brim with gold? How delightful it would be to sneak a visit, albeit with some trepidation. However, it is noteworthy that most of them now inhabit caves not of natural origin, but rather those constructed from earth taken from elsewhere. Are you intrigued? But covering 500 square meters and crafting an exterior that resembles a cave is no easy feat. I would not particularly recommend it. Jacqueline has not forgotten the purpose of her visit today. Despite feeling it might be inappropriate, she has always respected her employer's wishes at this stage, and thus she immediately conjures several different styles of caves, some with entrances that require a lengthy passageway to access the interior, while others allow for easy entry. There are even those nestled within the heart of a mountain. Build a mountain? Upon witnessing Jacqueline nod solemnly, Lilith hastily declines, expressing her preference for human architecture and the houses in Witchtown. What a pity! Jacqueline, with a face full of regret, erases the designs that do not conform to human tastes, leaving only the aforementioned options. In truth, 500 square meters would suffice for a villa. Jacqueline extracts the palace design and remarks that rendering it in a smaller scale would not be aesthetically pleasing. I recommend this basic model, which can feature an arched roof. A common architectural style here, akin to Winnie's shop, maximizing land use. Oh, perhaps you would prefer a yard? Is it common for commercial buildings to include a yard? Well, if it is solely for office purposes, it is typical to have a yard. However, if one intends to sell goods concurrently, a yard is unnecessary. Lilith ponders for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. I desire a backyard, but not a front yard. The backyard should resemble the style of a witch's tower, where the interior remains hidden from view, yet is bathed in sunlight and fresh air. Considering that many creations necessitate ample space, she has contemplated acquiring an additional plot of land for her home, yet this is not permitted within Witchtown. You may continue to purchase surrounding land, but acquiring a second plot is not allowed. For someone like Lilith, whose land is adjacent to the Witch Tower, there is little room left for purchase. If the neighboring land is already owned, one loses the right to further acquire land in Witchtown. Generally, witches do not seek to purchase a second property. After all, as long as the necessary materials and funds are available, one can expand as much as desired within a single plot. If you have ambitions, you could even cultivate dozens of acres within it, yet relying on agriculture for profit is a different matter altogether. Unless you are growing gold, it is unlikely that you would recoup the expenses of expanding your land, even after 500 years. Oh, of course. Jacqueline diligently notes down Lilith's requests. As for the exterior, what do you think of this design? Lilith points to one particularly opulent structure. While the minimalist style and dilapidated aesthetic have their merits, Lilith believes that since the objective is to generate income, the more lavish it appears, the better. A temple style? That could work, but it might face some resistance in Witchtown. No wonder Lilith finds it somewhat familiar. How about changing the color and altering the style a bit? It's roughly like this, and perhaps adding some climbing plants. How about roses? An image of Gothic architecture flashed in Lilith's mind for a brief moment. She felt that this style harmonized beautifully with Witchtown. A splendid idea. With a wave of her hand, Jacqueline summoned some black climbing plants that spiraled onto the structure. This area needs some adjustments as well. Perhaps a resketch would be more fitting. Oh my heavens, this column feels entirely out of place here. White seems quite appealing too. Jacqueline, lost in her own world, made various edits and finally grabbed her head, indicating that she needed to ponder it further. Let's take a look at the interior. I shall return with a formal design draft later. Lilith nodded, The interior layout should be more intricate. Lilith envisioned having 2 entrances and exits, with the first and second floors serving as retail spaces, the third and fourth floors for offices, and the fifth floor as a residence. The main entrance would be reserved for guests. How about establishing an additional entrance on the side? However, this might compromise the exterior's perfection. Perhaps we could implement a magical barrier to prevent guests from accessing the third floor. Jacqueline's quill scratched the parchment with an audible sound. After pondering, Lilith considered creating a magical barrier akin to that of Teacher Maria's office. However, such barriers typically allow all witches to enter and exit, and having someone stationed there would be inconvenient, wasting manpower without yielding much effect. Most importantly, what if a staff member was lacking in magical prowess yet possessed other skills? That would be quite inconvenient for work, especially since business discussions would also occur on these 2 floors, necessitating access for other races as well. Imagining various scenarios, she realized how awkward it would be if a merchant group, having just signed a contract, stepped outside only to remember something they forgot, only to find themselves unable to access the third floor. After much contemplation, she concluded that a physical barrier would be more effective, thus proposing, how about installing an elevator? Chapter 55. Dwarves Goblins, what is an elevator? Jacqueline's quill came to a halt, having sketched a rudimentary magical teleportation circle. Lilith explained the simplest operational principles of an elevator to Jacqueline, even drawing a rough sketch for clarity. Essentially, it is just an elevator, but it must operate using electricity. How could one replace that with alternative energy? Surely, she couldn't resort to creating a steam engine again, could she? Jacqueline studied Lilith's simple drawing for a while and inquired if this design was her own and whether it had been put to use. I saw it somewhere else and thought it looked quite practical. Jacqueline further probed into where she had seen it. It was in a book I read as a child. Unfortunately, the book has since been lost. To prevent further questions about which book, she thoughtfully added that last part. Indeed, Lilith was referring to the one that detailed the art of papermaking. As long as she feigned ignorance, there was little anyone could do. Jacqueline, however, did not dwell on this matter. Your design blueprint appears quite feasible. However, it seems to lack a propulsion system. If you are not in haste to construct the building, consider entrusting it to a senior mentor at the Witch's Tower who specializes in relevant courses. Perhaps in a few years, a solution may be devised. Utilizing witchcraft as the driving force, Jacqueline, during her time as a young witch, majored in carpentry, thus possessing a keen sensitivity to structural elements. She perceives the practicality inherent in this blueprint. Lilith is not particularly pressed for time, yet Neve is somewhat anxious in a certain sense. Lilith has aspirations to expand her soap business, which is manageable for the moment. However, Maria, her instructor, seems to hope for a swifter progression. Recently, she hinted that she could introduce her to reputable human merchant groups by next year. Lilith believes she should seize this opportunity to forge connections. Consequently, she absent-mindedly scratched her cheek with a finger. I might be a bit anxious. I suggest you seek assistance from dwarves or goblins, Jacqueline responded, tying Lilith's parchment with a slender hemp string. 2 more legendary beings I have heard of, yet I am not currently qualified to venture to another continent. Although she has amassed a considerable fortune, with her savings and what she carries in her dormitory amounting to hundreds of thousands of bone coins. Traveling to another continent requires a minimum of 50 million bone coins if one lacks strength. This sum is necessary to hire bodyguards and acquire life-saving artifacts. Only then will the witch's array permit passage. Do not fret. I can assist, but have you decided which party to collaborate with? In terms of invention and knowledge, goblins excel, yet their notorious cunning is well known. If you are particularly urgent and willing to accept a modicum of risk, I would recommend them. Lilith replied, I am unwilling. This is to be the stronghold of the golden ship, and it is best to avoid any risk at all. Would selecting dwarves be a better option? Dwarves are a commendable choice. However, they're often quite stubborn, and communication can be frustrating. Are you certain you wish to choose dwarves? For Jacqueline, who has long roamed, she is familiar with both sides. Lilith, confident in her temper, did not hesitate to declare, it's fine, let us choose dwarves. Very well, I will leave that section of the design blank. Once the festival concludes, I shall return with a skilled dwarf friend. I hope your discussions prove fruitful. Jacqueline carefully stored the parchment, intending to impress her friend with it, although she had recently heard that he owed quite a bit in bar tabs. So perhaps the blueprint was unnecessary. On the day of the festival, Other sentient beings are not permitted to linger in the town, with the exception of those voluntarily wishing to become sacrifices. However, it has been many years since such foolishness has occurred in the witch's town. The two then exchanged ideas regarding the internal style, as constructing buildings in this world also encompasses interior decoration. That is all. As you are aware of the budget, excess must be refunded, while any shortfall needs to be compensated. Given your lack of connections, I shall procure all the materials. Do not worry. I assure you that I will not compromise on quality. Maria has warned me that if I were to do so, she would twist my head off and use it as a goblet. Rest assured, she will be here to assist you with the acceptance of the materials. Newcomer, you are indeed fortunate. Jacqueline's right eyebrow twitched animatedly as she playfully shielded her head with both hands, expressing her satisfaction with her current state and indicating no intention of a change. Lilith chuckled in agreement, and then produced a bar of soap she had prepared in advance. This soap, crafted through a special process, was made from luxurious ingredients, offering a superior experience compared to store-bought alternatives. And its fragrance would linger for 3 to 4 days post-bath. Lilith generously gifted a piece to both Winnie and Jacqueline. The soap was made using beast oil, which cost several thousand bone coins per small jar and infused with essential oils from rare plants that she had personally distilled. The exquisite packaging was custom-made at Celine's, featuring opulent three-dimensional floral carvings, with a golden ship pattern engraved on the back and even on the soap itself, which was adorned with genuine gold accents. She had been saving these creations for a special occasion, using only the less aesthetically pleasing scraps for her daily use. It smells divine, Lilith. Have you released a new line? Winnie exclaimed, cradling the soap and inhaling its fragrance. Human society is in dire need of such products. Why not produce more? Recently, Jacqueline, who had been spending considerable time among humans, expressed her surprise. Despite their myriad of ingenious ideas, their environment was lethal to any witch, simply filthy. At times, she felt that human behavior resembled that of uncivilized beasts. Alas, with limited manpower, the house remains unfinished, and hiring help is not an option. Were it not for the art of puppetry, these soaps would not have materialized. She had prepared the contracts, yet the lack of a suitable venue hindered progress. The Witch Tower study rooms are unavailable for rent to graduates, and due to regulations allowing only one piece of land per witch, renting a house is equally unfeasible. Who would rent out their only property to someone with the means to purchase land? The only option is to enlist the help of the younger witches from the Witch Tower, but Lilith has not encountered any suitable candidates, as their studies take precedence. Normally, Narlisa would assist. She has signed a contract with Lilith, ensuring the confidentiality of all her private matters. However, this agreement is not a typical employment contract, but rather one pertaining to maid services. Narlisa personally financed this high-level contract with a singular demand. Lilith cannot unilaterally terminate their working relationship. Chapter 56. The desire to create perfume. This implies that as long as the employment relationship remains intact, Lilith cannot hinder Narlisa from maintaining cleanliness indefinitely. Forever. The way Narlisa emphasized the word forever sent a chill down Lilith's spine, as if she were the one bound by a servitude contract. Lilith stammered that there was no need for permanence. Once graduation arrived, Nailisha would be able to live independently, free to maintain cleanliness as she wished. However, Nailisha, with a peculiar expression, remarked on the rarity of their harmonious rapport, suggesting it would be a pity to part ways, especially since Lilith would eventually require a maid. Lilith countered, expressing that such a notion was unnecessary and somewhat daunting. At that moment, Jacqueline was engrossed in fondling a bar of soap, lamenting the filth of human society. Were it not for her studies, she would refuse to set foot in such a place. Did humanity not possess perfume? Lilith recalled that perfume had its origins in the West. How could this world lack such a luxury? What is perfume? Jacqueline paused her hand-washing, looking over in confusion. The ability to perform witchcraft was indeed advantageous, allowing her to wash her hands at will. Although, according to the moral standards of her past life, using a gift from another on the spot seemed somewhat impolite. Witches did not adhere to such conventions. As Jacqueline listened to Winnie extolling the virtues of the soap, her curiosity piqued, and she immediately tried it. It was a fragrant liquid that masked unpleasant odors. Lilith remembered that this was precisely the purpose of perfume, and in such a dismal environment, it should surely exist. Aristocrats in human society would often add petals to their baths and facial washes. Was that what it was? It even had a specific name. Jacqueline felt that such items were not particularly fragrant, and unless one drew close, the scent was nearly imperceptible. No, Lilith reflective, retrieving a small vial of unused essential oil from her pocket. As she produced the glass bottle, the aroma swiftly permeated the air. The scent of pure essential oil was potent, bordering on overwhelming for some. Perhaps I could create a perfume, Lilith mused, handing the essential oil to Jacqueline and Winnie before returning to her contemplations. She believed this product might garner greater popularity than soap. Yet she pondered whether her pure essential oil perfume might be too lavish. Should she perhaps make it more affordable by adding some alcohol? If alcohol were necessary, she would need to brew it. The alcoholic beverages in this world typically had low alcohol content, such as mead and wine, with the most common at taverns being wild ale, a brew fermented from wheat that supposedly carried the scent of earth and sewers. However, what she required was strong liquor, which she indeed knew how to make, although producing the fermentation starter was somewhat cumbersome, as was obtaining distillation equipment. The apparatus she currently possessed was likely too small. She would need to order a larger one and modify some structures. The thought of the undertaking made Lilith's head spin. Was this what perfume entailed? Could it be mass-produced? Jacqueline, having dried her damp hands, eagerly picked up the small glass bottle to admire it. I'll have to wait until my house is built. However, this is not perfume. It must be more fragrant. And what of this? Lilith inquired. This is essential oil. Can this be sold? Jacqueline asked, grasping the small glass vial, shaking it gently as she observed the viscous liquid within. This bottle contains the essential oil of gardenias, which is comparatively affordable. It required considerable effort from Lilith to procure, and she is somewhat reluctant to sell it. This may not be feasible. The moment Jacqueline unscrewed the cap, Winnie instinctively stepped aside, clearly unaccustomed to such an intense fragrance. Considering my assistance in locating the dwarves? Lilith's expression faltered. I am willing to offer 2,000 bone coins for this small vial of liquid. The essential oil is indeed scarce, contained in a glass vial, merely the length of 2 fingers and the width of a thumb. 2,000 bone coins is a significant sum for an ordinary young witch. But for Lilith, this small quantity of oil could yield numerous bars of soap, alleviating her need to refine plants for at least a month. Thus, Lilith declined once more. Jacqueline clutched the oil bottle tightly, and a stalemate ensued. Winnie stepped forward. I believe, Lilith, that you have something in mind for exchange, do you not? Otherwise, you would not have so readily produced it upon inquiry. Lilith replied, Not exactly. I merely acted on impulse, but now this atmosphere renders such an admission inappropriate. She pondered seriously. If the design fees could be partially waived, Jacqueline's design would cost 20,000 bone coins for the exterior and 30,000 for the interior, purely for the design work. If the price were sufficiently high, she could consider recreating it. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. How about I offer you the exterior for free? Jacqueline immediately responded to Lilith's suggestion. Will you not treat me dismissively if it is free? Lilith hesitated, understanding that this was not a matter of quality. If the other party wished to be dismissive, even Professor Maria would be powerless to intervene. I fear that I may never again have the opportunity to purchase such effective soap and the perfume you speak of from you. Jacqueline's cheeks flushed with an earnestness, and she promptly capped the bottle and put it away. You are correct, Lilith conceded graciously, acknowledging that while she would not cease selling ordinary products, if the other party were to act dismissively, she would certainly withhold her premium goods from them. Rest assured, I take architecture very seriously. I shall not allow myself to tarnish the title of a building witch. Just as Liza represents the forest witch, Jacqueline embodies the building witch. This title denotes the most prominent characteristics of a witch. For instance, those adept at crafting teas and foods for various special purposes typically bear the title of kitchen witch. Similarly, those particularly skilled in pyromancy refer to themselves as fire witches. When a witch introduces herself with the phrase, I am a witch, it signifies her proficiency and passion in that particular domain. As Lilith contemplated this, she wondered if introducing herself as the gold witch or the bullion, which might be a touch too blatant. The design plans would take some time, during which Jacqueline would occasionally bring the blueprints to the witch's tower to discuss various details with Lilith. Lilith was often quite busy. During significant festivals when witches gathered, the orders at the grocery store surged. Jean, almost like a taskmaster, urge her to produce soap as if he were driving an old ox to plow the fields. Typically, Lilith was roused to work the moment she opened her eyes. If it weren't for Jin's promise to cease bothering her after the festival, she would have contemplated abandoning her tasks on the spot. Time sped by amidst the flurry of activity, and soon the day of the festival arrived. Chapter 57. The festival arrives as scheduled. On the westernmost edge of the Ansoropus continent lies the witches' town. On January 10th, the weather transitioned from heavy rain to clear skies. The elder witches unleashed their magic at dawn, dispersing the clouds that had gathered above and forcibly altering the weather. The streets of the witch town were adorned with blooming flowers that replaced streetlights, radiating a dazzling glow. The flowers planted before the festival were nourished with special witch potions, ensuring that regardless of their variety, they would emit a luminous sparkle when touched by a gentle breeze infused with exotic spices. The festival commenced at midnight. The witches, donned in immaculate robes, emerged from their towers and homes, carrying an array of candlesticks. The twinkling starlight converged with the radiant blossoms lining the paths. The candlesticks could be crafted at will or purchased, reflecting the witches' desires. Nalisa's candlestick, a neatly shaped black pillar with minimal embellishments, was bought from the grocery store. She had previously used a small candlestick she had saved for as a child, but this year, having earned a fair amount, she treated herself to a more fitting size. Patricia's candlestick was handcrafted. She had collected bones and wood, binding them with melted metal. The short candles were designed to blend seamlessly with her unique candlestick, which had a rather macabre appearance. Lilith's candlestick was custom-made by Celine, crafted from pure silver. As Lilith favored the aesthetics of temples, she had it transformed into a Gothic style, mirroring architectural designs. Upon seeing the candlestick take shape, Sina wildly suggested that Lilith use human tallow candles, claiming they would cast a more appealing light. Lilith politely declined, not due to the exorbitant cost, but simply out of distaste. The witches formed a flowing stream as they advanced towards the square, led at the forefront by teacher Maria. Her heart, usually racing, settled as she perched on Maria's shoulder. As Maria ascended the platform, the illumination surrounding the square intensified, and the amplification spell carried her voice to every corner of the square. There was no bustling crowd, no hushed whispers. Everyone stood in silent anticipation. "May the witch town endure forever," Maria proclaimed, raising her candlestick, a large one emanating green flames. The witches raised their own candlesticks in unison. "May the witch town endure forever." Their voices harmonized as if rehearsed. Though slightly anxious, Lilith had been briefed on the proceedings beforehand and managed to keep pace with the rhythm. The festival had officially begun. "Now I, Maria Jane, stand before you as the representative of the coven to present offerings to the guardian of our town." Maria places the candelabrum beside the tray held aloft by the witches and then brandishes her wand. "Hilak Mosa," the gathered crowd intones in unison. This is the name of the gate to the witches' town, affectionately referred to as Lala. The offerings, meticulously arranged in the square beforehand, are bound tightly, the majority comprising live, ferocious beasts. Among them is the creature that recently claimed the life of a young witch, Lilith's classmate, during an examination. It has been eviscerated, yet hangs on by a thread of witch's potion, still alive. Though this beast lacks sophistication, it is perfectly suited as sacrificial refuse. The surface of the altar gradually transforms into a muddy morass, resembling a purple swamp, as familiar tendrils drag the howling beasts into the mire. The sickening crunch of breaking bones echoing chillingly. After a time, Hilak Mosa, uttered by Maria, signifies the conclusion of the sacrifice, and the altar regains its normal appearance. With the ritual complete, the atmosphere around lightens considerably, and hushed whispers begin to emerge. Maria raises the candelabrum once more, signaling for calm. Next, she recounts the significant events that transpired in the witches' town over the past year. First, there is the remarkable achievement of Olivia, who successfully developed a witch's array capable of extracting the divine power from the bodies of temple personnel. She will generously teach this method at the witches' tower, and interested adult witches may purchase relevant scrolls of knowledge. Furthermore, in the days since your return, you may have already heard whispers of the remarkable contributions from the apprentice, witch, Lilith, whose creation of soap and paper has ushered in wealth and transformation for the witches' town. The accomplishments of both these individuals will be officially inscribed in the annals of history. At this moment, Lilith's cheeks are as red as an overripe apple. feeling somewhat bashful despite the public commendation, akin to a public execution. The surrounding murmurings rise in a lively chatter. Now let us rejoice, dear friends, as we gather once more, marking another splendid year for us. The festival commences in earnest, with the witches congregating to chat and feast, the exchange of information and goods taking precedence. Witches from far and wide invariably return with local specialties, some of which can only be procured on this festive day due to their uniqueness. Maria officially unveils the introduction of writable paper at the festival, having prepared a substantial amount, seizing the opportunity to market it worldwide. Lilith, too, has prepared exquisite, costly soaps for the celebration, alongside Nifa, who has curated a variety of new lingerie styles and hair ties, all poised for a lucrative venture. Patricia vanished early on, and with Lilith eager to explore, Narlisa takes on the responsibility of manning the stall. Lilith explains the costs and value of the soaps to her, allowing her to manage sales, whether in goods or currency, as she sees fit. The production of brewing yeast typically utilizes wildflowers and grasses found by the roadside. However, Lilith aspires to experiment with more refined ingredients. The tools for winemaking have been in preparation over the past few days, and Neve has promised Lilith to bring her a selection of quality grain once the festival concludes. Notably, Neve is considering joining the Golden Ship. The two have reached an agreement, each making concessions, with Lilith offering Neve a 10 stake in the venture. Neve's admission into the Golden Ship is contingent upon the establishment of their headquarters, at which point the contract will be formally signed. During this period, Neve has been active in recruiting new hands, as Lilith had discussed the intricacies of winemaking with her. She believes that preemptively enlisting capable individuals is essential. However, this recruitment essentially involves the purchase of slaves, a decision both Neve and Lilith deem to be relatively safe and reliable for now. Once operations commence, contracts will still need to be formalized, but given the ordinary nature of these individuals, the simplest contracts sufficing will incur minimal costs. Lilith paused at a nearby stall, captivated by the display. What is this? Chapter 58, the Ormine. This is the Jubilar flower, harvested from the frigid lands. The stalls operated by witches are notably quieter than those of the common folk, devoid of boisterous sales pitches. Instead, they simply present their wares and patiently await customers to approach. Even the stalls set up by children maintain this serene demeanor. Lilith observed several stalls run by young children from local kindergartens, offering handmade crafts such as wooden skeletons and carts adorned with rabbit-headed figures featuring various hairstyles, all meticulously crafted to the best of their ability. The heads could even be detached individually. As Lilith advanced a few steps, she noticed a tiny sign hanging before one of the miniature carts, indicating that the child who created these items was likely well suited for Sina's profession. Embroidery is also a common craft among young witches, and this was considerably more conventional. The designs predominantly featured familiars and flowers from the witch town that the children had encountered. Narlisa had once relied on such work to earn her living in her youth, rendering it quite ordinary. However, Lilith found it intriguing to witness a live demonstration of embroidery services being offered on site. She wondered how they managed to avoid mishaps while sewing in real time. After browsing for considerable time, Lilith purchased numerous plants, both familiar and unfamiliar, that appeared non-toxic and suitable for brewing yeast. She intended to commence her production after the festival, perhaps even cultivating some yeast to enhance her meals. Previously, she had refrained from considering this due to hygiene concerns. Once the Golden Ship is constructed, she will have her own dedicated kitchen. Still, it seems feasible for her to rent a study room for cooking. The fire source in such a setting is quite safe, and she wouldn't need to worry about cleaning. This arrangement seemed quite suitable. In truth, the festival predominantly showcased a variety of witchcraft tools, some with clear purposes, while others left even the selling witches puzzled as to their uses. These items were collected during adventuring excursions, with authenticity varying and relying on the buyer's discernment. Here, the rule is clear: silver for goods and no returns. The most common magical artifacts are those crafted by witches themselves, such as small wooden plaques that can induce nightmares when placed beneath pillows, scarecrows for curses, and wooden daggers that can cause harm without bloodshed. Lilith, concealed in a corner, noticed a sudden cough from a demon on the street, a signal for communication. Hastily, she revealed the patch bracelet on her wrist. What is the matter? The stall on the right selling oars, the fifth piece in the second row, the green one, can be used to craft mirrors. What kind of mirror? Wait, is it a prison stone? Lilith exclaimed, her voice rising with surprise. Though it's not, it's certainly more effective than the ordinary metal you currently utilize, which tends to explode after just a few exchanges. Disappointment flickered in Lilith's heart upon hearing it wasn't the stone she hoped for. The metal piece she was using had indeed become unreliable, requiring replacement after only a few communications. Yet, her self-designed model was quite convenient, featuring a thin cord with hooks on both ends and a central disc with a small hole. Once it exploded, she could simply attach a new disc. Frequent replacements proved to be a hassle. However, when she learned that the alternative could last longer, a glimmer of hope reignited within her. How long can it last? If crafted well into a mirror, it can endure for at least 6 months. 6 months is quite decent. Can that or be fashioned into the small pieces we currently use? Lilith began to calculate how many she could produce. Regrettably, no. It can only be made in handheld mirrors. The demon understood the current predicament, but was perplexed by Lilith's refusal of its proposal, which seemed mutually beneficial. Was it truly such a burden to eliminate a mere ant? Did she not trust its alluring abilities? The demon felt a tinge of frustration. Well, that is still acceptable. Let us procure more and try to create several. As for the craftsman, I already have someone skilled in mind. Lilith adjusted the hood of her robe and stepped out from the shadows, approaching the stall beside her. How much for this? That or 3,000 bone coins for this piece. That is a bit pricey. The stone is only about the size of 2 palms, she mused, but after some contemplation, deemed it worthwhile. Do you have others? Would you prefer smaller or larger pieces? If all goes well, I might just purchase your entire stock. Lilith didn't want to sound overly confident, for if the vendor were to unearth a vein of, or she would certainly be unable to afford it. Nevertheless, with imminent dividends, Lilith felt relatively affluent. The vendor rose from his small stool. Let me see, this piece is 500, this one 2,000, and this 2 small. So I'll let you have it for 350. The largest piece is 12,000 bone coins. Can you accept that? And there are these assorted fragments. The vendor began to display the ore piece by piece. Lilith, unfamiliar with ores, waited patiently until the demon remained silent, confirming their authenticity. Only then did she nod and declare, "Wrap them all up for me. You want them all? Could you possibly give me the broken pieces?" Lilith inquired, as she observed the vendor counting even the smallest fragments, no larger than her little finger, an exorbitant price. "Oh, of course, I shall gift them to you. I want to charge you for them. The total is 24,351 bone coins." Clearly, this vendor lacks business acumen. Not a single coin for her troubles. Lilith gazed at the pile of ores and ultimately nodded. These would be crafted into hand mirrors and should last a few years. Counting over 20,000 bone coins took quite a while. "They're yours now." The vendor stepped aside, allowing Lilith a space to crouch and gather the ores, while he commenced collecting the bone coins. "Are you an underage witch?" Lilith, noticing the vendor's impressive height of nearly 6 feet, asked with genuine curiosity. "No, I have graduated." "Then why don't you use your magic to assist us?" Had they not both been donned in witch robes, it would have been a moment of mutual astonishment. Upon hearing her words, the vendor paused in his coin collection, allowing several coins to tumble back into the pile. He slapped his forehead. "I completely forgot. Magic is indeed quite convenient." Lilith felt a pang of envy as she watched the vendor effortlessly wave his hand, causing the ores to glide into his space pouch in less than half a minute. "Thank you." Although Lilith had not gathered much, retrieving the broken ores was cumbersome. "Of course, it's the least I can do." The vendor hesitated and added, "Is there anything else you require?" Chapter 59. The quartz clock. Not at all. It was clear that the vendor had not offered her a discount or any concession to retain Lilith as a valuable customer. It is evident that the ability to conduct business is crucial for both buyers and sellers, as it helps to avert awkward situations. Before one possesses the necessary skills, it is unwise to attempt to scavenge for bargains at the witch market if one wishes to avoid inexplicable curses or the affliction of complex ailments. Of course, this does not apply to Lilith, who possesses her own advantages. What a boon it is to share a body with a demon. Lilith was not familiar with those items. How could she not recognize chocolate, even after all these years? Quick! If you come across something good, do let me know, and I shall increase your allowance." "By how much?" Chocolate had recently developed a fascination with collecting lounge chairs of various materials, styles, and colors, even desiring cushions in every hue imaginable. Naturally, Lilith would not squander her earnings to indulge chocolate as whims, But to avert any rebellious tendencies, she would allocate a modest sum as pocket money. At times, Chocolate would express dissatisfaction with Lilith's frugal ways, and whenever it attempted to protest, Lilith would firmly retort, "So, will you work for it? I your parent? If you do not labor, then be silent. You earn the money while I relax, and you shall provide for me. Do you even realize who sustains this body?" As time passed, Chocolate became increasingly reticent, but on occasion, when it rendered significant assistance or made valuable contributions, it would request Lilith to bestow upon it a monetary allowance. This character had grown accustomed to the notion of pocket money, considering that this entity had introduced her to this world, sparing her from the fate of being a specter. And given their shared corporeal existence, Lilith chose to turn a blind eye to Chocolate's modest demands, primarily to instill a sense of guilt regarding idleness. It was imperative to address this early on. Lilith spun around, initially intending to return and dismantle her stall, allowing Nelisa to explore. However, upon her return, she was taken aback to find Nelisa surrounded by several witches. Alarmed, Lilith was about to intervene when she suddenly heard a commotion. "There is nothing left. I'm merely tending to my stall. Please make way. I need to pack up. Don't crowd." With a swift change of direction, Lilith thought, "Forgive me, Nelisa, but it seems this is unavoidable." She prioritized her own need for a peaceful shopping experience, confident that Nelisa could manage the situation. With a swift retreat, she hurried away. As she walked, she suddenly coughed, prompting her to scan the vicinity before she reached a corner. Which one? She pondered, spotting a quartz clock at a stall in the rear right. What a splendid item. What purpose does it serve? Lilith mused, gazing at the grand clock, wondering if it possessed the ability to halt time. Could her true fortune be about to manifest? Though slightly oversized, she believed she could handle it. Stop time? Wow. Unable to contain her excitement, Lilith quickly covered her mouth, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before she exhaled in relief. Can it really stop time? For how long? She stammered in her exhilaration. You cannot halt time outside. It can only be utilized within a magical pouch where time can be paused. However, a special covering prevents its use, but once your magical reserve is sufficiently replenished, I can assist you in breaking through it. Although Chocolate's tone remained unchanged, Lilith detected a hint of pride in the latter part of its statement. Well, that is acceptable. It is certainly better than having nothing at all. Despite the considerable disparity from her initial imaginings of freezing her enemies while she remained mobile, Lilith moved towards a stall, but Chocolate hastily interjected. You must first purchase a bundle of Sicilian tobacco leaves. The outer layer of that clock is cursed, and touching it will bring misfortune for several days. I do not wish to share in your calamity. Such warnings were essential. What if her excitement led her to touch it impulsively? Lilith rushed to the shop selling various botanical materials. The local shops opened their doors after the conclusion of the ceremony, remaining open all night, should the proprietor be occupied. Other young witches would assist in managing the store. The shopkeeper, evidently disinterested in shopping, was seated upright on a stool behind the counter. Lilith found it perplexing that he opted for a stool without a backrest. Did sitting on such a chair for an entire day not tire him? At that moment, other witches lingered in the shop. Upon hearing the creaking of the door, the shopkeeper's round, beady eyes stiffly shifted a few millimeters toward Lilith. "Welcome," he greeted. In the dim light of the evening, the rigid demeanor of the shopkeeper, coupled with the shadowy figure of the customer, contributed to an ambience of exquisite terror. Fortunately, Lilith was a regular here, and the only thing that startled her was the customer with a skeletal infant perched upon their shoulder. That peculiar creature had a tendency to tilt its head and gnaw on its finger bones, likely a familiar of sorts. "Do you have Sicilian tobacco?" "A substantial amount, please." "Indeed. Follow me," the shopkeeper replied, straightening himself with an exaggerated posture before slowly extending his knees, a stance that would make any living person feel awkward. His pace appeared leisurely. Yet Lilith had a jog to keep up. "Everything is here. Choose as you wish," he said, expressionless, leading her to a shelf. "Very well," Lilith nodded. The shopkeeper, stiff as ever, returned to his station. Following the advice of her acquaintance, Chocolate, Lilith selected a few large, fresh leaves, deciding to purchase extra for safety's sake. After paying, she soaked the Sicilian tobacco in a large barrel and hurried back to her stall, anxious that the others might close up shop. "Hello, how much for this clock? Underage? Move along. My wares are not for children." Generally, someone of Nerissa's height could don a witch's robe and masquerade as an adult. But Lilith's petite stature of merely 5 feet made pretense quite challenging. I believe I can handle the price of my purchases. Have you graduated from literacy class to make such bold claims? The woman seated in the chair responded dismissively, crossing her legs. Lilith pondered for a moment, then extended a hand from her robe, unleashing a great orb of flame from her palm. This display finally drew the woman's attention. She uncrossed her legs and stood, leaning closer to inspect Lilith's handiwork. You truly conjured that yourself? And it isn't a prop? Little one. No, that's not right. Regardless, you may extinguish the fireball. So, you wish to purchase this grand clock, correct? That is certainly no issue. Chapter 60 leaves one of the unwritten rules among witches is that possessing magical abilities entails taking responsibility for one's actions, a life and death kind of responsibility. If a young witch from a literacy or basic class wishes to venture out, the adult witches will assess the risks and offer counsel, though ultimately, it is up to the young witch to heed their advice. However, most of the time, they do what they can to protect one another. For instance, last year, Lilith had no contact with outside merchant groups during the 2 months of trade. Classes for those in the basic level and below were not only barred from participation, but also had their schedules packed to the brim, almost as if lessons were arranged from dawn until dusk. What's the price? This grand clock has already claimed the lives of several noble souls, earning a notorious reputation that makes it difficult to part with. Otherwise, I would not have brought it back. Here, its value is rather limited. The gemstone dial and the hand are worth a modest sum. So how about I offer you 3,000 bone coins? Such a paltry price. Why not simply remove the gemstones and sell them separately? Lilith believes that the intact gemstone dial alone is worth far more than this offer. The other party does not seem to realize that this object possesses the ability to halt time. Why not dismantle it for sale? Seeing your youth, I do not wish to deceive you. The curse upon this clock is not easily lifted. I consulted someone, and merely lifting this curse would cost over 20,000 bone coins. Without resolving the curse, it cannot be dismantled, and given that this clock's design is outdated, even selling it at a high price would only yield around 10,000. It is simply not worth it. However, if you were to buy it for display, it would still be a fine piece to admire, so 3,000 for its appearance alone is reasonable. Just refrain from handling it. It seems that the cost of lifting the surface curse leads to a loss. 3,000 for a mere ornament is excessive. Would you consider 1,000? This item cannot even be displayed in the living room. It must be kept away for personal enjoyment. Moreover, as you mentioned, it is outdated. If it were to be placed in the living room and a guest accidentally touched it, others might think she intended to cause harm. Do not underestimate 1,000. Consider the exchange rate. Bone coins are inherently valuable. The stallholder felt a pang in her heart. At any other time, she would have rejected such an offer without hesitation. However, returning to Witchtown was primarily to deal with this batch of unsellable, hazardous inventory from the human realm. The shopkeeper gritted her teeth. If you add 500, you can take it, but let me be clear. I have laid out the situation for you. Should any unfortunate incident occur and you perish, do not hold me accountable. In Witchtown, it is essential to clarify such matters. Disputes among adult witches must never escalate to the point of endangering lives. Minor scuffles, losing limbs, and the like are inconsequential. No one pays them any mind. However, once the death of an adult witch is involved, the situation changes drastically. The minimum penalty for intentionally killing an adult witch is death. In this non-scientific era, it is indeed possible to slice flesh from a living person, and even after administering witchcraft potions, the process can be repeated. Many of the punitive measures here are beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. For those like this stallholder who have forewarned about the dangers, it does not constitute intentional murder, nor even indirect murder, even if the buyer were to die. The seller bears no responsibility. Here, many items are sold without the seller realizing their inherent dangers. They merely perceive value and offer them for sale. In such cases, it cannot be deemed intentional murder. If one purchases something unfamiliar and suffers the consequences, it is their own fault. Lilith feigned hesitation, yet inwardly, she was elated, striving to suppress the corners of her mouth from curling upward. What is the difference between 1,500 and a windfall? Indeed, I do quite fancy this grand clock. 1,500 is acceptable, but how about you throw in a little something extra for me? Otherwise, I would be left with a lingering sense of reluctance, much like Lilith, who feigned unwillingness. All right, we have a deal, 1,500 and not a penny less. The shopkeeper declared, conjuring a wooden box that appeared rather spacious, approximately 50 centimeters in size, requiring both arms to embrace it fully. He placed the box on the ground and clapped his hands together. "Choose what you like. I shall gift you one." Having spent years dealing in such wares, it was only natural for him to carry an assortment of items for sale. The box brimmed with trinkets, valuable yet not particularly precious. Inside were various small goods, tiny mirrors, combs, and miniature space bags. If one were to deem them cheap, the materials were acceptable. But if one were to consider them expensive, those space bags measured merely half a square meter to a full square meter, leading Lilith to suspect they were the handiwork of novice artisans lacking in talent. Squatting beside the box, Lilith rummaged for a considerable time until she discovered a pendant carved from a green gemstone, approximately 2 centimeters in size. It was silver, and the emerald was intricately shaped like the veins of a leaf. Although the quality was mediocre, the design was quite commendable. "This is the one I want," she declared, counting out the 1,500 bone coins as she spoke. The vendor paid little heed to her selection. After all, the box contained nothing of significant worth. Satisfied that she had made her choice, he promptly stowed the wooden box away. "Now, how do you intend to carry this clock?" Upon receiving the payment, Lilith exhaled a sigh of relief and broke into a grin. She retrieved a large barrel soaked in Sicilian tobacco leaves, the plant's surface already oozing with sap. Dipping her hand into the mixture, she pulled out a strip and slapped it onto the clock's surface. Slap, slap. The second and third strips followed, until the entire surface of the clock was thoroughly coated. Only then did Lilith cease her efforts, carefully wielding her magical prowess to encircle the clock, after which flames erupted. After approximately a minute and a half of burning, Lilith clapped her hands to extinguish the flames. The surface of the clock appeared as if coated with wax, and upon touching it, she confirmed that it had solidified. "Hey, don't touch that," the vendor exclaimed anxiously as it remained on his stall. Lilith responded with a reassuring smile, swiftly placing the clock into her space bag. "Rest assured, it will be fine." Time ambled into the morning, and Lilith stifled a yawn, preparing to return for a brief slumber. At this hour, the number of witches peddling their wares had diminished, not due to fatigue, but because the sun had risen, heralding the commencement of the academic symposium for adult witches. Blacksmiths congregated to discuss the remarkable artifacts they had crafted the previous year, exchanging techniques for producing fine-quality items, even delving into esoteric practices that advocated for specific rituals to enhance success rates. Specialist witches gathered to share their discoveries of new incantations or to refine the tonal nuances of existing spells, all while ensuring the effects remained unchanged. Meanwhile, potion makers convened to deliberate over which concoctions offered the best value for sale and to compare the prices of herbs from different sources, occasionally touching upon matters concerning the improvement of formulas. Chapter 61. The Pale Green Bone Coin Addition to Academic Gatherings. There are even those of a more gossipy nature. How did Lilith come to know of this? On her way back to the dormitory, she whimsically meandered around the staircase, initially hoping to glean some valuable insights, particularly since she would soon need to select her major for the upcoming semester. And what do you suppose she overheard? "Which, Deborah hasn't returned this year again?" "Which, indeed? Here we go again." "Which, how many is this now?" "Which, I've lost count, but let us wager on how long this one will last, haha." "Which, I bet 5 years." "Which, I heard Deborah is preparing to get engaged this year." "Which, so soon? Then I must revise my bet. I wager 2 years." "Which, I bet 6 months. She will surely return for the festival next year." "That infatuated fool. I can tell that gray-eyed charmer is no good." "Which, perhaps this one is more patient or secretive." "Which, what if it's true love?" After this jest, the others erupted in laughter. Everyone possesses a penchant for gossip, and Lilith could not resist eavesdropping at the door for a brief while. The classroom door was slightly ajar, and the witches inside were engrossed in their conversation. They had indeed noticed the little mouse at the entrance, but the allure of their gossip was too tempting to resist. Were anyone else sharing such tales, they too would have found it hard to refrain from listening in. If they truly minded eavesdropping, they would have employed a soundproofing spell long ago. They would even welcome someone to join them and share. Yet such cheerful young witches were a rarity in the Witch Tower. From snippets of their dialogue, Lilith gleaned the woeful tale of an unfortunate witch, cursed with a string of ill-fated romances, seemingly doomed to encounter unworthy suitors. The crux of the issue lay in her obsession with love. Typically, Witches would return for the festival unless there was a life-threatening circumstance. Yet this one remained solely for the sake of romance. However, every single time, note, every time, when discussions of marriage arose, various calamities would ensue, with infidelities being relatively commonplace. There were tales of relationships lasting 3 or 4 years, only to discover that the partner regarded her merely as a mistress, or of sudden revelations regarding sexual orientation, or even attempts at murder to seize family wealth, all while feigning deep affection. Regardless of the identity she constructed for herself, her love invariably met a disheartening end. Yet, this love-stricken individual seemed to regain her clarity quite swiftly. It was said that her collection of ex-lovers' faces was as thick as a tome of divine scripture. In this world, such scripture is akin to the Bible, possibly as voluminous as the Oxford English Dictionary. It is worth mentioning that collecting faces is akin to physical philately. Once she regained her senses, she would sever ties with her exes and preserve their visages in her collection. Noticing that Lilith lingered at the door for an extended period, the witches exchanged knowing glances. One which spoke up first, "Little one outside, would you care to come in and join us?" Lilith was taken aback. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over Lilith, compelling her to wish she could flee the scene with all her might. She felt an urge to run, but a voice urged her to listen more closely. If it weren't for the sincerity in Chocolate's tone, Lilith might have thought he was mocking her. She took a moment to calm her racing heart, which had been startled into a frantic rhythm. Even demons enjoy gossip. It certainly serves as a splendid diversion from the monotony of existence. In truth, Lilith was quite curious about the outcome of the romance involving the gossiping witch, particularly given the dramatic reasons behind her past breakups. As the long-anticipated festival drew to a close, Lilith had initially intended to explore further. However, the exhausting labor prior to the festival, coupled with a sleepless night, led her to sleep soundly until the following morning. Missing the second half of the festival left her feeling somewhat disheartened, but that sentiment evaporated the moment she found herself in Maria's office. "You say the bonus is how much?" 1 million. 1 million. Bone coins? Maria nodded, explaining that the sales of writing paper had been remarkably successful, especially after they had tested its efficacy as a substitute for low and mid-level contracts on parchment. Many customers purchased it for personal use while also planning to resell a portion, resulting in astonishing sales volumes, not to mention the flurry of incoming orders. Lilith sat dazed on the sofa as Maria produced a modest spatial pouch. Inside are 100,000 bone coins. To facilitate spending, I've converted them into basic bone coins. And these 9 you may not have seen before. Each is worth 100,000, a denomination rarely used. The 100,000 bone coins were a pale blue, slightly larger than the white coins, yet of similar thickness. "Excellent material," Chocolate remarked. In an instant, a shadow darted towards the table like an arrow released from a bow. With an air of foreknowledge, Maria swiftly caught the shadow by its head. Maria, let me have a piece. Just one piece." Maria tightened her grip. "Ouch, ouch. I was wrong. I won't eat it. Really, I won't. Ouch." Lilith finally regained her composure from the euphoric haze. She had been contemplating how long it would take to count 1 million coins, but now she realized there was no need for weighing. It turned out that the witch town had more than one type of currency. Lilith had assumed there was only one, as most people rarely needed denominations exceeding 100,000. With newfound wealth, Lilith's first destination was Jacqueline's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. The wooden door swung open. "Lilith?" Jacqueline, clad in casual attire with disheveled hair, clearly struggling with a design that had left her feeling bald from frustration, had made several unsatisfactory attempts. Lilith's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I have money now. The materials and design can be elevated." Jacqueline's abode is devoid of furniture, perhaps due to her infrequent returns. Every room, including the living area, is adorned with shelves brimming with books and various rolled parchments. Even the sofa upon which they now sit was conjured from Jacqueline's spatial bag. "What? 1 million?" Lilith nodded in response. "Good heavens, it truly is 100,000 per bone coin. The blueprints? Yes, the blueprints. Alas, I lack inspiration at this moment. I shall first seek a dwarf to construct the elevator. The designs require substantial revisions. Indeed." The reason Lilith could lavish all her funds upon this venture was that in merely 4 days, the dividends from Neff would be dispersed. "It's decided. I shall prepare to depart tomorrow. No, I shall commence immediately. Await my good news." Chapter 62. The conflict of advancement and dormitory change without a hint of hesitation. Jacqueline departed, and during her absence, Lilith's brewing enterprise surged forward. Regrettably, the study room lacked an annual service, compelling Lilith to seek alternative storage for her creations. 5 days swiftly passed, leading to the commencement of the new term. Lilith lay in bed, relishing her precious 5 minutes of indulgence, when the dormitory key suddenly flew from her pocket, startling her awake. The voice of Candace, the dormitory supervisor, emanated from the key as if amplified, accompanied by harmonies. Indeed, the sounds of Lilith's key intertwined with Nelissa's, creating an almost audible presence outside the dormitory. Attention students of the foundational class advancing successfully, please gather your personal belongings and assemble at the dormitory supervisor's office. The message echoed thrice. Lilith rolled out of bed, seized the key, and finally found some peace. Nelissa was already in the midst of packing, gently knocking on Lilith's door to bring in her dried clothes. Leave nothing behind, or it will be confiscated. Nelissa, having experienced several dormitory changes, navigated the process with ease. Though with age, her possessions had multiplied. Lilith nodded in acknowledgement. Regarding the soap, Lilith waved her hand dismissively. No need to worry about that, Ms. Maria assured me it will be transferred to the balcony of my new dormitory, and I need not touch anything inside. This is one of the advantages of her invention, allowing me to use that room free of charge until I graduate from the Witch Tower. Unfortunately, the study room was public property. Although Maria wished to grant Lilith an annual pass, it would be unjust to others. The room was small, with scarcely any hiding places. As Lilith concluded gathering her belongings, she prepared to depart with Nelissa. Wait, Chocolate interjected. I seem to have forgotten something. Lilith, quick to react, added, leaving Nelissa's sight, and raised her wrist. What is it? Beneath the bed lies my belongings. Please assist me in retrieving them. Lilith bent down to take a look, yet found nothing under the bed. I had to fix my items to the back of the bed frame. Lilith, rendered speechless, exerted considerable strength to flip the bed over, and lo and behold, discovered a small object nestled in the center of the bed frame. It was not just any object, but rather a metal card adorned with incomprehensible patterns. It was entirely black, and Lilith struggled a bit to pry the card loose. Known, concealment, black, back of the bed, mysterious patterns. What could this be? Just a trivial item. I recall that you are unlikely to directly inflict harm upon our physical form, right? Lilith's expression turned doubtful. This card could significantly enhance this wretched body's ability to absorb magical energy. Had it not been for Lilith's lack of skill, would it have required such effort? Do you have any idea how long it took to engrave this card? And still, there is suspicion. The scorn emanating from Chocolate seemed capable of penetrating the small metal piece, rendering Lilith somewhat embarrassed. At a critical moment, the metal piece shattered with a resounding crack. Lilith breathed a sigh of relief and took a moment to replace it. Ahem, you don't have anything else to retrieve, do you? None. The demon fixated intently on Lilith from the metal piece, its expression far from pleasant. Very well, I apologize for my doubts. However, next time, such fortunate occurrences need not be shrouded in secrecy as if one were a thief. Humph. Lilith and her companions arrived neither early nor late, finding 8 or 9 individuals already waiting in the management office. Upon entering, Lilith was approached by Farah, who swiftly made her way towards her. Lilith initially presumed it to be a mere greeting, but Farah had more to convey. May I? Lilith, displaying notable patience towards the only classmate shorter than herself, listened attentively. As we are about to change dormitories, would you care to share a room with me? Farah gazed earnestly up at Lilith. Lilith, disinterested in caring for younger students, instinctively sought to decline. However, before she could voice her refusal, Nari erupted nearby. I object. Farah, there should be plenty of others willing to share a room with you. What are you doing? As the youngest in the class, Farah indeed had a decent rapport with her peers. After all, witches often favored strength, and younger classmates typically possessed greater talent. Lilith gently patted Nari's arm, urging her to calm down. I apologize, Farah, but if you wish to change roommates, I recommend Mealy. Her previous roommate has unfortunately vacated, and Nari and I have already agreed to share a room in the advanced division. Primarily, Lilith believed that residing with Nari would allow her to be more leisurely, while Nari felt that living with Lilith would grant her the liberty to clean as she pleased. The two struck a harmonious agreement. Lilith did not inquire why Farah sought a new roommate, as it was possible that a conflict had arisen with her previous companion. However, given that their exchanges had scarcely surpassed 20 sentences, she deemed it inappropriate to pry, preferring to avoid complicating her own affairs. Farah stood awkwardly in place, disregarding Nalisa. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. Do you not think that, considering our heights, we are more suited to share the same common area? The troubles of being shorter are numerous, and Lilith certainly understands this. Lilith felt a flicker of uncertainty. After all, the sink was too high, causing water to drench her sleeves when she washed her face, which was quite uncomfortable. Our communal space could be arranged according to Lilith's height. Farah, you should concede. Nalisa attempted to soften her tone, but no matter how she phrased it, she seemed rather confrontational. Lilith pinched the bridge of her nose. Farah, you are aware of Nalisa's circumstances. I truly cannot relinquish this side. Lilith recalled the complaint letters she had seen upon enrollment. The dormitories in the upper division, due to their higher construction costs, did not support single occupancy with an even number of students. What are you discussing? From a distance, Patricia rushed over energetically. We were talking about the dormitory situation, Lilith naturally replied. What issues are there with the dormitory? Farah wishes to share a dormitory with Lilith. Nalisa stood unwaveringly beside Lilith. What? Patricia exclaimed, turning to Farah, then glancing at Lilith, raising her hand to the back of her head. Farah, I advise you to give up. You cannot contend with Nalisa. Not necessarily, Farah retorted, producing a short knife from somewhere. Just as the situation threatened to escalate into a bloody conflict, the group finally gathered. Chapter 63. Retaining the opportunity for modifications. Farah, Nalisa, weapons are prohibited here. Professor Candace emerged from the inner room. Her once curly, slightly collapsed hair had regained volume due to cleansing with soap, and her lace triangle scarf had been replaced with a larger one. Holding a deep-hued wand in one hand, she waved it gently in the air, not casting any spells, merely issuing a subtle threat. Lilith hurried forward. Professor Candace, are we heading to the dormitory now? Having received free supplies the previous year, Lilith often interacted with Candace, and their relationship was rather amicable. Candace nodded. Once you're registered, you can proceed. I trust you all have already sorted your dormitory arrangements before arriving. So let's get on with the registration. Candace had a favorable impression of Lilith upon seeing her. She no longer pressed Farah and Nalisa. The little witches could choose their dormitory mates, but the specific rooms would be allocated randomly. Will Lilith truly not share a dormitory with me? Farah attempted a final protest. I'm sorry, Farah. The moment Lilith uttered this, Nalisa pulled her to the front of the line to register. Patricia shrugged. How about sharing a dormitory with me? As long as it isn't with Nalisa, I'm fine with anyone. Farah scrutinized Patricia from head to toe. Thank you, but no. With that, she turned and walked toward me. Patricia touched her nose, perplexed by the disdain directed at her. At that moment, her former roommate approached and patted her shoulder. Come on, let us register. Many in the class wished to share a dormitory with Lilith, especially since Nalisa, as prosperity became evident after rooming with her. Proximity to fortune often yields its rewards. However, Nalisa's fierce reputation deterred others, and Lilith had never indicated a desire to change roommates, which is why no one dared to approach her. Once registration concluded, Candace introduced a newcomer. This is Olivia, the instructor for the spellcraft course. I believe you have heard her name mentioned during the festival. If you are considering this major, you might want to attend her classes. She is here today to assist with the dormitory renovations. As Candace walked outside, she gestured for the young witches to look towards the door. It was then that Lilith noticed an additional presence, a figure with flowing golden hair, the ends softly curling, a striking beauty that even the simplest of robes could not conceal. The deep blue of her eyes momentarily reminded Lilith of Ruby from her past. Having been in this place for nearly a year, Lilith's struggles with facial blindness had somewhat lessened. In a town where most favored the witches' robes, being unable to recognize faces felt like an unbearable affliction. Fortunately, she had learned to identify individuals through their subtle movements and distinctive accessories, allowing her to navigate social interactions without revealing her condition. While the dorm assignments were randomized, it was clear that rooms near the staircase were more sought after. Even Lilith sought to secure one of those coveted spots, leading Nalisa to the front. Nalisa, who preferred a more secluded location, recognized that after living together for a while, Lilith's penchant for sleeping would be mitigated by a room closer to the stairs, potentially granting her an extra couple of minutes of slumber. With her height advantage, Lilith squeezed to the forefront, fixated on Candace, nearly expressing her desire to claim this room outright. Candace, feeling somewhat bemused under Lilith's gaze, acquiesced. "All right, Lilith. This room belongs to you." "Thank you, teacher," Lilith exclaimed, pulling Narlisa swiftly into the room. "Olivia, I leave this to you. I must attend to the distribution of the remaining dormitories." "Rest assured," Olivia replied. Once the crowd dispersed, only 3 individuals remained in the room. "Who will go first?" "Narlisa." "Lilith." They spoke each other's names in unison. "It doesn't matter who goes first. Lilith, you may proceed." Olivia made the decision without further debate. Lilith felt that it truly made no difference who went first, and thus proceeded without hesitation to the left side of the common area. "I'm more accustomed to this side. Do you have any specific requests for the room?" The larger the better. I'm still undecided about my major, so I'm unsure what would be ideal. Would you like to retain this opportunity for changes? As you should know, modifications are complimentary only once. Can I still retain it? Of course. In the end, Lilith retained the opportunity for modification. This initial room was even smaller than the one she had previously inhabited. Lacking even a wardrobe, all belongings had to be stashed beneath the small bed. Narlisa, having grown up in Witchtown, had long since determined her major and thus promptly utilized her chance for modification. She kindly informed Lilith that if she had any items that could not fit, she could temporarily place them on her side. "Maria asked me to assist in relocating the entrance to the space. The entire process would require some time, and it was imperative for Lilith to remain on the balcony without straying. Should I fetch a stool for you?" Setting up a terrace for Lilith was indeed an additional task. "Must I be here?" Lilith inquired. "Of course," Olivia replied matter-of-factly. "Otherwise, anyone could simply take this room away, which is unacceptable." On the first day of a new semester, no one attended classes. The following morning, Lilith arrived punctually for a sorcery lesson. The second-year curriculum for the advanced class was focused on the magic of fracture repair, which encompassed 2 methodologies: a permanent repair utilizing adhesive agents and a semi-permanent one that would automatically dissolve upon the practitioner's demise. Why is it deemed semi-permanent? Because witches typically enjoy longevity. When repairing items for humans, they would remain intact for centuries, effectively rendering them as good as new. After lunch that day, Lilith hesitated before selecting a culinary course. She was genuinely curious about what culinary education entailed in an era dominated by cornmeal mush and black bread. Today's second-year lesson featured a dish of gorse flour pudding, which required a small piece of human flank fat, 2 fresh fish eyeballs, and the entire soft belly of a fish with its innards, along with 15 plump, golden, and fresh gorse flowers, a pinch of salt, and 2 bay leaves. Upon seeing the word human in the ingredients, Lilith felt an urge to flee. However, having arrived, she knew she could not leave early, even though they were now quite free. Gritting her teeth, she followed the recipe and cooked the dish, relieved that the ingredients were pre-prepared. Nevertheless, Lilith exerted considerable effort to suppress her nausea. Once the dish was completed, the culinary instructor would inspect each student's work. The selection of courses was indeed bidirectional. If a student proved incompetent in a particular area, the instructor had the authority to deny their course selection. Chapter 64, Water Sorcery and Familiar Course before long. It was Lilith's turn. The slightly plump culinary instructor grasped the long-handled spoon used for stirring and gave the pot a couple of swirls. Viscosity, excellent. Flavor, excellent. Magical potency, oh my goodness, also excellent. Lilith averted her gaze, unable to bear the scrutiny of her instructor. "Your name is Lilith, is it not? I have heard of you. Would you be interested in majoring in culinary arts? Kitchen witches are a traditional specialty." The instructor's tone lifted slightly when discussing the specialty. Lilith was not particularly inclined, but as an adult, she knew she could not express her disinterest too bluntly. "I must complete all courses before selecting the most suitable one. Making a hasty decision would be a disservice to my own life." Accompanied by a fitting and graceful smile, "I concur. Indeed, I shall await your decision. The culinary class warmly welcomes a child of your talents." Lilith responded with another smile. This large pot of dark cuisine was offered by Lilith to an unnamed senior seated nearby. Despite its ominous appearance, it was indeed a witch's dish, reputed to invigorate the spirit in spring. It is a seasonal delicacy, and were it not for the absence of human flesh as an ingredient, Lilith might have been tempted to sample it. Alas, she decided against it, hoping for a more conventional witch's dish in the future. For the scent of fish entrails is hardly delightful. For the newly promoted young witch, not every day brings forth a course of interest. Thus, most of her time remains leisurely. Seizing the opportunity, Lilith learned a water sphere technique, also known as the water column technique, which in professional terms is referred to as water witchcraft. However, Lilith found the term somewhat cumbersome. In essence, it allows one to conjure a sphere of water using witchcraft. Nalisa was particularly fond of this spell. On the day Lilith mastered it, she witnessed Lilith's floating water sphere while returning from outside, clutching her injured arm. Ignoring her wound, she implored Lilith to teach her. First, feel the witchcraft. No, tend to your wound. Lilith rummaged through her spatial bag and retrieved a potion purchased for rapid healing during the year-end exams, handing it to Nalisa. Nalisa took the potion and drank it in one gulp, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief. What does it feel like to possess witchcraft? She inquired. It feels like having an extra mass of gas within. Sometimes it is warm, other times cool. One should naturally possess witchcraft after awakening as a witch. Having grown up in Witchtown, Nalisa should have accumulated a considerable amount of witchcraft by this age, making it relatively easy to sense. How should one sense it? I feel nothing, she replied. Lilith, uncertain herself, likened the learning process to that of a newborn learning to crawl, as if it happens instinctively. After several minutes of trying, Nalisa could no longer tolerate her soiled clothes and excused herself to return to her room. Lilith wrote the incantation on a slip of paper and placed it on the table. Nalisa, I have left the spell on the table. I shall step out for a moment. Nalisa responded with a simple acknowledgement from behind the door. Lilith believed that the condensed water might be purer, so she planned to head to the study room to brew some more potions, which had become her primary activity aside from practicing spells in recent days. Half a month later, the Niver Forest welcomed its annual Blizzard Month. Today, there was a class for all newly promoted students who had successfully progressed. The Summoning of Familiars course. This course is offered only once throughout the academic year. If one fails to summon during class, they may participate in the summoning ceremony with the next cohort the following year. However, if by the time of graduation, 3 years hence, one has yet to summon even a mosquito, they shall face the prospect of repeating the year. However, this course allows for cheating openly and brazenly, and even the Witch Tower acknowledges such methods of deceit. This entails nurturing a creature to become a familiar. Lilith is still uncertain about the specifics, having merely heard others speak of it. The familiar summoning class is located in the subterranean level B1, which consists of a single spacious room. A broad staircase elevates the ground by 2 meters, and the stone platform, in alignment with the ceiling, displays intricate magical sigils. It is imperative not to stand at the very top, but rather at the center of the lower step, as this ritual requires no incantation, though one must be cautious not to bleed excessively. This caution is a result of past foolishness, where some believe that the more blood shed, the stronger the familiar would become, ultimately leading to their demise from blood loss, necessitating constant emphasis on this matter before each ritual. In this world, there are indeed many rebellious youths of Lilith's age who contrarily oppose whatever is said, yet among witches, such individuals do not exist. If a young witch were to act recklessly, the supervising adult which would simply choose to ignore her, watching the foolishness unfold, and upon the unfortunate demise, they would drag the body away for materials. The attitude is one of indifference. If one wishes to perish, so be it. The bloodletting is far more painful than reciting a spell. As Lilith observed the surrounding individuals brandishing knives, some had already deftly made incisions in their palms. With a silent resolve, Lilith raised her right hand. Lilith? What is it? Teacher, may I inquire how much blood is acceptable? Any amount you desire, replied the instructor responsible for the ritual's arrangement with a nod. Lilith hesitated for a moment before quietly retreating to a corner, lifting her wrist. It is time for you to play your part. You will take over shortly. No way, Chocolate replied instantaneously. Is a demon truly afraid of pain? Lilith attempted to provoke her. The silhouette on the metal plate rolled its eyes in response. Witches summon their familiars through a communion of souls. I cannot act in your stead. It seems you are the one who fears pain, Chocolate retorted, both logically and mockingly. Lilith found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Can you not just control your hand? Or would you rather act first and then switch me in? In her desperation to avoid the blade, Lilith conjured every possible cunning scheme, but alas, witches do not convene during the new moon. No, once you step up, the ritual commences. Useless. What good are you? Lilith fumed in frustration. The silhouette within the metal plate rolled its eyes once more and retreated. Lilith returned to Nalisa, looking dejected. Nalisa had already made her incision, which was now forming a small pool of bright red blood. Patricia, seeing that Lilith had yet to take action, eagerly offered her assistance, stating her speed with the blade. Lilith glanced at the gaping wound in Patricia's palm, swallowing hard. No, it's fine. Are you conversing with your other persona again? Farah found Lilith to be quite extraordinary. Even her illnesses seemed to possess a uniqueness that set her apart from others. After a year of self-deprecating rumors, although Lilith typically conversed with Chocolate while avoiding the company of others, the notion that she suffered from a split personality disorder had firmly taken root in the minds of those around her. Whenever she quietly distanced herself, her classmates would tacitly assume she was unwell and refrain from disturbing her. Chapter 65. The summoning is successful in order to maintain this persona. Lilith nodded in response to Farah and graciously acknowledged her condition. I wanted that fellow to assist me, but it stubbornly refused, she lamented, raising her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Chocolate retorted, It's not that I can't. You're slandering me. A resounding metallic thud echoed from the platform. The summoning ritual was about to commence. Silence was mandated as each which called upon their name stepped forward. The first to be called was Lilith. A wave of anxiety washed over her, for she had not mentally prepared herself. According to the alphabetical order, she was supposed to be near the end. Yet here she was first. In her nervousness, she squeezed her thigh tightly with one hand, feigning composure as she approached the front. Teacher, is it really permissible to use as much blood as one wishes? She emphasized the word as much with particular gravity. The leading instructor, this time, remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Wishing to avoid delaying the subsequent summoners, Lilith took a deep breath and produced an embroidery needle. A soft giggle erupted from a classmate at the doorway. After all, Lilith's expression had mirrored that of someone facing the guillotine, and they had anticipated her producing a much larger blade. Internally, Lilith mused, Do you comprehend the courage it requires for a modern individual without a medical background to prick their own finger? You have no idea. Your concerns are solely for yourselves. Silence. Lilith did not wish to occupy the position for long, as it would inconvenience those behind her. Thus, she recited the incantation, briefly heating the needle, steeling herself with the resolve that one day she would expel the demon from her body, and she plunged the needle into her finger with conviction. A stifled gasp escaped Lilith. In truth, the pain of pricking her finger was fleeting. The greater challenge lay in overcoming the psychological fear of inflicting harm upon herself. The wound from the embroidery needle was minuscule, and under the scrutinizing gaze of her instructor, who frowned deeply, Lilith pressed down until a single drop of blood finally succumbed to gravity and fell onto the platform, almost instantaneously upon the blood touching the surface. The entire altar radiated a powerful dark purple light along its engravings, illuminating the dim basement to the point of evoking tears. The light dissipated, revealing a black goat kid at the center of the altar. The little black lamb stood there, surveying its surroundings, and paused when its gaze met Lilith's before bounding over joyfully. Bah, hold it tight. Next up, Amira. Carrying the lamb, Lilith walked to the exit from the other side, where Dee Maria awaited her. Congratulations, Lilith. Teacher Maria, have you been here all along? Indeed, from the moment you ascend the stairs. Lilith's face flushed slightly, a warmth enveloping her being. Yet, could she truly harm herself for mere pride? Such an act was beyond her. The young black goat, as fur lacked the fluffiness one might expect, resembling the ordinary lamb served in a roasted feast from a previous life. The memory of that succulent roast, with its golden, crisp exterior brushed with a spicy, secret barbecue sauce as it sizzled in the oven, flooded her senses with the taste of juicy tenderness. Suddenly, the lamb nestled in Lilith's arms began to tremble uncontrollably. Noticing the quaking, she swiftly lowered her gaze to inspect it, finding the little creature shaking like a leaf. Lilith, anxious, grasped the lamb by its forelegs, turning it over in her hands. Could it be ill so soon after birth? Do familiars even fall ill? With a seasoned teacher present, Lilith could not resist inquiring directly. Familiars typically do not succumb to illness, except in special circumstances, such as if they ingest something their bodies cannot digest. Then what ails it? Maria examined the lamb closely. It appears to be frightened. Ah, Lilith pondered, It must be Maria's formidable aura that startled the little creature. She remained blissfully unaware of her earlier thoughts. In her heart, Lilith mused about her familiar's timid nature. Yet she composed herself, subtly positioning the lamb away from Maria's gaze. She felt quite considerate. Look, it had ceased trembling in no time. One after another, students successfully summoned their familiars and exited the classroom. Mayor Maria, Teacher Maria, Director Maria, each young, which passing by greeted the formidable figure at the door. Among them, a classmate behind Lilith summoned a familiar that was a black cat with emerald eyes, strikingly similar to the one Lilith had envisioned. Now, that was a proper witch's familiar. Unable to resist, Lilith stole a few more glances. Though her little black goat seemed less than fond of the newcomer, persistently nudging its head in that direction. The black cat perched on Amira's shoulder. The two engaged in a silent exchange, causing Lilith to suddenly realize, was it not said that familiars could communicate with their masters? Her little lamb had been bleating incessantly since earlier. Curious, Lilith leaned down. Bah, she attempted. Bah, speak. Bah, oh dear, this did not bode well. Lilith placed the lamb on the ground. You cannot speak. The young black goat tilted its head in imitation of Lilith. Left hoof, she instructed, extending her hand. The lamb glanced at Lilith, then at her outstretched palm, taking 2 steps forward to place its left hoof upon it. Bah! The lamb's tail wagged joyfully. Right hoof. The lamb leaped and placed its right hoof up again, bleating and turning in circles before sitting down. It was confirmed that it could comprehend human speech, though it was incapable of verbal communication. Lilith shared this observation with Teacher Maria beside her. Unable to communicate? Indeed, she replied. If you command in your mind, without uttering a sound. A miraculous scene unfolded. After silently urging the lamb to lie down, it complied immediately. However, its bleating was inaudible to me. Being a mere infant, it was entirely normal for it to only bleat. With time, it would adapt to its surroundings. Such phenomena occasionally occur, so there was no need for concern. Meanwhile, Naligia successfully summoned her familiar, revealing a serpent with a green spine and a hint of brown on its head, reminiscent of the Kivu viper Lilith had known in her previous life. Lilith held a vivid impression of such snakes, as their scaly appearance was rough and rarely smooth. Naligia appeared somewhat displeased, the green serpent coiling around her arm, resting its head on her shoulder. What troubles you? Such scales tend to accumulate dust easily. Naligia sighed in response. She had already resolved to disperse her familiar daily, allowing it to reconstitute, which should keep it clean. Familiar sizes varied, with many smaller ones among their cohort. Patricia's familiar was quite unique, a large, winged, ochre gecko that was exceedingly enormous, nearly filling the entire room. One could only commend the foresight of the room's architect for designing such lofty interiors to prevent any sense of confinement. Yet, the entrance door posed a considerable inconvenience for the grand gecko's comings and goings, prompting Patricia to disperse it immediately after summoning. She exited with exhilaration. Naligia, Lilith, did you see? My familiar can fly, and it can swim too. Wow, an amphibious creature, Lilith exclaimed, patting Patricia on the shoulder. Patricia calmly consumed a bottle of healing potion. Impressive, Naligia remarked, appreciating the convenience of Patricia's familiar, as flying to their destination would keep her robe clean. Why was Patricia's familiar classified as a gecko rather than a dragon? Because it was a creature with 4 legs that traversed the ground, bearing no resemblance to the dragons Lilith had encountered in illustrations. It was said that Patricia's familiar could indeed adhere to walls. However, given its massive size, finding a suitable structure for it to climb without causing damage would be quite a challenge. Perhaps the witch's tower could suffice? After the completion of the summoning ritual, it became evident that 4 individuals had failed to summon their familiars. They were subsequently barred from majoring in the summoning course, and the supervising teacher recommended against them choosing it as an elective as well. It may sound somewhat disheartening and rather blunt, yet if even the summoning of a familiar poses a challenge, the prospect of invoking anything else becomes nothing short of a fanciful dream. The witch's tower has little interest in undertaking futile endeavors. Let us not entertain the notion of fairness or the claims of untried efforts. The inability to summon a familiar while simultaneously selecting summoning courses is akin to a mute insisting on pursuing a vocal major or a paraplegic enrolling in an athletic school, or a deaf individual striving for a career in simultaneous translation. There is no need to intentionally complicate one's life. suffering is not worthy of glorification. Here, the deliberate choice of enduring hardship, fully aware of its futility, only invites ridicule. Confronting challenges is only commendable when there exists a genuine possibility of success. Low-probability events are nearly tantamount to impossibility. Should one choose to pursue other paths, the witches will not impede you. Such is the freedom granted by the Richest town. However, if you fail and seek sympathy, that would be rather unbecoming, as any witch with a modicum of education would not hesitate to mock you. The underperforming young witches from the previous 2 sessions were escorted down after Lilith and her companions completed their summoning rituals under the guidance of their mentor, Olivia. Well known to them, this year has been relatively favorable, with only 4 failing to succeed. After greeting Maria, Olivia inquired about the outcomes of the summoning. Indeed, this cohort fared well. They should be allowed entry. Olivia brought nearly 20 witches with her, handing a sheet of paper to the witch responsible for the summoning ceremony before stepping aside. As names were called, those who had attended at least one stepped forward, and the established protocols need not be reiterated, for time is of the essence. One by one, the witches entered. Lilith hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed the main group. She was quite curious about the various familiars. Farah's familiar was a black bat, while Meli's was a red koi fish capable of swimming through the air. Others included mice and rabbits, mostly appearing quite ordinary, though some were peculiar, such as a familiar resembling a rabbit with 3 ears, notoriously irritable, which promptly toppled its owner's ladder upon emergence. Thanks to Nalisa's presence and Lilith's penchant for fine soaps, Lilith's little lamb remained perpetually fragrant and soft. Although Lilith insisted it was unnecessary, Nalisa remained steadfast in her daily ritual of bathing at least 2 of the familiars. The presence of a familiar did not significantly alter Lilith's life. After all, familiars do not require sustenance or relief, and the only act of kindness she afforded her familiar was providing a cozy nook despite it not being a cat. To express her gratitude for Nalisa's assistance in bathing the little creature, Lilith constructed a climbing frame for the snake. However, truth be told, while the snake occasionally appeared somewhat endearing, it remained a snake, and there were moments when Lilith would be startled if she was not vigilant. The impact of familiars on the lives of the 2 was minimal, yet this was not universally true. Those with larger familiars and limited finances had even devised a delivery service. Regrettably, Patricia's familiar was of such a size that it could not navigate the streets of the town, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. Lilith was quite pleased with the errand service. Whenever she ran out of materials, she merely had to call out in front of the study room, and someone would assist her in procuring the necessary supplies, significantly enhancing her efficiency in crafting various items. A month had passed, and she had successfully produced several varieties of fine spirits, with the quickest taking merely 4 days. Of course, some of her concoctions were still in their nascent stages and would require several more months to mature. However, she had enough on hand to commence blending. Though not a professional, Lilith was fortunate to possess ample time for experimentation, despite her limited knowledge of the alcoholic content required for medicinal purposes. At this juncture, Jacqueline returned after nearly 2 months, accompanied by 2 dwarfs who bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. The dwarfs appeared to stand just over a meter tall, and when positioned alongside Jacqueline, they were even shorter than her legs. In fact, Lilith, with her petite stature, towered over them by a considerable margin. The 2 dwarfs were similarly stout, with one sporting long hair and the other a lengthy beard. Lilith, allow me to introduce you to Gilma and her husband, Cuthbert. They are the employers for this endeavor. I am delighted to have you here. I hope your journey was not overly arduous. Dear girl, there is no need for such formality. We are quite intrigued by your elevator, but before we delve into that, let us discuss remuneration. Chapter 67. The aroma of wine. The meeting took place in a private room of a local tavern, where Lilith had arrived early to order seasonal fruits and dishes, specifically apples, mashed potatoes, and a pot of subtly flavored fish. Knowing that dwarfs had hearty appetites, she also prepared a significant amount of dark bread. The choice of this establishment was strategic, as it was in proximity to an inn, allowing her to arrange temporary accommodations for them post-discussion. Lilith was not alone. She was accompanied by Neve, although they had agreed that she would join only after the Golden Ship headquarters was established. Neve could not shake her concerns about Lilith handling the negotiations alone, hence her presence. The price proposed by the dwarf couple was rather steep. While it fell within Lilith's budget, it exceeded her initial expectations. We believe that the innovative technology we provide warrants an additional value. Thus, a concession on your part regarding compensation is in order," Neve asserted, leaning on the table, making a compelling case for a reduction in payment. "May we utilize the findings from this research in other ventures afterward?" Neve looked towards Lilith, awaiting her decision on the matter. At that moment, Lilith's mind was occupied with another inquiry. "Mrs. Gilma, do you partake in alcohol?" This question, though somewhat abrupt, did not seem to perturb the dwarfs. The marital dynamics among dwarfs differ significantly from those of humans in this era. Their familial standing is determined by craftsmanship, and the prowess in forging is not dictated by gender, but rather by innate talent. Much like Gilmar and Caspert, Jacqueline first introduced Gilmar, indicating that within this household, Gilmar held the superior status, enjoying an undisputed position of authority. A glance exchange between Gilmar and Caspert confirmed this, as Gilmar, the household's matriarch, nodded in affirmation. "Of course, we have indulged in ample libations. Should you possess fine wines, we may negotiate our remuneration and permit you to offset it with your exquisite vintages. We do not desire inferior human wines." Gilmar expressed a fondness for Lilith, who had brought her a hair tie from the town, sparing her from the perils of using metal wires for binding her hair during crafting, a precaution that was indeed wise. It was known that this invention was attributed to the very witch before them. "How splendid!" Lilith exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight, for she had been lamenting the lack of companions in Witchdown who shared her passion for fine wines. It felt as though a pillow had been offered to her while she was drowsy, or a complimentary buffet voucher had appeared just as she felt famished. With nimble hands, Lilith retrieved several small glass bottles, each no larger than a fist, custom-made to ensure she had ample space to discern flavors. She produced 6 bottles, each meticulously labeled with the ratios she had recorded, aiding her in avoiding any misrecognition. Anticipation surged within her as she opened the first bottle. The heady aroma of the liquor erupted into the room at the moment the cap was removed. Neff and Jacqueline instinctively covered their noses, while Lilith, accustomed to the fumes from her blending, remained unfazed. The two dwarves, however, reacted quite differently, their nostrils flaring as they inhaled deeply, unable to resist the intoxicating scent. Lilith even detected a suspicious glimmer at the corner of Gilmar's mouth. Although Caspert's bushy beard concealed his lips, his eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Lilith then retrieved 2 small wine glasses from her spatial bag. "Wait, are you serving such exquisite wine in this?" Gilmar interjected quickly, wishing to prevent the fine liquor from being disrespected. Not wishing to demean the 2 glasses, she tactfully refrained from calling them rubbish. Lilith's glasses were merely ordinary glass vessels, procured from a general store for a mere 10 coins, and they were new. "This is all I have," she admitted, having wished for the wooden beer mugs typically used for ale in taverns. However, in her memory, spirits were always meant to be served in smaller cups. "Hold on, we have fine goblets." Caspert chimed in, retrieving 2 exquisite drinking vessels that they typically reserved for special occasions. The dwarves' goblets were crafted from stone, cylindrical with smoothly rounded edges, clearly well-maintained, though Lilith privately thought they resembled tea cups more than wine goblets. Nevertheless, she kept this observation to herself. Perfect, she thought, intending to rise and pour the dwarves some wine. Neff, perceiving her intention, swiftly seized the wine bottle and quickly glanced back at Lilith, pouring generously into each of their goblets. Lilith sensed Neve's piercing gaze upon her, prompting her to awkwardly press her slightly raised legs against the chair. The gentle sound of flowing water could hardly overshadow the audible gulps of the 2 dwarves as they swallowed. "Are we truly being offered this to drink? Surely, there won't be a charge afterwards?" "This is on the house," Lilith replied, turning her head to request a plate of raw peanuts as a snack. No sooner had she spoken than the 2 dwarves eagerly grasped their cups and began sipping, akin to connoisseurs savoring a rare delicacy. Germa slammed his hand on the table, causing the peanuts to leap from the plate, nearly spilling over. What exquisite wine! Before delving into business matters, Lilith and Neve dared not allow the dwarves to indulge excessively. Seeing the 2 dwarves contentedly drinking, Neve, with a cheerful smile, broached the subject of remuneration once more. "Might we be compensated with this delightful wine? We don't ask for much, just 5 barrels. What do you say to that?" The dwarves, fearing to appear greedy, hesitated to ask for more, anxious that their request might be declined outright. As the 2 dwarves began to calculate their expenses, They realized they hadn't brought many coins from Witchtown. Selling some of their previous works should suffice to cover their research costs. In this world, alcoholic beverages are sold in wooden barrels, rounded in shape, thick in the center and tapering at the ends, akin to modern barrels equipped with taps for pouring. However, in this era, quarts were used for sealing. Neve glanced at Lilith, who gave a subtle nod. 5 barrels, while a tad excessive, was not unmanageable. Yet, Neve, with a smile, left her subsequent thoughts unspoken, aware of the dwarves' slightly flushed faces. We shall forego the selling rights. We can draft a contract. Isn't that what you witches excel at? She proposed. If you wish to retain the rights for further sales, you may come to us for purchase. Shall we agree on this pleasant arrangement? The 2 dwarves exchanged glances and, in unison, declared it's a deal. Germa then turned his attention to the other bottles of wine on the table. These are for you to sample. Once you've finished, could you please rank them for me? Just write your notes on the bottles and return them. Lilith wasn't being stingy. Without the bottles, she wouldn't know which was which, and this method would provide clarity. Chapter 68. Divination Complimentary? Oh, how generous of you. You truly are a wonderful person. Perhaps the dwarves were not accustomed to giving compliments, or maybe Germa simply lacked the gift of eloquence. But regardless, Lilith the Witch successfully earned herself a good person card. Their lunch was a resounding success, and Lilith expressed her gratitude to Jacqueline for bringing the dwarves along. If you could sell me another bottle of essential oil, I would be immensely grateful. Jacqueline was still preoccupied with this thought, having discovered on this outing just how effective it was. A dab on her collar could completely mask unpleasant odors, though it was far too little. In a couple of days, I shall provide you with something even more splendid. The alcohol will soon be ready for production, and the creation of the perfume is just around the corner. I am eagerly anticipating it. The 2 dwarfs, aware that this is a restaurant rather than a tavern, have refrained from excessive drinking. Although it may be somewhat presumptuous, we wish to inquire where this fine liquor was procured. We intend to acquire some for ourselves. As compared to this, the beverages I previously consumed were akin to mere water. The potency of the liquor is undeniable. Had it not been for the dwarf's usual affinity for spirits, they would have succumbed after just a half cup. This was crafted by myself, and I have not yet embarked on mass production, considering that the distillation facility is still under construction. Lilith mentioned that if necessary, one could purchase it from the Golden Ship, the name of her future trading company. Gilma teasingly remarked that Lilith is advertising before even having her house built. I have confidence in my creation. It is indeed exceptional. And we shall introduce you to other dwarven patrons, all of whom have a fondness for alcohol. That would be a tremendous honor. Once the banquet concluded, Jacqueline assisted the 2 dwarfs to their inn. The moment they departed, Neve's cheerful demeanor instantly faded. Lilith, how could you stand up and serve drinks today? You must understand your position. As the head of the trading company, serving guests only diminishes its dignity. I believe it is time for you to cultivate a personal maid and arrange for some basic etiquette lessons. Neve pondered over the wine Lilith had presented today. If she were to delegate the discussions to her, she would only require 3 barrels. Oh no, 2 would suffice. After all, rarity enhances value. Truly exceptional wine is sold by the bottle. Isn't the trading company still under construction? Besides, isn't sincerity quite commendable? Lilith attempted to argue. If you wish to avoid settling for a mere 50% profit instead of the 70% you could originally secure, it would be prudent to heed my advice. Neve smiled. Lilith, though claiming to be of common origin, exhibited a level of refinement not typically found among the lower classes, who would scavenge every crumb of bread. This thought began to sow seeds of doubt in Neve's mind. Is Lilith truly Ruby Rose? She seems vastly different from the girl depicted in the intelligence she had gathered. All right, you make a valid point. Listening to the counsel of professionals is always wise. While one need not adhere to the cumbersome protocols of humans, basic etiquette is essential, especially when one aims to earn another's coin. Appearing uncouth is hardly advantageous. Lilith had never deliberately concealed her true self. Had Neve pressed her at this moment, she would have had a myriad of excuses ready, such as the awakening of her, witch powers altering her demeanor, or the life-altering experiences that led to sudden realizations. Ma Lilith looked down to find her little lamb bleeding and nudging her affectionately. Ma, Ba, the name Lilith bestowed upon the lamb, is simple and easily comprehensible. Initially, she was filled with exuberance, contemplating numerous elaborate and whimsical names, yet when it came to uttering one aloud, The embarrassment overwhelmed her, rendering her speechless. Ultimately, in a moment of resignation, she opted for the most conventional name, which fortuitously met with the lamb's approval. The little lamb frolicked around Lilith, perhaps conveying a sentiment of contentment and affection. As Lilith pondered this, her gaze returned to Nave. Speaking of which, I realize I have never encountered your familiar. Nave, a student at the academy, must have successfully summoned her familiar prior to the summoning ceremony, as she was absent that day. My familiar is not particularly suited for public appearances. Is it due to its sizable form? Not quite. There are certain peculiar circumstances. Perhaps when we leave the town together, I could show it to you. The divination class is rather tedious. Even Lilith, despite her abilities, finds it somewhat taxing. Besides memorizing the meanings of the tarot cards, one must also possess the skill to communicate with the crystal ball. During class, Lilith fixated intently on the white crystal orb. The instructor claimed one could glimpse their destiny within, yet all she could perceive was her own reflection. She even began to suspect that this subject was merely a guise for deception, designed to cultivate the ability to concoct fanciful tales. Could it be her prolonged adherence to materialism? Yet, her proficiency in spell casting was commendable. The astrological portion of the course, however, was relatively straightforward, as it elucidated the general significance of various celestial phenomena. Yet, the textbook was exceedingly thick, comparable to the combined heft of 2 literature volumes she had encountered. To pass the written examination, one was required to memorize the entire text to the point of recitation without hesitation. Although Lilith found some intrigue in the subject, her lack of innate talent led her to promptly dismiss divination as her first negative choice. On a positive note, knowledge of the future may not be particularly advantageous, as it can lead to psychological distress. When one begins to count down the days of a cherished friend's life, the burden can be profoundly sorrowful. Some might argue that since the future has been foretold, it can be altered, yet according to the teachings of the divination class, fate is immutable. The very desire to change it may be the missing cog in the grand mechanism of destiny. The divination instructor had once harbored similar thoughts and intentions in her youth, only to realize that nothing could be changed. In my lifetime, which spans centuries, I have encountered only a handful of beings capable of defying prophecy and altering fate. One could count them on one hand. This probability is quite remarkable. Lilith does not consider herself a rarity, perhaps merely a fleeting moment of fortune. She possesses a keen self-awareness. If fate cannot be altered, it is better not to be forewarned, lest she dwell incessantly on it, causing distress. Nevertheless, astrology proves quite practical, serving as a reliable weather forecast, remarkably accurate. The divination instructor could even predict the precise moments when rain would commence and cease, along with its intensity. Lilith devoted 3 entire days to concocting a bottle of perfume, which she promptly delivered to Jacqueline, setting aside everything else. The fact that she dedicated a small room in her home for the 2 dwarves to conduct their experiments filled Lilith with immense gratitude. Renting such a space in town is no easy feat. Typically, witches prefer to keep outsiders at bay. Initially, she and Neve had contemplated seeking assistance from her adoptive mother. Chapter 69. The stolen space bag improvement. The perfume Lilith sent out garnered widespread attention 3 days later when Jacqueline visited a restaurant. She was once again besieged in her dormitory, this time not only by the younger witches from the Witch Tower, but also by several adult witches. Lilith swiftly pulled over the gold for her delivery and Neve, who had come to inquire about the situation. The upper dormitory was notably more sophisticated than usual. By simply inputting their magical energy to target the desired individual, one could summon someone from a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Consequently, it was common to see young witches vanishing into thin air while strolling down the corridor. This is the agreed quantity for this month. It is all here for you. Most of the supplies Lilith provided to the grocery store consisted of ordinary soap, with only a few bars of fragrant soap available. The latter was not placed on the shelves and was sold exclusively through pre-orders, the price of which was set quite high. This was primarily due to the arduous process of extracting essential oils single-handedly. The price must reflect the value of her time, which was as precious as gold. The pricing for regular soap was more reasonable. Why not just give me all your stock? During the festival at the beginning of the year, not even half a bar of soap remained. Currently, half of what she had received would need to be allocated to repay debts, and the backlog of orders was far from complete. Lilith's expression revealed her dilemma. You know that soap requires 3 months to cure. I simply do not have any excess. Really? Can I not trust you? In truth, Lilith did possess some inventory, but given that her production was not industrialized, each batch of soap varied in quantity. To ensure she could meet the agreed-upon amount each month, she had to understate her supplies. Although she had some stock, she could neither share it nor disclose the truth. Adding a little more this month would only lead to endless requests for more in the future. It was better to be resolute and declare her lack of supplies from the outset. Surely you can spare me a few bars of that fragrant soap? Just a handful. Those outside are clamoring for it. Isn't that what you wanted? You were the one suggesting I increase my supply for profit, weren't you? All right. Just take your goods and go. I shan't see you out. Lilith knew they had other matters to discuss. If she continued to engage in pleasantries, Gold, with her silver tongue, could easily lead her astray. After spending considerable time with her, Lilith realized that Narlice's advice was indeed wise. Avoid excessive interaction with Gold to prevent being taken advantage of. With a decisive clap, Lilith ushered Gold out, who still seemed inclined to speak. Ahem, you came to see me today regarding the perfume, did you not? Neve no indeed. I thought we were in this together now. Shouldn't you show me the new creation first? I'm capable of assisting you with pricing. Rest assured, I anticipated your visit and have made the necessary preparations. As for pricing, that will be determined post the arrival of the golden vessel. For now, she does not intend to engage in large-scale operations. Lilith produced a finely crafted black glass bottle, the nozzle of which she designed herself and commissioned Selena to create. It is rumored to be made from some biological material. In any case, the mere cost of the nozzles amounted to 700 bone coins, a sum that pained her dearly. She now finds herself nostalgically yearning for inexpensive plastic products. Although she has yet to encounter such materials here, especially since the primary raw material for plastics is petroleum. Unfortunately, she has heard of no such resources in this place, nor any semblance of them. To elevate the perceived elegance of the perfume, Lilith even adorned the bottle with a bow, relishing the attention to detail which bestowed upon her a profound sense of accomplishment. What? You mentioned that yesterday, a human beggar nearly pilfered your magical pouch? Lilith was utterly taken aback, akin to the shock of a child encountering a police officer only to have their weapon snatched away. The fact that a common human child could abscond with a witch's spatial pouch is simply outrageous. Neve, who is still majoring in witchcraft, maintained a smile. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of embarrassment, though she nodded in acknowledgement. Fortunately, I acted swiftly and retrieved it. Those commoners are quite nimble-fingered, so you must exercise caution when you venture out. Lilith pondered momentarily. Must the exterior of the spatial pouch conform to such a design? The spatial pouches in which town bear a resemblance to the ordinary packing bags used by the impoverished. The distinction lies in the fact that the latter typically employ a simple cord, which is ultimately still a fabric string. In contrast, the cord of the witch town spatial pouch is sewn into the fabric roll as a pull string. What? Neve did not grasp Lilith's implication. Lilith withdrew a piece of paper from her spatial pouch, placing it upon the table to commence her sketches. Backpacks, crossbody bags, waist bags, and handheld purses. Lilith's artistic skills were commendable. Do you believe the spatial pouch could be fashioned into such styles? Neve, lacking proficiency in this area and having never seen a finished product, hesitated to offer a definitive judgment, having only encountered simplistic drawings. We could inquire at the tailor's shop. While she had not anticipated that a mere suggestion would prompt Lilith to devise a strategy, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for the pouch to be more secure. Although her spatial pouch does not contain her entire fortune, losing even a single item would be distressing. Without further delay, let us proceed immediately. As she contemplated the impending interactions with humans, she mused that there might be thieves among witches as well. After all, wherever there are sentient beings, there exist both the virtuous and the vile. Lilith's sense of urgency heightened. Chocolate, I must trouble you once more. Lilith gazed at the circular piece upon her wrist, which nodded in acknowledgement, clearly having followed her for a year and now acutely aware of the value of currency. With a blink, her eyes transformed into a striking crimson hue. Lilith stretched her body and then casually scooped up Neve, as if draping a garment over her elbow, and pressed her hand against the door. Selecting the farthest distance one could venture, the moment one lands, the parkour mode is activated, allowing for swift movement even while carrying a companion. Lilith could have ascended independently, as her physical training was commendable, despite Chocolate not being the best instructor. Her knowledge was indeed profound. Alas, the group outside resorted to sorcery in their unscrupulous pursuit of her, making it safer for Chocolate to assist. One must ponder whether this group has no legitimate endeavors to occupy their time, idly lingering day after day. In a flash, they evaded the throng and arrived at the tailor's shop. "Put me down," Lilith requested. Chocolate released her grip, and Naive fell straight to the ground. "Welcome." "Oh, isn't this Lilith?" The owner of the shop, well acquainted with both Lilith and Elysia, greeted them warmly. After a brief moment of disorientation, Lilith hastily helped Naive to her feet. "I apologize. My other persona has a rather unpleasant temperament." "It's quite all right," Lilith reassured her, brushing off the dust from Naive's attire. "We're here to inquire about the space bags." Chapter 70. Completing a small task, the tailor's shop is the sole establishment of its kind in Witchtown. Thus, despite its offerings being limited to basic witch robes and space bags, business flourishes. After all, many witches, like Lilith, prefer not to venture into the outside world for their purchases. Lilith detests the external environment, feeling nauseated merely by inhaling the city's air, while most witches simply lean towards a more reclusive lifestyle. Frankly, Lilith struggles to comprehend the homebodies of this era, especially without the distractions of smartphones or computers. What do they do all day? Sleep, perhaps? The tailor was particularly fond of the new designs Lilith presented. Upon receiving her sample patterns, she immediately retreated to the sewing room to commence production. "What do you think? It has a rather rudimentary look with that bulging back," Naive critiqued. "Backpacks are more suited for children, and adventurers would find such a design quite convenient. If it were more refined, perhaps with some decorative patterns, it need not be strictly rectangular." Once assured that the modifications were feasible, Lilith swiftly sketched several backpack designs with a touch of creativity. "Oh my goodness! I wish we could make it right away. Hannah, come out here to assist me," the tailor called out loudly to the back room. Meanwhile, Lilith hoisted the backpack on her back, glancing left and right. Naive, deep in thought, rested her index finger on her chin. "You make a valid point. It seems quite suitable for children. If only it could feature some delightful designs." Lilith paused, casting a disapproving glance at Naive. "Ahem, my apologies. That was inconsiderate of me." The production of the final product progressed swiftly, as the tailor was a seasoned professional. Crafting such a simplistic item was a matter of minutes. Lilith assisted by delineating the required fabric shapes, expediting the process. As evening approached, a sample of each design Lilith had sketched was completed. Lilith demonstrated the use of these bags to Neve and the two witches from the tailor shop, with the crossbody bag style being the most favored. "Perhaps I could also adorn the surface with some jewelry." Neve, however, preferred the waist bag. Yet she acknowledged that the crossbody bag was the most suitable for mass production and sale. It need not be a spatial bag, as ordinary bags could also be crafted in such a style. The waist bag requires consideration of the wearer's waist size, which, in this era of rotund aristocrats, seems ill-suited for mass production. Fortunately, this issue was resolved once Lilith proposed the idea of adjustable loops. Although devoid of plastic, there were wooden carvings and metal components. Presently, noble women attend banquets with a handheld bag, which is essentially a variation of the spatial bag style, embellished with gemstones. With these designs, the opportunities for the ladies would be greatly expanded. "That sounds splendid. I would like to customize a crossbody bag and a waist bag, without excessive jewelry. But it would be preferable for the patterns to be crafted in golden thread." Lilith produced the emblem design for the golden ship. "Furthermore, this pattern is a trademark that can only be produced for me and those I designate. It cannot be used as a mere decorative motif. And I must clarify this matter. Then, if I wish to utilize these designs in the shop, what would I need to provide?" The shopkeeper did not directly mention a price, but inquired about usage rights. Lilith felt that such designs, which were easily deducible, held little value. She had not anticipated the question, for in her view, basic styles were devoid of copyright, much like the hair ties they sold, which were widely replicated. Consequently, Lilith turned, slightly, rising on her toes, and placed her hand on Neve's shoulder. "I'll leave this matter in your capable hands. Consider it a way to acclimate to your new role. The profits can be reinvested into other productions, and you may also use the golden ship trademark." Lilith dismissed her concerns with a flourish. "Of course, that is no problem." Neve nodded in agreement, then cheerfully invited the tailor shop owner to the neighboring restaurant for further discussions. Upon seeing the blueprints and finished products, Neve had already formulated a plan. Lilith's lack of involvement in this matter was fortuitous, as it allowed her to fully realize her vision. for Lilith and Neve. One was indifferent to being sidelined as long as the money flowed regularly, while the other sought to maintain absolute control over the guild, enabling her to remain uninvolved with the tasks of her subordinates. Lilith despised interference and wished for matters to unfold precisely according to her predetermined path. In a modern context, Lilith might soon find herself with a shell company. After all, falsifying accounts and diverting assets is child's play for a seasoned business person, capable of hollowing out a company's finances and then presenting a facade of bankruptcy to the upper echelons. However, the situation here differed significantly. High-level contracts proved far more effective than mere agreements. Having resolved a small issue, Lilith felt quite content. Suddenly, a metallic piece from her bracelet shattered, leaving the string dangling precariously from her wrist. Swiftly, Lilith replaced it with a new one. I find myself in need of a personal space bag. What might you offer in exchange? Do not demons advocate for trade, even if it is not entirely fair? As Lilith strolled towards Jacqueline's residence, she inquired. I can assist in breaking the curse upon the great clock, free of charge. Lilith pondered briefly. Done deal. Knock, knock, knock. Lilith? I am seeking Gilma. There is something I would like to request of her. In the room to the right, and do not forget to close the door behind you. Jacqueline hastily retreated to her chamber, needing to quickly prepare her design before returning to human society for further studies. Very well. Lilith nodded obediently, feeling somewhat apologetic for the intrusion. The room, designed for spatial expansion, completely insulated the heat within, causing even a witch like Lilith to feel as if she might be engulfed in flames due to the excessive temperature. The forge, however, could not utilize ice to cool down, as it was imperative to maintain the furnace's absolute heat. Oh, Lilith, what brings you here? The creation of the elevator has only just commenced. You are correct. The issue of power is rather troublesome. Perhaps you could procure a few human slaves to serve as a power source below. This would undoubtedly simplify their tasks, Gilma contemplated, wiping the sweat from her brow with a towel draped over her shoulder. It is precisely because I wish to avoid hiring others that I sought your assistance. I believe machinery is preferable to manual labor. The noise of the blacksmithing was rather overwhelming, prompting Lilith to raise her voice. Well, that certainly presents a challenge. Lilith produced 5 glass vials from her person, identical to those from the previous batch. Noticing the glimmer in Gilma's eyes upon unveiling them, even Caspert, who was forging in the distance, could not resist drifting closer. Have you finished the previous batch of wine? This is a new concoction I recently formulated. I am uncertain which is more delightful and would appreciate your assistance in discerning it. Just a taste? Chapter 71. The unique function of soap, of course not. What can be discerned from mere observation? It remains the same as before. Once you have sampled them, kindly label which you find more palatable, arrange them in order, and return the vials to me. I am grateful for your assistance. Gilma accepted the vials with alacrity. Certainly, no problem at all. It seems this evening we shall enjoy a small drink. I mean, helping friends brings us joy. How splendid. In fact, I have another matter I would like your help with today, Lilith added, revealing the ore she had recently purchased. Could you assist in crafting these ores into mirrors? I have heard that those skilled in the craft can produce multiple pieces. Small mirrors will suffice. The compensation shall be half a barrel of wine. What do you think? Lilith gazed steadily at Gilma. Gilma examined the ores. These ores are of commendable quality. We could likely fashion around 20 hand mirrors from them. Would you like me to add some embellishments? So many? Let's not waste time. A few decorative touches would please me greatly. Lilith's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. After all, she had been using the same mirror for half a year, and its unsightly reflection made her apprehensive about presenting herself. The quantity she had acquired far exceeded her expectations. Indeed, Chocolate's advice rang true. One must seek the craftsmanship of skilled artisans. Previously, she had inquired about these ores from Selena, who had provided a figure that was barely half of what Gilma reported. All right, I shall accept this. You may come by next week to collect the finished product. By the way, could we have a half barrel of wine in advance? Lilith scrutinized Gilma with a skeptical gaze. The elevator situation is rather urgent. Perhaps it would be best to settle it alongside the final payment? It was clear that Lilith was hinting at the folly of allowing a drunken revelry to impede their endeavors. Surely, one cannot expect a drunkard to merely gaze longingly at fine wine without indulging. Gilma shifted uncomfortably. Ahem, paying in full at the end is fine too. Lilith smiled and nodded in agreement. There is still much wine that requires your assistance in sampling, so fret not about running dry. It's just that, as you understand, I am somewhat anxious about the completion of the guild hall, and I hope for your understanding. Lilith never prepared an excessive amount. It was impossible for the two dwarves to become completely inebriated. Of course, her own potent brew of white liquor was another matter entirely. Chocolate had surreptitiously consumed nearly half a cup, resulting in both of them sleeping soundly from nightfall until the following midnight, thereby missing a class they had intended to attend. Lilith nearly lost her temper with chocolate for this. I understand, truly Ida. What dwarf would refuse good wine, especially when it's free? As Lilith departed, her robe was thoroughly soaked, the hem dripping with water. A chill breeze outside sent a shiver through her, and she silently resolved to enroll in courses related to blacksmithing. After all, spending prolonged periods in such a sweltering environment could surely steam a human alive. She downed an entire thermos of water in one go. It's best to limit my visits here. Perhaps we should meet at a restaurant next time. Lilith retrieved a towel from her spatial bag and hastily dried her face. The dormitory entrance was bustling with too many people, so she opted to head directly to the study room. There, she meticulously brewed potions in the order outlined in last semester's textbook, reinforcing her knowledge. Aside from her other subjects, she was resolute in selecting potion crafting as an elective, and she had also made witchcraft a mandatory course. After all, who among the modern populace could resist the allure of magic? Tomorrow, Lilith planned to partake in the fabled summoning class, which was said to be quite niche and required a certain affinity for death. She found the notion of having an affinity for death perplexing and was eager to explore it. Professor Maria had also recommended the course, suggesting it bore some relation to puppetry, which should be relatively straightforward for Lilith, having already mastered that art. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a rap on the study room door startled Lilith, causing her hand to tremble. With a loud splash, she inadvertently added too much of the potion, resulting in a small bubble erupting and ruining the concoction that had almost reached completion. As Lilith leaped away from the clattering pot, she confirmed there was no danger before jogging over to open the door. Following closely beside her, the silent bleating of the little lamb erupted the moment the door swung open, charging towards the newcomer. Unfortunately, its diminutive stature caused it to collide with the legs of the visitor, resulting in a comical tumble. Come back, Lilith called. The reason Lilith was startled was that, generally, knocking on the door of a study room was prohibited. The potions she concocted were of a lower grade, but the older witchlings often brewed volatile concoctions that could explode like dynamite. What difference was there between knocking and committing murder? Administrator? What is the matter? My overnight reservation should not have reached its time yet, she inquired. The administrator nodded. The situation is somewhat urgent. I have activated the protective measures within the room. The witch's tower will compensate you double for the materials. Mayor Maria is looking for you. What is going on? Lilith was taken aback. She was merely an apprentice witch. Although she had managed to create some interesting and practical items, it hardly warranted any crisis that required her intervention. I'm not quite sure about the specifics. I will escort you there. In the office, Lilith found herself alongside Jacqueline, Teacher Maria, and two other tall, exquisitely beautiful elves, all working fervently with soapy water. The five of them surrounded the bathtub, a somewhat comical scene. Yet at that moment, Lilith was merely distressed, lamenting her money and the soap. This was premium soap, crafted from expensive materials. The loss of so many bars was enough to bring her to tears. If that dark-hued elf did not reward her adequately upon awakening, she would truly be incensed. All right, let us get her inside, Maria urged as she cleared a space. Upon hearing this, the administrator immediately cast a spell to lift the elf from the sofa into the bathtub. This bathtub was also provided by Lilith, as it was her spare. As the soapy water completely submerged the dark elf's nose, one of the male elves engaged his abilities, conjuring several emerald green vines that emerged from the ground, periodically lifting the submerged individual to breathe fresh air. Thankfully, Lilith's bathtub was custom-made to standard dimensions. Otherwise, the long legs might not have fit. As the soaking continued, the elf in the tub visibly lightened in skin tone. Lilith's eyes widened in astonishment. She genuinely believed that the elf's original complexion was as such, considering that dark-skinned elves truly existed. At least her life is spared, Maria sighed as she relaxed back in her chair. To recount this incident, one must begin with Jacqueline's recent journey to the dwarven settlement on behalf of Lilith. The trip had been relatively smooth until, unfortunately, as they neared the village. They encountered a formidable pack of beasts that had been frequently terrorizing the area. As a witch capable of traversing the land of Caramiran alone, Jacqueline harbored no fear of the beasts that roamed it. However, these creatures were not driven by a desire to kill. The beasts that attacked the villages were known as jiao. Common in Caramiran, jiao typically measured between 35 to 45 centimeters in length and weighed between 420 to 530 grams, categorizing them as small animals. Their lithe bodies were adorned with tiny, armor-like scales. A solitary jiao often lurked near travelers, patiently awaiting a moment of rest to pilfer their belongings. These creatures moved with astonishing swiftness, and since their intent was merely theft rather than harm, most victims found it exceedingly difficult to react in time. They stole a variety of items, including but not limited to eggs, feathers, and tools belonging to sentient beings. It is said that a group of human travelers once encountered these creatures, which had crossed over from another continent, only to awaken the next day to find themselves completely stripped of their possessions. In contrast to the solitary jiao, a pack of them could be exceedingly unruly. Once their numbers reached a certain threshold, their behavior shifted from theft to outright robbery, converging in resource-rich areas, such as the nests of large creatures or villages brimming with various goods. A congregation of jiao in Caramiran was akin to a natural disaster. Even the formidable dragonkin would take special measures to clear them from their vicinity. Unfortunately, the dwarven village had recently become a target, having already endured several assaults from these creatures. While the dwarves were more adept at forging than waging war, when provoked, they wielded their hammers with formidable strength, capable of dispatching foes with a single blow. Nevertheless, the sheer number of jiao and their agility rendered the dwarves at a disadvantage, leading to a stalemate in the ongoing conflict. Jacqueline arrived at the village during this tumultuous time and was inadvertently drawn into the fray. Once the battle concluded, the ferocity of a jiao's assault left the village in disarray. Several outer houses had lost not only their furniture but also their windows, leaving behind only barren roofs and unyielding walls. It was then that Jacqueline realized her space pouch, containing her everyday essentials, had vanished, uncertain of which jiao had stolen it. She resigned herself to the loss. Though these creatures did not harm, they pilfered food and alcohol. Consequently, the dwarves sought the assistance of the nearby elves residing in the great forest to address the jiao threat. As Jacqueline departed with Gilma and the others, the dwarves were busy tallying their spoils, which included Jacqueline's space pouch. Later, a certain elf, the one in the bathtub, fell victim to poisoning and a curse after touching an unfamiliar item among the spoils. Fortunately, among the elves was a priestess apprentice who, through divination, discovered that the soap in Jacqueline's space pouch could be used for healing. Thus, they resorted to slicing the soap and administering it to the afflicted elf. Indeed, they had consumed the soap. The apprentice priest, though somewhat inexperienced, was aware of the potential for salvation, yet remained uncertain of the means to achieve it. Thus, she resolved to allow her companion to consume it. The fortunate news was that after ingestion, the toxins mingled with the curse began to suspend within the dermal layer, thereby prolonging the time before the poisoned elf would succumb to death, a reason for the elf's darkened skin. The unfortunate aspect was that, in ensuring there was sufficient quantity, an entire bar of soap had been consumed, leaving no surplus for alternative remedies. Ultimately, it was this same apprentice priest who calculated that there remained a chance for salvage between returning the poisoned ally to the embrace of the mother tree and attempting a further rescue. Hence, they deduced that hope lay in the witch's town based on the contents of their bag and Jacqueline's recent visit to the village. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded. Lilith was astonished to discover that her soap possessed such extraordinary properties, as she used it daily for her baths and hair washing, experiencing a twinge of regret akin to the pain of applying expensive creams. As her anxious emotions settled, she beheld a creature of legend. The elf differed somewhat from Lilith's imaginings. She had envisioned elves as beautiful beings with human-like features and pointed ears, easily disguised under a hat. However, the reality was that the elves were so stunning they appeared almost unreal, as though they had stepped from the pages of a storybook. Even with her lack of facial recognition, she could discern the stark differences between them and humans. A beauty so striking that it could be noticed even amidst a million humans. Lilith felt that, even if their ears were concealed, it would be hard to believe they were human. Their skin was so refined that even upon close inspection, no pores or body hair could be seen. This ethereal beauty seemed to evoke no discord even among the divine, requiring no enhancement. Such exquisite beings often exuded an air of unapproachability, a sense of being unattainable. Yet, the thought of such a beautiful creature consuming soap shattered that illusion. Lilith began to think that perhaps the elves were not particularly clever. Gurgling and sputtering for help, the elf submerged in water awoke, unaware of how it had ended up there, but began to thrash desperately. The green vines, unable to bear the sight, quickly wrapped around the elf's neck and hoisted it up. The following day, in the summoning class, the witch's summoning curriculum primarily focused on corpses. Diverging from Lilith's notion of capturing magical beasts for contracts or summoning wondrous creatures from unknown realms. Instead, the witches summoned skeletal beings that they had crafted with their own hands. They placed the prepared corpses into a large cauldron to simmer, removing excess fat and fur. The classroom was permeated with a mingling of meaty aromas and the stench of decay. The second-year witches appeared unfazed, clearly accustomed to the scent, while the first-year students struggled. With several unable to hold back their nausea, Lilith herself gagged a few times. The bones were retrieved, meticulously cleaned, and dried with linen cloths, set aside for use. It was crucial to note that if one wished to avoid summoning a deformed creature, not a single bone, even one the size of a fingernail, could be overlooked. Once all preparations were meticulously completed, the mystical disc was retrieved, and the assembly commenced based on the original structure of the biological entity. This mystical disc, a potent artifact of sorcery, possesses an imperceptible space above it, where bones can be placed and will levitate at a fixed position. The mystical discs vary in size, allowing for acquisition according to one's needs. Chapter 73. The Choice of Three. This stage of assembly not only demands considerable patience, but also a profound reservoir of knowledge. The prerequisite for the summoning course, namely the first-year curriculum, revolves around material dissection. Should one have faltered in this foundational course, the risk of mistakenly affixing a femur to an arm increases significantly. Minor errors can be rectified through sheer strength of mystical energy, enabling force summoning. However, a skeleton that has been improperly assembled may collapse after just a few steps. More grievous mistakes could result in outright failure to summon, though fortunately, these bones are not one-time use consumables. A misassembled creation can be redone, provided one handles the bones with care, as excessive work can adversely affect the overall outcome. The summoned skeletal creature exhibits considerable robustness. Even if shattered, it can restore itself. Should any bones fracture, they can autonomously mend as long as there remains sufficient mystical energy. In cases of severe damage, specialized bone adhesive can be utilized post-summoning. While puppet summoning necessitates a mystical array and spirit, conjuring skeletal beings does not require such components. In fact, subsequent commands to the summoned skeletons do not necessitate the recitation of incantations, rendering the process even more convenient than that of puppetry. Lilith likened the summoning of skeletal beings to blowing breath into a matchstick, with mystical energy serving as that breath. Due to her lack of training in basic anatomy, the students attending the summoning class could only observe without engaging in the hands-on assembly. Nevertheless, Lilith diligently took notes. As the class concluded in the evening, the stench of decay lingered, prompting her to hastily retreat for a bath. The group of elves had not departed immediately, but had instead taken lodging in a local inn. The young elf, once rescued, had wished to stay in the witch's tower, yet the tower forbade the prolonged presence of outsiders, materials notwithstanding. Is the perfume truly not available for sale? Lilith found herself blocked at the bathroom door, noticing that many of those obstructing her were the young witches she had encountered in class that day. Not at present. There are neither facilities nor artisans available for production. The process is rather cumbersome, but it is likely to be offered for sale next year. Lilith felt overwhelmed by the demands of the task and occasionally contemplated delegating the work to others. During the festival, a little witch with vibrant red, wavy hair tugged at Lilith's left arm. That seems plausible, Lilith replied ambiguously. Could we purchase 2 bottles in advance? We are heading to the human city in the latter half of the year, and possessing perfume will be significantly beneficial. The little witch with black hair eagerly gripped Lilith's wrist. Lilith paused momentarily, contemplating the young witch's black locks. I have already given away all that I possess. Please do not pursue me further. I cannot resist the allure of profit. I am equally pressed for time, but we must proceed methodically, one step at a time. Lilith endeavored to break free from their hold. Have you not collaborated with Neff? Why not utilize her manpower? No. My partnership with Neff will commence only after the headquarters is established. Who is spreading these rumors? ISNT this slander? We merely heard it from others. Oh, that is untrue. I'm currently overwhelmed with soap production. Once my guild is operational, I welcome everyone to support us. Right now, I genuinely cannot spare anything. By the way, are any of you about to graduate? Once you finish, you can apply for positions in my guild with excellent benefits. Lilith leisurely advertised her endeavors. As for those who have yet to graduate, they are still minors and suited only for short-term collaborations, as their commitment is uncertain. Furthermore, conflicts can arise easily, which is not conducive to harmonious business relations. All right. How will the remuneration be calculated? What exactly will the roles entail? Soap making, perhaps? I will certainly come and check it out, as everyone chattered excitedly. Regarding compensation, I have yet to finalize anything, but employees will certainly have the privilege of first access to new products. Lilith, inspired by her own thoughts, made another advertisement, assuring that remuneration would be distributed based on effort. Wow. Meh. I'm signing up first. Is Neff's perfume a staff benefit? I will definitely attend. I hope to secure a position. Lilith, parched from her own words, finally sent the crowd away, feeling that it might be wiser to keep her developments discreet for now, as early promotion seemed unnecessary. As Lilith pondered, she was on her way back to her dorm when she unexpectedly collided with a large squirrel. Lilith, Maria is looking for you. Okay. Maria summoned Lilith to discuss the remuneration for yesterday's matter, presenting her with 3 options. The first was to take the reward from the fairies, a branch naturally shed from the mother tree, an excellent material for wand making. Regrettably, it did not quite match Lilith's attributes. She had tested this the previous night. Nevertheless, the branch held considerable value, and selling it would yield a handsome profit. The second option was to receive a certain amount of academic credits. Credits from the Witch Academy are not merely a measure of achievement, but can serve as currency. At the Witch Tower, credits can be exchanged for rare materials, artifacts, and services not available in regular shops, such as summoning the town mayor, Maria, for assistance, which certainly comes at a high cost. Should she choose this option, the reward would be delayed until the credits are confirmed months later when they select their majors and electives. Officially, credits cannot be purchased with bone coins, but students can privately transfer credits without restriction. However, generally speaking, credits are not easily acquired, especially in higher grades, where each course requires certain valuable items for exchange. For example, in today's summoning class, if one desires better quality corpses of summoned creatures, they must procure them externally, as the Witch Tower only provides the most basic specimens as classroom materials. Option 3 is a puppet, a remarkably tall humanoid puppet, significantly surpassing Lilith in height. Its fingers are distinct, and its joints possess an extraordinary flexibility, enabling a complete 360-degree rotation without limitations. It can be activated simply by dripping blood and reciting an incantation. This puppet is considerably more advanced than the 2 that Lilith initially acquired, as evidenced by its size, indicating that it is more costly in terms of spiritual energy. Lilith found herself in a quandary. Practically speaking, she could dismiss it, as she would not be able to utilize this puppet and would need to find a way to sell it. Yet, it undeniably represents a rare opportunity, one that she might not encounter again. Had it not been for Lilith's genuine act of saving that elf's life, they would never have been able to present such a treasure. Who wouldn't desire a valuable and rare item? It is precisely the 3rd puppet that she currently lacks the most. 3 puppets would undoubtedly expedite her work compared to 2, especially with such a large puppet at her disposal. However, upon further reflection, she acknowledged that if she truly wished, she could simply hire workers as well. If I choose academic credits, how much can I expect to receive? Chapter 74. Course difficulty. She knew that Professor Maria would not offer a meager sum, yet she felt compelled to inquire about the compensation, especially since the soap used is exceedingly expensive. Very costly, despite being mentally prepared. Lilith was still taken aback when Professor Maria mentioned 50,000. What does 50,000 equate to? A senior which submitting a standard bounty of fresh herbal beast parts to the Witch Tower typically earns 13 credits, while submitting 10 portions of a strength-enhancing potion yields 1 credit, and completing a task released by the Witch Tower guarantees a minimum of 10 credits. After weighing her options, Lilith concluded that selecting academic credits would be most advantageous for her. I choose academic credits. More than half a month has passed, and the elves have departed from Witch Town. It is rumored that they purchased a considerable amount of goods in the town, as evidenced by the recent abundance of high-grade herbs in the materials shop. Lilith has recently discarded her metal tokens in favor of a proper mirror. Although she previously fabricated a story about having a split personality disorder, the primary reason she avoids conversing with Chocolate is to prevent any sudden, explosive incidents from drawing attention. Surprisingly, the mirror crafted from, or is silver-white in color. If it weren't for its remarkable hardness upon impact, one might easily mistake it for silver. The final design blueprint has been established, and Gilma has already devised a solution for the power source, leaving ample space for the remaining components to commence construction once the materials arrive. When will the materials arrive? Not long after winter has passed. Our customized materials are being expedited, and they should be ready for collection in about half a month. Once we have them, the construction will proceed swiftly. I can manage it, and it should take about a week to complete. Jacqueline rolled up several design drawings and stored them away. That is reassuring. As the headquarters is nearing completion, Naif has also begun preparations, frequently visiting Witch Town to procure additional slaves. Lilith placed a substantial order for low-tier contracts with the Witch Tower. Currently, nearly all the senior students in the array studies have taken on her requests. Lilith also attended a class taught by Professor Olivia on magical arrays. How should one describe it? It felt as though she were listening to an ancient tome. Despite possessing a certain foundational knowledge of magical arrays, the intricate patterns simply eluded her comprehension. Throughout the entire lesson, her mind oscillated between eyes, I understand, let us proceed, and hands and brain, what nonsensical language are you speaking? While she had initially envisioned her sketches clearly, they invariably turned out crooked and uneven, with protrusions appearing unexpectedly during the final inspection. Astonishingly, Professor Olivia even praised Lilith for her talent, remarking that without a first-year foundation, her progress could be deemed quite impressive. Although she faced failures, her arrays had taken on a nascent form. Lilith, welcome to the Magical Arrays class. Gazing at her doodle-like magical array, Lilith felt a twinge of insecurity, yet she resolved to adhere to her usual approach of experiencing all the courses before making a decision. In addition to the Magical Arrays class, she also explored a course on spatial construction recommended by Jacqueline. This course was divided into two sections, one related to sewing, where students could learn to craft items like spatial bags for a livelihood. However, only a handful of witches possessed this skill, with fewer than 10 students, including those attending the trial class. The other section had even fewer participants, totaling 5 students, including Lilith. This course focused on the principles of space, knowledge essential for projects like the terrace that Maria assisted Lilith in creating. Moreover, to major in this course, students were required to take Professor Olivia's Magical Arrays class in their first year and achieve an excellent evaluation at the end of the term. It was rumored that mastering the theoretical aspects of this course could potentially allow for time leaps. Naturally, such claims were as idealistic as perpetual motion machines. If such abilities existed, time would surely be in disarray by now. If one were to rate the courses, this one would undoubtedly receive a prestigious 5-star difficulty rating. However, should it be pursued as a minor, the difficulty would significantly decrease. Many chose to take this course primarily to learn about spatial expansion, and although the curriculum was challenging, it was evident that the instructor was far from being a traditionalist. She would notify all students enrolled in her courses a day in advance about the next day's content, granting them the autonomy to decide whether to attend or not. A remarkably empathetic approach that could bring one to tears, reflecting a mutual understanding between teacher and students. Note, those majoring in this course must attend classes unless they wish to fail. As the lecture on spatial hypotheses wove on, despite the instructor's leniency, the esoteric content still induced a drowsiness that was nearly overwhelming. Allow me to assist you, Chocolate suddenly interjected just as Lilith was on the verge of dozing off. Lilith quickly roused herself and glanced at the mirror resting on her lap. Are you certain? She inquired in a whisper. Is the sun rising in the west? Lilith could hardly believe her ears. Chocolate actually proposed to attend class in her stead. Heaven knows this fellow is the very one who sends Lilith into slumber the moment she opens a book. Intrigued by this theory, she thought, all right, you may proceed. The classes at the Witch's Tower typically last an extended period, and Lilith had no choice but to remain, so Chocolate's willingness to substitute for her was fortuitous. The small bed in the mental space was exceedingly soft, and after a brief nap, Lilith awoke to find the class still ongoing, prompting her to engage in some decorating. How about a doll? Perhaps even two? Why not create an entire array? Propping her chin in her hand, Lilith began to embellish the room with intricate details. While it was best not to hang anything on the walls, the ceiling was fair game. Gems? Gazing at the overly extravagant ceiling, she reconsidered and opted instead for a splendid chandelier. In a realm where light and darkness could be summoned at will, the chandelier, though lacking practical utility, was undeniably beautiful. The demon had recently developed a fondness for the plush, powder blue armchair she crafted for herself, as she preferred not to use items previously enjoyed by others. After discovering that Chocolate had used it, she fashioned an identical one for herself, complete with nameplates for both of them. How peculiar. She had initially created a red and black variant that she adored. It was time to change the flooring style as well, as she had grown weary of it. As a leisurely day drew to a close, Chocolate, concerned about overexerting himself after spending too long outside during the day, voluntarily forfeited their evening stroll. Lilith had no objections. She took advantage of the remaining daylight to visit the Gilma couple's residence, retrieving the label bottles she had prepared and bringing them some new wine. Chapter 75, Educational Curriculum Arrangement. She noted the corresponding delightful flavors in the booklet, but suddenly felt her sample size was rather small. A preliminary screening was in order, and once the brewing officially commenced, she would conduct another survey to adjust based on the outcomes, as it was merely a matter of blending. This initial selection would help her establish a general range, considering the myriad possible blending ratios. Everything was progressing splendidly, and to Lilith's surprise, the elevator had been constructed before the building materials. It operated solely on the principles of gravity. Gilma proudly introduced this magnificent contraption to Lilith, explaining how various gears ingeniously connected the buttons with a heavy object on the opposite side. When ascending, the weight would be gradually lowered, while descending involved a mechanism that pushed the weight onto a rising platform, slowly diminishing the weight on that side. The elevator's drawback was its somewhat sluggish start, and it required a bit of extra force at the balance point. However, Gilma and her team had anticipated this and designed a spring-like mechanism that could be wound up in advance for 12 days of use. This minor flaw is inconsequential. Even directly hiring an employee to handle this matter would pose no issue. Lilith expressed her satisfaction with the elevator's design and subsequently raised concerns regarding safety. Initially, we had no intention of installing a safety door, as most individuals coming from the fourth floor would likely sustain no serious injuries from a fall. However, considering your request, we proceeded with the installation. The safety door of this elevator is positioned at the top, and it is thoughtfully designed so that once opened, metal rods slightly longer than the elevator shaft's diameter will extend from the surrounding exterior, securing the elevator in the center of the shaft. Will this metal shaft not break? It must be noted that the force exerted by such a heavy object plummeting at high speed is substantial. Not at all. We have conducted tests. And even if it were to penetrate a wall, this special metal support would remain intact, bending only slightly. All supports bending would signal the time for replacement. Gilma struck the metal wall, producing a resounding echo. Lilith's apprehensions were eased. She presented several jars of alcohol she had prepared in advance to Gilma. I still have some liquor left untested. We can linger here a bit longer to assist you with the installation. There's no need for formality among friends. We will gladly partake in the tasting, Cuthbert exclaimed eagerly. Thus, the final remark is the crux, is it not? Gilma playfully kicked him with her short legs, prompting him to behave. Cuthbert is right. We are more than willing to assist our good friends, exceedingly so. Lilith nodded in agreement. Good friends indeed. The recent meals at the Witch Tower have greatly improved, with the communal wooden trays replaced by silver ones. Initially, there was some adjustment, particularly evident when the bell-ringing cashier would frequently call out names of those attempting to steal trays or deliberately damage them to take away pieces. Upon discovery, a tenfold fine was imposed, and, as the number of offenders increased, the community became more compliant. Was this a time of peace? Lilith would certainly remark on the lack of decorum. However, in a realm governed by merit, the adult witches collecting fines merely regarded it as a lowly tactic to educate the young witches on their mistakes. Those unable to secure food deserve their fate. The focus of this education lay in the understanding that possessing a single unit of capability while attempting to execute tasks requiring 5 units is sheer folly. Lilith had discussed this issue with Nalisa, inquiring whether she found it somewhat unethical. Morality is reserved for saints. We are witches. If witches adhere too strictly to morality, they are likely to perish once they leave the witch town, Nalisa asserted, pressing her hands upon Lilith's head, compelling her to meet her gaze. Listen, Lilith. I am not jesting. You ought to attend a class on ideological education. Why do you persist in harboring such peculiar thoughts? Is it not enough for you to realize that the moral views of humanity will shorten your lifespan, especially after being subjected to the stakes of a fiery execution? But if everyone steals the trays, who will have trays to use? Lilith's face was contorted, rendering her speech somewhat unclear. Do you think the adult witches who placed those expensive silver trays in a public dining hall did not anticipate that someone would attempt to steal them? They are merely filtering, granting the strong an enhanced opportunity for survival. In this light, it does seem rather simplistic to impose merely a fine for theft in the brutal witch town. Lilith liberated her head from Narlisa's grasp. Yet one might argue, do not the weak require such provisions even more? Are they deserving? To speak frankly, what benefit arises from forcibly reallocating resources to the weak? Once beyond the witch tower, will anyone coddle them? Perhaps they might soon meet their demise at the hands of those hypocritical sycophants dwelling in the temple. The witch tower is indeed a realm governed by the law of the jungle. Well, your argument possesses a semblance of validity. As Lilith pondered, stroking her head, it became evident that adapting to this world as an adult and reconstructing one's worldview is an exceedingly protracted endeavor. She still appeared ill at ease with her newfound identity as a villainess. The following day, Patricia, having learned of the matter, buzzed around Lilith like a monk reciting a mantra, incessantly reminding her to attend the ideological education class. For the first time, Lilith discovered that Patricia could be quite the chatterbox. Exasperated and left with no alternative, Lilith acquiesced, prompting Patricia to cheer and hoist her onto her shoulder. Lilith often felt the urge to strike out due to her insufficient height. Recently, she had ordered milk in the town, hoping to grow taller. With so many wondrous creatures on the other continent, once she graduated and earned the right to explore, she intended to seek them out. This was Lilith's inaugural experience in ideological education, and she deemed the course unnecessary, thus using the previous academic year to engage in other pursuits instead. Patricia led Lilith to her seat. The ideological education course was designed for all underage witches, hence the class was predominantly filled with 7 to 8-year-old children. Though a few nearing adulthood were present, albeit in limited numbers, as they were generally quite busy. The afternoon session of ideological education commenced. To Lilith's surprise, the class lacked textbooks and did not preach lofty principles. The teacher began by recounting stories, specifically documentary narratives slightly embellished based on real events. On a day marking the transition from spring to summer, in a small village on the eastern side of the Ansorpas continent, a newly adult which had journeyed to this locale, the teacher's delivery was captivating, as if transporting the listeners to that early summer filled with the gentle hum of cicadas. Chapter 76. A heartwarming tale, the fledgling, which was a traveling sorceress. Now of age, she perhaps should not be referred to as a young witch. Measuring the land with her own 2 feet, visiting various locales constituted her training. One day, she arrived near a human village where, in the distance, a flock of snow-white sheep dotted the verdant grassland, resembling clouds descended from the heavens. Strangely, however, she did not see any shepherd nearby. As she ventured further, the traveling witch spotted a shepherd's cottage, and the unusual scent of blood wafting through the air heightened her alertness. Before even entering the dwelling, the sight of a human skull, gnawed and missing a fragment of its visage, foretold the grim events that had transpired here. In a border village such as this, the presence of beasts that feast upon human flesh is hardly extraordinary. The scattered remnants of limbs within the room, along with a quivering lamb cowering in the corner, confirmed the traveling witch's suspicions. This unfortunate village had been besieged. Judging by the freshness of the blood, the creature must have arrived not long ago. In the floorboards of the room, the witch discovered the shepherd's daughter. The trembling little girl implored the witch to save her mother, who had gone to the village to sharpen a razor. After ascertaining the nature of the attacking entity, the witch deduced that it was a foe she could confront. Thus, she inquired the girl what price she could offer in return. Even for hiring common folk, remuneration is customary, and the witch, though slightly sympathetic towards the child, was unwilling to work for free. The girl rummaged through her belongings and presented a white scarf as payment. Moved by compassion, the witch reluctantly accepted this somewhat disadvantageous exchange and, wand in hand, set off towards the village. By the time she arrived, the beast had already claimed several lives. Although the witch bore a human form, the flesh-eating creature could evidently discern the difference between them. After sustaining a blow, it hastily fled. The grateful villagers, overflowing with thanks, offered the witch a reward, which she declined, instead returning with the body of the woman described by the child to the shepherd's modest abode. Losing both of her only relatives in a single day was surely a heavy burden. The little girl wept inconsolably. At that moment, the villagers pursued her, pooling their coins in a plea for the witch to linger a while longer and assist them in vanquishing the man-eating beast. Without much contemplation, the traveling witch acquiesced. It was not uncommon for her to take on such tasks while journeying, occasionally stopping at adventurer guilds in towns along the way to accept bounties to fund her travels. However, an excess of confidence in one's abilities can be perilous. 3 days later, the witch succeeded in slaying the ogre. The village chief expressed his gratitude and offered to prepare the finest feast in her honor, requesting her to stay an additional day. Since tasting culinary delights across various lands is also a form of cultivation, the witch did not refuse. However, that very night, the church's emissaries arrived. Someone accused the traveling witch of being a murderer. The unburied corpses served as damning evidence, and the accuser was none other than the little girl who had aroused the witch's fleeting compassion. Even the scarf from the witch's spatial pouch became a piece of evidence against her. Do you know the expressions on the faces of those humans at that moment? The teacher's voice remained gentle as she recounted the tale. It was a triumphant smirk of conspiracy fulfilled, a countenance of delight. The responses from the children were abundant, and after a considerable time, the teacher gestured for silence. It was sorrow and fury. Humans are remarkably theatrical beings, adept at mimicking the portrayals found within their tales. The witch perceived sorrow, grief, and anger upon the faces of humanity, yet she could not fathom the reasons behind such sentiments, for she had only accepted a meager reward in return for her aid. A confrontation ensued with the temple's adherents, and despite her valiant efforts, she was ultimately overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. However, she was not immediately slain. According to the temple's doctrine, the witch was destined for the flames. They bound her to the stake, preparing for her purification at the stroke of noon the following day. The temple's followers departed to rest and tend to their wounds, while the villagers returned to their homes, leaving a little girl lagging behind. The witch inquired of the child the reason for such actions. If you hadn't insisted on receiving payment before setting off, we would not have lost time. My mother would not have died. My uncle would still be alive. It is you who deserves to perish. The girl, in her fury, picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the witch. You filthy witch. You are the one who deserves death. The traveling witch remained silent, merely gazing at the girl, causing her to feel a chill run down her spine, before letting out a couple of soft laughs. The villagers, believing the witch had lost her sanity, rushed to pull the girl away. Is that witch dead? Indeed, one should never assist strangers carelessly, especially not humans. She reminded me of my foolish human sister, which repulsed me. The classmates began to chatter once more. This tale is recorded in history because the traveling witch did not meet her end. Her familiar, possessing a unique ability, rescued her in the dead of night, evading the watchful eyes of her captors and allowing her to escape. The witch came to understand the motivations behind the villagers' actions in such a remote and backward locale. A bounty for her capture was still being issued, a single which could yield a fortune of 10,000 coins, a sum sufficient to enrich an entire destitute village. They had exploited her twice. Alas, humans cannot be slain twice. The teacher sighed with a hint of regret as she recounted this. Did those people ultimately perish? They certainly should have. Were it me, I would not have spared them. Death would be too lenient. They ought to experience the agony of being consumed by flames. Ms. Salaya, please tell us what happened next. The continuation of the tale is that once the witch had healed, she encircled the village and set it ablaze, all the while inviting the little girl residing outside the village to witness the spectacle. As she watched familiar faces scream and writhe, transforming into charred remains, The girl was nearly driven to madness, perhaps even seeing those who had gently patted her head and offered her food just the day before. The witch seized the girl's arm and held it to the flames. The anguished cries that emanated from both her spirit and body were enough to delight any avenger. This was not the conclusion. During her recovery, she had deliberately returned to the witch's town to procure a soul-binding artifact, ensuring that whenever she recalled that unpleasant experience, she would not be consumed by rage. As for those temple personnel who had hunted the witch, she had ample time to exact her vengeance, one by one, in a meticulous reckoning. Certainly, the traveling which adheres to her principles. The inhabitants of the temple have not repulsed her, thus she will spare their families. Now, this concludes the tale, and let us distill the key points from the narrative. Is there anyone eager to volunteer for a discussion? Me. A child seated in the front row was called upon. Ahem, the first misstep made by the traveling, which was meddling where she ought not to have. Upon encountering the shepherd's severed head, she should have turned away unless she was there to gather materials. Teacher Soraya nodded, encouraging her to continue. Furthermore, how could one harbor sympathy for humanity? There is not a single virtuous soul among them, and the compensation does not equate to the sacrifices made. One must never trust the goodwill of humans. Her vigilance was woefully inadequate. The young witch concluded, looking expectantly at Teacher Soraya. The teacher gestured for her to take a seat. Is there anyone else who wishes to contribute? Me. Teacher Soraya randomly selected another young witch. Well, I believe merely slaying them once is hardly satisfying. They should be tormented first before being transformed into skeletal soldiers. Burning them outright is a waste of materials. Teacher Soraya called on several more eager young witches. Some suggested that upon realizing they were outmatched, one should flee immediately. If slain on the spot, vengeance would be impossible. Others countered that the traveling which may have anticipated this, as not leaving would reveal why the villagers acted as they did. There were also suggestions that the initial hiring only specified retrieving the little girl's mother, and thus they should disregard the beast, allowing it to ravage the village instead. Lilith, seated in the back row, listened in astonishment, as many points raised had never crossed her mind, feeling as though she had unlocked a new realm of understanding. There was even a proposal to ally with the ogre beasts. After all, they do not consume witches, and since the beasts seek human flesh, they could follow behind and collect the spoils. Noticing the discussion had reached a natural pause, Soraya raised her hand to signal for silence and spoke gently. Your observations are commendable, but I must correct a few minor misconceptions. Upon uttering this, all eyes turned toward her. Firstly, regarding the question of whether to trust or sympathize with humanity, the answer is not absolute. Trust is reserved for friends and allies. While humanity tends to lean towards the temple, rendering most humans untrustworthy to witches, it is imperative for you to discern the degree of trustworthiness. However, mutual exploitation is entirely permissible. The relationship between humans and witches resembles that of merchants, necessitating a heightened sense of caution in their interactions. As for compassion, it is merely a form of disdain that the strong hold towards the weak. If you possess strength sufficient to escape unscathed from an ambush, then you may indulge in a modicum of unnecessary empathy. However, if your own abilities are lacking, much like that of the traveling witch, excessive sympathy will often embroil you in trouble. Do you understand? Understood. The young witches replied in unison. Excellent. Now, let me convey this. If you are powerful enough to effortlessly turn the tide against a multitude of adversaries, then everything I have previously stated is mere drivel. You may disregard it and live with greater freedom. Now, tell me, what have I taught in this lesson? Teacher Soraya's gaze shifted as she casually selected a young witch. To live freely, one must possess sufficient strength. The young witch exclaimed, rising to her feet with fervor. Precisely. I hope you all attain freedom in your futures. Class dismissed. The atmosphere of the ideological education lesson was charged with enthusiasm. Patricia rose from her seat, stretching her long limbs. Observing Lilith's excitement, she thoughtfully stroked her chin and remarked, Did you know that your exploits have been woven into a tale? Excited, Lilith paused, a large question mark hovering above her head. What tale? Diligence can compensate for deficiencies, leading to prosperity. It recounts how, despite your wealth, you still spend every day immersed in the study room, and it speaks of your indomitable spirit. What indomitable spirit? She retorted, I'm merely a bit shorter. She could purchase fabric while spending significantly fewer coins than others. The storyteller must be envious of her. This course is indeed delightful. There are stories to be heard, Chocolate mused. Indeed, and it updates annually. Witches returning from the festival bring back fresh news and new story materials. I quite enjoy this course. Patricia, thinking Lilith was addressing her, happily chimed in. Lilith quietly turned the mirror in her hand and tucked it away. That sounds quite intriguing. For several consecutive days, Patricia invited Lilith to attend the ideological education classes. Lilith's worldview was profoundly impacted. For instance, if one discovers that following a patron does not lead to prosperity, they might begrudgingly accept the patron's entire fortune. It is indeed a reluctant acceptance. Most witches willing to be employed desire to earn money through conventional means, not to be hunted down. They have contemplated supporting human laws. But if adhering to the rules results only in destitution, then perhaps it is better to forego them. Furthermore, one need not engage with dishonest individuals in good faith. One may resort to reasoning with their fists. Should they remain unresponsive, it may be that the individual is nearing death, incapable of understanding the words of the living, and thus one might kindly assist them on their final journey. Additionally, those who aspire to be virtuous without possessing strength should first inquire whether the fists of the wicked would consent. The materials are here. Everyone step back, for I am about to commence my work. At long last, the day to procure the goods arrived. Jacqueline, after verifying the items, hurried back without delay, cleared the earth, and commenced the mystical excavation of the foundation and basement. Transitioning from frugality to opulence is a simple task, yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty. Her enchanting perfume had garnered the desire of many, leading to its rapid depletion. In just a few months, she found herself at the bottom of the bottle. Having fully embraced the advantages of fragrance, how could she possibly revert to her former state? She resolved not to return to the human city until she acquired a new perfume. However, academic pursuits could not be postponed. Thus, she accelerated the construction of the guild for Lilith, diligently observing the labor of humans in recent days. The substantial materials were meticulously arranged, fitting together seamlessly, with an elevator placed in its designated spot by the Gilmar couple. After several sleepless days of relentless effort, Jacqueline successfully erected the house. For the plants outside, Lilith had enlisted Laisha's assistance, and they completed the planting in just half a day. Next came the task of expanding the house's rooms, a matter they had deliberated on earlier, ultimately seeking the help of the instructor from the witch's tower. Certainly, the remuneration was non-negotiable. The house was constructed with high-quality materials, and Lilith found herself in rare financial straits. Chapter 78. Borrowing bone coins from subordinates. Yet the expense bore its justification. For instance, every stone brick used in the walls had been reinforced with special materials, rendering them extraordinarily robust, reputedly able to withstand the claws of dragons and certain physical assaults. The adhesive binding the bricks was a unique concoction mixed with the essence of a magical beast. And had it not been for the long-standing collaboration between the witch who crafted it and Jacqueline, they would never have secured such a favorable price. The flooring on the first and second levels was polished from hard stone and adorned with exquisite patterns, while the materials for the third floor and above were even more lavish. The top floor featured a specialized temperature regulating witch formation inscribed within the layers. A touch perhaps excessive for the architecture of Witch Town, but Jacqueline deemed it prudent. Not every room underwent spatial expansion. Lilith only extended those she could foreseeably utilize: a soap-drying room, a brewing chamber, and a large warehouse. Altogether, with the backyard included, for rooms were expanded. De petite lidites finance. Ultimately, a portion of the courtyard was graciously gifted to her, as the townsfolk appreciated her contributions of paper and soap to Witch Town, especially since she had recently received dividends from Neff and Jean. Please move my planting box to the backyard. Is it too troublesome to run back and forth for watering? Before graduation, Lilith likely would not be residing there often. Staying within the witch's tower would be more convenient. Moreover, due to the unpredictable nature of underage witches, the witch's tower discouraged them from living outside its confines, lest a skirmish arise before a mentor could intervene. Compared to the impulsiveness often exhibited in the basic class, where disagreements may lead to immediate physical confrontations, the advanced class is marked by a greater level of decorum, perhaps due to their proximity to adulthood. The students are better able to exercise restraint. Typically, those who can manage their tempers will opt for duels, Witch duels are categorized into two types, brawling and spellcasting. Although the term, which may not evoke images of muscular beings, it is indeed the case that younger witches tend to favor the former, with requests for the latter being quite rare. It is understandable when one is on the verge of exasperation. Recalling the incantations learned in the previous spellcasting class can be quite a challenge. By the time one remembers, the moment has passed, making a physical confrontation far more gratifying. In these duels, there are no restrictions on physical combat. The use of knives, axes, potions, and even expensive items acquired through financial means are all permissible, as they are considered part of one's capabilities. However, should one choose to engage in brawling, the use of offensive magic is prohibited, allowing only for healing spells, due to the special protections afforded to magical dueling arenas, which are absent in ordinary fighting grounds. For those wishing to observe, caution is advised. While the spectacle may be thrilling, some witches initiate combat with area effect poisons, and standing too close may result in unintended harm. Nonetheless, given that these are juvenile witches, the likelihood of altercations arising from minor disputes remains high. Lilith has faced such situations more than once this year, which perhaps explains why these young witches can inflict harm upon themselves without a flicker of hesitation. I can come by while I take a stroll. The mirror provided a clearer reflection than a mere piece of iron, allowing Lilith to discern Chocolate's current expression vividly, a rather astonishing experience. All right, you can bring the planting boxes over tonight. Should we purchase some new fertilizer and seeds? The space here is ample, and it wouldn't hurt to cultivate a few more plants. Also, buy me 10 more planting boxes, and I shall break the curse on the grand clock surface tonight. Chocolate spoke with an air of seriousness regarding her terms. Weren't these conditions already exchanged between us? Lilith remarked, bemused. Do you think I've forgotten your repeated stipulations? This is different. We must wait for your magical energy to accumulate further before the curse can be dispelled. However, if you agree to my terms, you will be able to touch the grand clock by tomorrow. What say you? Are there any side effects? Chocolate pondered momentarily in the mirror. Prepare some honey water. It may strain your voice. Very well. Is it a deal? Is a deal. Once it was confirmed that the demon had indeed acquiesced, Lilith spoke slowly and calmly. What do you think of this land? Quite good. The soil is fertile and the temperature and humidity are suitable. Then why not plant directly in the ground? Lilith could hardly suppress a smile. Chocolate paused in silence for a while before responding in a tone laden with resentment. Are you trying to deceive me? I assure you, I am not. I will still procure the planting boxes for you. As this is our transaction, Lilith emphasized the word transaction with particular weight. Chocolate's expression darkened at this, and upon hearing Lilith's words, she dashed away, her reflection in the mirror returning to that of green eyes. Lilith adjusted her hair in front of the mirror, feeling that with just a little more length, she would be able to tie it up. The combination of her red hair and green eyes was rather pleasing. If only she were a tad taller, she would be perfect. With a sigh, Lilith pondered her situation. Lilith? I'm here. Neve had come to find her, marking the official arrival of the golden ship, and Neve had officially boarded Lilith's vessel. The first order of business upon boarding was to borrow some money from her own boss. What do you need? May I borrow 20 bone coins? Lilith reiterated her request to a disbelieving Neve. After a brief moment of silence, Neve retrieved her purse, counted out 20 bone coins, and handed them to Lilith. Do you need anything else? That's sufficient. Lilith accepted the coins, tucking them away. The slaves are all prepared, and we can sign the contracts today. The venue has been cleared, and the materials you asked me to procure are all in place. When will you be going over? The previous slaves had all signed contracts with Neve. I've already signed the necessary documents. You just need to deliver them. I think I won't accompany you, Lilith said, pulling out 2 thick stacks of low-level contract from her spatial pouch and placing them in front of Neve. Neve casually flipped through a few pages, ensuring everything was in order before accepting the contracts. No, you must make an appearance before work begins. Otherwise, how will you establish your authority as president? Generally, subordinates preferred their superiors to remain unseen, but Neve was from the second class. Now that the contracts were signed, she was committed to supporting Lilith diligently. The thought of the wretched sanitary conditions in the human world caused Lilith's delicate face to scrunch up in distaste. What if you take my portrait with you? Where can I find the best underhanded practices? Which town, of course. Oh, and don't forget to bring her maid. She's been performing adequately in her studies and is nearly ready for use. Huh? What course? Was it the one Neve had mentioned previously? But she hadn't had the chance to arrange it yet. She was contemplating simply buying a maid with such capabilities in the human realm. Chapter 79. Breaking the Curse. Nailisha. Isn't she supposed to be your maid? She showed me the contract, so it must be true. So you arrange your lessons? Yes, Neve replied, narrowing her eyes at Lilith. Wasn't it you who sent her? Lilith felt unjustly accused. She had no idea how Nailisha had learned of this matter, yet legally, Nailisha did indeed qualify as her maid. Do you think if I can't make her wealthy, she might kill me and seize my belongings? It would be quite convenient to do so while living together, and Nailisha even chose to major in which culinary arts. Are you worth a debt of 20 bone coins? Neve asked, resting her arm on the table. I'm not certain if she would kill you, but if you can't lead our trading association to prosperity, I might not be so accommodating. After all, I cannot tolerate poverty more than I can tolerate death. I was merely jesting. Becoming wealthy is imperative. In an instant, Lilith truly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Neve, sending shivers down her spine. Understood. I shall make my way there tomorrow or the day after. Please have them tidy up the place and prepare a couple of restrooms akin to those in Witchtown, ensuring they are adequately refurbished. Lilith genuinely dreaded the prospect. Why? Despite being the owner, did she still feel so confined? She was quite vexed indeed. In an effort to avoid any unpleasant odors, Lilith promptly selected fabric to craft an ear-hanging mask after disembarking from the golden ship. The mask, featuring 2 layers with crushed petals sandwiched in between, was tried on. Although it made breathing somewhat laborious, with the addition of perfume, she could render any foul scent undetectable. The perfume was a product of her leisure hours, and she currently possessed but 2 bottles. Why, Nalisser? Just as Lilith returned to her dormitory, she found Nalisser present, diligently wiping away the fine dust upon the floor. Lilith was at a loss on how to broach the subject, fearing it might seem as though she were blaming her. Yet, upon reflection, Nalisser's actions had indeed spared her the need to seek out another maid. Still, something felt amiss. Should she not have consulted Nalisser prior to approaching Neve? After washing the towel in a basin, Nalisser rinsed it along with the basin in the washroom before turning back to the living room. What troubles you? She inquired. I encountered Neve today. You wish to inquire about maid etiquette, do you not? I believe I am the most suitable candidate for the task. Do you not agree? Nalisser gracefully approached the sofa and seated herself. No matter whom you bring in, none can surpass my capabilities. Moreover, as witches, only I can ensure your absolute safety as your personal maid. Who can say if a mere human might take advantage of your inattention to poison you in a bid for mutual destruction? Lilith found merit in her reasoning. But wait, if this were indeed a favorable matter, why would you choose to go behind my back? Why the secrecy? Well, have I ever concealed anything from you? This time, it was Nalisser who appeared astonished, as she had never concealed her actions. Lilith pondered for a moment. So, when Patricia and I attended the ideological education course, your frequent absences from the dormitory were due to your attendance in maid training? Nalisser nodded affirmatively. Indeed, had it not been for this course, I would have personally accompanied you to the ideological education class. Patricia, known for her straightforwardness, typically refrained from such behavior. Her unusual conduct this time was a result of Nalisser's request. Everything suddenly made sense. Lilith sighed. Then why did you not simply tell me? Nalisser considered for a moment before responding. I deemed it unnecessary. Sooner or later, you would discover it. Now that she was aware, how was it not considered early knowledge? This matter had reached its current state, and further entanglement would be futile. Lilith was curious about another issue. How did you know I was in need of a personal maid? She recalled having mentioned it only at the entrance of the restaurant. You overheard me discussing it with the mirror. Since acquiring the reflective gem, Lilith had grown somewhat careless in her speech, no longer minding the presence of others. All right, what else have you heard? Nothing more. While the daylight lingered, Lilith made another trip to the town, taking with her several potted plants from the living room. Your planting pots, along with 10 new ones, are all here. Shall we commence the unsealing of the clock now? The mere thought of possessing a space bag capable of halting time thrilled Lilith, and she began to contemplate the ideal size for such a bag. No need to rush. I shall plant everything first and return later. As chocolate took control of her body, Lilith retreated into her mental space. In the dead of night, Lilith's ultra-miniature bedroom could not accommodate the grand clock, so she laid a clean sheet on her bed. I shall begin. In her mental space, Lilith observed as chocolate tapped and knocked on the clock. Before long, the surface's Sicilian leaves fell away, followed by chocolate taking a sip of honeyed water. The incantation was lengthy, and Lilith felt drowsy, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain, until she unwittingly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, a soiled sheet encasing refuse was placed in the minuscule space at the foot of the bed, while Lilith lay on fresh linens, her eyelids battling against each other in fatigue. Her spirit proclaimed, "I am well," while her body lamented, "I feel utterly drained." Chocolate's determination was remarkable. The spell to break the curse was recited from night until day, and after a brief nap in her mental space, Lilith awoke to hear the incantation for another half-hour before it was completed. Do you comprehend the agony of having a demon, poorly versed in spellcasting, attempt to unravel such an advanced curse? Chocolate remained silent, and Lilith was none the wiser. However, the immediate shift in Chocolate's demeanor upon dispelling the curse spoke volumes. Lilith, do you still require the items by the bedside?" Lilith turned over in bed, mumbling a vague refusal. Nelisa gingerly retrieved the sheet with its contents and commenced cleaning. Do not inquire why she did not wait for her to awaken before tidying up. Resisting the urge to ask before beginning the cleaning was already her limit. Having consumed a potion for physical enhancement, Lilith's body was in excellent condition. Staying up all night was hardly a challenge. Yet, the incantation to dispel the curse was immensely draining on her stamina, energy, and magical power. Fortunately, it was Chocolate who recited the spell, allowing Lilith to awaken before noon. The first thing she did upon regaining consciousness was eagerly extract the now unsealed clock. After some fussing, she discovered it bore no distinction from an ordinary clock. What more did you expect? She mused. Does it not possess any additional features? After all, breaking that curse was quite the ordeal. Lilith fiddled with the clock. If you must ask, compared to an ordinary human clock, it does possess a rather trivial utility. Chapter 80. Delivery of the test. You open the clock from the side. Lilith followed suit. She had just discovered that this clock could be opened directly, much like a wardrobe. Initially, she imagined it might conceal some hidden treasures, akin to the small witches in town who rummaged through second-hand shops only to find remnants of the previous owner's secrets tucked away in their pockets. Regrettably, the grand clock held nothing within. You should try going inside, Lilith suggested, glancing at the clock that resembled a wooden box. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to close the door, then lay the entire clock flat on the bed. This arrangement made entry considerably easier. The interior of the clock was surprisingly spacious, capable of accommodating 2 Liliths. Furthermore, there was ample headroom and footroom, suggesting that Patricia could also fit comfortably within. Once settled, she pondered her next move. The wooden base felt somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to crave a pillow. Then you could inflict a minor wound upon yourself, and after resting inside for 2 or 3 days, you would witness the results. Just remember to close the lid. Lilith had initially thought there might be some magical mechanism requiring her to enter. Why not simply drink a potion? It's affordable and effective, allowing for rapid recovery from severe injuries. Therefore, I deemed this contraption rather redundant. Lilith sat up from the coffin-like box, feeling as though she had been misled. Why not just tell me directly? She mused, suspecting that this individual was intentionally toying with her emotions and time. Experiencing it firsthand is far superior. However, she was reluctant to inflict pain upon herself. Opting instead for financial means, she could hire someone to assist in testing the clock. But first, she needed to earn some money. With a debt of 20 bone coins, Lilith resolved to package and sell another bottle of her crafted perfume to Jacqueline. The bottle, approximately 150 milliliters, was priced at 1 coin. Lilith made it clear to Jacqueline that the price might fluctuate in the future, potentially increasing or decreasing, and if this concerned her, Lilith would seek another buyer. The primary reason she approached Jacqueline first was that Jacqueline had repeatedly expressed interest in purchasing another bottle. Jacqueline did not decline and eagerly inquired if Lilith had any more available. Lilith had initially thought she would have to wait another fortnight, but to her surprise, she could buy it now, allowing her to return to her studies. There was one more bottle, but Lilith intended to keep it for herself. So she shook her head in refusal. With her finances secured, Lilith hastily made her way back to the entrance of the Witch's Tower study room, peering toward the management office. I wish to hire someone to assist me in testing a device that requires remaining injured inside a box for 3 days. Is that permissible? In truth, formal hiring should occur elsewhere. Posting a bounty would be far more convenient, but that was a privilege reserved for those who had earned credits. Currently, they lacked the ability to post bounties. Within the Witch's Tower, nearly all witches could issue bounties, except for those under the foundational class. However, those with sufficient talent to skip levels would automatically acquire the right to post bounties upon reaching the requisite credit earning stage, regardless of their age. In truth, Lilith could issue bounties after acquiring her sorcery skills, yet she lacked a credit board, which would only be distributed uniformly by the Witch Tower once she was eligible to earn credits. This item was essential for posting bounties and could still be utilized even post-graduation. Unable to officially announce a bounty, Lilith decided to visit the study room in hopes of a stroke of luck. The number of upper-class witches struggling to afford meals remained as high as it was last year. Do you need to take any special potions? No, nothing can be consumed. I merely wish to test a healing artifact. What severity of injury do you require? Lilith hesitated. A minor wound might heal within 3 days, while a severe one seemed excessive for mere monetary gain. She decided to make a cut approximately 20 centimeters long on her arm, not too deep. If it hasn't healed in 3 days, I shall provide the necessary restorative potion. The administrator frowned. What could be discerned from such a minor injury? Lilith retrieved a large clock from her spatial pouch. This is my first time testing it, but I wish to ascertain its healing efficacy. How should I proceed to hire someone? Since it was her initial endeavor, Lilith sought the advice of a professional. Such informal practices were only permissible within the Witch Tower. In previous times, such human experimentation would have been deemed disrespectful of life. The administrator approached, scrutinizing the clock, and before Lilith could react, swiftly made a cut on her palm, then stepped inside the clock. Lilith silently closed the clock's face. After approximately 5 minutes, the administrator emerged from within. She displayed her wound to Lilith. The 10-centimeter incision, which should have bled profusely, had already coagulated. Observing the surrounding area, it appeared that bleeding had ceased almost immediately upon entry. Not only had the bleeding stopped, but the edges of the wound had begun to grow inward, suggesting that it might fully heal within another 10 minutes. Lilith was astounded. Was this truly only a slight healing effect? Wasn't it stated that it could only heal minor injuries over 3 days? I believe I understand now. If you genuinely wish to conduct a test, I happen to know a witch who specializes in this area. However, her fees are quite steep. To conduct a thorough test costs 3,000 bone coins, 2,005 for the testing fee, and an additional 500 as my intermediary fee. An adult witch? The administrator nodded. Lilith quietly procured a piece of intermediate contract parchment from her spatial pouch. Very well, but this clock is rather precious to me. Would she be willing to sign a contract? Since discovering the usefulness of contracts, many matters have become significantly simpler. You may sign with me. Her residence is somewhat distant, and it would be inconvenient for you to travel back and forth. You can return in about a week to collect the clock and the results. Within the Witch's Tower, there exists a multitude of bounties akin to those issued by Lilith. After all, newly crafted magical artifacts require testing, and freshly concocted potions necessitate consumption to ascertain their efficacy. As for the morality of such practices, it is contingent upon the rewards that accompany them. If the risks are substantial while the rewards are meager, it becomes quite unethical, inviting perilous repercussions. Conversely, should the risks be minimal while the rewards are generous, one must be vigilant against being seen as a naive benefactor. Ideally, the rewards should correspond harmoniously with the dangers involved. In this domain, the role of a test subject is devoid of class discrimination. When confronted with intriguing projects, individuals of Maria's caliber eagerly volunteer to assist in testing. Moreover, many creators take on the role of test subjects themselves, crafting and evaluating their own inventions, thereby conserving funds for further research endeavors. Chapter 81. Soft bread and cane sugar. Of course, there are inventions specifically designed for torment, and such creations often require the procurement of slaves or captives. Lilith finds the use of slaves to be rather unethical. However, in this era, even among witches of diverse races, and particularly for the relatively affluent humans, slaves are viewed not as beings, but as consumable commodities, subject to violence and humiliation. As for captives, Lilith bears no moral qualms, for a witch captured would find herself bound to a stake and burned alive by the following day. The terror of flames caressing one's skin is a fear Lilith believes she shall never forget. In the indoctrination courses, tales abound of witches who were unable to be rescued and were charred to cinders. After attending such classes, Lilith feels no sympathy for her adversaries. What is humanitarianism? What makes captives human? Kill, kill, kill. Let them all perish. The indoctrination courses are truly intoxicating. Having finalized the contract and entrusted the great bell to the overseer, Lilith eagerly sought out Neve. Today, she intended to undertake a significant endeavor, organizing an immediate money-making venture for the grand opening of the Golden Ship. There exists a plethora of possibilities. For instance, Lilith has been yearning for a toothbrush. Recently, she has frequented the materials market in search of suitable animal hair for its creation. Furthermore, she inadvertently crafted nearly 1,000 pieces of fermentation starter, serendipitously producing a small batch of yeast for leavening. She could establish a cosmic, unrivaled soft bread bakery. Alternatively, perhaps it is time to explore the art of shampoo creation, or the mechanics of a cotton packing machine could be worth investigating. It is far superior to the crude method of stuffing cotton directly into a duvet. Such direct stuffing leads to misalignment of the cotton within, while the local populace resorts to extracting the cotton, pulling it apart, sun-drying it, and then refilling the duvet. This rough practice often leads to discomfort, and Lilith knows that in a month or two, she will need to repack her own duvet. If she can devise the cotton packing tool before then, she shall possess a brand new duvet, free from the worry of disarray caused by restless slumber. Is it advisable for Lilith to attend carpentry classes? She finds herself overwhelmed, grasping merely the superficial aspects of many concepts. For instance, her recollection of the tools used for cotton candy is vague at best. Nonetheless, crafting bicycles or tricycles for sale could prove to be a worthwhile endeavor. The roads in the town are reasonably smooth, and such creations would certainly find utility. After all, not everyone excels at mastering the arcane arts, as exemplified by Professor Abisi, whom Lilith feels she genuinely requires guidance from. Moreover, tricycles would likely gain considerable popularity in human society and across another continent, although she has not yet discovered rubber here. During her studies of potion making, Lilith serendipitously stumbled upon a unique magical material indigenous to this world, which, when combined with sugar and heated to a boil, can serve as a substitute for rubber. Speaking of sugar, the only kind available here is maltose. Sourcing cane sugar would be an excellent idea, as it could command a higher price. Sugar is a rare commodity in this realm. Both sugarcane and beets have been present in the cafeteria, and Lilith is entirely confident in her ability to create them. Her mind is brimming with ideas, but she is indecisive about which project to pursue for mass production, so she confided her concerns to Neve. As for sugar, Neve is familiar with it. However, regarding the other ingredients, specifically the yeast used in bread, she wonders if it can be consumed solely by witches or if it is suitable for humans as well. This distinction is crucial for determining their target clientele, particularly since their primary business operations are situated in a predominantly human territory. Witches possess a slightly higher tolerance for toxins than ordinary humans. For instance, consuming common poisonous mushrooms may only induce stomach discomfort rather than lethal effects. Lilith finds this aspect perplexing, yet she recalls observing a witch casually snacking on a toxic mushroom, known as the green-biting fungus. The witch engaged in conversation with her companion, extolled its delightful taste, prompting Lilith to pause and examine the mushroom's bite marks. The witch, assuming Lilith also wished to partake, generously offered her a small piece. At that moment, Lilith was consumed by the thought that only the formidable are worthy of being witches. Humans can indeed consume non-toxic varieties, and they are quite palatable. Neve contemplated this briefly. The trade day is fast approaching in a few months, and sugar can indeed be produced for sale at a premium to those interested. As for bread, she would need to inspect a physical sample before offering any advice. The idea of creating vehicles is commendable and should be well received in human cities. Regarding the toothbrush made from animal hide, Neve is uncertain, but she is aware of a particular magical plant's thorns that would be quite suitable. She will arrange for some to be brought over immediately. Neve did not come alone today. She brought along 2 adult witches, as they may frequently meet in the future. Neve took a moment to introduce them to Lilith. Zoe and Elixia are both bound by a direct high-level contract with Neve and pose no risk of betrayal. They originally served Neve's foster mother and were reassigned to assist her as her business expanded. Lilith rested her chin on her hand, pondering. I hope you won't suddenly return home to inherit a fortune while we are in the midst of our collaboration. My adoptive mother is quite young and possesses formidable strength. If I were to rely solely on inheriting her estate for sustenance, I would likely need to wait several hundred years. Thus, I believe it is more pragmatic to depend on my own efforts. Neve candidly expressed her thoughts. Is it possible that I am referring to inheriting family wealth? It is not uncommon for a CEO to step down and allow their children to take over, is it? Neve pondered. How could I inherit if she remains alive? For instance, what if she ages and is unable to work? A witch would never be incapable. If that were the case, she would certainly be feigning it, wishing for me to toil without compensation. Neve was quite clear-headed about this. Very well, that puts my mind at ease. Accompanying Neve was Nelisa, whose etiquette instructor was the witch named Alexia. Since her teacher had matters to attend to today, she was naturally excused from class. Today, they could readily create bread and sugar, and if fortune favored them, perhaps even toothbrushes. As for bicycles and tricycles, none of those present specialized in the art of witchcraft, so they would need to consult someone with blueprints to craft them. Neve could indeed introduce Lilith to connections from her adoptive mother's circle, but she sincerely suggested that Lilith should cultivate a dedicated witchcraft artisan for the golden ship. Perhaps we could possess two. Lilith thought that the two senior sisters, Senna and Celine, with whom she had maintained a collaborative relationship, would be quite suitable, though she was uncertain of their willingness. She would inquire later. For now, they should focus on what they could accomplish. Chapter 82. The Toothbrush Dilemma, as Nelisa, who had confirmed her major in witch culinary arts, was familiar with and had crafted black bread before. She knew that soft, fluffy bread merely required the addition of yeast to the dough and covering it with a clean cloth to allow it to rise for half a day. Together, Lilith and Nelisa swiftly completed this task, while Neve and the others procured several large bundles of sugarcane and numerous bags of beets, as well as the thorny plant Neve had mentioned. In which town, even out-of-season vegetables could be conjured through herbalism and sorcery. The thorny plant resembled a cactus, but its spines were more densely clustered. Lilith eagerly took hold of the plant, casually plucking a thorn from it. It was notably softer than a cactus thorn. She twisted it a bit. Although the thorn bent, it quickly regained its shape, yet it was still too thick for use as a toothbrush. Come with me, she instructed. Let's first place the sugar cane and beets in the kitchen. Lilith guided Mao to the research room, which was a room of regular size, equipped with some basic tools. Some were part of the renovation, while others were ones Lilith had previously used and relocated here. As they walked, Lilith continuously rubbed and twisted the thorn in her hands, the outer skin peeling away to reveal the fibers within. She scrutinized the thorn for several seconds before retrieving a small hammer from her tools and gently tapping the surface of the thorn. Tap, tap, tap. Her control over the force was somewhat lacking, resulting in a slightly damaged outer skin, yet she was still able to extract a few straight, elastic fibers. Lilith's eyes sparkled as she selected the useful parts. Although the thickness varied slightly, such dimensions were entirely suitable for crafting a toothbrush. Was this the desired finished product? Neff, accompanied by Alex, approached Lilith as she paused her actions to inquire. Lilith nodded affirmatively. Why not let Zoe handle it? She excels at tasks of this nature, she suggested with a gesture of invitation. As she prepared to work on these items collectively, it was evident she could not linger here indefinitely. She beckoned them to follow as a demonstration. The witch named Zoe swiftly stepped forward, declining the hammer offered by Lilith. Instead, with a flick of her fingers and a murmured incantation, a needle leaf ascended from the plant in Lilith's hand. Subsequently, a delicate outer layer was stripped away as if shedding clothing, and with a series of swift sounds, the needle leaf was precisely severed, with each strand exhibiting a remarkably uniform thickness. This was far superior to Lilith's efforts, and she nodded in satisfaction. Is there more of this plant available? I believe 2 pieces of this size would suffice. Neff nodded and produced a pot from her spatial bag, one that was of equal height to Lilith. The pot was densely filled with the same plants, clearly having outgrown its container. Such a crowded arrangement of these thorny specimens was fortunate, as the needles were relatively soft. Had they been cacti, the plants would have pierced each other's flesh into a sieve by now. Lilith grimaced slightly as she placed the large pot aside. I shall leave this to you. We will proceed to the kitchen to make candy. Please prepare a bit more. With good fortune, we might each have a toothbrush. Certainly, came the reply. Upon returning to the kitchen, the process of making candy from sugarcane and beets amounted to a simple boiling procedure. First, however, the sugarcane needed peeling and chopping, and the trio quickly processed several stalks. Lilith crushed the sugarcane, using a clean, burlap filter cloth to extract the juice. This step required considerable strength to avoid wastage. Of course, for mass production, Lilith would custom order a tool for pressing, which would be more convenient. For now, this was merely a trial. Next came the boiling, which necessitated constant stirring, particularly as the mixture began to congeal to prevent sticking or burning. Thus, this task was entrusted solely to Alex. Meanwhile, Narlisa took on the responsibility of washing the vegetables, as the beets needed thorough cleaning before use. These beets were sold complete with their leafy tops, so the leaves had to be removed first, followed by washing the bulbous white portions. After a meticulous cleaning, the beets were sliced thin and ground into a paste, which was then filtered through burlap to obtain beet juice, requiring a second filtration to eliminate any remaining impurities. The number of hands available is still somewhat insufficient. From morning until afternoon, they have been occupied, and finally, it is time to start boiling the sugar. However, there is only one large pot in the kitchen. Fortunately, the sugar in the pot used for boiling the sugarcane has almost formed. Lilith and Alexia together poured the syrup into the molds that Neve had purchased midway. Thankfully, these simple, square molds could be found readily in a local store. Making them from scratch would surely take too long. Initially, Lilith contemplated using soap molds, as it merely required shaping, but ultimately decided against it. She handed Neve the 20 bone coins she owed, along with the money for the molds, and instructed her to purchase them. To be honest, she felt quite considerate. Going out to shop was far easier than staying behind to work. The pot in the kitchen was impressive, as it did not stick even with such an incredibly viscous syrup. She wondered where Jacqueline had sourced such fine equipment. Although it was clean, the used pot still needed washing. Lilith specifically used boiling hot water to wash it. Despite its gleaming cleanliness, she worried it might affect the flavor of the beet sugar. All right, it's clean enough. Narlisa, no need to wash anymore. I'll fetch the beet juice. We can begin cooking. Unlike sugarcane syrup, beet juice does not require much stirring, allowing Alexia to finally take a breather. The kitchen is equipped with an oven, and it has nearly all the tools necessary for cooking, which is quite thoughtful. For her first attempt at making soft bread, Lilith opted for the most basic approach, placing the rounded dough on the board in neat rows. Notably, Neve managed to shape the most perfectly round pieces among the three. Lilith looked at her in astonishment. Neve quickly discerned what Lilith was thinking. I am merely Neve the witch now, not Lady Neve of nobility. It is perfectly normal for me to know how to cook. Although I was adopted upon my arrival, my adoptive mother would not allow me to lack even the most fundamental survival skills. Upon hearing this, Lilith could not help but shyly rub her cheek with her finger, leaving a small white mark on her face. Narlisa, who had been skillfully kneading the dough, couldn't help but stand up and wash her hands, then retrieved a cloth to wipe Lilith's face. Lilith belatedly realized her face was dusted with flour. It's all right. We can wash up later. We still have more to do. Narlisa's clenched fists relaxed, tensed and relaxed again, before finally managing to say, okay. Once she sat down again, her speed in kneading the dough noticeably increased. Chapter 83. Lush green aside from round shapes. They were left with elongated and square forms. Fortunately, Lilith's craftsmanship was commendable, and she easily managed these basic shapes. She reserved a portion of dough as a starter and combined it with the half piece of yeast they initially set aside for future use. The final step was to place the shaped bread dough into the oven. With her hands freshly cleansed, Lilith was compelled to wash her face as well. She assigned Narlisa to guard the oven while she took Naive to the adjacent room. Upon entering, Lilith was taken aback by the sight before her. Her workbench was overflowing with meticulously crafted fibers, and several bare potted cacti had inexplicably appeared on the floor. Wait, hold on, this is excessive, she exclaimed. Organizing the fibers neatly onto wooden blocks was a skillful task. Lilith and her companions took turns attempting it, but the fibers either wobbled uncontrollably or shed when pressed with their fingers. Ultimately, it was Lilith who bound the fibers into small bundles, using a waterproof magical adhesive to successfully create them. The first attempt was a bit clumsy, but the subsequent ones went much smoother. Lilith diligently recorded this method, producing a total of 10 pieces. Although she had ample materials, her patience was limited. The first piece, slightly imperfect, was intended as a keepsake to take home. Brush. To test the toothbrush, Lilith had specifically brought along toothpaste produced in Witchtown, the kind meant for manual application. Though the foam was somewhat lacking, it was undeniably more hygienic than using her fingers. Furthermore, the bristles of the fiber brush were remarkably smooth, causing no irritation and devoid of any peculiar odors. Brush. After brushing her teeth, she felt a refreshing sense of cleanliness. And the most delighted of all was Nelisa, who mimicked Lilith by squatting beside the garden to brush her teeth, though her inexperience often led to jabbing her gums. Fortunately, having consumed several fortifying potions, she did not suffer from bleeding gums, though the discomfort remained. Nevertheless, the refreshing sensation after brushing left her exhilarated. Lilith, this is wonderful. Lilith could have returned to her room to brush her teeth, but with Naif and the others present, she preferred not to bring anyone upstairs and instead led them to the backyard. This building, though referred to as 5 stories, actually comprised 6 levels above ground. The 5th floor served as her home, complete with a laboratory, kitchen, and personal storage, while the 6th level contained only her bedroom. This layout had been designed with the foresight that she might host guests, resulting in the addition of a small bedroom floor. From the outside, the bedroom resembled a decorative feature of the building, inconspicuous yet quite functional. It's indeed well designed, Naif concurred. Zoe and Alexia gazed at the oven and pots, while Naif followed them down to brush her teeth. Initially, she felt uneasy about the open-air setting, but observing the two brushing nonchalantly, she decided to join them. Lilith surmised that if the other two were to join, Naif would surely feel too embarrassed to do so. She had noticed their peculiar expressions when they had intended to come down, which prompted her to ask the two to keep an eye on the oven instead. Naif attributed this to Lilith's lack of decorum, suggesting that she should maintain an air of authority in front of her subordinates to avoid potential chaos. Am I not authoritative? Lilith inquired of Nelisa with an air of authority. Nelisa, accustomed to observing Lilith sprawled out in a most undignified manner while cleaning, could hardly fathom her composure, even for something as trivial as brushing her teeth. Will you create a disturbance? Absolutely not. Lilith cast a knowing glance at Neve, who sighed in exasperation. Let us head upstairs. The freshly cooled sugarcane candy had taken on a slightly yellow-brown hue, but considering it was originally intended to be brown sugar, it was quite satisfactory. Let's have a taste. Lilith deftly extracted a piece from the mold and, with a satisfying crack, distributed it among the others. She herself took a small piece, savoring the fact that although she knew how to make it, this was her first time experiencing it firsthand. The freshly made sugarcane candy offered her an immediate sensation of sweetness, rich with the fragrance of sugarcane. The candy possessed tiny air bubbles within, and, as she chewed, it crunched delightfully. Oh my, Miss Lilith, this candy is simply exquisite, Zoe exclaimed, unable to contain herself, bouncing on the spot with one hand covering her mouth. Neve, wonderful. And you've revealed yourself as a glutton on the very first day. Zoe, came the hushed voice of Alexis. Oh, my apologies. Zoe quickly covered her mouth. It truly is delicious. This could make a splendid primary product for sale, Alexis concurred. With inexpensive raw materials and labor at their disposal, combined with a delightful taste, it was hard to imagine how profitable it could be. However, there is no need to rush into a decision. Let us try some other options first. The 3 unoccupied individuals proceeded to extract all of the sugarcane candy they had made that day, stacking it in a prepared glass container. Meanwhile, the bread was nearly done baking. Lilith stepped over to check the large pot. This is just about right. Let it cool and separate. Turn off the heat. There is no need to watch it any longer. After a long day, it's the perfect time for a meal. Freshly baked bread is the most delectable, imbued with the aroma of wheat. Neve, catching the enticing scent, retrieved a large piece of cheese from her spatial pouch and handed it to Alexis. It's cheese. Zoe trailed closely behind Alexis, or rather, behind the food in her hands. Lilith, you and Neve should head to the dining room and wait for us, Nelisa stated, her recent training in maid etiquette not having been in vain. Lilith, although tempted to indulge immediately, noticed that the others had no intention of doing so and reluctantly complied. She murmured that freshly baked goods were indeed the best. They will bring out shortly. Neve walked beside Lilith, making it impossible for her not to hear, and offered some comfort. In truth, Lilith believed that when in the company of close friends, there was no need for such formality. Protocol was merely a means to earn more from others. However, considering that the two Neve had brought were acquaintances from her very first day, she decided to hold her tongue. I don't want cheese. The 3 true professionals returned with not only bread and cheese, but also steaming hot sweet milk. Additionally, there was a platter of vibrant green items that bore an uncanny resemblance to that peculiar cactus. Chapter 84. The Soft Thorn, noticing Lilith's unwavering gaze. Alexia took a step forward and spoke. This plant is known as the soft thorn. Its fleshy leaves are both medicinal and edible. Nerissa mentioned that you enjoy a bit of fruit after meals. Although today's preparations may be lacking, the flavor is quite delightful. Do give it a try. Lilith nodded in acknowledgement. As the food was finally brought to the table, Alexia, along with Zoe and Nerissa, took their seats, deliberately distancing themselves from Lilith and Neve by 2 or 3 places. Considering the possibility of guests, Jacqueline designed Lilith's dining room according to the requirements of a noble estate, resulting in an exceptionally long table, capable of accommodating 20 to 30 individuals for a banquet. At this moment, Lilith occupied the host's designated position at one end of the table, situated on the shorter side of the rectangular arrangement, with Neve seated immediately to her left. Fortunately, the meal was a communal affair, sparing Lilith the need for any persuasion. Otherwise, she might have found herself uttering some rather melodramatic phrases. The fresh bread was soft and delectable, and a long-forgotten taste brought tears to Lilith's eyes. After a year of consuming coarse black bread, she had nearly forgotten this exquisite flavor. Upon careful chewing, she noted the sweetness was somewhat lacking and the texture slightly dry. After taking a generous sip of sweet milk, she contemplated potential improvements. Perhaps it would be wise to add ingredients to counteract the dryness. She mused about butter or eggs, and maybe the wheat flour could benefit from further sifting, as the ingredients here were considerably coarser than those she had previously encountered. Wow, this is the best bread I have ever tasted, Zoe exclaimed, utterly captivated by the texture and flavor of the food. Initially, they had struggled to understand Neve's decision to appoint a minor, which is her subordinate, especially since the establishment of the trading company had only occurred this year. While the invention of paper and soap certainly demonstrated some ingenuity, they remained skeptical. After all, talent and business acumen are 2 distinct realms. Researchers should ideally remain in laboratories, producing more valuable goods rather than engaging in commerce. It would be far more prudent to grant them direct authorization, allowing the professionals to handle it, thereby reaping the rewards effortlessly. The notion of a researcher running a trading company seemed preposterous, yet the temperament of witches often veers towards the erratic. Such antics were the norm, particularly among the younger ones. This further fueled their doubts regarding Neve's decision. Nonetheless, bound by their contract with Neve's guardian, they refrained from intervening excessively in her choices. Yet Zoe vowed, from this moment forth, to be a steadfast supporter of this alliance. No one shall tear them apart. Heaven knows what she had been consuming before. This soft bread, reminiscent of clouds from the realm of deities, was what a witch ought to savor. Zoe? Oh! Alexia's voice instinctively caused Zoe to cover her mouth, and only then did she realize. Alexia, this is truly delicious. So delicious. I know, just be mindful. As a maid, Alexa often accompanied Neve's adoptive mother in the human realm, where she had tasted delicacies from both the nobility and the common folk. She had to concede that this particular bread was truly unparalleled across the continent. Having witnessed its creation from start to finish, she noted that a small urban fuse ball was introduced only at the initial kneading of the dough, presumably containing some extravagant ingredients. Yet, astonishingly, she could not discern its essence. Zoe's reaction did not seem to stem from mere taste either. It was no wonder it was regarded as a unique secret recipe. Even if others learned their method, they would be unable to replicate it. Now, she could only hope that the ball's composition was not overly intricate, lest it be reserved solely for the affluent nobility, yielding little profit. On the silver platter lay vibrant green slices of fruit, which, upon closer inspection, resembled aloe vera in texture. The outer skin had been removed, making it convenient to eat directly with a fork. There was no need to worry about shared utensils, as the meal had been portioned beforehand. Each person received their own plate, with no extra dishes to share. Lilith speculated that this was likely the reason for the uncommon round tables in this establishment. The soft, thorny flesh possessed little flavor, akin to chewing on grass from a meadow. Upon placing it in her mouth, Lilith was reminded of the old yellow cow in the countryside, feeling that this food would suit it well. However, the texture was entirely dissimilar, more like a gelatinous substance that had slightly aged, interspersed with fibrous strands that were difficult to chew, barely yielding under her bite. As Lilith poised to finish the remaining half-cup of milk, she was suddenly called by Neve. Without setting down her cup, she turned her eyes sideways, silently inquiring what was amiss. How many more delightful items do you have yet to reveal? How was she to respond to that? Lilith set her milk down and elegantly dabbed her mouth. I am uncertain, you know. Inspiration is not as stable as the snowy seasons in the Niflheim forest. I truly wonder if your mind is different from ours, despite your diminutive stature. You conjure such imaginative ideas. Neve too found the bread exceedingly delightful, having never tasted anything so exquisite, even in her days of nobility. Lilith sensed that Neve was implying that the concentrated essence was the best part. Yet, she felt a twinge of displeasure, heavily placing her handkerchief on the table. Neve, this is the last time. If you take pleasure in poking at sensitive topics, we may not be able to coexist amiably. Had it been Patricia or Narcissus speaking, Lilith would have drawn her scissors without hesitation. She did not appreciate such jesting. All right, I apologize, Neve said, noting Lilith's visibly displeased expression. She meant no malice with her previous comment, and sensed that Lilith had become more self-conscious about her height than before. Perhaps she could assist in finding a solution. The best way to maintain a lasting relationship was through a gesture of meaningful weight. Lilith nodded in agreement. The subsequent dining experience was quite pleasant. Although there was a lack of laughter and conversation, the atmosphere had become significantly less rigid. Upon finishing the meal, Nailisha and Zoe busied themselves with tidying up the utensils and plates, while Lilith diligently recorded her thoughts. This toothbrush is usable, albeit I have yet to treat it for preservation against mold and decay. My knowledge of such materials is rather limited. Thus, I shall refine it over time and observe its durability. Lilith, however, harbored no fears of the others being poisoned by a toothbrush with mold. Such trivialities were hardly lethal to a witch, yet it was prudent to communicate expectations in advance. It might be worth exploring white sugar next. Chapter 85. Slaves and beasts of burden. Unlike cane sugar, beet sugar is derived from beets. Lilith gazed at the brown sediment in the pot, lost in contemplation. Had she misremembered due to the passage of time? She distinctly recalled that white granulated sugar was made from beets. How could it appear brown? Ahem. Let us provisionally refer to it as beet sugar. When it comes time for mass sale, be sure to bestow upon it a more appealing name. The brown sugar produced bore a striking resemblance to white sugar in taste, with a moderate sweetness and a hint of the beet's unique flavor. It was quite palatable. Compared to cane sugar, Lilith found herself favoring beet sugar. Being no expert, Lilith surmised that there might have been an error or omission in the process. But her knowledge was limited to this. If she wished to produce authentic white sugar, she contemplated which supplementary course would best facilitate her learning. It was indeed a frustrating conundrum. Having successfully created several items exceeded Lilith's expectations, likely due to the simplicity of her chosen recipes. In the fourth-floor conference room, Lilith inquired, "So, Neve, which product do you think would be most suitable for our grand opening?" She leaned towards bread or cane sugar, as they were relatively easy to prepare. However, acknowledging her lack of experience compared to Neve, she sought her opinion. After a moment of reflection, Neve responded, "Is it not possible for us to sell all of them?" Surprised, Lilith asked, "Did you purchase so many slaves?" Their grand opening was scheduled for Saturday, 2 weeks hence, and producing all 4 items would require significant manpower. Neve nodded. "Not solely for the golden ship. Combined with my previous business, we have ample hands." It felt absurd that the number of individuals in a company could exceed those of the owner. "If we have sufficient manpower, I have no objections. Let us proceed with the sugar and bread for now. I will further investigate the toothbrush upon my return." The molds for sugar production should ideally be custom-made with the emblem of the golden ship, and the bread packaging should also feature a design. Brand recognition is paramount, Lilith, a modern thinker, astutely noted. Shifting the conversation to hygiene, she added, "However, when it comes to food, hygiene must be prioritized." Lilith expressed her concerns, as she wished to avoid the day when, exhausted from shopping, she would enter her own establishment only to recall that the food had been prepared by unsavory hands. The mere thought was suffocating. Naive wholeheartedly acquiesced to Lilith's request, for she too was a witch with a penchant for cleanliness. She pledged to renovate the quarters where the slaves resided, ensuring that the food processing areas would be attended to by dedicated individuals on a daily basis. Naturally, personal hygiene was also a priority. Speaking of slaves, Lilith had a brilliant idea. Although termed as slaves, they were, at their core, sentient beings, laboring without remuneration, which rendered the likelihood of idleness significantly high. In the past, Naive employed individuals armed with whips and potions to urge them on, with results that could only be described as moderate. The fear of punishment loomed large, especially when it involved enduring pain only to rise again to toil, facing the same dreadful cycle repeatedly. Much like taming beasts, over time, one could achieve compliance. However, Lilith proposed a different perspective and methodology. Among the slaves, some had voluntarily sold themselves, while others had been coerced. Given this reality, why not implement a reward system? By establishing a quota for each slave, approximately several times the amount for which they were purchased, a modest remuneration could be dispensed for their labor, distributed according to effort. Initially, half of their wages would be allocated to repaying their purchase price, with the other half reserved for their personal use, until the total was settled. Thereafter, they would receive full wages each month. Of course, Lilith was not a tyrant. After making a profit, these individuals would have the right to choose, either to pay an amount equivalent to their initial purchase price in order to regain their freedom, or to remain and continue working and earning, with the option to attain freedom while still earning. Naturally, earning money necessitated opportunities for expenditure, so it would be ideal to establish a general store or tavern near the slaves' living quarters. Additionally, offering housing could be advantageous, contingent upon the size of the area available. As a merchant, Naive quickly grasped Lilith's management system and discerned its benefits. The prospect of voluntary earnings would inspire the slaves to work diligently, a far superior approach to coercion. However, was it truly necessary to restore their civilian status? As a businesswoman, relinquishing her assets was not an appealing notion. She could certainly retain her wealth. The carrot dangled before the stubborn donkey need not be overly grand, for the foolish beast would still pursue it. Indeed, it was quite necessary. If one were to set the price of self-redemption higher, they could use those funds to purchase additional slaves. Furthermore, provided the welfare was adequate, it remained uncertain whether these individuals would wish to leave. Jobs that offered wages along with food and shelter were a rarity on this continent, and most importantly, with such reforms, the slaves would no longer face beatings, an undeniable advantage. Naive remained somewhat hesitant, contemplating whether a solution existed that would satisfy both parties. Lilith rephrased her argument. Should they redeem themselves, yet wish to continue their employment, they would become self-sufficient individuals, responsible for their own medical expenses, housing, and sustenance. How advantageous would that be? Upon reflection, this arrangement proved to be far more economical than maintaining slaves. Lilith's assertion is far from baseless. If a slave falls ill and the owner wishes to preserve this asset, treatment is imperative, much akin to tending to a farm animal. Should the owner choose to abandon the sickly slave, it essentially amounts to a death sentence, signifying a loss of property. Her proposal aligns with a mindset that prioritizes commercial interests above all else. It merely advocates for bestowing a modicum of respect upon those who have been freed from bondage. While this may pose a challenge for the nobility, to witches, humans are often categorized as either useful or worthless. Clearly, these individuals hold value. Thus, a degree of respect should not be deemed excessive. Upon hearing this, Neve pondered briefly, finding merit in the reasoning, and nodded in agreement. We shall deliberate on the specifics the day after tomorrow. I have a class this evening, and do not forget your engagement with the slaves tomorrow. Neve paused, then continued. Perhaps I should visit you tomorrow morning to discuss the matter you mentioned. Unlike Lilith, Neve was not as unoccupied. Her responsibilities extended beyond commercial matters to her studies. However, the upcoming classes were not overly demanding, leaving her ample time for various endeavors. Chapter 86. A win-win situation at times. Lilith found herself astounded by her own capitalist demeanor. Yet, the prospect of becoming a savior was utterly out of the question. Not only did the current racial disparities inhibit such an aspiration, but her financial constraints also rendered it impossible. Even if her purse permitted it, her psychological burdens would not. Had she not endured the horrors of the pyre, perhaps her humanitarian instincts might have compelled her to advocate for additional benefits for the slaves. Given the present circumstances, she resolved to abandon any notions of repaying malice with kindness. Her reluctance to raise cities after acquiring power was her final act of benevolence. Perhaps tomorrow, she could discreetly introduce a mild laxative into their water supply. After some contemplation, Lilith deemed this idea rather appealing. Having once been a specter, she developed a profound disdain for humanity, exacerbated by her arrival in a world rife with persecution. This, coupled with the indoctrination from her education, meant that Lilith refrained from proposing the transformation of all slaves into puppets or skeletal enforcers, a restraint stemming from her previously held virtues. Conversely, Neve's abstention from such actions was purely a matter of cost-effectiveness. After departing from a golden ship, Lilith headed straight to the apothecary, procuring herbs with preservative properties devoid of toxins, as well as some mineral powder. The latter, although mildly toxic, served as a preservative, and she contemplated whether a blend of these herbs could suppress or dilute such toxins. As night fell, it was time for Chocolate's evening reprieve. It retrieved the somewhat cooled bread and milk from the spatial pouch. Lilith had prepared a modest supper for it. Sharing a single body meant that consuming 2 meals was neither kind to its physique nor its stomach. To this body's palate, the fare was indeed delectable. You could warm it up before eating, Lilith suggested, donning a tank top and shorts, sprawled across the soft, plush mattress, the silk covers in disarray. Would it taste better? Of course. Chocolate waved her finger, and the mirror suspended in front shifted to the side as she lifted her late-night snack, taking a bite and uttering a brief incantation. The bread remained the same, while the milk bubbled in the glass. You're right, it's tastier when it's hot. Be careful not to burn our esophagus. Lilith languidly turned over, soon slipping into a peaceful slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, she remembered to pull the blanket up to cover her navel. Meanwhile, Chocolate commenced her daily activities, finding Lilith's room unsatisfactory, narrow as if it were a vampire's coffin, suffocating her. Upon pushing the door open, a black lamb trembled in the corner. The spacious living room, with its brand-new sofa and chairs, did not appeal to her taste in color. The bright yet pallid moonlight bathed every path in Witchtown, and she recited a spell to amplify her senses. The anguished cries of creatures echoed from all directions, filled with despair and the sounds of their last breaths. What a delightful town this is. I adore it here. The demon hummed an unknown tune learned from Lilith and began her stroll for the day. Early the next morning, Lilith rose with vigor, and as she opened the door, she spotted Naive engrossed in a book on the sofa. So early? You must have woken up too late. All right, I'll freshen up. Wait for me 2 minutes. Brushing her teeth was truly efficient. The preservative-free toothbrush used yesterday remained pristine today, surprisingly unspoiled. What are your thoughts on my proposal from yesterday? I reflected on it and believed that merely rewarding them would suffice. There's no need to abolish their status as slaves. One must always provide a glimmer of hope. Lilith seated herself opposite Naive. Even if I were inclined to do so, they wouldn't dare to actually follow through. Do you know what kind of individuals among those human nobles can escape slavery? Lilith contemplated Naive's words, recalling Ruby's memories, the deceased. Naive's expression remained stoic, yet her lips curled slightly, perpetually resembling a smile. If I were to propose this condition, they would likely not express gratitude. Instead, they might suspect an excess of slaves and prepare to eliminate a few. After all, there have been foolish nobles who lost their positions due to their inability to sustain too many slaves. Nobles are an exceedingly prideful class. They take great care not to sell their slaves, lest the secrets of their households be exposed. In any case, it's not as if they are valuable possessions. So, let them choose, stay or leave. Once a contract is signed, even if they're no longer slaves, violating the contract would lead to immediate death. Thus, Lilith harbored no concerns in that regard. What benefit does this hold for us? Naive, a witch and an astute merchant, sought value for her efforts. Lilith rested her chin on her hand. As I mentioned yesterday, once freed from slavery, we need not concern ourselves with their lives or deaths. Isn't that splendid? What if they choose to leave directly after shedding their status as slaves? Lilith gazed at Neve with a puzzled expression. They could simply procure new slaves, ones who are younger and possess better physical attributes. Moreover, following the reforms I propose, where could one find a more advantageous occupation on this continent? Were it not for their identities as witches, it would be difficult to hire humans through conventional means. She would have preferred to employ workers rather than purchase slaves outright. Lilith perceived that the primary distinction between slaves and ordinary laborers lay in the fact that slaves could engage in intimate relations with whomever they desired, while all earnings were appropriated by their masters, rendering slaves devoid of any possessions. From the perspective of a slave, their existence was certainly less favorable than that of a commoner. However, for Lilith and her companions, it was more beneficial to have slaves generate value before replacing them with new labor. She believed that both she and Neve were fundamentally normal individuals, uninterested in promiscuity. Thus, the slaves working under Neve were, aside from lacking property, akin to commoners. Why not allow these slaves to purchase their civilian identities? They would work even harder, effectively multiplying their labor. Both parties could achieve their desires. As for the concern regarding the departure of capable laborers, it would indeed be unfortunate. But we could implement a tiered compensation system. For instance, those working as commoners here would receive slightly higher wages, with additional rewards given at the year's end to the most diligent workers. Neve pondered for a considerable time. Very well, I am persuaded by your arguments. You possess a keen business acumen, and the lower classes will certainly express their gratitude. Lilith felt a twinge of guilt at the compliment, recognizing that her insights were merely reflections of experiences from her past life. She had no true entrepreneurial instincts, or she would not have invested all her resources into constructing headquarters. Truly adept individuals make money work for them rather than spending it immediately, yet she held no regrets. Chapter 87. Out into the mountains. As Lilith prepared to leave the town, an inexplicable anxiety gripped her. She had donned her witch's robe for the occasion. Neve accompanied the two individuals from the previous day, while Lilith brought along Elisa. Although they had yet to formally study spells, their physical prowess was sufficient to handle ordinary troubles. The town's teleportation array facilitated a direct journey to their destination. This particular teleportation circle was unidirectional, allowing entry only from Lala upon their return. Neve's factory was nestled within a valley, and its location outside a human settlement alleviated much of Lilith's tension. She found herself curious about how Neve came to establish a processing plant in such a remote area when Neve voluntarily began narrating. This mountain was a birthday gift I received when I turned 11. Neve's birthday coincided with the date she was adopted, and her adoptive mother had made it a tradition to present her with a gift each year on that day. Lilith gazed upon the towering peaks that seemed to pierce the very heavens, once again realizing the affluence of Neve, her adoptive mother. Curiosity stirred within her as she pondered the field of study that might yield such wealth. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, devoid of even a single tree. However, in the distance, there appeared to be a human structure, though she could not ascertain whether it was a city. Before she could approach, the sharp crack of a whip slicing through the air reached her ears. Hurry up and work. No slacking off. What is this? The stitching is subpar. Redo it. You over there, sit down quickly. The demand for dexterity in the production of hair ties and undergarments necessitated a balanced ratio of male and female slaves in this locale. Neve, who typically shunned the purchase of female slaves due to their lesser physical strength, had acquired a significant number last year, resulting in a near-equal distribution. In truth, this place resembled a small village more than a factory, with wooden houses haphazardly constructed along the roadside. At this hour, the streets were nearly deserted, save for a large wooden building at the village's center, bustling with activity as the daylight illuminated those toiling within. The doors of the structure stood wide open, revealing a throng of several hundred individuals diligently threading needles, their busyness palpable. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that the two overseers tasked with monitoring this multitude were struggling to maintain order, as Lilith observed from a far corner where someone was slacking off. Tilting her head, she pointed with her mirror at a man who appeared to labor with all the grace of a century-old crone. Do you see that? Neve's previously upturned lips fell into a frown as she intoned a spell, summoning a whip that flew from the overseer's grasp and struck the man with brutal force, leaving him bloodied and curled up on the ground, crying out for mercy. The two overseers, one a witch and the other a human, hurried over upon noticing Neve's arrival. Lilith scrutinized the unremarkable human woman, who was far from attractive. Her face bore the marks of severe disfigurement. Her nose was grotesquely twisted with only one nostril, and her mouth was a jagged line extending from her right side to the base of her ear. Only her eyes retained a semblance of beauty, hinting at a once lovely visage. The witch's potions could be utilized by humans, albeit with diminished efficacy compared to their direct application by the witch herself, which likely explained why the woman, despite her grievous burns, still clung to life. One of her hands retained normal function, though its surface was a ghastly crimson, striking fear into those who beheld it. Mistress, young Lady Neve. Neve nodded, discarding the whip onto the ground. The moment she stepped inside, the surrounding slaves trembled in fear, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they be the next to face punishment. This is Lilith, my partner and co-owner of the trading company. Let the slaves assemble. We have important matters to discuss. Two managers proceeded to integrate the slaves, with Neve leading Lilith and a few others to a nearby clearing. Who is that human? Lilith pondered, intrigued that a mere human could assume a managerial role. A few years prior, a human settlement in the south had suffered a famine, and she had been rescued from a roasting spit. Little did she expect that she was still alive, having been revived with a vial of healing potion, and thus she began following me. A few brief sentences, yet they evoke profound terror upon reflection. If the famine had merely resorted to cannibalism, it would have been one thing, but the truth is she was a genuine living being, not mere meat. Even in a famine, one would expect some mercy. Wouldn't one? This is simply too cruel. Lilith touched her forehead with the back of her hand. Neve offered no comment, believing that Lilith's understanding was still far too limited. The dungeon she had once inhabited during her childhood was the true hell on earth, and this was but a minor inconvenience. The slaves gathered in the clearing, where a makeshift wooden platform had been erected in recent days. Lilith stepped on it twice, testing its stability before proceeding. Silence enveloped the area as the manager spoke, and in an instant, every slave's mouth was tightly shut. I have some new regulations to announce. Pay close attention. Neve gestured, and Alessa ascended the hill, holding a parchment to begin the proclamation. First, effective immediately, all slave labor will be compensated with daily payments. Second, effective immediately. Third, the contents of this parchment were drafted collaboratively by Neve and Lilith. In addition to the topics they discussed, it included penalties for deliberate idleness, ranging from flogging to being dismembered and fed to beasts in the forest. Originally intended for sale, it was deemed that such actions lacked sufficient deterrence, and considering the slaves' low value, it would be more expedient to dispose of them outright. The new regulations would take effect tomorrow. Tina, Osha, this task is entrusted to you. Yes, master. No problem. Mississippi throughout this, Lilith played the role of a mascot. This is your new master. It is she who has secured your opportunity to escape your status as slaves. Be grateful, you lowly beings. Neve, however, felt rather displeased. Anyone would be disheartened to discover that their partner found laziness among the workers on their first visit to the factory, though thankfully, it was a minor issue. The area beneath the wooden platform was abuzz with chatter regarding the new regulations, with expressions of doubt, tears, excitement, and concern. Silence. Tina, the manager with a distorted face, spoke once again, her voice steady and resonant enough for all to hear. Will you not say something? Neve ieshtingi urprochtridit. Chapter 88. Bounties and the Adventurers Guild. Lilith pondered briefly before shaking her head. Everything I wish to convey is encapsulated within those regulations. I shall leave the subsequent arrangements to you, as I do not wish to meddle and become a source of annoyance. Lilith viewed her role as a semi-detached overseer in research and development. Without Neve, she would have meticulously organized every detail, but now that such a talent was present, she delighted in her newfound leisure. Naif nodded in apparent satisfaction with Lilith, acknowledging the concessions she had made during their collaboration. Seizing the rare opportunity to venture out, Lilith took the chance to explore this secluded area. The mountain was privately owned, ensuring that no outsiders could trespass in this realm. Commoners who encroach upon noble lands could be swiftly conscripted as slaves, and the populace was acutely aware of the need to avoid danger. The mountain stood tall, its summit sparsely adorned with vegetation and strewn with rubble, rendering it far from fertile soil. Lilith's initial impression was that it was unsuitable for agriculture. However, for a witch, it presented an exceptional locale. Its distance from human settlements was neither too far nor too close, and the scarcity of trees indicated a lack of peril, as forests often gave rise to monstrous beasts. Nevertheless, the elevation and lack of flora posed certain risks. She would later suggest to Naif the benefit of planting some greenery. The slaves subsisted on beans, primarily stewed, though it was impossible to fill their bellies sufficiently. One meal a day, a single bowl. Yet, Naif had no intention of starving them. The stew was thick enough that chopsticks could stand momentarily upright within it. Manual labor was not particularly strenuous, and if it were, Naif would provide 2 meals. On occasion, when in good spirits, she would allow her subordinates to procure some dark bread as an extra treat. Being a witch, Naif maintained a degree of cleanliness, thus providing unlimited access to water. She even distributed second-hand clothing purchased from the market to each slave, ensuring they could uphold a modicum of hygiene. To be fair, in terms of clothing, Naif's treatment was relatively generous. Aside from those who attended closely to their mistress, most nobles neglected slaves who did not venture out, leaving them in tattered garments reminiscent of beggars. One could hardly expect slave traders to outfit their charges, although those of particularly striking appearance might receive some modest enhancements to fetch a higher price. With little of interest to top the mountain, Lilith expressed a desire to be taken elsewhere after a brief exploration. Prior to their departure, she donned the mask she had crafted earlier, and seeing Naif's curiosity, she offered one to her as well. "This is quite remarkable. What is contained within?" she inquired. Some botanical powders were included, though it was functional even without them. Concerned about unpleasant odors seeping through the coarse linen, Lilith had added dried flower powder to the lining. Had it been composed of finer, pure cotton, such measures would have been unnecessary. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a side chamber of a building. The small space was surrounded by wooden walls, a bit dusty but devoid of clutter. Through the thin walls, the bustling sounds of a crowd filtered into Lilith's ears. Expecting to land in the street, she queried in mild confusion, "Have we arrived?" "Indeed," Zoe, who stood closest to Lilith, replied. "This town is quite remote, but it just so happens to have a branch of the Adventurers Guild. Otherwise, we would have had to journey by carriage." The teleportation array is categorized into 3 types. One facilitates random teleportation, another allows movement within a visible range, and the last enables pinpoint teleportation, which is necessary for long distances. Pinpoint teleportation requires the prior placement of markers, regardless of which establish them, as long as one is aware of their existence. They may be utilized. This principle bears resemblance to a password unlocking mechanism. The password lock must first be in place for the password to function, and while the lock remains fixed, the password can be universally applied. Naturally, some markers are private and inaccessible to others. Yet those of considerable magical prowess can sense the locations of weaker witches' private markers. Although lacking the password precludes their use, proximity may reveal the location of the password lock. Lilith, returning to a town both familiar and strange after a year, felt a sense of disorientation. Upon pushing open the door, she was greeted by a dilapidated, cramped establishment resembling a tavern, furnished with a few greasy round tables and some chairs with missing backs. On the wall directly opposite the entrance, a scattered assortment of bones and metallic artifacts was displayed, while to the side stood a rectangular board resembling a chalkboard, adorned with several sheets of parchment affixed by thumbtacks. A scruffy human male lounged behind the counter, shifting lazily as he noticed someone emerging from the side room. "The tasks are posted above. Feel free to peruse," he drawled, his voice languid and indistinct, reminiscent of someone who had been drinking for 2 consecutive days and nights. Yet, perhaps due to his frequent recitation, his words were surprisingly intelligible. Naif frowned in displeasure, while Lilith remained unfazed. Narlisa leaned closer to Lilith, inquiring if she could provide her with a mask. Lilith, generous by nature, obliged, having crafted several in anticipation of future needs. Intrigued by the Adventurers Guild, Lilith approached the notice board to examine its contents. Buying fragrant herbs, 3 tulips per plant. Poor quality, not accepted. Rat extermination, reward, 1 adult rooster. Buying deer hides, the more intact, the better, for 300 tulum coins. Hiring for a caravan, destination, a small town. No fee for traveling, food and water self-catered. Were wanted, Lilith suddenly interjected. "Who?" Naive, observing Lilith's curiosity, refrained from interrupting her. It was typical for young witches who had not registered as members of the Adventurers Guild to be inquisitive. Naive had been the same way, thus she was unperturbed. However, Lilith's abrupt comment startled her. "Ah, no one in particular. I merely meant that some witches are being hunted," she chuckled, the laughter awkward and forced. Holding a mirror, Lilith noticed the demon's gaze fixated on the upper right corner. Following her line of sight, she discovered several sheets of parchment neatly affixed there, all bearing bounties. From the top down, the rewards varied from 100,000 to single-digit amounts, some accompanied by portraits, while others contained only written descriptions. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lilith, upon her first glance, failed to spot her name and realized that the humans present were unaware of her name change. She remarked that some names appeared rather familiar. Among them was the name Ruby Rose, with a bounty of 20,000 talarums, a considerable sum indeed. Chapter 89. Revenge and Poison. The bounty, in fact, was not an official one. Anyone with sufficient funds could post a reward at the Adventurers Guild. If the offer were high enough, even a bounty on a member of the temple would not pose a problem. Some bounties detailed the physical characteristics of the accused, while others specified the reasons for the reward. Ruby's bounty explicitly labeled her as a witch who had slain a temple member, with the issuer brazenly noted as belonging to the temple. Yet, it was these individuals who sought to kill Ruby first. The narrative conveniently omitted the prior events. Moreover, was Ruby truly the one to commit murder? If one were to be judged for homicide, it should have been for her parents and brother. To be killed by a more formidable witch and still have the audacity to frame the reasoning thus. How absurd. Exiting the Adventurers Guild, the streets remained as filthy as ever. Neve suggested that Zoe accompany them, stating they would wait for her. Considering that Lilith had yet to formally commence her witchcraft studies, Neve added, if anything arises, Zoe can handle it, just be cautious. Lilith nodded, leaving the visibly strained Nalissa behind at the Adventurers Guild. After walking a short distance, Zoe's witchly senses, exceptional in their perception of living beings, detected a shift in Lilith's aura. It was as if a vibrant life had been abruptly replaced right before her eyes, sending a chill of terror through the witch. In her perception, Lilith had always exuded a gentle calmness, more amiable than the facade of the temple's deceitful lot. Yet, just moments ago, her aura had transformed. It now radiated a ferocious energy, as if intent on tearing everything asunder, malicious, cruel, and fierce, instilling an involuntary dread. Zoe had never sensed such unadulterated malevolence in another. Lilith ignored her, advancing directly toward the water source. Zoe attempted to keep pace with Lilith, but after 3 seconds, she lost sight of her, as if Lilith had vanished in a thin air. Had anyone been able to observe Lilith at that moment, they would have noticed that her feet barely grazed the ground, seemingly suspended in midair. In her mental space, Lilith became aware of this phenomenon and abruptly sat up from the sofa. Why has anyone taught me such wondrous abilities? How infuriating! I truly need this, she exclaimed, feeling a mix of frustration and longing. Lilith paused, contemplating. I shall teach you upon my return. In Lilith's eyes, Chocolate's abrupt cessation of movement was akin to someone pausing mid-journey. Originally, she too was under Neve's command. If the other party halted, should she inquire further? She pondered whether something had captured their attention or if an unforeseen circumstance had arisen. Regardless, Chocolate was quite capable of managing the task at hand, and each could go about their own business without issue. The town's water supply consisted of several manually dug wells scattered throughout. Lilith had prepared 2 types of medication that would induce diarrhea, one meant for the river and the other for the wells. Although she gleaned from Ruby's memories that the townsfolk primarily consumed well water, one could never be too certain. Memories can indeed be fallible, particularly concerning matters unknown to their bearers. It was prudent to purchase both types, as one could not err in such a situation. The notion of administering the potion to the river seemed particularly reckless, yet what did it matter? Both substances would ultimately yield the same result. However, would the dosage be excessive for the wells? Might it prove fatal? Although Berlin, the apothecary, assured her that it was harmless, prolonged diarrhea could indeed lead to dire consequences. Would death not be a preferable outcome? A wicked smile crept across Chocolate's lips. Lilith recalled the faces of those who had spat at her and tossed firewood at her feet, and her fleeting compassion evaporated. It was merely a matter of enduring a few weeks of discomfort. She was confident they would not be so fragile. She resolutely repressed any lingering guilt, for she was exceptionally skilled at self-justification. Chocolate diligently traversed multiple locations, administering the potion to each well, even the small one at the mayor's residence. At some wells, people were still queuing to draw water. Chocolate patiently waited for them to finish before pouring in the concoction. This task was delegated to Chocolate. As Lilith had yet to master the art of manipulating perception, administering potions in broad daylight was fraught with peril, especially for a witch. The mere approach of a witch to their lifeblood, the water wells, was enough to raise alarms, something Lilith wished to avoid. Enough of this. You must take me to find Zoe or back to the Adventurers Guild. I refuse to tread upon such filthy ground. I also do not wish to weave through the throngs of people. Lilith swiftly declined, fearing that any delay might prompt Chocolate to abandon her. Very well. This time, Chocolate refrained from mischief and obediently led Lilith to Zoe, who had already returned to the Adventurers Guild. I'm back, Lilith announced as she pushed open the door, which creaked and swayed like a rickety fence. Upon entering, she was met with the peculiar stares of others, causing her to pause momentarily. After a quick inspection, she assured herself that she bore no strange marks. What is wrong? Lilith, are you all right? Neve, as the leader, was the first to speak. Me perfectly fine. Feeling quite elated, in fact, Zoe approached, scrutinizing Lilith as if she were some peculiar creature. You've changed again. Have you reverted back? Did your other persona emerge just now? Neve was well aware of Lilith's mental afflictions. However, she found it quite peculiar that even with multiple personalities, Lilith could not possibly shake off the adult Zoe. Something was amiss. Indeed, as you all know, I was on the verge of feeling a pressing need to act, and today, at last, it has come to an end. After today, I will be able to completely rid this town from her mind. Very well. Neve chose not to delve deeper. Although she was somewhat intrigued by the matter, she could already sense the ominous aura surrounding it. It was not worth risking her life for mere curiosity. Zoe, while yearning to see Lilith transform once more, had never witnessed such a wondrous phenomenon, yet she harbored a certain trepidation. Yes, fear, always sensing that it was something profoundly terrifying. It was perhaps better not to encounter it again. The return journey comprised 2 segments of teleportation, from the Adventurers Guild to the entrance of the Lala Gate, and upon entering, a direct teleportation to the doorstep of the Witch's Tower. Chapter 90. Course selection time. Aside from that one factory, there were several other locations. Due to the challenges of managing large gatherings, Neve deliberately divided them into multiple sites to minimize complications. Originally, these places were also meant for exploration, but Lilith insisted on waiting until the new regulations were effectively implemented here before venturing to other locations. As for the reason behind not rolling out the changes on a larger scale immediately, Lilith's theory stemmed from her past life. Uncertain how these methods would fare in this world, she deemed it prudent to conduct small-scale tests first, ensuring their efficacy before broader implementation, to avoid unnecessary chaos. Upon returning to Witch Town, Lilith promptly engaged in discussions with Neve regarding supply and opening logistics, scheduling the opening for the beginning of the month, coinciding with the Witch's Tower holiday. Prior to this, Lilith encountered the day of course selection examinations. Today marked the busiest day for all classrooms in the Witch's Tower, with each room designated for a specific subject. The exams commenced at 8 in the morning and continued until 8 the following morning, spanning a full day and night. This did not imply that a single subject required such an extensive duration. The examination schedule was fixed, yet the candidates were fluid. The young witches had the autonomy to decide which subjects to take, proceeding to the examination halls, and upon submitting their answer sheets, they could then move on to the next subject. Thus, the number of courses one chose to study was entirely contingent upon their own capabilities. The Witch's Tower mandated only one major course, with minors being optional. It was rare for young witches to select fewer courses out of a desire for ease. Rather, they endeavored to choose as many as their abilities would allow. After all, missing this opportunity would make it quite costly to seek a mentor for further knowledge later on. Take the foundational study of witchcraft tools, for instance, focusing solely on the carpenter branch if a graduated witch wished to revisit this course. The tuition fees owed to the mentor would start in the thousands of bone coins, not to mention the additional costs for various materials and tools required for study. The mentors here do not refer to those formally appointed by the Witch Tower. Even those who teach merely the philosophy courses within the tower are exceptionally skilled, much like the renowned mentor Olivia, who was nominated during the last festival. While this may seem abstract, it is akin to having a teacher in school who is the creator of a particular formula found in textbooks, known widely as a scholar, yet now serving as your instructor. Such figures, akin to industry leaders, would command exorbitant fees for private tutoring, likely starting at 100,000. Thus, foregoing a single course could equate to a loss of that sum. If not for personal limitations, Lilith would eagerly enroll in every available class. Moreover, enrolling in related subjects significantly reduces the cost of accessing pertinent literature in the library. Do you think those spells come without expense? Do you believe the arduous efforts of predecessors in summarizing and structuring knowledge are to be taken for granted? Absolutely not. The Witch Tower abhors the notion of unearned gain. To the witches, it equates to robbery requiring both physical labor and the peril of life itself. They would rather place resources within reach for the young witches to seize than simply hand them out. Beyond the foundational teachings of the courses, Students are free to choose their paths of advancement. Take the study of witchcraft instruments, for instance. The techniques for crafting intricate small items differ vastly from those for larger creations. While mentors will provide instruction on the fundamentals, to truly excel in a specific area, one must invest in acquiring related texts. If the chosen field does not align with the mentor's expertise, yet the student demonstrates exceptional talent, the mentor will recommend another suitable instructor, whether within the witch tower or beyond. Fortunately, the cost of knowledge is not prohibitive, and the witch tower does not exploit its young witches. Generally, the price for a spell not covered in a basic course hovers around 7 bone coins. If a student has neither majored nor minored in witchcraft, which is uncommon, they will need to spend 14 bone coins to procure that spell. Conversely, if witchcraft is their major, they need only part with 3 bone coins. Lilith finds this pricing quite reasonable. Examinations are conducted over 2 days. The first day comprises indoor assessments, while the second day features outdoor evaluations. Fortunately, for young witches who have utilized strength-enhancing potions, a night of study will not severely impair their performance. As for the potential for cheating in this fluid examination format, one can rest assured that it is impossible. The Witch Tower has instituted a silent spell. From midnight onwards, all beings within the tower are rendered mute. Of course, if you possess the skill of lip reading, feel free to cheat. That is your ability and is deemed lawful within the Witch Tower. However, cheating is truly unnecessary. If one lacks talent, why persist? It would be a waste of time. Enjoying the subject as an elective would suffice. Nonetheless, the existence of this unspoken regulation regarding cheating subtly reveals that the witches' personalities can sometimes be quite complex. To be resolute is to proceed. Employing such methods of deceit indicates a considerable degree of contemplation. To act upon it signifies an awareness of the consequences. Thus the witch's tower shall merely turn a blind eye. Your life is your own. No matter how much you may twist, ruin, or squander it, it remains solely your affair. Even should you choose to become a mere puddle of mud, wandering distortedly in the forest, no one would intervene. The adult witches within the tower will not presume to advise you based on their age regarding the path you ought to take. In any realm, the notion of an optimal choice is a fallacy. It is merely about selecting the most comfortable option within the confines presented. Lilith arose before dawn, leaning over the table in the parlor, scribbling and erasing entries on the scrap paper before her. Indeed, the onset of choice paralysis struck her. As a soul from the modern era, she found it challenging to make decisions. Witchcraft was an essential choice. However, it appeared that financial stability would not be an issue for her future. Thus, she contemplated whether to pursue it as a minor. Yet the paramount importance of strength lingered in her mind. Would she need to be accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards in the future? That seemed rather excessive. Lilith felt indifferent about culinary witchcraft. It was an option she could take or leave. Naligia had made her intentions clear, expressing a desire to major in this course. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would remain by Lilith's side after graduation. This rendered it seemingly unnecessary for Lilith to pursue it herself. Given that this course required personal tasting, Lilith hesitated, grappling with the unsettling notion of consuming human flesh, ultimately striking through the course she had revised twice. Chapter 91, Trade Majoring in Summoning Witchcraft, is commendable, though it is said that upperclassmen exams in potion craft can be quite daunting. Lilith harbored some interest, leaving this option pending. She had no desire to study magical artifacts, yet Chocolate insisted, arguing that this knowledge would be essential for grave digging. When Lilith suggested that Chocolate attend instead, it fell silent. Eventually, Chocolate proposed a pact. It would assist Lilith in growing taller, and in return, she would help it with grave digging, thus securing magical artifacts as one of her elective courses. Chocolate found it quite simple to obscure the silencing spell within the tower, and it would remain undetected, for the young witches could dispel the enchantment upon entering the examination room. Did you not claim it was beyond your capabilities? Once the graves are dug, it shall be done. The demon felt a tinge of guilt. What correlation exists between grave digging and my height? Perhaps there is a slight connection, Chocolate replied, but you fail to clarify. You merely wish for me to exert my effort. Lilith pounded the table in frustration. Why can't you articulate the cause and effect plainly? Why all this obfuscation? You must trust me if you wish to grow taller, Chocolate remarked, sensing Lilith's ire. After a brief pause, it added, we can forge a trade. You assist me in excavating the tomb of Saint Mathand, and I shall help you grow taller. Without any penalties. How does that sound? Lilith pondered for a moment. She truly wished to escape her diminutive stature for the rest of her life. Very well then, let's make the trade, but without any superfluous words. Initially, she had contemplated making a pact with the demon. However, she was perplexed as to why Chocolate had previously stated that it was not the right time, only to change her stance now. Had some circumstance shifted? The only possibility that Lilith could conceive was that there might have been a change in the flow of magical energy. As the arcane forces twisted a scarlet paper, seemingly bleeding, materialized in the air, an elegant black calligraphy began to emerge upon it. There were merely 3 lines. The first declared, "The witch shall unearth the grave of the holy Pope Mudhender for the demon," while the last proclaimed, "The demon shall grant the witch height." The middle line was somewhat blurred, and Lilith began to comprehend the implications. 25 centimeters. A height of 175 centimeters seemed to be the norm here. Neither conspicuous nor diminutive, the demon shall elevate the witch to 175 centimeters. Should one party fulfill the terms above, the other must complete their obligations within 5 years. Although the contract did not specify punitive measures, one must recognize that a demon's bargain far surpasses that of a high-quality parchment contract. 5 years was an appropriate duration for both Lilith and the demon. 2 beings of longevity, and she found herself quite content with this agreement. Just as she was poised to inscribe her name, a sudden thought struck her. "You may sign first." Very well. Lilith's gaze shifted back to the mental realm, and she hastily looked at the feather quill in her hand. Yet Chocolate was swift. Within mere seconds, Lilith found herself back outside, having seen nothing. "It is your turn." The signature space on the contract appeared indistinct. Is such stringent caution truly necessary? Lilith signed her name with a sense of exasperation. The contract emitted a crimson glow, splitting into 2 copies that soared into the mirror and into Lilith's body. She felt a sudden warmth radiate from her side, almost causing her to faint. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment. Hastily, she lifted her garment to reveal a palm-sized black floral pattern etched upon her previously unblemished skin, a design unfamiliar to her. She attempted to rub the lines with her fingers, but her fingertips detected no texture. Will this tattoo vanish upon the completion of the transaction? The demon hesitated. It had never pondered this issue, as those who had previously struck bargains with it were more concerned about the fate of their souls. It should, I suppose. Should. Who among my kin understands? It is merely a transaction, yet now I bear a tattoo that precludes me from public service. Well, at least I wasn't eligible to begin with. Would I, a witch, truly compete for the role of a temple saintess? Amused by her own musings, Lilith chuckled. Seeing Lilith smile, Chocolate exhaled in relief. Lilith, now holding the feather quill, added witchcraft studies to her examination curriculum. Summoning Lilith gently prodded the paper with her quill, contemplating that pursuing a path of summoning to engage in a collective confrontation could indeed be a viable option. In due time, she could employ her puppetry skills to summon a dual onslaught. The thought of stealing human corpses may seem somewhat unethical, but she dismissed such concerns. After all, morality was never her forte, and her conscience could very well be tossed to the dogs. Lilith declared summoning as her major. Among the myriad of courses available, she swiftly eliminated those obscure subjects with which she was unfamiliar. Such niche fields often demanded a certain aptitude, like the enigmatic study of spatial phenomena, or that time manipulation class she had attended, which had transported her back to the nightmares of advanced calculus. After just 1 session, she was resolute in her decision. "Thank you, but the class is full. I shall pass." Considering the density of her coursework, Lilith ultimately opted for summoning as her primary focus, with a minor in witchcraft, potion making, magical artifacts, and the cultivation of rare flora. These selections were, for the most part, mainstream courses, and it was evident why many young witches gravitated towards them. The last course pertained to horticulture, specifically the nurturing of exquisite blooms. Lilith chose this course upon hearing that it would provide students with rare seeds of plants, the nature of which even the instructors were unaware. The thrill of unboxing such mysteries was undeniably enticing. With her subjects decided, Lilith stretched and prepared to venture out. Nelisa had left early that morning and was not in the dormitory. Otherwise, Lilith would not have dared to engage in dealings with demons so openly in the common area. Naturally, her first choice was witchcraft, the subject she found most accessible. Having already self-studied the art of witchcraft, The instructor had exempted her from examinations, merely requiring her to demonstrate her fire magic to be credited. Have you considered making this your major? You possess remarkable talent, was a compliment Lilith had encountered numerous times. She politely declined, stating, "But this is not my most proficient subject. I am more enamored with summoning." Were she in human society, Lilith would have only uttered the first half of her statement, as the latter might provoke undesirable consequences. She felt fortunate to be in the witch's tower, where she need not concoct elaborate excuses that would appease others. A simple preference sufficed. To like something was reason enough to pursue it, and she could voice her desires freely. Well, an elective is also commendable. Welcome to witchcraft class, little witch along with your goat. Thank you. Her second choice was potion making. Last semester's final grades served as a stepping stone for this term. Upon her arrival, she learned that those who achieved excellent marks were exempt from examinations. She merely needed to register. Chapter 92. Outstanding. Many young witches opted for this course, and Lilith lingered nearby for a short while. The examination for the rare plant cultivation course was quite fundamental. It entailed watering a designated plot of land in the classroom, with the requirement that it be done uniformly and thoroughly, ensuring not a single patch was left dry. Do not underestimate this task. The soil layer is a substantial 40 centimeters thick, and the texture of this earth is not particularly loose. Achieving uniformity without water accumulation or omissions is indeed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Lilith and Chocolate had cultivated some plants themselves, utilizing planting boxes for practice, and they performed commendably. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Lilith gracefully declined Chocolate's request for assistance, ultimately receiving an excellent evaluation, as expected. However, this time the teacher did not mention the major. Firstly, the course is rather niche, and secondly, there are many witches skilled in agriculture. Most of them, particularly those from humble backgrounds like Mealy, excel in this field. You would never believe it, my dear swan. Her red carp can not only swim through the air, but it can also summon rain on its own. When it releases its abilities, small clouds of mist appear around the red carp, with hues of red, gray, and white beautifully contrasting each other. It can be said that among the young witches taking the exam with Lilith, she was the most outstanding and the quickest to complete the task. She can water the soil evenly without even turning it over. Upon hearing the teacher encourage her to major in this subject, Mealy hesitated for a moment and surprisingly agreed. She thought everyone was like her, having already decided on their major before arriving. Could it be so casual? The examination for the magical tools involved assembling a structurally uncomplicated wooden mouse, with 2 vertical wooden sticks for support that the students needed to create themselves. Thanks to her basic skills in crafting, Lilith managed to secure an excellent grade in this class. The assembly was not difficult, but the challenge lay in crafting those 2 little sticks, which needed to be perfectly smooth with no splinters whatsoever. Given Lilith's somewhat mediocre abilities, achieving an excellent score was quite an accomplishment. The final and most crucial examination awaited her. Before she even reached the classroom door, she was met with an overwhelmingly nauseating stench. She paused momentarily and swiftly donned her mask. The examination for the summoning class required boiling a corpse and placing every single bone onto a nearby tray, with each student assigned a small animal carcass. Fortunately, they were all frozen in ice, which was a considerable improvement over the highly decomposed corpses Lilith had envisioned. Most of the young witches boiled the carcasses along with the fur, which likely explained why, despite the low level of decomposition, the entire classroom reeked. Lilith was assigned a specimen resembling a pangolin. After some contemplation, she decided to thaw it before quickly retrieving it. She removed the visibly apparent chunks of flesh and skin before returning it to the pot. Lilith was not a professional butcher, and her technique was somewhat lacking, but was not detrimental. The waiting process was interminable, necessitating occasional stirring of the pot, which was considerably larger than a typical potion cauldron, and requiring additional water as it simmered. With a large spoon, Lilith fished out the corpse along with some shredded meat, pinched it to assess the doneness, and began the process of deboning. To speak candidly, if it weren't for the overwhelming stench, this experience could be likened to simmering a broth of rib soup. No, she mustn't dwell on it. The mere thought made her feel nauseous. She resolved to abstain from meat for the next few days. Although she had experience from her ghostly encounters, the physiological repulsion was insurmountable. Equipped with waterproof gloves crafted from crocodile skin, provided by the examination venue, she proceeded. The tender, well-cooked meat could be easily separated with a gentle pinch. To ensure nothing was overlooked, Lilith meticulously tore the meat into small strips. "Excuse me, do you have any more of that item you're wearing? Could you sell me one? Or perhaps lend it to me, the little witch next door?" Noticing Lilith's unflinching demeanor as she worked, assumed the mask had some special utility. Lilith paused her task, pondered briefly, and nodded. "It's 30 bone coins. Interested? Personal items are not hygienic to lend, but I can sell you one." The fabric cost, along with the price of powder materials and a bit for labor, made Lilith believe her offer was quite reasonable. "Isn't that rather expensive?" "Never mind. Thank you. I can't afford it." Lilith observed the girl's expression. There was nothing amiss, just a natural display of poverty. The remark was somewhat amusing, but paired with her genuine demeanor, it was clear she meant to convey her inability to purchase it. Lilith felt no obligation to comment on the girl's financial state. She merely nodded and continued her work. Disassembling the remains of small animals was not particularly difficult, but meticulously tearing them into fine strips proved to be a laborious task. Lilith was not ignorant of biological structures. This method had indeed allowed her to uncover several bones concealed within the dense muscle, connected by delicate cartilage. 30 bone coins. Could you sell me one? It stinks too much. Lilith had arrived a bit late and was seated near the middle of the classroom, where a row of little witches was engaged in conversation. "Sure, I'll exchange the mask for the payment." This item is called a mask, a protective covering for the mouth, quite fitting. Due to the unpleasant aroma wafting through the air, this witch spoke with her mouth tightly controlled, hardly daring to open it wide. Lilith removed her gloves and handed a new mask to the girl, accepting the coins in return. "My goodness, it smells delightful." "Really?" Soon, the commotion attracted others. "Indeed, I can't detect any foul odor." 30 bone coins? I want one too. I also wish to have one. 30 is too steep for me. I can't afford it, but we will need this for later. At this point, Lilith had no choice but to set aside her half-worn gloves and retrieve the remaining mask she had. Just then, the instructor of the course unexpectedly approached and paused beside Lilith. It is well known that proctors inherently impose a certain pressure on candidates. Even an innocent student may feel unjustly guilty in their presence. Lilith felt just that. "Teacher, is something the matter? 30 bone coins? Is it really so foul that one cannot even wear a mask? Please give me one." The teacher placed the bone coin on the nearby table and then casually took one from Lilith's hand, adorning herself in the same manner as Lilith. After a few seconds, the teacher nodded in approval. Indeed, quite impressive. "What is your name?" she inquired. "Lilith," came the reply. "Is it the Lilith? If there are no namesakes, I should be." "Excellent." After a brief exchange, the mentor returned to her seat, her mask still firmly in place. Observing that even the mentor had made a purchase, the surrounding individuals eagerly surged forward, and Lilith successfully sold all the masks she had crafted. Chapter 93. A contest of protagonists? No more. I must continue my examination. I will sell outside later. The crafting is effortless and not troublesome at all. With that, Lilith donned her gloves, placed the corpse into the perpetually boiling pot for a brief scalding, and resumed the delicate task of bone extraction. After an exhilarating 4-hour examination, Lilith submitted her paper and, as expected, received an excellent evaluation. Upon registration, it was revealed that Lilith intended to major in this course, which seemed to elevate the masked witch mentor's spirits. You will not regret your choice. Upon selecting her major, the mentor provided a course schedule. Here, one could fill in elective subjects, displaying weekly classes, with mandatory attendance for the major courses. This is the basic witchcraft disc, capable of handling only small beasts. For larger ones, you may wish to visit the witchcraft shop in town. After thanking her, Lilith departed. The witchcraft disc resembled what Lilith had seen during her trial lesson, approximately the size of an A4 sheet. None of the subjects Lilith wished to study required outdoor examinations. The following day, she and Elisa spent half the day crafting soap with Neff, primarily to ensure Neff remembered each step. Initially, Lilith had assumed that Neff would send Zoe and the others, but to her surprise, Neff attended personally. Lilith also inquired about the progress of the mass production, to which Neff assured her that meeting the opening deadline was feasible, having already produced several large boxes. During the other half of the day, Lilith delved into the study of shampoo. Unfortunately, she only managed to create an exceedingly viscous soap solution, which could hardly be classified as shampoo. Lilith's hair had grown to shoulder length and could barely be tied back with a hair tie, making it an opportune moment to create shampoo. Washing her hair with soap had caused static electricity, and this time, she would not work alone. Had she relied solely on her efforts, it would take ages. She intended to seek out a few talented classmates in the potion class to collaborate on her research. Above all, the most exhilarating aspect was that she could now consider herself a half-witch. She could openly engage with witchcraft, no longer needing to furtively learn spells from Neff. Furthermore, the town's bookstore and the library in the tower would be accessible to them, and there were credits to earn. Once she learns more spells, she will be able to undertake missions from the witch's tower and venture out. Lilith was so exhilarated that she couldn't sleep a wink throughout the night, which left her companion, Chocolate, feeling quite dejected as it wandered without its senses, questioning whether Lilith wished for a sudden demise. The term sudden demise was something it had learned from Lilith during their conversations about the cause of her previous life's death. May. Lilith crouched down to scoop up the little lamb, a familiar of Nelisa, whom she had named Daudu. It was said that Lilith found it charming when she called the black goat me, prompting her to choose a similar playful name. In truth, Lilith thought the pronunciation of Daudu resembled the sound of a gun firing, but Nelisa steadfastly believed Daudu to be adorable. The size of the credit card was akin to that of a meal card from her past life, maintaining a rectangular shape. At first glance, it appeared to be a substantial and textured metal card. It was rumored that this card contained a special witch array, rendering it nearly indestructible under normal circumstances. Lilith tapped it twice with her finger, producing a delightful ringing sound. The issuance of tasks and the exchange of items were primarily overseen by Candace, and the credit card was anonymous, thus requiring careful safeguarding. As soon as Maria finished her words, she hurriedly departed. Teacher Candace stepped forward to take Maria's place, donning a red and black checkered bandana reminiscent of Neve's earlier style. Regarding credit tasks, she warmly encouraged everyone to actively participate, promising generous rewards. She also supported the exchange of credits for bone coins, although credits could not be converted back into bone coins. The task board was conveniently located in the stairwell of the witchcraft course, now visible to you. Before the issuance of credit cards, the little witches could not see the task board. Lilith's credit card initially boasted an impressive 50,000 points, which was akin to an overnight fortune. Patricia was the most thrilled among the three, even more so than Lilith, as she tugged the others along at a brisk pace toward the board. A considerable number of witches had already gathered, mostly upperclassmen. It appeared that the majority were engaged in missions for gathering, which would be better considered after a period of study. Patricia was majoring in an exceptionally niche field, the rarest of the rare, the witch's body. It is widely known that witches excel in long-range combat, be it spells or curses. Most require time to chant incantations. Ultimately, witch power, augmented by spells, can become significantly potent, achieving lethal effects. The dense, pure witch energy in the air, while easily making humans sick, found it challenging to directly cause the demise of a living being. Thus, most witches, even if not majoring in witchcraft, would take it as a minor subject. However, the witch's body was distinct. This extraordinarily obscure faction employed a method akin to that of humans to enhance strength, known as body training. In summation, ordinary individuals consume a tonic designed to enhance their physical capabilities, subsequently engaging in rigorous training to amplify their strength, only to repeat this cycle. Humanity categorizes individuals based on their power levels, with it being rumored that those who reach an advanced state of physical enhancement can triumph in one-on-one combat against the formidable Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon is regarded as one of the most potent beasts on this continent, second only to magical creatures that illegally traverse into this realm. It is said that even a person wielding a sword with all their might cannot sever the most vulnerable part of the Earth Dragon's body. Even witches are prohibited from challenging such a creature prior to their graduation due to the exceedingly high mortality rate. Patricia has chosen to pursue this particular field of study, and within her entire class, she is the sole individual to do so. It is rumored that the previous two cohorts had no new students in this specialization, rendering it akin to an elective that no one opts for. When Lilith first heard of this course, she momentarily questioned whether she had entered a fictional realm. Perceiving Patricia as the quintessential protagonist of a story, one who excels in both magical and physical training, destined to impress others upon the commencement of the academic year. Lilith accompanied Patricia to observe the course but refrained from entering, merely watching from the doorway. This class primarily revolves around exchanging injuries for strength, commencing with an immediate sparring session with the instructor, resulting in a visceral exchange of blows, teeth, and blood. Although this scenario is archetypal of a protagonist's journey, Lilith chose to abstain, believing that a life of ordinariness could be equally fulfilling. If it were merely bloody, she could endure it. However, the intensity of pain was intolerable. Lilith remarked, "I cannot endure this." As the lighter days of the first half of the year concluded, the second half of the curriculum commenced. On this day, Lilith had 2 elective courses scheduled. Between the witchcraft and magical artifacts classes, she selected the latter, not out of passion, but because it requires technical skills that are more challenging to self-learn compared to witchcraft. The course on magical artifacts proved to be exceedingly tedious, beginning with the identification of materials through visual, olfactory, tactile, weight, and resilience assessments. Lilith, having only used the strength-enhancing tonic once, found herself at a disadvantage compared to her peers, who possessed sharper senses, rendering her experience particularly arduous. She began to contemplate whether to consume the tonic once more. Yet she feared it might cause her to become shorter, a genuine concern stemming from a past experience that had made her wary. The witchcraft class today focused on sensing magical energy, a topic Lilith had anticipated. Nalisa mentioned that the instructor had taken them to a location rich with concentrated magical energy, nearly palpable in its essence. However, by the time she left, no young witch had succeeded in this endeavor, and many opted to remain, unwilling to return. Nalisa, however, had to come back due to her magical culinary class scheduled for the next day. Lilith had initially considered observing this session, but ultimately dismissed the idea, as she herself had a major summoning course the following day. Although referred to as a summoning class, at this stage they all colloquially dubbed it the dissection course. Indeed, the very class Lilith had longed to attend, but had previously lacked the opportunity to do so. The initial lesson was relatively gentle. A recently deceased brown bear, its blood yet to congeal, was brought forth. The instructor commenced a hands-on demonstration of dissection techniques, elucidating which anatomical regions harbored easily accessible viscera, as well as the appropriate depth of incision in relation to the prey size. A superficial cut preserves the integrity of the muscle tissue, which some chefs may request, thus necessitating careful attention during practice. When slicing through the texture, one must astutely assess the abdominal cavity of the prey, inferring the location of the internal organs based on external appearances. If the thickness of the fat layer is uncertain, the initial incision should be made more shallowly. The bone-cutting knife requires practice to develop finger strength. The instructor suggested a rather rudimentary exercise involving lifting a bucket, with the weight inside progressively increasing with practice. It was emphasized that the weight should be augmented gradually. A sudden increase could injure the fingers and hinder subsequent learning. At the conclusion of the lesson, the dismembered remains of the bear were sent to the cafeteria as a supplementary offering for dinner. Thus, time passed day by day in study, during which Lilith mastered additional spells. Now, even in the heat of summer, she no longer needed to purchase ice or fans, for she could conjure ice cubes and magical breezes herself, having acquired the spells from the library. The course on witchcraft incantations would not commence for another fortnight, as it was necessary to wait until most of the young witches sensed their magical abilities. Amidst the bustling activities, the day of the Golden Ship's grand opening swiftly arrived. Given the prior publicity, a considerable number of witches attended, some even returning from afar. To Lilith's surprise, the dwarves had split into 4. No, rather, Gilma had brought their friends to lend support. As the day for commerce approached, the witch town's regulations had relaxed somewhat. Without Jacqueline's assistance, creatures from another continent could also bring some currency or goods to this locale. To be frank, Lilith could hardly distinguish between the 2 bearded figures, as they appeared so remarkably similar. Fortunately, today, Casper wore the same attire as when they first met, sparing her from any embarrassing confusion. "Lilith, before we open the doors, I would like to introduce you to my foster mother, if you have a moment," said Neve, who was dressed elegantly for the occasion. She had also prepared an extravagant court gown for Lilith, complete with matching jewelry. In a town where which robes dominated aesthetic preferences, such attire was strikingly eye-catching, and today, they aimed for nothing less than brilliance. "Very well. I shall come over once I change into the gown." The gem-adorned, voluminous skirt was indeed beautiful, though cumbersome to don and doff, with layers upon layers. "Don't pull it so tightly." A wave of suffocation washed over me, my stomach constricting painfully Lilith felt as if Nelisa intended to strangle her with the waist belt. Is it too tight? Alexia said this pressure is just right, Nelisa replied, adjusting the gown's skirt and inspecting it with a discerning eye. It looks absolutely perfect. Ultimately, upon Lilith's fervent insistence, Nelisa acquiesced and replaced it with a looser belt style. This is my adoptive mother, Deborah Mel, whom you may address simply as Deborah, but refrain from calling her Mel. Beside Neve stands a young woman with fiery red hair and eyes as blue as a clear sky. She is clad in a gown befitting a human noble on an outing, accompanied by two individuals dressed as witches and a man who appears to serve as a steward. Good day, Lady Deborah, Lilith said politely, stepping forward. Typically, when a close friend introduces their mother, Lilith would refer to her as Annie. However, in the presence of this witch, who exudes youthfulness and vitality, it felt inappropriate. As Lilith pondered this, a fleeting memory brushed through her mind. Deborah? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Observing Neve's adoptive mother closely, Lilith was certain she had never encountered her before. Hello, this is a token of our meeting, she said, presenting a spatial pouch. I heard you specialize in summoning. I hope it will prove useful. The steward stepped forward to hand the pouch to Lilith, who, out of courtesy, refrained from opening it on the spot. Thank you. There is no need for such formality. I am merely curious about the appearance of someone capable of creating such intriguing items. I am delighted that Neve has found a partner like you. Deborah replied with a warm smile. Lilith felt a sense of awkwardness, unsure of how to respond. I hope we can collaborate in the future. I believe I possess a significant advantage in this area. Mother, it was evident to everyone that Deborah was vying for Neve's attention. The phoenix only roosts upon the tree of the underworld. If you are not exceptional, do not hinder others in their search for more suitable partners. Am I wrong? Deborah asserted with conviction. I will show you that her choice is indeed the right one. Then I shall await the outcome. Oh, but I will not attend your opening. I have been away from my dear for too long, and it is time I return, lest he miss me. Honestly, if you were not my daughter, I would not have taken this half day to visit you. The abrupt shift in her tone caught Lilith off guard. Be on your way. I shall not see you off. Neve was well aware of her adoptive mother's nature and had not anticipated her visit today. Chapter 95. Distasteful maneuvers. Alas, you are growing increasingly unlovable. Deborah turned to Lilith, nodding as she prepared to depart. Until we meet again, should the opportunity arise, I shall invite you to my wedding. The word wedding seemed to trigger a memory for Lilith, recalling the day she had been caught eavesdropping, an exceedingly awkward moment. Wasn't Deborah the love-struck witch that everyone gossiped about? She is Neve's adoptive mother, the owner of the commercial empire, the super-wealthy and powerful witch. Is indeed a romantic? Is this truly the case? While her demeanor and presence may not align with the stereotype, the words spoken moments ago revealed a striking contrast to the image Lilith had of Neve's adoptive mother. Perhaps I might have the chance to observe your mother's collection. Lilith ventured tentatively. Neve quietly breathed a sigh of relief as she observed others departing, only to hear Lilith inquire about her adoptive mother. Those faces are hardly worth your attention. I advise you against courting trouble. However, if you wish to indulge in her tales of romance for 3 days and nights, I could certainly assist you. Her adoptive mother, Deborah, genuinely relished inquiries about her collection, often compelling her listeners to absorb her narratives while pointing to the various masks she had amassed. Deborah's name and her penchant for collecting were quite renowned among witches. After all, within a race known for its longevity, the presence of a love-stricken individual capable of inciting laughter was bound to draw curiosity. Her stories were even included in lessons on moral education, aimed at enlightening young witches about the importance of discernment when venturing into the world and how to appropriately handle such matters, albeit with a somewhat grim approach to punishment. The inauguration of the Golden Ship was devoid of ostentation during the ceremony, yet Lilith's half-price promotion on the first day was undeniably exhilarating. Not only did the dwarves seize this opportunity to place substantial orders for ale, but even the adult witches made considerable purchases to resell. Did you think Lilith would incur a loss from this? Certainly not. No one could compel her into a losing venture. Selling at half price merely meant reduced profits. Yet she still garnered earnings. The lost profit would be transformed into goodwill and publicity. After all, one could not carry home such a copious amount of soap and toothbrushes for personal consumption, could they? Once Lilith provided the soap formula, her burdens lightened considerably, as she typically focused on crafting a few special essential oils, which alleviated her stress. The opening of the golden ship symbolized the conclusion of transactions with the general store, where the proprietor, Jean, expressed her regret, yet extended an invitation for future product trials in her shop. All of Lilith's excess essential oil soaps had been reserved by Maria, not out of a desire for monopoly, but rather for research purposes, as items capable of dispelling curses and toxins were rare. "Oh, darling, do fetch me 2 bottles of perfume." Jacqueline, amidst her busy schedule, managed to attend Lilith's opening. Truth be told, she merely wished to purchase more perfume, but with no other witches nearby to assist her, she had to venture forth herself. The opening perfume was limited to 1 bottle per person, albeit in a large 50-milliliter size, which would last quite some time. The production of this merchandise proved challenging. Neve had employed 2 separate slaves, resulting in only 3 boxes being produced. Due to its high price, Lilith positioned the perfume as a luxury item, priced at 250,000 bone coins. The decision not to set it at 200,000 was due to the fact that this fragrance represented the most basic scent profile. In Lilith's estimation, a perfume with a pronounced alcohol scent would be met with hesitation even at a mere 5 coins in contemporary markets. Yet, she was reluctant to utilize pure essential oils, as the large extraction equipment was still in the works. To prevent artisans from deducing the apparatus's structure, Neve had disassembled the equipment into several components, assigning different craftsmen to construct them, with certain parts entrusted to Selena. Celine Sina has officially signed on with the Golden Ship, a development that Lilith hardly endeavored to achieve. It is evident that she did not exert herself at all. It remains a mystery how Neve managed to communicate to them both the notion that Lilith was to nurture a master artisan of magical artifacts for the Golden Ship. Before Lilith even had the chance to inquire, they had already expressed their eagerness for the position. While they were engaging in self-dialogue about salary compromises, they had conditions of their own. They desired the freedom to accept additional commissions while fulfilling their obligations to the Golden Ship. It is apparent that their passion for the craft of magical artifacts is genuine. After all, it was their love for the field that led them to pursue it. No, which would prioritize financial gain when selecting courses, as such a choice would be akin to slow self-destruction for beings of their kind. Their majors must align with their interests or passions, while minors will be selected with practicality in mind. Lilith, the anomaly who weighs pros and cons in course selection, would be deemed peculiar by others if she were to voice her reasoning. To refine their skills, the variety of commissions is indeed significant. Lilith is rather indifferent to the demands of Celine Sina. After all, they are bound by a work contract, not a servitude agreement. Although it may outwardly resemble a contract of bondage, Lilith possesses no inclination to act as a slave driver. Therefore, how they choose to spend their free time is of no concern to her as long as it does not interfere with their duties to the Golden Ship. They could pursue additional endeavors, even taking on roles of kings, and she would harbor no objections. The enthusiasm of the witches led to a temporary shortage on the shelves, a miscalculation on Neve's part. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly, while Lilith prepared the oven. Those drawn by the aroma of freshly baked bread seized the opportunity to replenish the stock with their spatial bags. "Oh my, how's this bread made? It is so soft, so fragrant. I find a version with jam even more delectable. I prefer it with butter." The bakery is staffed by 5 young witches, all proficient in their magical studies, yet still ungraduated, 3 of whom are Neve's classmates. Familiar with the process, they employed their magic to produce bread at a pace comparable to 100 humans working simultaneously. This efficiency is essential to accommodate the increasing number of customers. Yet baking bread remains a time-consuming endeavor, and inevitably, a long queue formed at the window. To be candid, the opening of a business is not solely a joyous occasion. For instance, Lilith confronted a particularly uncouth witch whom she vaguely recognized as a classmate from her summoning course. They had previously had little interaction, even failing to exchange words. This individual stood beneath Lilith's stall selling masks, brandishing a bucket of masks and deliberately undercutting Lilith's prices by a coin. Chapter 96. Wailing and Spectating. One truly questions the intellect of someone capable of such actions. Due to the ease of replication, Lilith anticipated that others would sell such items. However, she was taken aback by an individual who brazenly declared that selling them was her prerogative, uttered in a somewhat flippant tone. Initially, Lilith maintained her composure, but upon hearing those words, her anger surged. What sheer foolishness! Would Lilith indulge her? Certainly not. Fueled by indignation, she immediately challenged the person to a duel. Regardless of whether the individual was intentionally provoking her, Lilith was determined to demonstrate that she was not to be trifled with. A witch's duel indeed. Upon hearing this, the white-haired young witch swiftly stowed her large cauldron into her spatial bag, her eagerness betraying a sense of premeditation. At this juncture, Lilith had not yet begun her formal studies in sorcery, leaving no doubt that this troublemaking witch was a repeat student. Why was she seeking conflict? Before engaging, Lilith furrowed her brow and demanded an explanation. In response, a large fireball came hurtling towards her face. Veins bulging at her temples, Lilith retaliated with a water spell. As fire and water collided in the air, they created a thin mist. Chanting incantations, Lilith evaded a streak of purple light with the aid of a gust of wind, deftly maneuvering across the arena. Neve, observing the spectacle, felt a pang of concern. She knew that first-year students had yet to commence their sorcery lessons. And as far as she was aware, Lilith had only ever utilized a strength-enhancing potion. Opting for a different form of duel placed her at a distinct disadvantage. As a merchant, Neve found Lilith's impulsiveness rather reckless. Yet as a witch, she empathized with Lilith's predicament. After all, she had been provoked to the extreme. Failing to retaliate would only lead to pent-up frustration, detrimental to one's magical practice. Moreover, an adolescent which is particularly susceptible to emotional provocation. Lilith had always perceived herself as emotionally stable, behaving like an adult, yet she was unconsciously influenced by her physiology. In light of this, Neve did not intervene, but instead prepared an expensive healing potion, clutching it in her palm, ready to administer it should any mishap occur. This potion was her own life-saving remedy, highly effective. Meanwhile, as the duel progressed, Lilith began to grow impatient. She sensed that the repeat student lacked formidable magical prowess. In the exchange of fireballs, hers was evidently larger than that of her white-haired opponents, yet the latter was adept at evasion. The advantage of a repeat student lay in their experience, unleashing a myriad of basic spells that Lilith had never encountered before, including curses that slowed her movements, quite bothersome. "I could take care of her for you," Chocolate whispered, as small puddles formed from the water spell on the ground. Of course, it had no altruistic intentions. It merely found the notion of gradually shattering the opponent's bones exhilarating. The demon relished the thought of the witch's screams, eagerly anticipating the sound. Yet, Lilith outright rejected its well-meaning, albeit sinister, offer. Although summoning a demon would simplify matters, she preferred to take matters into her own hands under the current circumstances. Lilith once again evaded a beam of light, bending her body at a perfect 90 degrees, her right hand extending forward as the final incantation slipped from her lips. The arm of the white-haired witch instantly contorted and twisted, transforming into a grotesque mass of blood and flesh, a ghastly amalgamation of shattered bones and sinew. A gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd. Many witches had gathered to witness Lilith's duel, not only young witches but also mentors. Heidi Strickland, the instructor of the magical curriculum at the Witch Tower, was also one of Lilith's elective course teachers. Celia's teaching had proven remarkably effective, softening the hearts of our young witches. "Celia, the mentor of the ideological education course, could it be that you truly wish for her to shatter her kin's skull?" A somewhat muffled voice responded from the side. It was Dorothy, Lilith's summoning course instructor. Ever since she purchased a mask from Lilith, it seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Now, she never parted from her mask, wearing it whether or not she was conducting experiments or attending classes. To this end, she had even crafted several masks from different materials. Yet, she could not replicate the fragrant powder contained within Lilith's mask. Though she knew it was made from dried flower powder, discerning the specific ingredients was a challenge, as it had all been reduced to a fine dust. And she was not a potion expert. As for researching it, she found it too tedious. It was far easier to wait and purchase a ready-made one. Were it not for her fondness for these masks, she would not have gone out of her way to the tailor to have new ones made. "Come now, you're merely lamenting over a few bones, as if you could have withstood it when you were a minor." Heidi Strickland lightly tapped Dorothy's arm with the back of her hand. The two mentors were contemporaries. Although their specializations differed, it was no surprise that geniuses tended to congregate, and good students naturally gravitated towards one another. At that moment, Dorothy was slumped in a single armchair entwined with bones, and upon closer inspection, one could discern not only animal bones but also human ones, perhaps even those of witches. This chair was her pride and joy, crafted in imitation of the grand entrance of which town, as it was not an item that could be summoned directly with magical power, allowing her to recline at her leisure. After all, standing was truly exhausting. If one could sit, one should not stand, and if one could lie down, one should not sit. Just look at her foresight. While everyone else had come merely to spectate, she alone could rest comfortably, proving that her choice of summoning as a specialization was indeed wise. Today was a day of rest. Not only the young witches, but also the mentors were taking a break, which accounted for the large audience. Typically, Lilith would be amongst them. However now, the wails rendered the opponent incapable of reciting their incantation. Seizing the moment of their halted attack, Lilith leisurely stepped forward, and as the previous spell concluded, she immediately began chanting anew, fully prepared, when her adversary, having adjusted to the pain, cast a fierce glare in her direction. Lilith unfalteringly directed her spell towards their leg. A heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the air, more agonizing than the last. This time, Lilith had mastered the range. Blood gushed profusely, staining the ground, while the white-haired witch writhed in agony at the center, her body drenched in crimson, a truly pitiful sight. Lilith, however, did not harbor any lofty emotions. She squatted at the edge of the large pool of blood, hugging her knees, her chin resting upon them. I'm not particularly angry anymore, so why do you deliberately seek to provoke me? Surely it's not simply because you find me unappealing and wish to engage in a brawl. Could we not settle this with a straightforward challenge instead of resorting to such distasteful antics? Chapter 97. The price of annoyance. The white-haired witch emitted intermittent groans of despair, pressing her face against her still intact arm as she lay on the ground. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, she lacked the strength to scream. Yet upon hearing Lilith's inquiry, she pounded the earth in frustration. A small dent formed where her fist struck. I despise you. I loathe all of you prodigies. What is it to you? The words seemed to consume all her strength, laced with fury. She perceived no fault in her actions, for the witch's tower was a realm governed by the law of the jungle. So you did this purposefully to incite my ire? Why not simply challenge me to a duel? Lilith's tone was laced with confusion. Do you think I wouldn't want to? Prodigy. Lilith, though perplexed, was not overly curious. She had calmed down. Rising, she adjusted her slightly disheveled, opulent gown, the hem singed and curling, with a damp section where several gemstones had fallen. Scanning the vicinity, she discovered the lost gems in a small puddle. Clutching one of the gemstones, she gazed outward. So how does one conclude a duel? Surely, we cannot simply kill one another over such trivial matters. She had no intention of bearing a death on her conscience for such a minor issue. How had those spectators she observed in the past concluded their duels? TSK, were the rules for brawling duels the same as those for magical duels? A brawling duel ended when one was incapacitated. Cough, I concede, came a faint voice from behind Lilith, alert and wary of a potential ambush. She paused upon hearing the words of surrender and turned to look at the fallen figure. As the white-haired witch declared her defeat, the surrounding witches' array dissipated, and a slender white ribbon enveloped the witch, whose limbs had been severed, cradling her amidst the blood. Nelisa approached, intending to lead Lilith away to change. Neve patted Lilith on the shoulder. Well done. Are you observing her familiar? Familiar? You mean that fabric? To be precise, it is a boneless creature, and its flesh can be sliced away. Upon hearing this, Lilith turned to Neve. How do you know this so well? I am not only aware of this, but I also comprehend that once that cocoon-like package unfurls, her wounds will be completely healed. How utterly unscrupulous! If we were to sustain such grievous injuries, we would need to expend a significant amount of bone coins to procure medicine. Naive gazed at the other party with eyes full of envy, although they were narrowed. Lilith could feel it. The white-haired witch and Naive were from the same cohort, both having minored in the study of witchcraft. So it was only natural that Naive was familiar with her. The name of the white-haired witch is Annecy, who was quite renowned in their class due to her familiar's extraordinary ability to heal any ailment completely. However, such formidable power comes with a formidable curse. Annecy is forbidden from initiating any form of aggression against anyone or any creature. Yet, prior to summoning her familiar, she was the type of person who would readily engage in a brawl if something displeased her. This curse is utterly debilitating. The inability to confront others leads to psychological distortion over time. The only reason she was able to strike first in the dueling arena was due to the unique circumstances of the venue and Lilith having proposed the duel. Not only can she not engage in fights with other witches, but even when it comes to slaughtering livestock, she must wait for the animal to attack her before she can retaliate. A significant part of her failure to advance academically stems from this. During the previous academic year, the final examination for the summoning and dissection course required students to kill a livestock creature within a stipulated time frame and create a skeletal being. From that day forth, Annecy understood that she lacked the innate talent for the study of summoning. Under the weight of such a curse, aspiring to acquire the bones of more powerful creatures is akin to chasing an impossible dream. This provocative approach she has chosen could be seen as a means of circumventing her curse. It is no easy feat, to say the least, although it sounds rather tragic. Why should it concern me? Truly, misfortune has a way of striking when one is at home. Her misfortune is not my concern at all. How utterly unreasonable. Wait, why have you come along as well? Shouldn't you be attending to the shop? Today marks the grand opening. What madness is it that both heads have fled? No matter. Ellie and Zoe are present. Nothing will go awry. But what about you? Are you injured? Do you require treatment? Observing that there were no significant injuries, Naive refrained from retrieving her life-saving medicine and instead offered Lilith a common healing potion. Lilith bore no severe wounds, merely a few scrapes. "No need, give me 5 minutes," she replied, producing the large clock she had retrieved from the administrator and stepping inside. The clock had completed its testing, and overall, the healing effects were quite satisfactory. It lacked the power to remove curses or detoxify, but was effective for physical injuries. For level 1 injuries, such as scrapes and bleeding that do not threaten life, healing could be achieved within half a day. For level 2 injuries, like severed limbs, healing could occur within a day, provided that remnants of the limbs were still present. However, it lacked the ability to regenerate severed limbs. If the remnants were absent, it would heal the stump directly, which is something that must be approached with caution to avoid becoming disabled. Level 3 internal organ damage typically heals within 2 to 3 days. Injuries classified as level 4 or higher can only prolong life. For instance, if internal organs are lost, remaining in a supine position may allow one to cling to life, with the duration depending on the extent and significance of the organ loss. Should all internal organs be forfeited, the body may sustain function for no more than half a day. Lilith was uninterested in the origins of these precise figures. As a beneficiary, she felt it disingenuous to express any horror at such grim realities. Upon returning to the Golden Ship, many witches accompanied her. Though while numerous had initially followed out of curiosity, some astute individuals remained behind, recognizing that fewer patrons would facilitate easier purchasing. To Lilith's surprise, toothbrushes were selling even more briskly than bread. Within just half a day, stocks were nearly depleted, necessitating a reservation system for sales. Lilith had not modified the toothbrush design. After several days of use, she discovered that the plant from which they were made possessed inherent antibacterial properties, showing no signs of mold. Truly a divinely chosen material for toothbrushes, rendering additional preservation unnecessary. Sales of sugar, however, were lackluster, likely due to its high price, although it remained considerably cheaper than the malt sugar previously available in this world, prompting a few young witches to purchase it for taste. A cacophony erupted outside the Golden Ship, and Lilith felt an inexplicable familiarity with the sound, as if it transcended time. "Lilith! Lilith! Come quickly! I've created it!" Celine's voice wafted through the door, reaching Lilith's ears. Chapter 98. The cumbersome bicycle. Celine rushed towards her, pushing an object that was strikingly familiar, yet somewhat heavier than what Lilith had previously encountered. The chain clattered rhythmically, drawing the attention of the surrounding witches. "You actually made it!" Lilith exclaimed, astonished. After all, only a few days had passed. Celine must possess quite the talent. "Do you want to give it a try?" "I attempted at using your method, but it didn't work," Celine said, lifting her pant leg to reveal a scrape on her knee. "That's normal. This contraption requires considerable practice to master." It was entirely expected for someone unaccustomed to riding to fall during initial attempts. Neve, hearing the commotion, emerged as well. "This is the bicycle you mentioned," Lilith remarked, taking the handle from Celine. She quickly realized that it was heavier than she had anticipated. The handle was rather thick for her grasp, yet for individuals of Neve's stature, it should be just right. However, this world consists of more than just adults. Bicycles should ideally be produced in 2 or 3 different sizes to accommodate various demographics. Lilith noted this observation. Firmly gripping the handle, she pushed forward a short distance. The tires were perfectly round, and the new materials exhibited ample elasticity, making it relatively effortless to propel. With both hands on the handle, and considering that this body was experiencing cycling for the first time, she opted to mount the bicycle. Of course, she first needed to change out of her court-style gown into long sleeves and trousers. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Successfully aboard. Lilith found the weight of the vehicle required her to exert greater effort on the pedals. Due to her height, she could not reach the pedals when they were at their lowest point, despite her toes being stretched to their fullest. Therefore, she had to forcefully press down on another pedal positioned at its highest point, tilting it just enough to regain her reach. Oh my goodness! This speed surpasses walking by far. How does this contraption move without a horse? Can it steer itself? Could it possibly be a familiar? It resembles a Witch's artifact. Surely there's a concealed magical array within its structure. Can it traverse any terrain? It certainly does not seem so. Regardless, it will undoubtedly serve well in the town. Indeed, non-living entities do not excrete waste. It seems this can indeed be utilized within the town. Lilith took a small circuit, the bicycle's weight causing her to break a light sweat. Celine, we must switch to a lighter metal. This one is far too heavy for an ordinary person to ride. What a pity if it is only sold in Richest town. Then I shall take it back to change the materials and recreate it. By the way, you ride exceptionally well. Have you ridden one of these before? Lilith paused. If not for Celine's earnest tone, she might have suspected she would have to engage in a scuffle today, certainly with someone foolish enough to provoke her. Of course, she would retain her hands. Even if she employed that spell, she would direct it towards her legs. After all, her legs held little value to her. Lilith, expressionless, contemplated for a moment, only returning to reality upon sensing Celine's penetrating gaze. Well, does riding a bike in a dream count? This body has never experienced riding a bicycle. May I get a try? Neve had also changed her attire, her sleeves cinched as if preparing for a hunt. Celine vacated her position, and the surrounding witches began to stir with anticipation. Once Neve mounted the bike, she did not immediately push the pedals forward. It is well known that a bicycle will topple if it does not move, but they are witches. Neve supported both sides with wind, ensuring she would not fall before gradually pressing down on the pedals. The wheels rolled forward with a delightful rumble. Celine slapped her forehead. How did I not think of that? Neve's method reminded Lilith of an auxiliary device, prompting her to immediately retrieve her design sketches for modifications. Children's bicycles typically have 4 wheels, with smaller wheels on either side of the larger back wheels for stability, preventing falls. She could easily replicate this structure. Thus, even without witchcraft, one could cheat. Neve returned after a brief experience, remarking, "Not bad. May I try too? Is this a new product from Golden Ship? I wish to give it a go. My familiar is a lemming, far too small to carry me. In that case, I want one too. Let me have a try." The entrance of the Golden Ship buzzed with excitement. Neve glanced at Lilith, who nodded in agreement. Naif summoned Zoe and instructed her to take the bicycle to a more distant location. All right, enough lingering at the entrance. Let us venture a bit further. This is not the final product, so handle it with care when in use. A lightweight iron will suffice, the same materials commonly utilized by humankind. The special materials from Witchtown are only suitable for our own creations. Lilith and Celine reviewed the bicycle's shortcomings. The reserves of iron are rather limited. I must go out for a while. Celine, who typically sought the finest materials for her crafts, found it challenging to make adjustments with the available supplies. Most of the previously stockpiled iron had been used for crafting soapboxes for Lilith. I still have some left. I'll bring it to you. Naif, being well off, had a stockpile of such ordinary materials, especially after collaborating with Lilith. The Golden Ship officially closed its doors at 6 in the afternoon, leaving behind a number of customers who were still eager for more. However, a few words for Naif had them departing joyfully, promising to return the next day. Once the door was closed, Zoe eagerly approached to announce the day's earnings, only to be silenced by Alexia's playful hand over her mouth. When the employees had all departed, leaving just 5 individuals in the room, Naif was the first to inquire, "How were today's earnings?" "Very good, exceptionally well," Zoe exclaimed, gesturing with her hands to indicate a high amount, even rising on her toes to emphasize her point. It was evident that the earnings were indeed impressive. On the first day, everyone was still filled with enthusiasm, which accounted for the high figures. However, in a week or two, the earnings would likely normalize. Lilith analyzed the situation thoughtfully. Nalisa prepared a cup of floral tea for each person, using herbs provided by Lilith, which had calming properties. She had laid some out on the terrace, originally meant for soap making to be used as tea leaves. Considering today's situation, we seem to be a bit short-staffed. Lilith pointed out, although Alexia's management had kept things running smoothly, it was evident that most of the staff were quite fatigued, with some working nonstop. Only the robust witches could endure such a pace. Any human would have long since been exhausted. Shall we consider recruiting more individuals? Alexia had already contemplated which witches might be suitable for hire. She was ready to reach out as soon as Naif gave the command. Chapter 99. Naif's familiar employing younger witches from the witch tower for just half a month proved to be more cost-effective than hiring adult witches. The lower wage for minor labor was a reality, and Naif believed that hiring them would be advantageous. What about employing children from the nursery? Lilith recalled hearing about nurseries from Elisa and had witnessed young children setting up their own stalls to do business. Finding that the children in this world seemed quite mature for their age, distributing the workload among enough individuals wouldn't be too strenuous, and it felt just right. Aside from the bakery, the other tasks required little technical skill. As long as one could speak and was physically able, they would suffice. The most crucial point is that the young witch from the witch's tower can only work part-time due to her classes, while the children at the kindergarten are free to work from dawn until dusk. However, the kindergarten is far too small for this. Neve dismissed this suggestion. I concurred, pondering whether they would even be sufficient for the shelves. Zoe, having gulped down a drink, found it unexpectedly delightful and, taking advantage of the moment when others were distracted, brought an entire teapot before her. She drank cup after cup, akin to a cow chewing peonies. Lilith rested her chin on her hand, pondering that perhaps we should indeed recruit students from the witch's tower, but with a request for them to be neatly and cleanly attired. Lilith was reminded of the group by the potion study room and added this last note. I need to step out this evening. Lilith, accompany me. Neve suddenly interjected after sipping her floral tea, uttering a seemingly unrelated remark. Lilith looked at her in surprise. What is the matter? Such a sudden statement. It concerns the slaves. One of them has managed to gather enough money and wishes to buy their freedom. I received this report at noon. How long have we been enforcing this rule? Did you not mention that their wages were meager? Even working tirelessly for 24 hours a day. It seems implausible for one to amass enough for their ransom so swiftly. Lilith recalled Neve's stipulation that they would have to toil relentlessly without food or rest for a year to save enough for their freedom. What could possibly be the situation? The slaves previously owned no wealth whatsoever. Even those who had brought possessions into slavery found that everything they owned belonged to the master the moment they were enslaved. Thus, the notion of selling prior assets to purchase their freedom was utterly non-existent. Neven noidit. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. The news was brought by Osha's familiar, and I cannot be away for too long from the opening, compounded by a shortage of personnel, which left no one to inquire sooner. Very well, I shall accompany you. It was chocolate time in the evening, and it appeared she would need to make use of it today. She hoped the matter would not be too complicated, and that they could return swiftly. Otherwise, who knows how this fellow might cause mischief. Are demons not often petty or vengeful? Lilith thought, knowing that any time she occupied would surely be repaid in kind later. Delegating the recruitment task to Narlisa and the others, Neve led Lilith to the teleportation array. As they emerged from the teleportation point, they were met with a cacophony of noise, clamor, and banging, suggesting that the entire factory was in disarray. Lilith frowned as Neve paused, smiling and tilting her head, softly querying Lilith, "Are you not curious about my familiar?" Lilith turned to look back, witnessing Neve's right index finger adorned with a delicate, white, jade-like thread, swirling gracefully in the air like rippling water. Lilith's eyes widened momentarily, mistaking it for a segment of white thread size 72, a type she frequently used in her past life for stringing beads into bracelets. The air suddenly chilled, and as Lilith opened her mouth to inquire further, a plume of white mist escaped her lips. Is it not summer now? Where does this breath of cold air originate? A chill enveloped Lilith's skin, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. To her astonishment, she found herself experiencing the depths of winter once again, despite being a robust witch. The air turned arid, and scattered snowflakes danced in the atmosphere. Lilith quietly retrieved a robe from her spatial bag, pondering why she had not brought a fluffy cloak. It was laughable. She had thought she would never need such an item in her lifetime. The factory fell into a hushed silence, as if some divine being had pressed a pause button on the world, erasing the previous clamor. Thud, thud, thud. Osha hurriedly approached from distance. Lilith, now feeling the air near the ground turning frigid, discreetly distanced herself from Naifei. After a moment's contemplation, she summoned a little lamb to clutch as a makeshift hand warmer. The black lamb joyfully wagged its tail, showing no sign of protest even when Lilith pressed her icy hand against its soft, warm belly. Miss, please collect the snowbugs. The slaves are on the verge of freezing. Naifei did not immediately gather the snowbugs, but inquired about the situation first. The slaves are a bit agitated, but have not caused any disturbances. Please, miss, collect the snowbugs, even if the slaves are of little value. Tina cannot endure this biting cold. Upon hearing Tina's name, Naifei waved her hand, dispersing the snowbugs. Before vanishing, a snowbug hurled a snowball the size of a fist at Osha, who deftly leaped aside in anticipation. Not only did she evade it, but she also sprinted a few steps further away. The snowball, following a parabolic trajectory, landed where Osha had previously stood, and in that instant of deformation, frost spread outward, enveloping everything except beneath Naifei's feet. Oh dear, the area has expanded again. What a blunder. Osha exerted some effort to free her foot from the ice, then skillfully consumed a potion while casting a spell upon her feet. Upon raising her head and spotting Naifei, she couldn't help but complain, miss. The snowbugs are plotting against me. I am truly incensed. Isn't this self-inflicted? How many times must I say it? They're called snow, not bugs, Naifei replied, exasperated. They are bugs indeed. Lilith stood close to Naifei, originally at risk of being caught in the crossfire. However, at the moment of landing, she employed a recently learned spell, graciously provided by Chocolate, which allowed her to walk in midair. She did not anticipate this scenario. Rather, she was aware that this was human society, and she feared stepping upon something untoward. Thus, for her own peace of mind, she cast the spell from the outset. You brought this upon yourself. Remember to clear away the ice afterward. Now, report on the situation. Seeing Naifei's expression turning cold, Osha quickly adopted a more serious demeanor. Chapter 100. A moment of three villainous expressions. The events trace back to earlier this morning when a group of human nobles passed through this area. The mountain in question is private property, marked by a warning sign at its base, yet lacking any substantial fencing. It is rather easy to overlook the sign unless approached from the front. A group of nobles, venturing out of the city for a hunt, claimed ignorance regarding the private nature of the land. This raises quite the intrigue, considering the nearest town is a day and a half's ride away. Osha noted that this group consisted entirely of humans, and Neve pointed out that there wasn't a single tree atop this mountain. They professed to be on a hunting expedition. What an uncanny coincidence. Furthermore, this group wandered about for a while, and suddenly one of the slaves managed to gather enough wealth to secure their freedom. One cannot help but feel something is amiss. Lilith, with her arms crossed, listened intently. Have you expanded your business to the nearby town? After all, humans need sustenance, and convenience in purchasing would be advantageous. Engaging in commerce is merely a matter of course, she remarked. Neve, in the midst of her musings, turned to Osha. How has that little shop been faring lately? The witch could travel via a teleportation array. Thus, she entrusted Osha with overseeing the purchases and the shop's operations. There have been no discrepancies. I've marked the items at your instructed prices. Osha hesitated slightly, uncertain if the situation was indeed unusual, yet she continued. However, business has unexpectedly surged recently. Although it appears to be just 2 or 3 additional orders each day, such consistency feels rather unusual and diverges from my predictions. Despite Osha's primary responsibility being the management of the factory, seemingly detached from the commercial aspects, she possessed a keen sensitivity towards these matters, coupled with meticulous attention to detail. Why would a small town with a sparse population still see business? Because wherever there is an adventurer's guild, wealth follows. Yet, the sudden increase in transactions was undeniably peculiar. Had today's incident not occurred, they could have dismissed this anomaly as trivial. But alas, something had transpired. It seemed that unruly individuals had arrived in town. As Neve spoke, she made her way toward the factory. The ambient temperature gradually returned to normal, yet the frost on the ground showed no signs of melting, continuously emanating a chill. How do you propose we resolve today's affair? Neve inquired of Lilith. We shall adhere to the rules. After all, a contract has been signed, And we need not fear any breach of confidentiality, Lilith responded. It is worth mentioning that the slave contract is merely a conventional agreement, governed by human law, serving as proof in the trade of human lives, distinct from the non-scientific contracts originating from which town that Lilith referred to. Naturally, the costs associated with these contracts are factored into the slave's redemption fees, aimed at ensuring no extra expense for outsiders. Neve nodded in agreement. I share your sentiments. It serves as a fine example for others. Implementing this policy was met with skepticism by many slaves, as few would willingly relinquish their own assets. Some slaves worked with a sense of doubt, while others continued to shirk their duties, disregarding the notion of freedom that Lilith and her companions had presented. Regardless of the intentions of those who arrive in the city, they seize the opportunity to demonstrate to the remaining slaves that, with sufficient payment, true freedom can indeed be attained. One must not underestimate the significance of freedom. Slave owners possess the arbitrary power to inflict harm upon their slaves, leaving their lives perpetually hanging by a thread. What hope remains in such existence? Most individuals, when given the chance, would yearn to escape this looming threat. The reality of slavery is stark. Slaves are regarded as the property of their masters, and consequently, any accomplishments or endeavors they undertake belong solely to their owners. In the absence of external interference, a day as a slave nearly equates to a lifetime of servitude. After all, how can one, without personal wealth, save to secure their own emancipation? For slaves, the notion of earning extra income is non-existent. The gifts bestowed by their masters may be utilized or shared, yet the idea of using such resources to flee is nothing short of a fantasy. While it is feasible to achieve freedom by having someone purchase them, who can guarantee that the person they trust will not abscond with a significant sum of money? Even blood relatives may be tempted by greed, let alone friends. Should one fall victim to deceit, the loss is irreversible, as the law offers no protection to those stripped of even basic human rights. Nevertheless, Naive and her companions provide a means of sustenance through work for the slaves post-emancipation, a considerable improvement from their previous state of bondage, rendering it a worthy attempt for them. The man seeking emancipation bore a semblance of familiarity. Lilith recalled encountering him during her last visit, a man idly shirking responsibility. It was the scab on the back of his neck that jogged her memory. What a troublesome character. He was either slacking off or quietly scheming. Tina stood elevated, and the slaves below were hushed, some nervously rubbing their hands, while others were curled up on the ground, appearing utterly cold. With a mere incantation, Naive conjured flames within the house, infusing the space with warmth, with the spark beside Tina being the most prominent. Thank you, Master, Tina acknowledged, nodding as Naive ascended the platform. Let there be no more raucousness. We shall now address the request for emancipation from a slave buck. Tina, please recount his ransom in front of everyone once more. Yes, Master. Tina opened a tattered pouch, revealing the coins one by one for all to see, audibly tallying the amount until the final Turum coin was placed upon the table. She turned the entire worn pouch inside out to provide a clear display. Not a coin more, not a coin less, just perfect. The ransom set by Naive was not a round number, but rather a sum composed of various denominations. Buck, who had previously clamored for his release and incited unrest among the other slaves, now stood trembling before Naive. Oh, this fellow had likely been psychologically scarred by Naive. Even a mere utterance of his name sent him into a panic. Quite literally, Lilith took a step back in disgust, distancing herself and donning a mask. How unfortunate it is. She can effortlessly perform 3 disdainful expressions of a wicked woman in a mere second. Very well. I hope everyone can earn abundantly. Tina, please bring forth the items. Naive remained unfazed, smiling as she extended her hand to receive a piece of parchment from Tina, which she then handed over to the elated man. According to the new regulations, upon payment of the ransom, this slave contract shall be returned to you. Congratulations. You are now free. Before the man could fully process Naive's words, she continued, you now have 2 options according to the new rules. The first is to leave this place on your own, or alternatively, you may pay an additional fee for our escort to the nearest human settlement. The second option is to retain your position and work here as a commoner. However, I shall no longer provide you with complimentary meals or lodging. You may construct a temporary dwelling at the foot of this mountain. So what is your choice? Naive's tone lifted slightly. Chapter 101, dead, alive, or stolen? I choose the first option. I will leave on my own, the man eagerly declared, barely able to contain his excitement. As Lilith sensed that he could hardly wait for Naive to finish speaking. Naive nodded in response. Very well, you must depart by noon tomorrow. Since she was to display mercy, it was only fitting to offer a complete gesture. Sending him away in the dead of night would be rather uncivilized. Thus, Naive generously granted him until noon the following day. However, some are less appreciative. I will leave now, immediately, without any delay. You wouldn't stop me, would you? The man's expression shifted from joy to apprehension as he cautiously scrutinized Naive's demeanor. Yet, he could glean nothing, for Naive had maintained her usual smile since her entrance. Buck shifted his gaze, glancing at Lilith, who, wearing a mask, concealed her emotions, though her eyes did not betray any anger. Noticing the man's gaze upon her, Lilith disdainfully clicked her tongue. You have received the slave contract. You are no longer our concern. Feel free to leave. Thank you, master. Thank you, Buck mumbled, his legs trembling as he stumbled toward the exit. Lilith observed the marks he left behind, her brow furrowed tightly. Once the man exited the workshop, Naive resumed speaking. I've already outlined the stakes involved. Do not worry. We shall honor our promises. After all, aside from your labor, your lives hold no value to me. I'm not like those human nobles. Having said this, she beckoned Osha and Tina to approach her, maintaining her unaltered tone. While the new regulations may be lenient, my mercy does not equate to allowing you to act recklessly. This is the first and last time. Should there be a next time, I wouldn't hesitate to acquire a new batch of slaves. You two need not concern yourselves with saving me money. Although the new regulations no longer condone the punishment of slaves, the execution of a few for disobedience would not be deemed excessive. The clamor was so raucous that one might assume a rebellion was brewing. The slaves stood trembling in fear, reluctant to utter a word. Those who had previously shouted the loudest wished to shrink into the smallest corner, yet they dared not move, anxious that even the slightest sound might attract Neve's attention. Neve had never been an amiable mistress, not in the slightest. The new rules introduced by Lilith had led some to become somewhat arrogant, a clear case of cultural dissonance. Today's uproar might well serve as a remedy for their folly. Yes, mistress. Yes, Mississippi. The little lamb also bleated in agreement, and Lilith, without the need for a hand warmer, gently patted its head before unceremoniously placing it on the ground. Fortunately, the little lamb was delighted to frolic, bounding around Lilith and bleating joyfully. With matters settled, Tina began organizing the slaves for a break, while Osha retrieved 2 tattered stone bottles to deal with a large pile of ice outside. Lilith gazed at the now darkened sky and yawned. Let us head back. Lilith? At that moment, Lilith stood dazed within her conscious space, observing Neve, who stared back at her in astonishment from across the wall. Finally regaining her composure, she replied with mild exasperation. Could you at least inform me when you switch? I promise to do so next time. All right, good. It seems this fellow has finally learned. Lilith conjured a cushion and sat down, addressing Neve with a haughty air, declaring that she had matters to attend to and would return on her own. Before turning on her heel to leave, Neve's outstretched hand hung in midair, having evidently noticed her crimson pupils, yet she refrained from saying anything, merely standing there to watch her depart. So what exactly is the matter? Hey, if you're up to no good, could you at least keep your mask on? Chocolate halted her hand from removing the mask, contemplating their precarious situation, ultimately deciding against it. Lilith remarked, so, you are indeed planning to engage in mischief, are you? The demon moved swiftly, gliding across the ice without pause. Osha, crouched on the ground, dissolving chunks of ice with a special potion, sensed a gust of wind and stood alert, gazing toward the direction from which it came. Chocolate, racing forth, blended almost entirely into the darkness. Curiously, despite her rapid pace, her hair remained untouched, contrary to Lilith's expectation of her hair being a disheveled mess. Lilith was uncertain how far they had traveled. After all, in that brief moment, the scenery around them had changed multiple times. Turning back, she could no longer see Neve's mountain, leading her to reasonably suspect they were already miles away. Of course, it was merely a suspicion, as she had never measured it. Had she? As they continued onward, 2 modest hills emerged, separated by a narrow, winding path. Chocolate deftly landed behind a large boulder atop one of the hills. I assumed you would stand directly atop this boulder. In a manner that seems incongruous with his character, a sense of secrecy enveloped him. What has arrived? Through the perspective of Chocolate, Lilith peered down the path. Before her, A procession of carriages advanced slowly, the foremost cart shrouded completely, while the subsequent carts were laden with goods obscured by the darkness of the night. The terrain was likely too conducive to ambush, rendering the members of this caravan particularly tense. Two individuals led the way, while the others leaned against the carts, weapons drawn, proceeding with a pace reminiscent of a tortoise. Is this a merchant convoy? Surely, you do not intend to procure a bit of pocket money, do you? Has her meager allowance ultimately driven the demon towards the path of robbery? No, I sense the presence of Mudhinder. Who? Mudhinder? Chocolate bluntly repeated, leaving Lilith momentarily speechless. Is there a possibility that an event known to nearly the entire continent, the death of the former pope, has escaped their notice? Are they not still scheming to excavate his tomb? Could it be that these individuals have unearthed it ahead of schedule? How could the witch town remain oblivious to such a significant occurrence? I share your thoughts, yet it is difficult to ascertain at this moment. Chapter 102. Unable to overcome the hose struck the ground with a clatter, and suddenly, the foremost cart came to an abrupt halt. A figure wielding a machete jogged forward, presumably to inquire about the situation, for this was hardly an opportune place to stop. The curtain of the cart was lifted, revealing a youth clad entirely in white. His short hair, eyebrows, and even his lips bore a pallid hue, devoid of color. With such striking features, Lilith momentarily envisioned an ethereal aura behind his head. Even the dilapidated cart, seemingly scavenged from a bargain, appeared mysteriously luxurious, prompting speculation about whether it was crafted from some precious wood or intentionally designed to exude understated elegance. The youth disregarded the guard-like figure and advanced directly toward the stone where Lilith and her companions were concealed. Lilith's heart skipped a beat. How could she not feel fear? Currently, the body was under Chocolate's control. Although the magical power was diminished due to this vessel's limitations, Chocolate was indeed a genuine demon, and here he was, looking directly at them. Would you like to take over? Not now. Why would she switch at this moment? Just a second ago, Lilith was consumed with concern for her predicament, but in the next moment, she regained control of her body. Remarkably, Chocolate had indeed remembered to announce the switch beforehand. Lilith caught the mirror, which was about to fall without Chocolate's support, and quietly crouched down, shrinking towards the boulder. A witch? The voice of the exquisitely beautiful youth, almost too ethereal to belong to a human, pierced through the hills and reached Lilith's ears. Lilith held her breath, unwilling to speak, as the atmosphere became palpably tense. The guard, gazing ahead, inquired whether the young man required someone to investigate further. The youth shook his head, fixating on the view for a few moments before returning to the carriage. The cart continued its rhythmic clatter as it advanced. Lilith waited a moment longer, until the carriage had fully exited the valley, at which point the palpable sensation of being watched dissipated. She had been so tense that she momentarily forgot to breathe. Fortunately, the duration was brief. Once she regained her composure, Lilith realized her garments were thoroughly drenched in sweat, clinging to her skin. With the release of tension came an overwhelming surge of fury, igniting from her feet to the crown of her head. Chocolate, he is still alive, but that is not the crux of the matter. Do not divert the topic. You actually expected me to shield you at such a critical moment. Do you believe I would not pursue him right now? Lest both perish. You are so feeble, he would not spare you a glance. And you shall not meet your end. Lilith was momentarily taken aback by this remark, her anger intensifying. Why did you not mention this earlier? I was nearly terrified to death. She genuinely felt as if she were surrounded by a circle of ferocious beasts, their fangs bared. Some had already pressed against her neck, leaving her powerless to retaliate against such a threat. He is still alive. Our contract is void. Lilith collapsed onto the ground without a shred of dignity. The terms of our contract stipulated that I would excavate the grave of Mushunga, and in return, you would aid in my growth. His continued existence is of no concern to me. As long as I unearth the grave of that former pope, our agreement remains valid. Lilith was acutely aware of her purpose and the rewards that awaited her, despite the unclear circumstances. While an ordinary person might have fallen prey to the devil's deception in this situation, given that according to the demon's narrative, a living person cannot have a grave, Lilith was 100% certain that the tomb indeed existed. After all, it was the Pope's burial site. Even if it were false, it would still be present. Furthermore, could it be possible that the individual we encountered was merely the Pope's illegitimate offspring? I recall that neither humans nor those of the temple possessed the gift of immortality. do they? Though it is said that proper cultivation of divine power can extend one's lifespan, it does not compare to witches who may live for centuries. As far as Lilith remembered, the highest recorded age was merely 130 years. The average human lifespan on this continent ranges from 45 to 50 years. Mushingda, this pope, lived to be over 110 years old, a widely known fact. I will not mistake him for anyone else. It was indeed he. The moment she realized that the breathtaking youth she had just encountered was actually a man over a century old, Lilith's admiration shattered into countless fragments. Very well. If that is the case, then why did you not simply eliminate him earlier? This was a golden opportunity. Those human guards are even less formidable than the average members of the Adventurers Guild. With that stance wielding a blade, Lilith could have unleashed at least 3 spells before the opponent could strike. What? The demon suddenly spoke in a whisper so soft that Lilith could not comprehend it. Could you speak louder? We have not yet dined. After failing to catch his words twice, Lilith's tone grew increasingly irritable. I cannot possibly defeat him. Chocolate exclaimed through gritted teeth, his voice resonating with intensity. Lilith flinched at the outburst, instinctively cupping her hands over her ears. That was close. She nearly became deaf. Why are you shouting so loudly? If you cannot win, then you cannot win, Lilith retorted, her voice matching his fervor. With her onlookers, they would undoubtedly witness a lunatic yelling at herself. It's all your fault for being so weak. Lilith rolled her eyes in exasperation. As if I had a choice in this body. Wasn't it you who made the selection? And now you're blaming me for it. The demon seethed, unable to counter her argument. After a prolonged silence, Chocolate remained unresponsive. Chocolate, stop playing dead and take us back. We can't want to fight. So are we to remain here as mosquito bait? Upon uttering those words, a black hole suddenly appeared beneath Lilith, and without any forewarning, she plummeted into free fall. Ah! She landed at the entrance of the Lala door, fortunately ensnared by its tendrils, thus avoiding a disastrous thud. The tendrils gently set her down, but given the earlier grip, she couldn't help but suspect that the Lala door mistook her for a meal, and her back now throbbed painfully. Nonetheless, Lilith expressed her gratitude to the door. A narrow gap opened in the entrance. As she stepped inside, she raised her hand to the mirror on her palm and delivered a fierce warning. If you pull that stunt again, I will confiscate your entire allowance for next month. And don't expect me to bring you bread again. I will uproot everything you've planted. Just you wait. The more she spoke, the more fervent she became. Chocolate, feeling guilty, activated the teleportation array, and in an instant, Lilith found herself back at the entrance of the Witch's Tower. Oomph. Lilith strode confidently towards her dormitory, contemplating her leisurely stroll. It's time for my walk. Chapter 103. The second day of business. Yes, I know. Change. Don't forget to take a shower. I'm going to sleep now. Lilith had accompanied the demon on its leisurely outings a few times, but found them exceedingly dull and subsequently lost interest. The second day of the Golden Ship's opening arrived. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination, but upon waking this morning, Lilith sensed a slight increase in the quantity of magical power within her, likely due to Chocolate's absorption of it throughout the night. The foot traffic in the store was noticeably better today, at least not a crush of bodies, while Elixia kept a watchful eye within. As for Lilith, she was currently locked in a staring contest with Annecy in the kitchen. To be honest, she felt a disconnect with the white-haired beings. Encountering 2 of them in one day was hardly normal. Although that young man might be an exception, he was unsettling enough to induce discomfort. Lilith furrowed her brow. What brings you here? Everyone can come. Of course, I can too. Aren't you afraid I might challenge you again? Upon hearing the term duel, Annecy's eyes gleamed with excitement, almost urging, hurry up and schedule it with me. Ahem. I certainly would not decline. Shall we proceed now? Annecy set aside the dough in her hands, dusted off her palms, and was eager to accompany Lilith. Do you have some sort of affliction? Lilith responded, utterly speechless. She recalled how she had shattered Annecy's limbs just yesterday. The cries of agony had been so intense. Yet here she was bouncing back without a trace of psychological trauma the very next day. Does this person possess no pain receptors? So, do you wish to challenge me? No, get back to work. Lilith coldly turned her back, leaving the kitchen under Zoe's watch, though she was aware of Zoe's propensity for snacking. Still, she had no desire to linger with a pervert, fearing contagion. Behind her, the sound of dough being pounded echoed, seemingly someone venting their frustrations. Aside from this minor incident, The morning passed without further complications. However, by afternoon, what exactly do you intend to do, Annecy? Yes, it was indeed her again, returning with her little bucket. As you can see, I'm here to sell goods and make a little profit. Do you desire the black one? Very well, Annecy replied to Lilith while peddling her wares, her sarcasm reaching new heights. Lilith sought to prevent this individual from disrupting the opening. Thus, she proposed a duel. This time, she twisted Annecy's limbs, nearly being struck in the face by a fireball, which fortunately only grazed her shoulder. The face was indeed her vulnerability. When a fireball hurtles towards one's visage, any person would instinctively wish to evade. Moreover, witches possess no moral qualms about attacking a woman's face. Once your weakness is exposed, the onslaught only intensifies, akin to a tempest. Lilith felt as if she might become desensitized from the relentless pursuit. In the end, Lilith tightened her grip around Annecy's neck. Do not return. I am not as accommodating as you might imagine. Annecy's face turned pale from the pain, yet she managed to smile at Lilith. Then why not simply kill me? Lilith released her hold, tossing Annecy to the ground with disdain, brushing off her hands as if she had touched something revolting. If you seek death, you may find any tree in the botanical garden. I no longer offer free services for terminating lives. My fee is 88,000. Poor souls need not apply. With that, Lilith fancied herself rather dashing in her departure, leaving the duel arena with a flourish, though Annecy found her somewhat charming. Neve did not arrive at the Golden Ship today, as the matter of the slaves was far from resolved. It was essential to ascertain the true intentions of the other party before feeling at ease. After Buck's departure yesterday, Osha's familiar had stealthily followed him, and indeed, at the base of a hill, they spotted the carriage sent to retrieve him, distinctly marked with the insignia of the aristocrats who had strayed during the day. Their direction led straight to the city. Calculating the time, they would likely arrive by the same hour tomorrow night. The specifics would become clearer upon Neve's return. Lilith had considered the possibility of checking it out herself. Yet, recalling her encounter with that youth yesterday, she resolved to remain in Witchtown for a few days, especially since she had classes to attend. The curriculum for the first year was significantly more extensive than that of the second year. Lilith had selected numerous elective subjects, which was quite overwhelming. She had received seeds from the rare plant cultivation course, and since the teacher was uncertain about what these seeds would yield, there were no accompanying care manuals. For the sake of this peculiar black seed, Lilith even purchased a new flower pot. To be honest, the one most delighted by this course was not Lilith, but rather Chocolate, who even volunteered to assist her during class. The afternoon class lasted only an hour, and as Lilith exited the classroom, she encountered Sina at the door. Lilith, did you wait here for me? Sina nodded. Lilith, puzzled, asked, is there something you need? As her time was somewhat limited, she began walking towards the dining hall with Sina, intending to have dinner there. After serving themselves, Sina, unaccustomed to having dinner, opted for complimentary soup and a small dish of red berries. Once seated, Sina finally spoke up. I saw the design you created for Celine, and I think it's wonderful. Could you provide me with a copy? Lilith paused her action of tearing the bread. A wooden bicycle might not be feasible. She had never considered crafting a bicycle from wood and was uncertain if it would even be rideable, feeling that the wood might not be sturdy enough. I know. I've seen the blueprints. I meant something else. Something else? Oh, you mean you also desire a unique design that requires research? Lilith nearly swallowed the word project, suddenly realizing that a worker was eagerly seeking a task. She thought of the meager wages she had offered, and her conscience pricked her with a twinge of guilt. Yes, don't worry. I will make it better than what Celine created, or I can pay you some bone coins. What do you think? According to the rules of the Witch Tower, such knowledge was equivalent to currency, hence Sina's insistence. Perhaps fearing rejection, Sina swiftly shoved a spatial bag into Lilith's hands. Lilith instinctively glanced inside, and to her surprise, there was quite a substantial amount. No, take it back first. How can I ask someone to spend money for work? Am I no longer human? Although she was no longer human, she certainly could not act as a miser. A bag of coins was tossed back and forth between the two, with neither showing politeness. Ultimately, Sina prevailed, as Lilith halted for fear of spilling her soup. And most importantly, her stomach was growling. Chapter 104. First offer a candy, then deliver a slap. Lilith decided to eat first. Seeing that Lilith had accepted the coins, Sina felt no rush, leisurely enjoying her berries and sipping her soup, while Lilith contemplated what designs would be most pertinent and feasible at the moment. She pondered for a while and recalled her quilt and the cotton within it. In one swift motion, she finished the remaining soup, wiped her mouth, and set the bowl aside to draw out some plant paper, beginning to sketch and jot down her thoughts. Lilith did not retain much regarding the cotton-picking machine. However, she vividly remembered the spinning wheel, as in her childhood she had pointed to an illustration of it and asked an adult if it resembled a Ferris wheel, only to be met with merciless laughter. People tend to vividly remember moments that induce embarrassment. The simplest cotton-picking machine appeared to be a handheld device resembling a bow and arrow, fundamentally using the string to fluff the compacted cotton. As for devising a more efficient machine without electricity, that was Senna's task. If Lilith could do everything herself, what would be the purpose of employing technicians? A good leader must learn to delegate responsibilities to their subordinates. Lilith inscribed everything she could recall onto the paper and handed it to the hesitant Senna. The drawing depicted two types of machines, one for cotton picking and the other for spinning. Examine this, as it is all I can remember for now. Should you encounter any difficulties during the process, feel free to consult with Celine. They are all technicians, and there will certainly be common ground. Senna accepted the paper with a solemn nod. Rest assured, Lilith did not directly illustrate the loom, not because it existed in this world, but because such machines could be substituted with manual labor. Otherwise, how do you suppose those burlap fabrics came into being? The labor costs in this world were alarmingly low, and Lilith found herself hesitating over whether to manufacture the machine, not out of concern for the research expenses, but simply to avoid encroaching on the livelihood of ordinary people. Perhaps it could be created solely for a factory's use? In any case, this matter would remain undecided for the time being. After parting ways with Senna, Lilith hurried to the Golden Ship. Neve was absent, and she needed to attend to reports from Ellie and Zoe regarding the day's operations and the status of several factories. Despite appearing to accomplish little, there was an abundance of tasks at hand. For instance, one factory had a slave fall ill, resulting in a decline in output, necessitating a resolution, whether to eliminate the slave to prevent contagion or to purchase a new one to replace them. As for why a doctor wasn't summoned or medicine administered, Alexandra, with an impassive expression, informed Lilith about the pricing of which medicine and the value of a normal slave. In summary, human life was exceedingly cheap, deemed unworthy, and it was more prudent to acquire a new one. I recall that slaves at this factory required a few days of training before commencing work, and there was a need to filter for those with competent skills. The back and forth would delay operations for several days. When compared to the cost of a vial of witch medicine and the loss of a few days of revenue, utilizing the witch medicine appeared to be the lesser loss. Lilith analyzed the situation earnestly from a pragmatic perspective. How she genuinely felt about it. Perhaps even she herself was unaware. Alexander paused for a full 2 minutes. You are indeed correct, yet we lack any precedent. Once the initial step is taken, should any slaves elsewhere fall ill, it would not be a matter of scarcity, but rather of inequality, a concern that Lilith comprehends profoundly. They are witches, so there is no need to fear rebellion from those beneath them. A show of force might suffice. However, slaves who consume the potion may find their situation precarious, potentially becoming targets of hostility or even malicious intent. If everyone is equally impoverished, harmony can prevail. Yet, if a solitary individual within a multitude of the destitute suddenly acquires wealth, that person would do well to keep one eye vigilant while they rest at night. The principle remains the same. What a double charge. Are you suggesting that the witches bear the cost of the potion themselves and pay double? Lilith nodded. This approach would cultivate a sense of balance within the hearts of the people. One must first offer a sweet before delivering a slap. Although the loss of a single slave may seem inconsequential, given that this is a long-term venture, it is prudent to arrange matters with greater care. Alexia pondered for a moment. I must concede that your proposal holds considerable merit. Of course, the implementation of this plan hinges on the establishment of new regulations allowing for self-redemption. Otherwise, as slaves possess no property, even if we were to lend them the potion at its original price, they would be unable to repay it. With that matter concluded, there were other issues to address, such as the toothbrushes which have become exceedingly popular, resulting in an overwhelming backlog of orders. We might consider expanding the factory or placing restrictions on orders. As a bustling day came to a close, Lilith and Chocolate switched places. Uncharacteristically, Chocolate did not rush out of the dormitory upon gaining control of her body. When will you replace this shabby coffin-like room? Coffin-like is a term that occasionally escapes Lilith's lips, and Chocolate found it remarkably apartment. I've been so busy these past few days. I was supposed to visit Professor Candace after course selection concluded. I shall make a trip tomorrow morning. Do you desire any furniture? I can offer you a choice. I want that reclining chair. No. Without a moment's hesitation, Lilith rejected the idea. I haven't even specified which one. I can deduce that you are referring to the solid gold, diamond-encrusted one I am currently lounging upon. I must say, Lilith knows Chocolate quite well. You think I can conjure money from thin air? If you are granting me a choice, why not simply request the head of Mercent as a decorative piece for the chair? Lilith rolled her eyes dramatically. She, too, yearned for such a dream where wishes came true. Chocolate, in truth, desired it, though it remained unspoken. Then I shall purchase it myself. Do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding human currency? Based on the allowance I've sent you, even if you were to abstain from food and drink for a decade, you would scarcely save enough. I can earn my own by undertaking those tasks. Are you engaging in abstraction? Can a few credits accumulated over 3 years suffice? Besides, we're not even attending classes, are we? This is unacceptable, and you even forbid me from receiving offerings from my followers. What? You actually have followers? Lilith suddenly perked up. The followers of Chocolate must surely know its true name. She saw no reason to hold back on this matter. She could certainly go, especially since there was a holiday. It was nothing, just off for a run. Oh, don't leave. Tell me about your followers. No matter how much Lilith inquired afterward, Chocolate remained silent. On the 3rd day of the Golden Ship's opening, Lilith rose early. She spread her hands and gazed into her palms. Her magical power had abnormal growth once again, and it was even more pronounced than the day before. Whose restorative potion did you sneak a taste of last night? Chapter 105. Deborah's gift. Chocolate hesitated at first, then awkwardly praised Lilith for her recent prowess, suggesting that her magical power had increased as a result. Lilith retorted, Do I look foolish to you? Ms. Candace, I wish to change my dormitory. Let me see. Oh, Lilith, you haven't renovated your dorm yet. Very well. I happen to have some free time now. Ms. Candace, today adorned with a black, triangular scarf, had a small golden bell dangling from the tips at the back. Looking quite exquisite, Ms. Candace stood in the living room where Lilith and the others were, opening the door to Lilith's room. Now, you may express your requirements. What are the usual requirements for my major in the summoning course? Oh, are you asking for my opinion? Certainly. The room needs to be sufficiently spacious. As Ms. Candace spoke, she waved her wand, and the originally coffin-sized room expanded to the size of a gymnasium. The summoning course requires boiling some rather unpalatable substances, so windows are essential. How many would you like? 3 to 5 should suffice. A good choice. Ms. Candace withdrew some wood and glass from her spatial storage, waving her wand, and soon the windows installed themselves. Each window was quite large, though not quite to the extent of floor-to-ceiling windows. Next, you will need some platforms for placing bones. Oh my goodness, I almost forgot about the display cabinet. Having a place to showcase your work is vital. Then came the need for a table, a bed, and other essentials suited to Lilith's height, all in basic models. For anything more luxurious, one would have to purchase it themselves, as the Witch's Tower does not provide additional options, except for a fee. Most importantly, you will require a means to dispose of waste, dear. You now have 2 options. You could discard the scraps of flesh you shave off the bones yourself, or we can install a simple recycling bin. A friendly reminder, it is prohibited to dispose of such things haphazardly within the Witch's Tower. Will having a recycling bin in the room cause any odor? Of course not. Otherwise, who would renew this service? The recycling bins are charged on a monthly basis. In reality, the discarded meat is merely transported via a mechanism within the bins to designated processing locations, where some may be buried as fertilizer in ecological gardens, while others are simply destroyed. As for the specific methods of destruction, Lilith has no intention of becoming a waste management worker, hence she has not inquired further. Although leaving such items for agricultural use is appealing, she currently lacks the time to tend to extensive farming, and the quantity of chocolate she possesses does not necessitate it. After considerable deliberation, Lilith ultimately decided to procure this service. It is quite affordable, costing merely 120 bone coins for an annual subscription, translating to 10 bone coins per month. Indeed, there are no discounts, and it is not intended to be cheap, primarily appealing to those who enjoy shopping, while others may simply forego it. Lilith is aware that some of her predecessors would collect these items and discard them in the forests when undertaking missions, thereby saving a fair sum of money. However, for Lilith, who has recently been earning a considerable income, such frugality seems unnecessary. She prefers not to carry such refuse. To prevent any potential damage to the floors and walls upon successfully summoning skeletal beings, Candace reinforced the room twice. Once the expansion was complete, Lilith quietly approached and gathered her belongings from the corner, which had previously been stored in boxes under and on her bed. As she was collecting, she unexpectedly discovered a storage bag that felt somewhat foreign to her. Upon closer inspection, she recalled that she had yet to open a gift. Lilith was quite curious about what Neve's adoptive mother, Deborah Mell, had sent her. Surely it wouldn't be some sort of romantic guide, right? A shiver ran down her spine at the thought. Yet, she remembered that the sender had mentioned it could be useful for summoning. Could it possibly be a corpse? If it were the remains of one of Deborah Mell's former lovers, that would indeed be quite explosive. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Lilith opened the spatial bag and took a quick glance inside. While it was not a corpse per se, one could certainly argue that bones constitute part of body. Deborah had gifted Lilith a small assortment of white bones, haphazardly stacked and unrecognizable in their original form. Lilith moved aside and poured the bones out. What is this? Do you recognize it? She wondered aloud. The spot where she dumped the bones happened to be near the window, and Chocolate, observing through the glass reflection, spoke to her. To prevent the new window from shattering, Lilith retrieved a mirror from her pocket and placed it at the edge of the window. Not entirely certain. Wait a moment, Lilith said, her vision blurring before she found herself back in her mental space, where Chocolate was perched beside the pile of bones, adjusting and inspecting them with 2 fingers, rolling a piece of bone between them before discovering a skull among the heap. Is this real? How could it be? Chocolate furrowed Lilith's brow. What is the matter? This is Tuja's bone, Chocolate replied. What is that? Lilith inquired, unfamiliar with the term. A being that feeds on the love of other creatures, yet upon the demise of such beings, how could it leave behind bones? If Chocolate and Lilith hailed from the same era, she might exclaim, what a marvel to behold. Lilith gathered the bones from the ground and, after making a simple arrangement of the room, hurried toward the library. There, she swiftly accrued credits to borrow a book that the administrator claimed contained records pertaining to Tuxiapu. To be honest, the title of the book sounded like something from the realm of youthful pain literature, and the content, upon opening, indeed bore a resemblance. The entire volume chronicled the romantic history of a lady through 3 relationships. Were it not for the narrative being entirely in the third person, Lilith might have suspected it was an autobiography. In essence, it conveyed a tale of love that inevitably led to loss. The men always perished at the moment of the protagonist's deepest affection, until the third male protagonist emerged, a male which, surprisingly, as he approached death, he uncovered the truth. Their beloved was a Tuxiapu. The heroine, devastated beyond measure, ultimately vanished from existence. Whether she died or merely disappeared remained a mystery. Lilith rested her chin on her hand, pondering. So, does Tuxiapu not only consume love, but also claim lives? Can one truly escape the fate of losing a loved one? The book stated that Tuxiapu are descendants of succubi and fairies. Could this be true? Chapter 106 slipped away, setting aside the matter of reproductive isolation. It seems that fairies are not viviparous. Do they not all stem from a singular entity known as the fairy mother tree? How then could beings devoid of reproductive capability come into existence? However, Chocolate did not provide an answer to Lilith's query. In fact, such a rumor existed in the depths of hell, yet no demon had ever confirmed it. Lilith, undeterred, sought out additional books on the subject, hoping to uncover some clues. Her reading speed was remarkable. She could absorb 10 lines at once without difficulty, ultimately discovering that Chocolate's assertions held true. When a Tuxiapa dies, both consciousness and body vanish. One particular tome detailed the final moments of such a creature's life. It described that the first to disappear were the hands that embraced their beloved, followed by the arms. The head was the last to fade. Even as the nose dissolved, the eyes remained in motion. The text suggested that at this juncture, the being retained awareness, striving to commit their beloved's visage to memory. Although Lilith held a disdain for love-stricken minds, she respected the notion of devotion. She admired these peculiar beings who loved even unto death. For her, love was optional. Strength and wealth were the true sustenance of life. Without love, she would not perish, but without strength she would. Closing the book, Lilith pondered briefly. It seemed that for Tuxiapu, love equated to sustenance, as they truly thrived on love. So, what then of this skeletal remnant? Although the rapid and visible disappearance of a corpse post-mortem may seem rather unscientific, this is a world inhabited by dragons. Imagining it as a decomposition phenomenon intensified by some substance emitted during Tushia's demise, thereby triggering a berserk mode, seems entirely plausible. I am not entirely certain about the implications of what appears to be a lustful hand of play. That individual possesses a remarkable talent for concocting bizarre scenarios. Is it not said that neither demons nor deities can descend upon the mortal realm? Are you demons intent on perforating the world like a sieve? Lilith, through her analysis of Chocolate's words, discerned another matter. Chocolate's status in hell is likely quite elevated. After all, demons named after the 7 deadly sins are recorded in the annals of this realm as beings of considerable power, second only to the thrones. And how does Chocolate refer to that individual? Although he cannot linger in the human realm for extended periods, short visits are feasible, much like how some devout worshippers can summon deities within temples. As for us demons, well, you understand, through sacrifices and other means. Lilith has an inkling that Chocolate is concealing something from her, potentially related to her in some manner. However, everyone harbors secrets, and adults must learn to embrace their companions' mysteries. After conducting her research, Lilith resolved to properly secure those bones. Such unique artifacts undoubtedly hold significant value. Whether to utilize these bones as summoning materials remains undecided. What if this entity, upon resurrection, possesses a high intellect, suddenly falls in love with an adversary, and then turns on her, while she respects the complexities of romantic entanglements? She has no desire for a companion consumed by such sentiments. Since the afternoon, Lilith has remained aboard the Golden Ship, where Annecy has also arrived today. However, Lilith, finding her presence bothersome, promptly added her to the blacklist, leaving Annecy to stand at the entrance, attempting to provoke her. Lilith prefers the notion of out of sight, out of mind, and avoids glancing towards the door altogether. As evening approached, Neve returned, weary from her travels, and briefed the 2 witches who followed her before hastily entering. At this hour, the Golden Ship was preparing to close its doors, with very few patrons remaining. Lilith, let us ascend, Neve suggested. In the 3rd-floor conference room, Neve succinctly recounted her observations from the journey. The slave named Buck had indeed fallen under the noble's influence. Yet the noble had not inquired about Buck's knowledge of the factory beforehand. Upon arrival, Buck was immediately detained and taken to an interrogation room. Initially, they questioned him amicably about the factory's processes and the brewing secrets, but all they received in return was a stammering response. Human nobles are typically lacking in patience, and upon witnessing his reticence, they quickly changed their demeanor. After employing various forms of torture, they discovered that it was not Buck's unwillingness to speak. Rather, he was utterly incapable of articulating a single word regarding the factory's brewing responsibilities, leaving him merely gasping for air. Naif found the individual utterly foolish. Why not simply declare an unwillingness to take responsibility for brewing? Such a statement bore no restrictions. Had she not been aware of his true nature, she might have believed him to be a paragon of discretion. Clearly, the nobility shared this sentiment. After considerable effort, they ultimately resorted to their connections and summoned a preacher from the temple, only to discover that the man was bound by a contract. This led them to surmise that the owner of the factory was likely a witch. After all, who but a witch would possess the financial audacity to bestow a contract upon such a lowly slave? The value of a contract in the realm of humanity far surpassed that of a mere slave's life. As for the wine, I recall that there were not many available for sale externally. After expanding production, aside from supplying the Golden Ship, only a small surplus was available for external sales. Yet, since the opening, orders from the dwarven villages had surged, resulting in a significant demand that could not be met. Preparations for a 3rd brewing factory had already commenced in the past few days. Naif nodded. To consolidate funding, I sold some in several major cities, while also scouting potential locations for branches of the Golden Ship. Have you identified which city this noble hails from? Naif nodded again. They were quite ostentatious, yet employed the insignia of another establishment. I immediately discerned this upon following them. What are your plans? Lilith sensed Naif's calm demeanor suggested she had devised a strategy. Upon discovering the factory belonged to a witch, they departed hastily overnight. When I returned, I witnessed them hurriedly exiting the city gates. They are unlikely to trouble us again. Naif believed they had suffered no significant loss. In fact, the incident had facilitated the smooth implementation of the new regulations proposed by Lilith. However, she would wait to visit that noble city until she had established branches elsewhere. Such trivial matters were hardly worth her intervention. Lilith nodded in agreement. Perhaps we should circulate the rumor that they have offended another witch. Since you prefer not to pursue vengeance, let us merely create a modicum of inconvenience for them. Initially, Lilith contemplated the assassination of their head, but upon reflection, considering the formidable temple presence in a large city and recognizing that they had incurred no substantial losses, she decided against it. Very well, I shall send Zoe on an errand. By the way, before my return, I visited the factory near the town you previously mentioned. Regarding the matter of slaves, Lilith had dealt with numerous slave-related issues the previous day and was particularly sensitive to the mention of factories. No, it pertains to you. You had previously handled it. A high priest has recently arrived in that small town. You ought to refrain from visiting there for a while. Lilith understood immediately. Her last visit was to poison the water source. How on earth could that have attracted a high priest? Tilting her head, Lilith retrieved a mirror and discreetly inquired of Chocolate whether anything untoward had occurred at that time. Chapter 107. The arrival of the newborn, which the inhabitants of a town fell ill, prompting a visit to discern the cause of the peculiar affliction. Humanity, when faced with the suspicion of a plague or the like, would send representatives from the temple or kingdom to investigate. If confirmed to be a plague, they would resort to village extermination for the sake of safety. As for why a high priest, a person of such stature, was sent, it is believed that those in such esteemed positions are impervious to disease. However, it is also possible that they were merely passing by. Having resolved this minor matter, Lilith prepared to return to her dormitory. Before she could do so, Chocolate and Lilith switched places, with Chocolate going to the backyard to water the garden. Lilith was well aware of this character. Whenever it used a bit more of its time, it would invariably attempt to make up for it secretly. Typically, it would wait until nightfall to return, assuming she wouldn't notice. Patricia, Nelisa, what brings you both here? Lilith inquired, puzzled by the trio standing at the doorway. Did you see the new announcement today? What announcement? I didn't check the notice board since I had no classes today, and I haven't returned to the dorm since coming out. Lilith shook her head. Team up. Patricia eagerly interjected. Nelisa nodded in agreement. The announcement states that our grade must participate in at least one outdoor task next month. Of course, the notice humorously remarked on this year's crop of young witches having less courage than an armadillo, suggesting they might as well return to nursery school for a bottle. Lilith was taken aback. Neve, who had followed Lilith, initially intended to leave, but paused upon hearing this. Is it explicitly stated that we can form teams? Lilith inquired with meticulous concern, as she had no desire to embark on a fruitless endeavor. Nelisa nodded. I believe forming teams is a great idea. But have you already selected a task? Patricia and Nelisa exchanged glances, clearly unsure. I have a rather splendid suggestion, Neve suddenly interjected, her gaze directed at the previously silent Annecy. Lilith followed her gaze and furrowed her brow. What do you want? I want to team up. With whom? It can't possibly be me. Lilith nearly blurted out, indicating her desire to avoid association. Annecy remained silent. Suddenly, Lilith's peripheral vision caught sight of Patricia standing by. A spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. She strode forward and grasped Annecy's hand. Don't you wish for someone to challenge you, to spar with you? Annecy's eyes lit up as she nodded eagerly at Lilith, anticipating an invitation. Patricia, come here quickly. Introduce her to the major you've chosen. It must be said that Annecy and Patricia's specialties were exceptionally well matched. A perfect combination. There was no one better suited for that major than her. Although changing majors at the Witch Tower is no simple task, it is not entirely impossible. After all, some individuals discover that their initial choices do not suit them. Once this realization dawns, one cannot simply continue down a path that no longer fits. Indeed, changing one's major is not merely a whimsical decision. It comes with its own set of considerable costs. Patricia was quick to grasp the situation regarding Annecy's recent pursuit of Lilith. You two shall take charge of selecting the tasks. I am amenable to whatever you decide. With that, Patricia approached Annecy, using her height to drape an arm around his shoulders. Shall we? A duel, perhaps? I am well versed in both brawling and witchcraft. Annecy cast a swift glance at Lilith before readily assenting. As the two departed, Neve suggested, let us converse as we walk. All three were headed back to the dormitory, conveniently along the same path. As a second-year student, Neve was also subject to mandatory task quotas. It was said that these quotas were once fixed, but in recent years, they have been adjusted based on the frequency and completion of tasks undertaken. In simpler terms, if a year group engages in numerous external tasks, their quota diminishes. Conversely, if they are less active, the quota rises to prevent idleness. Last year, Neve and her cohort only faced mandatory tasks after the conclusion of the commerce event, indicating that Lilith and her class tended to be rather reclusive. While walking, Neve began discussing the matter of tasks. You're likely aware that each year, the Witch Town dispatches individuals to welcome the new witch students. Whenever the crystalline clock in Professor Maria's office chimes, a new witch is born. Within the Witch Tower, there exists another grand crystal clock that does not chime. Rather, it displays the location of the newborns. A dedicated group of witches records each silent occurrence and its corresponding location. Since newborn witches are not a fixed entity, this task can arise at any moment. Before the tasks are posted, an adult which is responsible for divining the difficulty of the journey, if it exceeds the capability of the underage witches. A teacher or an adult which residing in the town will be dispatched. Simpler tasks are assigned to the young witches who have already begun their studies in witchcraft. In recent years, the number of newborns has been quite satisfactory, making this task relatively common. Rather than interacting with humans, Lilith would prefer to venture into the forest to slay magical beasts. However, Neve noted that this task requires the least amount of time. If Lilith wishes to catch up with this year's Commerce Month, this task would be her best option. Neve, with a longer time frame for her mandatory tasks, felt no urgency. But Lilith had only 1 month, which put her under considerable pressure. Very well, Narlisa expressed no objections to the task. Although she harbored disdain for the chaos of the human world, she too originated from there. The Witch Tower had redeemed her, and it was now her turn to contribute. Originally, the task of welcoming newborns had no limit on participants, but the mandatory tasks came with restrictions, allowing no more than 5 individuals. As Neve was a second-year student, Professor Candace would count her as 2 participants. Thus, the group consisted of Neve, Lilith, Patricia, and Narlisa, precisely meeting the requirement with no room for an additional member. Are you certain you wish to accept this task? Candace, the dormitory supervisor, reiterated. Chapter 108. The little girl behind the wall. Most young witches harbor a certain aversion to the human world, a sentiment deeply rooted in their early experiences. Witches possess a far superior memory compared to humans, recalling even events from the tender age of 4 or 5. Thus, whenever such tasks arise, Candace always takes the precaution of confirming once more. Having successfully accepted the task without delay, Lilith and her companions promptly ventured forth after notifying their major course instructor of their absence. The newborn they were to locate resided in a medium-sized city, which, according to Neve's investigation, was perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, with a rather fierce local demeanor. It must be said, the locals indeed exhibited a certain ferocity, while elsewhere, parents might chase their children wielding pots and brooms. Here, adults bellowed for the little rascals to halt, brandishing cleavers used for butchering cattle, with streaks of frozen dark red blood still visible on the blades. One such cleaver nearly grazed a child's head, yet the nimble little one managed to evade it, seemingly having learned to dodge from experience. Come back. Put on your shoes, you little rascal. Run, run, before I freeze you solid. Lilith and her companions were, in fact, quite warm. However, their mission was not merely to escort a child away. If that were the case, it would be tantamount to kidnapping. The first step in their task was to observe discreetly. Adapting to local customs, they donned the attire of this region, courtesy of the Adventurers Guild, and settled into a tavern. Neve produced a transparent crystal orb, a tool for pinpointing their target's location. The leisurely pace of their arrival was due to the absence of a congregation among the townsfolk, indicating that the newly born, which was currently safe. After securing accommodations, they proceeded together, following the orb's guidance, and after more than an hour of winding through the streets, they stumbled upon a sizable courtyard. Neve employed a shielding curse, allowing them to brazenly perch atop the wall and peer inside. This household appeared to be relatively affluent, enclosed by a stone wall, with several rooms within. At that moment, no adults were present, only 2 children inside the main house, tending to a fire pit. Among them, a boy and a girl, the latter being their target. Already capable of coherent speech at her age, thus sparing them the need for prolonged observation. Determining that the little girl was indeed a witch was not predicated on her gender, but rather on the inherent ability to discern witches after studying witchcraft. Humans and the magical energy in the air are fundamentally incompatible, much like a drop of oil in water, while witches blend seamlessly with the surrounding magical forces, with particularly gifted individuals able to absorb it, much like Lilith herself. The little girl sported 2 thick braids and wore a grayish-white furry hat, dressed warmly, appearing to be just an ordinary girl from a local family. Neve's shielding spell was effective solely against ordinary individuals, and given that witches are naturally drawn to one another, the girl quickly noticed them through a gap in the window meant for ventilation. She spoke to the small boy beside her, then handed him the black metallic stick. After brushing off her thick garments and smoothing out the wrinkles, she stepped forward. Approaching the wall, she was greeted by a voice. "Sister, do you need anything?" Naive, as the leader of this gathering, took the lead in responding. "We are young witches, and your hair is about to turn red." The significance of hair turning red in this realm is self-evident. The girl's hair already bore a hint of crimson, and it would likely be fully transformed within a week. The girl, seemingly not yet 5, pressed her lips together, aware of her body's peculiarities in recent days. "Are you going to take me away?" "We will not take you against your will, but if you wish to leave, we can assist you. You should understand what will happen once they discover you are a witch." The intellect of witches matures far earlier than that of ordinary humans, allowing for direct conversation without the need for circumlocution. If they were to encounter an infant who had yet to speak, they would discreetly follow the parents. And it is said that at least 90% of those parents would secretly abandon their child within a fortnight of discovery. Their mission would be to reclaim those forsaken children before death claimed them. Some callous parents might even discard their children in perilous locations, such as forests or rivers where wild beasts roam. Among the remaining 10%, there are those who would grotesquely consume the child in hopes of acquiring the witch's longevity, while others might confine the child in a dark basement to mold them into a tool. Of course, there exists a minuscule chance that the parents would choose to conceal their child's identity. In such cases would be placed under continuous observation until the witch turned 16, at which point she would be granted the choice to either remain an ordinary individual or join the coven. Regardless of the outcome, the witch town would not oppose. Naive initially did not react strongly to Lilith's age upon her arrival at Witch Town, as she presumed Lilith belonged to the latter category. However, seasoned witches, like the dormitory caretakers Candace and Lisa, can distinguish between newborns and those who have long awakened to their powers. "My parents love me dearly. They would never abandon me." Lilith detected a hint of trepidation in the girl's voice, but stifled a laugh, recognizing the innocence of a child so small. Children, after all, tend to cling to their parents. Naive refrained from persuading the girl. The principle of Witch Town is that all decisions must be voluntary, even if it leads one toward doom. There exists no concept of coerced consent in Witch Town, and witches do not require others to convince them. Naive turned to glance at Patricia. "Oh dear, oh my!" Patricia exclaimed as she leaped into the courtyard. To avoid leaving footprints, Lilith quickly cast a spell upon her, allowing her to hover above the snow. Patricia rummaged through her pocket and pulled out a crumpled leaf, yellow-green in hue, appearing rather fragile. "Here, take this. We will stay here for 10 days. If there is any danger, or if you change your mind, you can tear this apart." The little girl hesitated for a moment before accepting the leaf. "I won't go with you." "Let us hope so." Patricia chuckled lightly, patting the girl's shoulder. Lilith increasingly felt they resembled human traffickers. Nelisa had remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Upon leaving the courtyard, Lilith noticed her unusual demeanor and turned her head to look. "Nelisa, what is it?" Nelisa shook her head and reached out to brush the accumulated snow off Lilith's clothing. "It's nothing, just some memories from the past. But they're no longer significant." Patricia placed her arms behind her head, her shirt riding up, exposing her belly to the chill of the air. She herself did not feel cold. "We'll be back in less than 3 days. This task is indeed quite easy." Chapter 109. Ahead of schedule at first. Lilith did not understand why Patricia claimed they would return in 3 days, until the evening after their meeting with the little girl. The city, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, was considerably cleaner than typical human cities. After all, one might freeze their posterior if they were careless. Thus the streets here remained rather tidy. Due to this cleanliness, Nelisa found herself in a rare mood to shop, and since waiting was dull, Lilith accompanied her. "You know, There are quite a few local specialties here. For instance, the Eubula flower, which only grows in frigid regions, is sold here for significantly less than in which town. Although it was still considered expensive among the vendors' wares, the price was a mere fraction of what Lilith had previously paid for it. She was practically getting it for free. It was a bargain, over 2/3 cheaper. The only hassle was exchanging for the local currency, but fortunately, with Naive, the affluent merchant, by her side, Lilith was able to directly exchange some currency from this country. As a trader, Naive always carried various coins, not only from several nations on this continent, but also some unique currencies from another continent, such as the shell coins used by the orc tribes and the mineral crystals utilized by the goblins. Indeed, being near Naive often made Lilith feel as though she was not living up to her title as a merchant, especially considering that everything Naive possessed was earned through her own efforts, not given by her adoptive mother. What an innate gift for wealth creation. Lilith genuinely envied her. As Lilith and Elisa were merrily browsing, just as Elisa was about to purchase some ingredients for dinner, Diogeo, Elisa's familiar, a small snake, slithered over from somewhere. It climbed up Elisa's hand, its scarlet tongue flicking in and out, producing faint sounds. Is that so? Good. Well, let's head back now. Nelisa swiftly stuffed the frozen delicacies into her spatial bag. Lilith struggled to comprehend Diogeo's words and curiously inquired of Narisha about the situation. Their original plan was to procure the famed flying fish of this city, a local delicacy. The fish, resembling ordinary small fish but adorned with wings, are uniquely adapted to thrive not in water but amidst the snow, making them available only in regions perpetually blanketed in snow. It is said that this fish is exceptionally delicious, and Narisha intended to treat Lilith and the others to a special meal today. However, an incident had occurred with the newborn, necessitating their immediate departure. As Narisha spoke, she hurried outside, prompting Lilith to hasten after her. Since Lilith and her companions had not yet mastered the art of shielding spells, they needed to regroup first. What is the matter? Weren't we told 3 days? Lilith recalled Patricia's words, though she had refrained from questioning the reason at the time. Patricia likely understood what was amiss, but now was not the opportune moment for discourse. She summoned her familiar in the open space. Hurry up, we can discuss later. Let us move quickly. Patricia's familiar, a large winged, earth-toned gecko, was capable of carrying 10 people effortlessly. The gecko instinctively licked its eye with its long tongue, inadvertently freezing it to the eye due to the chilling air. Lilith perched atop the gecko's head, muttering incantations to conjure a sizable fireball. Do you need assistance? Patricia asked as she tapped the gecko's head. Stop dawdling. Ascend now. Startled by the approaching fireball and Lilith's voice, the gecko, with one eye obscured, took off clumsily, nearly colliding with a nearby wall. Once airborne, it noticed the fireball growing ever closer, and in a moment of panic, it inadvertently yanked its eye from its socket. The fireball in Lilith's hand extinguished in shock. Hurry, Patricia urged. In light of the urgency, the gecko, with the eye still stuck to its tongue, soared towards their destination. Surprisingly, although Patricia's familiar appeared somewhat dim-witted, it flew with remarkable speed, covering a journey that should have taken over an hour in merely 10 minutes. Just as Patricia was about to land, she realized, no, not here. Naive produced a crystal ball and discovered that the light's location was outside the city. The group hurriedly made their way towards the outskirts. In truth, there was no need for such haste. The crushed leaf given to the little girl would form a protective barrier lasting half a day, during which they would periodically confirm each other as positions to ensure the child was not taken too far for them to intervene. Their frantic pace was primarily due to Lilith and her companions undertaking a task for the first time, while Naive remained notably calm. The gecko's speed was impressive, as it swiftly transported them out of the city in just half an hour. Following the directional guidance, they headed straight to their destination. In a natural cave, modest in size with a notably narrow entrance, a little girl found herself ensconced within. Neve and her companions could not gain entry, leaving only Lilith capable of squeezing through. After a brief discussion among the four, Nerissa entrusted Daudu to Lilith, instructing her to take the child inside. Initially, it was intended for Daudu to scout the cave, yet for the sake of efficiency, Lilith was directly sent in. She shed her heavy clothing, donning only a delicate camisole, and wrapped Daudu around her wrist. With a deep breath, she contracted her abdomen and edged cautiously through the frosted entrance. The soil at the cave's mouth was somewhat dense and winding, yet the ice and snow reduced friction, allowing Lilith to exert herself just enough to slip inside. The area was perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, and the cave was no exception. Upon entering, Lilith discovered the cave's confines were rather limited. The calls of her companions echoed outside, but the little girl remained unresponsive, lost in a state of unconsciousness. With a few swift strides, Lilith approached the girl, lifting her from the frost-laden ground. The child's hair was predominantly red, a vibrant mix of brown and red strands, resembling an exquisite dye job. Lilith carefully surveyed her surroundings. The atmosphere was far from warm, with only a hint of soil visible against the rear wall. Feeling the warmth of the girl in her arms, Lilith exhaled in relief. It was then she noticed a burlap sack lying beside where the girl had been resting. The sack was nearly the same height as the child and contained 2 frozen pieces of unknown beast meat, a small flying fish corpse, and several root vegetables resembling sweet potatoes. Chapter 110. Candace's hummingbird. The cave was too constricted for an adult from this world to enter, suggesting that the little girl had ventured in on her own. Lilith packed the meager provisions into her spatial bag and, gripping the girl firmly, began to maneuver towards the exit. Thankfully, her strength was considerable, allowing her to carry the child with one hand. Otherwise, navigating the narrow entrance while cradling someone would have been impossible, even for her slender frame. Reuniting with her companions, they found the little girl still in a faint. Drawing upon her limited knowledge of potion making, Lilith assessed that the child was not in immediate danger, though she remained uncertain about the nature of the substance affecting her. As a novice in the field of potioncraft, she felt somewhat out of her depth. Neve produced a vial containing a potion designed to maintain body temperature, having prepared ample supplies for the fragile newborn they were about to tend to. Truth be told, if this were a typical task for academic credit, she would be a loss. The value of even the leaves in her possession was considerable, let alone the potion itself. In instances of unconsciousness, it is not uncommon for individuals to struggle with swallowing. While ordinary humans might resort to mouth-to-mouth methods or straws for administering medicine, witches had far simpler means. They could directly channel their magical energy to deliver the concoction straight to the stomach. "Let us return," she proposed, though the task unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. None of the few awake witches present bore a cheerful demeanor. Among them, only Lilith had a minor in potion making, and it was imperative to return the unconscious newborn promptly. Neve, despite not being the eldest among them, held the highest year of study and offered words of comfort. "Do not fret. It cannot be a lethal poison otherwise. We would likely witness another lifeless body here. What do witches excel at? Undoubtedly, it is the art of curses." The leaves used for the girl's protection were imbued with a curse by a witch specializing in this domain. Should any potent toxin draw near, the enchantment would trigger an automatic defense, striking out at those in proximity, including the poisoner and any onlookers. Although not immensely powerful, it sufficed to eliminate several ordinary individuals. Such curses are rarely employed in Witch Town, as many witches carry their own poisons, making accidental harm likely, which could lead to conflict. As for whether humans might be inadvertently harmed, that is not a consideration for a witch. This also explains why the leaves were entrusted to Patricia for safekeeping. Among the 4 of them, Neve and Lilith bore poisons for self-defense, while Narlissa's companion could secrete lethal toxins. Only Patricia was devoid of anything related to poison. Having accepted the task, Neve had undoubtedly made comprehensive preparations. Setting forth again, the chilling wind tousled Lilith's crimson hair. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to don her witchess robe, pulling the hood over her head to tame her unruly locks. The back of the great gecko remained eerily silent. Even Patricia, who typically spoke at length, was uncharacteristically quiet. Lilith found this somewhat disconcerting, but fortunately, the journey was short. The Adventurers Guild bustled with activity. As individuals clad in garments made from white beast pelts entered and exited, men and women alike were here to accept or submit quests, and, occasionally, one would purchase a cup of wheat ale at the front desk to warm themselves. Such ale is relatively costly in this snow-laden region. Thus, the 2-coin large cup sold at the guild was likely diluted with considerable water. Lilith surmised that patrons were likely aware of this. Otherwise, given the building's wear and tear, the proprietor would have long since met an untimely end. Lilith's witch robe momentarily hushed the guild, and soon after, someone noticed the sleeping child cradled in Patricia's arms. In a corner, a figure stirred restlessly. There is no shortage of impetuous youths anywhere, and this place was no exception. Yet before he could rise, he was forcefully restrained by a companion beside him. A brown-haired woman whispered a few words to him, gesturing with her eyes towards the girl's head, likely observing her hair color. The impetuous youth paused for a moment, lowering his head in contemplation, before raising the remaining half-cup of ale and downing it in one gulp. The wooden beer mug, when placed on the table, emitted a barely audible sound. Aside from Lilith, the inquisitive which eager to observe the world, only his companions were aware of his discontent at that moment. Neve did not linger and promptly entered the adjoining room. Upon returning to the witch's town, the group, accompanied by the little girl, made their way directly to Professor Candace's office, where she was currently attending to the task registrations of several young witches. Upon seeing Lilith and her companions enter with a child whose eyes were closed, she hurried over. "Oh, my poor child, what has happened? We are unsure of the specifics. We must wait for her to awaken." "Very well." Professor Candace's skirt revealed several emerald green hummingbirds. "Go find the teacher of the potions course. Let me see. Ms. Nightingale currently has no classes scheduled." Professor Candace gently tapped the head of one of the hummingbirds. The familiar turned and flew away, 2 hummingbirds following it, while the others returned and vanished into the folds of Candace's robe. "Follow me. It will be more comfortable for her if we place her on the bed." Professor Candace approached a wall, curling her fingers as if to knock, and soon after, the thick wall displayed a spiderweb-like pattern. The pattern fractured, revealing a mechanism as bricks and plaster receded into the wall, exposing a doorway resembling that of a typical dormitory. The interior was modest, containing a small bed adorned with pristine white sheets and a black nightstand resembling a coffin. Patricia paused at the entrance for a moment, then nonchalantly followed Neve inside, prompting Lilith to suspect that she had been there before. The air inside the room contrasted sharply with that outside, even before crossing the threshold. As she leaned against the doorframe, a pungent scent of blood invaded Lilith's nostrils. The entire room was saturated with this overwhelming aroma, thick enough to seep into one's very pores. Contrary to Lilith's discomfort, chocolate seemed to revel in such an environment. Patricia laid the little girl on the bed and stepped aside, remaining silent, while Lilith approached and lightly tapped her arm with the back of her hand. "What is wrong?" Though she found it displeasing to look up at others, Lilith fixated on Patricia's face, attempting to discern the cause of her unusual demeanor through her expressions. Patricia glanced at the little girl, then down at Lilith. Lilith noticed that her hand trembled slightly. Chapter 111. Vera, did you know that first-year witches struggle to adapt to the potions? To heal extensive burns without leaving scars, one must first surgically remove the necrotic and distorted skin before applying the potion. Lilith's eyes widened, her pupils quivering momentarily. She had some prior knowledge of this matter, but Patricia's assertion at this moment struck her. "No anesthetic." Lilith, with a glimmer of hope, inquired, "What is anesthetic?" Patricia retorted, "It is a drug that can completely numb pain. Alternatively, a sedative would suffice." Shaking her head, Patricia continued, "Years ago I was on the brink of death, almost consumed by flames. It was in this very room that I received treatment." Rarely did Patricia's voice tremble with emotion, even during her major courses. "Have you ever wondered why I chose such an obscure major?" She mused, her shoulders relaxing slightly. "In truth, it was not my choice. My teacher sought me out, believing I possessed a remarkable talent in this field. She was one of the witches who rescued me from the stake, and I am profoundly grateful for their timely intervention." When Lilith had previously promoted the idea of baldness, she had not disclosed that her aversion to it stemmed not from seeing it as a mark of guilt, but rather from the haunting memories of her hair being singed and the agony of lying in bed during that harrowing time. "It has indeed been proven that I possess great talent," Patricia remarked, extending her hand, opening and closing it repeatedly. Upon hearing this, a shiver coursed through Lilith. Yet in the presence of her friend, she found herself at a loss for comforting words, considering she too had narrowly escaped a fiery fate. Indeed, had it not been for her and the demon, this body would likely have been reduced to ashes. She vividly recalled what they had said upon her arrival in Witch Town, and she hesitated, parting her lips slightly. "I'm sorry." Patricia straightened her back and, with a swift motion, playfully knocked Lilith off balance. "Hey, it's not your fault. What are you talking about? It's all in the past. If anyone dares to treat me that way again, I'll smash their heads." As she spoke, she rolled up a sleeve to display the muscles on her forearm. Lilith felt her previous concerns were unwarranted. This individual, aware of her own strength, wielded it with alarming vigor. Was it murder? Nightingale arrived promptly, heading straight to the small side room in the management office. Upon entering, she nodded at Miss Candace without uttering a word and began examining the little girl. She remained as taciturn as ever. She consumed a delayed-acting sedative. She should awaken in about 2 hours. Did you administer the medication to maintain her body temperature? Neve stepped forward, nodding and recounting the situation as it had unfolded. Nightingale acknowledged her with a nod. Well done. Nightingale was swift in both her arrival and departure. Observing the blades of grass and dirt clinging to her skirt, it was clear she had been tending to herbs or visiting the ecological garden, appearing quite busy. Though Miss Candace had already finalized the credits for Lilith and the others, they remained steadfast in the management office, waiting for the little girl to awaken. Even Neve, who was typically elusive, did not leave prematurely. In a moment of relentless study, Lilith immersed herself in the knowledge of potion making, and 2 hours swiftly passed. The little girl lay upon her small bed and gradually awakened. The metallic scent of blood in the air was unpleasant, causing her to cough upon regaining consciousness. She gazed around in confusion before suddenly sitting up, her hands frantically searching the bedding beside her. Observing this, Lilith hurriedly approached and retrieved the bundled burlap bag from her spatial pouch, offering it to the girl. Is this what you seek? Upon recognizing the familiar hue, the little girl snatched the bag eagerly, tearing it open with haste. Finding its contents intact, she clutched it tightly to her chest, her arms wrapped around it protectively. Lilith was about to inquire about the events that had transpired, but as she raised her gaze, she was met with a pair of round, crimson eyes. It was evident that the girl was struggling to contain her tears. After a brief pause, Lilith refrained from her original question and instead offered, "If you wish to cry, let it out. Holding it in is not good for your health." "I cannot cry," the little girl replied, her voice quivering with suppressed emotion. "Mother says if the tears fall, my eyes will freeze, and I do not wish to become blind." Despite her words, she managed to hold back the tears. Lilith sighed softly. "It is warm here. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, the little girl noticed the warmth enveloping the room, despite its foul odor, akin to the comfort of 20 burning braziers. Finally, unable to contain herself, she erupted into tears. "Why did you abandon me? You promised. I could do without my hair. Why?" After a while of venting her emotions, the little girl gradually quieted down. Once her feelings had been fully expressed, she began recounting to Lilith the events of the afternoon. Today's lunch had been exceptionally lavish, so extravagant that Vera had to put forth considerable effort to feign joy, playfully competing with her siblings for the soft, tender pieces of stewed meat and the rare white rice. After lunch, Vera's father unexpectedly announced that he would take her out of the city to learn hunting. Although his words were disjointed enough for the other children to sense something amiss, Vera was still elated. Yet despite this joy, there lingered an unspoken concern, due to her age. Her father had always refused to allow her to accompany him on hunting expeditions. No matter how she pleaded or threw tantrums, he would sternly remind her that she was too young, only to later lift her up with a smile, spinning her around as he proclaimed that Vera would surely become a great hunter, capable of bringing home an abundance of meat. Vera pretended not to notice the oddities in his behavior, eagerly circling around the adults. "This is wonderful. I can finally hunt. I must fetch my bow and arrows." She endeavored to conceal any signs of abnormality, yearning to reclaim her place, to hold on. She inquired why her older siblings were not accompanying her out of the city today. She mentioned that it seemed she had forgotten to bring a rope for binding her prey. She expressed a desire to hunt a moose, as the antler rack at home required a replacement. Her parents, appearing burdened by unspoken worries, managed strained smiles in response to her words. Her father, with unwavering conviction, assured her that Vela was quite capable and would certainly succeed in hunting a moose. However, she was acutely aware that venturing in this direction would not yield such a quarry. Chapter 112. To swallow 1,000 needles. The subsequent events, in light of the prevailing circumstances, were easily anticipated. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, they feigned a request for the little girl to disembark while they themselves remained seated in the sled. Vela's mother, with reddened eyes, handed her a fabric pouch and cast one final glance her way. Vela noticed that her own eyes were equally misty with tears. "Vela, do not cry. Your eyes will suffer," her mother admonished softly. With that, Her father, seemingly unable to wait, drove the sled away with her mother, not looking back. During their midday meal, an additional substance was mixed in with the food. After Vela dismounted from the sled and witnessed her parents departing, the effects of the drug began to take hold. Initially believing she had been abandoned, she sprinted in an attempt to catch up with them. It was at that moment she sensed something was amiss with her head. Drowsiness enveloped her, and in that instant, everything became clear. Yet, she could not fathom why they would want her dead while providing her with sustenance. Could it be, perhaps, that her mother did not truly wish for her demise? Summoning her last vestiges of consciousness, she crushed the leaves given to her by Lilith and clutched the pouch of food tightly as she fled. If she were to collapse outdoors, she would surely perish from the cold. She needed a refuge that was not so frigid, a place where she could endure until the witches came for her. Her arrows fell from her grasp, yet she did not look back. Her bow too slipped from her hands, but she remained steadfast in her forward motion. Ultimately, she discovered a narrow cave, small enough to shield her from being seized by passing beasts. The ensuing events are well known. Vela lost consciousness within the cave, and Lilith and her companions found her. As for whether Vela had contemplated relocating to evade the witch's search, she had no time for such thoughts. Her singular focus was on survival. Survival. The witches, a race perpetually vulnerable to persecution from the moment of their birth. A child so small, administered a potion capable of inducing hours of unconsciousness, then taken beyond the city. What would undoubtedly transpire without Lilith and her companions? Even if she were fortunate enough to evade a beast's attack, the frigid environment outside could extinguish a fragile life within mere hours. Thus, is this not a blatant act of murder? Lilith sharpened her blades. Considering the circumstances upon her initial arrival in Witch Town, it seemed imperative for them to revisit the city. And what purpose would such a visit serve? It goes without saying, it was, of course, to retrieve the remains of the murderer. Lilith has begun to contemplate whether to undertake the task of stitching 1,000 needles. She estimates that it should not be overly difficult, as she believes she can accomplish it within 2 to 3 hours. Although Celine has been preoccupied lately, her roommate should have ample free time. After all, those who tell lies must endure the punishment of swallowing 1,000 needles. As witches, they're not bound by reason. They embrace a philosophy of retribution, a cycle of violence and malice. Were they merely to discard Vera, Lilith would not be so agitated. However, having drugged her before discarding her has ignited a fierce desire within Lilith to dismantle their corpses and fashion them into skeletal enforcers. Though her skills are still developing, she believes that with perseverance, success will eventually follow. Naive stepped forward, placing a delicate glass vial upon the black nightstand. Welcome to Witch Town. This is a token of our meeting, an elixir for strength and vitality. You will find it useful. Lilith tilted her head, recognizing the familiar object. It seems customary to present such potions as a greeting. She took note of this tradition. The young girl gazed at the exquisite vial and softly inquired, "Is this for me?" "Indeed," Naive replied. "You have been brought here not to serve as a slave. Rather, you will join us as an underage witch in Witch Town. It is akin to a civilian relocating to a new city. Do you understand?" The young girl nodded. "Excellent. Now, Patricia, you may explain the matter." "Of course." Patricia cheerfully moved the stool she had brought from outside to sit by the bed, clearly enjoying this part of the conversation. "According to your account, your human parents essentially committed murder against you. What are your thoughts regarding these two criminals?" As Patricia spoke, she gestured to capture the girl's attention. "Naturally, in our practice, we would seek to eliminate them and return with their remains as materials. Since they are your human parents, you can choose to refrain from vengeance, seek your own revenge, or allow us to act on your behalf." Patricia mimicked a beheading motion with her hand. In addition to this, she clarified the value of human corpses and the share Lilith could expect. Lilith looked at Patricia with intrigue. "I can seek my own revenge?" She recalled the time when she first arrived. It felt distant, and she struggled to remember if Liza had posed a similar question. Upon hearing that her parents were to be killed, Vera's pupils dilated, and she instinctively wanted to refuse, yet the words lingered on her lips, unspoken. Did she harbor hatred? Yes, she did. Yet the joyful memories of their past were not fabricated. Deep down, she did not wish for their demise. If they were gone, her elder siblings would struggle to care for the remaining younger ones. Moreover, what if her mother did not wish for her to perish? Vera's lips quivered slightly as her fingers pressed firmly against the burlap sack. "May I have some time to consider this?" The abrupt turn of events left Vera in a state of emotional turmoil. Though merely a child, she understood the gravity of making hasty decisions. Patricia nodded in agreement. Of course, take your time to contemplate, and when you are ready, come to the witch's tower to find us. I am Patricia. The others introduced themselves in turn. I am Vera. Thank you all. Once their conversation had reached a natural conclusion, they proceeded to register, aiming to send her to the nursery before the lights went out. Candace, having witnessed numerous human transgressions as the dormitory supervisor, recognized that Vera's circumstances were among the more fortunate of the young witches she had recorded. At the very least, her parents had not condemned her to the pyre. Vera gathered her belongings and left the small room. As soon as everyone exited, the walls of the room seamlessly healed, as if it had merely been an ordinary wall all along. Lilith stepped outside, taking deep breaths of the fresher air. Even a makeshift abode should not be devoid of windows, as the stifling atmosphere was unbearable. Just as Lilith tilted her head to voice her concerns to Candace, her peripheral vision caught sight of Vera, and she suddenly sensed something amiss. Is she poisoned? Lilith gestured for the others to observe the little girl. Though faint, the sight of Vera's once fair face now marred by blackened veins was striking, as though she were on the verge of mutation. This transformation had not been present prior to their exit from the room. However, the others merely glanced and returned to their own affairs, while Patricia regarded Lilith with curiosity. How could you not know? What should I know? Lilith responded, perplexed, observing the other's demeanor. She suddenly realized that this might be a matter of common knowledge and felt a sense of dread. Yet, it was too late to rectify her ignorance, as Patricia rapidly divulged the information. This is a sign of a witch's awakening. Didn't you experience it yourself? By tomorrow, she will likely be surrounded by black floating objects, visible to humans. Indeed, Patricia affirmed with certainty. Lilith was genuinely taken aback. Her mind raced with questions. Was it true that the sign of a witch's awakening involved the darkening of all veins, some even protruding, and floating objects? No wonder. She had always thought it peculiar that not every witch's hair turned red at birth. Why was it said that newborn witches were easily discovered by humans and subjected to persecution? One could not deny that this appearance was indeed frightening, akin to a scene from a horror film where one was on the brink of transformation. As Vera's veins grew increasingly dark, Lilith averted her gaze with an expressionless countenance. This phenomenon was common for everyone at the onset. Her inquiry had been rather abrupt, just as Lilith sought an excuse. Nalisa suddenly tapped Patricia on the forehead with her finger. You know very well that Lilith has a tendency towards paranoia. Was that intentional? Huh, is that so? I have not encountered the other persona for so long that I had almost forgotten about its existence. Lilith was taken aback by how they had conveniently concocted an excuse for her. She hadn't even thought to attribute the situation to that. Most of the time, chocolate only emerged at night. Thus her roommate, Nalisa, needed to be more vigilant. The little girl had also noticed the changes in her own body. The gradually protruding black lines on her arms were quite alarming. At first, she felt a twinge of panic, but upon overhearing Lilith and the others, she quickly regained her composure. Teacher Candace briefly registered the little girl, advising her not to look in the mirror for the next couple of days before waving them off. The kindergarten, where the little witches resided, was known to all except Lilith. However, she felt no curiosity about it. When Nalisa suggested that she could take Vera over herself, Lilith readily agreed. Patricia, on the other hand, insisted on accompanying them, and Nalisa acquiesced. Do you think we need to go there one more time? Lilith and Neve made their way towards the dormitory level, finding it rather amusing to navigate the non-existent staircase. Lilith regretted not suggesting they all go together. It would have been delightful to scare the newcomers. She finally had the chance to experience the thrill of being frightened by Lisa back then, but regrettably, she did not seize that opportunity. When Neve heard Lilith's question, she pondered for a moment and shook her head. The probability is quite low. It made sense, after all. A child, even upon awakening as a witch, would need time to adjust her thoughts. It was indeed a daunting resolve to contemplate harming those with whom one had shared laughter and meals just the day before. However, I believe she will retain the opportunity for revenge, Neve added. Why not simply abandon the notion of vengeance? Lilith mused from the standpoint of an ordinary person. Typically, when faced with such circumstances, a common individual might counsel themselves to sever ties for the sake of familial bonds, essentially using this harm to terminate the relationship. Neve smirked. Of course, that is because she is also a witch. The expanded dormitory indeed required considerable magical energy for various purposes. For instance, the faucet needed to be infused with witch power to produce water, rather than functioning merely by turning it. Furthermore, the current dormitory had temperature regulation, infusing the walls with witch energy allowed control over the heat, catering to the diverse needs of the witches. For example, if Lilith intended to store materials for necromancy in her room, the usual temperature would be excessively warm. The living room also housed many items that required magical energy to operate, though those were not frequently used. For instance, the glass beads embedded in the walls illuminated when infused with witch energy, but one could also use candles without magic, albeit inconveniently. After parting ways with Neve, Lilith hurried back to her room and securely closed the door. Only then did she take out her mirror. I'm quite certain that nothing they mentioned occurred after I arrived. I should be considered to have awakened normally. Shouldn't I? What is happening? There are no darkened veins, nor any floating objects. Although Nerissa provided her with excuses, Lilith was acutely aware that it was not merely the chocolate possessing her body that caused her confusion, as the timeline simply did not align. According to Professor Candace's observations, such phenomena would persist for 2 days, rather than merely a few hours that one might inadvertently overlook. The chocolate responded to issues with remarkable swiftness, seemingly ever watchful. One might wonder if this creature ever rests. Do demons of this kind truly require no sleep? The occurrence indicated an overwhelming amount of magical energy within the new witch's body, one that she could not contain, resulting in an overflow. Just as in our previous situation, a brief teleportation had nearly drained you to the point of bloodshed. Where was the surplus magic to facilitate such an act? I had assumed that your bloodshed was due to this body being overloaded by your abilities. Well, it was indeed an overload. If you continue to mimic my manner of speech, will you not face discrimination upon your return to hell? Lilith noted that this creature's manner of speaking was increasingly resembling her own. I find this approach to be quite efficient. Upon returning, I shall employ the language of demons. Besides, who would dare to discriminate against me? It appears that the demon also harbors intentions of returning, which is a promising sign, for sharing a single body is fraught with inconveniences. On the 3rd day of returning to Witch Town, while Lilith was engaged in supplementary lessons, Nerissa entered the room. Lilith glanced at her notes, feeling she had absorbed enough knowledge, and promptly handed the bone coins to her classmate. This is troublesome. A little courtesy goes a long way. Arranging for another meeting is not difficult, especially since this is a recommendation from the teacher, a top student. No worries. Once the payment was received, the classmate swiftly collected the items into a spatial pouch, nodded to Nerissa, and hurriedly departed. Advanced courses were relatively challenging, making self-study inadequate. Lilith was catching up on the content missed from her major course a few days prior, and it must be said that there was a wealth of valuable information, not only comprising the teaching material, but also her classmates' personal insights, justifying the expenditure of 15 bone coins. What is wrong? Chapter 114, An Irresistible Reward. Vera had made her decision. She hoped we would refrain from intervening. She wished to confront them herself. Nerissa paused at this point, retrieving the makeshift mop Lilith had crafted from rags and sticks. After cleaning the footprints left by the earlier visitor, ensuring the floor was immaculate, she continued speaking. She expressed a desire to inquire why they deceived her. This choice was indeed astute of Naive. The terrifying visage encountered during a witch's awakening could only be accepted by truly loving family. However, Vera had merely experienced a change in hair color when she was discarded yesterday. In truth, Lilith believed that everyone had their own rationale in such matters. Many witches commit murder without justification, and humanity's fear of witches appears to be warranted. One can only hope not to become too entrenched in rigid thinking. For perfection is unattainable. It is better to act from one's own perspective and interests, avoiding the convoluted dilemmas of being a witch for good or ill. Navigating the complexities of human existence is undoubtedly feasible. It is not always a matter of black and white. However, for a witch, such ambiguity is fraught with peril, as it may lead to deceit and ultimately to a fatal consequence. Lilith had been forewarned of this. She retrieved a wooden box from her spatial pouch and handed it to Nerissa. Upon opening it, Nerissa discovered it brimming with sewing needles made of metal. "What is this?" she inquired. "There is a saying in our land. Those who lie and betray sincere hearts must swallow 1,000 needles. Please deliver this along with my words to Vela." As for her subsequent choices, let her decide for herself. Having purchased the item, Lilith considered the matter settled. Nalisa closed the box and put it away, then broached another topic. Additionally, there is the matter of next month's trade negotiations. Neff wishes for you to visit the Golden Ship. Lilith nodded in acknowledgement. I shall go at once. She stored her witchcraft plate and collected the scattered small bones from the table, departing the witch tower alongside Nalisa. As Lilith made her way toward the Golden Ship, she heard her name called. Turning to see who it was, she narrowly avoided a faceful of a black, plush bat. Thanks to her recent vigilance and agile sidestep. Lilith, wait for us. The bat fluttered back to Farah's shoulder, who was munching on a green-skinned fruit she had produced from seemingly nowhere. Good afternoon, Lilith, they greeted. Are you aware of the mandatory task scheduled for next month? I completed that task just a couple of days ago, Lilith replied, surmising their purpose for seeking her out. Really? So soon? Farah exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Lilith confirmed. I teamed up with upperclassmen for the task of welcoming the new, which recruits. It went quite smoothly, taking only 2 days. This was no secret worth concealing. You were allowed to team up with upperclassmen? Mealy pondered, her gaze fixed on Lilith's skirt. Yes, but Professor Candace counted the upperclassmen as 2 individuals. You must have seen the notice stating that no more than 5 may act together. Mealy nodded in understanding. In a flash, Farah snatched the fruit from the bat's grasp and effortlessly devoured it, prompting the bat to protest indignantly from her shoulder. After swallowing, Farah disregarded the bat's outcry and turned to Lilith. Do you have any plans to undertake other tasks in the near future? As she spoke, Farah produced a note from her pocket and handed it to Lilith. You might want to take a look at the tasks we have selected. The rewards are quite generous. Initially inclined to decline, Lilith found herself unable to resist the allure of the generous compensation and reached out to accept the note. Firstly, the Witch Tower, inhabited by Tabith Lilith, is far more rugged than one might imagine, even engaging in tasks such as serving as bait. Nonetheless, the mission chosen by Millie and her companions is not excessively perilous, as 2 adult witches accompany them, ensuring a fair degree of safety. This particular task is restricted to young witches of Lilith's grade. The primary objective is to harvest the sticky bean pods, although the actual gathering is entrusted to the adult witches, while the juvenile witches are responsible for acting as bait. There exists a species of arachnid known as the bean spider, which feeds on the sticky bean pods. This creature is exceedingly fragile. Should one be inadvertently killed during the harvesting process, its venom would swiftly contaminate the entire plant. It is not that the plant would perish, but rather that the contaminated sticky beans would become unusable, forcing a wait until the next natural shedding. The bean spider is particularly timid, retreating at the scent of formidable creatures. Yet if it senses weakness, it will pursue with alarming fervor. However, as previously mentioned, these spiders are herbivorous, and their pursuit of frail beings serves merely to fertilize the sticky bean plants. The task for the young witches is to entice the spiders out and eliminate them. The rewards are enticing, as Lilith peruses the lengthy descriptions, noting that materials valued at 20 bone coins can be acquired for merely 18. If she interprets this correctly, it is a discount voucher for the material shop offering a year-long 10% reduction. Farah nods in affirmation. There are also other credits in bone coins, which appear substantial, yet they are of little consequence. For Lilith, the 10% discount is undoubtedly the most alluring aspect. While a 10% saving may seem trivial, saving merely 1 coin on a 10-coin purchase, the potential accumulates significantly. Lilith, being a business owner, contemplates the implications. Saving 1 coin on 10 is negligible, but what of 100? 1,000? 100,000? A million? The prospect of a 10% discount on any quantity purchased is tantalizing. Lilith hesitates, sensing that her method of capitalizing on this opportunity might lead to repercussions, and thus seeks clarification. Farah nods. We wish to include you. Hence we specifically inquired with the initiator. As long as you buy, you will receive the 10% discount without limit, even emptying the store if you choose. Have the other participants been confirmed? Or is it just the 3 of us? Lilith inquires. Farah shakes her head. After confirming the task, you are our first choice. Have you inquired about the duration of the mission? We can return within a week at the latest. A week seems a suitable time frame. Well, the rewards are indeed generous, but with the upcoming trade month, I must discuss this with my staff. It would be unwise for her to abandon her responsibilities entirely. Millie and Farah decide to accompany Lilith to the Golden Ship, where Neve has summoned Lilith to finalize the itinerary. In truth, Neve has taken on the majority of the workload and currently has little requiring Lilith's decision-making. After hearing about the task, Neve resolutely makes her decision. Rest assured, I will handle everything here, but remember, you must return before the beginning of the month. Lilith's discount quota was equivalent to that of the Golden Ship, and a 10% discount could save a substantial amount of costs. Neve calculated in her mind how much money she could save, enough to purchase several slaves, and perhaps open a few factories. Splendid. Please inscribe your name here. We shall convene at Professor Candace's at noon the day after tomorrow. Chapter 115. Preparing for departure, the sticky pearl bean thrives in the forest, enduring harsh environmental conditions that ordinary adventurers cannot reach. This is one of the reasons for the generous rewards associated with it. The risk of directly harvesting is high, as it could easily contaminate the plants. Yet, those who are too weak may not even arrive at the area where the sticky pearl beans grow. This precarious balance is what keeps the price of this material consistently high. Lilith and her companions were also undertaking a perilous risk by venturing there. After all, even with an adult which overseeing, unforeseen accidents could still occur. Naturally, these dangers had been communicated to them in advance, and whether or not to take on this risk for the reward was entirely voluntary. Although the grade tasks were mandatory, the specific assignments were not enforced. On the second day after Lilith accepted the task, it began to rain in Witch Town, the raindrops pattering against the hurried umbrellas. Lilith felt disheartened. She had originally planned to delegate her work to Neve, yet that individual had compressed an entire week's workload into the 2 days she would remain in Witch Town. As a result, she had to rush back to class right after reviewing the reports, feeling utterly pressed for time. Neve was truly insufferable. Lilith dashed through the rain, the splashes on the ground reminding her that she needed to quickly learn teleportation magic. Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently voiced her frustration. Stop thinking, even if you learn, your magical power is insufficient. Undeterred, Lilith responded, what about short distances? Isn't that feasible? At most, it would allow you to move half a meter. What if I were willing to pay a small price, like you did back then? You don't even speak the demon tongue. You want to be able to learn it. What if I were to learn the demon language? You have the talent, but this body is not suitable. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, it would be best to wait. Are you willing to teach me? That depends on whether you are willing to eliminate Sainta. You certainly overestimate me. This was not a matter of Lilith's self-doubt. She genuinely believed she could not confront such a challenge. Digging up graves was one thing she could consider. But today's summoning class involved dissecting a mouse and attempting to awaken it. After meticulously removing the bones and washing them multiple times, she soaked them in a high-quality preservative solution she had purchased herself. To be frank, the price of this solution far exceeded that of the small skeleton, but there was a rationale for its expense. Lilith. She actually succeeded. Following the carefully sketched bone diagram, Lilith toiled from noon until dawn, and thus, her first skeletal minion was born. As the diminutive creature, barely 5 centimeters in length, began to stir, not only was Lilith exhilarated, but even Dorothy, who had been languidly seated in her chair, stood up in surprise. Surrounding classmates gathered with bated breath. Goodness, it's moving. Stand up, stand up. We have truly succeeded. How marvelous. I heard that such achievements typically do not occur until the following academic year. Dorothy approached, extending 2 fingers to gently grasp the little mouse's spine. Shaking it lightly in the air, the mouse flailed its limbs, and had it possessed vocal cords, it would surely have emitted a shriek of distress. It appeared remarkably sturdy. A commendable creation indeed. Dorothy's languid voice, muffled by her mask, carried a certain heaviness. The spark of the soul was stable. Indeed, it was a qualified skeletal creature. Congratulations. Lilith, you have officially become a necromancer. Thank you? Why does that title sound so villainous? She would prefer a name more akin to Kitchen Witch, as it would alleviate the constant sense of impending doom that haunted her even in slumber. You may bestow it a name as a memento. Lilith nodded. Let us call it Little Bone. A delightful name. Dorothy gently placed the mouse on the tabletop. Little Bone scampered to the corner where Lilith stood, stretching its front paws as if yearning to grasp Lilith's robe. Dorothy surveyed the room, stretching her arms and legs. The reason class had yet to conclude was due to a few students persevering. Currently, 2 remained, awaiting the passing of an hour. An hour later, the other 2 students met with failure. Lilith returned to the dormitory with the mouse. Upon opening the door, a flash of green darted past. Little Bone, spit it out. Lilith and Nerissa exclaimed in unison, Nerissa reacting to the sight of her familiar, consuming an unidentified object. If it truly were an ordinary mouse, she would have no objections, perhaps only chastising its messiness before dispersing the familiar to regroup. Nerissa pried little bone from the serpent's jaws. It trembled, the bones clattering incessantly, and it scurried away to hide beneath Lilith's robe. TSK, I was just about to do laundry. Nerissa tossed the serpent into her room, closing the door and commenting on the scene. All right, I shall change into my nightwear. Nerissa swiftly caught the skeletal mouse with a handkerchief, her brow furrowed. That evening, the newly born little bone was affectionately washed 5 times by Nerissa, the spark of its soul teetering precariously thereafter. The following morning, as Lilith stepped outside, she was met with a multitude of resentful glances. Upon closer inquiry, it was revealed that someone in class had been provoked into an all-night summoning. The expressions directed at her were not merely resentful. They bore the weight of heavy dark circles, giving the impression that everyone was glowering. To speak candidly, the atmosphere of learning at the Witch's Tower is remarkably conducive. Even when one discovers they are not as adept as their peers, there is no lamentation, but rather a resolve to redouble their efforts. Occasionally, even Lilith finds herself ensnared in this relentless pursuit of excellence, as was the case yesterday. Had it not been for the invigorating ambience, she would not have labored into the late hours. Time, in its hurried passage, flew by as Lilith received a spatial pouch from Elisa, which contained essentials meticulously prepared based on past hearsay and recent inquiries. The torrential rain continued to pour, yet within the Witch's Tower, tranquility reigned. Mealy and Farah had arrived early to await Ms. Candace, accompanied by 2 classmates from the literacy class, Alas and Maggie. Lilith was unfamiliar with them, having had little prior interaction. Upon the arrival of 4 out of 5, Lilith pondered, am I late? Not at all. Both Mistress Atries and Teacher Abisai have yet to arrive. Chapter 116. Doll's Leeches Combined. The initiators of this task were the 2 adult witches. One, the proprietor of the local materials shop, and the other, their mentor from the previous year. Internally, Lilith fervently hoped that the responsibility of transportation would not fall upon Teacher Abisai. What is it that you carry? Generally, witches refrain from meddling in others' affairs unless compelled by curiosity, and Alas was indeed intrigued by the sizable object Lilith clutched. It is known that even the most impoverished young witches save up to acquire a spatial pouch once they commence their studies. And it is common knowledge that Lilith is quite affluent. Lilith was momentarily taken aback by Alas' initiative to converse, then glanced down at her arms, where she was cradling a teddy bear, approximately 50 to 60 centimeters in length, undeniably large and attention-grabbing. Time rewinds to this morning, as Lilith just awakened. The room was spacious enough, and having had her fill of sleep, she replaced her coffin-like bed with an enormous one, so vast that she could roll 5 times without falling off. Troubled thoughts had prompted her early rise, and upon opening her eyes, she sensed an unusual surge in her witch's power. For her, abnormality had become the norm. Should there ever be a decrease, she would suspect that Chocolate had been negligent the previous night, though she remained unaware of the means by which this entity operated. Lilith prepared to rise and wash up as per her routine. Groggily, she stood from her bed when a sudden thud announced that something had fallen from her nightgown. Startled, she looked down to find the teddy bear from her dreamscape had materialized in reality. Bending down, she poked the toy in bewilderment, then, as if awakening from a dream, retrieved her mirror. Unless I have awakened some ability to manifest dreams into reality. You have quite the imagination, don't you? Fine, I knew it was you. What purpose does this serve? Chocolate possesses its own spatial pouch, from which it seldom retrieves items, and thus Lilith respects its privacy, never peering into its contents. To be frank, this toy bear is of an adorably charming nature, its light brown fur starkly contrasting with Chocolate. You can simply take it, it insists. Free? A gift for me? Lilith responds with skepticism. What else could it be? She glances at the bear and then at Chocolate as crimson eyes reflected in the mirror, pondering before ultimately accepting the gift. Why the sudden generosity? And what material is this doll crafted from? To her surprise, the bear is rather hefty, reminiscent of clutching 2 excessively heavy dumbbells. The materials used are undoubtedly not mere fabric and cotton. How is this thing supposed to work? You'll understand in due time. You do realize I am an adult, yet you offer me such a childlike toy? When I grow up, I will comprehend this. Lilith furrows her brow, disliking such evasive speech. Without prior exploration of its use, she will be flustered when the time comes. It's hard to explain in a few words. But didn't you have a plethora of work this morning? I'm merely trying to save you time. You've already wasted 5 minutes. Suddenly, Lilith recalls that before leaving work yesterday, she had numerous proposals for soap enhancements yet to be reviewed and approved, having hastily declared she would look at them tomorrow. The thought of these pending tasks, compounding with today's workload, overwhelmed her. She hurriedly abandoned the doll and rushed to freshen up. In her haste, she completely forgot that she could listen to chocolate while preparing, allowing it to evade her scrutiny. Once she was ready to leave, she realized that this item chocolate had conjured could not be stored in her spatial pouch. There was no time for questioning, only a demand for chocolate to vow that this item would be beneficial rather than detrimental. Otherwise, she resolutely refused to carry such a cumbersome burden. Chocolate assured her that it could save her life in critical moments, leading Lilith to carry this object throughout the morning. Naturally, due to its weight, she voiced her complaints. If you're going to create such a thing, why not make it small enough to fit in my pocket? Chocolate replied, the materials are expensive, and I cannot afford them at present. At the very least, control the weight. Although my strength has increased, my arms will tire over time. Chocolate reiterated, the materials are expensive, and I cannot afford them at present. If all else fails, a crossbody backstyle would suffice, allowing me to free my hands. Chocolate, the materials are too expensive to afford much. Summary. Ultimately, it is a tale of poverty. Lilith had no plans to increase her allowance recently, but honestly, she was quite moved by the gift from chocolate, especially since it seemed to be something that could potentially save her life. Thus, she generously decided to double next month's allowance, and whatever the gift cost in bone coins, she would gladly pay. Chocolate was surprised to learn that it could actually recoup some costs, but did not refuse, albeit with a hint of reluctance in providing a figure. In the past, such a trivial item would have been disregarded, but now it realized how difficult it was to earn money in the human world. Such a meager sum? What materials are so inexpensive? The life-saving item cost less than what Lilith would spend on a single purchase of special essential oil soap ingredients. Most of the materials were gathered by me. Indeed, the allowance Lilith provided couldn't buy quality materials, but it wasn't as if it had done nothing at all. Returning to the present, Lilith couldn't possibly tell alas that this was a gift from another personality, could she? That would sound utterly deranged, and she was uncertain about the item's exact purpose. What if it turned out to be something formidable that exposed chocolate's demonic nature? Well, this is a special witch's tool. We are headed to the Great Forest, which is rumored to be quite perilous, so I purchased something that might come in handy. Isn't that rather cumbersome? Why not stow it away? Alas commented, finding it somewhat inconvenient to carry. Its uniqueness lay in the fact that it couldn't be tucked away. Lilith switched arms to embrace the doll more comfortably. Typically, one might downplay it as just an ordinary toy to maintain a fade, but carrying such a burden on a mission would only render her pretentious and somewhat unhinged. If she held a notable and powerful identity, she could say as much. After all, if she were truly formidable, even a slight burden wouldn't hinder her task. Others would merely perceive her as having a distinct personality. However, as a fledgling witch with little mastery of spells, it would be wiser for little Karami to devise a suitable excuse. Were she in Lilith's position, she would not desire a companion who is inept and burdensome. Occasionally offering a helping hand is commendable, but risking one's life for it is unnecessary, especially since this mission could be perilous. It is best to remain prudent. Caw-caw. The bride's voice approached, heralding her arrival before the two adult witches appeared. You two are quite punctual, she remarked. In the depths of the forest, Lilith, are you all right? Mealy, standing closest to her, inquired upon noticing Lilith's pallid complexion. Cough, cough. Cough, no. I'm fine, just recovering. 3 of the 5 little witches had vomited, and 1 nearly fainted. Fortunately, Farah managed to hold her ground without truly losing consciousness. To Lilith's surprise, Mealy had withstood Professor Abassy's abysmal teleportation technique. Atruce's gaze remained as vacant as ever, akin to daydreaming. However, one must commend the proprietor of the materials shop for their remarkable patience. While the bride vociferously berated Lilith and her companions as inept, Atruce stood silently by, waiting in quietude. The air in the Niffle forest was so humid it felt as though one could wring water from it. The rainforest climate, coupled with the unique geographical conditions, ensured that even the enchantress's robes, typically resistant to water and fire, would become damp after a brief stroll. The water bag leaf could serve as a source of drinking water when necessary, boasting a surprisingly pleasant flavor. The lapag fruit could temporarily elevate body temperature, yet it posed a risk of mortality. Thus, it was best to avoid consumption unless absolutely essential. The presence of stone grass indicated a high stone content in the soil, suggesting that we might as well spend the night here. Professor Abisi would introduce us to various creatures along the way. Thus far, Lilith and her companions had not encountered any true beasts, a testament to Atrus's adeptness. Chocolate mentioned using a specific potion to repel wild animals. The location of the sticky pearl beans was some distance from the resting area chosen by Professor Abisi, primarily to safeguard the young witches. Generally, a team would refrain from resting near sticky pearl beans if there were members lacking sufficient strength. Bear with it, she urged. Maggie had 2 leeches clinging to her left leg, and Professor Abisi was employing a potion to poison them. These pests required a particular method to detach before they could be killed. Pulling them off directly could lead to dire consequences. In a more favorable scenario, the creature's head might remain inside, leading to illness or amputation. In a worse case, if one encountered a semi-demonized leech, a mere tug would cause it to curl its entire body and burrow into the open wound. This situation could become exceedingly troublesome, as the leech would move to the heart within 2 minutes after entering, congregating in the area where blood pooled. Regardless of the species, the head and heart are critical areas. If the heart were to be compromised, it would spell significant trouble, often equating to a death sentence. After all, maintaining consciousness without a heart is a feat few, even among witches, can achieve. A viscous, tar-like potion oozed from the smooth interior of the glass vial, enveloping both the wound and the leech's head. Both the leech and Maggie thrashed violently in response. Maggie's face turned pale, yet Eris and Mealy held her upper body firmly, while Lilith and Farah restrained her legs. The young witch lacked extensive life experience. Errors were commonplace. After all, who could have guessed that beneath Lilith's robe, she wore long sleeves and trousers unless she had specifically lifted her skirt? Of course, for witches, whose craft was mainstream, it would be somewhat undignified to enter the great forest in such attire as adults. It was a human method, far too cumbersome and inefficient for witches. After all, it is indeed possible to resolve matters with a few incantations, yet one chooses to waste time donning and doffing cumbersome garments. Others have their respective protective measures. For instance, Farah's bat can emit an inaudible ultrasonic wave from beneath her skirt to repel any intruding insects. Professor Abisi provided Maggie with a tube of topical ointment, which, of course, was not complimentary. This treatment came at a cost. Since she opted to undertake this mission, it is evident that she believed herself capable of fulfilling its demands. In Maggie's case, her lack of thorough research into the task's background and potential risks prior to acceptance was unfortunate, yet none present extended their sympathy, including Alaric, who had a relatively amicable relationship with her. Such a hindrance cannot simply be dismissed with a casual remark of "I didn't think of that." However, others would not condemn her, as the expenses incurred for treatment in the wilderness would serve as a lasting lesson. There was no need for hollow words of admonishment from her companions. Once the resting site was established, the proprietor, Mistress Atres, began to meander around the campsite, occasionally discarding items, some scattered on the ground, while others required a small pit for burial. Lilith found herself intrigued by the enigmatic owner, who resembled a puppet. Yet she was certain that Atres was a witch, not a mere construct. This conviction deepened after Lilith undertook studies in both puppetry and summoning arts. Even Chocolate deduced that the shopkeeper was a witch, albeit with an unusual demeanor. The mechanistic Mistress Atres moved with surprising fluidity despite her rigid motions, traversing the terrain with ease, devoid of any stumbles or missteps. Upon halting, it became evident that Atres had been contending with a tree branch protruding 15 centimeters from the ground for quite some time. In the brief moments that Lilith observed, Atres had already collided with the tree roots at least 5 times, clearly intent on passing through. A branch of such diminutive stature would typically be easily circumvented by an ordinary person, yet Atres persisted in repeatedly bumping against it, exhibiting an obstinate determination that left Lilith exasperated. After preparing the resting area for the night, everyone hurried towards the growth site of the sticky pearl bean. As for rest, they had only just embarked on their journey. What need was there for respite? Among them, only Lilith possessed the most feeble physical constitution, yet she managed with ease, indicating that the others required no breaks. In this land, every additional minute spent entailed greater risk. Therefore, completing the task sooner rather than later was paramount. As Lilith journeyed, she silently compared her pace to that of Farah and resolved to utilize a fortifying potion upon her return. Chapter 117. Lethal yet non-fatal. They have followed me here. It appears we shall need to relocate yet again this year. At present, Lilith and her companions found themselves in a small clearing within the forest. To call it a clearing is somewhat misleading, as the ground was still interspersed with patches of grass and a mixture of soil. The growth location of the sticky pearl bean is not fixed. There exists a creature with two sharp tusks for hooves, a cylindrical form, and a coat of brownish-gray skin. Indeed, it is the wild boar, but here lies a breed that has been transformed by magic. They move in herds, utilizing the toxic sap of the sticky bean plant as an insecticide to rid themselves of parasites on their skin. The creatures here are formidable, and so are the parasites. Fortunately, nature has a way of balancing itself. However, these magical beasts possess minimal intellect and are largely oblivious to concepts such as sustainable development. Their actions often result in catastrophic destruction, aimed at extracting more sap. This manifests in their reckless trampling through patches of sticky beans, severing the roots of the plants, crushing any unsuspecting spiders and green leaves in their path, and subsequently rolling in the muddy remnants. Overexploitation occurs. The perennial sticky bean plants, which would typically thrive and expand over time, are forced to relocate every few years in this forest. This disruption complicates the witch's ability to establish precise teleportation points. Periodically, a small patch of sticky beans suffers, only for the magical boars to adeptly locate new growths, perpetuating the cycle. This patch is no longer viable. Yet, judging by the degree of dehydration in the roots, it seems that the boars will soon seek new sticky beans. All we must do is follow them and eliminate them before they can wreak havoc on the new plants. Professor Abisi dusted off her hands, rose from the ground, and gestured for the bride to scout for nearby herds of boars. The herds, being large and noisy, would certainly be easier to locate than searching for the diminutive sticky beans amidst the towering trees of the forest. Reflecting on their last visit, she recalled that it was around this time last year when they harvested from these sticky beans for 2 consecutive years, even enriching the soil with the remains of 2 beasts before their departure. This year should have marked the peak of growth, yet alas, it has been ravaged once more. Why not use a potion directly? The roots appear quite fresh, Lilith suggested, considering that bringing a forest which to encourage new growth would be more efficient than merely waiting for the wild boars. Professor Abisi shook her head. Sticky beans do not belong to species that can be rapidly cultivated. Otherwise, the ecological garden in Witchtown would not require so many caretakers. As this location had become untenable, the group returned to rest. To ensure a more comfortable reprieve, Lilith summoned her puppets to gather firewood and clear the area. She had contemplated sending the puppets to track the wild boars, but Professor Abisi declined, asserting that the bride was sufficient for the task, as she was adept at finding them swiftly. The campsite, established for the first day, was utilized once more, and by midday of the following day, the bride returned with news of the wild boar herd. Lilith and her companions tidied up and promptly set off in pursuit. By the evening of the 3rd day, the bride, who had been scouting the surroundings, relayed her findings. Approximately half an hour away lies a cluster of sticky pearl bean plants. Teacher Abisi, who had been accompanying them throughout the day, nodded affirmatively. Let's get to work. Do not underestimate pigs. Their bite force is astonishing, and a collision with them can be quite painful. Moreover, they are omnivorous creatures, which means they consume meat. Lilith left her toy bear perched on a tree and seized the oversized scissors, rushing down. Although she could fight with one hand, wielding 2 was certainly safer and swifter. To her surprise, both Mealy and Alaris followed her descent. Alaris, brandishing a long sword, nimbly dodged, while Mealy held a dagger crafted from bone, wrapped in tattered cloth. The trio executed their light-footed maneuvers in unison, and Lilith, wielding the giant scissors, dispatched 2 demonic pigs. One was stabbed in the eye, while the other was eviscerated. Its blood and entrails sprawled across the ground, exuding a terrible stench. Most of the other pigs were dealt with by Teacher Abisi, though 2 particularly clever ones attempted to flee. One was pierced through the jaw by Farah, wielding a dagger similar to Mealy's, while the other suddenly vanished mid-flight. presumably at the hands of Lady Atrus. Lilith, unable to discern the specifics from her distance, and hearing no sound, speculated it might have involved some advanced spell. Examining the chaotic battlefield, Lilith inferred that the task requiring them to serve as bait would not be an easy one. Each sticky pearl bean was about the size of a half-fist, yet the accompanying spiders were diminutive, resembling tiny red sesame seeds. Thousands of these seeds blanketed the ground, staining the yellow-black earth a deep crimson, undulating with the debris beneath. Silently, Lilith retrieved an item resembling a beekeeping veil from the spatial pouch that Nelisa had given her. Initially, she had assumed it was meant to be worn over the head, though it seemed rather large for that purpose. Now, she understood its true function. Lilith swiftly enveloped herself within the veil. The 5 of them positioned 3 as bait to attract the spiders, while the other 2 were tasked with extermination. The bait needed to stand close to the spider den, compelling Lilith and her companions to don such protective gear, which hindered their ability to act independently, hence the necessity for so many participants in this endeavor. To be honest, as the spiders swarmed the enclosure, obscuring her view of the outside world, Lilith felt a pang of panic. Fortunately, the veil was sufficiently spacious, keeping the insects at a considerable distance from her face. After a long night of waiting, the spider numbers began to dwindle. In a bid to expedite the process, Lilith even released the small bone and the bleeding creature to assist, though their effectiveness was regrettably minimal. Early the next morning, the bride came to assess the situation, and shortly thereafter, Teacher Abisi and Lady Atrus arrived. Even before they approached, the previously eager spiders hastily retreated back to the sticky pearl bean plants, concealing themselves. Teacher Abisi approached, handing each of them a vial of witch's brew. Antidote, consume it quickly and take a moment to rest. These spiders are highly venomous. Even if they are dispatched with ease, the noxious gases they emit can suffice to poison an ordinary young witch. However, it is not a lethal toxin. It merely causes stiffness of the tongue. Yet, prolonged exposure without an antidote may lead to extended periods of rigidity that could adversely affect future endeavors. Should the poisoning persist for over 2 days, one might incur a permanent and troublesome alteration in taste, exceedingly difficult to remedy. The act of luring the diminutive spiders is not the most arduous task. The real challenge lies in the harvesting. Chapter 118. The Harvest, the Convenience of Masks. When harvesting the sticky pearl beans, a crackling sound resonates, and a semi-viscous, bluish-green liquid oozes from the junction where the beans separate from the plant. This liquid does not seep from injury. Rather, it is inherently present at that node. As the plant progresses through budding, flowering, pod formation, and maturation, the liquid diminishes, causing the delicate outer cell walls to wither until they can no longer support the weight of the beans, resulting in a natural detachment. Witches cannot afford to linger, waiting for the beans to fall of their own accord. During the harvesting process, part of the liquid remains on the main stem, another portion clings to the beans. While a greater volume splatters around due to the harvesting motion, it may land on the hands of the harvester, or even on an inquisitive face, with the unfortunate possibility of striking the eyes. This liquid is considerably more hazardous than spider venom. If it splashes into the eye, the entire eyeball will begin to dissolve within 5 seconds. When it comes into contact with the skin, the effects are somewhat milder. For those with tough skin, such as seasoned adventurers, it may leave unsightly marks, dark or bluish in hue, and, with a stroke of luck, the affected area might form a callus, which could eventually shed. For individuals with more delicate dermis, caution is imperative. Should the skin suffer corrosion leading to an open wound, and toxins enter the bloodstream without the intake of an antidote, death is likely within 2 to 3 hours. Those with higher resistance may endure for half a day to a full day. Consequently, in the human realm, adventurer guilds that undertake such tasks often impose stringent requirements for their recruits, notably excluding those with acne or skin ailments. In this vast forest, the resources one can carry are limited, implying a finite number of members in a team. The demise of even one member signifies a reduction in combat capability and an increase in mortality risk. Not only humans, but even Teacher Abisi approaches the harvesting of these beans with utmost caution. They retrieve a woven basket from their spatial pouch, securing it at their waist to hold the beans. Both hands engage in the task. One hand deftly adjusts the foliage on the plant while the other waits for the opportune moment to harvest. Lilith, cradling a teddy bear, observed from a distance as Mistress Atres swiftly harvested the plants, her speed nearly threefold that of Master Abisi, with a deftness that was remarkable. I have heard that in previous years, one had to bring bird beaks for this task. However, this year, thanks to your invention of masks, the process has become significantly more convenient. Farah approached Lilith and engaged her in conversation, yet her gaze remained fixed on the two harvesters. Lilith turned her head, realizing that others were similarly captivated, studying the harvesting techniques of the two adult witches. Was it the same in previous years? Farah nodded. The rewards vary each year. I have been observing this task for 3 years now, and I recall that last year's most prized reward was a rare herb. After gathering her thoughts, Lilith rephrased her inquiry. What I mean is, was the harvesting in previous years so casual as well? Why aren't they wearing protective clothing, like those made from animal hides that cover the entire body? Farah's gaze finally shifted from the adult witches to Lilith's face. I must say, your imaginative ideas are quite plentiful. Upon reflection, your suggestion is indeed feasible, yet it carries a drawback. What is it? Too warm or restrictive of movement? After all, with animal hides, being fully covered in this season can indeed be stifling. Too expensive. That aspect had not truly crossed her mind. The antidote potions we consume when poisoned are relatively economical for us. Even taking one every 2 hours is manageable. However, obtaining a large enough piece of hide to completely encase a person while withstanding the venom of the sticky pearl bean is quite costly. Lilith hesitated before asking, what about the wild boar hide? That material is thick and robust, perfectly suitable. Unfortunately, the hide from that breed of pig is not suitable for crafting such garments. I inquired previously, and it seems there is a small linguistic group of humans who can make pigskin clothing, but their whereabouts are quite erratic. Additionally, pigskin is greasy, and it does not align well with the aesthetic of the witching town. Lilith and her companions managed to attract a majority of the spiders, yet some had retreated. Thus, Master Abisi and her team would occasionally pause mid-harvest to switch to the next plant. Time passed during their respite, and Lilith, reclining against the tree trunk, felt drowsy, having stayed up late the previous night with no tasks at hand today. Just as she was about to drift into a friendly slumber, Maggie's voice startled her awake. Something is approaching. Due to her leg injury, Maggie, who had been resting on the ground, suddenly stood up, and Eris, reacting to Maggie's utterance, swiftly drew his weapon. What? Lilith exclaimed, closing her eyes to listen intently. Though her senses had sharpened considerably, she heard nothing. She did not doubt Maggie's honesty. After all, they were in the wild forest, where encounters with other creatures were highly probable. Yet, seeing that the others also seemed oblivious, she felt compelled to inquire further. Maggie's familiar is an earthworm. She has released a few to keep watch nearby, Eris explained. Maggie's swift detection of the leech on her leg was facilitated by her familiar. Typically, one would remain oblivious to the attack of such a blood-sucking creature until the loss of blood became significant enough to elicit a response. Initially, Maggie had been somewhat careless. However, the soil beneath her robe was now closely aligned with her familiar. Lilith, propping herself against a tree, rose to her feet, reinvigorating the scissors with her magical energy. While tightly clutching her doll, their previous encounter with the wild boar herd had been navigated with ease solely due to the presence of Teacher Abisi. If left to confront a swarm of creatures unaided, it would be an overestimation of their capabilities. To prevent a second bout of poisoning, they had retreated a fair distance, and Lilith pondered whether to ascend the tree or sprint towards Teacher Abisi. Naturally, this decision hinged upon the nature of the approaching entity. If it proved to be less ferocious, they could manage it themselves. What could it be? How far away is it? Chapter 119. The ingenious use of a little pig, a flock of woodcocks was charting their path, and they needed a strategy to drive them away. Maggie lowered her head to rummage through her spatial pouch. Woodcocks. There had been ample information regarding these creatures in last year's field guide course. They were among the prevalent fauna of the forest, possessing firm flesh yet modest size, often moving in flocks. Their offensive capabilities were minimal, placing them at the base of the food chain, and thus they posed little threat. Typically, one would merely need to avoid their path to evade being trampled. Admittedly, escaping was generally rather simple. However, this instance was different. Should this large flock of woodcocks trample through the sticky jewel beans, the gathering would be rendered futile, and it would be far more prudent for them to devise a method to alter the woodcock's course rather than seek another herd of wild boars. Recalling the text she had read, Lilith remembered that if the formation of such creatures was disrupted, they would change direction upon regrouping. But what could scatter them? Woodcocks typically traveled in large numbers, and the first thought that sprang to Lilith's mind was to employ a familiar. A familiar like Patricia S. could undoubtedly scatter the woodcock flock into disarray. Regrettably, the familiars present were all diminutive creatures: Mealy S. carp, Lilith S. black goat, Farah S. bat, Maggie S. earthworm, and a last tree frog. If all else failed, perhaps they could try using a potion with a strong scent? As Lilith contemplated, her gaze fell upon the small bear doll in her arms, and a sudden spark illuminated her mind. She had that. With great haste, she retrieved her very first puppet creation from her spatial pouch, a wooden pig. Maggie, I recall you studied rune magic, correct? Although their interactions had been limited, the class was small enough that they were somewhat aware of each other's chosen majors. The basic rune for enlargement and reduction was fundamental. Maggie looked up from her search, nodding in acknowledgement, and her eyes fell upon the wooden toy in Lilith's hand. Do you intend to employ the enlarged magical circle on this object, utilizing it as an obstacle to intercept the rooster? Maggie approached with a few swift steps and grasped the wooden sculpture in Lilith's hands, weighing it thoughtfully. Its weight seemed insufficient. It might not serve its purpose. Upon being thrown for the third time, the little pig began to flail its forelegs. Startled, Maggie's hand trembled, and she failed to catch it. The wooden figure fell straight to the ground with a faint sound. What is this? After landing, the little pig laboriously turned over and then trotted over to Lilith with a series of soft thuds. Ahem, this is a puppet crafted from sturdy materials. I wish for you to enlarge it, and then I shall direct it to scatter the rooster flock. What do you think? Lilith did not intend to frighten anyone. She simply had forgotten that puppetry was not part of the ordinary curriculum. It is no wonder Maggie was startled. Had Lilith presented a small bone, she likely would not have reacted so strongly. As Lilith and her companions deliberated, they remained oblivious to the bride, who was eavesdropping from the adjacent tree. To be precise, someone had noticed, yet found nothing peculiar. Among the cluster of jelly beans, Abyssith swiftly plucked beans with one hand while he patted Attalus Hicks on the shoulder. Hold off for a moment. Let the newcomers have an opportunity to hone their skills. The witch, who had been rapidly harvesting beans, visibly paused. Her vacant eyes subtly shifted to the side, and then, as if nothing had occurred, she resumed her swift gathering. Oh dear, things are moving a bit too fast. This won't do, Abyssith muttered to himself. Meanwhile, due to the pressing time constraints, the assembled witches, whose familiars were all small creatures, quickly reached a unanimous agreement on Lilith's plan. Alas led the way with Mealy and Farah to scout ahead, prepare to hinder the roosters if necessary to buy them some time. Meanwhile, Lilith and Maggie began to sketch the enlarged magical circle. Time was of the essence, and they could only create a single-use design. Maggie swiftly produced her dining implements, a bottle of expensive ink made from rare beast blood and a resplendent golden feather quill. The quill was not made of gold. Rather, it was merely the original hue of the feather. The feathers of this creature were precious, boasting a vibrant, opulent color that was sought after not only in Witchtown, but also fervently purchased by human nobles to adorn themselves. Maggie had saved for over half a year to acquire this particular quill, making her purchase as soon as the shop opened on the day of new stock. Initially, she intended to use it for crafting a more sophisticated magical circle, but to ensure a higher success rate, it would have to suffice for this endeavor. Please prepare some warm water to avoid any mishaps, as I intend to use the imprinting method, Maggie said earnestly, gazing at Lilith before setting her quill to the paper. Lilith nodded, feeling a twinge of nervousness herself. Warm water was no challenge for her. As a witch, she merely needed to utter a spell directed at the water pouch. The incantation for creating warm water bore some resemblance to that of the fireball spell, which Lilith had casually learned during her later visits to the library to study other spells. Such spells, derived from a principal incantation and tailored to everyday life, are remarkably inexpensive. With a soft utterance, Lilith immediately halted the spell after the first good-oo, allowing the water bags opening to release some heat. Thus, a pouch of freshly prepared warm water was conjured. Meanwhile, Maggie had completed her drawing. It worked. Come here. Due to the petite size of Lilith's pig, the witch's array needed to be proportionally scaled down for accurate depiction. It is well known that rendering the same design, whether in grand or diminutive scale, poses considerable challenges. Furthermore, the study of witchcraft is an exceedingly rigorous discipline. Even a diagram the size of a fingernail must exhibit impeccable clarity, with no room for ambiguity. Here it comes. After moistening the special parchment, she affixed it to the side of the pig. Lilith hesitated, initially believing it should be placed on the pig's belly instead. The asymmetry of positioning it on the side felt odd. Sensing Lilith's unvoiced concern, Maggie unwrapped the parchment while explaining, "This is a one-time use. It will vanish after application. If you desire to carve a permanent one later, you might choose the belly area, which is more discreet." Indeed, since it was ephemeral, the placement was inconsequential. After affixing one sheet, Maggie produced another to apply to the opposite side, asserting that this particular enchantment would provide structural integrity. She deemed the wooden materials somewhat flimsy, thus opting to draw additional protections. To be candid, this one-time use item was somewhat subpar, yet would suffice against the roosters. "All right, we must hurry. My familiar has informed me that the situation over there is dire." Chapter 120. The charge of the pig. The situation was indeed precarious. By the time Lilith and her companions arrived, the flock of roosters had advanced to a point where the sticky beads were in plain sight, indicating they were alarmingly close. Looking behind them, the low-lying vegetation had not escaped the path of destruction. Shrubs lay devastated, and the less robust trees had been shattered. Grass blades and the rare dust from the forest obscured portions of the roosters' figures. As Lilith ran, she recited her incantations. "Clear the way. Make way for us," Maggie shouted to alert Farah and the others, making her way towards a nearby tree. Lilith tossed the pig onto the ground, and the pig puppet visibly swelled in size at an astonishing rate. Lilith imagined it should emit a booming roar akin to Godzilla invading a human city, yet regrettably, this rudimentary puppet lacked any vocal capabilities. Once the pig had grown to a size surpassing that of an elephant, Lilith sensed a sluggishness in her infusion of magical energy. The enlarged array had reached its limits. Charge forward, break through them. To avoid being caught in the fray, Maggie and the others sought refuge behind a sturdy tree, while Lilith leapt onto the pig's back. The amplified array consumed more magical energy than anticipated. Originally, the puppet's operation required a certain infusion of magical power, and combined with the additional demands, she found herself compelled to act in tandem with the pig. Lilith perched upon the back of a pig, the uneven wooden grain jostling her painfully. The clumsy craftsmanship had exaggerated into deep grooves, with protruding ridges leaving marks on her arms and depressions the size of fists. Truth be told, had it not been for the tumultuous ride consuming her attention, she would likely have been beset by a sense of guilt. The pig charged forth with remarkable vigor, not only relying on its size to ram through the throng, but also wielding its agile head to toss aside the chickens that swarmed in an attempt to overwhelm them. Lilith was not only tasked with safeguarding her posterior, but also had to be wary of airborne chickens threatening to rain down upon her, though some feathers were inevitably clinging to her. The pig, bearing Lilith, pushed left and right until, with her dwindling magical energy, it finally scattered the flock. All around lay the scattered chickens, in the grass, amid the leaves, upon the branches, and even in the hands of her loyal companions. Goodness, as she unleashed her ferocious output, her teammates were busy collecting the spoils behind her. Lilith rubbed her sore backside, resentment bubbling within her. "Don't look at us like that. It will be several days before we return. What we gather will serve as our sustenance for these days," she remarked, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "Why does the soft bread we bought from a golden ship turn rock hard in just 2 days?" At this, Eris, who had voiced her concern, drew the attention of others. Clearly, she was not the only one troubled by this matter. Even the bride who had stealthily followed them peeked from behind the leaves, though Lilith remained oblivious to her presence. Under the collective gaze, Lilith stammered, as she dismounted from the pig. The bread was intended for immediate consumption. If only it could be packaged with preservatives. Shaking her head at the thought, Lilith resolved against concocting such mildly toxic yet harmless substances, opting instead for freshness. Eris approached Lilith, holding 2 chickens aloft, her hands clasped together. The 2 chickens clashed with a resounding thud. "Please, create something delicious again. They say you're the one who made the bread. I beg you, preferably something we can take with us." Eris' earnestness softened Lilith's initial reluctance, leading her to hesitate before offering a non-committal response. I will consider in the future. In this world, gourmands did not exist until delectable food emerged. giving rise to their cravings, like Eris, who once would eat anything to stave off hunger. However, upon her first purchase and taste of the bread from the golden ship, her world had been illuminated. How could something so delicious exist? To be candid, Lilith occasionally pondered whether to expand the culinary offerings, given the soaring demand for bread. Yet, the golden ship had only recently opened, and the witch town prohibited ordinary witches from owning multiple plots of land, leaving her with merely idle thoughts. Perhaps we should cease our chatter. Something seems amiss. Farah remained perched in the high branches, yet to descend. The speed at which the roosters gathered was remarkably swift, and Lilith and her companions quickly sensed something amiss. The flock had altered its course, yet the change was not as significant as they had anticipated. From this angle, they would still collide with the sticky bean. Can we try again? Maggie inquired. The pig had yet to revert to its original size. The temporary magical formation would dissipate automatically after 24 hours, although it could also be dismissed at will. Alistair's matter had occupied Lilith's attention, leaving no time to cancel it, which turned out to be fortuitous, as it would have posed a problem given their proximity to the sticky bean. Lilith assessed the magical energy within her body. This isn't ideal. Could you maintain the magical formation instead? Sure, if that's the case. If it can't be done, then it simply cannot. Let's not pretend it can. That would only hinder our progress. Miracles happen only to protagonists in novels. Ordinary individuals like myself should remain pragmatic. All right. Lilith did not need to sustain the magical formation this time, and she would not be riding on the pig's back. To better channel her magical energy, Maggie climbed onto it instead. Maggie shifted through several positions atop the pig, only to realize with dismay that none were comfortable. I think you should refine your carving skills. Haha, but I haven't learned that yet, Lilith retorted, referring to the art of crafting magical tools. Maggie remained silent, instead retrieving a pillow from her spatial bag to cushion her seat. Let us go. With Lilith's command, the pig charged toward the flock of roosters. After a chaotic commotion, Maggie emerged with a pale complexion. This time, the flock completely changed its direction, allowing Lilith and her companions to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Professor Abisi had dealt with several beasts attracted by the commotion and tossed their carcasses before Lilith and her friends upon their return. Handle this. Aside from the portion for dinner, you may keep whatever you are interested in, Professor Abisi instructed before resuming his bean picking. Upon seeing the large creatures sprawled on the ground, Lilith and her companions felt a chill run down their spines. They had not realized such formidable beasts lurked in the forest's midsection. The bride, today uncharacteristically devoid of mockery, merely cawed as she perched on a tree branch, urging them to get to work. Chapter 121. Dissection and distribution before processing the prey. Lilith restored the puppet pig to its original size. As Lilith bent down to retrieve the pig, Maggie approached her, inquiring if she required assistance in carving a large-scale magical formation, as she excelled in her studies and could have it ready before they returned. A good little witch knows how to seize a lucrative opportunity. Why should one feel hesitant to ask a companion for compensation for a small favor? There's no shame in earning a living through one's own skills. Even if Maggie whimsically suggested offering her help for free, Lilith would never entertain such an idea. What reasonable person would allow another to work for free in their field of livelihood? First and foremost, she was a witch, and secondly, she was no scoundrel. As Maggie took the initiative to broach the subject, Lilith, eschewing any pretense, directly inquired about the crucial matter at hand. What is the caliber of your craftsmanship? After all, she had only witnessed the other's creation of a transient magical array, while a permanent one necessitates a certain finesse in carving. Maggie retrieved several wooden pieces from her spatial pouch, each measuring approximately 4 to 5 centimeters in length and 2 to 3 centimeters in width. The evidence of careful polishing revealed the owner's affection for these items. I crafted these myself. Take a look. For intricate magical arrays, Lilith would unhesitatingly opt for a more advanced witch or even an adult witch, despite the elevated cost, as stability is paramount. However, the enlarging and reducing arrays are the most fundamental, suggesting that practitioners of their level could certainly manage them. As the saying goes, one must economize where possible. And after observing Maggie's work, Lilith felt she could indeed save a considerable sum. Having also engaged in carving, Lilith acknowledged that Maggie's skills far surpassed her own. The lines of the magical array were straight, with scarcely any errors or deviations, presenting a clean and refined overall appearance. What is your confidence in achieving success on the first attempt? Carving differs significantly from painting. A failed painting merely requires a new sheet of paper for a fresh start, allowing for trial and error. Mistakes in wood carving cannot simply be rectified by refilling the shavings. Even if one were to use magic for restoration, any repaired section tends to be unstable, leading to inevitable collapse over time. While an adhesive may offer slight improvement, it remains vulnerable to the ebb and flow of magical energy. Thus, typically, items like magical artifacts cannot be repaired through conventional magic. I possess an 85% success rate. If the first attempt fails, I can remove a thin layer from the base and recarve it. I am 100% confident of completion within 3 attempts. Maggie stated with utmost seriousness. Lilith's little pig figurine was round and plump, its belly nearly grazing the ground, sculpted in the likeness of a pet pig from her past. Such a form, even if slightly leaner, would be acceptable. All right, how many bone coins will it cost? There are 2 payment models. The first charges according to the number of carvings, but does not guarantee success, at 25 bone coins per attempt. The second guarantees success, regardless of the number of carvings, for a one-time fee of 40 bone coins. Which would you prefer? Generally speaking, an 80% probability is quite respectable. Opting for the first model could save a substantial amount of bone coins, yet the likelihood of a single successful attempt is high, albeit contingent upon the other's integrity. After all, with magical arrays, a mere slip of the hand could spell failure. Considering the limited acquaintance between Lilith and Maggie, along with the absence of profound trust in each other's skills and character, should the task require 2 or 3 attempts, the second option would undoubtedly prove more economical. After weighing the pros and cons, Lilith ultimately chose the latter. Very well, I assure your satisfaction, excluding edible meat. Fur, claws, teeth, bones, and even the secretions of certain organs that have not yet ceased to function all fall under the category of valuable resources. Lilith, majoring in summoning, excels in anatomy. Although she has yet to reach the level of discerning the general orientation of bones by their appearance, she is certainly aware of the potential to sever a major artery. As Alas made the incision, she was splattered with blood, and Maggie and Farah, standing nearby, were equally drenched. Lilith silently retracted her hand, questioning whether anyone truly believed her when she insisted she did not mean to call out late. In truth, she truly did not, despite being covered in blood. Alas merely wiped her face and continued with the task at hand. When she sliced into a different area, a torrent of blood erupted like a fountain. My eyes. One of the slower-witted wielders of the knife was struck directly in the eyes, and the intense sensation caused her to clutch her head and roll frantically on the ground. TSK, 1 kilogram of lizard blood cells for 5 bone coins in the general store, and even recycling it fetches 3 bone coins per kilogram. You must have at least 20 or 30 on you, Lilith said uncertainly, her intonation rising at the end of the statement. Upon hearing this, Alas sprang up from the ground, disregarding her discomfort, and used a water sphere to rinse her head, then eagerly turned to the others. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. How about you, Farah? Alas embodied the spirit of a dying friend should not hinder the living, even though her companion was merely a child. In reality, the closest person to her was Mealy, but Mealy had explicitly stated her disinterest in participating in the dismemberment of the beasts, only requesting to be fed during mealtimes. After some discussion, they decided not to involve her in the task. Meanwhile, Farah was busy rinsing her robe with a water sphere when she turned at the mention. Then you can prepare the skins? Let's skip that, Farah replied. It's a technical job. I can assist in the processing, but handling it alone is beyond my current capabilities. All right, I'll handle the bleeding. You come over to process this one. I've already prepared the blood. Lilith patted the fat of the prey, ensuring that only a few drops of blood trickled from the various incisions before she switched places with Alas. Bring over a few wooden barrels. We need to seal this. Okay. Maggie stepped forward to retrieve the barrels. Blood from beasts is much easier to preserve than their flesh, and all of it can be taken back for sale. The second and third beasts were dealt with. Bleeding requires intense focus on the details. Lilith wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and began to assist Alas in dissecting the remaining carcasses. Feathers? Pluck them, since they were to be sold. They cannot be scalded with boiling water and had to be plucked raw. They carefully packed away all the valuable parts that could be taken. Lilith grasped the less valuable stomachs, which held no interest for the others. and was just about to inquire if Mealy wanted to take some back as fertilizer when she realized Mealy was no longer in her previous position. Lilith surveyed her surroundings and discovered, to her astonishment, that this reckless individual had dashed over to Professor Abassy's side. Chapter 122. The Solitary Tree Frog. Have you made up your mind? We could allocate a small portion to you, but I hope you are not under the delusion that you can take this without the skill to procure it, or worse, without the will to claim it. After all, you are accompanying 2 adult witches on a minor task. Returning without one of you would lead others to believe they could not safeguard a young witch. There was no preparation for casualties before she set out. Under Professor Abassy's somewhat skeptical gaze, Mealy solemnly nodded, asserting that she had brought a detoxifying potion and had observed and studied the techniques of the 2 adult witches. She believed she was ready to attempt it herself. Mealy's major was the cultivation of rare plants, and she had encountered a diverse array of flora, including some that posed challenges in harvesting. She briefly recounted the plants she had recently gathered in her studies. It was unclear which description captivated Abassy's attention. She halted her actions, her eyes fixed intently on Mealy's, maintaining her gaze for approximately 5 minutes. Seeing Mealy's unwavering resolve, she finally nodded in agreement. Very well, I consent. You bear the responsibility for your life and death. Should you require detoxification, we will charge you 20-fold. Come with me. Professor Abassy drew a small plot of land in the dirt with a twig, revealing about 5 or 6 sticky bean plants. This area was near the edge, with the plants sparsely arranged, making them easier to harvest. Overall, a more suitable setting for a novice. It was evident that Professor Abassy was being rather considerate of her. Thank you, Professor. Professor Abassy seemed to reflect on something and smiled at Mealy's gratitude. You're welcome. I wish you success. Half of what you harvest belongs to you, and half to us. It was clear that Mealy would not be allowed to reap the rewards without compensation. They had employed the young, which to clear away spiders, which had cost them bone coins and credits. I understand. Lilith, holding her satchel, observed from a distance, unaware of the specifics of their conversation. However, she noticed that once Professor Abassy had outlined the sticky bean plants, Mealy remained behind. As soon as Mealy donned her mask and began her task, Lilith surmised what she intended to do. The pit is ready, a last voice called from nearby. Since they were in the middle of the forest, they dared not stray too far from the 2 adult witches and thus opted to dig a pit nearby to bury the unnecessary remnants. I'm coming. Lilith, casually carrying the soiled items alongside others who bore similar burdens, approached the pit's edge. After discarding the contents, she rinsed her hands and lathered them with soap. Scrubbing is essential. This stuff is quite greasy. All right, fill it in. As someone who had not performed well in dissection, Alast willingly took on the task of digging the pit, while Maggie, finding her too slow, joined in to help shovel the dirt. A small black speck was flicked away. Maggie, do you possess some sort of insect-attracting constitution? Lilith jested. Indeed, it was Maggie who fell victim once again. Fortunately, they were familiar with this particular creature. It was quick to emerge from the earth and had a penchant for biting, but thankfully posed no other threat. It wasn't even venomous, which was why Lilith could afford to tease her. With a face full of despair, Maggie discarded the iron shovel that Lilith had generously provided and began to cleanse her bleeding wound with a water balloon. After drying it, she applied a generous layer of potent ointment obtained from Professor Abassy. Having learned from Maggie's previous encounter, Eris released his familiar. The vibrant green tree frog sprang forth, its long tongue launching into action, gracefully arcing through the air to capture a small flying insect. Lonely, you finally let me out. Lonely. The croaking of this creature was perplexing. It emitted sounds that bore little resemblance to a frog's call, resembling instead 2 adult children standing by a small pond on a scorching summer day, attempting to imitate frog sounds. It was the kind of mimicry that one could instantly discern was human rather than amphibian. Lonely, there's so much food around. Lonely. Lilith furrowed her brow in irritation. Eris could hardly endure his familiar's incessant repetition of lonely. Enough already. Can you stop imitating the bride? Your calls bear no resemblance to that of a tree frog. This creature simply found the bride to be incredibly cool and sought to emulate her in every way. Lonely? How is it not similar? Don't you think it sounds like a human's teaching? Which tree frog croaks lonely? G-U-H. Quack. My calls are far more authentic. Though Eris was bickering with his familiar, his hands remained busy. It's the human version of the call. Lilith wholeheartedly agreed with Eris. Lonely, you're talking nonsense. This is the genuine call of a tree frog. The argument between the boy and the frog escalated, while Lilith, Farah, and Maggie had long distanced themselves. No wonder she usually kept that frog confined. Farah pointed at the fuzzy belly of her little bat, grateful that her familiar did not possess such a noisy disposition. The little bat yearned to protest, but dared not, fearing that if it did, its master would seize its fruit again, so it lay there, exposing its fluffy belly in resignation. "Is a tree frog," Maggie corrected. "They're all the same." At that moment, Lilith was also thankful that her little lamb could not speak. Otherwise, she could hardly imagine how chaotic their dormitory would be. If it were anything like that tree frog, she would find herself embroiled in quarrels with both the demon and her familiar, potentially leading to a tumultuous three-way conflict. All right then, Eris finished digging the hole, brushed off his hands, and nonchalantly dismissed the little tree frog. He returned the 2 shovels to Lilith. "Did I dig it quickly?" "Indeed, quite fast," Lilith replied, swiftly taking one of the shovels while eyeing the other. "I saw that tree frog leap up and kick you, and you used this wooden handle to block it." "Indeed, I handled it quite well, didn't I? In the past, when I was at home, I often dealt with mice in a particular manner. You cannot fathom how rampant the rodents were in our village." Lilith patiently waited for her counterpart to finish his lengthy discourse before she spoke. "What I mean is, it appears that your familiar possesses toxic skin, does it not? Might it brush against my shovel? I lack an antidote, you know." How much is that shovel? Would you consider selling it to me?" Alas, scratching his head, he added in a somewhat apologetic tone, "What I mean is I find this quite handy." Lilith responded, "Is it 110? Someone here seems intent on committing murder." Meanwhile, the harvesting of millet over there was hardly going smoothly. Chapter 123. Spiciness despite her utmost caution. She could not entirely evade the splattering juice, and what worsened the situation was the small spiders hidden among the leaves, which showed no fear of her presence. If she were not vigilant while picking, those tiny arachnids would crawl up her hand from the fruit. Yet, there was a silver lining. She could carry those little spiders away from the plants and subsequently eliminate them with her sorcery, thus minimizing the risk of contaminating the crops, albeit with the occasional bite. Millet gulped down a costly vial of detoxifying potion and applied salve to her bleeding wounds, mentally calculating that, given the current probability of being afflicted, she could likely gather only 1.5 more plants. Adjusting her slightly askew bee skin mask, she seized the opportunity to take several deep breaths, alleviating the suffocating sensation caused by the lack of ventilation. Looking down at her hands, which were now pockmarked and marred, some even revealing a bony hue, she pondered silently. However, she did not rest for long. After standing for a moment, she resumed her harvesting. After consuming the strength-enhancing potion, the witches possessed remarkably keen eyesight, and when they observed the juice of the sticky beads splashing up and corroding Millet's hand, emitting wisps of white smoke, alas, could not suppress a gasp. Lilith, having learned from Farah that Millet had consumed the strength-enhancing potion 4 times, fell silent. The skin, having been reinforced 4 times, could barely withstand it. Had she gone there, would it not have melted through her bones? No wonder those wild boars were so difficult to fell. They could use this substance to exterminate parasites, and their hides were exceptionally tough. With the remaining potion dwindling, Millet's movements became increasingly sluggish, averaging about 10 minutes to harvest a single bean. As the sun gradually withdrew its brilliance, Professor Abasi and Boss Atries simultaneously ceased their activities. "That will suffice for today, Millet. We can continue tomorrow." The dimming light was not conducive to harvesting. Although it was possible to ignite a light and continue, the forest was fraught with danger both day and night, with additional phototropic creatures emerging at night. It was simply unnecessary to push for this little extra time. Millet weakly acquiesced, extracting a vial of even more expensive restorative medicine, having spent a considerable sum prior to this outing to ensure that the marks on her body would not result in permanent injury. The body, repeatedly besieged by toxins, coupled with pain and blood loss, has rendered me Lee's complexion akin to that of someone who has recently endured a grave illness. However, after taking her medicine, the small wounds that had corroded her skin have begun to mend, and within half an hour, they will heal completely. She now experiences an incessant itch all over her body, particularly in her hands and arms. Additionally, she realizes that it is time to change her witch's robe. She had neglected to consider the quality of her attire, and should have procured a garment of superior material in advance. As she changes her clothes, she follows closely behind the 2 adult witches. All right, little witches, let us prepare our dinner before the sun sets completely. Their campsite is situated some distance away, primarily due to concerns for Lilith and the others, who are rather vulnerable. What if they were to be silently poisoned and dragged away by that group of spiders in the dead of night? Keeping a constant watch would be overly burdensome, and they too require rest. Thus, they have chosen a more remote location for their encampment, a spot they had scouted on their way here, needing only to clear the surrounding vegetation. Professor Abbacy leads the group to a small clearing, employing her magic to sever the low-lying plants in the area. Lilith and the others step forward to clear away the weeds, and thus the space is prepared. To speak frankly, the meat hunted by Professor Abbacy today, along with the chicken, is exceptionally delicious. Coincidentally, it is Lilith's turn to cook. Although her culinary skills are not particularly refined, she possesses a fundamental understanding of cooking, such as preparing a large plate of chicken or spicy diced chicken and a hot and sour meat soup. While her dishes may not reach the standard of a restaurant, they are certainly adequate for home cooking. The chili peppers, a key ingredient, were procured during their last mission in the snow-covered city, where she and Naili Shah had bought some local vegetables but had not yet had the opportunity to prepare them before departing. Upon returning to the witch's tower, they had forgotten about it, but when Lilith began rummaging through her spatial pouch in the forest, she stumbled upon those few bags of ingredients. Although they had wilted somewhat, Lilith felt increasingly convinced that one bag contained red peppers. However, the peppers here are rather irregular in shape. Some resemble fists, while others resemble outstretched fingers, and they are particularly large, which is why she initially did not associate them with chili peppers. In retrospect, it is entirely natural for wild produce to grow in odd shapes. Since it was not her turn to cook a couple of days ago, she had not taken the ingredients out, but now that it is her turn, she swallows hard and gets to work. Of course, to accommodate those who might not tolerate spice, Lilith also prepares some dishes seasoned only with cumin and pepper, both of which are readily available spices that most people can enjoy. Achio, Lilith, what are you doing? Preparing something delicious. The smoke from the chili peppers is quite pungent, yet it gradually transforms into an enticing aroma that tantalizes the palate. Gurgle. Lilith politely ushers away a lass, who is behind her, eagerly swallowing. Let the heat reduce, and then serve. In recent days, they have only taken to cooking in the evenings. Initially, the others were unaccustomed to having dinner at such a late hour, making do with mere bread and cheese for lunch. Thus, on her first day at the small campsite, Lilith suggested they have dinner in the evenings, rotating the cooking duties among themselves. The first day, Alaris prepared a hearty potato soup, while yesterday, Maggie grilled some meat strips sourced from small creatures they encountered on their journey, which turned out to be quite palatable. Today, it was Lilith's turn. She had initially intended to whip up a simple soup, but, upon discovering she had brought some chili peppers, opted for a grander feast instead. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, Professor Abbacy even uttered an incantation, causing plants to entwine and form a makeshift table. In the previous days, they had simply placed cushions on the ground and eaten with their hands. The dining customs here differ from those of Lilith's homeland, where individual servings are emphasized. After confirming that everyone desired the spicy dish, Lilith promptly portioned the food and served it to her companions. As for the rice, it was prepared in a large pot, with a ladle resting within, allowing each person to serve themselves. Alaris, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly awaited Lilith's seating before hastily scooping a generous spoonful of the dish into her mouth. The unfamiliar flavors ignited her tongue and cheeks, the intense spiciness causing her to cough and subsequently feel an itch in her throat. However, everyone was preoccupied, captivated by the delightful aroma and clutching their utensils tightly, leaving no one available to assist her. Alaris had to fend for herself. Chapter 124. Foraging in the rain. Lilith remained composed as she ate, having no intention of offering assistance. Her eyes sparkled as she savored a bite of the tender, almost mashed potato, quickly following it with a scoop of rice. The spicy flavor mingled with the savory essence of chicken and the herbal notes of grains. This was the taste she had been yearning for. Around her, the sound of satisfied eating filled the air. Lilith finished half a bowl of rice in one go and, upon looking up, was met with the vacant gaze of her opposite companion, Atres, whose eyes were welled with blood, streaming down her cheeks incessantly. Lilith's hand, holding the spoon, froze, nearly choking on the morsel she had yet to swallow. Is this blood? It is, isn't it? It's blood. The dim light and the rustling leaves only amplified the horror of Atres's blood-streaked visage, a sight Lilith had not encountered in quite some time. The last occasion was during her ghostly escapades. At the sound of Lilith's voice, the others lifted their heads from their plates. Bubbly Farah, still too young and inexperienced, was startled into a hiccup upon looking up. Alaris, seated beside her, quickly patted her back. "What's wrong? Oh, my swan." Abasi, too, was taken aback at first, but her maturity as a witch allowed her to recover swiftly. "Dear Hicks, please compose yourself. You frightened the young witches." Professor Abisi hesitated for a moment with the spoon in her hand before setting it down. She rose and approached Mistress Atres, gently patting her shoulder. Atres's vacant eyes shifted to the side, as if belatedly realizing something, and she touched her cheek with the other hand that was free of the spoon. The hollow pupils reflected her slender fingers stained with blood. She lifted her head, her face marred by chaotic streaks of crimson, which, to be honest, appeared more horrifying than before. Without needing to scrutinize closely, Lilith could easily discern that Atres's vacant gaze had truly lost its focus. "I'm sorry," Atres murmured, turning her body slightly. As she twisted back, the blood on her face vanished as if it were merely an illusion. She picked up the spoon and resumed her meal. The peculiarities within the witch's circle were numerous, and thus this scene merely quieted the others for a brief moment before they resumed their dining. Since Professor Abisi exhibited no adverse reactions, Lilith assumed there was no danger present. Amusingly, even ghosts harbor fears of other ghosts. After all, some departed in a visually striking manner, retaining their human forms, while others met tragic ends. Lilith halted her thoughts about past lives. After dinner, someone suggested that Lilith take charge of the evening meals for the next few days, with others offering to pitch in her wages. Although the others acknowledged Alaris's proposal, and Professor Abisi even chimed in, offering compensation, Lilith still declined. She had no need for such trifles. Cooking occasionally was acceptable, but daily preparations would be intolerable for her. On the fourth day, before dawn, a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly, but it did not hinder the harvesting. Lilith and the others headed to the sticky pearl bean patch while the sky remained dark. This baiting task had to be undertaken daily as the spiders bred rapidly, necessitating a thorough cleaning to maintain an appropriate density for harvesting. However, with rain today, the flame magic could not be employed. "That's just as well. We can absorb less toxic gas," Alaris remarked, shrugging indifferently, and Maggie nodded in agreement. In their diligent efforts, they managed to handle most of the small spiders. And under the rain, Professor Abisi and the others began their day of harvesting. When Millie exhausted the last vial of antidote, she regretfully returned to Lilith's group. The raindrops drummed on the umbrella. Today, Millie was fortunate. The wound she sustained from the splatter was not deep and could be resolved with ordinary healing potions, while an additional expensive potion could either be kept or sold. Lilith was genuinely curious as to why Millie chose to do this, as gathering experience seemed less significant compared to preserving her eyesight. With nothing else to occupy her mind, Lilith boldly inquired. Millie, while using the rainwater to clean the blood from her wounds, looked up and the fishbone decoration in her short hair swayed with her movement. "When do you believe it is appropriate to gain experience in harvesting? Next year? The year after? Or should we wait until we come of age?" Lilith remained silent as Millie continued. "Lilith, listen, there is never a moment of absolute safety in any endeavor. Even eating could lead to choking. Given this reality, why should I not seize the opportunity before me?" Millie's expression was grave. Lilith found merit in her words, yet there was an unsettling quality to them. Why did they seem somewhat unhinged? Surely, one should speak such truths only after thorough preparation. The sight of wounds, eroded to reveal white and red subcutaneous tissue, was indeed frightening. Millie must have endured considerable pain to reach this point. "I may not have the chance to undertake this task next year. It is already limited to our grade this year. Last year's task included students from the second year as well. If I do not grasp this opportunity, I may find none at all." Lilith was persuaded. Of course, in the realm of ordinary humans, she would have contested the necessity of such experience. But here, her words were akin to empty platitudes. Millie dried her rain-soaked hands and waved them before Lilith. "I know you think what I'm doing is too painful. Thank you for your concern. But look, fortune favors me. I brought enough medicine. Now, they're no different from when I first arrived, although they're now hands that have harvested the sticky pearl beans." Upon finishing her statement, Millie offered Lilith a genuine smile. As for how Lee could discern Lilith's thoughts, it was thanks to Lilith's notorious performance in the summoning spells class, where her hesitant method of bloodletting had gained infamy at the Witch's Tower. Even the youngest children in the literacy class had heard of her name, and Lilith had been mentioned by her instructor as a cautionary example. Regardless, her method was certainly preferable to the risk of losing consciousness from excessive blood loss. Naturally, this was a source of shame for Lilith. It was hardly a good sign when the first reaction of others to a witch's name was fear of pain. Fortunately, Lilith herself was indifferent to such judgments. After all, she feared pain, but she was more than capable of silencing any provocateur. Chapter 125. Hours indeed. As the harvesting progressed, Professor Abbacy and her companions needed to venture deeper. Lilith and her fellow young witches could not stray too far from the two adult witches, for in this realm, encountering 2 or 3 attacks in a single day was considered fortunate. On this rainy day, they had repelled 5 attacks, resulting in 2 injuries. As they approached the edge of the sticky pearlbean grove, the frequency of such incidents began to diminish. However, a reduction in assaults from other beasts did not equate to a decrease in troubles. Drawing too close would often result in spiders emerging from the plants to attack them. Furthermore, they found themselves rather bored. Once a person halts, they are prone to contemplation, and witches are no exception. Lilith was intrigued by the phenomenon of witches weeping blood, having personally experienced that her own tears were merely ordinary and transparent. After inquiring around, she received a plethora of diverse responses. Maggie suggested that perhaps special runes were carved into the bones, with some witches adorning their skeletal structures through unique techniques. Alastair posited that if one were to gaze upon something beyond their reach, their eyes might react similarly. Whether this effect was permanent or temporary depended on the depth of the backlash. It's worth noting that Alastair, who specialized in prophecy, an area Lilith considered exceedingly challenging, shared this insight. Meanwhile, Mealy speculated that the witches might have encountered rare and peculiar plants. She mentioned a certain red flower, which caused any creature that approached it to uncontrollably weep blood. This flower, nourished by such tears, bloomed even more vibrantly, its crimson petals seemingly yearning to escape and scatter. There were even tasks related to this in the Witch's Tower. One adult, which was particularly fond of these flowers, annually spending credits to hire individuals to weep in her estate. Mealy spoke with a sense of longing and aspiration, hoping to catch this year's recruitment to witness the physical form of such flowers. Upon reflecting on what others had shared and recalling her own coursework, Lilith suddenly realized that her major also encompassed this subject. In a lesson on rabbit dissection, Professor Dorothy had demonstrated while extracting the rabbit's eyeballs, discussing the substantial blood vessels connecting the eyeball to the surrounding tissue. "See the spot? And this one?" she said, indicating the similarities to human vascular structures. If one were to be accidentally cut in the wild, one might. Dorothy, with precision and swiftness, made 2 incisions akin to scratches, warm blood oozing forth in small droplets from the still-warm corpse. It wouldn't be fatal, but if you shed tears, the pressure on your eyeball would cause blood to mingle with your tears. While this scenario posed little risk to witches, it could be problematic for humans or other beings with lesser physical resilience, particularly if they were companions. Thus, timely treatment would be essential. With nothing particularly engaging to occupy her time during the waiting period, Lilith decided to pull out her textbook during her break. She needed to self-study the courses from recent days and mark any sections she found perplexing. Suddenly, a small bone poked its head out from the edge of Lilith's space. Curiously, she gazed at the little creature. "What is it?" The delicate, tiny forepaws of the bone eagerly pointed in a certain direction, while the mouse's head persistently turned toward that same point, its entire body arched in an eager posture. After contemplating, Lilith realized that the little bone had little nutritional value left, merely containing some calcium, and that the gelatinous beans and the local spider population clearly required a more substantial source of nourishment. Convinced there was no danger, she decided to pull the little bone out. "Are you hoping to go over there?" Lilith found it rather peculiar that a mere lowly skeletal mouse appeared to possess a semblance of consciousness. Such an oddity. It is worth noting that even skeletal soldiers fashioned from human bones typically behave like automatons, executing commands without deviation. Click, click. The tiny skull bobbed up and down frantically. After all, this was Lilith's first successful creation, and the assembled bones were not entirely seamless, resulting in a rather noisy movement. Very well. Lilith placed the little skeleton on the ground. Try not to cause me any trouble. You may go play. Considering the appearance of the white bones and decaying corpses in the forest, there were no creatures nearby that subsisted on bones. A worthless skeleton. Lilith felt quite at ease, allowing it to venture out. However, upon hitting the ground, the little skeleton did not scurry away. Instead, it anxiously burrowed into Lilith's robe, tugging at the hem of her trousers. Why not simply pull at the robe? The hem of her robe was just above her ankles today, and the creature had to leap to reach it. The little fellow gnawed at Lilith's pant leg, pulling it in a particular direction, specifically towards the cluster of sticky beans. Lilith took a step in the opposite direction. I shall not go. It is exhausting enough battling spiders on the outskirts. After finally managing to rest, this skeletal mouse wishes to lead her into the sticky bean cluster. If she were to venture in, she could hardly bear to think of herself covered in spiders. Click, 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 click. The little mouse was flipped over, rolling twice on the ground. Lilith noticed a bewildered expression on its bony face. After a moment, the little skeleton managed to rise, running circles around Lilith, scratching its head in confusion. If it could squeak, it would likely be making a ruckus at this moment. It waved its tiny paws, attempting to convey something to Lilith, but alas, she could not comprehend its gestures. Meanwhile, Farah found the little mouse amusing and squatted down to interact with it. Is this your summoned creature? Yes, I just successfully summoned it before coming here. Its name is Little Bone. You even gave a name? I have heard such creatures are mere consumables in summoning. Lilith supported her chin with one hand. It is not a consumable. Farah glanced once more at the diminutive skeletal being and suddenly nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is far too small to be of any use in combat, let alone for inflicting harm. Click, 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 click. Suddenly, the little skeletal creature busied itself on the ground, digging a small hole. It then picked up a flattened spider carcass from nearby and placed it into the pit. It hopped back to Lilith, gesturing for her to look at it, and indeed, she was captivated by its joyful leaps. The little skeleton scampered on its four legs to the edge of a small pit, which was merely a 2-finger-wide hole. Upon reaching the edge, it performed a jubilant gesture, as if it had uncovered a treasure. Wait, treasure? Lilith set down her chin in contemplation. In its eagerness, the little skeleton burrowed into the hole and dragged out a spider carcass, clutching it like a prized possession and shaking it with delight, then gazing expectantly at Lilith. Are you suggesting that there are precious items buried underground nearby? Chapter 126. The mouse hole. Click, click, click. The little skeleton nodded vigorously. In that direction? It nodded again. Lilith fell silent, torn between the allure of treasure and the risks that accompanied it, primarily because she truly wished to avoid the sensation of being covered in spiders. Yet, could she abandon the prospect? Until the danger was ascertainable and life-threatening, she found it impossible to relent. You little mouse possess a talent for treasure hunting? Maggie regarded the small creature with fascination. Well, I am not entirely certain, Lilith confessed, somewhat bewildered. The tools she summoned were all her own purchases. But this bone had been provided by Professor Dorothy. Their acquaintance was brief, and she only knew one thing. It could not defy her commands. Why not ask Professor Abasi? This is the central area, and even if there were indeed valuable items, it would not be safe for a group of novice witches like them to retrieve them. Lilith nodded, then approached a nearby tree. Bride? Bride? Could you summon Professor Abasi for us? The bride fluttered its wings and emerged from the concealed branches, looking down at Lilith. Quack, rubbish, quack. Asking for the bird's assistance without even a bribe. Quack, rubbish. Is a bribe really necessary? Lilith rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a generous handful of nuts. After a moment's thought, she also grasped 2 bone coins in her other hand. Surely, the parrot must enjoy nuts? Lilith had purchased the nuts from Winnie's shop, which primarily sold various decorative shells, but also offered some seafood and dried goods. Of course, the dried goods mostly consisted of dried fish and abalone, with fruits and dried nuts being in lesser supply. Uncertain if she would have time to cook after her outing, she had brought a considerable amount of these provisions. While she could endure bread and water, she had no intention of depriving herself. Flap, flap, the bride swooped down. A fleeting blur, and the once overflowing handful of nuts in Lilith's hand vanished entirely, replaced by the satisfied quacking of the bride. Quack, stingy one, quack. Lilith silently returned the bone coins to her pocket. Despite the bride's sharp tongue, it proved to be quite reliable, as shortly after, Professor Abc emerged from the cluster of sticky beans. What is the matter? Lilith pointed at the small bone and recounted the earlier events. But she suspected that Professor Abc had already heard about it from the bride, as the professor displayed no hint of surprise throughout the entire exchange. Professor Abc first stared thoughtfully at the small bone, then pulled out a small, square wooden box from her pocket. Upon opening it, Lilith discovered it contained half a box of round, brown pills. These are made by a tress last night. One pill will allow you to remain in the sticky pearl bean group for an hour. This potion is rather costly, priced at 50 bone coins each. Would you like one? Professor Abc casually mentioned several ingredients used in the concoction. Having taken a minor in potion making, Lilith recognized their value. They had not cheated her, providing it at cost price. Yet it was still quite expensive, 50 bone coins for an hour. Lilith winced at the thought, suddenly finding the idea of being covered in spiders an intriguing life experience. Or perhaps she could enter wearing the protective net she had used that morning, albeit at a slower pace. It seemed that Professor Abc had noticed Lilith's disdain for the price of the potion, as she feigned a moment of realization. Oh, my memory. A tress mentioned that as long as you agree to take care of dinner for the next few days, this potion can be yours for free. If that is not enough, she can make more. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the others cast furtive glances in their direction, seemingly waiting for her response. Their insistence piqued Lilith's curiosity about how they would have approached her about cooking, if not for the matter of the small bone. Professor Abc shrugged nonchalantly. We anticipated various possibilities beforehand, and you might not know this, but a tress minored in divination during her early witching days, which is why she can be so precise. So what is that good potion? Professor Abc shook her head. That we are unaware of, as it is not our major field of study. Then, according to the prophecy, did I purchase this potion? Professor Abc looked at Lilith with a meaningful expression. Would you care to guess why a tress would create this potion? Lilith sighed, acknowledging her own insatiable curiosity and greed. Clearing her throat, she shifted the conversation. Now, for another question, if I were to encounter danger, would you come to my aid? Lilith contemplated what would be an appropriate reward for Professor Abc and her companions, considering that they were in the central region, where even relatively weaker beings could injure them under the pressure of two adult witches. It felt like a situation where one could perish in an instant. To her surprise, Professor Abc replied, if you choose the latter option, then that would be an additional complimentary service. At that moment, Lilith understood why her prophetic self had not declined, because it was truly irresistible. Such a generous offer. Although internally exhilarated, she maintained a calm exterior, feeling that displaying excitement would seem rather foolish. Very well, I accept. For the duration until we return to the Witch Tower, I shall take care of dinner. Lily paused for a moment, adding with precision, ingredients are not included. She had brought an ample supply of seasonings, yet the quantity of staples like potatoes and corn was minimal, and the crucial rice amounted to less than 5 kilograms. Insufficient to sustain such a large group for more than a few days. It's settled, then the medicine is yours. Professor Abc placed a box into Lily's hands and then retrieved a crystal pendant shaped like a hexagram, adorning Lily with it. Do not remove this. Lily touched the cool pendant, nodding in understanding. This artifact was akin to the leaf they once gifted Vera, albeit of a more sophisticated nature. It did not require active engagement from the wearer and appeared to be reusable. Such items typically had one flaw. They were costly. With a clatter, the little bone creature, seeing Lily had taken the medicine, eagerly tugged at her pant leg. Lily lifted the creature, settling it upon her shoulder. During her discussion with Professor Abc, she had not concealed her intentions from others. Thus, they were aware of her need to step away, each which possesses her own secrets and the gifts of destiny. So Lily refrained from suggesting others accompany her, and they did not press for what would seem mundane. Stay safe. If you perish out there, the piglet will belong to me. Maggie shook the wooden puppet she had meticulously carved. I won't grant you that opportunity, Lily retorted with a playful tone. The sticky bean plants towered high, significantly taller than Lily, and upon entering, she was quickly obscured by the foliage. Following the little bone's guidance, Lily navigated through the winding paths of the sticky bean grove, her path devoid of mishaps, aided by the medicine and the necklace bestowed by Professor Abc. Eventually, they arrived at an entrance resembling a mouse hole. Chapter 127. Treasures and places. How could Lily be so certain that the wide, thigh-thick hole was a mouse's den and not the lair of some other creature? Even from a distance, she observed a soccer ball-sized, plump, gray-furred mouse urgently leading a few small ones, akin to water bottles, as they scrambled out of the hole in a state of panic. The mice, seemingly terrified, hastily fled, vanishing into the thicket of sticky bean plants. Lily caressed the hexagram crystal pendant. It seemed this object possessed more functions than she had initially anticipated. Her right arm firmly cradled the teddy bear, while the demon beside her urged her to be more confident. After all, how could one expect to confront a former pope while treading so cautiously in the forest? Lily rolled her eyes at the floating mirror. If it weren't for my prudence, we would have perished several times over by now. Reflecting on the day it had led her to confront its adversary, she acknowledged that had she not exercised caution and stirred no commotion, they might have already met their demise at the hands of their foes. The sorcery that levitates mirrors serves as a substitute for the enchantment commonly employed by chocolate, belonging to the realm of fundamental lessons. Lilith has recently mastered this technique during her brief moments of free time. One cannot deny the truth in the notion that magic transforms lives. After all, hasn't she liberated her hands? In times of necessity, even the teddy bear she clutches can be maneuvered in this manner. Were it not for the fact that this cumbersome object could be life-saving, she would have discarded it long ago. Her tight grip now is a testament to her anxiety. Cautiously, Lilith approached the large mouse hole, recalling the impressive agility of the sizable rodent she had just encountered, which could easily traverse such a diminutive opening. Her little skeleton companion was buzzing with excitement, its bones clicking rhythmically. The moment it touched the ground, it eagerly burrowed into the hole. Only 2 seconds later did Lilith seem to react, uncertainly inquiring, "It should be fine, right?" The creature acted on its own volition before she could issue a command, though she had indeed contemplated allowing the little mouse to scout ahead. After all, it was merely a skeleton. What harm could befall it? If it were lost, she could always create another. "How cold-blooded of you," Chocolate remarked, rolling her eyes from within the mirror. "Do you truly wish to hear what you are saying to a demon?" Squatting near the entrance of the hole, Lilith peered inside. A peculiar sensation washed over her. The light within the cavern seemed abnormal. Though the depths remained obscured, it was midday, and she should still be able to discern objects a meter or two from the entrance. Yet, she could only see clearly within half a meter of the opening. This mouse hole fell off. As Lilith pondered the situation, her gaze inadvertently swept over the surrounding sticky bean plants. One particular specimen, alarmingly close to her, caught her attention. Upon closer inspection, she was nearly startled into flight. Each leaf of this sticky bean plant bore a crimson hue on its underside, teeming with a multitude of tiny spiders. All the nearby sticky bean plants exhibited the same abnormal symbiotic density. Something was amiss here. Typically, even before Lilith and her companions had conducted their cleaning, such an abundance of spiders would be unfathomable on a single sticky bean plant. Not to mention, these spiders thrived on sticky beans. How could one plant sustain so many? Who claimed this was a mouse hole? Lilith mused, contemplating the peculiarities of the situation, when Chocolate's interjection shattered her train of thought. "Did you not also observe those mice? This is no mouse hole." The matter was too intricate to explain thoroughly, requiring excessive words that the demon was unwilling to expend. So she simply stated this with resolute finality. "Then what is it? It cannot possibly be a snake den, can it? If the snake's food supplies have escaped, that would be quite reasonable." Lilith abruptly recalled her little skeleton. The small skeleton, a creature reminiscent of a mouse, paused for a moment, pondering the name of this biological entity in this realm, having not visited the mortal world for far too long. The last visit had occurred nearly a century ago, and even then, it had lingered for only a few brief moments. Clearing its throat, it resolved to recollect the name. Had it not been aware that Lilith was also not a native, it would have merely described the contents to her. Clicking sounds echoed as the diminutive skeleton adeptly scaled the vertical walls of the cavern. It deposited an object at Lilith's feet, a finger partially encased in soil, adorned with a pigeon blood red gemstone ring that had loosened due to the absence of flesh and fat. The ring dangled precariously, a testament to the small skeleton's remarkable ability to retrieve it safely. The combination of pigeon blood red and gold might seem somewhat garish, yet the exquisite design transcended any notions of vulgarity, allowing Lilith to perceive only opulence. She retrieved a handkerchief to gently wipe the severed digit, discerning an unusual aura emanating from it, though it did not appear to be a magical artifact. Is there anything else beneath? She pondered. The presence of a corpse suggested the likelihood of a grave, and despite the absence of a headstone, it was fortunate that in this vast forest, a body could be interred rather than left to be devoured by other creatures. Perhaps the ring's owner was a hapless victim, ensnared by the poisonous spider to fertilize the sticky bean. Whether it was a reflection on its own expressive capabilities or Lilith's understanding, the small skeleton nodded and, abandoning further gesticulation, began to scratch its head in contemplation. Finally, it dove back into the small hole. Among the items it retrieved were a necklace, a tattered scrap of cloth, a row of golden teeth still embedded in a jawbone, a gemstone that had fallen from an unknown source, and a rusted metal clasp. Lilith crouched at the opening, gazing into the depths, beginning to suspect that this might indeed be a pit for the deceased. Based on the meager collection of items brought forth, it seemed that at least 5 individuals lay buried here. However, after some reflection, she dismissed the notion of this being the work of the poisonous spider. The sticky bean was periodically destroyed, and these items appear to have rested underground for an extended period. The sticky bean must have sprouted later. Furthermore, while the poisonous spider did hunt living beings for fertilizer, it did not bury its victims. The small skeleton continued to transport items outward, most of which belonged to sentient beings, not exclusively humans. Lilith watched, somewhat numbed by the unfolding events. As she contemplated whether to commence excavation, a disturbance arose from within the hole. This time, the sounds were more pronounced and boisterous. Lilith immediately became alert, swiftly drawing out a pair of scissors, dividing them in two, one half firmly planted into the ground for future use, while the other half was tightly gripped in her hand without the teddy bear, the sharp edge aimed at the dark hole before her. Chapter 128. The Underground City? Surely not. Amidst the rustling sounds that filled the air, as beads of perspiration began to form on Lilith's brow, a round-headed, adorable little gecko poked its head out from the hole. Its pink scales complemented its wide, glistening eyes, had it not been for the small bone clutched in its mouth. Lilith might have relaxed her guard based on its appearance alone. With an expressionless face, she thrust the scissors forward, preparing to strike first. Aesthetically pleasing as it was, she remained acutely aware of friend from foe. To her surprise, this seemingly diminutive creature possessed significant energy. Fortunately, Lilith had maintained her vigilance, and upon hearing the sound of chocolate, she swiftly retracted her thrust, her thighs propelling her sideways and backward in rapid succession. Suddenly, several orbs of light coalesced in the air, propelled from the tip of the pink gecko's tail to the spots where Lilith had previously landed. Had her retreat been delayed by even a second, she would have been struck by these explosive entities capable of creating craters in the earth. Truly, the middle zone was no joke, and she was drenched in sweat. The luminous spheres relentlessly pursued her, leaving Lilith in a state of disarray. Yet, after a brief escape, it seemed her adversary had calculated her landing points, as a sphere hurtled straight toward her forehead at the moment she touched down. Lilith felt the blinding brightness before her. Acutely aware that with her current capabilities, she could not evade this strike, and thus, she hastily lifted the teddy bear in a desperate plea for salvation. Wasn't it supposed to save her? To her astonishment, the anticipated scene of the light sphere obliterating both the toy and her head did not unfold. A pale blue protective shield intercepted the sphere, accompanied by a crisp crack emanating from the 6-pointed star necklace given to her by Professor Abisi at her neck. Realizing she had narrowly escaped being hit, Lilith wasted no time and bolted away, skillfully dodging the sticky beads of liquid that erupted from the explosions. This was dire indeed. Chocolate, it's your turn. Lilith was not the type to stubbornly fight back when overwhelmed. She believed in utilizing assistance when available. There was no point in enduring unnecessary hardship when lives were at stake. Unless there were no other options besides her own, she would not recklessly charge forward. However, despite the protective shield, Lilith ran with all her might, fully aware that this barrier was not meant to last. With each impact she endured, the 6-pointed star around her neck emitted more crackling sounds. Fortunately, they still remained within the cluster of sticky beads. Just as Lilith felt utterly exhausted, contemplating whether to take advantage of the remaining shield to charge forward and stab the creature a few times, several crimson lines shot from afar, piercing straight into the pink gecko's head. The little creature fell swiftly, and as Lilith turned her head, she realized that allies had arrived. She truly grasped the immense power of an adult witch. The owner of Atrus maintained his usual expression, while teacher Abisi arrived a moment later. Upon entering this small area, she immediately spotted the diminutive pink corpse lying on the ground, accompanied by a small pile of scattered items nearby. How could such a thing exist in the central region? She hastily approached, lifting the pink creature's body to examine its tail closely. The deep pink tail bore nodules indicative of maturity. Indeed, this creature should only inhabit deeper regions, where the magical essence is more abundant. The potion they had given Lilith, combined with the necklace, was sufficient to repel most creatures in the vicinity. Sensing the necklace's disturbance, Abisi and her companion wasted no time and rushed over. Atrus's hollow eyes fixated on the tiny opening. I recall what this place is called, the dungeon. The voices of Chocolate and Atrus echoed simultaneously, though to teacher Abisi, it sounded as if both Lilith and Atrus spoke the name together. Abisi was astonished by Lilith's wealth of knowledge, yet she harbored no doubts, merely teasing Lilith about her previous remark. Could it be that the dungeon has other names? At that moment, Lilith found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, teacher Abisi did not genuinely expect an answer and was soon captivated by the entrance to the dungeon. The likelihood of discovering an intact entrance to the dungeon, yet to collapse, was exceedingly low. The fact that Lilith could confidently approach this small opening piqued Abisi's interest, as her gaze fell upon a little skeletal creature, diligently using a handkerchief to clean itself. Lilith knelt beside the small bone, casting a spell to conjure a few droplets of water to wash the skeletal figure. Once the little skeleton dried itself with the handkerchief, Lilith carefully examined it from side to side. Excellent. Although it had fallen apart, there were no significant cracks on the bones, a truly delightful outcome. Upon raising her head, she noticed teacher Abisi watching intently. Teacher Abisi, is something the matter? Lilith, I heard you specialize in summoning? Lilith nodded. Yes, your luck is enviable. Even I find myself a bit jealous. What do you mean by that? Though Lilith did not inquire further, teacher Abisi kindly elaborated. The dungeon possesses a natural allure for creatures, particularly those that heavily rely on magical essence. We often refer to it as witchcraft, but that's merely our terminology. In essence, the more a creature depends on magical essence, the closer it is to the dungeon. For instance, skeletons summoned by witches. These entities, whose lives are ignited by magical essence, are universally recognized as among the closest beings to the dungeon, alongside similar intangible sprites and the like. Although this knowledge may be deemed common sense, it is seldom utilized. Those who seek out the established dungeons are generally aware of their locations. The likelihood of encountering undiscovered dungeons is quite slim. To illustrate, of the two remaining dungeons, one has been completely emptied and was discovered over 8 centuries ago, while the other, still containing some resources, has been known for 5 centuries. The passage of time led Lilith to ponder that this discovery is not merely significant, but might indeed be more aptly described as miraculous. After all, to uncover a dungeon after several centuries, what else could it be but a miracle? Professor Abisi nodded in agreement. Thus, I assert that you are exceedingly fortunate. As the first discoverer, you shall reap numerous benefits, including the privilege of naming it. Chapter 129. The Ancient Dungeon, Should It Bear Your Name? It would mean that a dungeon, existing for 5 centuries and continuously frequented by living beings, would immortalize you in the annals of history. However, despite the assertions from Chocolate and the proprietor of Richest that this is indeed a dungeon, Lilith still found it hard to accept the reality of it before witnessing the tangible evidence. How could something that had not seen the light of day for centuries suddenly be discovered by her? It seemed almost absurd. The proprietor of Richest approached the mouth of the cave and cast a blood-red crystal into its depths. After a moment, she turned back with an inscrutable expression, her gaze hollow, and nodded to Professor Abisi. You are the discoverer. Shall we proceed to excavate it now? Professor Abisi inquired, directing his gaze towards Lilith. Lilith hesitated for a brief moment, yet ultimately, her curiosity prevailed. Then let us proceed. Professor Abisi gestured for her to continue, and the proprietor of Richest stepped aside. As Lilith took a step forward, Professor Abisi glanced at the top of her head and abruptly withdrew his hand. Almost overwhelmed by the exhilarating news, he felt compelled to offer her a word of caution. As an adult witch, he had to advise her that the small creature she encountered was merely an appetizer. Should she wish to unveil the dungeon prematurely, she would encounter far greater challenges. Professor Abisi cited several perilous creatures that had only appeared in textbooks during the previous semester, not species that were critically endangered, but rather highly dangerous beings. After imparting his advice, Professor Abisi stepped back, clearly allowing Lilith to make her own decision. Of course, their presence indicated that the prior agreement still stood. In truth, there was no imperative to unearth the dungeon at this moment, as she was not one to recklessly pursue danger. What do you believe would be the appropriate course of action? Atress had already investigated, and the entrance to this dungeon was nearing a state of collapse. My suggestion is to consult with Maria, he advised. Lilith was puzzled. Maria, the head of the witch town, was the mayor. Yet she was uncertain about what matters could be discussed with the mayor regarding this situation. Could it be that she would sell the naming rights? With a perplexed expression, Lilith regarded Abisi, who seemed to have recalled something. Oh, perhaps you are unaware? The witch town holds a third of the Adventurers Association. Dungeons are intricately connected to adventurers, making it most fitting to discuss this matter with Maria. The two existing underground cities known to the world have a stark contrast. Sula has been entirely emptied, with not even the structures or the very earth left untouched. Many magnificent and historically significant temples source their materials from there. The other currently operational underground city is Kamalakia, situated adjacent to Kamala City, which houses the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. When one speaks of Kamala, the first impression is one of opulence, followed closely by the sheer abundance of adventurers. Indeed, it is a city where outsiders outnumber the indigenous populace. Kamala draws adventurers from all corners, who have forsaken their homes, some in pursuit of wealth, others to witness the allure of the underground city, and many seeking the thrill of adventure. Originally, the primordial Kamala was merely a border village called Florence, with a population of fewer than 200. A minor earthquake led to the collapse of the entrance to the underground city. Initially, the villagers were oblivious to the calamity. The ground caved in, revealing a vast chasm. However, the sinister atmosphere and the unnerving darkness deterred them from exploring its depths. After a period of observation, they discerned that the chasm only disrupted southern transportation, leading them to believe they could continue their lives unperturbed, which they indeed did for a few tranquil days. Yet as time progressed, rare beasts and magical creatures began to appear around the village, embodying both opportunity and peril, wealth and a lethal threat. This peace persisted until the underground city completed its probing. And one fateful day, dangerous creatures surged forth from the abyss, overwhelming a small village without the need for a multitude of magical beasts. The original villagers fell victim to the onslaught of these creatures, but fortunate news emerged as some managed to transmit warnings about the beasts before their demise, preventing the underground city's expansion from spiraling out of control. The reality of the underground city starkly contrasts with the illusions held by some. The creatures outside would assault the underground city, yet those within harbored ambitions to conquer the territories above. Historical records from the last millennium recount instances where underground cities, unchecked, consumed surface cities. The creatures of the surface, in their offensives against the underground, acted both proactively and reactively. It is absurd to presume that any creature would consider the underground city solely a resource reservoir for surface dwellers. While all things follow their own inherent laws, nothing is intrinsically destined for a singular purpose. Even a sufficiently large rat can slay a kitten, and swarms of diminutive creatures can wreak havoc. Thus, there is a need for both protective forces and entities capable of curtailing the multitude. Lilith, as a witch, naturally aligns with the surface dwellers. From a certain perspective, the creatures of the surface and the underground city exist in an inherently adversarial relationship. It is a matter of either depleting my resources and seizing the core of the underground city, or allowing it to devour all nearby, morphing into a more formidable and ruthless entity. What? Is the Adventurers Guild not a human organization? Upon hearing this, Lilith's eyes widened. Teacher Abisi posed a curious rhetorical question to Lilith. Otherwise, do you suppose why every Adventurers Guild possesses our teleportation array, even in the name of charity? It would be unwise to deliver one's vulnerabilities into the hands of creatures one cannot defeat. It is crucial to understand that a teleportation array is an instrument of both destruction and escape, and witches are hardly a peaceful race. The presence of such an array within the city is akin to embedding a needle into a death trap. A mere push inward could lead to demise. However, to avert panic, We publicly declared a transaction with the Adventurers Association, and indeed, the current power holder of the guild is a human, an exceptionally ambitious one. Truth be told, as the resources of Kamalakia have gradually diminished in recent years, so too have the threats. The Adventurers Association has begun to stir, yet fortunately, even if resources were to run entirely dry, the need for strength-enhancing potions for surface hunting has managed to maintain a precarious balance. However, such equilibrium cannot endure for long. With the passage of time, their bargaining chips at the negotiation table have dwindled, and it has recently come to her attention that the temple has been engaging in some clandestine activities. Abisi surmised that the best outcome would necessitate a reduction in the number of witch arrays. Yet this nascent underground city is indeed a timely boon. Chapter 130. The sound of heartbeat. Lilith resolved to postpone the activation of the underground city, which left Abisi momentarily disappointed. Although it was conceivable that such an endeavor could summon creatures even she and Atres could not contend with, such exhilarating occurrences are rare. And after serving in the witch's tower for so long, she felt her joints were on the verge of rusting. On their way back, Lilith noticed that teacher Abisi seemed somewhat melancholic. She had no intention of offering comfort, for one cannot risk their head beneath the guillotine merely for the sake of cheer. Yet, halfway through their journey, inexplicably, teacher Abisi suddenly became exuberant, her demeanor shifting from sluggish to joyfully buoyant, as if she were about to skip. However, out of respect for her teacher's stature, she refrained from actually leaping. Lilith, puzzled, turned her head to observe. Teacher Abisi glanced back, and upon seeing Lilith's complex expression, coughed lightly into her hand. Some small insects are approaching. Let us hasten our pace. Over there naturally referred to Farah and her companions, prompting Lilith to quicken her steps. Before they could draw near, a coarse male voice resonated from afar like the rumble of thunder on a rainy day. Hurry up, there are underage witches here. Nearby could be adults. Loudmouth, cease your chatter. Another voice, somewhat indistinct, echoed. They were still quite a distance from where Farah and the others were resting, which seemed normal. Lilith found the nickname aptly fitting. The powder is scattered. No more idle talk. Quickly carry it away. Yet another unfamiliar voice rang out. Move, move, move. It appeared that there were indeed quite a number of people present. Upon hearing that the other party was about to depart, teacher Abisi paused to gently pat Lilith on the shoulder. You may approach at your leisure. There is no rush. The necklace will keep you safe. With that, he vanished into thin air. When Lilith turned around, she found that Boss Atres had also disappeared. What a predicament. Should she linger a while longer before proceeding? After all, what if she were captured and taken hostage? In the realm of witches, there is no concept of rescuing hostages. It is merely a matter of kill or be killed, with the promise of vengeance for the fallen. Contemplating this, Lilith instinctively slowed her pace. The sound of her footsteps echoed in the dungeon, a place that undeniably held a strong allure for skeletal beings. Lilith found herself compelled to periodically press down the bone heads that emerged from her spatial pouch. Ultimately, her patience wore thin, and she issued a command forbidding their emergence. As Lilith emerged from the cluster of sticky bean pods, she beheld her companions, tightly bound and sprawled on the ground, some already ensnared by venomous spider beans. Without delay, she hurried over to free them. Meanwhile, those capable of reaching the inner perimeter were indeed formidable. The moment the adult which appeared mysteriously, they reacted without hesitation, alerting everyone and discarding the juvenile which they had been carrying as they fled into the distance. Intermediate? Teacher Abisi pursued them. Several muscular humans weaved through the forest, while the witch standing in the clearing ahead obstructed their path. It was Atres. Damn it! Not a single soul lamented their decision to abduct the juvenile witch. After all, those who ventured into the forest for a living knew well the perils of seeking fortune. A juvenile which was worth a king's ransom. It could only be said that the allure of wealth was profoundly intoxicating. Big Ear, Sansi, let's slay her. The man at the forefront, wielding an axe and a small shield, charged ahead. Right? The man known as Big Ear followed closely, brandishing two short swords. Sansi, a robust woman, raced alongside them, drawing her bow and nocking a specialized arrow. Those who sought their fortunes outside were not only prepared with items to counter witches, but also those to thwart their followers. Several arrows shot forth like meteors, shattering the red threads that writhed around Atres. Seizing the opportunity, the leading man lunged in, intent on ending the confrontation with a single blow of his axe. deflecting the incoming red threads with his small shield. The red threads attacking from the side were swiftly severed by Big Ear, who had anointed his weapon with holy water just moments prior. Atreus stood rooted in place, seemingly oblivious, devoid of even the slightest instinct to evade, as if a puppet had ceased to function. Thus, Lilith, arriving with her companions, watched helplessly as the man's axe sank deeply into Atreus' left chest. The man's martial prowess was remarkable. In less than a fifth of a second, he not only pierced Atreus' heart, but also delivered a swift strike to her neck. The axe cut through the air with such velocity that it produced a piercing sonic boom. Lilith's ability to perceive her opponent's movements stemmed from the furious crimson that stained her pupils, aided by the benevolent essence of chocolate. Observing a comrade being slain before her very eyes, she harbored a curious anticipation regarding Lilith's reaction. However, Lilith's response was profoundly disappointing. It lacked the hysteria she had anticipated, the reckless charge towards danger, and even the shedding of tears. It was utterly mundane, so much so that she found herself yawning and shifting positions within her mental realm. The humans, witnessing the effortless demise of an adult, which inexplicably relaxed, ceasing their flight. In their moment of shared understanding, they mistakenly believed the tide had turned. They thought that by vanquishing another adult witch, they could secure the younger witches and trade them for a fortune that would allow them to live comfortably without ever returning to the forest. How prematurely joyous they were. The voice of teacher Abesai resonated behind a woman named Sansi. The robust woman attempted to turn, yet found herself utterly immobilized. Her thoughts suddenly calmed, and, after a moment, she became acutely aware of the rhythmic thumping of her heart echoing in her ears, growing ever louder, drowning out all surrounding sounds. She observed the loudmouth's lips moving, seemingly engaged in conversation, and caught sight of her uncle's anxious and fearful expression, yet their voices eluded her comprehension. Thump, thump, tick-tock. What do you think? Does it sound delightful? The witch's soft voice exploded in her ears like thunder on a clear day. The previous ticking was the sound of blood dripping from the witch's fingers on her leather shoulder guard, and the heartbeat was indeed placed right next to her ear. Sansi collapsed silently, her sturdy form hitting the ground with a muffled thud. How rude. I was asking a question, teacher Abesai remarked with a displeased expression, shoving the still, pulsating, blood-soaked heart into the mouth of the bride, standing by her shoulder. Chapter 131. The unique ability of the annihilation familiar caw-caw. The bride squawked, convulsing before the gathered crowd as she transformed into a quiver brimming with feathered arrows, the barrel of vibrant green, harmonizing beautifully with its plumage. This was the bride's unique ability as a familiar. By consuming a heart, she could acquire related powers and items. It must be said that this ability came at a hefty price. Generally, such powers could be deemed rather trivial. After all, defeating an opponent and obtaining their heart often bore little utility. Yet, teacher Abesai seemed to relish this capability. One could only surmise that a familiar's worth is determined by the witch it serves. Contemplating the objects conjured by the bride, teacher Abesai extended her blood-stained hand, bending down to retrieve the bow and arrows tightly gripped by the corpse on the ground. The body had yet to stiffen, making the task quite effortless. Abesai weighed the bow in her hands, gauging its heft. The humans present, perhaps too consumed by sorrow and indignation, exhibited reddened eyes, yet they refrained from acting impulsively, engaged instead in careful deliberation. The probability of charging forth to fight for survival is greater than that of turning and fleeing, is it not? Before they could make their choice, teacher Abisi had already drawn a feathered arrow from the quiver. Shall we engage in a game? She proposed. The children of Witchtown were particularly fond of this game, which bore simple rules. I will count to 3, and you shall begin to run while I remain here motionless. If you can evade my arrow, I shall let you go. To alleviate any concerns the humans might have regarding the rules, Abisi kindly provided a brief explanation. As she caressed her weapon, seeking the right feel, it was evident that she was not particularly skilled in archery. Whether they could survive her aim would depend on fortune. This game was indeed popular at the kindergarten in Witchtown, for the prizes consisted of delectable treats and superior fabric for cloaks that the children usually could not enjoy. Naturally, the arrows wielded by the witches caring for the children lacked the lethal metal tips. However, Abisi felt no remorse. The stakes she offered were their very lives. and employing better bows and arrows seemed only fitting. Now, I shall begin counting. Teacher Abisi did not grant these individuals the opportunity to refuse, nor did they possess the right to decline. A few present swiftly turned to flee, while only one burly man brandished a weapon, charging at Teacher Abisi. "You killed Sanzi. I shall take your life." In the next instant, the man's head exploded, blood and white matter splattering the ground. How foolish it was to advance instead of retreat during the witch's incantation. "I detest those humans who do not abide by the rules of the game," Abisi declared, shortening the interval. 3. With the final word, Teacher Abisi eagerly released an arrow, aimed directly at the man wielding an axe and shield. The feathered arrow successfully pierced his kidney, though Abisi had intended for his heart. Puzzled, she drew a second arrow, adjusting her aim. The man struck did not falter or cry out. Instead, he darted through the forest with remarkable speed, using the towering trees as cover. Yet, Teacher Abisi's target was not him this time. The witch lacked a natural talent for archery, but what of those who would cheat? A slight adjustment in trajectory, aided by a gentle gust of wind, could rectify the aim. The incantation for such a simple wind spell was brief, and Abisi's position in the witch tower attested to her professionalism. The second arrow pierced straight through the man's left chest. The third and fourth arrows followed. These individuals were adept at evasion, and she could not strike them all. Ultimately, Teacher Abisi, employing her witchcraft, managed to slay 5 of them, though one truly managed to escape. As she watched the last human vanish without a trace, Teacher Abisi relinquished her grip on the bow, allowing it to fall to the ground. The arrows that had flown in all directions returned to her, and the bride transformed back into a parrot, letting out a satisfied squawk. With wings concealing its mouth, Teacher Abisi merely raised a hand to caress its spine. "Teacher Abisi, are we truly going to set him free?" Maggie stepped forward, aggrieved. She was the most unfortunate among them. While the others consumed detox potions and restored a bruise, she remained afflicted, her face marred by a coin-sized cluster of welts from the bites she had endured. Teacher Abisi turned her head at the mention. "What concern is it of ours? Did I not imply that I would spare him?" The unspoken meaning was clear. Maggie understood as well, her excitement prompting her to retrieve her tools. The man, already wounded by an arrow, would soon bear the marks of a curse upon his face. Maggie's intentions were commendable. However, she was deprived of the opportunity as faint sounds emerged from the thicket, the unmistakable sound of something heavy being dragged along the ground. "Oh my, Boss Atries, you're unharmed," Allers exclaimed with fervor, the others equally astonished, save for Teacher Abisi. The surprise was genuine. The young witches had no inkling of how Atries had returned or how she had escaped. Not even Lilith. The blood-staining Boss Atries' robe and the gaping wound on her left side attested that the preceding events were not mere hallucinations. Her demeanor seemed unchanged, as if nothing were amiss. Atries' left fingers were embedded within the skull of a corpse, blood gushing forth from the crevices, yet she appeared utterly oblivious. Dragging it toward Teacher Abisi. Before Atries could speak, Teacher Abisi interjected, "You've been slacking." TSK, deliberately so. The mocking tone of the little creature echoed, albeit in a rather ungraceful manner. Atries seemed unperturbed, perhaps accustomed to such banter. No, Lilith speculated that Atries might not have acted with intention. Atries slowly turned her head, her eyes brightening upon seeing Lilith, though this brightness was merely a metaphorical flourish, for they remained hollow. Atries presented the corpse before Lilith, her left hand lifting it as if to offer it. Dinner ingredients. In terms of meat quality, these humans indeed appeared exquisite, their well-toned muscles suggesting a certain chewiness. However, Lilith refrained from accepting the lifeless body. "I do not consume human flesh, nor will I prepare it." Atries appeared slightly puzzled, but did not press further, understanding that Lilith would not regard the corpse as a culinary option. There was perhaps a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. Upon Lilith's rejection, Atries unceremoniously discarded the body, then procured slender tools and vials filled with liquid, commencing an impromptu dissection of the cadaver. Chapter 132. Taken away by technicians, Atries inspected the half of the corpse that had been punctured, its eyes, heart, liver, and kidneys, before expressionlessly discarding onto the ground. The dismembered body lay scattered, as she meticulously gathered the useful parts before commencing the disassembly of another corpse. Although most of the materials in Atries' shop were acquired, It did not deter her from collecting valuable resources herself without any burden of ownership. However, aside from the first corpse, the others were rendered unusable due to their damaged states and the absence of hearts. Professor Abisi learned about the events from the bride, while Lilith gleaned the reasons behind the incident from Farah and her companions. There was no particular motive. Those individuals had simply appeared out of the blue while they were discussing what treasures Lilith might acquire. They had employed a powder that masked their presence, allowing them to evade Maggie's familiars. The earthworms, lacking vision, relied solely on their senses, resulting in a fortunate accident. They speculated that these individuals had discovered them while searching for a hunting target from a distance. The powder had also been liberally applied to them. As long as they were taken out of a certain range, even an adult witch would struggle to locate them. They likely did not anticipate the adult witch's swift arrival. This powder was not specifically designed to target witches. It was equally effective against the forest beasts, typically used for ambushes or escapes after provoking a pack of creatures. According to their prior agreement, Lilith was to be solely responsible for cooking in the following days. But unexpectedly, this had turned into 2 meals. Fortunately, since Lilith needed to eat as well, she did not mind. Given the significance of the Undercity matter, Professor Abisi decided to take them away early, claiming they had gathered sufficient resources, even though the week-long collection period had not yet elapsed. The ensuing days passed without incident. They encountered no further humans. After nearly a week of residing outdoors, the first thing Lilith did upon returning to the witch's tower was to take a bath. It must be said, in this world of the unscientific, with witchcraft and curses, why couldn't there be a cleaning spell? The answer, of course, lay in its complexity. How to explain? In novels, such basic life magic is a given. The greatest challenge was the lack of a clear definition. Subsequently, Chocolate explained to Lilith the operational principles of the water orb spell, which involved condensing the water from the air, ground, and the surrounding being's skin surfaces into a visible sphere. The magical energy ultimately acted upon the clearly defined water. In her observations over their time together, Lilith proposed that a small puddle on the floor of the room fell under the category of dirt, and during meals, the oil on the plate was food before they ate, transforming into a stain once the meal was finished. Witchcraft, by its very nature, necessitates a clearly defined target for its efficacy. While incantations aimed at cleansing 1 or 2 specific impurities may exist, it is far from feasible for a single spell to eradicate all surrounding filth. To elaborate, the various liquids that have splattered across the table during Lilith's lessons in witchcraft and potion-making are intricate and diverse. How could one possibly expect to clean them all with a mere utterance? The definition of cleanliness is indeed a challenging consensus to achieve. Alas, it appears I am destined to labor incessantly. With a long sigh, Lilith resigned herself to the unwavering pursuit of technology. Dressed in a pristine witch's robe, one must admit that Narlisa has overly prepared for her. She had even provided an array of 10 distinct robes for the day. Who, pray tell, changes outfits 10 times in a single day? While it is wise to be prepared, such an extent of readiness is rather excessive. Just as Lilith stepped out of her room, freshly bathed, she was suddenly seized from behind by the twins, who, as if in a kidnapping, each took hold of one of her arms and sprinted away. Lilith intended to cry out for help, but the speed of her captors left her gasping for breath. They eventually halted at Celine's dormitory, which was brimming with bicycles, resembling a bustling bike-sharing station. Is this urgent rush merely to show me this? Once released, Lilith rubbed her arms, nearly coming apart at the seams from their grip. First, look at this. Then we can visit Sina, Celine urged, unable to contain her excitement. In response, Sina delivered a sharp tap to her head. Call me sister. Celine crouched on the floor, cradling her head for a moment. Are you seeking revenge? Jealous of my head start? I am not. You are. I am not. As tensions rose, the weary Lilith swiftly interjected between them. Both were her cherished apprentices. The thought of any harm befalling either caused her great distress. Without them, she would be left to conduct all research alone, a notion that was suffocating. Let us not escalate matters. I have ample time today. However, at that moment, Lilith momentarily forgot that other responsibilities awaited her. After offering consolation to the 2 technicians, they finally delved into the core of the matter. Celine had crafted several bicycle designs, including a classic model from her past life, as well as an adult version of a children's safety bike. Yet, during her test ride, Celine found those 2 wheels lacked sufficient speed. prompting her to create a version without wheels, the very ordinary models that had first caught Lilith's eye, with sizes ranging from those suitable for infants to those fit for towering giants of 2 meters, perhaps in an effort to please her employer. There was one bicycle that seemed tailor-made for Lilith. However, the most delightful surprise awaited her in the corner. A bicycle equipped with a small, 4-wheeled carriage attached to its rear. Lilith did not attempt to conceal her astonishment as she gazed at the vehicle, commending Celine for her remarkable work. "It's nothing, really. I primarily considered that certain items placed in the spatial bag could easily become soiled. This contraption offers greater convenience. And I heard from Neve that this product is primarily marketed to humans. I believe it would indeed enhance daily life." The so-called carriage was essentially a wooden box with 4 wheels welded to the rear of a bicycle, resulting in a total of 6 wheels. The front bicycle featured exceptionally wide tires constructed from robust materials, which contributed to the vehicle's stability. Chapter 133. The Semi-Scientific Cotton Candy Machine, however. I do find it somewhat cumbersome. What do you think? Celine fixed her gaze on Lilith, her eyes brimming with anticipation, hoping to receive some insightful feedback. Lilith, living up to expectations, swiftly pulled out a piece of paper and commenced sketching. This time, she envisioned a tricycle. She had contemplated this idea earlier, but had hesitated to take on too much at once, thus only providing Celine with a blueprint for a bicycle. In truth, Lilith believed that, given some time, Celine would surely devise a solution. Nevertheless, it is always more efficient to find shortcut. Take a look at this. Lilith handed the completed design to Celine, and due to the simplicity of the tricycle structure, she had illustrated it in great detail. Replacing the entire rear wheel and seat with a box? Is that truly feasible? Upon examining the blueprint, it indeed appeared to present a viable option. Yet how could stability be ensured? Furthermore, according to the principles of bicycle mechanics, the pedals drive the rear section. Would constructing it entirely from metal render excessively heavy? Those with lesser strength might struggle to pedal it. Celine pondered numerous considerations, for she had already amassed some experience while studying bicycles. The first bicycle she created was dismissed due to its excessive weight, which rendered it unsuitable for most individuals. Thus, she was particularly attentive to this aspect. However, it must be said that by reducing the number of tires, the design appeared significantly more comfortable. From her professional perspective, this change could potentially save at least 1/3 of the costs, or perhaps even half. Although Lilith had not extensively studied the operational principles of tricycles, she shared some applicable knowledge she possessed, such as the stability of triangular structures and the efficiency of gear combinations. Ultimately, how these principles correlated with the physical object would depend on Celine's ability to synthesize theory with reality, which underscored their recruitment into the Golden Ship. Their monthly salaries were not earned without merit. After imparting this knowledge, both Celine and Sina fell into deep contemplation, while Lilith stood by, silently observing. Knock, knock, knock. The dormitory door was rapped upon. Celine snapped back to reality. "Honey, is something the matter?" she inquired, surprised to see the large-tailed squirrel at the door. Noticing that the sound of the knocking felt somewhat peculiar. The familiar of teacher Maria seldom graces the dormitory of the young witches, preferring instead the company of the mentors in the tower. After all, typical young witches are unlikely to possess anything that would entice it. Maria is in search of Lilith, and I sense she is with you. Upon hearing this, Celine glanced toward the ajar door of the room. Lilith, clearly eavesdropping on their conversation, raised her gaze. Coincidentally meeting Celine's eyes, Lilith emerged alongside Sina. "Are you looking for me?" Lilith began to inquire about the matter at hand, but suddenly recalled the entrance to the dungeon she had discovered a few days prior, nearly letting it slip from her mind. "Come, let's go quickly." Her heart raced with anticipation. Maria had promised her 2 small treats as a reward for this errand, and the pot of flowers had finally begun to sprout buds again. She could indulge in 2 blossoms this time, and without the fear of reprimand. However, Lilith shook her head. There is no rush regarding that matter. Boss Adderus mentioned there is still some time before the collapse occurs. I must accompany Sina for now, as I have already promised her. Were the dungeon entrance to be on the verge of collapse the following day, Lilith would undoubtedly have hurriedly followed without a second thought, but she had previously inquired, and, according to Boss Adderus's calculations, there were at least 3 months remaining before any natural collapse would occur. There was no urgency. Naturally, one would honor their prior commitments, unless Maria were to resort to coercive measures, in which case Lilith might reconsider. In the witch town, There exists no hierarchy dictating that one must defer to another based on rank. The respect afforded to Maria by teacher ABC and her peers is evident. And aside from that, the situation resembles that of ordinary witches. For instance, when Hart had pilfered from others, teacher Maria demanded a hefty compensation, with no expectation that its status as the mayor's familiar would absolve it of responsibility. Of course, unexpected circumstances can arise. Should a matter threaten the very existence of the town, it would take precedence over all else, not through coercion, but as a consensus among all witches. Lilith felt similarly. Although she had not been in this place for long, she had indeed embraced it, assimilated into its fabric, and endeavored to make her surroundings more conducive to her own existence. If the witch town faced any existential crisis, she would be among the first to stand in defense. Indeed, Hart merely scratched its head with its claws and inquired, "Will it take long? Should I inform Maria that you will go tomorrow instead?" After a moment of hesitation, Lilith reflected on the item Sina was to create. "No need, I will go myself a bit later." "All right," Hart replied, bouncing away in delight. "Come on, Celine. You should join us too." Lilith ushered Sina out the door, only to find Celine already preparing paper to begin designing the components. Lilith quickly interrupted her. "I wish to stay in the dormitory and complete this as soon as possible." Celine waved her draft paper. Lilith pinched the bridge of her nose. "It is still essential to balance work and rest." Continuing as before, how did she end up resembling a ruthless capitalist? Even during holidays, one must take a break. The mind cannot be in constant operation. "I'm not fatigued," asserted Celine resolutely. Ever since Lilith began paying them, they had not ventured out to take on external tasks for quite some time, allowing her to immerse herself in her research, which brought her immense joy and a desire to prove her worth. "If you were to leave, then leave without such excessive chatter," Celine remarked, as Sina approached and delivered a playful punch to her. Although the witches possessed little sense of blood relation, these two twins evidently shared a close bond. "Oh, come on. Don't take advantage of the situation to hit me," Celine exclaimed, instinctively bending slightly at the waist in pain, but quickly retaliated with a slap on Sina's back. Yet Sina remained unfazed. "Huh, did not expect this? I recently utilized a strengthening potion," Sina said with an impassive expression, mockingly brushing off her shoulder as if dusting off an invisible speck. "Just you wait. All right, let's move on. You two have been working too hard lately and need a rest." When one is fatigued, one's temper often deteriorates, especially for witches. Lilith decided to enforce a period of rest for the two after their current tasks were completed. Sometimes surprises strike unexpectedly, just as Lilith never anticipated that Sina would create a machine entirely different from her expectations. "Lilith, based on the principles of force, blah blah blah. Sina, we are witches. Are you suggesting that by pouring the harvested cotton into here, we can both fluff the cotton and simultaneously separate the seeds?" Chapter 134, Brown Paper. Sina's machine was remarkable. With the infusion of witch power, it even surpassed the efficiency of electric machines. She had even considered that humans might use the machine, adding a joystick on the side, allowing one to achieve the same effects as with witch power simply by gripping the joystick and rotating it continuously. Of course, ordinary machinery would find it challenging to accomplish such feats. Sina had even personally financed the assistance of someone to design the internal magic array of the machine, hiring an adult witch. No need to spend your own money. If the funds run low, simply approach Neve. We may not have much to boast about, but we certainly have sufficient finances. Sina mused, brushing her forehead. At first, I was uncertain of our success. That is of no consequence. Research is inherently filled with uncertainties. As long as it is not willful waste, trial and error is permissible. You are researchers of the Golden Ship, not here to sell finished products, so take it easy. After all, they were still young girls. Although Lilith was also youthful, she had witnessed her fair share of deceitful individuals. The sudden increase of straightforward individuals around her was somewhat disconcerting. Meanwhile, Celine, who had been playfully dragged in by Sina, began to ponder thoughtfully as she examined the machine, touching and inspecting various parts. "What do you think about me creating a bicycle that can move on its own?" Lilith contemplated for a moment. "That is possible, but not at this moment." "Why not?" "Few possess the ability to ride a bicycle. The inherent dangers of a self-propelling vehicle are considerable. Moreover, I believe such machinery should only be sold in Witch's Town. Even if research yields a marketable product, it would likely find buyers only among the human nobility. The crux of the matter lies in her current intention to sell bicycles exclusively to the human elite. Should a superior model emerge, would she not be encroaching upon her own market? Such a strategy seems utterly unnecessary. Perhaps once bicycles have become prevalent among the common folk, it would be more feasible. Indeed, the sales channels present a significant challenge. Selina had previously managed orders independently. Thus, she is acutely aware that if a product is developed but fails to command a price, it results in a loss of investment. Selina's room contains but a single machine. The rest are scattered wooden components. Lilith gently patted Selina's shoulder, advising her to ensure the spinning machine is well maintained, though there is no need for haste. Selina nodded solemnly. To have produced even one of these machines in such a brief time speaks volumes of the twins' remarkable talents. Lilith urged Selina to deliver several items she deemed fit for sale to Neve, hoping she would commence mass production according to demand. Of course, the cotton carding machine likely cannot be produced in bulk. Perhaps the main body can be manufactured en masse, while certain specialized components could be commissioned through a bounty task at the Witch's Tower. Selina suggested that the magical array within could be further refined, making it detachable for convenience. Upon departing Selina's dormitory, Lilith wasted no time and proceeded to seek out Dame Maria. As she traversed the long corridor, she spotted an unfamiliar witch lingering at the entrance to Maria's office. This witch appeared to be grappling with some internal conflict. Her furrowed brow and restless pacing betrayed a palpable anxiety. Though Lilith typically refrains from meddling, a fleeting glance at the object in the witch's hand halted her stride, prompting her to turn with a warm and friendly smile. "Hello, do you require assistance?" The witch, with short brown hair and a gaunt visage reminiscent of someone who had not eaten in days, seemed taken aback by Lilith's approach. After Lilith's arrival, she had even stepped aside. The witch scrutinized Lilith closely. "Are you the renowned Lilith?" Lilith's height certainly stands out among her peers, but given the setting at Maria's office, where even newly arrived young witches might appear, Sanchi was uncertain based solely on stature. Lilith was not surprised that the witch knew her name. After all, she has garnered a certain fame within the Witch's Tower. "Yes, I am. May I inquire who you are?" "Ah, you may not recognize me, but let me show you this," the slender witch exclaimed, forcefully shoving a piece of paper into Lilith's hands. Lilith carefully examined both sides of the paper, running her fingers over its surface. The slender witch spoke again. "What do you think of this paper? I previously participated in a paper-making initiative, and this is a creation of mine based on the original formula. It is utterly distinct from the toilet paper and writing paper you provided. However, it cannot be utilized for writing, can it?" Lilith shook the paper a couple of times. The slender witch bowed her head. "Indeed, its cleanliness is also lacking. Although it differs, it appears to be a rather futile invention. I intended to inquire about it with Maria. Maria does not carry the titles of teacher or mayor. Are you an adult witch?" Lilith observed the other party's somewhat timid demeanor, mistaking her for an older juvenile witch. "I am." This paper. Lilith's words were just beginning to form when the side door creaked open. The one who entered was Exiongon, while an unfamiliar witch was leaving, clutching several sheets of parchment. Upon noticing the two standing at the entrance, she seemed momentarily taken aback. Yet, it was of no concern to her as she exited the office with a blank expression. "Lilith, you've arrived so promptly. Why didn't you knock?" Exiongon tilted her head, her small eyes brimming with curiosity. Lilith nodded. "I happened to encounter this lady at the door." Lilith turned to glance at the other woman, who, in turn, stared back at her, both caught in a moment of silent bewilderment. It took Sanchi a while to realize that Lilith was inquiring about her name, and in her flustered state, she exclaimed, "Sanchi, my name is Sanchi." Lilith followed suit. "I just met Miss Sanchi at the door and found her quite intriguing. Hence our brief conversation." "Oh, very well then. Sanchi, would you like to join us inside? Maria has concluded her meeting." Exiongon, with her little claws gripping the doorframe, stepped aside to indicate they could enter. Sanchi hesitated. "Let us go together. This parchment, the paper you created is truly useful." Lilith carefully extended the paper in her hand back to Sanchi, yet Sanchi did not accept it. Chapter 135. Sanchi. Lilith, slightly puzzled, raised her gaze and saw Sanchi looking at her with an excited expression. "Really? Do you truly believe that? You need not comfort me. I am aware that I excel at nothing. Do you genuinely think this is useful?" Sanchi's expression was a blend of timidity and hope. "Absolutely, It holds significant value. If you devise this on your own, then you're certainly not inept. On the contrary, you are quite remarkable. As Lilith spoke, she adorned her words with a serious demeanor to enhance their credibility. Given that it was their first encounter and they were not well acquainted, Lilith established a precondition while affirming Sanchi's abilities to render her words more sincere. However, her intent was not solely to console. The brown paper in her hand bore a striking resemblance to the parchment bags Lilith had purchased in her past life, both in hue and smoothness. Save for the fact that this parchment was smooth on both sides. She was unaware of how the parchment of that era was produced, yet she recognized the remarkable significance of such an artifact in the present day. "What is it? May I have a glimpse as well?" came the voice of teacher Maria from within the room. Ultimately, Sanchi followed Lilith into the office. Maria meticulously examined the paper, turning it over repeatedly. "What do you intend to use this for?" she inquired, directing her question towards Lilith, who was also scrutinizing the paper. "There are numerous applications," Lilith replied. "But first, I would like to inquire, Ms. Sanchi, what is its cost?" "It requires merely an additional step in the process and 2 raw materials compared to ordinary paper." Sanchi answered candidly. "Is the process complex? Can an average person produce it in large quantities? What about the cost of the materials?" Lilith continued her inquiries. "It's straightforward, feasible, and inexpensive," Sanchi asserted without hesitation. "Well then, let me discuss the first application. The paper can be crafted into bags or simply cut to a suitable size for packaging items, such as the currently popular product, the fluffy little breads from Golden Ship. This sturdy paper will prevent the need for constant hand wiping while packaging food, as grease will not quickly permeate it. Furthermore, using parchment to handle bread mitigates the unfortunate incident of unwashed hands transferring to food after experiments. Although the little witches in Witchtown are generally quite clean, such situations are occasionally unavoidable, especially since soap was not available before Lilith's arrival. Of course, this paper can also serve as a cost-effective outer packaging for lower-end soaps, or even as book covers to protect the volumes, rendering them more durable than typical books. The potential uses are indeed numerous. In truth, Lilith should not have elaborated so extensively, as it could hinder her bargaining power in future collaborations. However, to entice significant prospects, one must be willing to invest in quality bait. With that said, there are indeed many uses. Sanchi, you have crafted something remarkably useful, Lilith acknowledged. Sanchi, sitting to the side, smiled with a mix of excitement and bashfulness. Would you be willing to sell this technology to the Witch Tower? Maria inquired with a smile. Sanchi remained silent, but Lilith was quick to interject. Teacher Maria, that is quite unfair. I was the one who discovered first. The collaboration should rightfully belong to us at Golden Ship. She is here to seek me out, and I believe I deserve priority. In matters concerning the interests of Witchtown, Maria was not one to yield easily. Of course, Lilith did not genuinely seek the rights to produce parchment, as Maria would clearly have a quicker grasp on the papermaking process. So why not simply purchase the finished product? Very well. However, I extend a heartfelt invitation to you. Dear Ms. Sanchi, would you be willing to join the research department of Golden Ship? Lilith earnestly and solemnly extended her hand towards Ms. Sanchi. Generally speaking, she ought to have conducted a thorough background investigation, assessing character, talent, and interpersonal relationships, especially since the research and development department pertains to the very heart of the Golden Ship. However, time waits for no one, and certainly, joining would necessitate the signing of a confidentiality agreement, akin to a witch's contract, which emboldened Lilith to act so audaciously. I can't do this. I'm certain I can't, she lamented, her self-doubt nearly inscribed upon her visage. Lilith, seizing her hand, interjected, You can. I know not how you fared before, but look, what you've created this time is indeed valuable. After a brief moment of respite, during which it seemed that Sanchi regained her composure, Lilith released her grasp. Sanchi hesitated for a moment before quietly murmuring, This time, it's not as useful as you think. If it weren't for your suggestions, we wouldn't have envisioned these applications. Sanchi had experimented with numerous uses for the paper, but none had yielded satisfactory results. How do you know that your other creations lack utility? Perhaps you simply haven't considered their potential. Lilith posed a reasonable inquiry, aiming to sway her companion. By chance, I still possess some items you previously brought. Would you like to see them? Maria interjected unexpectedly. Lilith was uncertain whether Maria intended to assist or undermine her. Sanchi, however, eagerly nodded in agreement. As they awaited Maria to retrieve the items, Lilith seized the opportunity to inquire about the relationship between Sanchi and Maria. "We hail from the same village," Sanchi replied. Lilith anticipated further elaboration, but none came. "Is that all?" Sanchi looked at Lilith in confusion. "Shouldn't there be more?" Lilith mused, presuming their bond to be akin to that of roommates or friends. "Then why do you bring your findings to Teacher Maria?" "Naturally, because Maria is now the town mayor. And I wish to contribute to which town?" Sanchi stated, her expression one of rightful expectation. A hint of embarrassment crossed her features as she continued. "However, I have not produced anything truly useful in quite some time, and I feel rather guilty for imposing on her repeatedly. Yet, hearing you say that the thick paper I made has value brings me genuine joy. It's called craft paper." Maria soon emerged, holding a somewhat worn empty bag, from which she extracted a few small items, some in bottles and jars, others of simple mechanical design. Lilith casually picked up a transparent glass orb, scrutinizing it closely. At its core lay a nearly colorless liquid. Unable to locate a switch, she inquired, "What is this?" "It's a weapon," Maria explained. "My initial idea was to hurl it at enemies. If struck, it would cause considerable pain, and if shattered, the toxic liquid within would spill forth. Yet, I neglected to consider that foes might simply evade. It exuded a sense of practicality, albeit with a hint of ineffectiveness. There exists a peculiar feather quill that can be severed and reattached. When its pointed tip becomes dull, one can simply snap it with their fingers to reveal a new, sharp point. However, the adhesive portion poses a challenge. If it is too rigid, it becomes difficult to break, while if it is too loose, it may snap under the pressure of writing. Moreover, there is a potion that, when consumed, causes hair to sprout all over the body, diverging significantly from the original intent of merely promoting hair growth on the head. Nonetheless, this particular outcome has been successfully researched by other witches within the Witch's Tower. There is also a small wooden carving that drinks water autonomously, though its purpose remains elusive, embodying a myriad of oddities. It is evident that Sangi has a plethora of supplementary studies, perhaps even more than one might expect. Lilith, on the other hand, struggles to envision its utility at the moment, yet the small wooden figure intrigues her. It moves whenever water is nearby. Sangi nods. However, it can only drink water, and once ingested, it cannot expel it. Have you tested how far it can detect water? Sangi appears perplexed. Lilith gazes intently at the wooden bird, still sipping from the basin. Wasn't it said that it would move in the presence of water? How far must it be to trigger its movement? If the distance is considerable, it could serve as an excellent tool for locating water sources in the wild. Oh my goodness, you are truly a genius. Sangi had never considered utilizing the wooden figure for resource exploration. Her focus was solely on its drinking function. She had even contemplated creating a larger version to manage floods. Clearly, Teacher Maria had not thought of this either, given that witches can directly employ water-related magic. "I must return to test this immediately," Sangi exclaimed, eagerly lifting both the basin and the wooden figure and then sprinting away. Lilith attempted to pursue her, but was restrained by Teacher Maria, who grasped her wrist. Sangi often loses track of time when conducting experiments. "Perhaps we should first discuss matters concerning the dungeon." "Very well. I have already asked Teacher Abisi to convey the specific details. To be honest, I am not particularly skilled at naming things. Perhaps we could simply use the name of the Great Forest? Nifl Dungeon?" Lilith nodded, inspired by the names of the other two dungeons. She had considered naming it after herself, but in this world, the dungeons drained of resources are referred to as the Dead Dungeons. Imagine the casual conversations of the future. "Do you know Lilith? That dungeon is on the brink of demise. Lilith will perish this year." Such implications could be deemed rather ominous for a long-lived witch. It would be wiser to follow the example of the predecessors and use a local name instead. Truly. Lilith genuinely admired the courage of the elder, named Sula, for naming a dungeon after herself. "Very well, if that pleases you. However, there is another matter that requires discussion. We wish to construct a human city near the dungeon. What are your thoughts on this?" The heart and soul savored a flower bud. Observing Maria as she tidied up the table, with both tiny paws, it stuffed the entire bud into its mouth, puffing out one cheek, and scampered over to the tray, holding the teapot and cups. "Maria, tea please." "And Lilith, thank you." Lilith lifted the delicate cup and took a sip. "I believe this matter should be deliberated in town. It should have little to do with me, a minor witch, right?" Lilith did not perceive the underground city she had discovered as belonging to her. She merely believed she had secured an advantage for Witchtown. Would they inquire of her, perhaps wishing for her investment? Though she had recently amassed considerable wealth, her liquidity was limited as she had invested in new premises and new slaves. Constructing a proper city required a substantial sum of money. However, as the first discoverer, one held privileges. One could unconditionally make a request regarding the city linked to the underground realm. Is there such a thing? Lilith exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the entrance fee to Kamala City, which is quite steep for ordinary humans, is essentially the request of the discoverer. For centuries, their descendants have inherited this wealth. At this point, Maria took a slow sip of her tea, allowing Lilith ample time for contemplation. Any request is permissible, except for matters of life and death. If I were to ask that the city be kept clean, would those humans comply? Just as clean as Witchtown. There were not many places where she could wander freely. The last task had led her to a city perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, an excellent location. Yet the omnipresent snow proved somewhat inconvenient. Is that all? Maria was taken aback. That is all, Lilith affirmed with a nod. This could be considered Lilith's obsession. Starting with the transformation of a single city was a step towards her aspiration of traveling wherever she desired, rather than enduring several distasteful experiences before reaching a destination. This was also the reason behind Lilith's vigorous production of soap, toothbrushes, and her encouragement for Maria to prioritize the production of toilet paper. Maria looked at Lilith with a mix of exasperation and amusement, attempting to awaken her senses. Do you know how much wealth the last person to make a request acquired? Lilith set down her teacup and raised her hands to cover her ears. Do not waver my resolve. Maria couldn't help but laugh at Lilith's gesture. Very well. I respect your decision. I shall inscribe this provision in the laws of Adventure City. Thank you, Teacher Maria. You are most welcome. It is your rightful entitlement. Subsequently, Maria engaged Lilith in a discussion concerning various details about the city. Little did they know, once they began conversing, Maria was taken aback. She discovered that Lilith possessed an entire, comprehensive plan for a clean city of her own, with details so meticulous that it was as if she had lived in such a place before. Lilith, are you interested in participating in the city's construction? I could grant you a special leave. I still cannot comply. I fear that excessive absenteeism will lead to dire consequences from Professor Dorothy. Upon my return, my primary focus will be on my studies. It is indeed unfortunate, as Jacqueline expressed to me that she thoroughly enjoyed her time with you. Maria wore a look of deep regret. I too found great pleasure in her company. The golden ship, in my eyes, is an exemplary architectural marvel. Lilith responded with a cheerful smile, regarding city planning as merely an additional task. She is already quite occupied and believes it would be best to leave such matters to the professionals. Chapter 137. The candidate's Maria remains quite adamant regarding matters pertinent to the interests of Witchtown. After an intense negotiation with Lilith, Maria ultimately persuaded her by asserting that only a city designed by oneself could be truly pristine. Naturally, Lilith managed to negotiate her involvement solely in the creation of the design, indicating that she would provide only general ideas, and should any uncertainties arise, they could consult her. However, she preferred that the specifics be handled by the professionals themselves. Under the weight of her responsibilities, Lilith finally remembered her youth. Is this not akin to exploiting a minor? Oh dear, I shall certainly compensate you handsomely. I have heard that your house requires some expansion. How does 500 square meters of materials sound? Lilith straightened in her seat. I believe it should be at least 3,000 square meters. The area of this city is quite substantial, is it not? It will consume a significant portion of my time. 3,000 square meters would allow for the expansion of several rooms, or perhaps even serve well in the backyard. After all, one could cultivate chocolate until one's hands cramp. You are even more avaricious than I anticipated. The maximum I can offer is 1,000, and you are not wholly engaged in the construction of the city. 3,000 is excessive. Hart, sitting nearby, nibbled on half a bud, alternating glances between this and that. I believe that the value of my labor should be higher. Otherwise, you would not be negotiating with me here. How does 2,000 sound? I believe the time I am about to invest warrants this price. Lilith even resorted to using the rare honorific you among witches. 1,500 plus the address of Songshi. Would it not be rather inappropriate to casually divulge the addresses of the townsfolk? Lilith's brows furrowed slightly. Maria raised her floral teacup, gesturing towards Lilith. I am merely saving you some time. After all, once you step out that door, you will conduct your own investigation. With your abilities and those of the young girl from the Mel family, it will not take long to acquire this information. Furthermore, Sanchi has always wished to contribute something to Witch Town. She will only be pleased with this arrangement, I assure you. Lilith acquiesced to this reasoning, a sly smile playing on her lips. Then I shall ask for 900. You have stated that without your provision of the address, I can still procure it swiftly. 600. 800. 650 square meters. This is my final offer. Maria, appearing to suffer from a headache, pressed her temples. Lilith was truly taken aback by Maria, the mayor of Witch Town, who was haggling over a mere 50 square meters. Although she understood that the townsfolk were generally unpretentious, this was rather excessive. For 1,650, she insisted on receiving her payment in advance. Of course, that was not an issue. She would send Olivia over in the next couple of days. For Maria, it made no difference whether the payment was made up front or later, unless Lilith intended never to return to Witch Town for the rest of her life. In truth, it made little difference to Lilith as well. It simply meant earlier expansion and enjoyment. Upon returning to the Witch Tower, Lilith attended classes for 3 consecutive days, utilizing her free time to catch up on lessons and attend to matters concerning the Golden Ship. The storage bag she had taken was reclaimed by Nalisa, and the freshly washed witch robes could hardly fit on the balcony, prompting Nalisa to request access to the large terrace. Lilith emphasized twice that she had only worn a few of the robes, yet Nalisa insisted that the others were also unclean, claiming that Lilith had placed dirty clothes in the space bag. She had not stuffed it full. She had separated them. Alas, Nalisa's obsessive cleanliness left no room for reasoned discussion. With no classes scheduled for the day, Lilith finally had the opportunity to visit Sanchi's residence. As Maria had anticipated, Sanchi welcomed her warmly. However, the negotiation process was not as smooth as she had envisioned. Sanchi was willing to make concessions in various aspects, but when it came to compensation, they were at an impasse. Lilith proposed a salary equivalent to that of the twin sisters, Selena and Serena, and, given her status as an adult witch, she offered a slightly higher budget cap. Yet, the other party refused, likely out of self-doubt. Sanchi proposed that all her research findings could be sold in Witch Town at a 10% discount. 10%. Lilith believed Sanchi had not yet reached a level of importance that warranted such a significant sacrifice on her part. If they both took a 10% cut, she might as well distribute her products for free to 2 additional researchers. Lilith was not one to shy away from being blunt for fear of offending anyone. She clearly explained the situation. Moreover, the items were already being sold at wholesale prices on the Golden Ship. How could she lower them further while still ensuring the Merchant Guild operated normally? She could not work tirelessly for nothing, after all. Ms. Sanchi, though appearing meek, possessed a stubbornness unique to witches, and no matter how Lilith argued, she refused to budge. With a sigh, Lilith ultimately left in dissatisfaction. Neve, upon learning of this matter, scoffed at the adult witch whom she had never met, deeming her dreams unrealistic. Upon discovering that Lilith sought someone to research something of great importance, she wasted no time in leveraging her connections. She recommended a higher-year student, a witch specializing in potion making, named Catherine. Catherine was a lady with high cheekbones and delightful curls, and Lilith felt it appropriate to refer to her as such. Their cohort would undergo the adulthood ceremony shortly after the witch festival at the beginning of the following year, indicating that they were indeed nearing maturity. Catherine, in fact, volunteered for this role. Although the young witches do not need to rush in search of their paths in life after graduation, those with a clear goal and unwavering determination will often decide what they wish to pursue before departing from the Witch Tower. Some embark on a journey to traverse the earth on foot, while others choose to integrate into human society, and still others aspire to explore far-off continents. Catherine's ambition is to delve into potion making and remain in Witch Town until the day of her demise. The solitary potion making, which is also the one whom Lilith encounters. Previously, Lilith had thought that any witch would attend witchcraft classes with Narlissa. The classroom was nearly always filled to capacity. Who would have imagined that reality would strike so swiftly? Indeed, Catherine specializes in a singular potion course. Wouldn't you find such a focus rather unsettling? It seems perilous for a witch without martial prowess in this world. and Lilith could not fathom why anyone would choose to forego the study of witchcraft. After all, it is magic. How could anyone resist such temptation? I am safe. My exclusive study of potions does not imply a lack of capability for violence. Rest assured. Lilith replied, I am not reassured. After confirming multiple times that Catherine truly did not require Lilith to arrange for a bodyguard, Lilith, with a heavy heart, signed a labor contract with Catherine, all the while contemplating how to discreetly place someone by her side. Chapter 138. The development of shampoo has finally commenced, of course. This occurred after Catherine had demonstrated her worth. Lilith was not inclined to run about only to discover that her partner was inept, resulting in a futile endeavor. Should that be the case, Lilith might indeed feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. Catherine's first task upon assuming her role was to create shampoo. The shampoo that had long occupied Lilith's thoughts was finally on the agenda. Although this product had always been part of her daily routine, she had been too busy to find the time to create it. Selena was not a researcher in this field, and originally, Lilith had intended to assign this task to Ms. Sanchi. However, as the negotiations did not materialize, Catherine's arrival, being more specialized in this domain, was fortuitous. The ingredients for the shampoo were numerous, and Lilith jotted down everything she could recall, including egg whites, ginger, cedar leaves, soap pods, soap berries, dried tangerine peel, ginseng, reishi mushrooms, and Wu. These were familiar constituents from her past life as hair care products. Additionally, Lilith prepared to provide several bottles of different essential oils. The large essential oil extraction apparatus was already completed, and once Neve commenced work, she would send some over to Catherine. Besides the plants from her previous life, Lilith meticulously noted various plants she had never encountered before but deemed potentially beneficial for hair based on her studies of potion textbooks, ensuring not to overlook any of them. I understand that the content may be somewhat lengthy, and attempting it could prove to be quite cumbersome. However, Lilith remarked that there is little danger involved. Generally, ordinary shampoos pose no significant risks, but with the addition of local ingredients, who can say whether irrevocable consequences may arise? After all, the craft of potion making is a traditional art. In truth, there are certain dangers should you decide to experiment with the ingredients outlined on this subsequent page. Safety must be your utmost priority. Very well, I comprehend. After my graduation next year, Catherine will no longer have access to the Witch's Tower study room. Hence, there are matters that need to be clarified in advance. Not every young witch possesses the wealth of Lilith, who, prior to graduation, purchased a substantial plot of land in town. Catherine is one of the more typical individuals. Moreover, she belongs to the potion-making department and is well aware of their financial constraints. Few can afford even a square meter of land after their tenure at the Witch's Tower. The headquarters of the Golden Ship possesses laboratories. You may select one at your leisure. And you need not fret about accommodation. A span of 6 months should suffice to produce the most basic shampoo. Successfully developing something of utility will yield rewards ample enough for you to acquire a small parcel of land in Witchtown. Indeed, that is the case. Lilith will also come by to assist when she has the chance. Thus she is quite confident. However, she refrained from making absolute promises. Rewards are distributed according to effort. Should one truly possess talent, Lilith would not hesitate to provide a room, and she might even cover additional expenses to retain promising individuals. Understood. Before the month of commerce arrives, Lilith attended a special joint course, a collaboration between witchcraft and magical artifacts, aptly titled Curses. The content of this lesson was both familiar and foreign to Lilith. Why was it both? This particular class surprisingly taught witches how to craft cursed straw dolls, more precisely known as voodoo dolls. The materials consisted of either animal bones or straw, and today's lesson focused on the most fundamental straw weaving technique. The crafting process is not arduous. Many succeed on their first attempt. It must be acknowledged that those who awaken to become witches possess a modicum of inherent talent. Lilith, of course, succeeded on her first try as well. The creations they now held are referred to as shells. For these dolls to truly serve their purpose, a personal item from the target is required. The more significant the item, the deeper the connection between the voodoo doll and its intended recipient. The instructor for today's lesson, a teacher from the Magical Artifacts course, mentioned that such collaborative classes are conducted by 2 mentors who alternate based on their moods. The teacher promptly provided examples of necessary items, noting that the most basic requirement is a strand of the target's hair, as this serves as the weakest medium of connection. Thus, it must be woven directly into the voodoo doll to strengthen the bond with the hair's owner. Utilizing hair as a medium is time-sensitive. The duration of its efficacy depends on when the hair was shed and the skill of the caster. Generally, witches using hair that has fallen on the same day can only maintain the doll's potency for 3 days. A word of caution: be vigilant against fire hazards. Voodoo dolls should never be placed in proximity to flammable materials such as fabrics. It is preferable to store them in specially crafted wooden boxes, which possess the inherent ability to resist flames. The instructor, with a heavy heart, recounted several instances of witches who had suffered financial loss due to careless habits, citing specific names that lend an air of authenticity to these tales. Among these real incidents, some witches were fortunate enough to lose merely a table or a bed, while others faced dire consequences, returning home to find their dwellings reduced to mere wooden frames, narrowly escaping the flames in a deep slumber. Lilith, seated in the center of the classroom, appeared somewhat speechless, as if attending a fire drill. The instructor transitioned from fire prevention to methods of extinguishing large flames, discussing techniques such as water dousing and sand burial, which sounded as if they had been meticulously studied. After passionately explaining the dangers and methods of fire suppression, the instructor moved on to the next subject pertinent to voodoo dolls: the use of blood. This medium lasts longer than hair, and hard blood is even more potent, capable of tormenting the recipient for several years. The second focal point of the lesson emerged. Although flesh can also serve as a medium, I would not advise you to pursue this avenue. Biological matter, when separated from its host for an extended period, will inevitably decay and emit foul odors. Should you feel compelled to use flesh, it is advisable to seek assistance from witches who have studied potion making, as they possess methods to mitigate this degradation. After discussing the creation of voodoo dolls, the lecture shifted to their applications, with the most common technique employed by witches being the act of piercing with needles. Lilith had initially assumed this method was merely about targeting areas of displeasure, but soon discovered that there were nuances and intricacies involved. In the practice of needle piercing, the primary intent is often to inflict torment rather than to cause fatal harm, making technique paramount, especially when the target is a fragile human. It is essential to avoid vital areas such as the head and heart. Should one feel compelled to pierce these regions, the depth of penetration must be carefully calibrated. When dealing with beings of other races, however, excessive caution may not be necessary. For instance, when using a voodoo doll infused with hair as a medium against an elf, even decapitating the doll would not result in death for the elf, allowing for more audacious application. If one wishes to use a voodoo doll to induce death, it is imperative to accompany the act with specific incantations, as the efficacy of these spells varies in duration. For example, to cause the target to perish by drowning, one merely needs to prepare a copper basin filled to 3/4 with water. Each day, the crafted straw figure should be fully submerged in the water for 1 hour. After approximately 49 days, the spell will be complete. To expedite the process, the water used for soaking the straw figure can be mixed into the target's drinking supply. The former merely requires the incantation of the drowning curse while soaking the straw man, whereas the latter necessitates the recitation of the spell once more upon retrieving the straw man from the copper basin. It is worth noting that the public drinking water sources in Witchtown are strictly off-limits for the disposal of cursed water. Violators shall face the punishment of finger amputation. One might say that this lesson exudes a distinctly witch-like aura, leaving Lilith with a shiver along her neck. Time hastily flitted past the town, and before long, the month of commerce arrived, in stark contrast to the densely packed schedules of the lower grades. The upper grades enjoyed a remarkably relaxed timetable during this month and the next, with classes dwindling to a mere one per week. In truth, most young witches need not rush to complete their tasks. The enforced timeline for assignments is ideally set between these 2 months. Those who undertake tasks early are primarily motivated by the prospect of profiting during the month of commerce. After all, even concocting health potions during these 2 months can yield prices 3 times higher than usual. Prior to the month of commerce, Maggie presented Lilith with a small pig adorned with a carved witch's array and inquired whether Lilith had plans to set up a stall, as she was currently recruiting participants. To maximize their earnings, many witches banded together, taking turns as stallholders while others dedicated themselves to potion production. Fortunately, their dormitory for this year was specially designed to allow potion making within, Otherwise, the young witches might have resorted to quarrels over access to the study rooms in the witch tower. Lilith was intrigued. Was not Maggie specializing in magical instruments? Why then was she relying on potion making to earn bone coins? Maggie explained that most witch arrays required witch power to function, and during the month preceding commerce, the majority of human merchants arrived, making witch potions more marketable. One cannot deny that the inclusion of potion studies in the foundational courses arranged by Witch Town holds some merit. At dawn, a thunderous noise roused the slumbering witches. As a new day broke, most of the young witches in Lilith's grade awoke early. Look, with a resounding crash. A corner of Witch Town, near the ecological park, revealed a mist dissipating at a visible pace. This was not the usual entrance for the witches. Tendrils swirled and intertwined in the air, forming a tightly woven carpet. Spreading out from a distance, it melded into the earth, taking on the hue of stone. When the dust settled, a brand new road emerged. With the advent of this thoroughfare came the distant clatter of bells from the edge of the town, accompanied by the clanging of wheels traversing the uneven road surface. In this era, carriages possessed virtually no shock absorption. Carriages, ox carts, and even camels formed a caravan, each identifiable despite their interconnectedness. Even among two similarly outfitted merchant caravans, their insignias differed, with some merchant bands even employing individuals to carry large banners. Lilith pondered that if what they wielded were not treasures of wealth but rather blades and clubs, it would not seem out of place to declare their intent to besiege the city. Among them were not only merchants but also adventurers hired as bodyguards, some robust and shield-bearing, while others agilely crouched atop the carts. The filthy humans. Nalisa, the most impatient of the group, had been dragged into this commotion by Patricia's insistence. Do not speak so disparagingly. I heard from a mentor that these humans washed themselves in the river before entering the witches' town, even cleaning their livestock alongside them. They are quite clean, Patricia attempted to defend the humans. Her words earned her a disdainful roll of the eyes from Nalisa. Cleaning alongside livestock? It was absurd that these humans could even conceive such a notion. Patricia was momentarily at a loss. She hadn't considered such details and glanced towards Lilith as if seeking rescue. Lilith patted her witch's robe. Regardless, they are here to bring us money. Nalisa, if you cannot manage your emotions, I can have someone else take your place today. How about a paid day off? Lilith was serious. If Nalisa truly disliked it, there was no need for her to force herself. She was not the type of employer devoid of compassion. Take me with you. I can bring that group down without magic. Patricia eagerly volunteered. I believe you would be better suited to help maintain order. Nevertheless, you may accompany me, but you must not act without my command to engage. Is that agreed? Agreed. Patricia responded without hesitation, her excitement palpable. Nalisa, do not feel compelled to force yourself. Lilith noticed that Nalisa hesitated for quite some time before making a decision and began to contemplate borrowing Alicasa from Neves' family, uncertain if she had any free time. No need, I will go with you. Observing Nalisa's composed expression, Lilith nodded, choosing not to say more. The witch would bear the consequences of her decision. Her agreement indicated she was mentally prepared. Inside the golden ship, arranged for a few more witches in a warehouse. Most will be purchasing by the box today. Have some quick-witted individuals by the shelves. Every year, a few mice manage to sneak in, and if they succeed this time, next year could spell disaster. Over there, collect the barrels. There's no need to repeatedly clean the floor today. Just do it once at noon and once in the evening. There will be more people today. Neve was methodically directing the shop staff, and as Lilith entered, she observed this orderly scene. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all. Neve turned to see the two individuals behind Lilith. Are you planning to take them with you? Lilith nodded. Very well. It seems the personnel I prepared for you will not be necessary, so they can be reassigned to oversee the warehouse situation. Neves swiftly instructed Zvi, who promptly departed to find others. I see the convoy has already arrived at the edge of the town. Good. Neve acknowledged with a nod, quickly arranging the display of goods from every nook to the entrance. Alexa, you may remain on the first floor today, while Zoe accompanies me, Neve instructed, scanning the surroundings to ensure everything was in order before addressing Lilith. Let us ascend. It suffices to have AI here. In the conference room on the third floor, two of the individuals I wish to introduce you to have arrived, while several others are delayed and will not be here for a few days. Although most merchants aspire to reach Witch Town at the earliest opportunity, as many items are claimed on a first-come, first-served basis. It is evident that not everyone is so fortunate. In this era, venturing far is quite inconvenient for humanity. The journey is fraught with natural dangers from mountains and rivers, as well as threats from bandits. While traversing remote areas, one may encounter the malevolence of the local populace, and instances of entire villages banding together to ambush merchant caravans are not uncommon. Consequently, even if the destination is not which town, caravans must hire a sufficient number of bodyguards to prevent losing both their goods and lives. However, high risks yield high rewards. Neve only intends to establish shops in a few major cities, which are currently modest in scale. Yet, there exists a vast, untapped market in the larger, medium-sized, and smaller cities she has not yet explored. When a useful commodity is nearly monopolized, its profits are beyond the imagination of the average person. Lilith's assertion to Sanchi that she sells at wholesale prices in which town is far from mere rhetoric. Those witches who procure goods from Lilith and sell them externally do so at marked-up prices, often yielding profits exceeding 200. Even Neve's small shops in several major cities are no exception. Of course, items in shops near slave factories tend to be less expensive, as those establishments are not genuinely created for profit. Is there a market for such expensive wares? The answer is affirmative. One could never fathom the extent of wealth possessed by affluent nobles. When Lilith inquired of Neve why they did not seize these profits, the response highlighted the intricate and convoluted nature of human relationships. To truly engage in this realm would likely lead to incessant attempts on one's life. Neve illustrated this with an example. To establish a respectable shop in a large city, one must have the backing of a noble, who often suffers from a form of jealousy. Should you prosper, they will grow envious. The most repugnant aspect is that even if one were to eliminate a troublesome noble, others would inevitably intervene, making the act of deterring others a protracted and intricate endeavor. It is not merely a matter of slaughtering a noble estate. This is one of the reasons Neve has so few shops. To put it plainly, the direct annihilation of an estate would result in a bounty from the temple. And if it were revealed that a shop belonged to a wanted witch, most individuals would refrain from purchasing goods from such a place, regardless of their quality. For nobles, avarice is coupled with a strong desire for self-preservation. While reducing prices for sales may seem feasible, it plays directly into the hands of the aristocrats. When prices are lowered, they will hire individuals to purchase the goods and subsequently resell them at a premium. In Neve's case, Lilith's other inquiry was also addressed: why individuals with connections do not opt for paid delivery services, especially considering that teleportation arrays would facilitate matters significantly and spare allied personnel from harm. The answer to this question was utterly unexpected for her. These humans, devoid of shame, had once conspired with the temple to ambush the witches delivering goods, all for the chance to enter Eden after death. Moreover, this betrayal was not singular. It is essential to note that initially, even potions for physical enhancement were subject to delivery services, resulting in a multitude of witches traversing to the human realm daily. On that fateful day, however, a coordinated massacre of witches unfolded across multiple nations and regions simultaneously. This incident is recorded in history as Judgment Day, a term coined by humans and the temple. In the annals of which history, it is referred to as the onset of war. Indeed, following that day, an unprecedented war erupted, staining the earth with the blood of witches, humans, and temple entities alike. Cities, piled high with corpses, became havens for crows and vultures, while rivers, flowing with blood, nourished ferocious beasts. Each day witnessed the demise of witches, and each day, witches returned with the bodies of clerics. The toll of death was overwhelming. So much so that the war did not conclude through a definitive victory or defeat. Although there were no clear winners, the witches ultimately secured the right to roam freely across the continent post-conflict. With blood transformed into weapons to sever the throats of adversaries and flesh fashioned into kites to soar beyond the confines of soul-capturing prisons, we shall ultimately attain freedom. Of course, the aftermath was not without its consequences. The already scarce population of witches dwindled drastically, leaving the town desolate for a period, resembling a ghost town. Consequently, a new regulation was instituted in Witch Town to prevent such tragedies from reoccurring. Witches would no longer support delivery services for human merchants. Support? Indeed, as you might surmise. Witch Town holds freedom in high regard. Should it be necessary, the town would not impede such actions, but those witches familiar with this history typically refrain from such endeavors. If even longtime collaborators could betray witches without warning, humanity is a treacherous race. Even merchants like Neve hesitate to forge agreements for door-to-door deliveries with humans. Her foster mother, Deborah, however, had nurtured a group of humans dedicated to such tasks. Although witches ceased to provide delivery services, many essential goods still required purchasing and trading. Witchtown needed resources. Complete isolation was not a viable option. Thus, the current trading model evolved. Yet, wouldn't revealing Witchtown's location to humans pose significant danger? After all, they are allied with the temple. Patricia pondered this, having always found the notion of trading with humans peculiar and perplexing. Today, she finally had the opportunity to inquire. As a little witch with a foster mother, Neve naturally possessed more knowledge than her peers. Do you know why beings of other races dare not linger in Witchtown during the festival? Naife lifted the kettle of boiling water and poured it into the teapot. Chapter 141, The Florentine Merchant. I heard it's because of Lala. Having grown up in Witchtown, Patricia had some understanding. Significant festivals were few and far between, and the annual celebration was one of them. To be precise, his full name is Helik Mosei. Although I have not perused relevant literature, there are rumors that he is a deity. Naife tapped the glass kettle twice with her fingertip, satisfied by the melodic sounds, and then took a seat. What? Lilith quickly covered her mouth, but Naife still glanced over. Surprised? Indeed, for in the collective consciousness of the populace, it has been ages since a deity was last seen in this world. In recent years, due to the relative peace between witches and the temple, divine manifestations have become non-existent. Among the common folk, and even in some whispers, speculation abounds that the gods may have fallen. Lilith shook her head in denial. It was Chocolate who spoke earlier, not her. She was not as astonished. Well, perhaps a hint of surprise lingered, for the notion of gods and witches seemed rather incongruous. Lala is akin to a guardian of Witchtown. The idea of a god protecting witches feels utterly misplaced, does it not? Seizing the opportunity before the merchant's arrival, Lilith excused herself to inquire eagerly with Chocolate about the possibility of Lala being a deity. If it were true, what could be the purpose of such actions? I'm not entirely certain. You mean there are things you do not know? Lilith exclaimed, astonished. After all, Chocolate was a bona fide demon. I am not an omniscient demon. Then what kind of demon are you? Are you trying to trap me in conversation? Ahem. The notion of an omniscient demon does sound rather formidable. Once exposed, Lilith deftly shifted the topic, which was indeed her intent. It is rather mundane. Living that way seems devoid of interest. How so? Omniscience comes at a price. They are inherently devoid of the five senses. The five senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. A normal person could barely survive losing one or two, but lacking all five is indeed tragic. To possess something yet remain unaware of its appearance, unable to learn from others' descriptions, or even to imagine its shape through physical touch. What difference does it make from having nothing at all? Without any senses, one feels entirely severed from the world. A normal human in such a state would likely succumb to madness swiftly. Lilith could not endure such a fate. Even when she was a ghost, she at least retained other senses. Admittedly, lacking touch is quite discomforting, yet one can grow accustomed to it over time. Life must be quite challenging for an omniscient demon. Lilith envisioned a being compelled to curl up and exist in isolation. Fortunately, demons could survive without sustenance. Not difficult at all, but without the five senses, wouldn't going outside be rather inconvenient? For instance, if there were an obstacle on the road, the omniscient demon would collide with it, yet remain oblivious to its presence. Imagine the existence of such a being in the depths of hell, walking and unintentionally bumping into other demons, only to suffer no repercussions. It would never encounter such a hindrance, for it possesses knowledge of everything, even the color, shape, and material of the obstacles that lie ahead. Lilith seems to grasp this concept, her expression shifting abruptly. Is there truly nothing in this world that escapes their awareness? Theoretically, yes. It is astonishing that such creatures have not perished. Indeed, few demons relish interaction with the omniscient. They prefer to dwell deep within the magma, often succumbing to slumber and rarely emerging. It is indeed advisable for such beings to remain indoors. Who among us does not harbor one or two secrets we wish to keep hidden, moments of embarrassment, or a dark past? As the saying goes, the more one knows, the swifter one's demise. Even Lilith felt a twinge of unease at the mere thought of such entities. She contemplated expelling the demon from her body, a matter that must remain concealed. The sounds of clanging metal echoed as they entered the town. Unlike the festive exuberance of a celebration, the atmosphere, despite the multitude of humans present, was inexplicably heavy and tense. From her vantage point above, Lilith observed that many humans in the procession had their lips moving, as though they were reciting something silently. Whether it was due to their lack of vocalization or the distance, she could not discern their words. Glancing at a nearby, floating mirror, she pointed to one individual within the procession and inquired, "What incantation are they uttering?" Were it a solitary individual, Lilith would never pry into their privacy, but the collective murmuring warranted her attention. The mirror spun outward for several seconds before returning. "They are reciting the rules of Witch Town. Would you like me to recite them for you, line by line?" The third rule states, "Do not prepare to relieve oneself indiscriminately." "That will suffice, thank you." "Let us return," Lilith replied, her understanding dawning upon her. Observing the human's anxiety, she felt an unexpected calm wash over her. "Let them come. We shall face whatever challenges arise." Neff had warned her that one of the two families expected today would be particularly troublesome, and that had stirred her apprehension. Lilith stowed away the mirror, adjusted her witch's robe, and revealed the metallic patch on her wrist. Such portable items were indeed convenient for the outside world. Had she known earlier, she would not have used all of those minerals solely for mirrors. The specific minerals needed for mirror making had eluded her for months at the material shop, and she could only hope for a stroke of luck at next year's festival. The first to arrive was a merchant from Florence, unmistakably identifiable by the name of their guild, which indicated their country of origin. It was no mere coincidence that the name of the nation coincided with that of the trading company. The ruler of the Florence Merchant Guild was the second Prince of Florence, a brother to the Crown Prince, both born of the Queen. In most nations, the Chamber of Commerce is entirely separated from the royal authority. Even in cases where they intertwine, it is done discreetly, as the visible power holders are invariably individuals unconnected to the royal family. To avoid suspicion, commoners are often chosen as puppet leaders, since the profit-driven nature of merchants is not conducive to the royal family's image of benevolence towards the populace. The rationale behind this arrangement is not without merit. The location of the previous underground city lies within this nation. To prevent the tragedies of the past millennium from recurring, the state has provided numerous conveniences for exploring the underground city, including organizing merchant caravans to the Witch Town, a place that would appear as perilous as a dragon's lair or a den of monsters to ordinary folk for the purchase of potions. With golden short hair, azure blue eyes, and porcelain skin, she embodies the archetypal prince from a picture book, provided, of course, that she refrains from speaking. Who would expect a good-natured merchant to speak so bluntly as to have a price? Is this a marketplace? It is evident that she is here to take advantage of the situation. Although Lilith did temporarily raise her prices slightly for external sales, it was merely to align with the town's practices. This was her first foray into such a tactic, and she felt a twinge of guilt, though it did not prevent the other party's dragon-slaying sword from provoking her ire. If their intent is not genuinely to conduct business, then they are kindly asked to leave. She does not engage in charity. Lilith has never been one to indulge those who seek to take further advantage. Thus her words were rather brusque, particularly after having learned about their history. Quite frankly, she harbored little regard for these human merchant groups. Do not say so. I am here with utmost sincerity. I believe that this year's trade month will present no one with demands greater than ours. Have you considered the path of low margins and high volume? Chapter 142. The abilities of the little black goat. The Florence Merchant Group believed that their mere presence in Witch Town was sufficient to demonstrate their sincerity, while Lilith regarded their bargaining tactics as excessively audacious given her monopoly. Authentic commercial negotiations often involve a chaotic exchange of offers that test both parties' limits, and this occasion was no exception. Ultimately, the heads of the respective merchant groups amicably shared a pot of floral tea before parting ways, though Lilith perceived it as an unsatisfactory conclusion. However, Neve held a different view. "You performed excellently today. I shall handle the rest." Neve was quite pleased with Lilith's performance as a fledgling chamber president. She had listened attentively throughout the proceedings, refraining from uttering even a single word, allowing Lilith the space to shine. From Lilith's perspective, Neve had been smilingly fixated on the leading merchant, subtly applying pressure, Lilith rubbed her temples. To be honest, she was not adept at navigating such situations, yet she felt a sense of satisfaction with her performance, as she had not faltered at all. Perhaps it was due to her interactions with formidable personalities like Chocolate and Maria that she had managed to remain composed. Although the negotiations did not yield a fruitful outcome, Lilith, enduring the pressure of discussions, remained steadfast in her refusal to acquiesce to the opposing party's demands. For someone like her, who once led an ordinary life, this marks a commendable beginning. She possesses a clear understanding of her own character and thus remains unperturbed by the allure of wealth or power. Indeed, as a human being, perfection is an elusive concept. She occasionally finds herself envious of Neve's composed demeanor, which remains unflustered even in the face of daunting challenges. However, she realizes that adopting such a temperament would not bring her happiness. Undoubtedly, she is determined to become a competent president of the Merchant Association. If socializing is not her forte, then possessing formidable strength can serve as a worthy alternative. Being a mere bystander is an impossibility for her. Such a fate is utterly inconceivable. If negotiations prove insurmountable, further discussions can be arranged. For instance, she might consider engaging in a private conversation with a rather charming supervisor. She has recently acquired 2 reckless incantations that would serve well for some light-hearted jesting. As for the notion of equality, that reflects a profound misunderstanding of their golden ship. First and foremost, this is a witch-s town, and currently, all formal employees of the golden ship are witches, with Lilith herself being a bona fide and remarkably authentic witch. Equality is predicated on a balance of power, just as fledgling witches are often subjected to persecution. When witches find themselves in a position of weakness, discussions of equality are conveniently overlooked. It is only when witches attain the power to afflict humanity that the discourse of equality resurfaces. One must avoid such double standards. Let us not dwell on the notion of vengeance. What is due must be repaid, lest one harbor grievances that fester. After all, it is not Lilith who initiated this cycle, so why should she bear the burden of its conclusion? Lilith lifted her downcast hand, revealing 2 strands of golden hair caught between her fingers, shimmering in the sunlight, and exchanged a smile with Neve. Initially, Patricia, eager to respond to Lilith's suggestion of further discussion, was preparing to speak, but upon approaching, she noticed the hair in Lilith's hand. Having also taken the witchcraft course, she immediately discerned Lilith's intentions. Recalling the rather unsightly scarecrow she had crafted during class, she discreetly retreated. Although Narlisa wore a look of disdain, she nonetheless produced a small wooden box. "It's too dirty. Shall I take it back to clean it?" Lilith glanced at the palm-sized box, recognizing that the supervisor had evidently used soap, and the hair was neither sticky nor unkempt. With only 2 strands, was cleaning truly necessary? Nonetheless, Lilith would not reject Narlisa's kind gesture. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a small glass vial from her spatial bag, placed the hair within, and handed it to her. "Be careful not to break it. It's too short for weaving if damaged." Narlisa nodded, assuring her of her caution. Once Narlisa secured the hair, Patricia leaned in, curious to inquire when Lilith had made her move, as she had not observed it. Neve, too, was intrigued, and even Zoe, who was tidying up, looked over, having failed to discern how Lilith had acted. Could it be that she employed some rare spell or incantation? Lilith noticed her companion's curiosity and smiled, calling out meow. It was indeed her ability, though she could not precisely explain how it worked. Lilith was not lying. According to her teachers, a familiar would eventually communicate with its master after adapting to the world. However, after more than 6 months, Meow showed no signs of wanting to communicate with her. She had spent her credits researching relevant books, yet she found no concrete answers. Naturally, after expending so many points, she had several doubts, with the most plausible reason being some form of cost. The inability to communicate stemmed from a certain price to be paid. The discovery of Meow's ability occurred when she visited the library. She had intended to read a book that likely held the answer she sought, but it was checked out by another young witch. When she returned to her seat with other books, she found a desired book had mysteriously appeared on her table, accompanied by the startled exclamation of the young witch who had lost it. Borrowing books from the library was not costly, but losing or damaging them would incur significant penalties, not merely a few bone coins, which explained the witch's intense reaction. Initially, Lilith thought it was none of her concern until she noticed Meow wagging its tail like a propeller beside her. Realizing something was amiss, she spoke to Meow at length and quietly returned the book before the young, which could explode with rage. However, the library manager discovered the book's unexpected appearance on her table. Although it was an unintentional mistake, it violated regulations. And Lilith had no choice but to accept the punishment, offering a sincere apology to the young witch. Chapter 143. The upstart afterward, she did not blame Meow, as it had acted with good intentions. Following this incident, she finally recognized Meow's potential as a familiar. Previously, Lilith had envied the abilities of other witches' familiars, feeling they were immensely useful and powerful. However, now she believed her little black goat possessed remarkable abilities as well. It could effortlessly retrieve items sealed within boxes, doing so with complete silence. This ability was something she desperately needed. Did she comprehend the challenges of mastering witchcraft? With Meow's skill, she could excavate that false former pope's tomb without achieving mastery, and once she unearths it, she would grow taller. Heaven knows how much trouble her potato-like physique had caused her. Yet, those matters lay in the future. For now, she needed to fully grasp Meow's capabilities. As for the 2 strands of hair in her hand, whether they were pulled or simply fallen, Lilith truly could not ascertain. She had yet to fully understand Meow's powers, having only conducted simple tests, but ultimately, it was a skill she could utilize, and that sufficed. The powers of familiars were diverse and eccentric, and others quickly accepted this notion. Patricia, in a somewhat envious tone, remarked, "I shall train my big guy too," referring to her own familiar, Big Guy. The name was chosen by Patricia, and it is said that both parties were quite satisfied with it. The advantages of having a communicative familiar are manifold. Not only can one directly understand their abilities through dialogue, but even the act of naming requires little exertion. To be frank, were it not for her somewhat particular lamb, they would have to endure the painful game of charades. Some assert that a witch can name her familiar whatever she pleases, but this is a misconception. Certain familiars possess rebellious natures. If the name is too unappealing, they may entirely disregard their master. Most sentient beings capable of communication harbor a sense of pride. For instance, there was a rather mischievous witch in previous years who whimsically named her cat-like familiar Woof Woof. This familiar was notorious, often provoking others to engage with it. Otherwise, one might wonder how they ever formed a bond. It is said that during the naming dispute, one could frequently observe the pair engaged in disagreements in public spaces, leading to the witch's tower replacing numerous wooden dining plates and other communal facilities. After all, damage to public property incurs a tenfold compensation. Returning to the matter at hand, are you truly considering casting a curse? If they become overly audacious, are you suggesting I should dissuade you? Surely not. Lilith cast a surprised glance at Naive. Dissuade? Well, to some extent, it is more of a cautionary note. It is advisable not to act impulsively. Before Lilith could inquire further, Naive elaborated. Do you see his ear stud? Lilith nodded, noting not only the stud but also a necklace, a ring, anklets, and a bracelet. Even a modest golden hairpin adorned his short golden locks, a recent style. This ensemble, had it not been for the contrast with his appearance, might have led Lilith to describe him as a nouveau riche. The last time she encountered someone so well-equipped was in a video from the Renaissance, featuring a certain character whose name began with Non. That was indeed a sacred artifact, produced by the temple. The jade ring on his left thumb was a witch's tool, unearthed from the underground city and auctioned just 2 years prior for $5 billion. Moreover, his bracelet is also a witch's tool. On the surface, he wears no fewer than 6 defensive items, at least 3 of which possess backlash properties. That bracelet, if I am not mistaken, is equipped with a tracking feature. During trade periods, engaging in minor clandestine activities is permissible, but it is best not to escalate matters publicly. Otherwise, Mayor Maria may express some discontent. Naive glanced at Lilith, who had assumed her companion was a meek little lamb, only to discover that he was clad in reflective armor. Well then, do you not think their audacious demands were excessive? The marketplace is inherently a realm of deceit and counter-deceit. However, since this is our first introduction, their behavior is indeed somewhat inappropriate. What do you think of raising the prices of all items for sale by 0.5% as compensation? Naive cheerfully bypassed the involved parties and unilaterally decided on the compensation they were to provide. Very well, Very well, Lilith nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Fortunately, Neef is her teammate, and her words carry weight. Who could withstand such pressure? To put it plainly, the compensation she receives will rightfully belong to her. She intends to purchase a larger spatial bag to store her bone coins. After discussing the compensation and seeing Lilith nod in agreement, Neef shifted the conversation. However, as the host, it falls upon the president to prepare some tokens of goodwill, which would be advantageous in maintaining a collaborative relationship between both parties. When it comes to such tokens, Lilith immediately thought of perfume, as it is something Westerners genuinely require. Even after bathing, neglecting personal hygiene could lead to unpleasant odors. Yet, this item is readily available in stores, lacking in novelty. Perhaps crafting a few bottles with distinct fragrances would be an option. However, having just met them, she was uncertain of their scent preferences. In this era, one cannot simply choose the most expensive option without consideration. Gifting jewelry would be superfluous, as they are not lacking in such trinkets. Thus, Lilith pondered for a moment, resting her chin in thought. What do you think about gifting them a voodoo doll? A scarecrow made from their hair sounds like a heartfelt gesture. Such a unique and exclusive creation, infused with the essence of the witch town, would surely touch their hearts. How could this not be deemed a splendid idea? Neef had not anticipated Lilith's creativity, but upon reflection, it seemed feasible. The threat was real, and the sentiment genuine. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Patricia, who had been quietly listening, expressed a differing opinion. Aren't we supposed to foster good relations? If someone gifted me that, I would certainly want to confront them. As Neef directed her gaze towards Patricia, her voice diminished, seemingly filled with unwarranted guilt. There won't be any confrontation, Neef assured confidently. The second party scheduled to meet at the Golden Ship consisted of merchants from Florence, whose commerce thrived due to the presence of the underground city. These merchants were astute. Upon learning through subtle means that the Florence merchant group would arrive at the Golden Ship first, they dispatched individuals to monitor the situation while others went to procure their usual supplies. It was only after confirming the departure of the second prince that they proceeded to pay their visit, although they were not to be underestimated. The Ali merchant group was quite renowned in Florence. If one were to rank the merchant groups, Ali would undoubtedly be considered the third largest in Florence. Otherwise, Neef would not have introduced them to Lilith. In truth, very few small-scale merchant groups could make their way to the witch town, as the local environment and safety were not conducive to them. Lacking sufficient strength to enter this realm would almost guarantee becoming fodder for the larger merchant groups. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. Witch town also attracted not only significant merchant groups like those from Florence and Ali, but also some refined small teams, consisting of a handful of individuals who cherished their freedom and sought only to earn a modest profit in the witch town. Lilith's engagement with these grand trading companies is primarily driven by the necessity of the golden vessel. If this were within human society, the process would be far less convoluted. A mere gala organized by the merchants would suffice. This is not an exaggeration. A typical ball hosted by the nobility would indeed enable Lilith to meet all the relevant merchants of that nation. The witches possess teleportation circles, facilitating travel, yet unfortunately, Lilith is vehemently averse to attending such balls. It must be clarified that this is not mere whimsy on Lilith's part. The hygiene standards among these humans are appalling. Even wild animals understand not to relieve themselves in their nests. Yet these humans, despite the ostensible decorum and intricate rituals they profess, Lilith finds their practices less refined than those of the beasts in the Niffle forest. The humans here are truly capable of soiling their surroundings indiscriminately. In this era, attending balls, the voluminous skirts of noble women are primarily designed to prevent such unsightly incidents, and it is indeed a frequent occurrence. One could find themselves inadvertently stepping on the remnants of others while dancing. The mere thought of this induces a wave of nausea in Lilith. It is utterly revolting. In summary, any modern individual familiar with the lifestyle of the common nobility in this era would vehemently refuse to partake in such gatherings. As for Lilith, she would categorically refuse to attend a human ball under any circumstances. She would rather face death. Life must hold certain values that outweigh the fear of death. Otherwise, what is the purpose of existence? That said, Lilith is not entirely devoid of opportunities to witness the splendid and pristine balls described in literature. This hinges on the timely completion of the Adventure City, also known as Niffle City, as mentioned by our mentor, Maria. Negotiations with the Ollie Trading Company have proven to be remarkably smooth, even astonishingly so, as this company does not engage in haggling. For a fleeting moment, Lilith questioned the authenticity of the bone coins. How else could they agree so readily? The leader of Ollie is a lady clad in a flowing crimson gown, appearing to be in her 30s, exuding an aura of composure, danger, and strength. Certainly, the notions of danger and strength are not mere illusions or filters from Lilith's perspective. According to the human power classification system employed by the Adventurers Guild, this president will be classified at least at the intermediate level, if not above. However, at this moment, she has no concrete evidence to substantiate this. The Adventurers Guild categorizes human physical conditioning into 3 broad stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, with only the beginner stage subdivided into 3 tiers. The first 2 tiers delineate the novice phase, determining the path one will take and the weapons one will wield, while the threshold for the 3rd tier is the ability to shatter a half-meter-high rock in a single blow. The classifications for intermediate and advanced are more generalized, as adventurers at this stage possess a certain awareness of the world and themselves, understanding which tasks they can undertake and which they cannot. The threshold for intermediate level is the ability to unleash a sonic boom with one's attacks. At that moment, the man who confronted the owner of Atrus could easily determine his intermediate status based on his offensive capabilities. The advanced level, however, requires the defeat of a legendary creature known as the Earth Dragon. Although it bears the name dragon, it is in fact a type of beast that does not possess the ability to fly. Adventurers in this realm commonly refer to this creature as the mutant. Seated across from Lilith was a woman who exuded an aura of benevolence, yet appeared far more formidable than the group Lilith had previously encountered near the sticky pearl beans. It was no wonder she dared to venture into Witchtown. The regulations in Witchtown are few. Humans engaging in commerce here face little restriction on what they can bring, with very few prohibited items. Weapons, poisons, and witch artifacts are generally acceptable, with the exception of those associated with the temple. Naturally, no one would be foolish enough to venture into another's domain seeking their own demise. The Lady of Thorns carried with her a striking weapon, a tall banner. The pole was crafted from a special metal, appearing remarkably sturdy, while the fabric of the banner was made from materials sourced from magical beasts. When she leaned it against the table, the edge of the fabric surprisingly left a gash on the meeting table, though such trivialities were inconsequential. The banner bore a design that was unknown in origin, serving as the emblem of her trading company. Although the weapons in this world are diverse, there are still prevailing types, such as shields, longswords, bows, daggers, and hammers. For Lilith, it was her first encounter witnessing a banner employed as a weapon. Following the amicable meeting, spurred by the woman's affable demeanor and gentle appearance, Lilith could not restrain her curiosity any longer. Can this truly kill magical beasts? She inquired. Despite the sharpness of the banner's edges, its soft and pliable nature seemed ill-suited for such a purpose. Surely, using a blunt object to bludgeon a magical beast into a pulp would prove far more efficient. Perhaps due to Lilith's lingering gaze upon the banner weapon during negotiations, the Lady of Thorns anticipated her question and responded without a hint of surprise. Indeed, my first bounty was acquired through its use. You must be associated with the Adventurers Guild, Lilith exclaimed. The Lady of Thorns smiled gently. That was in the past. Since establishing my trading company, I have retired from adventuring. Such a loss for the guild, Lilith mused. If someone of such caliber as the Lady of Thorns were to depart, it would surely leave her with a sense of profound regret. The lady merely nodded with a smile before departing with her companions. Once the elevator doors closed behind them, Lilith leaned on her hand in contemplation. Naive, do you possess any leverage over this trading company? She pondered. It was hard for her to fathom that such a remarkable human could display such kindness toward a witch. She felt no malice emanating from her. Just moments ago, the woman seemed to radiate a fierce energy, yet Lilith wondered if this was merely her own misperception, especially since she felt rather guilty. Lilith raised her hand, revealing 2 long black strands of hair she had been clutching. Do you think she noticed when I stealthily took her hair? Where did you take it? The simultaneous inquiries from Lilith and the astonished exclamations of Neve echoed through the air. Chapter 145. The Wooden Barrel with the Dragon Head. Although the second prince possessed a multitude of possessions, he remained, at his core, an ordinary individual. Neve could comprehend how Lilith managed to seize a lock of his hair while he was caught off guard. However, this particular individual was different. Well, just like before, Lilith hesitated, clearly contemplating the formidable nature of her target. Initially, the negotiations were proceeding smoothly, and Lilith had no intention of acquiring a strand of his hair. Yet, pondering the notion of gifting something unique, she became entangled in indecision, ultimately prompting Mew Mew to take action. Lilith was unaware of the true strength of her adversary, which emboldened her to act with the audacity of youth, unafraid of the tiger. Neve, on the other hand, was acutely aware of the prowess possessed by this thorned lady. She scrutinized Lilith's familiar anew. The small, pitch-black creature was circling around Lilith's calves, its tail swaying reminiscent of a mottled guard dog from her memories. Yet this seemingly ordinary, even slightly dim-witted, young black goat might be far more formidable than they anticipated. As the sun gradually ascended from the horizon to its zenith, the town began to buzz with activity. Although the merchants retained a degree of hesitance, the art of haggling remained essential. Lilith felt an urge to be bolder, for they had come all this way. While the notion of slaying dragons was out of the question, witches had no qualms about engaging in typical bargaining. Today, the potions for physical enhancement were sold by the barrel. Merchants would bottle them overnight into small vials, some frugal traders even bringing their own glass jars. It wouldn't be fair to call them miserly, considering the trade month. Apart from the Witch Tower's cafeteria, prices throughout the town had surged, as if fearing customers would not return the following year. Even the ordinary wooden cups in the general store had skyrocketed from 2 bone coins to 20. Yes, you read that correctly, from 2 to 20. This was how the Witch's Town operating on a principle of come if you wish. Truth be told, if the Witch's Town were solely a tourist destination, it would undoubtedly be labeled as a heartless, exploitative place. Ahem, let us refrain from divisive remarks. In any case, thinking positively, at least for the past 2 months, the Witch's Town had been financially motivated without resorting to harm. Speaking of which, the proprietor of Atrey's material shop had removed all products related to human organs today. Eyeballs, fingers, and entrails were all mandated to be taken off the shelves by Professor Maria. Not only the material shop owner, but all vendors dealing in unprocessed human tissues were also ordered to cease sales, with even street vendors prohibited from offering such items. In this regard, the Witch's Town did show some consideration for the humans who traversed great distances to procure their goods. Of course, there were no restrictions on the sale of finished products. Perhaps it was a matter of dark humor, but Winnie, the owner of the seafood shop, introduced a new product just 2 days before the trade month commenced. The heart of the shell, a disc-sized giant clam shell, has been meticulously treated to retain only its outer shell, adorned by the proprietor Winnie with a smattering of pearls and shards of sea glass. Resembling the undulating waves of the ocean, sunlight cascades upon it, and the jagged facets reflect a dazzling brilliance. To speak candidly, Winnie possesses a certain artistic flair. In her quest to allow beams of light to penetrate her shop, she has audaciously carved an opening in the ceiling, artfully proclaiming that different rays of light will grace the space at varying times, an embodiment of the beauty of time itself. Lilith, who lacks an understanding of art, wonders who would go so far as to create an aperture in the roof merely for illumination. The Witching Town is replete with alternative means to harness light. Setting aside the matter of illumination, the heart of the shell is of paramount importance. Have you ever witnessed a heart that beats eternally, though it defies certain scientific laws? Here, one can truly behold such a marvel. A heart brimming with vitality, pulsating rhythmically. This marks Lilith's second encounter with it. Her first was when it was freshly extracted from a warm corpse. Do you recall the adventurers who attempted to abduct a lass and her companions? At that time, under the tacit approval of Professor Abasi, the hearts of the others were consumed by the bride, leaving this singular heart, which was subsequently retrieved by the proprietor Adoris. As fate would have it, upon its debut on the shelf, it caught the discerning eye of Winnie, who promptly purchased it. In stark contrast to their initial gruesome meeting, Lilith now struggles to associate this heart with the burly, odorous man from whom it was extracted. An enchanting spell encircles the heart, causing it to hover delicately within the opulent shell of the clam. The incantation flows like a river of stars, and with each beat of the heart, the spell expands and contracts. When someone lifts it for admiration, the spell, akin to a visual effect, scatters glimmering starry flecks in response to the motion. Rest assured, It is not a fragile item. Even if Patricia were to hurl it with all her might against the wall, the only consequence would be a severe reprimand from Winnie. The heart of the shell remains utterly unscathed. During the trade month, the most sought-after item is undoubtedly the fortifying elixir. As previously mentioned, this year, the potions are sold by the barrel, but unlike in previous years, where wooden corked barrels were the norm, this year's barrels feature unanticipated metallic faucets. The maker of these barrels is none other than Lilith's golden ship, with Naive adeptly seizing the opportunity to commission a substantial number of these wooden barrels months in advance. Moreover, at Lilith's behest, she prepared a dual strategy. The golden ship not only sells these barrels, but also promises to buy them back, albeit at a varying discount based on their condition and previous contents. The barrels that have held the fortifying elixir are among the higher-priced items in the buyback scheme, as they require no cleaning and can be filled directly with the highest proof of spirits. After a period of settling, they are ideally sold to the dwarves. The alcoholic beverage infused with invigorating elixirs enjoys immense popularity within the dwarven village. The piquant and stimulating essence of the potion elevates the drinking experience to unprecedented heights. Ordinary humans find such torment unbearable, though occasionally, formidable adventurers procure a few cups of this spirited concoction. The golden ship receives orders from Hilmara at regular intervals, and she has even penned letters to Lilith, lamenting the absence of an inn in their vicinity. Presently, in her quest to sell these beverages, she scarcely finds time to forge. The used wooden barrels can be recycled, which is the primary reason for their sudden popularity. After all, many young witches remain impoverished. A standard large wooden barrel is quite costly for them, let alone the premium barrels like those of Lilith, which require additional payment. However, the possibility of recycling has alleviated the notion among many witches of settling for an ordinary barrel. Chapter 146, Mentor Pagliari. Not only do the young witches favor these barrels, but merchants also appreciate them. With the addition of spigots, the barrels allow for more precise packaging, minimizing waste. What remains in the barrels can also be sold at a normal price, rather than being disposed of at rock-bottom rates like the ordinary barrels of previous years. Lilith's initiative has indirectly increased the merchant's demand for invigorating elixirs, as the cost of barrels in previous years was significant. In addition to invigorating elixirs, various magical artifacts that do not require magical energy for activation are also in high demand. After all, merchants often have competitors they wish to outmaneuver. Should a rival witch arrive in the town, defensive magical artifacts become essential purchases. However, it is well known that artifacts crafted by renowned witches are more sought after, whereas those made by adolescent witches are harder to sell. Typically, young witches sell their creations to artifact shops, where they undergo inspection before being sold. Moreover, a plethora of potions has gained considerable popularity. Due to the similarities in anatomy, many potions are applicable to both humans and witches. Some financially strapped witches seize the opportunity during the trade month to return and sell hastily crafted potions, while others even delve into the study of human medicinal practices to capitalize on the moment and reap substantial profits. After all, when it comes to population, apart from the various magical beasts, humanity reigns supreme on this continent. With a birth rate of 2 children every 3 years, family planning is virtually non-existent in this era. Influenced by religious beliefs, abortions are rare. Once conceived, children are typically welcomed as additional sources of labor. It is quite normal for families here to have 5 or 6 children. A thriving population implies a burgeoning market and substantial demand. Today marks only the first day. Neve has scheduled the unveiling of the bicycle for the end of the first month, and for this occasion, she has specifically trained a pair of strikingly attractive individuals as models, a suggestion made by Lilith herself. Neve selected this pair from among the slaves, as they reportedly align well with the current aristocratic aesthetic. Lilith, being somewhat face-blind, refrained from critiquing the selections, instead agreeing with Neve that it would be prudent to cultivate them as professional models, as they would undoubtedly find ample opportunities in the future. Lilith's contemplation chiefly stems from the perception that employing witches as trial participants lacked credibility, as witches possess the ability to manipulate outcomes through sorcery. It is, therefore, more reliable for humans to demonstrate the product. Unlike other goods which may receive orders in dozens or even hundreds of boxes, the bread business has not fared as well. Although there has been an increase in customers compared to usual, they primarily purchase only ready-to-eat portions, a scenario that both Lilith and Neve anticipated from the outset. However, the witches working in the kitchen are not particularly pleased. In preparation for the trading month, the kitchen not only expanded, but also welcomed several additional witches, along with a number of temporary workers, most of whom were recruited by Lilith from the Witch's Tower. Those who come to Lilith are often witches who have struggled in their potion classes and wish to seize the opportunity of the trading month to earn more bone coins with fewer classes. Although their salaries are fixed, it is hard not to feel anxious and self-conscious when observing the rapid sales of goods in other departments, especially since Lilith's wages are among the highest in Witchtown. While having lunch in the conference room, Lilith noticed the delivery personnel hesitating to speak, and from this longtime employee, she learned that the staff below were growing increasingly impatient, which left her both amused and exasperated. To be honest, if she were in their position, she would prefer a lighter workload for the same salary. It puzzled her why some actively sought more work. Wasn't a tranquil existence preferable? Boss, perhaps you should transfer a few? Most of them are underage little witches, and it's easy for conflicts to arise over trivial matters. The volatility of underage witches is no exaggeration, despite the composed demeanor of some around Lilith. Even Elisa occasionally finds herself in duels over minor disputes. One should not be disillusioned. This is merely a physiological phenomenon. As for why almost no one conflicts with Lilith, it is due to her adult mindset coupled with a peaceful disposition. Additionally, her previous rarity in places outside the study rooms and dormitories created no conditions for conflict. Now, however, following her 2 recent duels, not every little witch can calmly accept the thought of their limbs being shattered. That one be necessary. You may return. I will assign more tasks to the kitchen shortly. Once the individual departed, Neve set down her cup. Have you come up with an idea? Just a little something. Where's Celine and Sina? I need their assistance. I'll have Zoe find them. Neve smiled at the scene of the hapless individual squashing 2 pieces of bread together to consume them. Cough, cough. Zoe, caught off guard by Neve's gaze, choked on a mouthful of bread. Lilith shook her head, glancing at Patricia, who had swiftly finished her meal in 2 minutes. She doubted whether this individual could truly savor the taste of her food, but it mattered little. She had just finished, making her perfectly suited for the tasks ahead. You, go take care of that. Patricia rose abruptly, feeling an overwhelming urge to leave this place after a tiresome morning. Don't worry, I'll bring it over soon, she assured, striding confidently towards the exit. Narlisa set down her half-eaten bread and cast a glance at her. Just bring it normally. There are plenty of humans in town, so there's no need to complicate matters. All right, I understand, Patricia replied. When one realizes that disregarding rules could lead to immediate demise, it becomes evident that everyone is quite amicable and maintains a sense of cleanliness. This was the conclusion Lilith reached after observing the comings and goings of the townsfolk for an extended period. Perhaps her plan for cleanliness could be implemented through coercion, though it seemed somewhat at odds with the town's principle of freedom. As Lilith pondered, she awaited the 2 researchers from the Golden Ship, alongside another individual who accompanied Patricia. Besides Selena, there was an older witch whose appearance seemed somewhat incongruous with the notion of aging, as it is well known that witches naturally cease to age at a certain point. However, this witch's red hair was interspersed with strands of white. Her eyes bore numerous wrinkles, and her skin exhibited the characteristics typical of one advanced in years. Were it not for the visible flow of magical energy around her, Lilith might have doubted her identity as a witch, for describing her as aged seemed entirely appropriate. I am Professor Pagliari. Chapter 147, The Popcorn Machine. Lilith felt increasingly perplexed. To her knowledge, Selena's instructor for the Enchanted Artifact course was someone else entirely. Having minored in enchanted artifacts herself, she had inquired about the upperclassmen's instructors in preparation for her elective courses next year. She was certain she had never encountered this individual in the Witch's Tower. She is Selena's personal mentor, Selena explained. Oh, I see. But why is she here? Lilith had summoned them to attend to serious matters, and it seemed unusual for Selena's mentor to appear at such a time. It would be rather impolite for Lilith to dismiss them. Yet allowing this mentor to participate in the Golden Ship's new product development felt exceedingly improper. While contemplating whether to express that it was inconvenient for them to observe, Professor Pagliari spoke first. I have heard that you provided Selena with excellent research direction and even offered quite specific suggestions. May I take a look? Lilith regarded Professor Pagliari with surprise, then raised an eyebrow, her expression growing cold. Let me clarify. You wish to exploit my ideas without compensation. Is that correct? While discussing concepts is certainly acceptable, sharing my design blueprints is not. Although it was true that these ideas were not entirely her own in this world and era, Lilith was indeed the creator of such works. If any of them were to be disseminated in the future, her name would inevitably be mentioned alongside that of the original creator. Lilith spoke to Celine's mentor with an unmistakable tone of disdain, laced with biting sarcasm. For the matter at hand was utterly unreasonable by both her moral standards and the Witch Tower's code of conduct, despite the inquiry's seemingly polite facade. This Ms. Pagliari was clearly offending Lilith. Most young witches would have drawn their daggers by now, yet Lilith's patience allowed her to remain rooted in place, her expression devoid of warmth. She refrained from taking action, biding her time for an explanation. Noticing the tension in the air, Patricia abandoned her casual demeanor and silently positioned herself beside Lilith, while Narlissa, ever vigilant at Lilith's side, unsheathed her dagger before the words had fully left Pagliari's lips. With a hearty laugh, Ms. Pagliari offered a divergent perspective. Ladies, there's no need for such haste. I would never dismiss your designs. I possess my own advantages that could expedite their realization. What say you? For a fleeting moment, Lilith felt a spark of interest. She feigned surprise, asking, "Are you suggesting you wish to become a researcher for our golden ship?" I would certainly welcome that. Lilith had numerous creations she yearned to bring to life. Pagliari shook her head. No, what I mean is we could collaborate, without the constraints of a contract. How can I be certain you won't sell my designs the moment I turn my back? In our realm, genuine altruism is a rarity. To trust mere words in such a significant matter would be folly. If your ideas and designs indeed hold value, we can draft a collaborative contract, akin to your dealings with those merchant guilds. Pagliari, with an air of entitlement, insisted on reviewing the designs first. Lilith was not surprised that Ms. Pagliari was aware of the merchant guild collaborations. It was evident to any discerning eye that the formula the golden ship currently possessed was of immense worth. She pondered briefly. "Celine," she called, causing Celine's heart to race as she stepped forward. What is it? As a researcher for the golden ship, how would you assess your mentor's capabilities?" Lilith inquired, focusing on her research proficiency rather than her teaching skills. Some mentors excel in instruction but may not be adept in research. Expertise often lies within specialized domains. If Ms. Pagliari's research capabilities were commendable, the transaction would be worthwhile. If average, it would be a needless delay for both parties. Though Lilith had a need for researchers of varying skill levels, she sought no collaborative relationship with those of mediocre talent. Celine hesitated, truth be told. She was not particularly keen on working alongside her mentor. However, considering the salary Lilith offered her, she nodded earnestly, genuinely wishing for the golden ship to thrive, ideally for millennia to come. She cited several items that remained popular in the witchcraft shop, all of which had been improved upon by her mentor. Most of the items were unfamiliar to Lilith, though she had heard of them. Naturally, some she had indeed used, such as the underwater breathing apparatus that had been her companion throughout the past year. In any case, upon listening, Lilith was struck by one thought. This individual is quite formidable. As for whether Celine would feel embarrassed to admit her lack of skill in the presence of her mentor, the answer was a resounding no. Such occurrences are rare within the witching community. After all, with countless witches, each possessing a myriad of peculiar abilities, one might even encounter a witch who had, for some reason, forgotten how to eat. No one would mock another for their unfamiliarity with a particular skill. It is only the pretense of knowledge that invites criticism. Once one becomes acquainted with a skill, any lack thereof is swiftly revealed, leading not only to embarrassment for the individual, but also to mockery for Celine, who had aided in the deception. Well then, there is no rush to examine the previous blueprints. Today, I wish to create a small device. Perhaps you could lend me your assistance, dear teacher? The item I intend to construct today does not fall within the core of Lilith's grand plans. It is merely a whimsical notion. Therefore, even if word of it spread and the other party were to be untrustworthy, it would hold no consequence. Do not call me teacher. I am not a formal instructor at the Witch Tower, nor are you my student. You may refer to me as Granny Pagreely, as does Sina. Upon uttering this, Granny Pagreely seemed to deepen the lines upon her visage. Although her appearance was somewhat older compared to the average witch, she hardly warranted the title of Granny. At most, she could be likened to an elder aunt. However, Sina, who had known Ms. Pagreely for a longer time, addressed her as such without concern. Lilith had no objections either. After all, it was merely a form of address, and to dwell on it would seem rather tedious. What Lilith wished to create was a popcorn machine. The design of the popcorn machine is remarkably straightforward, utilizing fuel that does not require the Industrial Revolution's energies of electricity or steam. The heat generated by the fuel and the pressure within the chamber suffice to produce genuine popcorn. The only two challenges within the machine are the valve and the pressure gauge. Beyond that, the safety of the experimental personnel is paramount. Have I arrived too late? Zoe called out, sprinting from the other end of the corridor. No, just in time. I'll be relying on you for safety in a moment. Lilith entrusted her earnestly. Zoe nodded. Rest assured, it's in my hands. The process of constructing the popcorn machine proved to be more convoluted than anticipated, primarily due to the metal smelting steps. Excessive refinement was unnecessary and consumed time, while excessive impurities could easily lead to explosions during the pressurization process. Throughout the afternoon, the laboratory echoed with the sound of massive explosions. Boom, boom. Each blast required a restart. Granny Pagreely also showcased her research capabilities, crafting a simple measuring tool in just 3 hours based on Lilith's description. However, due to the absence of specific guidelines, the dial was initially divided into small segments. Once the optimal pointer position was determined through pressure testing, these segments would be painted or marked with values. The classic gradient from yellow to green to red made it abundantly clear how much pressure was applied. We are running low on corn kernels. Wait a moment while I ask Nelisa to bring another bag. I have a feeling this time it will work. Let's add some sugar. The sugar was troublesome to produce and relatively costly. In previous experiments, Lilith had only added oil and corn, omitting sugar. This popcorn machine was not particularly sophisticated. Thus, strict control of variables was unnecessary. Sugar could be added once the popcorn was successfully made. Celine remained somewhat apprehensive. Donning special gloves crafted from beast hide and ore, she meticulously inspected the scalding machinery once more, particularly the position of the valve. If the pressure was too high, a thick valve would be difficult to open, while a thin one would not withstand the pressure during compression. She experimented with several metals, creating valves of varying precision from the same material until she found the most suitable one, which was currently in use. The valve was efficient and met all standards. Sina gathered the remnants of previous experiments to the side. A knock signaled the arrival of the corn. Lilith noted the 131st experiment in her notebook. As the temperature increased, the handle set the filled metal chamber into motion. The pressure reached 1 unit. As the needle fluctuated, Grandma Pag looked at the numbered segments on the pressure gauge. Based on previous experience, when the pressure needle surpassed the midpoint of the 5th segment toward the 6th, Grandma Pag turned to Sina. Sina nodded, advanced to remove the heat source, and dragged the bursting bag closer, preparing to open the valve. 3, 2. The final count was drowned out by a tremendous noise. The popcorn, propelled by force, burst from the bag, scattering everywhere. Fortunately, all present were familiar with experiments, and none stood in the windward direction of the bursting bag. I told you that the bursting bag material wasn't suitable. Use mine. Zoe crouched down, grabbed a handful of hot popcorn, and stuffed it in her mouth, while retrieving a piece of beast hide she had previously taken out. This is my personal property. Enjoy your treat, but don't cause any trouble, Lilith firmly objected, not merely because it was an employee's personal asset. The beast hide Zoe produced was a rare item, worth 2,000 to 3,000 bone coins for a large piece. Lilith had no intention of selling popcorn as a luxury. It was merely a bursting bag, and such fine materials were unnecessary. Otherwise, how many bags of popcorn would she need to sell to recoup the cost of the machinery? She was a businesswoman, not a fool. Let's try again. This time, let's use this material for the bursting bag. Lilith selected a material 2 grades higher than the previous one from the table, estimating that it would be adequate. This time, or the next, it is certain to succeed. Once again, in the midst of an experiment, Lilith added sugar, just as the popcorn was about to take shape. The delightful aroma of popcorn wafted through the laboratory, accompanied by a resounding pop. How delightful! Zoe, the glutton, was the first to succumb to temptation, darting forward without a care for calories. Lilith promptly inspected the explosion bag, relieved to confirm it was intact, realizing that sturdier materials were unnecessary. We have succeeded, Lilith exclaimed joyfully, following Zoe to grab a handful of popcorn. The freshly made popcorn was warm and crisp, reminiscent of cherished memories. Others soon joined in. Even Granny Pega sampled a few kernels of their triumph. Zoe pulled out a small cloth pouch, brimming with popcorn. Just right. Zoe, pack some more for Neve. Lilith's thoughts were with her partner Neve, as researching these delightful creations in the laboratory was far more enjoyable than the drudgery of office work. She found herself impatient with the petty matters that demanded attention, especially on a day like today, filled with such occurrences. Grateful for Neve, Lilith silently clasped her hands in a gesture of thanks. Upon hearing this, Zoe paused momentarily, quickly filling the pouch before producing another, each the size of 4 sheets of paper. Youth truly is a gift, Granny Pega remarked inexplicably before waving her hand, causing the bags in Zoe's grasp to soar into the air, and the popcorn began to pack itself into the pockets. Soon, all the bags were filled. Zoe pouted slightly as she gathered the bags, exchanging a hasty farewell with Lilith before departing. Zoe, an adult which was someone Lilith was certain could perform such simple magic. Yet, she wondered why she chose not to. Had Lilith voiced her thoughts, she would have learned that Zoe had been nibbling while packing. However, she refrained from asking, having much to attend to. For instance, Patricia, come over and help move this. Be careful, it's a bit hot. Just as Lilith was about to request Sina's assistance, Patricia eagerly approached. I can do it. I recently learned a spell that allows me to lift objects without touching them. It's beneficial for serious tasks while also serving as practice. Upon hearing this, Lilith expressed interest. What spell is it? I'd like to learn it too. It sounds quite practical. It is indeed possible, but this spell does not reduce the weight of objects, so it may not be very useful for you. Patricia hesitantly revealed the name of the spell she employed while lifting the popcorn machine with one hand. Patricia was adept in both magical and physical disciplines, making this spell quite advantageous for her. It was even recommended by her major course instructor. For Lilith and her fellow novice witches, Granny Pega's weight-reducing spell proved to be more effective. While Granny Pega's spell was indeed useful, it remained too challenging for Lilith at this stage. Even Chocolate suggested she wait a bit longer. The cacophony produced by the popcorn machine rendered it unsuitable for use in the kitchen. Initially, Lilith was oblivious to this fact until Zoe arrived to convey Neve's grievances. In which town, receiving over 200 complaints in just half an hour is a feat only the Golden Ship could boast of. Chapter 149, Exceeding Expectations by Threefold. The primary reason for the complaints was the alarming noise emanating from the kitchen. Not only did humans find it terrifying, but even the witches could not endure the startling commotion. The young witches working in the kitchen, however, seemed to revel in the experience. The popcorn machine appeared less as a tool for profit and more as a delightful toy in their hands. In fact, a fierce competition erupted among a group of witches vying for the opportunity to operate the machine, which even included several adult witches. Fortunately, the head of the kitchen intervened, declaring that anyone caught fighting in the kitchen would face a duel with her at the end of the day, thus restoring order. Unbeknownst to Lilith, she was currently grappling with a high-level contract, a task that proved to be exceedingly taxing for a young witch. Her resentful gaze fell upon Granny Pag, who had already consumed most of her barley tea. Initially, the latter had proposed the contract and generously provided the parchment, leading Lilith to believe that this collaboration would be quite manageable. Little did she know, Granny Pag simply thrust the parchment into her hands, exclaiming that drafting the contract was Lilith's responsibility. At this moment, Neve was too occupied to assist her. Zoe lacked expertise in matters of contracts, and Alexis was preoccupied on the first floor, leaving Lilith as the only one capable of fulfilling this task. Reluctantly, she resigned herself to the necessity of writing it herself. The primary stipulations of the collaboration agreement were that Paglery could not disclose the experimental content to others, while she could utilize and study it. Profiting from it was strictly prohibited. The advantage lay in acquiring knowledge for personal use, which did not constitute a violation. Beyond that, there was little else to discuss. With the assistance of the professional contract specialist, Chocolate, who streamlined the content, both parties promptly signed the collaborative agreement. Almost immediately upon the contract's activation, Lilith stood, remarking, "Pardon my abruptness, but I must attend to other matters," before hastily making her way to the first floor. How is the inquiry regarding the soundproofing materials progressing? Lilith inquired as she walked alongside Zoe, who was responsible for this matter. Nalisa has already gone to purchase them, but the situation today is rather chaotic, so it's uncertain whether she will be able to procure them, Zoe replied cautiously. Chaotic is an understatement. These merchants have descended upon the town like bandits. conducting a thorough sweep. Yet, their urgency is understandable, as most are ordinary folk eager to escape from this place, perpetually overshadowed by guillotine. Lilith nodded in agreement. The current days marked a peak period for business, rendering it ill-advised to halt operations for the installation of additional soundproofing in the kitchen. Unless a professional, witch like Jacqueline, could be summoned to assist with nighttime renovations. However, in recent days, all notable witches in the construction field have been commissioned by Teacher Maria to survey the conditions surrounding the underground city. Establishing a city is not merely a matter of discussion. The witches, devoid of convoluted procedures and endless meetings, convene to deliberate each witch's responsibilities and then commence their work. Prioritizing efficiency. Certainly, the creation of human cities is not solely the witch's domain. For now, it involves merely designating a location and enclosing it with walls. Were it not for the necessity of interacting with those hypocritical beings, even the construction of the walls would be entrusted to humans. Once a matter touches the temple, it entangles various factions, and even a simple site selection can spiral into political controversies, leading to incessant squabbling. Far too cumbersome. Naturally, the costs associated with site selection and wall construction will not be borne by the witches' town. They are merely fronting the expenses for now, as the witches possess ample means to ensure that the others willingly contribute. While still in the elevator, Lilith heard a tremendous explosion several layers above. One might have mistaken it for the detonation of the golden ship. For reasons unknown, the machinery they produced emitted a sound far louder than anything she had encountered in her youth. Lilith pondered this, attributing the difference to the air composition and materials in this world, which contrasted sharply with those of her previous life. Upon entering the hall, she was met by a sea of people, and at the elevator's entrance, the explosion's intensity had undeniably increased, proving to be worse than she had anticipated. Lilith proceeded to the kitchen, where her eyes were immediately drawn to two large bowls of charred failures on the countertop. It was understandable that one might falter in timing during their first attempt, yet that did not excuse leaving such failures to languish here, especially as the aromas of bread and popcorn had been tainted by bitterness. As Lilith stepped into the kitchen, silence enveloped the space, leaving only the sound of machinery in operation, which conveniently facilitated her communication. "Someone, please take care of this. Such mess should not accumulate in the kitchen." No sooner had she spoken than an adult which stepped forward, a hazy, earthy-hued creature resembling a toad, leaping from the floor to the iron basin. The toad, about the size of a fist, transformed in less than a second, and the once-charred basin gleamed with freshness, the burnt popcorn having vanished. This method of cleaning kitchen utensils was not typically employed, was it? Lilith belatedly realized that the witch who had stepped forward seemed responsible for logistics. The adult witch beckoned, and the toad disappeared into the ground, offering no direct answer to her query. "As you can see, my familiar lacks a physical form. It is entirely composed of witchcraft and is quite clean." Lilith chose not to dwell further on the matter, gradually acclimating to the unique customs of Witches' Town. "Did you know that placing frogs in milk can preserve its freshness? Most witches who do not utilize freezing spells often resort to this simple and expedient method." Had this news reached Lilith in her earlier days, she might have felt nauseated from a glass of milk she had consumed that morning, but now she remained remarkably composed. After all, she was a woman who had attended the witch's culinary course. Having weathered numerous storms, her adaptability had soared. Yet, this did not imply that she was obliged to participate. She was determined to master the art of frost magic. Even if she failed to grasp it, she could always rely on a refrigerator or perhaps create a particularly deep underground chamber to store ice blocks. In essence, there were countless methods available. All paths lead to Rome, even if a path did not exist. As someone once said, a road emerges when many travel it. If no road exists, one can forge a new path, depending on whether one feels compelled to pursue the endeavor. She decided to divide the personnel into two groups. One would take the machinery outdoors, ideally to the square where it was spacious. She reminded them not to forget to display the flag of the golden ship nearby. Although there was no need for promotion, it was still a worthwhile gesture. After all, what if someone was unaware of their golden ship? It was a splendid opportunity for advertising that should not be squandered, though regrettably, in the haste of preparing the machinery, she had neglected to have Celine create a sign. As soon as Lilith finished speaking, the kitchen manager found herself surrounded by eager little witches clamoring to participate. Lilith had initially considered suggesting that those unwilling to venture outside could swap positions with the salespeople, but witnessing the enthusiasm of the little witches, she swallowed her words. With the issue resolved, Lilith chose not to linger. Although relocating the popcorn stand to the square was merely a temporary fix, it was indeed effective. The public square of Witchtown often attracted considerable attention, so moving it there alleviated any concerns of complaints. Lilith couldn't help but commend her own cleverness. The bustling day concluded after signing off on a revenue report that exceeded expectations by threefold. The weather was delightful, with the evening glow accompanied by a refreshing breeze. It would have been even more pleasant if the creature on the flying bicycle, causing havoc to the buildings, were an unfamiliar witch. Chapter 150. Why not walk alongside the sun? With an expressionless demeanor, Lilith turned to Patricia beside her and remarked, "Ah, it has been ages since we indulged in mashed potatoes. Let us dine out today." Patricia, oblivious to the atmosphere, noticed that the flying creature was still some distance away. She even stood on her toes to catch a glimpse of the spectacle, exclaiming that a witch had knocked some bricks off a roof and damaged someone's flag. Lilith smiled as she adjusted Patricia's shoulder. "I am hungry." Noticing the uncanny resemblance in the smiles of Lilith and Neve, even down to the curvature of their lips, Patricia's heart raced with apprehension. "Let's go, shall we? Mashed potatoes sound delightful. Should we invite Nelisa?" Lilith nodded in agreement. However, certain events are inevitable. As the two individuals traversed only halfway, they found themselves ensnared by several dark, metallic chains tightly binding them. Particularly for Lilith, the chains were so substantial that her ceremonial robe was rendered invisible, leaving only her head exposed. At that moment, daylight still lingered, and the streets of Witchtown were bustling with people, teeming with life. Before being forcibly taken away, Lilith attempted to negotiate with the chocolate vendor through the glass windows of the nearby buildings, hoping to procure a hood to conceal her humiliation. Alas, time did not permit such a luxury. The scenery receded from her view, shifting from clarity to utter obscurity. "Buggy, dare Buggy. You who incited my employees to commit such acts, the consequences of today shall rightfully rest upon your shoulders alone. Who was it that signed a contract less than half a day ago only to plunge into chaos? Who allowed others to call her grandmother, yet displayed not an ounce of decorum? And who encouraged her diligent employees to engage in perilous experiments? Oh, it appears to be our esteemed partner, Ms. Pagry." Lilith revealed a sinister smile. She was utterly exhausted. She yearned for rest. Everything that disturbed her peace must perish. After a long day's work, Lilith's inner turmoil roared and writhed in darkness. "But Celine is your employee, and this is merely research for a new product," someone argued. "As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, I believe you should exhibit a broader perspective and shoulder the responsibility this time." Upon hearing these words, a vein throbbed ominously on Lilith's temple as she turned her gaze toward Celine. "If memory serves me correctly, when you proposed this research previously, I distinctly expressed my belief that the timing was not right, and you concurred." Lilith then directed her attention toward Pagry. "I am uncertain how you have persuaded my employees, but you now face two choices. First, annul our contract and refrain from meddling in any research regarding the Golden Ship henceforth. Or second, take full responsibility for your actions. At times, showing respect for the elderly and the young only emboldens others to overstep their bounds." Lilith harbored a profound disdain for subordinates who failed to comprehend her directives, especially when she had explicitly indicated that this was not the time for such research. They must either possess the ability to avoid calamity or bear the consequences of their missteps. This was the first instance. She would resolve it, demonstrating her consideration and awareness as a leader, but it would not happen a third time. Though she could disregard Celine's discomfort, forcibly placing the burden on the elderly woman, she acknowledged the assistance Pagry had rendered in the creation of the popcorn machine. Furthermore, she wished for Celine to thrive within the Golden Ship's endeavors. Thus she retreated a small step. "Oh, the youth are so impetuous. I shall compensate. I shall make amends," Pagry murmured, extracting money as if she were the victim of some injustice. Nearby, the enforcement witch on duty in Witchtown grew impatient. "Enough already. Must you prattle on endlessly? Pagry, can you not shed your facade of humanity? Loosen that skin of yours, lest one day you truly become one with it, and you shall lament." The enforcement officer roughly collected the money and began to count it. "Isolate the compensation for the families whose homes have been damaged, and place the portion allocated to the town into a separate space bag." Lilith raised an eyebrow at the remark and subtly inquired, "What does she mean by that? Is she merely feigning this demeanor? Does she expect me to call her mother-in-law? Even rounding it off, it still constitutes taking advantage of you. They share a single body, appearing as one to outsiders. Shall I go and eliminate her tonight? Given your current reserves of witch power, it might attract quite a bit of attention, but the probability of success remains fairly high." Lilith felt a flush of embarrassment. "Very well, perhaps it is not worth the trouble." Celine, who had been observing Lilith's expression closely, hastily diverted her gaze when she noticed Lilith's distress. Only when she saw her put away the mirror did she cautiously approach. "I'm sorry." No sooner had Celine spoken than Sienna scoffed nearby. "At your age, if apologies were effective, you should be lying in a pit on the back mountain, rather than here chattering away." Sienna spoke without reservation. The twins bore an uncanny resemblance, and Celine's embarrassment was akin to Sienna's own. The real disgrace did not stem from conducting experiments or causing accidents, but rather from her inability to resolve the mess she created herself. Today, someone could bear the burden for her, but what about tomorrow? The day after? Being easily influenced reflected the greatest humiliation Sienna had to endure alongside her today. With this thought, Sienna's expression darkened. "From tomorrow onward, set aside time each day to attend ideological education classes with me. But I have only completed half of my tricycle." "What tricycle were you even talking about?" "First, learn to be a witch." Lilith glanced at Patricia, who wore an expression of amusement, and then at the visibly displeased elderly lady. Once the twins had finished speaking, she finally interjected, "This shall not happen again." Celine lowered her head. "I understand." Time slipped away quietly amidst the busyness, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Catherine brought good news to Lilith. Chapter 151. Enhanced Shampoo. Shampoo. Catherine has truly succeeded in creating it. Moreover, it has passed a week-long cleaning test. I experimented solely with the materials you provided and found the cleansing effect to be excellent, yet the conditioning was minimal. Merely adding those ingredients seemed a waste, so Catherine diligently explained the new formula and the special processing methods for several ingredients to Lilith and Neve. Thanks to Catherine's research spirit and the ample funding aboard the Golden Ship, she utilized only the finest materials. Listening to Catherine describe the effects felt akin to watching an advertisement, with each benefit exaggerated and labeled as for reference only on the packaging. Upholding the principle that seeing is believing, Lilith decided to try it out herself after confirming there were no side effects. The shampoo was contained within a glass jar. Its semi-viscous consistency, rendering it somewhat inconvenient to pour. Externally, the substance exhibited a faintly dark hue, and it emitted a scent reminiscent of traditional herbal medicine. Far from pleasant. Yet Lilith found it rather appealing. As she dampened her hair and lathered it, the foam proved more abundant than anticipated. Nalisa meticulously rinsed Lilith's hair with warm water, employing the magic of wind and heat to dry it. Once the task was completed, Lilith stood before the mirror, and upon a mere glance, she was rendered speechless. Instinctively reaching out to touch the mirror, questioning whether a beauty filter had been applied. Her vibrant red locks resembled silk, shiny and lustrous, even without a comb. Gravity alone rendered her hair remarkably smooth and orderly. As she ran her fingers through her hair, it felt as comforting and effortless as sand warmed by the sun on a beach. It looked splendid. Nalisa, too, was captivated by Lilith's hair, primarily due to its pristine condition, though she was not particularly fond of the scent. Exiting the room, the new product indeed impressed, with Lilith as a model. Naif quickly recognized the value of this new potion. However, after a swift mental calculation, Naif arrived at an astonishing figure regarding costs. This jar would command a minimum price of 8,000 bone coins. There would be no risk of loss. 8,000? Lilith exclaimed in surprise. The expense of the 3 primary ingredients was considerable, and the intricate processing of the other 2 would significantly inflate labor costs. The originally planned slave population would need to increase to meet demand. An 8,000 bone coin price point was unquestionably in the realm of luxury. Moreover, this was merely the break-even price. The actual selling price would be even higher. Catherine, could we devise a way to create a more affordable shampoo, using less premium ingredients? Lilith wished for everyone to be able to afford such a necessity, as she regarded shampoo as an essential daily item. After all, she did not wish to encounter numerous individuals with lice on their heads when venturing outside. Truth be told, She was willing to invest considerably to enhance her living environment. It is possible, but the efficacy might not be as remarkable. Catherine could empathize with Lilith, recalling her own struggle to procure experimental materials in the past, often resorting to cheaper substitutes. That's acceptable, as long as there are no adverse effects and the cleansing power is adequate. You know, we developed this product merely because using soap leads to an increase in dandruff. I understand. Shall we proceed with this? Catherine felt a twinge of regret. The potion was highly effective, and the witches she had hired for the experiments had all inquired whether it would be available for sale. If it could be offered on the golden ship, it would surely be a hit. She hoped it would not be overshadowed by its high price. Proceed. But it will be marketed as a premium product. Catherine, congratulations. I previously stated that as long as you offer genuine quality, I will not shortchange you. From today onward, you need not reside in the temporary staff quarters of the golden ship. Come with me. With that, she turned her gaze to the side. Naif, rest assured about the production matters. Naif nodded and handed the formula to Zoe behind her. Lilith acknowledged this and proceeded with Catherine towards the exit of the golden ship. Throughout the journey, Catherine remained silent, trailing behind Lilith until they arrived at the door of Professor Maria's office. Due to recent developments, Maria's office had become quite bustling, with a notable increase in foot traffic. Consequently, Lilith and Catherine had to wait for quite some time. "Oh, dear Lilith, is there something you need?" Maria inquired, leisurely stamping a piece of parchment with a special seal of which town. "This is Catherine, an employee of the Golden Ship. I wish to purchase a plot of land for her, to serve as her home and laboratory." "To buy land?" "Oh, certainly, Catherine. Is it? Come take a look." Not every witch in which town was familiar to Maria, but fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. "Ah, by the way, Lilith, the job we discussed earlier can commence tomorrow. The drawing witches return to town, and I hope you both enjoy a fruitful collaboration." "Understood, Professor Maria. I will seek her out." It is not in her nature to take payment without delivering work. Exiting the office, Lilith smiled and congratulated Catherine on acquiring her own property. "Generally, I have no authority to interfere with the type of house you wish to build. Even if she is paying for it, she lacks that right. However, I have but one stipulation. The laboratory must keep pace with the Golden Ship's operations. Do you comprehend my meaning?" "Of course," Catherine replied, evidently a sensible witch. Even without Lilith's admonition, she would never jeopardize her own livelihood. Lilith's insistence stemmed from a newfound insecurity instilled by that old hag, Puglieri, who perplexingly would take such a title as a compliment. Having known each other for merely half a month, this woman seemed to conjure trouble daily, such as when she inadvertently created a compressed air bomb while refining the popcorn machine, nearly blasting through a laboratory floor. Thankfully, the expensive materials used in its construction endured. Yet Lilith still incurred significant expenses to repair the damage. Moreover, Celine had been taken by Sina to several ideological education courses. It was a time of vigilance. Unable to incite Celine to mischief, her focus shifted to Annecy, who had accompanied Patricia. The choice was entirely arbitrary, made simply because she had caught a glimpse of Annecy in the crowd, absurdly trivial. It is widely known, though Puglieri seldom resides in which town and thus remains unaware, that Annecy is generally harmless unless provoked. Should one initiate conflict, however, she would respond with greater enthusiasm. Prolonged repressed emotions can lead to psychological peculiarities, and the clash of two such eccentricities would undoubtedly create a chaotic spectacle. Lilith was fortunate to have refrained from lending her laboratory to Puglieri, who had audaciously intended to conduct mechanical experiments on Annecy. Annecy, after feigning submission, struck Puglieri at the very moment she wielded her knife, delivering a blow in return. Following her successful transition to a new field, Annecy's mental state had improved considerably, though her essence still bore a hint of madness, compounded by the nature of her familiar. The good news, Puglieri's residence had been obliterated. The even better news, she was left homeless and was finally compelled to depart. Chapter 152. The cartography of Niffle City. When Puglieri sought refuge, Lilith rejected her without a moment's hesitation. Although she recognized the rarity of talent, Puglieri was far too troublesome. And most importantly, she was unwilling to join the Golden Ship. Lilith had no time to clean up after her, since their relationship was one of mutual benefit. She would not show any mercy. Perhaps it was due to having been previously exposed as not truly being an elder that Puglieri refrained from leveraging her age this time. Instead, she donned a tearful visage, attempting to elicit sympathy. However, Lilith's heart was as unyielding as stone, and Neff was even more impervious, cheerfully introducing her to a position involving the revival of severed limbs. The inn in Witch Town still had some vacancies, yet Puglieri was reluctant to mingle with humans in the settlement, ultimately leading to her departure. As she observed Puglieri's desolate figure retreating, an unexpected phrase surged within Lilith's heart. Serves her right. There was no room for pity. After all, she had been in the laboratory during the explosion. Numerous witches participated in the cartography, yet Lilith was not surprised that the head of this project was Jacqueline. After all, both Boss Winnie and Professor Maria had recommended her, and given the construction level and artistic design of the golden ship, she was indeed remarkable. Upon arriving at Jacqueline's residence, Lilith found herself amidst a chaotic brawl. The courtyard resembled a field freshly plowed, and upon closer inspection, the outer layers of the well-constructed building shimmered with protective witch formations. Why not head directly to the dueling arena? Curiously, Lilith trailed Jacqueline, dodging attacks that fell around them, as the circles of spells emerged to shield them from harm. Wasting time, you will soon understand the situation. Do not concern yourself with them. It has already begun, and you are somewhat late. Apologies. Professor Maria instructed me to offer suggestions only from the sidelines, and I did not expect to arrive so early. Moreover, no one informed me of the timing, Lilith replied. What? Jacqueline paused at Lilith's words. Did she say that to you? Lilith halted as well. Is there a problem? I am not an architect. If pressed to draw plans, I lack the capability. Architectural drafting is not akin to artistic painting. It is an exceedingly meticulous endeavor. Fine, come in, Jacqueline conceded. Once Lilith began her work, she realized just how gritted Jacqueline's teeth were when she had muttered fine. It dawned on her that she had been led astray by Professor Maria. Upon entering, she beheld witches lounging, sitting, and even standing on their heads, with others diligently scribbling at desks. The bustling scene instinctively made Lilith take a step back. Suddenly, Lilith felt that the expansion of those rooms was not imperative. However, having already received compensation, perhaps she could consult with Teacher Maria about her payment. The overwhelming atmosphere of a corporate drone made Lilith feel an incessant itch, as if the chair beneath her was a burning instrument of torture, making it uncomfortable to sit in any position. The various drawings and papers on the table were ones she hesitated to reach for. She had initially thought that providing assistance and suggestions would merely require a few spoken words. In reality, due to the differing common knowledge between the two worlds, much of what Lilith proposed was met with further inquiries for intricate details, some of which she could not answer herself, leaving her to express her ideas through sketches on paper. Is this what you mean by a drainage ditch, Lilith? If the streets are paved, wouldn't water accumulate, potentially breeding mosquitoes over time? Here, surrounded by professionals, any suggestion from Lilith was scrutinized for flaws, and the inquiries felt more like declarations than questions. In this era, drainage ditches were non-existent. Most cities, aside from their main thoroughfares, consisted of dirt roads, thus eliminating the need for such structures. However, in their plans for Niffle, the entire city was to be paved with stone, not only for cleanliness, but also to accommodate heavy defensive equipment. After all, this was the middle of the Niffle forest, where inadequate protective measures could lead to catastrophic devastation overnight. Indeed, the base of this drainage channel could not be flat. It must possess a certain curvature. Lilith, not being a specialist, could only recall aspects from her previous life that might apply here. Since the primary inhabitants were humans, some facilities found in witch towns were impractical, such as the enchanted water spout. The centralized water supply system she proposed, which involved a fee, received unanimous praise. It was essentially the same concept as tap water from her past life. For the witches, there was no need to filter and purify the water. They merely needed to draw from a few magically potent witches, and the frequency of visits would depend on the size of the water reservoir and the town's daily water consumption. One might wonder why the witches would exert themselves for a town inhabited by humans. It is known that most unscientific devices require magical or divine energy to operate, and the most valuable items in the underground city are such enchanted tools. One can only speculate whether those humans would keep these inventions for personal use or sell them. The underground city contains numerous materials and unique creatures, all of significant value. The witch's choice to disclose the existence of the underground city rather than monopolize undoubtedly stems from their own motives. From the early hours of the morning until dusk, Lilith's lips felt parched and she was utterly drained her head throbbing with pain. After all, in addition to dealing with various scientific inquiries, she had to navigate the clever minds who questioned whether she had ever encountered or utilized such concepts before. Conversing with exceptionally intelligent individuals can be quite exhausting. Fortunately, Lilith possesses her own art of indifference. Whenever matters become perplexing, she simply attributes them to chocolate. I am unsure myself. Perhaps it relates to my own dissociative tendencies. I am not certain where she acquired such knowledge. Why not inquire directly with her this evening? Chapter 153. On the brink of revelation, however, Lilith was utterly unprepared for the tenacity of these individuals, who indeed sought her out that very night. At that moment, having completed her transition, Lilith lounged in her ultra-soft pajamas upon the grand bed of her mental sanctuary, weary from a day's toil and in dire need of profound slumber. How irritating! Can I eliminate them? Just as Lilith was about to demonstrate her ability to fall asleep in an instant, she heard Chocolate's voice. Peering out from beneath her covers with one eye, she beheld the adult witches she had worked with earlier that day, including Jacqueline. With a lament, Lilith sat upright. She had no desire to see the faces of her colleagues during her precious rest. With our current magical prowess, I believe a special incantation could suffice. Enough already. Let's be reasonable. Lilith held no faith in Chocolate's endless fabrications, especially when it came to the notion of magical enhancement. This individual had the audacity to claim that late-night snacks were responsible for swift growth in magical abilities. Dare to be even more outrageous? Why not assert that drinking water could enhance one's witchcraft as well? Humph! Chocolate, with a slight flick of her wrist, stood up and disregarded the incessant chatter of the adult witches. She strode past several of them directly to Jacqueline, her crimson eyes shifting subtly. Without uttering a word, she gently patted Jacqueline's shoulder and then confidently exited through the main door. With Lilith's departure, an abrupt silence enveloped the dormitory. All right, let us return. Jacqueline interrupted the witch poised to speak, suppressing her slightly trembling voice to make this declaration. Having distanced themselves from the witch tower, 1 meter, 10 meters, 50 meters, until they were sufficiently far away, the first witch exhaled in relief, triggering a chain reaction as everyone began to breathe deeply. The sounds of inhalation rising and falling in unison. What has transpired? The speaking witch wiped the cold sweat from her brow, her complexion still somewhat pale upon closer inspection. I don't know. It felt as if something was watching us. What on earth resides within her? I'm not sure. Wasn't it said to be another human soul? What? I heard it was a matter of psychological disturbance. Enough. Let's not delve into matters beyond work. What purpose does it serve to pry into another's secrets? This discussion ends here. Do not mention it again. As the head of the drawing team, Jacqueline took a deep breath and made this resolute decision. Regardless of what it was certainly not something that these non-combatants should have approached. She had already received a warning from the other party. The bone in her right shoulder had been utterly shattered, and it had merely been a gentle tap. However, there are no buts in this matter. I shall discuss it with Maria, Jacqueline stated, pulling down one side of her robe's collar, revealing her shoulder that drooped due to the absence of intact bone support, showcasing it to others. Her gaze swept around, and upon seeing them, they obediently retreated, signaling the end of today's antics. This time, no one uttered a word. They simply complied with Jacqueline's command and returned to the courtyard for rest. Meanwhile, Lilith had already succumbed to slumber, and Chocolate appeared to wander aimlessly through the town, though it was, in fact, approaching a specific direction. The moonlight illuminated the tidy streets. Was it here? Mayor's office of which tower? Jacqueline, what brings you here? Oh, injured? Why not see a doctor? What brings you to me? The witches possessed a considerable aesthetic divergence, thus leading to some disagreements in the architectural blueprints, which could escalate into bloody incidents, being adult witches. They understood the need for moderation, unlike the younger witches who constantly required supervision. Therefore, Maria found it neither surprising nor concerning that Jacqueline bore injuries. She didn't even spare her glance, engrossed in the documents in her hands. I've already consumed the potion. It hasn't healed. Hearing Jacqueline say this, Maria finally raised her gaze to regard the matter seriously. Is it that severe? Have you been cursed? Maria set down the document and approached Jacqueline, preparing to extend her hand for inspection, only to notice several strands of black, imperceptible substance drifting from Jacqueline's drooping right shoulder. Maria recoiled instinctively, taking 2 steps back, her brow furrowing in concern. What is happening? This is no ordinary curse. It carries a demonic aura. However, as far as she knew, it had been many years since any cult capable of successfully summoning demons had emerged, and moreover, this was Witch Town. Summoning demons typically required numerous sacrifices, and Witch Town lacked an abundance of suitable creatures. Could it be that something had emerged from the Kamalakia underground? Yet, she had received no word of such occurrences. It must be Lilith. Maria's train of thought was interrupted by Jacqueline's words. Impossible, she instinctively exclaimed, as if suddenly realizing the implications of what Jacqueline was suggesting. Are you saying that this injury was inflicted by Lilith? Jacqueline recounted the events of the day, emphasizing the unreasonable knowledge possessed by Lilith and her bizarre persona during the night. It became evident that an ordinary person, even when transported to another world, would not become wiser overnight. Being discovered as anomalous was merely a matter of time. After all, this was the real world, not a narrative where the protagonist's every word was unconditionally trusted. Jacqueline had, to some extent, heard of Lilith's origins. It was not they who discovered her. Rather, she sought them out. At that time, the bell heralding the birth of the witch did not toll as it should. An anomaly might be coincidental, but when numerous anomalies converge, their implications become less certain. Impossible, Maria declared without hesitation. If those hypocrites possessed knowledge of Lilith, they would have long since used it to ensnare more sycophants. They would not so graciously deliver talent into our hands. Moreover, I am quite certain that Lilith underwent a normal transformation from human to witch upon her arrival at the tower. Maria reminisced about the golden-horned rhinoceros that Lilith had slain upon her arrival in Witch Town last year. Indeed, if one were from the temple, it would be inconceivable for them to act so brazenly. Jacqueline rested her chin on her unscathed left hand, pondering the situation. What on earth is happening tonight? Perhaps, she mused, it truly is, as she described, a form of dissociative identity disorder. After a brief contemplation, Maria voiced her hypothesis. She speculated that while still Ruby Rose, before being bound to the pyre, Lilith harbored 2 souls within her. In a desperate bid for survival, one soul summoned a demon through sacrifice, subsequently paying the price for it. According to your theory, she now possesses only one soul, yet her behavior is decidedly amiss. Chapter 154. Praying to the demon. Jacqueline could not comprehend how the same individual could suddenly exhibit such advanced knowledge and power. It hinges on the wish made by the departed soul. Perhaps Lilith's so-called dissociative identity is merely a manifestation of that desire. Demons are long-lived, formidable, and possessing vast knowledge is not unusual. Maria had once employed a crystal ball to investigate, and, at that time, it was indeed true that only one soul resided within Lilith's body. She conjectured that the other soul might have wished for Lilith's escape from the pyre and a prosperous life thereafter. According to Lilith's consistent assertions, she seemed firmly convinced of having suffered from a mental illness since childhood. Perhaps the demon exploited this aspect. If the other soul had survived, it could have evolved into a formidable cult leader. Such a pity. After all, she had mentioned that very few had truly summoned a demon over the years. Of course, these are merely reasonable conjectures based on my investigations. You should really refrain from prying into others' secrets. Attempting to peek into someone else's affairs often invites retribution. Maria resumed her seat, speaking casually with Jacqueline, as they considered each other friends. Jacqueline, seemingly unfazed by Maria's remarks, was more concerned with knowing what to do next. Just wait. My dear has already summoned someone. You know my research on curses does not pertain to this matter. She is far more adept at handling your situation. With that, Maria returned to her documents, not lifting her gaze. In truth, she is not usually so busy. However, the matters concerning the underground city have indeed been rather overwhelming these past few days. It has now been preliminarily established that this underground city is a relic of the moon goddess. Yet the witch dispatched there has returned with some items that she finds somewhat incomprehensible. Her intuition suggests that this underground city holds some impurities. She must prepare for the events unfolding in 2 months' time. Ah, Maria, I hear you possess a rare material? Even before the person arrived, a peculiar laughter echoed clearly into the office, reaching the ears of the 2 individuals present. Returning her gaze to Lilith, she was nestled under a soft and fragrant blanket, soundly asleep in a manner that was far from dignified. Meanwhile, Chocolate, who had been granted some freedom, hesitated upon a wall in an enclosed courtyard. Should I take a quick look or not? Chocolate stealthily cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering Lilith in her mental space. After a moment's hesitation, she mimicked Lilith's usual indecisiveness, plucking a small white flower from the roadside and beginning to pluck its petals. Go, then to go, then to go. Don't go. Very well, I should go take a look then. Engaging in self-deception, Chocolate adeptly cast a simple spell of slumber upon the Lilith in her mental space, ensuring that she would not awaken midway. Of course, casting a spell is not without its side effects. Chocolate nonchalantly spat out a mouthful of blood, the vivid crimson staining the grass and soil in a striking manner. She stared at the pool of blood for a moment, then decisively snapped her fingers, clearing both the traces on her body and the ground. Next, she retrieved a plant stem bought with her pocket money from her own small pouch. Though somewhat unpalatable, this item is rich in blood-replenishing properties. And Chocolate continued to chew as she walked. The human body is indeed troublesome. To replenish a mere ounce of blood, one must incessantly grind food with their teeth. Unlike the demons, who can simply gulp it down in one go. In a small courtyard rented out to humans in the witch town, Abul Cromabelli was calculating the day's earnings with his colleagues from the Merchant Guild, as well as the items they would need to purchase for the following day. It was not merely a matter of balancing money and goods. They also had to consider whether their spatial bags could accommodate the items they intended to procure. Naturally, the most purchased items were health potions to be sold to adventurers, and today they had received several barrels of commendable quality. The wares from the newly opened Golden Ship Guild in town were quite novel, but alas, they could not afford them. Damn it, this spatial bag is too worn. It probably won't last until we return home. A bare-chested man held up a brown spatial bag, his words coarse, yet his hands handled it with utmost care, fearful that a sudden tug would tear the bag apart. This bag was purchased when City's father was still around. It is nearly time to let it go, as it is even older than City herself. Let us free it and give it to City as a memento. Tomorrow, a bull. You and I shall go buy a new one. Wait, can we not speak so freely? That would entail a significant expenditure. I need to calculate and decide on the size before proceeding. The financial clerk, overwhelmed with frustration, felt an urge to leap up and hurl his pen at the person speaking. City, I am fine. City was not accustomed to the mention of her father. After all, it was essential to acquire something substantial in the future. At worst, they would earn a little less this time. The spatial bags lacked recycling services, and the second-hand prices were significantly lower than the new ones. It would be more prudent to purchase a fitting one at once. Wouldn't you agree, Abul? Abul Cromabelli smiled, attempting to mediate the situation. As long as it's suitable, that is sufficient. There aren't many from the merchant group, and reselling the items will require time. We visit every year, and a larger purchase would be wasteful. Year after year, although their lives were often in jeopardy, their possessions remained largely secure. If they were to acquire goods for the subsequent years in 1 year, and should the items from the witch town become less expensive one day, they would find themselves burdened with excess inventory. This posed a considerable risk for their modest merchant association. Yet, his annual visits to the witch town were not solely motivated by this concern. It was said that the individuals within the temple were apostles of the divine. Thus, might the witches have some connection to demons? If the power dynamics were unequal, how could one explain why the witches had yet to be eradicated by the temple? Consequently, ever since he gained the capability, he had accompanied the merchant group to the witch town each year, albeit in recent years he had settled into this less active trading group. His purpose for being here was to seek traces of demons or perhaps to discover methods of summoning them. Recently, he had begun to experiment with prayer. If the clergy could communicate with the divine through prayer, then what if he prayed to the demons? Chapter 155. Cotton fabric. After concluding the day's summaries and making arrangements for the purchases of the following day, the colleagues exchanged farewells and retired to their quarters. Abul was not on night watch today, granting him ample time to attend to his own affairs. The accommodations provided for guests by the witches were rather rudimentary. Many rooms lacked even a single window. However, as a relatively significant member of the team, Abul was fortunate enough to receive a room with a window the size of a basin. The dim moonlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the kneeling figure of the man within. With hands clasped in prayer, Abul appeared exceedingly devout. His eyes closed, he mimicked the prayers offered in the temple, murmuring incantations that would lead any observer to believe he was a true follower beseeching the divine. Human, You have misused your praises. No demon delights in hearing humanity extol its benevolence and compassion. A creature, its features obscured, abruptly manifested within the room, causing the air to grow thin. The bell tied with a rope nearby rang unexpectedly, its sound echoing starkly throughout the empty space, accompanied by the distorted voice of the being. A bull Chromabelli's pupils constricted. In the years he had possessed the bell, it had never chimed, and he had once doubted its functionality. Yet, the belief in finding a demon had steadfastly propelled him forward. At long last, after a protracted period of anticipation, on the second day of sketching the urban construction plan, Lilith, still ensconced in the tender embrace of slumber, found herself abruptly awakened by a primal impulse, involuntarily releasing two sharp hiccups. The sensation of fullness in her stomach suggested she might soon expel her contents. Suddenly, her magical prowess surged to at least double that of the previous day, and it was evident who was responsible for this unexpected development: chocolate. As Lilith turned her gaze towards the mirror beside her, she pondered. What delectable treats did you indulge in last night? If they were truly worthy, why conceal them? I want snacks too. None left. Chocolate, in its elusive nature, preferred to skirt around questions, patiently deflecting inquiries with an array of excuses, a reality to which Lilith had long since acquiesced. After brushing her teeth, with foam still lingering in her mouth, she was informed that Jacqueline had sustained an injury and would not be returning to work until the following day. This meant Lilith had a day of respite. Are all adult witches nocturnal creatures? Lilith mused, surprised by the thought of her peers engaging in brawls at such late hours, especially since their last encounter had seemed quite ordinary. Should be, she concluded, sensing something amiss. Why are you so quiet today? No sooner had Lilith spoken than the mirror hovering nearby shattered with a sudden crack. Momentarily taken aback, she recollected that the lifespan of a mirror was merely 6 months, and it was indeed time for a replacement. Thankfully, it had shattered in her dormitory. Spitting out the foam, she rinsed her mouth. The interruption of the mirror's demise caused her to forget her previous inquiry, and she tidied up the shards before retrieving a new mirror. By the third day, Jacqueline's injury had healed, and life returned to its usual rhythm. Yet, Lilith occasionally sensed that her fellow witches were evading her, particularly as the workday drew to a close. She attributed this behavior to the capricious nature of chocolate. At the end of the commercial month, new bicycles and shampoos were launched simultaneously, with the latter receiving considerable acclaim among the witches. On the very day of release, groups of witches were already seen practicing on the newly acquired bicycles in town. To Lilith's astonishment, bicycles without training wheels sold better than those with them. However, overall sales of both items fell short of her expectations. The high-end shampoo outsold the lower-end version, and her investigations revealed that most impoverished individuals opted for a single bar of soap to cleanse themselves from head to toe. Indeed, Lilith nearly forgot that the populace of this era was largely indifferent to personal hygiene. As for the bicycle sales, she had been mentally prepared, given that the primary modes of transportation in this age were still horseback riding or carriages. While such transport was infrequent in Witchtown, as horses were considered somewhat unsanitary for witches, she was relieved to have heeded Neve's advice to forego a grand unveiling ceremony. Otherwise, the sales figures could have been rather embarrassing. Lilith rested her dejected head upon the table, unaware that her bicycle would soon experience a surge in sales due to an unexpected development. Lilith, Sina is here, Narlissa remarked, unsure of how to console her friend. She believed that Lilith's current achievements were commendable, and fortunately, a visitor arrived just then. Oh, Sina, let her in, Lilith responded. Sina produced a large swath of soft, white fabric, contrasting sharply with the coarse texture of burlap. Is this cotton? Lilith exclaimed, abruptly rising, causing her chair to clatter to the ground. The feel, the softness. Indeed, we never anticipated the tactile quality would be so exceptional. Moreover, this fabric is highly absorbent, perfect for wicking away sweat. Sina echoed her excitement, proudly revealing that it was produced using her machine. Where's the machine? Show it to me. Narlissa, contact Neve immediately. In stark contrast to Lilith's disheartenment, Neve maintained a much more optimistic outlook. She envisioned selling these items to the nobility of humanity, thereby perceiving no issue with the sales volume. Upon hearing about the new product, Neve hurried over with Zoe, leaving Alexia to oversee matters aboard the Golden Ship. The initial mechanical structure was somewhat complex and quite large, occupying 30 cubic meters, but Sina assured that a simplified version would be developed later, while the current model remained functional. Mechanics evolve with technological advancements. It is a common occurrence, Neve mused. This fabric is indeed impressive, yet the laborers in the bicycle factory would find it unsuitable. Their hands are too coarse. After examining the machine, Neve swiftly reached this conclusion upon her first glance at the fabric. What if we supply it to the hair tie manufacturing factory? I've noticed a recent surge in imitations and styles. I believe it would be prudent to release a new design every 3 months. This product is not easily damaged. While it fares better in Witchtown, I suspect the sales in the human realm will indeed reflect this reality. Very well, I'll make the necessary arrangements. We should keep only a small team for the hair ties, and regarding the sale of the new fabric, what do you think about launching the finished products first? It would be fitting to sell these innovative items at a premium to the affluent nobles of humanity, Lilith suggested. Finished products sound feasible, but I have an even better proposal. Let us use the first batch of fabric to create lingerie exclusively for sale in Witchtown, aimed solely at the witches. Are you proposing charity? Neve queried, unable to comprehend Lilith's reasoning. She noted that items are typically sold at their highest price when they are first produced, especially when the raw materials are so inexpensive. Lilith, however, simply felt that the witches in Witchtown were akin to family, and naturally wished to prioritize them with superior goods. Furthermore, given that the cost of living in Witchtown is relatively high, selling early would ensure profits. The collective purchasing power of the numerous witches would undoubtedly surpass that of a mere couple of dresses. The two engaged in a spirited debate, each presenting valid arguments. Ultimately, they concluded, we are merchants. Naif would never yield on this matter. What if we were to launch new items simultaneously? You could venture into the human realm to auction garments, while I oversee the introduction of new lingerie in Witchtown, Lilith proposed, finding this approach particularly advantageous, allowing both parties to reap profits without losing out on either side, perfectly aligning with a merchant's disposition. Now that we have gathered the statistical data, we have produced garments in 3 sizes, large, medium, and small, making sales exceedingly convenient. Should someone desire a custom piece, she could lead a team to fulfill that request. As it would all take place within Witchtown, Lilith's mind was racing with calculations. Even considering having Narlissa monitor the golden ship while she herself ventured to the witch's abode for custom orders, or perhaps leaving Alexis to oversee the shop would suffice. 2 months. I need to advance my timeline by 2 months. Otherwise, the value will significantly diminish. Do you think those truly affluent nobles lack connections with witches? A week should suffice, shouldn't it? The auction promotion takes merely 3 to 4 days to transition into the actual event. Could I not unveil new items following the auction? Conducting business is not as you envision. We must also account for the time buyers require to showcase their purchases at the ball. They acquire premium-priced goods precisely for this purpose. Naif analyzed the situation from both a merchant's and a buyer's perspective with reasoned arguments. Lilith pondered this. Very well, but 2 months is excessively lengthy. I believe that some can only convince me to concede 1 month's time. To persuade Lilith, Naif presented an estimated profit from the auction during her argument. My plan is as follows. Naif's strategy involved initially creating a buzz with cotton handkerchiefs, delivering intricately embroidered handkerchiefs to influential households under the banner of the Golden Ship to elevate the cloth's prominence, and subsequently announcing an auction for gowns crafted from this fabric. Once the gowns are successfully auctioned, a batch of less intricately designed small dresses will be produced within 4 to 5 weeks, allowing for substantial profit, followed by a gradual introduction of smaller items over the next 3 months. To preserve the gown's value and bolster the merchant guild's reputation, it is advisable to truly commence the production of cotton garments no sooner than a year from now. After detailing the plan, Naif elaborated on the anticipated sales figures and the associated benefits, including the enhanced visibility for the Golden Ship. Is it truly necessary to extend the timeline so significantly? Lilith was taken aback by the revelation that this plan spanned an entire year, especially since Naif had only been contemplating the cotton fabric for a mere hour and had devised such an elaborate scheme. Astonishing indeed. It is quite necessary. As merchants, we must exercise patience. Moreover, do you recall what you said when you encouraged me to join the Golden Ship? Naif smiled warmly at Lilith. Very well. Your plan is indeed superior. Let us proceed as you suggest. Initially, Lilith had intended to assume a more hands-off approach. In comparing her plan with Naif's, it was evident that the latter possessed far greater persuasive power. Ultimately, weighing the pros and cons is the responsibility of a business owner. Choosing poorly out of momentary frustration is a folly befitting only a child. Ahem, indeed, you are the master, and your suggestions hold great significance. For your sake, I can adjust my plans accordingly. The sale of lingerie in which town shall commence a month and a half after the auction concludes. To express my respect, Neve even employed honorifics. Lilith nodded in frustration. Although the other party had considered her opinion, there was an unsettling feeling that lingered. Was this person deliberately accommodating her? Despite her current disadvantage in stature, she believed her soul to be far more mature than this group of minors. Your concession makes me feel as though I possess no business acumen. Lilith had previously held a decent opinion of herself, but now she found herself questioning her abilities. No, it is you who lacks the ruthlessness. Neve smiled at Lilith and handed the samples to Zoe, who stood beside her. I sense you are more suited to be the leader. Lilith gazed at Neve with a hint of melancholy. Talent truly transcends age. Had she been in her own era, she would have envied Neve's abilities profoundly, for such talents in a merciless age equated to the power to transcend social classes. Neve, being of noble birth, was even more enviable. If Neve were aware of Lilith's current thoughts, she would likely not hesitate to divulge some of the darker aspects of nobility to enlighten Lilith on the unsavory nature of human aristocracy. No, Neve spoke suavely, shaking her head gently. You are just right. The golden ship shall sail towards glory under your guidance, I assure you. I believe so as well. Zoe, cradling a piece of fabric, stood beside Neve, affirming her statement with unwavering certainty. Although the preliminary plan had been established, the finer details required further discussion, and Neve needed to first engage with various auction houses. With matters settled, Lilith escorted Neve to the door. A few hummingbirds flew toward them, the familiars of Professor Candace. The hummingbirds divided into two groups, bursting forth before Lilith and Neve. The gruesome spectacle startled Lilith, causing her to retreat a few steps and collide with Narlissa, who followed closely behind her. Lilith had never encountered such a situation before, while Narlissa and the others remained remarkably composed, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. The blood and feathers resulting from the explosion did not succumb to gravity. Instead, they hovered midair, gradually coalescing to form a message. Or rather, two messages. Lilith, please come to Maria's office. Neve Mel, please come to Maria's office. The grotesque amalgamation of feathers, flesh, and blood formed a chilling inscription. This situation appeared to be intended as separate summonses, yet unexpectedly, Lilith and Neve found themselves in the same location. Let us proceed. There must be something urgent at hand. Lilith silently followed. To summon both her and Neve simultaneously could imply a desire for the golden ship to contribute financially to the construction efforts in Nibelheim. However, it should not be so dire. Although the golden ship has indeed reaped significant profits since the commencement of the trading month, the atmosphere within Maria's office at this very moment is decidedly bleak. The muffled sounds of weeping intermingle with the stern reprimands of Teacher Maria. Strangely, Lilith feels as though she has encountered this very sound before. Just as she contemplates whether to inquire with Neve and the others about whether to knock now or wait until the one inside ceases her tears to avoid an awkward entrance. She turns around to find a smile on Neve's face, yet she discerns a hint of gloom behind it. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Teacher Maria's furious voice penetrates the door, her tone revealing her genuine ire. Maria, she did not intend to. Please do not be too harsh on her. A voice interjects amidst the sobs. Chapter 157. Agrave mishap. Should we wait a moment? Lilith whispers softly. Neve shakes her head. Teacher Candace is already aware of our arrival. The confines of Maria's office, originally modest in size, have now expanded several-fold. The previous furnishings and decor have vanished, replaced by numerous witches who have gathered, their chairs forming a circle. At the center sits Deborah Mel, Neve's guardian, weeping inconsolably. This perplexing scenario leaves one utterly bewildered. Neve strides past Lilith, advancing towards Deborah under the watchful eyes of the adult witches. Mother. At the utterance of Neve's plea, Deborah's sobs become choked. Just as Lilith anticipates that the next moment will see her mother embrace Neve in a fit of tears, Deborah wipes her face, lifts her head, and reveals a countenance devoid of expression. Had it not been for her red-rimmed eyes, Lilith might have been genuinely intimidated. Neve, what brings you here? Do you not know the answer to that question? Time and again we have warned about the unreliability of humans. Have you forgotten the lessons of critical thinking? A frustrated adult witch's voice cuts in from a side. Upon hearing this, Deborah cannot contain herself any longer. She swiftly covers her face with her hands, succumbing to further sobs. Fortunately, her tears are not accompanied by excuses. Otherwise, Lilith would have suspected the ill-tempered which might come to strike her down. Perhaps that thought has already crossed her mind, as Lilith observes a neighboring witch tugging at her robe. Looking around, Lilith leads Narlisa and the others to Teacher Candace's side, quietly inquiring about the unfolding events. Teacher Candace gestures for them to take a seat beside her, producing several chairs with a casual flick. You would be astonished at what I learned upon inquiry. It turns out Deborah has experienced yet another heartbreak. Heartbreak is one thing, but what? She was seeing none other than the son of the temple. What? The news from the underground city has been prematurely leaked? What? Are the royal family and the temple representatives coming to which town? Lilith's small eyes were wide with curiosity, pondering the absurdity of a witch and a saint engaging in a romantic affair, as if they were performing in a melodrama. Their daily interactions must be a contest of acting prowess, one might assume. Through Candace's words, Lilith gleaned the entirety of the situation, which traced back to Deborah's previous heartbreak. Deborah's last relationship was fraught with challenges, and after much struggle, they finally approached the altar of marriage. However, on the day of their wedding, a heavily pregnant woman disrupted the ceremony, leading the groom to flee, leaving Deborah in utter disbelief. How could such audacity exist? Lilith mused, pondering the couple's bizarre behavior. If they were truly of sound mind, why not address their issues before the wedding, rather than subjecting each other to public humiliation? Surely, they could not believe this was love. Clearly, Deborah was once again entwined in another's romantic misadventure. Yet unlike the typical second female lead who silently endures, she was a witch with an almost obsessive fixation on love. There were no tears of sorrow. Instead, days later, the locals discovered two skinned bodies entwined in an alley where the couple had often met in secret. Yes, bodies, according to the human's announcement, as the horrified individuals involved were driven to madness upon witnessing their own fate. To prevent further panic, the report referred to them as corpses. It must be noted that Deborah had chosen the location with utmost care, for these two were her closest friends, and their deceitful assistance warranted compensation. Deborah was, after all, a woman of principle in business. The appearance of the bodies was grotesque, one torso grotesquely swollen, its flesh fused with the other, and something within pulsated ominously. Such a sight, even in an era where humans coexist with dragons, was undeniably strange, prompting reports to the temple and local nobility. Those three, oh no, to be precise, the two living beings, were incinerated that very day. How cruel humans can be. Deborah had preserved their child with medicine, yet they burned them all together. It was said that the child's head had emerged during the burning, and they showed no mercy, even to one so small. Candace wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes, unable to bear the thought, which inevitably reminded her of the abandoned little witches. Meanwhile, Lilith sat nearby, her first thought being, truly, the temple is efficient at incineration. In an age where burial is customary, gathering enough firewood for cremation is no small feat indeed. It was quite brutal. And then, to uncover what followed, Lilith continued to follow Candace's narrative. The aftermath of this incident proved to be more significant than anticipated, coincidentally coinciding with the time when the saints were due for their field training and Deborah's current romantic interest emerged from this very chain of events. The holy son of the temple, disguised to investigate the matter, found himself unsurprisingly suspecting Deborah first, who had not yet departed due to her sorrow. In a city rife with intrigue, who would wish for their demise more than Deborah? Thus, the holy son began to frequently approach her. In the company of this handsome and affluent gentleman, Deborah gradually emerged from her gloom. As the saying goes, the best way to forget a past romance is to embark on a new one without delay. Having long mingled among humans, Deborah's acting skills were indeed commendable. She had meticulously planned her actions to avoid future complications, leaving the holy son with no trace to uncover. Yet he sensed something amiss with her and perceived her feelings towards him, prompting him to confess his affection first. As their relationship blossomed, the holy son genuinely fell in love with Deborah, believing her to be an innocent human girl. He loved her and felt compassion for her. having been cast aside and made the subject of ridicule, only to later face suspicion and witness the destruction of her small shop under the cover of night. This shop, which served as her sole means of livelihood, was the last remnant left to her by her deceased parents. Nevertheless, this did not deter Deborah's happiness. She relished the tenderness he showed her, as who could resist the meticulous care of a beloved? She savored his love. Thus, how was the information from the underground city leaked? Chapter 158. Discussion significance whenever a holy son or holy daughter ventured out for training. The temple discreetly deployed an eye and a shield, tasked with rescuing them should they face mortal peril and bringing them back to the temple, in addition to reporting the specifics of their trials. In essence, they served as guardians and monitors. Sometimes, high status equates to a lack of freedom, leaving one to ponder which state is preferable. Holy sons and daughters are prohibited from romantic entanglements, marriage, or procreation prior to the offering ceremony, after which the next pope will be chosen. Thus, this ceremony holds great significance for them. To evade his followers, the Holy Son resorted to various extreme measures, employing divine power to conjure illusions, which seemed trivial in comparison. Ultimately, through a series of absurd coincidences, the watching eye discovered Deborah's contact with a witch, leading to the uncovering of her other ventures. Unsurprisingly, the Holy Son's romance was exposed, an act deemed as severe as the murder of another holy son or daughter. Consequently, they immediately abducted the Holy Son and returned to the temple with the news. Lilith still struggled to grasp the connection to the underground city. The recently discovered venture was significantly involved in the acquisition of construction materials, marking it as a vital branch of Deborah's enterprise. Otherwise, she would not have personally visited. Candace patiently explained. Upon discovering that her lover had been abducted by the temple's followers, Deborah entrusted the matter to another witch, while the temple dispatched individuals to surveil those emerging from that establishment. This led to the revelation of events in the underground city. After bravely confronting several locations within the temple, Deborah finally encountered the chosen one, who had already discerned her identity and proceeded to humiliate her profoundly, which elicited her tears. Lilith found this situation rather melodramatic. Candace tapped her chin thoughtfully. As far as I know, there was no humiliation, merely a stern rejection followed by their subsequent meeting. Is that all? Meanwhile, Neve gently patted her foster mother's shoulder, retrieving a chair from her spatial bag to sit beside her, patiently awaiting the judgment of the other witches. She possessed remarkable patience, though others may not share the same sentiment. Well, with the young witch present, let us conclude this session of critique. Deborah, take your foster daughter back to her rightful place, Maria commanded, her tone more authoritative than usual. Deborah finally ceased her sobbing. I apologize. I shall bear the losses incurred by this witch town. With that, she led Neve to an empty space. The repercussions of the information being leaked in advance were substantial. Merely negotiating the land ownership issues within Nifel City with the other two factions would entail considerable losses. As the founding party, they held absolute priority in making choices. Very well, let us commence with the next agenda, concerning the proposal involving the temple and the human royal family. What are your thoughts? Maria inquired, seated upright and glancing to her right. The Witches' Council began with a sequential speaking order. However, participation was not obligatory if one had no thoughts to share. Since we are in a period of trade, I believe we may allow them to come, given that they are already aware of the situation. If they cannot reach the witch town, they will likely head directly to the Nifel Great Forest, said the first witch. I concur, the second witch simply stated. I disagree. Who knows whether those individuals might instigate some peculiarities within the witch town. Although the witch town is quite secure, they could still cause us considerable trouble. And the entrance to the underground city is on the verge of collapsing. Those treacherous humans. We could just assign someone to watch them, limiting their numbers. If they dare, let them come. The witches voiced their opinions. Even Lilith, sitting beside Candace, had the opportunity to contribute. After some contemplation, she suggested, perhaps we should meet directly near the underground city. We have already begun constructing the walls, and it would be a fitting opportunity for them to cover the material costs since we are exerting our efforts. Regardless of how the internal city map is drawn, the external walls form a circle, which serves to delineate the city's location and size. Therefore, the city plans had yet to be drafted while the walls were already under construction. I agree on meeting near the underground city. The human royalty may not consent, being merely a bunch of inept gluttons, fearful for their lives. Such apprehension raises questions about the involvement in urban development. Following intense deliberation, Lilith's proposal was partially accepted, designating the location for the trilateral meeting at the periphery of Niffle Forest, a relatively safe distance from the underground city. Thus, those with the capacity to observe could do so, while the timid could remain on the outskirts, where provided they do not act recklessly, their lives would not be easily forfeited. The reason for summoning both of you today pertains to another matter concerning Deborah's estate and my inquiry about the possibility of the Golden Ship establishing a branch in Niffle City. Initially, I intended to wait until the urban construction was completed to raise the question. However, in light of recent developments, every parcel of land within the city is now a coveted prize in this trilateral cooperation. As the Golden Ship specializes in producing cleaning products such as soap and shampoo, the Witch Town naturally desires its foothold in Niffle City. After a moment of contemplation, Lilith spoke. If feasible, I would prefer to open 2 establishments. Separating food from daily necessities would be more advantageous. Perhaps I should consider opening a tavern? A tavern indeed sounds like an excellent idea, but my dear, you are aware of what we truly wish you to sell within the city. How about 1 store dedicated to daily necessities and another for the tavern? Of course, the 2 establishments should not be situated too closely together. We, the Golden Ship, shall cover the cost of acquiring the land. Could Teacher Maria assist us in securing a prime location? For Witch Town, the establishment of 2 stores is merely a minor concern. With Maria's primary objectives achieved, she would not hesitate to facilitate this. Although the town could dispatch individuals to transport goods for sale, delegating such trivialities to the town's overseer seems rather cumbersome. It would be more efficient for the Golden Ship to manage it directly. Naturally, Maria's actions are not driven by altruism towards humanity, but rather a desire for the witches to wield greater influence, with economics being a crucial aspect of that power. The announcement of a significant establishment, one that impacts the daily lives of residents, withdrawing from the city could potentially incite unrest detrimental to certain individuals. Following the leak of this information, prices within the town began to rise, as many items are essential for exploring the underground city. With the need for secrecy lifted, it was only natural for prices to surge accordingly. Merchants lamented the situation, particularly those who had arrived early, regretting their missed opportunities. Alongside this price surge, the Golden Ship, under Lilith's direction, also raised its prices modestly. Naive's adoptive mother, Deborah, returned to her usual routine after a brief respite, resuming her role in procuring materials. To compensate for the recent unforeseen circumstances, Deborah would assume full responsibility for the town's financial contribution towards urban development. The phrase wealth to rival nations is no mere hyperbole. Deborah's enterprises span the globe. Lilith had once curiously inquired of Naive how her adoptive mother, who did not appear to be infatuated, managed to achieve such feats. Naive indeed recalled having asked her adoptive mother this very question in her childhood. Chapter 159, the selection tournament at that time. Deborah's response remained vivid in her memory. Out of boredom. Longevity often breeds solitude, while many long-lived species, such as elves and dragons, thrive in communal settings. Witches tend towards a more solitary existence. This propensity for isolation renders their kind more susceptible to psychological challenges. Witnessing the gradual demise of familiar beings inevitably invokes existential inquiries. Lingering incessantly in one's mind and whispering in one's ears, Deborah remarked, at times, immortality seems more akin to a curse. Creatures possess an innate instinct for survival, and to counteract the inclination towards self-destruction, witches cultivate a myriad of hobbies: culinary arts, travel, potion-making, metallurgy, and painting. Witches, after all, have the luxury of time to explore their true passions. Yet, not all hobbies are inherently creative. For instance, one which finds solace in slumber, often succumbing to protracted periods of sleep that last years, even decades. Conversely, Deborah's pastime is the pursuit of romance. Engaging with different individuals under various guises imbues her life with novelty, excitement, and joy, granting her a profound sense of existence. It is imperative to mention Deborah's entrepreneurial triumphs, as her business empire serves merely to facilitate her carefree romantic escapades. After all, while love may quench the thirst of the soul, physical needs remain a pressing reality. She certainly does not wish to endure the pangs of hunger while in pursuit of love. Self-abuse is far from her inclination. Deborah's adage states, "Love is as vital as breath. It begins and ends with mortality." Even in the face of relentless betrayal, even amidst such betrayal, Neve assuredly affirmed, in a certain light, she exhibits remarkable resilience. Her heart, undeniably tenacious, dares to embrace new romantic ventures even after being deceived 100 times. Lilith, however, find it impossible to comprehend such thrill-seeking behavior. The month of commerce passed in a flurry of activity. Lilith presented the trading consortium with voodoo dolls as tokens of greeting. Unfortunately, following that conference, her schedule became even more hectic, preventing her from delivering the gifts in person. It was a pity to miss witnessing the surprise on their faces upon receiving the offerings. At last, the tripartite discussions concluded, held outdoors. Lilith found herself curious about the subjects under deliberation, though they bore little relevance to her as an underage witch. After the month of commerce, an inexplicable surge in coursework ensued, far exceeding the volume of previous years, leaving one bewildered and overwhelmed. However, Lilith soon gleaned a tantalizing tidbit from Neve. The Witch Tower is slated to hold a selection ceremony at year's end, open to all underage witches. This news, which soon became public, stirred considerable excitement among the witches. The selection process is to be synchronized across the entire continent, encompassing not only witches but also humans. And even the temples are organizing their own selection events. The only stipulations are twofold. Candidates must be minors and possess their maidenhood, regardless of gender. The grand selection event stirred within Lilith memories of the underground literature she had previously perused, recalling that similar selection contests had been arranged following the advent of the dungeon. However, the stipulations recorded in those instances markedly differed from the present ones. It is said that this dungeon is a relic of the moon goddess, which elucidates the peculiar requirements. Although her early arrival in Witch Town had limited her understanding of human deities, she was somewhat acquainted with the moon goddess Nalisa, not for any particular reason, but rather because the devotees of this deity tended to exhibit a greater purity than ordinary humans. Can we participate in this? Patricia eagerly rubbed her hands together in anticipation. The ultimate aim of such a selection contest is to assemble a team capable of traversing the dungeon. The dungeon is structured in layers, and initially, not everyone is permitted entry. The entrance must be unlocked, and what lies within remains an enigma. Only after overcoming the restrictions can other adventurers gain normal access and explore within. This elucidates why, upon the discovery of a dungeon, an individual cannot monopolize it. Furthermore, the dungeon's layered nature necessitates that each subsequent level requires a team to conquer it before others may follow suit. Unlike the obvious entrances laid bare before them, the gateways between layers only activate when a suitably qualified team fortuitously encounters them. Moreover, due to the distinct origins of each dungeon, the criteria for those who may pass through vary accordingly. Even if the creatures from the previous dungeons still exist, they may not necessarily gain entry into the new level. In the witch's texts, these restrictions are whimsically characterized as the divine's little indulgences. Each dungeon is a remnant of the gods, a place where deities once dwelled on earth. This trivial whim of theirs creates an inconvenience that troubles all, epitomizing the nature of the world's gods. Given the conditions, it should be feasible, Neve remarked with a smile as she closed the book. It appeared that Patricia held considerable confidence in her abilities. Lilith and her companions were merely first-year students. Even if they were to participate, they would likely be eliminated due to their limited knowledge base. I have heard that the rewards for clearing the dungeon are granted individually, purportedly comprising extraordinary treasures. However, despite scouring the literature for days, I have found no mention of what these treasures truly are. Do you have any insight? Lilith inquired, having turned the last page of the book and exhaling deeply. Neve shook her head. None of those who receive the rewards have ever divulged the nature of such items, only referring to them as extraordinary treasures. Yet, the world has never witnessed them being produced. Neither the witch's texts, nor the writings of humans and the temples contain any records concerning this matter. Lilith rested her chin on her hand, intrigued by the notion of such a coveted item, especially one that was one of a kind. Will you participate? She asked Neve. No, while I harbor a keen interest in treasures, I prefer to acquire them safely through monetary means rather than risking my life to obtain them myself, Neve replied, embodying the essence of a true merchant. Though her heart raced, Lilith understood that without harnessing the power of demons, her chances of succeeding in the selection process were slim. However, to wield such power in front of so many onlookers felt rather nerve-wracking. She feared exposure. After much contemplation, Lilith ultimately decided against participating. Patricia, on the other hand, was eager to witness the event. Encouragingly, Lilith patted her shoulder, stating that participating wouldn't be a loss, as it would at least provide some combat experience. "Really?" Patricia exclaimed. "Absolutely, go for it." However, what Lilith did not foresee was that Patricia, in her whimsical nature, had slyly registered both herself and Lilith along with Nelisa. Given their frequent companionship, Candace, the one in charge of registration, harbored no suspicions. By the time Lilith and Nelisa discovered this, it was too late. The list had been published, and withdrawal was no longer an option. Patricia faced a rather severe consequence, enduring a dual mix of sparring as she felt guilty and refrained from retaliating, all the while muttering, "Didn't you say this would help us gain experience?" Chapter 160. A classic free-for-all. What if I just surrender as soon as I step onto the stage? Lilith flopped onto the sofa, using her ever-present teddy bear as a pillow, feeling utterly dejected. It wasn't merely the futility of the impending fight that troubled her. Nelisa, in the adjacent cleaning room, was washing her blood-stained hands when she paused at Lilith's remark. After rinsing her hands once more, she dried them and responded as she walked, "Are you really considering that?" "Well, I'm still on the fence. I can't help but wonder if Miss Dorothy would unleash those skeletal creatures on me the moment I step back into the ring." After all, she explicitly mentioned those words today. Sometimes, the atmosphere can make it difficult to back out. For instance, when a teacher praises you in front of the entire class for being courageous, stating you are the only student participating in this election, and promises to spectate, it's overwhelming. Why on earth did the Witch Tower have to announce a break during those days? Given the circumstances, would she just surrender outright? Help! The very thought made her cringe, contemplating whether it would be more embarrassing to be knocked down by someone or to surrender without a fight. "Lilith, a witch with a slightly normal person-esque burden. I recall you have your major in witch cooking today as well." Lilith lay on her side, propping her head with one hand, her elbow resting on the bear's belly. She wondered about the materials used to craft this chocolate bear. Its resilience was remarkable. Indeed, but my instructor advised me to speak quickly if I decide to give up, lest I be pinned down and rubbed into the ground by the impatient witch. Lilith reminisced about the slightly plump witch from her memories. Although witch cooking possessed combat potential, they seemed to prefer hunting for ingredients rather than engaging in battles with their peers. Yet, it appeared that Nelisa's major hadn't yet ventured into the realm of combat. Indeed, the only one caught in a predicament of her own making is she alone. Blame it on that insufferable group of classmates. Their raucous jeers are deafening, as if they fear she might offer an explanation. She yearns to defend herself, yet her voice cannot reach the ears of Professor Dorothy. It is truly a misfortune, an utter calamity. Some matters cannot be evaded by mere desire to escape. Since avoidance is futile, it is perhaps best to treat this as an invaluable opportunity to accumulate battle experience, as previously suggested. After a few days of despondency, Lilith commenced her pre-battle training, dedicating her days either to memorizing incantations or refining her weaponry. In an effort to avoid an embarrassing defeat, she also made time to consume a potion to enhance her physical prowess. As her agility increased, so too did the agony inflicted by the potion, multiplied, in fact. Yet, as her physical constitution undeniably improved, her resilience grew in tandem. In her own words, she found herself in a state of being unable to die, yet incapable of thriving. Such potions necessitated extensive recovery time, often stretching over several months. Naturally, the Golden Ship was not idle during this time. Each day, after completing her studies, Lilith would visit to tend to matters pertaining to her employer, for which she was immensely grateful to have Naif, a diligent employee of the continent. Among those equally busy was a researcher at the Golden Ship, Catherine, who has become a focal point of Lilith's attention. On the very day the Golden Ship introduced a gardenia-scented shampoo, the entrance to the dungeon collapsed. Following thorough exploration by various parties, the entry conditions were confirmed, and the selection competition was officially launched. The Witch Town buzzed with unprecedented excitement, contrasting sharply with the solemnity of the Witch Festival. From the very first day of the selection competition, the town resonated with laughter and merriment, as witches from various locales flocked to partake in the festivities. Fresh stalls sprang up, and grandstands were constructed. Of course, golden opportunities were not overlooked. Little witches selling beverages and popcorn took their places, and a new bread oven was installed in the kitchen. Large blocks of butter were delivered, and the berries cultivated by Lilith's classmates through potion-induced growth were all procured by her. She even enlisted a witch skilled in the art of ice spells to serve as a steward, providing berry juice for those who abstained from alcohol. Naturally, the berries were merely sufficient for trialing juice creation. Upon achieving success, Lilith procured an array of other fruits, and the Golden Ship officially unveiled juice as a limited-time festival offering. The icy beverages, alongside the alcoholic drinks, soared in popularity throughout the summer. Thus, the Nefer Dungeon Selection Competition commenced in earnest, with the first contenders stepping forth. Who among them does not covet the extraordinary treasures? The number of registrants remained impressively high, with nearly all upperclassmen participating. Even within Lilith's own year, all students majoring in witchcraft joined in, along with a few from other disciplines. The standard for a witch's coming of age is graduation. Thus, any witch still enrolled at the Witch Tower was eligible to participate in this election. The first round is a grand melee, where not only strength is tested, but also luck plays a significant role. Notorious witches may find themselves besieged, while those of lesser prowess easily become targets for elimination. Lilith, unfortunately, belongs to the latter category. After all, while many may hesitate due to unfamiliarity, the number of individuals in the Witch's Tower who do not recognize Lilith is exceedingly small. Who in the town doesn't tea use soap, or hasn't tea savored the delicacies of soft bread? At times, Lilith wishes for less notoriety. Should she falter in this chaotic battle, the embarrassment would be monumental. The ordinary populace may have few spectators, but for Lilith, the audience stretches from the Witch's Tower to the human realm. Patricia, just you wait. Lilith, in a rather undignified manner, finds herself pursued by magic, darting chaotically across the arena. To her left lies an enchantment that could render one lame, while, to the right, a spell that promises blindness if it strikes in 5 seconds. She must evade. One spell might cause an upset stomach. Although unfamiliar with the incantations, Lilith has her ally, Chocolate, who certainly knows the way. Truth be told, these witches wield their powers with a ruthless edge, lacking any semblance of fair play. Amidst the throng, as Lilith runs and casts spells, she has no clear idea of who her magic has impacted. Remarkably, she manages to endure, even as the number of competitors dwindles to just over 20. Panting heavily, Lilith muses, "That one over there is about to crumble. Is it possible I might also falter?" She breathes deeply, grateful for having consumed a fortifying potion. Otherwise, she would have succumbed long ago. Switching roles? No, that would be utterly meaningless. This battle has become rather tedious. At this moment, Lilith remains unaware that, thanks to Chocolate's guidance, she has evaded every spell aimed at her amidst the onslaught. By this merit alone, outsiders would already regard her as a formidable contender among her peers. Engaging in a battle without the fervor of absolute victory is indeed rather lackluster. Dodging a spell, she wipes the sweat from her brow, recognizing the prowess of the upperclassmen who require physical tomes to cast their spells. Two of them coordinate seamlessly. One deflects an attack while the other swiftly flips through a book, reciting incantations as the tome hovers in midair. Each word they utter brings a palpable sense of pressure. Eyes wide with astonishment, Lilith exclaims, "Let me take over with a group attack. This one looks painful." Sensing impending danger, she begrudgingly consents to the switch, not out of a desire to avoid confrontation, but rather a preference for a more effortless resolution. She seeks to conserve her energy. What if she fails to reach her opponent before the spell concludes? The distance between them is considerable. Upon emerging, Chocolate promptly sets aside the cherished doll Lilith has been clutching, finding moments to evade attacks while moving about. Although not adept with such weaponry, it carefully stows away the doll, mindful of Lilith's affection for it. The fingers snapped sharply under pressure. One must refrain from excessive force. Although witches and demons share a certain mutual affinity, it is best to remain discreet. Rest assured, the solemn incantations reverberated like echoes, each phrase resonating throughout the arena. This makeshift structure, designed for the audience's convenience, took on the form of a coliseum, with the two witches unleashing their formidable spells at the center of the field. What are you hesitating for? Lilith sat upon the plush carpet of the mental realm, peering curiously at the chocolate as it navigated the waters. Once she finished reciting the incantation, There would be no trouble in creating chaos, right? With such a mindset, they would inevitably meet their doom. Do you not think this method of cleansing is rather swift? It is not refuse, so why employ the term cleanse? While Lilith uttered these words, the two under siege, managing to withstand the onslaught, succeeded in casting their magic, the ripples of witchcraft echoing throughout the arena. How does one evade this? By using spells to defend oneself. Chocolate, displaying an unprecedented benevolence, offered a solution. The cries of distress and the sound of bodies collapsing. Nearly all standing in the arena clutched their abdomens and fell, including the witch who had been acting as the guardian and casting spells. However, it was evident that her companions were prepared, administering potions one after another. The incanting witch cast a wary glance at Lilith, the only other standing figure, before producing a silver dagger. Just as Lilith anticipated a one-on-one confrontation, the brunette which crouched down to stab the incapacitated witches one by one. A wise choice, Chocolate remarked, and in that moment, Lilith's vision blurred, returning her to her physical form. Lilith stood momentarily paralyzed, pondering her next move. Only 3 minutes remained. The somewhat hurried witch spoke at that instant. Lilith swiftly grasped the meaning of her words. She was indicating that the curse's effect would last only 3 minutes. Some resolute witches in the arena had already begun attempting to rise. Lilith hastily embraced her teddy bear and retrieved a pair of scissors. After considering, she decided to divide the scissors, utilizing only one half to minimize the wound, for she did not intend to take their lives. In the trials, victory could be achieved in 2 ways. Either the opponent concedes or is rendered severely injured and incapable of fighting. If it were the brunette, upon completing her incantation, she would not even need to stab to claim victory, as the lack of resistance would allow for countless deaths within 3 minutes. Of course, the referee would grant time for the fallen to rise. The chaotic melee differed, as even a lethal strike across the throat would require considerable time to slay numerous opponents. One might not complete the task before the time elapsed. Thus, assessment would still rely on the criterion of severe injury. I apologize. It was not intentional. I am sorry. I truly am. Lilith, with a tinge of guilt, wielded an oversized pair of scissors, piercing through those nearby. To be frank, inflicting harm upon others was far simpler than upon oneself. Fortunately, there was Chocolate. Otherwise, she too would be lying on the ground, awaiting her turn to be stabbed. Perhaps, just before collapsing, she would have chosen to surrender. She had always been quite astute in assessing the situation. 3 minutes elapsed, and everyone had been punctured, everyone except the 3 of them. A designated area would always host 5 victorious witches, a number that remained constant. Thus the last 2 to be stabbed became the fortunate ones. You see, luck is sometimes indeed a facet of one's prowess. Wait, should I have surrendered? It was only when the list of selected candidates was announced that Lilith belatedly grasped the reality of her situation. Never mind. She found it more acceptable to endure this stabbing than to engage in further conflict. The pain would undoubtedly be excruciating. You are quite impressive. See you at the competition. A guard remarked as he produced needle and thread to stitch up the wounds, smiling cheerily while greeting Lilith. The metallic instrument danced back and forth through flesh. Externally, Lilith merely nodded and managed a slight smile. Yet internally, she gasped in horror. No wonder such strategies could be devised. Did this individual lack pain receptors? The sight alone was agonizing. As the guard continued to stitch, he departed the scene with another individual, while the fallen witches were lifted by magical forces and soared toward the exit. Several adult witches stationed at the exit provided a seamless service of dispelling curses, administering potions, and suturing extensive wounds, rendering a medical facility unnecessary. Throughout the entire competition, the only one unscathed was Lilith. As she approached the audience, she incredulously touched the top of her head, attempting to grasp a phenomenon known as the protagonist's halo. Chocolate, do you not think I am quite remarkable? Despite the reminder from Chocolate, she had managed to evade everything. Was that not impressive enough? Do not flatter yourself with such trivial acknowledgments. All right, you are impressive. Today, I shall dedicate an extra hour to studying spell books. That physical book used by that person was rather good. Let us visit the bookstore tomorrow once the selection round concludes. Given her current financial standing, acquiring several special spell books should pose no difficulty. Do as you wish. The demon was of little assistance regarding the necessity of physical books for spell casting. In truth, It could help if it were so inclined. But Chocolate was certain Lilith would vehemently oppose such methods. Knowing full well that Lilith would not consent, it could hardly be bothered to voice the suggestion. Chapter 162. A promise. It was not particularly fond of the idea of extra adornments on her skin. They reminded her of a certain demon, which was decidedly unpleasant. Lilith, you are truly remarkable. How did you manage to evade it all? Farah and Mealy sat together, accompanied by Maggie and Narlissa, with those acquainted with Lilith clustering nearby, which took her by surprise. What incantations did you employ? Are you not going to prepare? Spells are, in fact, intended for the use of Chocolate. To elaborate further, she must return to her studies. Lilith is the first to participate, and, aside from Maggie, everyone else here has registered for the competition. Neve is unable to attend today due to prior commitments. The reason Maggie did not sign up is that she injured her hand during class half a month ago and requires rest. In this era where potions are remarkably effective, the necessity for rest following an injury speaks volumes. For Maggie, who specializes in magical arrays, sustaining an injury to her hand is far more perilous than even a head injury, as long as it is not fatal. We can focus on the third and fourth rounds. There will be ample time to reach the entrance after the second round concludes. Alastair chuckled lightly. Alastair, I recall that your specialization is in prophecy. How is it that you? Oh, it's all about participation, she replied. Her mentor promised her that if she registered, she would receive the coveted deer-hide silver tablecloth she had long desired. She fell in love with it at first sight when Maggie casually revealed Alastair's secrets, which she found quite unimpressive. Maggie, please refrain from speaking. Alastair stood up, attempting to cover Maggie's mouth, yet she hesitated to actually touch her, considering her injured hand. Is it that tablecloth used during prophecy sessions, placed beneath the crystal ball? Indeed it is. A cloth that resonates with our magical fields is of utmost importance to us. The deer hide is secondary. Why truly desire is the tree of life depicted upon it. Alastair sheepishly ruffled her hair. She had contemplated saving money to purchase another. Yet after surveying her options, she found herself drawn to the one her teacher possessed. Having finally secured this opportunity, she was determined not to let it slip away. After all, it was merely participation. Lilith turned to Annecy, who was beside Patricia. Ever since transitioning to Patricia as specialty, Lilith had noticed Annecy bearing various injuries each time they met. When Lilith inquired why she did not seek treatment, Annecy replied that her familiar could heal her effortlessly, even sparing her the cost of potions. In response, Annecy expressed that dealing with these minor injuries and their treatment was just too bothersome. Annecy, this chaotic melee is quite unfavorable for you. You can only act after others have initiated. In such turmoil, you are at a disadvantage. Of course, Lilith did not genuinely worry for her. If one were to describe her sentiments upon seeing Annecy here, it would likely lean more towards schadenfreude. After all, she was not one to repay malice with kindness. Thank you for your concern. I revel in this chaos, Annecy said with a cheerful smile, though to Lilith, it appeared somewhat sinister. Her miniature familiar coiled around her arm. I hardly have the time to concern myself with you. Lilith shrugged, speaking candidly. Is that so? Annecy extended her hand, and her familiar circled Lilith twice before wrapping around one of her shoulders. A tingling sensation radiated from behind her shoulder, and soon after, Annecy's familiar flew away. Lilith turned to look and discovered a small tear in her robe, about the length of her index finger, with traces of blood on the fabric. Have I actually been injured? It is merely a bruise. Why the surprise? Did you truly believe you were adept at concealing it? Lilith's lackluster technique left Chocolate wincing in discomfort. I mean to say, I sustained an injury, yet felt no pain. Have you forgotten the fortifying elixir you consumed a few days ago? These past couple of days, my senses may have dulled somewhat. Was that not your intention? Chocolate speculated that Lilith had considered this when she delayed using the fortifying potion, especially since she harbors such a fear of pain, making her less apprehensive in a confrontation if her body were somewhat dulled. Ah, yes, indeed, Lilith acknowledged sheepishly. After discussing the timing of her injury with Chocolate, Lilith turned to find the others deliberately avoiding the conversation, clearly uncomfortable. Oh dear, I forgot that, to others, I must appear to be talking to myself. How peculiar it feels. Thankfully, Lilith had grown accustomed to such awkward situations. As long as she remained unperturbed, the discomfort belonged to another. Ahem. Well, Annecy, thank you. Although I am not particularly fond of you, I still possess the necessary civility, as Lilith is always clear-headed. Annecy raised a hand to cover his mouth, laughing softly. No need for formalities. Consider this my apology for my past actions. If ever you find yourself gravely injured, feel free to seek me out. I owe you that much. Ah, very well then, I forgive you. It was not a significant issue. Though your behavior lacked decorum, your apology accompanied by substantial compensation suffices. Lilith was not one to dwell on such matters. Annecy's healing ability is indeed precious, theoretically capable of addressing any external injury. Lilith had even heard whispers of the astounding possibility of biological grafting, though she remained uncertain of its veracity. Nonetheless, the prowess of her familiar's healing was indisputable. Now, she had essentially received a life-saving treatment for free, and in a buoyant mood, Lilith settled into an empty seat beside Nalisa. In an era devoid of advanced technology, clearing the grounds was a rather cumbersome task. A few adult witches wielded their wands, scraping away the topsoil before laying down fresh earth, then using massive stone blocks to level the surface. Once the arena was renewed, the announcement was made for the competition to resume. Lilith sat in the stands, observing the participants entering quietly, yet she felt something was amiss. Propping her chin on her hand, she mused, "Do you not think we ought to hire a host? A host? Someone akin to the announcer at an auction or the commentator in a human gladiatorial arena, responsible for enlivening the atmosphere. These are all elements present in this age, where gladiatorial arenas abound, categorized into various types: bullfighting rings, human arenas, and contests between man and beast, along with some hidden venues solely for the entertainment of the affluent. It is said that such places feature creatures from a distant continent." Chapter 163. Nalisa's free-for-all match your observation holds merit. However, we have yet to encounter a formal human host, so we remain unaware of what it entails. Not only has Maggie spoken, but others have also not encountered her. However, they have heard tales from the ideological education courses. The little witches in Witchtown have mostly arrived at a tender age, and such experiences are scarce in their realm. It is only this year, upon gaining exposure to the outside world, that they have begun to understand. It is only natural that they remain unaware. The second round remains a chaotic melee, and if there were a commentator present, they would undoubtedly be animatedly narrating the spectacle. Lilith finds greater joy in being an observer rather than participating in the fray below. Just look at the carnage unfolding. A thrilling investment. Over there, one participant is even able to conceal themselves within another's shadow. What audacity! Alas, it seems there are still those who can restrain her. Various incantations, previously unseen by Lilith, whizzed through the arena, prompting her to pull out her notebook and jot down her observations. This one is promising for entrapment. This one is splendid, painless hair removal, though precision practice is essential. This magical instrument, it can automatically bind individuals. Oh dear, but it lacks durability. Lilith diligently records all that she deems useful, intending to analyze the spells and magical tools with chocolate later. Although she cannot learn the more complex incantations requiring physical tomes, she can certainly study the more universal spells. Nalisa assists Lilith in mending her cloak, but unfortunately, immediate cleaning is impossible. They must make do for the time being. Annecy finds it quite curious why Nalisa shows such kindness towards Lilith, whose corporeal form appears rather ordinary. According to the Witch Tower's regulations, witches who share a close bond are granted priority in handling each other's remains, as a witch's body is also a material resource. The value of a witch's corpse increases with their physical resilience and the potency of their magic during life. Lilith, having joined Witchtown later, naturally cannot match the physical prowess of others, many of whom have been using strength-enhancing potions since childhood. The notion of befriending someone for the sake of their remains is not uncommon in Witchtown. For instance, Annecy and Patricia both understand this arrangement, which is mutually beneficial. After all, who knows who will pass first? Conversely, if Annecy were to perish first, Patricia would also have the right to manage her remains. Ultimately, this practice is regarded as advantageous within Witchtown. However, it is rare to find someone like Nalisa who tends to another witch with such meticulous care. Typically, this level of attention is reserved for those engaged in specialized research. Yet even then, it would be more prudent to save and directly purchase materials. To go to such lengths for a corpse that may not be obtained for centuries is rather lacking in decorum. To put it bluntly, It seems unworthy to serve as a mere laborer for a handful of bone coins. I have entered into a cooperative contract with Nalissa with a monthly salary arrangement. Thus, these daily tasks should presumably fall under the duties of a maid, though Lilith remains uncertain. As time passes, Ruby's memories gradually fade, and she senses that soon, those recollections will fully integrate into her being, with trivial details of life and other insignificant fragments evaporating alongside them. Just as a normal person would not recall what they had for lunch on a particular day 5 years ago, her memory is gradually normalizing. What kind of contract? Maggie interjected. Her curiosity piqued regarding why Nalissa had taken such a step. She was aware that some witches, upon graduation, sought out an employer, but it was rather uncommon for underage witches to enter into such agreements. A servant contract? Why are you asking so many questions? Nalissa responded with a hint of annoyance. Surely, they did not intend to compete with her for this contract? She cast a sweeping glance at Maggie, Annecy, and Farah, who had once attempted to vie for a dormitory with her. Farah, caught off guard by Nalissa's inexplicable glare, innocently glanced at the other two. Nalissa scrutinized Maggie, her gaze lingering on the potion-stained hands, and a barely noticeable frown creased her brow. You actually signed a servant contract with her? Have you lost your mind? Maggie's reaction was far more pronounced, her astonished voice drawing the attention of those seated in front and behind them. Indeed, it is even permanent, Nalissa mused, satisfied with the contract. Rather than seeking an employer of uncertain temperament, Lilith was evidently the perfect choice. I think you need to drink some witch's brew to clear your head, Maggie remarked, shaking her head at Nalissa. For a witch who cherished her freedom, a servant contract was akin to poison, deadly poison at that. Most witches would only enter into collaborative agreements, rather than one that would clearly subordinate them. What servant contract? How am I unaware of this? Aren't there numerous additional conditions for a permanent one? It's not compulsory. Lilith sensed something amiss in their conversation and wished to clarify. However, as soon as she mentioned the maid, the others displayed knowing expressions, leaving her at a loss for words. Lilith's heart screamed. It is merely a work contract. The chaos of the second round concluded with a few explosive sounds, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and dismembered limbs. Had it not been for the adult witches nearby, today could have easily claimed dozens of lives. In comparison, the first round seemed unexpectedly mild. Indeed, happiness is often derived from comparison. Being stabbed is evidently more painful than losing an arm or a leg. Let us go, Farah announced, rising as others in the stands began to stand and exit. Farah, Nalissa, and Alas were assigned to the third round of chaos. The thought of Nalissa announcing her withdrawal in front of so many witches made Lilith cringe. Could she directly forfeit in the midst of the battle? Lilith pondered the rules she had previously observed. Retreating was not permitted in a free-for-all. It appeared that Nalissa would have to face the challenge head-on. Had she known, she would have slipped her some potions and weapons. If it weren't for the fact that her summoning class had not yet reached the stage of summoning large creatures, she would have considered borrowing a couple of her skeletal summons. Suddenly, Patricia beside Lilith sneezed. I think I might be getting sick. Lilith shifted over and clasped her shoulders. Are you out of your mind? Nalissa is majoring in witch cuisine. Why would you help her enroll? Lilith's summoning major could barely be classified as an offensive course. While Patricia's enrollment was somewhat understandable, what compelled her to sign up Nalissa as well? Lilith found herself utterly perplexed. Patricia turned slightly, and Annecy beside her also glanced over, their expressions conveying a sense of indescribable bewilderment. Surely, you have never fought her, right? After Patricia spoke, Annecy vigorously nodded in agreement. To be precise, Lilith had scarcely engaged in combat with others. As the melee commenced, chaos erupted. Lilith's gaze zeroed in on Nalissa amidst the throng, observing her wielding a dagger. Was this dagger not the most rudimentary of weapons? If one intended to fight, why not draw forth something more formidable, perhaps a broadsword or a longsword? The adage an inch longer, an inch stronger certainly held true. Moreover, witches were inherently adept at maintaining distance from their adversaries. With a swift motion, the blade descended, obscuring Lilith's vision. The enemy's blood splattered across her face. The witch, having severed an artery, was teleported out of the arena within 2 seconds. With one of those seconds allotted for the opponent's attempt at self-preservation, Lilith stood in stunned silence. Was Nalissa truly this formidable? In the time it took to speak, 5 opponents had already been eliminated, all by a swift cut to the throat. A sudden chill enveloped Lilith's neck, while Patricia wore an expression that seemed to say, "Did you see that?" Chapter 164. The preliminary selection concludes. She possesses far superior physical capabilities than you do. Chocolate also joined the fray. Could it be that this body belongs to both of us? With our combined weakness, what is there to be proud of? Naming Chocolate had its advantages. It was certainly more deceptive than carelessly referring to it as a demon. Even if someone overheard, Lilith could merely claim it as the name of another persona. Physical prowess could compensate for deficiencies in witchcraft. Nalisa could also consume the prepared witch's meals to replenish her stamina and magical strength. Alongside Farah, who also managed to secure a place in the final 5 at the cost of losing an eye and part of a hand, she stood resolute. Fortunately, the injuries were not permanent, as the selection event was supported by a top-tier medical team, ensuring even such wounds could be healed within half an hour. Alas, who had tagged along, remained in the arena for only 6 minutes, during which she dispatched one opponent with her venomous spit before being eliminated herself. A large cleaver having pierced her abdomen. She ought to be grateful for the unscientific nature of this world. Otherwise, recovering so swiftly would have been nearly impossible. Are you all right? The 4th match was already well underway when Nalisa returned to the audience. Her eyes and hands had been healed, and her witch's robe was now clean. Nalisa nodded. Just a minor injury. In addition to the healing provided by the medical witch, she had consumed the witch's meal prepared the day before, which not only mended her external wounds but also rejuvenated her vitality. However, the lingering pain from the loss of her limb proved to be a troublesome after-effect, manifesting as a persistent ache that accompanied her. If it were Lilith, she would refer to such a sensation as phantom pain. Patricia, in this match, Mealy was battered and bruised, yet she stood resolutely, as if something compelled her to remain in the arena. The fish, feasting upon the blood of the vampire witch, seemed to thrive as if nourished by the life force itself. The scales of the crimson carp glimmered more vividly, as though actual blood coursed through them. This indeed presented a remarkable opportunity. Nalisa initially believed that the preceding remark was uttered by Lilith, and after observing for a moment, she spoke. Lilith nodded in agreement. Free offerings are always the most delectable. To partake without consequences is irresistibly enticing. Unfortunately, Mealy, as a first-year student, lacked proficiency in the arcane arts, her studies leaning towards obscure subjects. Her perseverance thus far relied heavily on potions and the consumption of peculiar fruits and tubers unknown to Lilith. Lilith felt that Mealy's body was nearly reduced to a sieve, in the most literal sense, as she could almost see through her to the scenes beyond. It was only a matter of time. Annecy leaned on her hand, fixated on the fray. This battle was particularly brutal. To Lilith's surprise, Patricia did not advance. Not due to a lack of skill, but because her ferocity led to her being overwhelmed. The upperclassmen were formidable opponents. Regrettably, she had no guardians and her luck ran thin. Amidst a barrage of spells, she fell victim to the most debilitating curse, one that rendered her muscles weak and feeble. A narrow defeat. This match bore witness to an unprecedented level of violence, as Nalisa shook her head in disapproval. It was too grimy. Lilith surmised that she was likely commenting on the clumsiness of these young witches' methods. In the final bout, Annecy participated alongside Patricia, the only 2 students from their special class garnering significant attention. Patricia's reckless fighting style, coupled with Annecy's status as a repeat student, created a rare moment in the arena where many familiar faces inadvertently cleared a small space for her. Annecy could only stand anxiously in place. Her abilities were well known, and she could not initiate aggression. Thus, wherever Annecy moved, the nearby combatants seemed to instinctively retreat to a safer distance. Lilith, to be honest, felt a twinge of envy. Being feared was certainly preferable to being relentlessly pursued. However, in the chaos of battle, misfires were inevitable, and Annecy's inability to engage was abruptly interrupted when struck by a summoned skeleton. If one were to encapsulate the current scene in a single word, Lilith would choose utterly chaotic. Nalisa, seated beside her, furrowed her brows as if capable of squashing a mosquito. It was filthy here, it was filthy there. Goodness, how could entrails be used for such purposes? The tumultuous melee concluded amidst raucous cheers and screams, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. As the adult witches entered one final time to cleanse the arena of blood and remnants of flesh, Annecy's remarkable abilities allow her to rise unscathed. no matter how many times she falls. She merely needs to exercise caution to avoid the curses that impede her movements. Her advancement was anticipated by Lilith. After all, this individual is truly formidable. Let us depart, Lilith. It is time for you to change your attire, declared Nalisa, who was the first to rise. Patricia, utterly weakened, was supported by Nalisa. The curse that rendered her muscles feeble could have been lifted immediately. Yet this peculiar individual whimsically requested the teacher responsible for lifting curses to allow her to remain in this state, wishing to adapt to it. The duration of this curse is 3 hours, automatically lifting once the time elapses. Thus the teacher in charge did not press the matter and acquiesced to her request. Isn't this akin to seeking suffering without cause? Lilith remarked, brushing off her robe as she stood alongside Nalisa. You do not understand. It must be this way. Perhaps one day I will gain immunity to this curse. Lilith mused, stroking her chin. This incantation does seem intriguing. I shall study it upon my return. And should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out at no cost. After all, Lilith requires a practice subject for her spellcasting, and it would be mutually beneficial. Chapter 165. The unique selection process. Patricia, at this moment, could barely speak without taking a breath, for her tongue lacked the strength to articulate properly. A moment's inattention would cause her to misspeak. Lilith approached and lifted her other arm, supporting her alongside Nalisa. Although Lilith's height posed a slight challenge, having an additional support made it easier for Nalisa to maintain her balance. In truth, Nalisa preferred to shoulder the burden herself, but Patricia, having just engaged in battle, was smeared with blood and dirt, rendering her quite unkempt. Lilith gestured to the others. We shall take our leave. Contrary to Lilith's expectations of the selection process, which she had imagined would transition directly from a melee to individual matches, others shared her belief that this was the conventional competition format. It was unclear how Maria and the others had negotiated, yet the duel had inexplicably transformed into a simulation-based special competition. As candidates in this selection, does it not seem inappropriate for us to be privy to such information? Does this not equate to cheating? While she was not averse to receiving assistance, being summoned in such an overt manner felt slightly embarrassing. Just as Lilith had acquired 2 spells, she was summoned to Maria's office, accompanied by Nalisa, who had been trailing her. Upon arrival, they discovered the adult witches engaged in discussions regarding the finals. It seemed that only the preliminary rounds for the witches had concluded without a definitive plan for the finals. Regardless of the circumstances, this appeared to be a bit too lax, did it not? Should not the administrators have established the relevant schedule from the outset? Why was it handled so casually? This is undeniably a significant matter. Yet, to assert that it lacked importance would be misleading. The witches present had journeyed from far and wide, many of whom were figures immortalized in tomes. This relaxed atmosphere, perhaps, is something that Lilith, possessing human sensibilities, could not fully comprehend. It belonged to the unique essence of the witching kind. It matters not. Jacqueline holds your talents in high regard, so feel free to express yourself. Of course, you will not directly partake in the production of the finals. Finals? Production? Can such a thing as finals truly be produced? Indeed, the finals require meticulous crafting. The witching town has resolved to employ the enchanted artifacts from the storeroom to orchestrate a grand finale. The purpose of gathering here today is to establish the theme and content of the finals. Why complicate matters so? Would it not suffice to determine the victor through a duel, as humans do? A witch, her hair flowing like rippling waves, inhaled from her pipe, half of her face obscured by the dreamlike tresses. The smoke wafted delicately, and, as her crimson lips parted, a jelly-like cloud spiraled forth, lingering in the air rather than dissipating, drifting through the open window. Indeed, possessing potent magical abilities and robust physical attributes certainly aids in overcoming challenges. Yet one is aware that the trials of the dungeon are diverse and unpredictable. What if this time mirrors the trials of the submerged ruins of the sea god, Sura, from 8 centuries past? Back then, the entrance trial involved fish. Upon crossing the threshold, one encountered but a small stretch of beach and a stone altar designated for the priest. The conditions for passage were plainly inscribed beside the altar. Regardless of the means employed, capturing 8,000 fish was the sole requirement. The dangers of that sea were relatively mild, yet resources were scarce. It is well known that all living beings require sustenance and hydration. The initial entrance, comprising humans and temple personnel, were tragically starved to death. At that time, witches could not openly walk among mortals. Perhaps it was a stroke of fortune, sparing them from the needless sacrifice of their brethren. After the failure of the first group, the oversight of the dungeon was relaxed, permitting any who met the criteria to enter. Each team entering the trials is limited in number, should they exceed 10. Several members would be randomly assigned to alternate dimensions upon entry. Neither magical prowess nor divine strength is infallible. According to the documented accounts reviewed by Lilith, that particular dungeon opening involved a coalition of fishermen, witches, and temple personnel. The notion that witches would ally with temple members in that era is indeed astonishing. The records subtly indicate that upon their return, both witches and temple personnel faced persecution. The persecution of witches is a common occurrence, which is expected, especially for one who possesses unparalleled treasures, drawing even more attention from the populace. The temple personnel, too, were pursued, officially due to their association with the witch, deemed impure and tainted the garments of the divine. The true circumstances surrounding the issuance of the bounty are ambiguous. Lilith consulted authoritative texts, which contain no conjecture, only records. However, some apocryphal accounts suggest tales of a priestess enamored with a human fisherman and witches falling for mortals, most of which, in Lilith's view, are mere fabrications of the authors, lacking credibility and intended solely for amusement, as is typical of early rumors. Nevertheless, several texts do mention the temple's desire for unparalleled treasures, a notion that aligns with human nature. In summary, the trials at the entrance of the dungeon not only assess one's strength, but also other skills. Failing these trials could be fatal, and even the possibility of rescue by others is non-existent. The most critical aspect is that once a life is lost, the message cannot be conveyed. It is said that there was once a sacred artifact in the temple capable of revealing the circumstances of its bearer's demise, which is why people knew that those who entered had perished from starvation. However, the specifics of what lies within remain unknown. Thus, the influx of successors merely gambles with their lives against the odds. Yet for Lilith, the prospect of taking a chance still holds allure, even if it contradicts her usual cautious approach. After all, if she truly desired a life of tranquility, she would be tending to fields in the countryside, leading a simple existence with 3 meals a day, rather than following the guidance of chocolate to become a witch in Witchtown. Lilith had actually contemplated this notion since the end of the chaotic battle. Remarkably, she had emerged from the selection process largely unscathed. Moreover, she possesses the formidable backing of a demon, so why not seize the opportunity? Having grown accustomed to a life of ease, she found the idea of standing on her own somewhat unsettling. When this thought first crossed her mind, she analyzed it from a rational standpoint, even doubting her own sanity. Yet, the more she pondered, the more she became entranced by the notion of what a peerless treasure could be. Curiosity and greed swirled within her. Why shouldn't she strive for it? Perhaps, with all her might, she could attain it. If she truly didn't desire it, why would she delve into the tedious annals of history? Is she genuinely averse to pursuing this path? Ultimately, whether she meets an early demise or not, why shouldn't she make her life more exhilarating? She can. Lilith is resolute. If one day she finds herself in a dire predicament due to her current decision, she would reflect honestly. Would she regret it? She would not. Lilith firmly believes she will not. Chapter 166. Opinions Gamblers. Should she ever find herself in such a situation, it would be her own choice, and even then, she would not seek sympathy, just as she would not extend sympathy to a gambler. Observing the assembly of adult witches, Lilith, who suddenly grasped the situation, began to actively offer her suggestions. Since the preliminary round has already filtered out the unfortunate and those lacking in competence, why not test survival skills in the final round? Lilith proposed a triathlon, although for witches, this would not entail swimming or running as one might expect, but rather involve the identification of dangers, crisis resolution, and the endurance of magical energy consumption. For instance, they could establish an obstacle requiring continuous infusion of magical power to see who could sustain it the longest or who could resolve this challenge first. While this idea had merit, it felt somewhat simplistic. An adult witch seated beside Lilith pondered. Perhaps they could directly draw one of the tests from the entrances of the previous 2 dungeons as the final exam. At that moment, another adult witch suddenly proposed. Indeed, this would also align with the triathlon concept she mentioned. However, I find that merely replicating the trials from that era is inadequate. A young witch like her, having perused history, surely understands the ultimate methods of resolution. It is imperative that they exercise their intellect. This, indeed, presents a dilemma. The witches engaged in a lively discussion. Their exchange is surprisingly harmonious. As Lilith absorbed the suggestions of her peers, an epiphany struck her. What if we incorporated elements from the old trials? For instance, the trials of the Kamarakia dungeon, which I recall involve a labyrinth. We could devise a similarly themed maze, albeit with different content. Lilith proposed several variations of mazes, such as those with shifting walls, where the exits change every half-day or day. She hesitated to suggest hourly changes, considering her own role as a participant, or creatures within the maze that require diverse strategies to overcome, or even unexpected exits that double as entrances. As Lilith spoke with increasing fervor, she became more convinced of the feasibility of her ideas. However, as her excitement waned, she noticed that most of the gazes in the room had turned toward her, causing her to falter and her voice to diminish. What do you all think? Why the silence? Do you find it unsatisfactory? A witch, cloaked entirely in robes, seated to Maria's right, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, "You would make an excellent executioner, witch." This remark rendered the room silent for 3 seconds. I actually find Morgana's suggestion quite valid. Another witch chimed in. I also think the executioner witch concept is intriguing. You should give it a try. Several witches laughed in agreement with her suggestion. All right, let us not tease the young witch any longer, Maria said gently, regarding Lilith. Your proposal is excellent. Now, does anyone possess an opposing viewpoint? No, came a consensus. I also find it agreeable. Very well, we shall not waste any more mental energy on this. Maria surveyed the room and noted the absence of dissent. Thus, the topic for the final examination is established, based on the entrance trials of the previous 2 dungeons. Let us now deliberate on the specifics. Without delay, they reached a decisive conclusion, and the witch's method of deliberation was quite refreshing. Lilith, do you have any additional thoughts? You may share, and considering you are indeed a participant, you may leave once you have finished. The witch's approach was indeed direct. However, Maria's words felt somewhat akin to casting aside a tool after its utility had been exhausted. Fortunately, Lilith had grown accustomed to their ways. Nodding at Maria's words, she pondered for 2 minutes, organizing her thoughts. I'm uncertain how many days the finals will last, so I will share some of my inspirations based on varying durations. Lilith began to weave together elements from novels, games, and science fiction she had encountered in her previous life, refining them into concepts comprehensible within this world. She proposed trials that tested mental acuity through illusionary constructs, and physical endurance through wilderness survival challenges, among other ideas. Considering the embodiment of the moon goddess among her followers in human society, one might propose that there could be crises manifesting only during the night. This is all I wish to convey, and now we shall take our leave. Upon finishing her words, Lilith rose and departed with Nalisa, displaying no hesitation, primarily out of concern that others might misconstrue her intentions as dishonest. Although she entertained such thoughts, to express them openly would be exceedingly awkward. Having exited the office of Dean Maria, Lilith and Nalisa traversed the ephemeral staircase. Lilith pondered the nature of the impending finals, when Nalisa abruptly spoke, startling her to the point of nearly misstepping. Lilith, wilderness survival is quite challenging. Is that a consideration of the practicalities? Indeed. The theme of wilderness survival was extremely unfriendly to Nalisa, a person with severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies. It could leave one disheveled for an extended period. However, such survival challenges had been presented in previous competitions, and one must be vigilant. Moreover, Lilith surmised that even if a maze were selected, it would likely incorporate elements of survival challenges. Nalisa furrowed her brow slightly before relaxing. Well, it's not guaranteed that we will face that. Let's hope for a maze instead. Lilith, you may withdraw from this unique competition before entering. Do you wish to forfeit? Lilith stood on a transparent step, turning to regard her seriously. If Nalisa's desire to compete stemmed solely from following her, Lilith would not permit it. They both deserved to lead their own lives. My mentor advised against my continued participation, and I find myself uncertain. Yet you previously mentioned wanting to withdraw. Will you participate? Lilith nodded without hesitation. I too was in doubt, but I have just resolved to enter this final competition. Should I emerge victorious, that would be splendid. If not, I harbor no regrets. Perhaps the treasure and I are simply not destined to meet. Lilith maintained an exceptionally positive outlook. If it is indeed a wilderness survival scenario, it would be exceedingly unkind to you, and your mentor has suggested as much. Do you grasp my meaning? Lilith felt compelled to consider the situation. Yet, the fact that someone wished to accompany her filled her with a touch of joy, prompting her to phrase her words with utmost delicacy. Do you wish for me not to go? No, no, no. Let me be candid. Whether you choose to go or not is of no concern to me. But I hope you do not feel compelled to follow simply because I intend to participate. Do you understand? Through Nalissa's reactions and responses, Lilith confirmed her suspicions. It seemed that wherever she went, Nalissa would follow. What on earth had she learned from Alexis? Lilith was exasperated. What is the problem? The problem is substantial. But how can I articulate it? The meager salary she receives hardly justifies Nalissa's willingness to face peril alongside her. Lilith's conscience was pricked. If I were to perish within, it would not be your concern. My desire to accompany you stems from my own volition. You need not worry, Nalissa declared earnestly. It is common knowledge that witches must bear the consequences of their actions. Lilith sensed that her persuasions seemed to have the opposite effect. Well, you can go too. It might actually be quite beneficial, and perhaps we could form a team. Lilith reminisced about her own experience, recalling the two individuals who stood alongside her until the very end. Although they were rivals, there might still be opportunities for collaboration. Having expressed her thoughts, Lilith lifted her foot, ready to continue towards her dormitory, only to be called back by Nalisha. Clearly, Lilith had finished what she intended to say, yet there remained more she wished to convey. Must we truly discuss these matters in the stairwell? The staircase was not devoid of traffic. It was merely quiet due to the holiday. One final question. Lilith assumed an attentive posture. Why did you choose to increase the difficulty of a selection test? Or rather, what benefits do you derive from offering them suggestions? Nalisha had been following closely behind Lilith all day, acutely aware that Lilith was more animated than usual. Those recommendations were indeed quite useful for dealing with their own kind. Hence, she found it difficult to comprehend Lilith's behavior. Oh, so this is what you wanted to ask. Lilith rested her right index finger against her lips and smiled. Regarding this matter, have we not already received our reward? What? Nalisha was taken aback. She had not witnessed Lilith receiving any compensation. Did Professor Maria perhaps transmit it to her through witchcraft? Noting Nalisha's rare confusion, Lilith did not mind clarifying further. The exam questions. Are we not the only two underage which contestants privy to the final exam questions? It is evident that allowing those who will take the test to design the questions benefits them immensely. This is precisely why Lilith freely shares her inspiration. Clearly, others had also come to this realization. Assigning extra tasks to those not responsible for them warrants compensation. The Witch's Tower has always adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange, a tenet that will never change. Had Lilith already been disqualified, her contributions to today's discussion would have merited a different form of compensation. For crafting exam questions is the duty of the adult witches. Nalisha finally grasped the situation. So that is how it is. Well then, let us return to the dormitory. We must prepare ourselves. In the corner, someone disguised as a shadow cautiously emerged from the wall upon noticing their departure. Why were they speaking so quietly just now? Was it witchcraft? A raspy, strange voice emanated from the adjacent shadow. However, we brought probing witch artifacts. Ordinary shielding spells should not have been effective. Perhaps it was a specialized form of witchcraft. Frustrated, the shadow collided with a nearby wall. Over here, Lilith returned to her dormitory and headed straight to her room. What were you doing just now? Did you drain half of my magical power? This sensation is akin to being suddenly drained of blood. It typically occurs only due to a curse or a specialized attack. Lilith, sharing a corporeal form with chocolate, finds it effortless to discern that the magical power has been siphoned away. The body inherently belongs to both of them. Yet the silent extraction of such power is undeniably unsettling. In a corner, a mouse scurries. And one ought to be grateful that I have muted the sounds for your benefit. What? I see no one. Is someone deliberately concealed on the staircase? Or perhaps following me? I trailed you from the library. I am intent on learning a form of exploratory magic. Do you have any recommendations? As dusk fell, Maria announced the time for the finals of the Witch's Tower, set for 9:30 in the morning 3 days hence, at the same venue as the preliminary competition. Although there had been prior notice of changes to the finals content, many instinctively assumed that the finals would still involve the Duel of 11 upon hearing the location. It must be acknowledged that Maria and her colleagues possess a keen understanding of the young witch's sentiments. Had Lilith not been privy to the information, she too might have assumed the finals pertained to the Duel of 11. However, out of caution, she might suspect that the terrain of the dueling grounds could undergo alterations within the span of 3 days. As someone in the know, she felt a twinge of unease. There was no need for Lilith to contemplate whether to disclose her knowledge. She could not discuss the matter with anyone outside of Nyssa, who was similarly constrained. Although they could not relay messages, they did not shy away from purchasing items amongst their own kind, yet found discomfort in being pressed for answers. They prepared various magical instruments and useful items for wilderness survival and labyrinthine challenges. Lilith also took the time to study a spell that could render a person utterly powerless. This curse belonged to a rather advanced tier, and it took her 2 full days to recite it correctly. By the 3rd day, she could barely manage to cast it, with results that were less than satisfactory. This was not a matter of talent, but rather a consequence of her limited magical reserves. Despite Chocolate's nightly escapades to steal and bolster her magical power, it still paled in comparison to that of an adult witch. At long last, the day of the finals arrived. The number of witches present exceeded even that of the preliminaries, filling the stands to capacity, with a cacophony of voices. Indeed, all that was missing was a commentator. Listen closely to the rules for the finals. First, death in the finals signifies true demise. Do not harbor any illusions of survival. Second, the finals will last a duration of virtual time equivalent to 1 year, with the quantity of special coins discovered serving as the determining criterion. Third, one may withdraw at any point by shouting withdraw 3 times. Virtual time typically refers to the temporal span indicated by entities possessing the ability to alter time, such as Lilith's grand clock. If the seal were lifted, granting the ability to freeze time within a spatial pouch, then the passage of time within that pouch would eternally remain at 0. However, in the context of the finals, virtual time does not signify a complete suspension of time, but rather a deceleration or acceleration of the time within that container. In simpler terms, the true duration of the finals is merely 1 day, yet the contestants will spend an entire year immersed in the final topic. Chapter 168, Survival in the Desert Above the Vast Arena. A colossal, jellyfish-like entity hovers, its countless tentacles extending downwards to the ground, forming multiple beds. To the discerning observer, it is evident that this peculiar structure serves as a resting place for the participants. Regarding the arrangement of this scene, it is likely that they do not physically enter it. However, it is difficult to ascertain. What is certain is that those large, opulent crystal panels are intended for projection. As a species of longevity, the witches, despite their erratic technological advancements, have indeed invented several extraordinary artifacts, such as this crystal panel. Lilith had previously conversed with the proprietor of a witchcraft store to grasp some of the underlying principles, which are said to have been developed by the prophetic witches. However, the crystal panels Lilith had encountered before were mostly palm-sized, as witches could also project images through their learned sorcery, even utilizing crystal orbs directly, resulting in a rather limited market for such items. They belong to a category of inventions that are somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, this selection competition has found a fitting application for them. The contestants are now in position. Let the entrance commence. Lilith, accompanied by Nyssa and Anansi, approached the bed closest to the exit. They chose these few beds, for a year can bring about numerous events, and being near the exit would facilitate a quick escape should anyone harbor malicious intent. Nyssa and Anansi expressed no objections. As the adult witches navigated between the beds, they reminded the younger witches that if they wished to live alongside their familiars during the year, they must first stow them away before lying down. Lilith mentally prepared herself, knowing she would be confined within for a year. She stretched her limbs, striving to maintain a relaxed state. Turning to Nyssa and Anansi, she uttered with a sense of ceremony, "Here's to our successful endeavor." All 25 candidates have now taken their positions. Once it was confirmed that everyone was lying down, the adult witches exited the dueling arena. The jellyfish-like artifacts began to roll down, radiating luminous rings from top to bottom. With the rings oscillating, Lilith and her companions were completely enveloped by the beds beneath them. The competition had officially commenced. Due to differing flow rates on either side, The adult witches needed to alternate in selecting the projected images, a laborious task. Unfortunately, they had yet to conquer the technical challenges, leaving them with no choice but to operate as they currently did. On Lilith's side, a flash of white light enveloped her, as if she had been transported, and she found herself in the desert. In disbelief, Lilith rubbed her eyes and opened them again, only to find yellow sand beneath her feet. Having foreknowledge of the exam topic, Lilith momentarily suspected that chocolate was playing a prank on her. Yet, she could distinguish between the mental realm and the physical world. How could it possibly be a desert? Even if it is not a labyrinth, it should resemble an ocean. Lilith even contemplated the possibility of beginning with a mere plank, relying solely on salvaging gold. So, why a desert? I find it quite fitting to the theme. What? Survival in a maze, where ordinary people cannot distinguish between east, south, west, and north. This is indeed a labyrinth. Do I need to analyze survival for you? It is overly abstract, causing discomfort. What about the fishing rod that she specifically asked Celine to craft for them, and the special material fishing net she purchased? After a moment of silence, Lilith immediately checked every part of herself. The good news was that she was intact. The bad news was that the only weapon she had brought with her was a pair of scissors, and oddly enough, her cherished teddy bear had also accompanied her into this realm. However, all her provisions, including the space bag she shared with chocolate, had vanished. It seems her physical body did not follow her here. But if only her consciousness had, how could she still be present? Although this question was somewhat sensitive, as long as she and chocolate avoided terms like demon, there would be no issue. Where you are, I will be as well. Beneath the blazing sun, Lilith, perhaps due to her ethereal nature, felt the heat after a long time. Perhaps this warmth was a result of the special constitution crafted for witches by Teacher Maria and the others. How considerate of them. She placed the teddy bear atop her head to shield herself from the sunlight, using one hand to steady it, while enlarging the scissors to serve as a makeshift cane as she ventured through the desert. There was no choice, aside from the blue sky above. All around her was the yellow sand, offering no distinction whatsoever. She could only select a direction at random and see what she might discover. What was she searching for? Anything that was not sand would suffice. All right, Lilith would retract her previous statement. A sandstorm was truly unbearable. On the first day of survival, she had explored a distance of 500 meters. If only it weren't for your insufficient witch power, a mere sandstorm cough, I too wish to indulge like a glutton. Some individuals hoard all while having the audacity to criticize others for not increasing their witch power. Lilith rolled her eyes. Indeed, chocolate had fallen silent once more. The more chocolate remained quiet, the more apprehensive Lilith felt, always fearing that this creature had consumed something intolerable. If that were the case, better for her never to know, as it would only cause her greater distress. Typically, sandstorms last a considerable time. A 10-minute one in this desert must be an unnatural phenomenon set by adult witches. For sandstorms do not arise without warning. Standing amidst the sandy terrain, Lilith gazed at the heap of sand disturbed by the storm, then employed the simplest divination spell she had recently learned. Due to its simplicity, she had mastered it in less than half an hour. However, its basic nature meant that the area it could probe was quite limited, only 2 meters in diameter. Although it might sound trivial, it proved to be rather ineffective. Resigned, Lilith began to run across the sandy expanse, calling out for Mia as well. If her instincts were correct, she had found it. Lilith cautiously explored her surroundings with a pair of scissors, discovering a rectangular box buried half a meter beneath the sandy earth. She unearthed it with care, revealing a small, unadorned iron box, measuring approximately 45 centimeters in length and a palm's width across. With eager anticipation, Lilith opened the box to find a gleaming gold coin and 2 hard pieces of black bread. Heaven knows how long it had been since she last tasted such fare, since the golden ship had dispensed soft, delicate bread. Yet it must be said that this sustenance had remarkable longevity. But how did Lilith know there was something buried here? It must be noted that she had indeed received a reward for inspiration, albeit different from her initial expectations. Chapter 169, A Bag of Sweet Corn. Her intuition stemmed from the literature regarding the trials of dungeon mazes. She distinctly recalled tales of heroes who had triumphed, and oh my, to refer to a witch as a hero felt rather incongruous with her preconceived notions. Yet, this world did indeed designate those who conquered dungeons as heroes. even if one of them was a witch infamous for her malevolence in that era. Initially, Lilith thought such terminology was exclusive to the writings about witches, which she found reasonable, but upon hearing Neve mention that all beings across the continent referred to them in such a manner, her perspective on this world began to shift ever so slightly. Despite its ragged edges, this society did not dismiss the achievements of an intelligent being based on gender or race, nor did it misattribute accolades. This was commendable enough for Lilith to reconsider her thoughts on her arrival in this realm. Her swift discovery of the box was attributed to her recollection of related content from Amaze Trials. She vividly remembered a segment where heroes, through meticulous observation, identified discrepancies in the mundane details of life, ultimately leading them to clues for the exit. Had Lilith not been privy to the theme of the examination beforehand, discerning such details in a short span would have proven quite challenging. It was a matter of having a temporal advantage, yet that was the extent of it. If a witch possessed sufficient attentiveness, she too could have made the discovery with alacrity. Regardless, Lilith felt a sense of satisfaction with this reward. She examined the gold coin closely, noting its intricate designs, which appeared far from arbitrary. Although her exposure to literature was limited and her experience with currencies scant, she surmised that it must be a unique coin from some distant nation. Lilith secured it close to her person, then replaced the lid of the box. Prior to participating in the competition, she had taken the precaution of dining heartily with Nailisha, ensuring that, barring unforeseen events, she would not need to eat again until the sun rose the following day. The 2 pieces of bread could serve as provisions, and without any storage items such as a bag, utilizing the box she had discovered was most convenient. Moreover, in the absence of other tools, this box was quite effective for tasks such as digging in the sand, far superior to her scissors. The desert's daytime was marked by a relentless heat, the sun scorching the earth beneath her feet, rendering the sand blisteringly hot. In such circumstances, Lilith should have swiftly sought a shadowy refuge to conceal her form, even if it meant resting behind a dune. This brings to light the advantages of her witch's robe, which proves invaluable in harsh environments. As long as she refrains from exposing her skin, the robe provides sufficient protection against the sun's searing rays. How did Lilith ascertain the risk of sunburn? The manual labor of digging inevitably revealed her hands, and after only a brief exposure to the sun, the backs of her hands turned crimson. Generally, sunlight in nature is not so harsh, yet certain artificially engineered environments, like this one, can be unforgiving. The witch's robe allowed her to move freely during the day, with only slight discomfort from the heat. To ensure she left no stone unturned, Lilith began to traverse the entire area, uncertain of her destination. The sporadic dust storms every half hour confirmed the abnormality of the sandy terrain. As evening approached, she unearthed another iron box, suggesting that this area was devoid of any further treasures. After wandering for over half an hour without the expected dust storm, the surroundings returned to normal. Inside the second box lay another gold coin, but instead of the previous black bread, she found a fist-sized pouch filled with raw corn kernels. After transferring the kernels, along with the small bag, into the box containing the bread, Lilith pondered whether to retain this additional burden. With one iron box already in her possession, perhaps she could keep it for digging, ensuring the food box remained pristine. It was entirely commonplace to encounter nothing but yellow sand after a day's trek through the desert. Lilith had not managed to locate a single resting spot. Surrounded by endless dunes, she felt as though she might go blind from the monotony. Perhaps just beyond the next dune, she would find a place to rest. As the moon ascended into the azure sky, the expanse behind the dune lay barren, devoid of even a solitary cactus. With the sun's light fading, the moon's glow ushered in an unrelenting chill. Lilith had anticipated that the night would mirror the day's oddities, which motivated her to seek out a suitable shelter, even if it were merely a crevice in the rocks. Will you still take a stroll today? It was already time for Chocolate's usual evening run, yet the two had not transitioned to their routine. Lilith hoped Chocolate would cover more ground tonight, as free labor should not be squandered. No, you should rest. Most of the things here are illusory. There's no purpose in venturing out. What nonsense are you speaking? Get out and work. It's inconvenient, as you know. Lilith had suspected this companion was unreliable. After a few more inquiries confirmed its refusal to emerge, she selected a patch of ground to rest upon. She kindled a warm fire. In truth, she was not fatigued and could easily march several more kilometers overnight. However, considering this was a long-term trial, It was prudent to balance effort with rest. In this desolate expanse, the only seemingly infinite resource is the magical energy. Though the extent to which one can harness it depends on innate talent and strength. Lacking combustible materials, she must remain vigilant to sustain the operation of the fireball. As her body gradually warms, Lilith retrieves an empty iron box to begin digging into the sand, soon covering all but her head and arms. Baba, the night watch is entrusted to you. Of course, Chocolate is also on guard. However, there is no need for concern, as it would never allow her to perish. Their fates are now intertwined, and its presence serves this singular purpose. Lilith places a teddy bear beneath her head as a makeshift pillow, and the fireball gradually extinguishes as she drifts into slumber. The following day, at her usual awakening hour, Lilith stirs automatically. Unlike previous mornings, her condition is far from optimal. Her lips are cracked and dry, and each breath feels as if grains of sand are lodged in her nostrils. Fortunately, the thick layer of sand covering her prevents her from succumbing to a cold. Once again conjuring the fireball spell, she retrieves 2 slices of bread separately and adds water to the clean iron box. It is fortunate that she is a witch. Although using water magic in the desert poses challenges, it is not entirely unfeasible. Chapter 170. Quicksand. After employing this spell, the air surrounding her skin becomes even more parched. She pours corn kernels from her small pouch into the box. Despite the absence of auxiliary tools, no sticks or stones to create a space, she is indeed a witch. The advantages of controlling fireballs become evident. She simply places the iron box on the sand to heat it, allowing the fireball to split and encircle the box, eliminating the need for a fixed heat source beneath it. It is hard to fathom how someone lacking water magic would survive in such a place, Lilith muses. However, such a scenario is unlikely. Only 4 individuals from the first-year class have reached the finals, and Lilith is uncertain whether that unfamiliar witch in Annecy will succeed. But she is certain that Nelisa will. Water magic is a fundamental aspect of the witchcraft curriculum, much like fire magic, and both are compulsory subject for first-year students. Those who advance to higher grades will undoubtedly master these skills. Lilith partakes in a rather unremarkable breakfast, hoping that this scene remains unbroadcasted. Lacking spoons or materials to craft one, she finds herself at a loss for alternatives. Baba circles around Lilith as she crouches to stroke its soft fur. Thankfully, her Baba is a type of familiar that does not require sustenance. Otherwise, the difficulty of survival would escalate exponentially. Today, she decides to venture further south. It is challenging to discern direction in the desert. Attempting to gauge her course by the sun often leads to the disorienting sensation that the sun is following her, along with the few clouds that dot the sky. Fortunately, Lilith possesses Chocolate, this remarkable entity. Perhaps it is the innate sense of direction inherent to demons that aids her in navigating this vast wilderness. Every time the chocolate reminded her, Lilith would adjust her course. The advantage of following a single direction was evident. It allowed her to traverse more uncharted sandy terrain. A single serving of boiled corn could hardly sustain such a long journey. During midday, Lilith resorted to a slice of dark bread to stave off hunger. Naturally, she chose to soak it in water, and with sheer force, she transformed the lid of the unnecessary iron box into an ugly spoon, useful nonetheless. As she journeyed southward, by mid-afternoon, Lilith stumbled upon something other than the yellow sands. A small cave crafted from hard stone, within which thrived a cactus nearly her height. The coolness inside the cave prompted Lilith to decide without hesitation to rest there for the night before continuing her journey. If mere survival were the only requirement for this selection, she would have claimed the cave as her base. Yet, that was not the case. She needed to venture further in search of gold coins. Employing her divination magic, Lilith found no trace of the iron box beneath the ground, leaving her somewhat disheartened. However, the flesh of the cactus provided a satisfactory sustenance. She sliced the cactus in half, taking the upper portion that would suffice until it spoiled, leaving the lower half for the next fortunate soul to discover this place, if there were others at all. Although the likelihood of encountering others was slim, the probability of their presence in this vicinity was nearly a certainty. After all, ordinary survival posed little challenge for a witch. It was the finals. On the third day, Lilith, noticeably buoyed in spirit compared to the previous days, readied herself for the journey southward once again. The half-cactus slowed her pace, prompting her to activate her divination magic. Advancing cautiously as she explored, On the fourth and fifth evenings, a sudden burst of golden light erupted not far from Lilith's position, a pillar of gold shooting skyward. At that moment, her sensitivity to the color gold heightened, and upon seeing the beam, she wasted no time in sprinting toward it. Breathless, she traversed 5 sand dunes, and the luminous object came into view, a black tower radiating golden rays from its pinnacle. The structure bore a resemblance to a seaside lighthouse, with a chimney-like body topped by a pavilion-like edifice, yet its height obscured any details within. Undoubtedly, there was gold inside, without a thought to the possibility of a trap. Lilith clutched her teddy bear tightly, refraining from approaching too hastily. Such a grand structure, with such a conspicuous light, would surely attract the attention of other witches nearby. She needed to exercise caution. After a considerable wait, with no other sounds to be heard, Lilith began to move slowly toward the black tower. With each step, the silence became eerily profound, the soft sound of shifting sand amplifying in this stillness. She was overly attentive to her surroundings until one foot became ensnared in the sand, unable to pull free. It was then that she was jolted awake. Quicksand. Unlike ordinary quicksand, the sand here is specially crafted, swallowing a person as effortlessly as one might gulp down water, leaving no chance for the witch to react. The moment Lilith uttered a sound, she was swiftly yanked down, leaving her no time to close her mouth and resulting in a mouthful of sand. Coughing and sputtering, contrary to her fears of impending doom, Lilith was not trapped in the sand for long, perhaps just a minute or two, before being expelled from the sandy depths. To be precise, she was transported from the surface to an underground stone pillar. Rinsing her mouth with water, Lilith crawled out from a small pile of sand. Initially, she surveyed her surroundings with caution. The cavern, as it might be called, was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only sporadically by creatures resembling fireflies flitting about erratically, casting random patches of light. Lilith dared not move. The ground illuminated by the fireflies appeared suspicious, and she hesitated to rise from her small mound of sand. After careful consideration, Lilith employed a divination spell. To her dismay, she discovered she was perched atop a stone pillar measuring less than 15 square meters. Had she not been of a diminutive stature, she might have faced a life-threatening predicament upon her fall. Her divination spell could only probe a depth of 2 meters below. Yet she was not naive enough to assume the stone pillar was low. At this juncture, the levitation spell was crucial. Upon discerning her situation, she promptly cast it, then cautiously began to move. She contemplated using a fireball spell to illuminate her surroundings, but remained uncertain of any lurking dangers nearby. Lilith dared not make excessive noise, proceeding with utmost care through the darkness. The blackness obscured her vision, yet instinctively, she sensed something amiss, as if the heavy breaths of a large creature enveloped her. Chapter 171. The lighthouse. Lilith stood atop the lighthouse, surveying the vast expanse of desert through a salvage telescope. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would sweep across the surface, causing the sand to shift like the waves of the sea. 6 months prior, she had arrived near this lighthouse, unwittingly embroiled in the underground lair of the sand lizards due to her unfamiliarity with the local customs. Of course, that lair had since become her home. She had learned new spells from Chocolate, altering the enchantments at the entrance, transforming it from a threshold accessible to any creature that touched it to one exclusively for the spellcaster. There were numerous dark lairs surrounding this area, the inhabitants of which varied randomly, largely dependent on the luck of the intruders. The only certainty for Lilith was that these caverns contained gold coins. Every lair she had explored yielded at least some coins, without exception. Occasionally, she was fortunate enough to encounter lairs devoid of any creatures. A good fortune? Perhaps it was not quite so, although battles were arduous. Emerging victorious meant she would not have to worry about food for at least a week. In this light, encountering lairs without creatures could be seen as misfortune. The lighthouse occasionally attracts creatures from its surroundings, most of which unwittingly fall into traps, creating a perpetual cycle. This phenomenon serves as a relatively stable source of sustenance, albeit with the necessary caution against the potential ambush from passing social creatures. Moreover, the lighthouse itself harbors its own dangers. Typically, it poses no immediate threat, but when it begins to emit light, it inadvertently affects the sanity of any creature that perceives the beam. Chocolate warns that excessive exposure to this phenomenon, especially for those with wavering resolve, risks a descent into folly. To be candid, Lilith had no intention of remaining above ground after her ascent. However, the local ecosystem proved irresistibly alluring. 6 months have elapsed, and she has yet to thoroughly explore the entirety of the subterranean network, which resembles a beehive in midsummer, teeming with small burrows. Within these burrows, she has discovered not only gold coins but also various tools, including a somewhat rusted telescope she acquired after vanquishing a pack of desert wolves. It is difficult to fathom how long those wolves had inhabited the maze-like chambers. But based on the surrounding conditions and the markings on the walls, Lilith surmises they must have lived there for at least a fortnight. Strangely, she encountered not a single corpse of a starved desert wolf. All were ferociously alive, driven by hunger. Initially, she speculated that some arcane magic or regularly supplied nourishment sustained the wolves. Consequently, she chose a burrow and abstained from food and drink for 2 days, yet discovered nothing extraordinary. Hunger persisted, and no other entities emerged. Lilith attributed this phenomenon to the nature of the final challenge. Perhaps the beasts entering this domain are forbidden from dying of starvation, while the witches are subjected to normal conditions. She pondered whether this setup was deliberately designed to increase the challenge. The radiant beam behind her slightly obstructed her view. Lilith retrieved a charred charcoal pencil and swiftly marked the locations of any visible creatures on the wall. Her primary motivation for this action was to ensure no other witches encroached upon her territory. However, she estimated that the scale of this final challenge was quite extensive. Despite the passage of 6 months without encountering another soul, it is possible her lack of movement since then contributed to her solitude. In any case, she remains content with her current circumstances, though the nocturnal lifestyle proves quite inconvenient. Here, the quicksand traps activate only during the night, and Lilith is reluctant to relinquish the gold coins she has collected. She recalls her initial days when she went 3 or 4 days without any spoils. Thus, for the past 6 months, she has adopted a routine of exploring the burrows by night and sleeping by day. The beam of light illuminates for an hour, and around the 40-minute mark, Lilith stashed away the telescope, reconfirmed her bearings, and descended the rope tied with animal hide. Although the untreated hide was somewhat rigid, it was far swifter than traversing the interior of the tower. Compared to the pelts of desert wolves, Lilith preferred those of sand lizards. The latter were softer and considerably more convenient for sliding down. The interior of the lighthouse is perilous. She had nearly lost her life within its confines. Upon her initial ascent to the lighthouse, Lilith traversed the internal spiral staircase, fraught with an alarming number of traps, so numerous that one could almost encounter a pit every 5 steps and a guillotine every 10. Most of the physical assault instruments were smeared with a malefic potion designed to hinder the healing of wounds. During her first visit, Lilith suffered a gash on her back. The wound would not heal properly, repeatedly reopening and, over time, becoming infected, exuding a foul, putrid odor. Should she dare to touch it, she would find her fingers coated in pus. For the first time, Lilith experienced the torment of simultaneous itching and pain, an itch so intense she felt compelled to tear off the skin from her back. And yet a mere touch would elicit tears of agony. Those days were truly unbearable. Even the act of breathing sent waves of pain through her back, making her feel as though she were already in hell. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Ironically, it was through her injury that Lilith's healing magic advanced by leaps and bounds. When she first began her studies with chocolate, she could only mend wounds the size of a fingernail, but the potion's effects would counteract her efforts, causing the wounds to reopen repeatedly. Eventually, she progressed to healing wounds the length of her index finger. Through her studies in healing magic, Lilith finally understood why the witch town placed such importance on potionology. The incantation was not only exceedingly challenging, but also consumed an immense amount of magical energy. The time she took to heal a wound the length of her finger was a staggering 3 days. 3 days spent lying still, absorbing and attuning herself to the magical energy in the atmosphere to achieve that effect. It was nearly unbearable. In contrast, consuming a potion would yield results in under 2 minutes. In the wilderness, during a confrontation with other creatures, this healing magic felt rather trivial, even inferior to her pocket watch. Observing Lilith's suffering, Chocolate, perhaps moved by compassion, offered to teach her an incantation from their repertoire, but Lilith declined. She had not forgotten that she was currently taking an examination. Every action of hers could potentially be recorded. She was determined to learn the demon language, but not at this moment. The physical assault magic infused with toxins was not the most vexatious aspect. It was the teleportation arrays that proved to be the real nuisance. As one ascended the stairs, one might suddenly encounter a teleportation array that, upon contact, would illuminate and transport the individual 1,000 meters away in an instant. Fortunately, the vastness of the desert cushioned the fall, making it less painful, yet the incessant back and forth was exceedingly irritating. Most critically, being cast out once meant one had to start over from the base of the tower. Naturally, Lilith had contemplated using magic to ascend, but the exterior of the tower was a no-magic zone. Not only was spatial movement magic forbidden, but even the simplest fireball to illuminate her path was impossible. Chapter 172. Exploration 1 cubic meter. After a strenuous climb, she finally reached the top floor, and fortunately, the rewards were delightful. The structure atop the lighthouse resembled a gazebo, empty and desolate, save for two chests the size of bedside tables positioned at the center of the floor. One of the crates was brimming with fist-sized fresh potatoes, while the other contained 35 gold coins and a spatial bag with an internal volume of 1 cubic meter. The sudden acquisition of 35 gold coins left Lilith in a state of disbelief. Furthermore, although it was a basic model, the spatial bag provided her with a more substantial portable storage space, which she found quite satisfactory. However, her heart sank at the sight of the crate overflowing with potatoes. Surrounded by sand on all sides, including beneath her feet, there was no usable soil to be found. Otherwise, attempting to cultivate those potatoes would have been a commendable source of sustenance. Setting aside the matter of the potatoes, there was another piece of good news regarding the crate itself. It was indeed a preservation container. Items placed within could remain unspoiled for approximately a month, akin to a portable refrigerator. The value of such an energy-free preservation device in the desert was immeasurable. The meat harvested from the hunts would no longer go to waste. Had she acquired this sooner, Lilith would not have had to dry the excess lizard meat into inedible jerky. The arid desert already demanded considerable water just to soak the meat overnight for cooking, leaving her feeling parched and her airways tight in the dry atmosphere. A truly painful experience. At the moment she gathered all her belongings, Lilith felt that the hardships she had endured were worth it. Even though her witch's robe was tattered and full of holes due to a lack of needle and thread, and despite the numerous injuries she had sustained. Subsequently, due to her elevated vantage point and the need to select an appropriate burrow, she frequently ascended the lighthouse. Although she became accustomed to the spiral staircase with caution, it still consumed a great deal of time. After accumulating a quantity of animal hides, she simply processed them with sand to fashion a long rope for ease of descent and strength, ensuring that the knots at the joints were large enough to prevent slipping. Following the animal hide rope, it took her a few minutes to descend from the top of the tower to its base. Once there, she stretched her limbs, retrieved a homemade animal hide map, and began plotting her route. During the period when the lighthouse emitted light, all traps were activated, compelling her to avoid previously explored burrows. If fortune favored her, she might reach the spot where she had seen a creature fall merely 10 minutes prior. Truth be told, she preferred engaging in combat with a solitary creature, such as the sand python she had just encountered, over facing a horde of desert wolves or a swarm of sand scorpions. Naturally, due to distance, there were times when she could not reach her desired destination, prompting her to meticulously document both the locations she had visited and those she aspired to explore. The area surrounding the lighthouse was not frequented by creatures every day. If there were no targets, Lilith would randomly select an unexplored direction for her endeavors. Today, luck was on her side. Prior to reaching her intended location, she did not inadvertently step into any quicksand. As the moment approached, Lilith took a deep breath, covered her face with her hands, and without hesitation, leaped forward. With a thud, Lilith landed and immediately conjured a fireball, enlarging her scissors. The thick-bodied serpent, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, was surprisingly beneath her as she descended, and she landed atop it along with some sand. The sand boa reacted as soon as Lilith drew her scissors, not hesitating for even a second. Lunging at her with the illumination provided by her fireball, Lilith sprang away, having already devised a strategy for exploring the dungeon. She knew not to rush into battle. First, she must illuminate the surroundings with fireballs to avoid being caught unawares, akin to the mantis stalking the cicada. How did she know the dangers of being ambushed? She had suffered such treachery before. The final trial was perilous, not merely a game. Over the past 6 months, she had often found herself on the brink of death. At this point, she reflected on her newfound understanding of her own resilience. Despite her tendency to moan in agony at the slightest injury, when faced with the brink of death, she discovered an unexpected strength to persevere. Her body exhibited a certain tenacity, clinging to life even in dire circumstances. If a normal person endured a penetrating injury that became infected and oozed pus, they would have succumbed long ago, especially with scarce resources. Having surveyed the layout of the dungeon, she meticulously noted the positions of the tall, pillar-like structures beneath her feet. This terrain was relatively advantageous for her. Perhaps the ominous darkness of the dungeon below intimidated the creature, or it was simply a sand boa afflicted with a fear of heights, for it did not pursue her. Lilith gracefully leapt over several pillars, positioning herself at a slight distance from the boa, which coiled around the pillar she had just ascended from. Utilizing the glow of her fireball, Lilith swore she could see the muscles of the serpent contracting. It fixated its gaze upon her, its crimson tongue flicking out to gather pheromones from the air. This was an ordinary sand boa, Lilith quickly deduced. The subsequent actions became considerably simpler for a competent witch. Such commonplace creatures posed little threat. However, to procure additional resources, Lilith needed to set up an invisible platform not far below it. This platform was a modification of levitation magic she had learned from Chocolate. Although the process of altering the spell was not particularly graceful, the outcome proved beneficial. With Chocolate's assistance being indispensable, it was advisable for the young witch not to attempt crafting a new incantation without protective measures. Lilith's confidence stemmed from her partnership with Chocolate, who shared her body. Should things go awry, Chocolate could swiftly utter 3 withdrawal commands to safeguard Lilith's life. Chapter 173. The Sand Python. The purpose of the platform was to prevent the tragic situation of having fought for hours only to see the spoils fall into the abyss below. Lilith had previously conducted a brief exploration of similar terrains. Initially, she attempted to drop objects downwards. When silence ensued, she began her descent. After approximately half an hour of walking without reaching the bottom, it became evident that anything dropped would be lost, as retrieval was impossible. With the platform established, her next task was to set fixed fireballs. Once the battle commenced, multitasking would prove challenging. Maintaining a source of light was essential for in such an environment. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. Of course, while engaged in these preparations, Lilith remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the serpent across from her to prevent any sudden attacks. The snake's tongue flicked in and out repeatedly, yet this peculiar serpent remained eerily still. Lilith gripped one half of her scissors, poised for action. The most lethal spell at her disposal was the one she had learned from Chocolate, a spell to distort living beings. However, she required the flesh and blood of her prey to satiate her hunger, and the twisted remains would mix with the surrounding sand, complicating her needs. Therefore, she refrained from employing that spell lightly. With everything in place, Lilith wielded her scissors and charged forward without hesitation, leaping into the air. Suddenly, she was startled, nearly losing her footing. Quickly, she struck the stone pillar with her scissors, using the recoil to leap onto the adjacent column. What was this? An ordinary sand snake could speak? Though Lilith lacked principles, a communicative creature was not currently on her menu. As she opened her mouth to speak, the sand python slowly slithered up the column. Its skin began to swell unnaturally, as if the flesh within was engaged in a fierce struggle. For a while, there was no change in the python. Lilith hesitated, contemplating whether to strike while the creature was transforming. Would it attack or retreat? Just as she was becoming perplexed by the situation, a loud, gurgling sound erupted, not from Lilith's own stomach, which was full from her earlier meal. Unable to suppress her gaze, Lilith looked towards the python's abdomen, where the serpent was covering its face with its tail, lying despondently against the stone pillar. "Were you?" Lilith thought of asking, but it felt somewhat impolite. The creature's human-like emotions and actions led her to form a hypothesis. "Hello, Lilith," the snake greeted. Lilith could not recall ever introducing herself, and indeed, she had not. "Hello." The gurgling of the python's empty stomach drowned out her greeting, creating an awkward moment. Lilith felt embarrassed for the creature. The thought that the scene might be broadcasted was disconcerting. "Oh dear, Lilith, I have heard you do not consume humanoid creatures. Is that true?" Lilith is quite renowned within the witch's tower, and it is not unusual for competitors to familiarize themselves with their opponents before the finals. Her characteristics are undeniably conspicuous, not solely due to her stature. However, at this moment, you do not possess a human form. Lilith stated a fact. Although she would not consume you, it did not preclude her from making such a claim. You may not possess the strength to overpower me. For the sake of us both, perhaps we should consider a partnership to escape this place. The serpent raised its body high. Indeed, apart from the two familiar faces, all others are among the elite of the upperclassmen. Yet, if I'm not mistaken, you are currently so famished that you lack the ability to revert to your original form, while I have just enjoyed a hearty meal before descending. As she spoke, Lilith waved her hand, conjuring a fireball as a source of light to demonstrate her prowess. Her magical energy was currently abundant. If you do not wish to collaborate with me, then why did you refrain from attacking earlier? Lilith pondered, tilting her head as she scrutinized the sand python before her. Is there a possibility that I am waiting for you to regurgitate some gold coins? In order to preserve your life, one must present something of tangible value. No? Since you are aware of my identity, you ought to understand that a merchant never engages in unprofitable transactions. Half a year into the tournament, Lilith found it hard to believe that any surviving which would be devoid of even a single gold coin. She had anticipated that the opponent would propose a trade to ensure their survival. You are correct. Very well. How many gold coins would suffice to purchase my life? How much do you believe your life is worth in gold coins? Lilith had not encountered other witches and feared she might undervalue the offer. The serpent lowered its head, hesitating before quoting a price. 10 gold coins. Are you dismissing me like a beggar? Although Lilith was unaware of the precise amount of gold coins the serpent possessed, 10 seemed far too meager, as though it were a deliberate attempt to deceive her. Very well, what about 20 gold coins? You can see my current state suggests that my gains will not be substantial. 50 gold coins. And I shall also provide you with a meal and a 2-meter-long sand lizard tail. What does that sound? Lilith paused, employing both inducement and intimidation, directing a steady gaze at her counterpart. Otherwise, I shall simply slay you and use your flesh as bait to lure other creatures that I may consume. Frankly, were it not for the fact that the serpent bore no burdens, Lilith would have opted for a swift execution and theft rather than engaging in this protracted negotiation. As for that tail, her refrigerator was too small to accommodate such a quantity of meat. The tail had begun to deteriorate, and she had hesitated this morning about whether to discard it, feeling it might still be edible and that throwing it away would be a waste. The vicissitudes of life had proven fortuitous. She was glad she had not disposed of it. Look, it has now found its purpose. Would 30 coins suffice? I truly have very few gold coins. 50 coins. Without sustenance, you shall not endure long after parting from me. Where there is life, there is hope. Consider your options wisely. The sand python scratched its head, mulling over the proposition for some time. Would 40 coins work? I possess only 54 gold coins in total and cannot part with them all. Upon hearing the specific figure, Lilith grinned widely. If you give me all 54 gold coins, how about I provide you with a pack of provisions? You must first satiate your hunger before attempting to seize another's gold. Lilith's final remark was profound and laden with implications. The other she referred to could very well include herself, should the serpent possess sufficient audacity. Frankly speaking, a solitary existence can be exceedingly dreary. Solitude has the power to drive one to madness. Engaging in conversation with chocolate, while meticulously considering which words are appropriate and which are not, proves to be quite taxing. Baba remains unable to speak even now, thus to stave off insanity. She is compelled to labor tirelessly each day, lest her mind wander into disquieting thoughts. How much better it would be if Nalisa were to arrive. Alas, the sand python choked on her own thoughts. She had not anticipated that Lilith would wish to keep nothing for her. However, she has been starving for nearly 10 days, and her current state is becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. The allure of sustenance is overwhelming. You possess such an abundance of food. Of course, what benefit would it serve me to deceive you? Chapter 174. The whirlwind. Very well, but we must depart from this place together. The serpent clearly had not forgotten that they were ensnared in a trap. This is simple enough. 6 months of experience is not to be taken lightly. Having discerned the terrain, Lilith could navigate her way out even with her eyes closed. Yet, before doing so, she had a few tasks to complete. She instructed the serpent to remain still while she ventured deeper into the darkness, carrying several fireballs with her. The locations where gold coins are hidden within such terrain are fixed and limited. Lilith efficiently scoured several spots, only to discover a solitary coin in the very last location. She tucked the coin into her pocket, pursing her lips. Indeed, the absence of other creatures' burrows was rather disappointing. As she explored the area with her fireballs, she successfully uncovered a robe of sorcery, nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding darkness, nestled in a secluded corner. With delight, Lilith shook the robe. It was quite large, likely a one-size-fits-all. She swiftly stowed it away. Inventory, 1 robe. After a thorough search yielded no other useful supplies, Lilith reluctantly returned to the vicinity of the sand python. All right, let's exit. Upon emerging from the burrow, the serpent appeared despondent until Lilith produced the tail. Initially, it seemed she would exert herself to transform back into human form for a meal, but to her surprise, the serpent simply opened her gaping maw. Wait. The exchange must be made hand in hand. Oh, of course. Although the serpent responded with alacrity, her vertically slitted pupils remained fixated on the piece of meat. After a few retches, she expelled a gray beast-hide pouch, meticulously rubbing it in the sand until it felt sufficiently clean before presenting it to Lilith. Here, Lilith pinched one corner of the pouch between her index finger and thumb. Observing her action, the sand python eagerly inquired whether she could partake in her meal. Go ahead and eat. Lilith stood beside her, counting the gold coins. The creature had indeed spoken the truth. 54 coins, neither more nor less. In light of her honesty, Lilith dragged out the dehydrated prey she had previously sun-dried, intending to offer only half to the other party, but ultimately decided to give the entire thing, as she had little appetite for such tough fare. Her recent foraging had been sufficient, and she did not require this morsel. Here, some provisions for you. Handle it yourself, Lilith remarked, glancing back. The snake's method of consumption involved swallowing whole, rendering this witch's appearance somewhat unappealing. The serpentine tail swayed, diminishing in size considerably. Thank you. The now normal-sized sand boa coiled around the provisions, hesitating momentarily. The time for traps had already elapsed, and Lilith planned to explore the surroundings and rest during the daylight hours. May I accompany you? Lilith turned back in confusion. Why would you wish to follow me? For hunting? No, you and T survive. You could forfeit the competition, but your presence would only siphon off my resources and gold. Lilith would not permit such an occurrence. She had no desire to share her space with a stranger. Then may I roam in this vicinity? The sand boa discerned that this territory belonged to Lilith. If you have 50 gold coins to redeem yourself. With that, Lilith commenced her exploration of the area, hoping the snake would recognize the prudent course of action. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to use its corpse as bait. With the presence of another witch in her territory, Lilith remained perpetually on edge throughout the day, anticipating an ambush. Alas, her assumptions were misguided. The other party, equipped with provisions, departed with remarkable prudence. Was my hint not sufficiently clear? She had been waiting for the other to act. Did they not covet her resources and gold? Were they not an upperclassman? Did they lack the spirit to make a move? Perhaps this, which was far more scrupulous than she had initially assumed. After the unnamed witch left, the sandy expanse returned to its customary tranquility. Lilith occasionally pondered whether she should acquiesce to the request left by the other. You wish to share your home? Not quite. She could simply allow the other to select a vacant dwelling. Naive. I merely indulged in idle talk. If they truly stayed, it would pose a considerable headache. As long as you understand. 2 months passed, and unexplored caverns became increasingly scarce. While previously explored caverns occasionally yielded new prey, they did not offer gold. Lilith was contemplating the opportune moment to depart. The cavern was brightly lit, thanks to the luminous pearl she had discovered, with assorted clutter neatly piled in one corner. Lilith organized her frequently used items outside, while stowing away the less utilized ones. She was a decisive individual. Being alone, she packed her belongings and prepared to leave without hesitation. However, after such a lengthy period, she still possessed no additional space bags, rendering it impossible to take all her possessions. She gathered food, a small pot, and a bowl for dining. By placing the bowl within the pot, she could conserve some space. A telescope is an indispensable tool, allowing for the convenient observation of one's surroundings. A single small knife suffices, along with another for shaving hair. Indeed, lacking shampoo and soap, Lilith has reverted to a bald state, discovering that a knife is far more effective than scissors for achieving a clean shave. The tattered witch's robe is left behind, replaced with a fresh outfit. Lilith crafted several backpacks from found fabrics and sharpened bones, carrying for herself, with even Mew not escaping the burden of carrying items. This explains why chocolate has no physical form. Otherwise, Lilith would certainly have demanded its contribution. After a lengthy absence, Lilith departed her humble abode once more, embarking on her quest for gold coins. As the saying goes, one's expedition may falter before it begins. Indeed, Lilith did not anticipate encountering a tornado after only a short journey. The tornado appeared unexpectedly. Even as Lilith clutched Mew to the ground, they were swept aloft. Witnessing Mew being tossed about by the grains of sand stirred her heart with concern. Struggling to open her eyes, she waved her hand and dispersed Mew. The sand striking her face was excruciating, akin to being cut by a blade. Yet, this was not the gravest danger. The tornado in the desert carried an overwhelming amount of sand. Floating within it, Lilith found breathing nearly impossible. Every time she opened her mouth, sand rushed in, making even the utterance of a spell impossible. Under the relentless strain of the harsh weather, Lilith eventually lost consciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, her mind clouded. Lilith faintly heard voices nearby. Chapter 175, An Encounter. In a haze, her senses suddenly sharpened for a fleeting moment, recalling that she was still amidst the competition. Lilith opened her eyes wide and sat up abruptly, quickly adopting a defensive posture, scanning her surroundings. "Lilith, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed," came a familiar voice, though obscured by the witch's robe, rendering the speaker's face invisible. This voice resonated with Lilith, although she had only heard it once months prior. The deeds of those two individuals lingered vividly in her memory. They were her guards, although the circumstances remained unclear. The sight of her familiar companions after such a long separation softened Lilith's demeanor, and she gradually lowered her hand that had shielded her vital areas. As her awareness returned and her body relaxed, a wave of pain surged through her, enveloping her mind, making her feel as though she might shatter, particularly in her back. "What has happened to me? The desert is merely sand. A fall should not hurt this much." Cast away by the tornado, the guard remarked, "Your physical resilience is certainly lacking, yet fortune has favored you." The guard exchanged a knowing glance with the vigilant Nalisa beside her. Both had been hurled by the tornado from a great height, landing on the ground in an unconscious state, relying solely on their physical strength to endure the ordeal. Lilith, the witch who had only utilized the strength-enhancing potion twice, was not the focal point of attention. The guard and Nalisa awoke almost simultaneously, and upon opening their eyes, they immediately engaged in a skirmish. Naturally, the tranquil Lilith, who lay in a peaceful slumber, caught their notice. In a bid to protect Lilith, Nalisa and the guard fought to a standstill, revealing Nalisa's formidable prowess in certain respects. The stalemate was largely attributed to the guard being a witch majoring in magical artifacts, a classmate of Celine. Both were relatively inept in the art of spellcasting, despite having it as a minor course. This served as the initial motivation for the guard seeking a partner. In terms of lethal intent and tactics, Nalisa held the upper hand, had it not been for Lilith. The guard might well have met her demise here. The half-year of wilderness survival had instilled a compressed fury within Nalisa. Presently, she remained an emotionally unstable minor witch. Chocolate? What? The guard, positioned closer to Lilith, was perplexed by the conversation, unaware of what Lilith was referring to. What on earth was chocolate? The guard was bewildered by Lilith's self-dialogue, while Nalisa quickly comprehended that Lilith was conversing with herself and promptly pulled the guard away. Lilith observed their departure from the periphery of her vision. It mattered little, as she refrained from broaching sensitive topics. Despite her physical discomfort, she remained acutely aware of the possibility of being watched. Turning her gaze to the reflection cast upon the blade of her scissors, she noticed the absence of her doll. Not only had her doll vanished, but due to her compassion for the bleeding creature, she had dispelled the summoning, resulting in the whirlwind whisking away the luggage it bore, along with other belongings. Fortunately, the essential items were securely stored in her personal spatial pouch. The thought of losing the gold coins she had painstakingly amassed over half a year would have driven her to the brink of despair. After all, those coins represented her hard-earned treasures. The memories of exploring each dungeon, battling desert creatures, and navigating traps, all earned through her wounds, were a source of pain. Moreover, sustenance in the desert was notoriously scarce. Yet, the most significant loss was her beloved teddy bear. Although its signal was unreliable, its diminutive size and unique material require meticulous cleaning to reflect a silhouette. Using the doll's eyes as a communication tool had its merits. At least it wouldn't unexpectedly explode. Were it not for her perusal of texts concerning the abyssal stone, having seen the hand-drawn illustrations and descriptions of the mineral's hues, she would have suspected that Chocolate had utilized 2 abyssal stones as the bear's eyes. Nevertheless, Chocolate remained tight-lipped about the doll's material, and it was only upon arriving in the desert that Lilith discovered the bear's eyes could serve as mirrors. In truth, her assurance that it would not explode was merely conjecture. After all, it had been many months without incident. Although Lilith occasionally employed some discarded metallic objects as reflective sources, most of the time she relied on the eyes of the teddy bear. Most crucially, the ever-cherished teddy bear elicited no opposition from Chocolate, which deepened her suspicions. The doll was significant. However, it could not be stored in her spatial pocket, compelling Lilith to hold it continuously. In her memories, even in the final moments before losing consciousness, she clutched the bear tightly. Could it be that she relinquished her grip upon losing awareness? Lilith furrowed her brow. If that were the case, it would pose a dilemma. She could not continuously utilize her weapon as a reflective tool. The material of the scissors was hardly ideal. And even as a witch's tool, it could only withstand so much. Do you not feel an ache in your back? Indeed, I just realized that my back hurts far more than my arms. Lilith gasped, instinctively pressing on the 2 painfully sore spots on her back. That is because you instinctively used it to cushion your fall. Lilith quickly turned her head to see the doll pressed into the sand, its face upward. If she were to lie down now, the 2 painful points on her back would correspond precisely to the bear's gem-like eyes. The teddy bear was mostly embedded in the sand. No wonder. Lilith closed the scissors, extracting the teddy bear from the sandy ground and brushing off the dirt. It was astonishing that it had not been squished at all. Lilith grasped the bear's waist, examining it from every angle, apart from a bit of sand. It appeared no different from when it was new. Of course, I used exceptionally rare materials. Without needing Lilith to speak, Chocolate shifted from the blade of the scissors to the bear's eyes, which Lilith had already cleaned with her hands. You even brought that in? The guard's voice was filled with incredulity. When Lilith had lost consciousness, Naligia had forbidden anyone from touching her, which explained the guard's astonishment. Indeed, not only the guard but Naligia was equally surprised. During the past 6 months, wandering through the desert, they had encountered others of their kind. All witches awakened in this place bore some of their belongings. Some carried potions, while others wielded weapons. Encountering a seemingly useless toy was a first. It seems it is not merely a doll. The guard regarded the item in Lilith's hand thoughtfully, aware of more than Naligia. Chapter 176. An eye at this point? It was Lilith's turn to be perplexed. From where did you gather that this item is an ordinary human toy? She recalled that, to avoid appearing peculiar to others, she had always claimed it was a witch's tool. Lilith carefully reflected on this. She was certain she had never stated it was merely an ordinary doll. Everyone seems to believe that the little witch in your grade claims that you only refer to this object as a magical instrument out of embarrassment for not wanting to play with toys. Furthermore, as a witch specializing in this field, I truly fail to perceive this as a magical artifact. The guard stroked his chin, attempting to lean in for a closer look, only to be dissuaded by Lilith's disdainful gaze. In truth, another reason for this belief is that a magical instrument is typically used at some point, right? Since Lilith has never utilized it, this only deepens the judgments of others. Lilith stepped back and glanced at Nerissa, who, despite being in a parched environment, maintained a pristine appearance. Her neatly arranged hair was impeccably kept beneath her tidy robe. Nerissa, do you feel the same? Nerissa remained silent. Noticing Lilith's displeased expression, she pondered before responding. It's all right. It's quite charming. Indeed, it suits you perfectly. The guard affirmed confidently. Lilith found herself at a loss for words, as the two harmonized seamlessly. In truth, she did not mind so much. Had she known that others could accept her, she wouldn't have felt the need to deceive, which cannot truly be considered a lie. This should indeed count as a magical instrument, especially since Chocolate claimed that it could save lives. With a slight movement of her arm, a sharp pain shot through her back. Before discussing life-saving properties, she felt this object might very well claim her own life, as dropping it onto the sandy ground would likely not have caused such severe injuries. Upon hearing Lilith's sharp intake of breath, Nerissa rummaged through her belongings and produced a small enamel jar, which she had kept close for warmth. This contains a healing potion. Drink it quickly. Though it may not rival herbal remedies, it is still quite effective, and unlike traditional medicine, it carries no adverse effects. Lilith gazed down at the warm jar in her hands, hesitating momentarily, contemplating what ingredients it contained. Rest assured, there's no witch or human flesh in it. Nerissa understood Lilith's unvoiced concern. Thank you, Nerissa. Lilith removed the lid of the jar, and a fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils, bringing her considerable comfort. She then leaned down to take a closer look, only to see an eyeball surfacing from the viscous black-purple liquid. Gulping, Lilith hastily attempted to replace the lid, but with one arm occupied by the doll, it proved cumbersome. Hurry and drink, it will cool down. I've been cooking it for quite a while. Nerissa's gentle voice resonated in Lilith's ears, yet the urgency of her words felt more daunting than any demon. Chocolate inquired, "Did you call me?" "I cannot let you," she replied. "You are severely injured. The study of potion making requires one to adapt the ingredients based on the specific situation, and thus, diagnosing one's physical condition is essential knowledge." Lilith found herself in a dilemma, clutching the jar, but unable to drink. She looked up to find Nerissa watching her, while the guard eyed the potion in her hand with longing. "If you do not wish to drink, shall I do it for you?" The fact that Nerissa was able to present it to Lilith for consumption signifies its quality. It is undoubtedly free of poison and possesses an enticing aroma. Following this remark, the guard received a sharp elbow from Nerissa. "Lilith, the soup is cooling." Nerissa revealed a benevolent smile. "Just close your eyes and drink it down. Your current physical condition is indeed rather poor. Or, do you wish to forfeit?" The voice of Chocolate was barely audible, even to Nerissa, who misinterpreted Lilith's hesitation as a refusal. Just as she prepared to assist, she observed Lilith, with a face full of anguish, lifting the ceramic jar and consuming its contents in one gulp. Lilith found herself choking on an eyeball, which subsequently burst upon contact with her palate. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, yet she persevered, swallowing every morsel, including the ghastly orb. "Is my cooking truly that terrible?" Nerissa pondered, perplexed. Had Lilith been reduced to tears by the taste? "Whoa, it's actually delicious," Lilith exclaimed. In truth, she was merely grappling with the horror of having consumed an eyeball. Such a notion was deeply unsettling to her, compounded by the mental turmoil of her youthful witch's psyche. As she influenced this body, it simultaneously exerted its own influence upon her, enhancing their amalgamation. It must be said, Nelisha's culinary skills were commendable, prompting an overly emotional Lilith to weep while declaring the dish delightful. This led Nelisha to assume that Lilith's tears stemmed from a prolonged absence of good food, prompting her to approach and offer consolation. "It's just a meal. I'll prepare you another next time, so stop crying." After some time, Lilith's emotion settled. Following a sip of the water that had formed on sight, she sighed. Life is about continuously shattering one's own limits, starting with the aversion to consuming offal. "Do you feel better?" Nelisha inquired with a smile as she reclaimed the jar and rinsed it out. The water magic was Nelisha's most adept spell, even surpassing the proficiency of Lilith, who had learned it first. Lilith felt a slight alleviation in her arms and legs, nodding in acknowledgement. However, her back remained quite painful. After all, a witch's meal is not the same as a witch's medicine. So, just how delectable is it? The guard leaned in, curious. Lilith pondered this and responded. 100 times more enjoyable than it appears. No, 1,000 times. Is that for real? The guard exclaimed, casting a glance at Nelisha. Lilith retrieved a handkerchief fashioned from her clothing to wipe her face, muffled sounds emanating from beneath it, unmistakably laced with malice. Perhaps, instead of focusing on my culinary skills, you ought to prioritize your own safety. Before uttering such a threat, perhaps you should first glance at that? The guard, upon hearing Lilith's menace, mimicked her tone and leisurely pointed towards a massive stone nearby. Lilith had noticed the enormous boulder the moment she awoke, in a place filled with yellow sand. Stones were rare outside the caves, especially one of such magnitude. Chapter 177. Is the final about to conclude? As long as one's vision remains intact, it is nearly impossible to overlook the imposing structure before them. A colossal stone bears inscriptions detailing a challenge, the most prominent of which stipulates that 3 witches must simultaneously touch the monolith to activate it. The peculiar tornado in the desert is also a creation of this stone, randomly selecting fortunate souls to arrive here. However, should one meet an untimely demise, they can only blame their ill fortune. Lilith circled the monolith several times. Although it proclaimed a challenge, it merely outlined the conditions for initiation without revealing the nature of the challenge or the rewards for victory. She found herself contemplating whether to upend the stone, eager to discover if further details lay hidden beneath. Standing before the stone, she pondered deeply. In her past, such a situation would have prompted her to turn away without hesitation. She had always prioritized safety, avoiding high-stakes gambles where one's life hung in the balance. Yet recent events had imparted new insights about life. Is the unknown inherently negative? If anyone could be the protagonist, why shouldn't she be? Lilith began to explore the surface of the stone. You are to participate in this, she mused. The indication to examine it suggested a decision had already been made. Lilith was certain the guards would join, yet she felt compelled to clarify. After all, witches often act without regard for rules or logic. It was plausible they merely wished to observe the spectacle. For a human to risk their life for mere entertainment might be deemed irrational, but within the realm of witches, such behavior was commonplace. A monotonous life could easily lead to despair, prompting some witches to seek out thrills. Lilith suspected that Neph's foster mother embodied this type of witch. They want to provide us with a chest full of gold, the guard affirmed with a smile. Nalisa, will you also participate? After cleaning and drying a jar, Nalisa took a moment to shield her eyes from the oppressive sun before donning the hood of her witch's robe. I will follow you. This implied that if Lilith chose to partake, so would she. If Lilith abstained, she would pursue her own desires, even if that meant robbing someone. Or, if necessary, resorting to violence. Lilith tapped her chin thoughtfully, ultimately reaching a conclusion. I wish to participate. It was not a question of ability, but rather desire. And she was eager to join. Excellent. We are in agreement. The guard beamed, as this not only spared her from a confrontation with the two, but also relieved her from waiting for others to arrive, a most fortunate outcome. Nalisa had no objections to the challenge, but added, Lilith, you still need to rest. In response, Lilith performed a few gymnastic movements, each one straining her back muscles and causing discomfort. Nonetheless, she felt capable of enduring it. No, I can manage. Lilith possesses a potion, albeit only 2 vials. Over the past 6 months, she has managed to collect a mere 3 potions, one of which she utilized during a life-threatening moment in battle. The remaining 2 are likewise reserved for such dire circumstances. To put it plainly, the injuries she bears are trivial. Should she expend the potions now, she would undoubtedly be consumed by regret when faced with the imminent threat of death. It is far wiser to endure the discomfort for the time being. Given Lilith's vigorous movements, her condition appears less grave, and Nerissa has chosen to accept Lilith's assertion, subtly altering the ingredients for their next meal in her mind. Without further ado, let's embark on our journey. Heaven knows the Guardian has been nearly crouched in waiting for Lilith to awaken. The conditions for initiating the challenge necessitate not only 3 participants, but also an abundance of water. Surrounding the colossal stone, the 3 witches simultaneously channeled their water magic until Lilith felt her veins slightly bulging. Only then did the water thoroughly saturate the immense rock. It is exceedingly parched. Her once smooth skin began to manifest scales akin to fish, and when rubbed, white flakes would fall away. In the 6 months since her arrival, Lilith had never experienced such dryness. It felt as though her very blood would seep through her skin if she continued to extract moisture from surroundings. Once we emerge from this ordeal, I shall ensure to take good care of Lilith. Before she could finish her thought, the teleportation glyph ensnared the 3 of them. They found themselves in a particular aerial domain, the closest point to the heavens. Mwahaha! Welcome to the Cloud Arena. After such a long wait, we finally have visitors. The ethereal realm, resembling a checkered chessboard crafted from clouds, housed a witch with emerald hair, poised in a meditative stance at its center. I commend your audacity. Yet misjudging one's capabilities only leads to unnecessary sacrifice. Allow me to ascertain whether your courage is matched by your strength. Oh, protocol dictates I should first mention the rewards for passing the trial. Mwahaha! Should you succeed in my challenge, you can conclude this game immediately. How enticing does that sound? Mwahaha! Judging by the flow of her magical energy, this woman appears to be a formidable adult witch. Yet her laughter carries an unmistakably villainous tone. In reality, hearing such a laugh makes it difficult for Lilith to suppress her amusement. Lilith turned her face into her teddy bear. Wow, really? If we win, we can end the game? The Guardian, brimming with excitement, couldn't help but express that anyone who has survived half a year in the wilderness would yearn to return to a more convenient and civilized environment. Of course, the emerald-haired witch remarked, her tone laden with significance. After a moment's pause, Lilith composed herself and asked earnestly, "Is this trial for individuals or for all three of us together?" "It is, of course, for you to undertake together. However, if you could accomplish it alone, I would not object, dear Lilith," the witch replied, her smile stretching from ear to ear, her visage exuding an air of intimidation. "However, there are no humans here. Even Lilith, who joined midway, has already acclimated. After the commencement, will you grant us time to deliberate on our tactics?" Lilith inquired calmly. "Certainly. Hee. Take as long as you wish. Hee. Upon hearing this, Lilith's anxious heart eased slightly, though she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Yet she couldn't quite articulate it. Hee. Have you reached a decision?" Lilith glanced at her guard and then at Nelisa, noting their lack of dissent as they both looked her way. "Very well. Please elucidate the challenge and its rules for us." Splendid. The challenge is quite straightforward. Emerald rose from the ground, rummaging through her attire before producing 3 gleaming golden keys from behind her. "Come forth, Ping and Pong." With a rhythmic sound, 2 magnificent entities, seemingly woven from water and mist, materialized before them. As they manifested, their skin transitioned from a blue-white hue to a deep black, occasionally sparking with tiny arcs of electricity. Emerald divided the keys into 2 sets, tossing 2 into the mouth of the left creature and 1 into the mouth of the right. With a resonant gulp, the keys vanished from sight. Chapter 178. Emerald clapped her hands. "All right, Ping and Pong, go." At her command, the 2 beings darted away in an instant, their movement so swift that it was barely perceptible. However, at that moment, Lilith, thoroughly disgusted, had indeed seen it all. The ability derived from a whimsical penchant for chocolate temporarily granted Lilith a modicum of power, enhancing her vision. Through her slightly crimson irises, she beheld the creatures, their bodies adorned with the legs of arthropod from head to abdomen, elongated like centipedes, with protruding spines on their appendages. The last time she encountered such a structure was with a certain insectoid creature. Most disturbingly, their crawling motions and speed compelled Lilith to envision them scuttling towards her. It was truly hair-raising. "Those are my familiars, Ping and Pong. Impressive, aren't they? Hee. Your challenge is to retrieve the keys. None may be missing. So do your best. Hee. Rest assured, I shall not intervene. You are free to act as you wish." After finishing her laughter, Emerald suddenly recalled something. "Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, the time limit is set at 5 hours. Hee. Such grand competitions are rare in Witch Town. And as a witch who was whimsically thrust into the role of examiner, Emerald is, to be frank, somewhat unprofessional. Fortunately, in this setting, misstatements carry no penalty. Do examiners receive salaries? Lost in her thoughts, Lilith noticed that the other 2 had begun to confer. 5 hours should suffice. We have ample time. The guard sighed in relief. The creatures that merely flee pose little threat. Not necessarily. Those 2 creatures must possess some peculiar abilities. Nailisha does not believe that concluding the entire game challenge prematurely would be so simple. Lilith has joined the fray. Regardless, it seems prudent to capture whatever one can first. So let us pursue the one that has consumed a key. It may be somewhat weaker. There is logic in the notion that the value of the treasure corresponds with its respective guardian. If one must test the waters, it is more reasonable to choose the seemingly weaker option. Did you discern which direction they fled? The guardian opined that, irrespective of the method, they should first locate one and act upon it, thereby saving time. Nailisha shook her head, admitting she had not seen clearly. Lilith rubbed her temples. Although Chocolate intentionally vexed her, he indeed helped her observe the escape routes of the 2 creatures. "I saw them. They went this way." The guardian surveyed Lilith with astonishment, questioning whether she possessed some enchanted artifact. Yet such inquiries were not easily broached. Once the direction was established, the 3 sprinted forth, while Emerald resumed her seat, noting that the trio had determined their course in mere minutes. "Oh, quite the keen eye you have. Finding clouds within clouds is a rather arduous task, yet fortunately, both Lilith and the Guardian possessed divination magic, allowing for the discernment of subtle differences. Of course, this was contingent upon having a direction. A thorough search would require more than 5 hours. Moreover, this was not merely a game of hide and seek. Finding them does not equate to victory, as time must be allocated for examination or interrogation. Furthermore, they must first be subdued. Guardian, you go over to Nailisha. Lilith, wielding half a pair of scissors, delivered a flying kick to the approaching familiar. Ping Pong? She was uncertain which creature it was, so she dubbed it number 1, as it harbored a key within. After calling to the Guardian twice with no response, Lilith had to run over and give her a kick. Huh, were you calling me? The Guardian thought it was some sort of familiar. Of course, there are only 3 of us, and you did not announce yourself. Although Lilith had prepared for the finals. It had been over half a year since she had encountered an opponent. She had nearly forgotten, recalling only a few particularly troublesome abilities. All right, I'll head over now. Initially, upon discovering number 1, before Lilith and the others could make a move, it underwent a transformation, its body rapidly darkening and absorbing the surrounding clouds and earth, expanding in size. Lilith contemplated interrupting the incantation, but this creature would absorb clouds wherever it went. Even when kicked away, number 1 swelled, eventually morphing into a monstrosity the size of a 2-story building. Once the transformation was complete, number 1 stood tall. Ping Pong. Ping Pong. One must admit, despite its monstrous appearance, its vocalization was rather endearing. Yet, true to its nature, the creature was utterly ruthless. When injured, it absorbed the ground to heal itself. Not only did it mend its wounds, but it also diminished the ground available for Lilith and her companions to stand upon. Lilith, who possesses the levitation spell, was relatively untroubled, yet the other 2 had to tread carefully beneath them. Although she intended to create a platform, the water spell cast before entering had depleted a significant portion of her magical energy, compelling her to conserve her power. A colossal shadow loomed over Lilith's head, shoulders, an entire being. Lilith, don't just stand there. As the towering figure resembling a small building toppled down, Lilith found herself directly beneath it. She hesitated, contemplating whether to maximize the size of her scissors, using their mass and weight as force to pierce it from below, akin to placing a pole beneath a giant's foot to act as a pin. However, considering her mortal fragility, she hastily fled as the guard shouted this warning. Yet, with a resounding thud, Lilith spent a few seconds embedding the enlarged half of her scissors into the cloud-covered ground. Although they had been bent considerably, they nonetheless inflicted substantial damage. Ironically, the difficulty in vanquishing such a creature stemmed from its sheer size, even with her warped incantations. Lilith could merely carve a cavity into its form, which would rapidly regenerate as it absorbed the surrounding clouds. It was not only immense, but also devoid of any sensation of pain. Chapter 179. The Flying Manhole Cover After Considerable Effort. It was only through the combined might of Lilith and Nerissa that they managed to cleave the entire beast in 2 using the gigantic scissors. Its enormous body collapsed with a thunderous crash, and this time it did not rise again. The severed edges showed no sign of healing. The group, having remained vigilant against the sudden disappearance of the ground, breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally succeeded. With such efficiency, even if another, more formidable creature awaited, they felt confident they could handle it within the remaining time, perhaps even with some spare. Nonetheless, speculation aside, time was of the essence. Without pausing for rest, they immediately commenced their search for the key amid the remains. Nothing here. The guard was responsible for the head, which was the smaller portion post-severance. Nothing here either. I found nothing on my end. Nerissa and Lilith jointly tackled the larger hind section. Regrettably, the 3 yielded no results. Panting, they settled on the cloud-covered ground a short distance from the carcass. Don't you find it peculiar that this creature hasn't begun to dissipate? According to the characteristics of familiars, it should have vanished upon reaching such a state, especially considering this particular familiar was classified as one that dissipated rather quickly. The notion of obtaining the key through the destruction of the familiar was already strange enough. The guard wrapped a cloth around her wounds, while Nerissa incessantly washed her hands nearby. Destroy? Lilith envisioned the prospect of sending her bleeding companion into the fray, and the thought made her reluctant to do so. She certainly would not act on it. Her earlier disgust at the creature's numerous legs had clouded her judgment, diverting her thoughts from this angle. After all, what diligent examinee would question the validity of the exam questions before attempting to answer them? They would surely try to solve them first. considering the possibility of inherent flaws only after failing to do so. Lilith rose and circled the corpse twice. It resembled an ordinary amalgamation of objects beneath our feet. The most pressing question now was, where had the key vanished? The guard deftly secured her own ties. Indeed, even if we were to slay another creature, the absence of the key would render our efforts futile. We had already squandered an hour, wasting not only time, but also mystical energy. The sacrifices made had merely resulted in numerous wounds, a most unprofitable venture. Lilith, clutching her teddy bear, crouched near the head of the corpse. She poked at the ground and then at the body, suddenly pausing. She glanced rapidly above and below. A bold thought struck her. Do you think the examiner's familiar isn't those two creatures, but rather what lies beneath our feet? Lilith observed that the side of the corpse closest to the ground was slowly merging with it. Part of it had already adhered to the surface, while sections of the surrounding floor were gradually mending themselves. How sluggish was this process? After crouching for a considerable time, she noted it had only grown about 2 millimeters. If Lilith hadn't been watching intently, it would have been nearly imperceptible. Emerald sat at the center of the floating platform, gazing at Lilith and her companions. Had they discovered it so soon? Is it luck? Or perhaps in this world, coincidences are non-existent, and everything is predetermined by fate. Yet the area was vast. With only 5 hours at their disposal, a thorough search seemed nearly impossible. The guard found Lilith's theory compelling, but if that were the case, could they still complete the challenge? A correction was needed. It was 4 hours. Naligia dried her damp hands before joining the conversation. As I previously mentioned, those two creatures were likely a diversion, serving as a hint. The examiner had only uttered a few words to them. Since a comprehensive search was unfeasible, there must be some clues to guide us. The purpose of the examination is to test individuals, not to lead them to their demise. As Lilith pondered, a sudden spark ignited within her mind. Ping Pong, come forth. What are you doing? The guard burst into laughter at Lilith's antics. What which would seek out deliberately concealed beings in such a manner? However, in the next moment, the ground trembled ominously. An expletive would be fitting here. The guard was thrown off balance by the seismic disturbance, while Lilith, sensing the tremor, immediately levitated using her magical powers, assisting Naligia in the process. Ping, pong, the examiner rose, soaring into the air. Oh dear, I thought my plan would be hard to uncover. Are young witches today so astute? Emerald was perplexed. This strategy had taken her considerable time to devise in conjunction with Ping Pong. Initially, there was merely a vibration, but as time progressed, the entire ground began to undulate like ocean waves, as if converging currents were at play. The waves surged from the earth, yet they did not flow in a singular direction. The water rose gradually, creeping higher and higher to their ankles. The towering clouds clashed violently, creating a tumultuous scene. 3 gleaming golden keys materialized on the ground, swept up in the chaos stirred by the clouds. The ground had become utterly uninhabitable. Sensing the impending danger, a guard produced an object resembling a manhole cover and hurled it away before leaping onto it. The metallic cover sped along the trajectory set by the guard. Lilith was astonished to find that her intuition had proven correct. Although she deemed the situation absurd, she felt compelled to test her suspicions. Where are you going? Lilith exclaimed, clutching Nalisa's waist and distancing herself from the ground, only to turn and see the guard vanishing into the sky. What is happening? The keys are here. And where is she headed? After several minutes, the guard managed to return, but instead of stopping, she quickly explained as she passed by Lilith and Nalisa. It turned out that the manhole cover beneath her was a makeshift escape tool she had crafted over the past 6 months, a magical artifact. Though this object could float, it could not halt its movement. Once activated, it would perpetually advance. Stopping it was simple enough. She would merely need to cease channeling her magical energy. But doing so would result in her plummeting into the tumultuous waves below, likely to be crushed by the surging clouds. At that moment, Lilith found herself unable to assist. One hand was occupied holding Nalisa, while the other clutched a teddy bear. TSK, Lilith frowned. I meant to mention earlier, as a senior witch, how is it that you haven't even learned any flight-related spells? I specialize in magical artifacts and haven't had time for such studies. Given the current predicament, Lilith privately considered that the guard's knowledge of magical artifacts was rather lacking as well. Never mind, come here. I'll create a platform you can stand on. Initially, Lilith intended to conserve her magical energy, but given the circumstances, it was imperative to construct the platform. Both her hands were occupied, leaving no chance to grasp the keys. At this critical juncture, she hesitated to release the teddy bear, while using magic to levitate it nearby was a viable option. Freeing one hand to assist the guard would yield no significant advantage. It was better to resolve the situation decisively. Chapter 180. Obtaining the keys as a spell was recited. A transparent platform began to materialize beneath Lilith's feet. She gently set Nalisa down and called out to the distant guard. "Hurry over, don't dawdle." After stabilizing herself, the guard wiped the sweat from her brow, which was nearly running into her eyes. Her magical artifact was indeed effective for escape, but controlling its direction proved quite challenging. "Let's act swiftly. My magical energy is limited, and you should be aware of that." Lilith levitated the teddy bear nearby. The levitation spell required minimal energy, making it a far more economical choice than relinquishing the use of a hand. The waves surged ever higher, yet their current position in midair created a significant challenge for the waves to reach them. The sole benefit of their present posture was that it rendered them less susceptible to targeted attacks. It can only protect the key through erratic movements. Otherwise, it would have already been struck by the billowing clouds as they passed low. Nonetheless, this news is indeed a boon for Lilith and her companions. Their remaining magical energy is quite limited, and if they are to engage in a struggle for the key, it is fortunate that they now need only to avoid the most perilous collisions of the turbulent clouds. With ample time remaining, after confirming that the waves would not soon reach their current position, the trio refrained from recklessly seizing the key and instead deliberated on their strategy. After a brief discussion of a few minutes, they swiftly devised a plan. Nalisa provided 2 robust ropes, material she had salvaged from the desert, each thick and sturdy. Tying the ropes around her and the guardian's waists, Lilith would lower them from the platform, ready to pull them back should danger arise. For this, Lilith needed to concentrate, keenly observing the trajectories of both individuals. Meanwhile, the 2 cast out would devise a means to secure the key when necessary. Lilith would provide them with a small platform for one-footed standing. Safety was paramount. After consuming a second vitality-enhancing potion, Lilith found her strength significantly augmented, making this task manageable. She first embraced the guardian's waist with both arms, and then precisely targeted a key's location before casting them forth. The other end of the rope was secured to her own waist. Note, this operation is not recommended for amateur witches. The same procedure was then followed for Nalisa. "You all look like clowns," Lilith remarked, her gaze fixed intently on the 2 being cast out, prepared to pull the rope at the first sign of trouble. Hearing Chocolate's comment, she retorted without so much as a glance, "If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. If you think you can do better, then go ahead." Chocolate had the audacity to mock their approach. Truth be told, this was the most reliable method they could conceive. "I can do better," she scoffed, knowing full well that Chocolate had the potential to excel, given the spells at her disposal. However, as she remained unable to participate, Lilith could hardly expect her to learn spells on the fly. Since there was no need for further dialogue, such comments only served to irritate. On the first attempt, Lilith quickly pulled the 2 back. This time, only Nalisa had brushed against the clouds but had not reached the key. "A little higher. It's easier to adjust your position when falling from above," suggested the guardian. Lilith nodded in agreement. "All right." On the second and third attempts, however, they realized they needed to predict the location of the waves at night more accurately and shorten the intervals between their actions. These waves were formidable. The guardian demonstrated the hem of her robe, which had been struck by the waves. A small portion had already vanished. One could scarcely imagine what would occur if it had hit a person. "I understand. My apologies," Lilith replied. The previous attempt marked the closest proximity to the key for them. Lilith, believing success was within reach, hesitated slightly in pulling her companion back. As a mere observer, discerning the opportune moment proved to be a refined skill. It is challenging to predict the direction of the waves before they surge. And by the time the frothy crests have formed, the window for action becomes exceedingly narrow. After all, it takes time to be thrown into the fray. What if both individuals attempted to seize the key simultaneously? I shall provide you with a platform, merely sufficient for the tips of your toes, allowing you to alter your course mid-flight. Lilith had pondered this plan for some time, feeling confident in her ability to create 2 platforms the size of halved eggs. However, if 3 platforms were to appear concurrently, it was doubtful that the other 2 would endure for long. How long can we sustain this? Nalisa inquired, her gaze fixed on the key. At most 3 seconds. If there were only 2 platforms, Lilith would exert far less effort. Or perhaps if her magical prowess were greater, she could manage it. Yet, the previous skirmish had drained her considerably. That will suffice, Nalisa nodded. Let us try again. Guards, take your positions. This time, Lilith initiated the toss, sending Nalisa ahead. As they descended beside the waves, Lilith swiftly chanted her incantation, conjuring 2 miniature platforms. Nalisa leaped onto the platforms, hurtling toward the waves that enveloped the key, while the guards sprang from the opposite side. Lilith strained to maintain her balance. Unfortunately, Nalisa missed her mark, though her fingertips grazed the frothy crest that bore the key, tantalizingly close. In a critical moment, Nalisa employed her water magic, but alas, she failed to seize the portion of the water encasing the key. Lilith yanked Nalisa back, preparing to retrieve the guard, only to witness her draw a manhole cover from her belongings and hurl it below as she descended. With a swift kick, she propelled herself toward the key. She had secured the key. Lilith was momentarily astounded by her audacity, yet did not forget her safety, urgently pulling her back with the rope. I got it. The guard triumphantly held up the key. Your magical artifact, Lilith lamented as she watched the manhole cover succumb to the waves. This method could not be replicated. Ordinary objects would plummet directly to the ground, making it nearly impossible to harness such force again. It proved feasible to jump twice. Nalisa and I shall alternate. Lilith, your efforts are greatly appreciated. In truth, it would be most convenient for Lilith to undertake the task herself, yet she could not stray too far from the platforms, lest her magical energy be depleted further. Estimating her remaining magical reserves, she surmised she could cast spells a maximum of 5 more times, while 2 keys still eluded them. Chapter 181. The Emerald Trap. Given the critical nature of this endeavor, Lilith was not one to withhold information. Rather than risk failure when the moment arrived, it was far more advantageous to communicate openly for the sake of teamwork. With everyone informed, they would be less inclined to harbor a false sense of security. Thus, the optimal scenario entailed 4 leaps, securing 1 key every 2 attempts. The guard wore a grave expression. Lilith nodded in affirmation. It would be best to maintain some magical energy in this area beneath her feet. If she performs the incantation exactly 5 times, the platform will vanish once she completes the spell. It is indeed feasible, should she acquire the key on the 5th incantation. It would also suffice. As long as the trial concludes, the adult which would no longer have any reason to harm them, and the danger would naturally dissipate. Let us attempt this. If it fails, we shall devise another plan. Nalisa adjusted her robe and the cord around her waist. Although their physical resilience was commendable, the constant constriction was uncomfortable. The tumultuous waves of clouds surged ever closer to the platform beneath their feet, signaling imminent danger, indicating that their time was not as ample as they had hoped. With over 3 hours remaining, it was possible they would not endure until then. Once more, Lilith hurled the guardian forth, concentrating intently on the moment to conjure a platform. She successfully landed upon it, yet was a fraction too late. As the guardian leaped forward, the waves had already begun to recede, rendering her hand too far from the key. With a sigh of resignation, Lilith had no choice but to pull the guardian back. She refrained from creating a second stepping stone, deeming it futile, for it was too distant to reach. Next, it was Nalisa's turn. Lilith keenly observed the position and exerted all her strength to launch her. Nalisa collided perfectly with the rising spray of the waves. Extending her arm, she managed to grasp the key just before the clouds of waves would have collided. After Nalisa secured the key, Lilith yanked the rope forcefully. The impact from the crashing clouds left Nalisa with minor injuries, but they were inconsequential. The second key was in hand. Just 1 more remained. Lilith turned to the guardian, who nodded in affirmation. You shall go. The goddess of fortune would not be their constant companion. After 3 attempts at constructing platforms, with Lilith casting the guardian 1 final time and reciting her last incantation, they still failed to retrieve the key. Losing the support of the platform, they plummeted into the turbulent waves of clouds, which roared like a monstrous beast ready to consume the witches. Should they retreat? Should they concede? Why was it always just out of reach? Meme. In the midst of free fall, Lilith summoned her companion, Baba, exerting every ounce of strength to hurl it toward the key. Her body, propelled by inertia, collided with Nalisa, who was also in free fall, but she could hardly concern herself with that now. Go and fetch the key for me. Baba. Lilith clutched the little bear tightly, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the key's location as the waves drew perilously closer. She bit her lip, unwilling to surrender. Should they abandon their endeavor? Regardless, Chocolate would not permit Lilith to perish. In the distance, the guardian shouted, "Give up," twice, their voice tinged with urgency and panic. Yet, Lilith did not divert her gaze, instead patting Elisa, who remained still behind her, unsure if success was within reach. A golden hue vanished into the waves of clouds, and in the blink of an eye, tranquility was restored as Lilith and her companions fell heavily onto the cloud floor. Although the cloud floor possessed a degree of softness, the height from which they descended rendered the impact quite painful. Lilith, whose physical constitution was the weakest, even saw stars. A playful little black goat, clutching a key in its mouth, danced around Lilith, wagging its tail and occasionally nudging her with its head. Lilith sat up, supporting her dizzy head. This fall had exacerbated her previous injuries, leaving her with a sharp pain in her back with every breath. After a considerable pause, she retrieved the key from the goat and gently patted its head. "Thanks to you." The little black goat leaped joyfully, appearing utterly delighted. Applause echoed around them. "Well done. You are far more formidable than I anticipated. Congratulations on proving yourselves." The trio untied the ropes binding them and stood upright. "We have all 3 keys. Let's return." The guard, now standing, eagerly spoke up. "Of course, no problem," replied Emerald, waving her hand. A ripple danced through the air, followed by the emergence of a fissure adorned with intricate patterns. A mysterious incantation, seemingly from the heavens, flowed from Emerald's lips, reaching the ears of Lilith and her companions. "Pass through here, and you shall conclude this game," Emerald declared, crossing her arms. As the portal stabilized, the guard could no longer contain himself and rushed forward. Before Lilith could raise her hand in protest, the guard had already thrust himself halfway through the doorway, relying on his physical prowess. "Wait, what?" Lilith stood frozen in shock. "What is this? Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Just 2 minutes? Why don't you listen? Aren't you two coming?" Emerald urged, seemingly hastening their departure. Elisa returned to stand behind Lilith. At Lilith's suggestion, she had already called out twice in resignation. Had they failed, she would have uttered a final plea. However, now that they had succeeded, Elisa would not leave without Lilith, trusting that her friend had her reasons. Lilith shook her head. "What? Aren't you afraid of being late?" Emerald quipped maliciously. Lilith and Elisa frowned. Elisa understood that Lilith sought to secure a place in the underground city, and a lower ranking would be detrimental. Lilith also realized why the guard had rushed off without a word. He feared they would seize a higher rank. Yet, despite the passage of more than half a year, she still recalled their objective. Winning the game was not merely about who exited first. It was about who amassed the most gold. Emerald had only stated that passing her test allowed for an early conclusion of the game, but she never claimed that an early exit equated to victory. This was a linguistic trap. Lilith had always felt that something was amiss. Leaving early meant she had a few months less to collect gold coins than others. Didn't that spell certain doom for her chances of victory? Wasn't it akin to outright declaring her withdrawal from the competition? Chapter 182. Back to the desert, she could hardly be considered friend, given that we didn't even know her name. With a smile, Lilith offered an explanation, as for her earlier intention to keep the person with them. It was merely out of a shared experience of facing death. The guard's hasty retreat was a loss entirely her own. If we do not leave, are there any other rewards? Or could we be returned to the desert? Although embarking on this journey might yield nothing, it was certainly preferable to leaving prematurely. The golden key in her possession could be melted down to create coins. Yet, it remained uncertain whether such coins would hold any value. In the culture of the small-minded, even for a mere penny, she would conceive numerous schemes. "Oh, you've noticed." Emerald waved her hand, closing the door that resembled a staircase leading to victory. Since it had been discovered, the door had lost its purpose. "Well, the dungeon requires clever minds like yours. Hee. As a reward for forfeiting the completion prize, here, choose one. Since you are one person short, you may only select 2 chests." She chuckled. Emerald tapped her foot, and over 50 wooden boxes of varying sizes emerged from the cloud-like ground. It's time for my favorite part. What will we uncover? Emerald stepped aside, eager to observe Lilith and her companions as they selected their boxes. What exactly is inside the boxes? It was prudent to inquire about the prize pool before the draw. Emerald shrugged. I have no idea. It wasn't prepared by me. But I've heard there are some thrilling surprises. It seemed they would have to rely on luck. Each of you pick one. Lilith turned and handed one of the keys in her possession to Nelisa, who had previously entrusted her key to Lilith for safekeeping, thus returning it to its rightful owner. Nelisa accepted the key with a nod. The golden keys held by Lilith and her companions were identical, capable of unlocking all the chests in this place. Initially, Lilith had hoped for the largest box, believing that greater size usually indicated more contents. Even a bundle of clothing could be repurposed into a considerable amount of fabric. However, after contemplating her limited space bag, which measured only 1 square meter and was already brimming, she opted to select the smallest box available. This box was merely half the size of an A4 sheet and not particularly heavy. Regardless of its contents, it would be easy to carry away. Meanwhile, Nelisa made her choice entirely opposite to Lilith's, selecting a large box nearly her height. Once the two had confirmed their selections, the remaining boxes sank back into the cloud-like ground. Considering the examiner's mention of excitement, Lilith feared that there might be something detrimental hidden within the boxes. Thus, she resolved to open them one by one. Lilith stood to the side, wielding an oversized pair of scissors, while Nerissa glanced back at her. The two exchanged a subtle nod. The sound of a key turning echoed, followed by the creaking of a lid being lifted, prompting Nerissa to take a step back. In that moment, both women beheld what Nerissa had acquired. A bicycle? Lilith could hardly believe her eyes as she gazed at the familiar golden ship emblem on the frame. A profound silence enveloped her. It had been over half a year since she had last seen that symbol. After a while, she regained her voice. Is this selection event sponsored by the golden ship? Perhaps naive, secretly slipped in some advertisements? To my knowledge, it is not, Nerissa replied with a chuckle. What good fortune. Indeed, the quiet girl fiddled with the bicycle, having become familiar with such contraptions due to her association with Lilith. She understood that bicycles require stable terrain to ride. It's your turn, Lilith, Emerald remarked, curious about what Lilith would draw. A click sounded as Lilith opened the box, revealing not the anticipated danger, but rather a square metallic object that fits snugly within. She reached out to touch it. It's a magical artifact, used for locating items. Quite fortunate, Chocolate interjected, providing an explanation of its function. Such luck, coupled with a clever mind, is truly enviable. However, Emerald, unimpressed, noted the lack of excitement that the witch who had handed the box had promised. All right, enough lingering. While it is indeed comfortable here, this place does not welcome those who have already passed the trials. With a wave of her hand, Emerald conjured a gust of wind that left both women momentarily blinded. Once the tempest subsided and they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the desert, the enormous stone having vanished. It was also possible that they had been transported elsewhere, as the desert was filled with yellow sand, offering no other valuable points of reference aside from the colossal rock. Since meeting Nerissa, Lilith's quality of life had skyrocketed. She even had transportation for her outings now. Nerissa's familiar, though unable to fly, could enlarge itself to carry them. It had been half a year. Finally, she could breathe easy. To her astonishment, Nerissa had brought spices, while Lilith replenished her salt intake with her own blood. Nerissa had managed to bring in seasonings. This was the treatment befitting the chosen heroine. Meanwhile, Lilith felt like a mere background character. As the aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air, tears of gratitude streamed down Lilith's cheeks. After several blissful days of being pampered, while tinkering with the bicycle, Lilith suddenly noticed that it had been enhanced with an additional feature. Remarkably, this bicycle could traverse sandy terrain with ease. It bore a magical array that Lilith could not decipher. Before encountering Nailisha, Lilith might have cherished her bicycle immensely. However, with Jojo to carry them, the bicycle seemed rather superfluous, evoking a sensation akin to something tasteless yet too precious to discard. Lilith expressed her envy of the spacious bag that Nailisha had discovered, which was rumored to be as large as Winnie's fishery. She remarked that she had grown weary of uttering the word envy. Lilith soon realized that the item-finding detector she received was seamlessly integrated with a small box outside, marveling at how perfectly it fit together. The detector was simple to operate and could only sense one thing: water. Within a 5-kilometer radius, the luminous orb within the device would float towards any nearby water source. In the arid desert, this meant that most of the time, the orb pointed directly at Lilith and Nailisha, indicating they were indeed the most water-rich entities in the vicinity. After reuniting with Nailisha for half a month, they utilized a detector to locate an oasis. Chapter 183. The conclusion of the finals. Unlike the lighthouse where Lilith resided for the past 6 months, this oasis was a genuine haven of greenery. The entire ecosystem was centered around a small lake nestled in the heart of the desert. The water was crystal clear, revealing tiny fish swimming within, while thorny plants and clusters of cacti flourished in the sandy soil surrounding the water source. The oasis was rather modest, featuring only 2 respectable poplar trees that somehow appeared forlorn. The air, infused with moisture, was invigorating after enduring the oppressive dryness for so long, even enhancing their magical affinity with water. Gio, alongside Mia, indulged in hearty drinks by the water's edge. Although familiars did not require sustenance, they surely felt more comfortable after quenching their thirst. "Let's rest here for a while. I will set up the tent," Nailisha volunteered. Since reuniting with Nailisha, Lilith had seldom engaged in manual labor. Nailisha managed everything efficiently and often found Lilith's assistance more of a hindrance. The thought of crafting a beast-hide tent had never crossed Lilith's mind before meeting Nailisha. She preferred sleeping under the open sky. Although her knowledge of tent construction was limited, the basic information she retained sufficed for their needs, as they only required a shelter to shield them from the night's winds and sands, indifferent to aesthetics. Oases were rare treasures in the desert, and unable to resist, Lilith and her companion lingered for 2 additional days, thoughtfully preparing and cooking the food they had gathered. Although cooking took time, their primary focus remained on the pursuit of gold coins. Thus, they typically refrained from such endeavors. "If it weren't for the gold, I would truly wish to linger here indefinitely," Lilith mused. Indeed, the oasis was a splendid refuge, particularly amidst the desert. After resting for 2 days, Lilith became more dedicated to seeking out gold coins. Surviving in the desert was a battle that would last a year, neither too early nor too late. The moment of conclusion arrived punctually. At that time, Lilith was engaged in counting the spoils alongside Nailisha, both acutely aware that their time was drawing to a close. The sound of the end echoed, and Lilith found herself in disbelief, particularly astonished by the timing, as she had just counted half of the gold when a notification arrived. Finally, it was over. This final round had felt interminable. Meanwhile, outside, the chosen ones who persevered until the end began to awaken. Some bore downcast expressions, while others were overwhelmed with joy, for each individual who reached this stage had navigated the trial commendably, with none slacking off at such a critical juncture. The crystal suspended board was replaying the post-battle performances of these witches, the footage fragmented like antiquated surveillance, rendering the content incoherent, mostly comprising disjointed snippets. Lilith dared not gaze at the display, fearful of witnessing any embarrassing moments. As long as she averted her eyes, her missteps would remain unacknowledged. During the trial, Lilith had genuinely experienced an entire year, only to emerge and discover that merely a day had elapsed. It felt surreal, and she feared that everything might be an illusion, prompting her to check repeatedly whether she had truly exited that realm. Despite having left the real world for just a day, her senses rendered many things unfamiliar, such as the various strategies regarding the golden ship that Neve had discussed with her. Lilith rubbed her temples, realizing she needed a couple of days to acclimate, struggling to adjust to the temporal dissonance. It was as if she needed to reacquaint herself with the progress of various projects to communicate effectively with others. This aftereffect was also a reason why most witches did not exploit the significant time difference learned in university. For beings of longevity, doing so would only alienate them from society, yielding more losses than gains. Time was something they possessed in abundance. Upon their safe return, the first thing Nailisha and Lilith desired was a bath. They longed for the grand bathing pool of the Witch Tower, with its ample hot water, allowing for a thoroughly refreshing experience. What could transpire in reality within a single day? The answer was, in fact, not much. It was merely that time felt prolonged for Lilith and her companions. The speed at which the Witch Town produced results was undoubtedly top tier on the continent. The competition that concluded the previous day had its results announced the following morning. Among them, Lilith secured the first place with a total of 2,377 gold coins, followed closely by a senior student. Nailisha, ranking 10th, was quite content with her position. Her gold primarily stemmed from selling bicycles capable of traversing sandy terrain to other witches lacking transportation. Those who attempted to seize the opportunity found themselves thwarted, as Lilith and Narlisa were a duo, leading them to instead request a purchase. Lilith recognized the intent and decisively capitalized on the situation. While participation was paramount, being excessively lackluster was equally unacceptable. Indeed, the elite finals were just as exhilarating as expected. Although the competition was fraught with tension, none of the participants met with fatal consequences, though a few witches succumbed to the pressure and exited prematurely. The Guardian, perhaps feeling a sense of guilt, allegedly left the venue immediately after her departure, avoiding any further encounters with them. The teams destined for the dungeon have been officially established, with Lilith at the forefront. In terms of magical prowess, spell control, and survival skills, Lilith has undoubtedly earned her place. Naligia, unsurprisingly, was eliminated, but upon learning of Lilith's participation, she sought to broker a deal with an upperclassman who was less resolute about venturing into the dungeon. When asked why she would participate in such a lengthy and potentially perilous endeavor if she was not particularly keen on it, the upperclassman's response took Lilith by surprise. It appeared that some individuals were willing to engage in such a year-long venture simply to validate their own abilities, a testament to the capricious and leisurely nature of witches. Ultimately, the allocation for the dungeon expedition was settled at 4 individuals, though they would be collaborating with humans, with only 4 witches participating. One must ponder why the Witch Tower could not aim for a more auspicious number, for it does not bode well. The news of 2 first-year witches embarking on this journey became a popular topic of conversation, sparking further discord among the factions, with some claiming that the upperclassmen were inferior to their junior counterparts. Such gossip is ubiquitous. It typically fades away after a few days. However, the real concern lies with the Golden Ship. All slave processing facilities have begun implementing the system proposed by Lilith, resulting in a significant increase in productivity, which has ushered in notable changes for Witchtown. Recently, countless witches have been replacing their bedding, and many have taken to the designated rooms on the 2nd floor of the marketplace to fluff their old cotton in the presence of Nafe, which has alleviated much of Lilith's burden. The Golden Ship's treasury has been flourishing, with a substantial portion of the profits reinvested into establishing new slave factories. To streamline management, Nafe suggested it was time to acquire a small territory. The status of human nobility is indeed purchasable, particularly that of lesser nobles. Many high-ranking nobles and kings have filled their coffers by trading noble titles. Human nobles are legally entitled to own land, and the decision to build factories in populated areas rather than remote wilderness stems from the belief that Lilith's policies will be more effectively implemented in communities with larger populations. So, are you implying that I should procure a noble title?